In his previous life, Hu Chen, who awakened the SSS talent, was trapped in a dark underground cellar for a full 10 years, with all 4 limbs broken, reduced to a mere tool without dignity. When he opened his eyes again, Hu Chen found himself back on the day of the apocalypse. His enemy from the previous life, LV Cha, was right in front of him. He started by killing LV Cha and slaughtering the Holy Mother. Gained a level 1 plundering divine talent. With the memories of his past life, Hu Chen decisively seized all opportunities worldwide. Plundering with the right hand, copying, endowing with the left hand, pasting. Whether it's talents, attributes, items, or artifacts, they are all our targets. In the Battle of the Gods, Hu Chen had long reorganized the apocalypse, surpassing the peak of all gods. With a single slash, he unleashed severe poison, silence, armor break, dizziness, bleeding, and blindness, along with a few SSS-level forbidden techniques as a bonus. A woman in a crimson long dress walked slowly towards half a man, with a contemptuous sneer on her lips. Hu Chen twitched and raised his left eyelid, looking at the woman in front of him who resembled a snake and scorpion, his eyes filled with rage. By now, he had been locked in this dark and sunless dungeon for a full 10 years. Severed limbs, almost paralyzed lower body, skin covered in burns, only one visible left eye. Snap! Lu Yuner slapped Hu Chen's face, smirked disdainfully. Darling, why are you so ungrateful? The apocalypse has come, and I allowed you to survive in this dungeon for 10 years. You should be grateful to me. How can you look at me with such eyes? But now, I have become the strongest at the top of the human race in the apocalypse. The ability you granted me. No, your whole being is completely useless to me. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yuner sneered, her eyes fixedly holding a dagger and stabbed towards Hu Chen's heart, ruthlessly digging it out. The only thing that's still somewhat useful is this heart. It can be used to feed the dog. Pain, so much pain, a pain that cuts to the bone. Hu Chen was on the brink of death, only to see Lu Yuner looking down from above, holding the heart in her hand, looking pleased with herself. If it weren't for believing in this woman, I wouldn't have been bound in the dungeon for a whole decade. If given another lifetime, he would never show mercy to anyone. He would retaliate and make Lu Yun suffer in agony until death. Hu Chen, why are you so useless? You can't even book the presidential suite. Being with you, I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. A crisp sound exploded in his ears. Before Hu Chen could react to what was happening, a slap suddenly appeared in front of him. Hu Chen instinctively dodged backwards, grabbing the wrist that was coming towards him. You dare to dodge? Hu Chen looked up and saw a familiar face. Lu Yuner. At this moment, Lu Yuner was dressed in exquisite makeup, wearing a red dress with a shiny black mink coat draped over it. Her face was full of anger, as if she wanted to devour Hu Chen whole. Hu Chen was stunned. This scene instantly overlapped with the memories in his mind. This is 10 years ago. The night of the apocalypse happened on New Year's Eve. On this very night in a previous life, while everyone was celebrating the new year, a natural disaster suddenly struck. Torrential rain, glaciers, heat waves, zombies. The apocalypse that exhausts human imagination will continuously descend upon the blue planet. The only power that humanity can use to resist is the different talents awakened by each person after the apocalypse arrives. In the previous life, Hu Chen awakened an SSS-level talent, bestowing it. Every day, he is able to bestow a part of his own attributes to different creatures or objects. With this extraordinary talent, as long as he has a teammate to cooperate with, no matter what kind of apocalypse, they can navigate through it effortlessly. His cooperative partner is none other than Lu Yuner. Lu Yuner is also the owner of another SSS-level talent, the Eye of True Sight. The Eye of True Vision can see the characteristics of all living beings or objects, as well as detailed panel attributes. Although it lacks combat ability, it can at least avoid misfortune. One is the ultimate support that can stack an invincible powerhouse as long as time allows. The other is the player with the heavenly eye who can grasp all data panels to avoid misfortune and seek good luck. With both combined, one can stride through the end of the world. However, Lu Yuner had long ago attached herself to another powerhouse. Forming an alliance with the cheating partner, Hu Chen locked in the dungeon, the only purpose is to permanently bestow attributes using supernatural powers. And now, he is reborn. Everything has a chance for change. Hu Chen recalled that tonight, Lu Yuner only booked a regular room for herself, instead of booking a room with a floor-to-ceiling window view, which made him furious. After slapping himself here, he turned around and left. Originally, Hu Chen thought she was really angry, and after the apocalypse that night, he kept using various resources to please Lu Yuner. But it was only after he was imprisoned that he learned the truth from Lu Yuner. That night, she actually went to attend a rich second-generation's New Year's Eve party. However, she couldn't choose this time either. Hu Chen directly exerted force and pulled Lu Yuner into his arms. Darling, I was wrong. I really was. There's a presidential suite in this hotel, shall we book that one? The tone was filled with extreme regret. The face buried in Lu Yuner's shoulder was already filled with a sinister smile, afraid of being seen by others. Wonderful. Extremely wonderful. Tonight, disaster will strike. From then on, all humans whose minds collapse will turn into disaster beings. As long as the first kill of a disaster being is achieved, an SSS level reward can be obtained. He didn't know what this reward specifically was, only that the person who originally received this reward was Lu Yuner's affair partner, another powerful being standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Naturally, good things like this would not fall to him. As for how to find the cataclysmic, finding it naturally difficult, but if one were to create one, that would be too simple. Humans who suffer unbearable mental pain in disasters will naturally become the affected. In his arms, isn't there a perfect candidate? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuner naturally chose to forgive. She knew which one to choose between an uncertain benefit banquet and the presidential suite at the Magnolia Hotel, which was easily accessible. After maxing out all credit cards and overdrawing all limits, Dujien finally secured the presidential suite at the Magnolia Hotel. The two of them took the elevator all the way to the top floor of the Magnolia Hotel. After opening the door, Yuner rushed to the magnificent French window for the first time. The smile on her face was hard to hide, but in the next moment, bang! A hand pressed against her head, against the French window. The French window trembled slightly, the violent impact causing Yuner's head to tremble slightly. A question slowly drifted into her ears. Xiao Yuner, do you like the scenery here? Faced with the question, Lu Yuner had not yet realized what had happened. Her charming voice sounded softly, darling, you have hurt me a little. Does this hurt? Dujien reached out and locked her neck, speaking calmly, then later, you must endure it and not make a sound. Lu Yuner was taken aback, thinking he was flirting with her. But in the next instant, click, a crisp sound rang out. Dujien lifted his leg and pressed against Lu Yuner's elbow, forcefully breaking her left arm. Right hand next. There is still some time before the disaster begins. Make sure she has no power to resist first. Dujien, what are you doing? Lu Yuner also just realized that this is not some mood, but a deliberate harm. It's murder. What do you want me to do? Isn't it obvious enough? Dujien's foot pressed down on Lu Yuner's neck, increasing both the force and the pitch of his voice. In the previous life, you consumed what was mine, enjoyed all the resources I provided, only to discard me like a worn-out shoe in the end. What do you want from me in the end? What past life? I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Yuner struggled, squeezing out a few words from her throat with effort. Dujien, you've truly gone mad. Mad? Perhaps, after enduring 10 years of torment, who wouldn't go mad? But none of this matters now. 1 minute later, disaster struck, and the number of crazed people would only increase. Dujien turned around, smashed the glass table in the hotel, picked up a piece of glass shard, and pressed it against Lu Yuner's neck. Lu Yuner instantly sobered up. She knew that her life was in the hands of the man in front of her. Begging for mercy was her only choice. Bang! Without hesitation, Lu Yuner knelt in front of Dujien and began to pray. Dujien, don't you just want to sleep with me? I promise you, no. I beg you, please sleep with me. February 16, 2026, New Year's Eve, 11:59 and 50 seconds p.m. Only the last 10 seconds left before the disaster. Dujien took a step forward, grabbed Lu Yuner's hair, pressed her face against the glass, and quietly admired the last splendor of the world. You have one last chance. Think about what you want to say. Dujien, I can give you anything. Please don't kill me, okay? Okay. Dujien stepped back, a slight smile playing on his lips. As long as you do as I say, I can spare your life. Tell me. I'll do as you say. Turn around and face the glass. Lu Yuner paused, as if understanding something. She not only turned around to face the glass, but also leaned her head against it, legs slightly apart, as if waiting for something. But in the next instant, boom! The French window shattered as Dujien kicked it. As glass shards fell from the sky, Dujien grabbed her hair, pressing her face to the ground, overlooking the scenery 40 floors below. The glass shards in his hand kept piercing her flesh, either upwards, downwards, or simply twisted into a circle, mashing up her once proud face. My face! My face! No! Fresh blood chasing after the glass in the air. Downstairs, there was an immediate uproar. Everyone couldn't help but look up, and what met their eyes was a wriggling figure and agonizing cries. For someone extremely obsessed with beauty, vanity, and self-love, the easiest way to make her mental collapse is to trample everything she holds most dear into the mud. Countdown, over. The new year has arrived. There was a hint of disappointment in Dujien's eyes. So close. It's okay, he still has one last move. He raised Lu Yuner's phone, opened the live stream, and shouted, come and see, come and check it out. Yuner's New Year's benefits are now live. Lu Yuner herself is a small internet celebrity, and the moment she started the live stream, many people flooded into the broadcast room. Due to the high New Year's popularity, the live stream room was not immediately banned, but instead many onlookers poured in. What the heck? What's going on? Why is my goddess? Did you go meet Big Brother offline? It sounds so exciting. Wait, look at her face. Ugh, so disgusting. What kind of new creature is this? Where's my Xiao Yun? Look, Huchen said, and then brought the phone close to Lu Yuner. Your fans really love you. No, don't. The screams echoed in the sky. The rapidly increasing heat and number on the screen shattered Lu Yuner's last trace of dignity as a human being. Under the emotional breakdown, her eyes began to turn crimson. This is one of the characteristics of the disaster survivors. The time has come. The disaster is beginning to unfold. Right now. Huchen took a step forward, pinching Lu Yuner's neck with one hand, and raising a piece of broken glass with the other, piercing her carotid artery, causing crimson to bloom on her fair skin. Ah! A wail rang out, but it was drowned in the cheers of the crowd celebrating the new year and the deafening sound of firecrackers. First kill, done. Ding! Two crisp sounds overlapped and rang out together, accompanied by a series of prompts appearing before my eyes. Welcome to the global apocalypse. Please familiarize yourself with and memorize the following text. 1. The end of the world is coming, and the whole world will experience the same apocalypse. Note, the timing of the apocalypse is random, the type is random, the level of danger is random. Good luck to you. 2. In the midst of the apocalypse, any creature that takes actions beneficial to its own survival can earn points. Note, points can be exchanged for everything you need, including a position among the gods. 3. All intelligent beings will randomly receive a talent. Note, please make good use of your talent, it is your only reliance. 4. In the end of the world, there is no order. Note, or. You could also become the order. Global announcement. Congratulations, Survivor Huchen has achieved the world's first kill, receiving SSS level random reward *1. The last announcement was played 3 times in a row, frantically spamming in front of everyone. People around the world are all speculating on who this Huchen really is. Meanwhile, Huchen took a long breath, his heart surging with myriad emotions, and his innate talent was successfully extracted passively. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Huchen has obtained the SSS level talent, Bestow. Talent, Bestow. Level, SSS. Effect, can be used on any target, permanently bestows own attributes to the target, can be used once a day, and own attribute points will not disappear. Note, you have been enhanced, hurry to deliver. Huchen looked at his left hand, which was emitting a faint white light, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. Indeed, his own talent is still this, but he still has hope. Claim first kill reward. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Huchen has obtained SSS level talent, Deprivation. Talent, Deprivation. Rank, SSS. Effect, can be used on any target, with a certain probability of randomly obtaining one talent, attribute, or item from the target when in close contact. Each target can be used 3 times per day. Note, nice stuff, but now it's mine. Another talent. Huchen's pupils trembled, looking at his right hand emitting a black light, his eyes full of surprise. There's hope. With this talent, at least I don't have to be a support anymore. Wait, talent is passively extracted. Huchen looked at Lu Yuner lying on the ground. If what he just saw was not wrong, the radiance of talent seems to have also appeared on her body. Does this mean? Huchen did not hesitate, raising his right hand to touch Lu Yuner's body. Deprivation, initiate. Ding! Survivor Huchen successfully deprived, obtaining the SSS level talent True Sight Eye. Talent, True Sight Eye. Rank, SSS. Effect, can be used on any target, can observe detailed opponent's panel, as well as hidden attributes, hidden entries, hidden usage. Note, I see you. Done. Huchen's pupils trembled, a surge of heat in his eyes. As he looked into the mirror, he could vaguely see a dark golden light flickering in his pupils. True Sight, activate. A panel belonging to him alone suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Survivor, Huchen. Survival level, 1. Distance to next upgrade, 0/10. Physique, 6, G. Strength, 6, G. Intelligence, 6, G. Agility, 6, G. Mastery talents, Bestow, SSS is Deprive, SSS, True Sight Eye, SSS. Usually, panels need to pass the first Doomsday or level up to level 3 to unlock. Now with the True Sight Eye, he can get a grasp of his situation one step ahead. All his data is exactly the same as in his past life. After all, in his past life, Lu Yuner also used the True Sight Eye to look at himself and informed him of this data. No, that's not right. There's something she didn't inform herself about. Hidden effect. Whether it's granting or depriving, both have hidden effects. Deprivation, hidden effect. The targets that this talent can deprive include both living beings and non-living objects. Granting, hidden effect. This talent can bestow everything it possesses, including but not limited to attributes, talents, and status, onto any living being, object, or talent, without limitation on the number of times, except for this talent itself. So that's how it's used. If I had known about this usage earlier, when I was on the brink of death, I could have taken Luyuner with me to die together. This is the true SSS level. If talents could be bestowed upon each other as well. Hu Chen's heart leaped with joy, attempting to bestow deprivation onto the Eye of True Sight. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Hu Chen for successfully obtaining the SSS grade entry, Deprivation. Entry Deprivation, one when using the Eye of True Sight, forcibly stripped the opponent of their talents, attributes, or a certain item. Hiss. Forced deprivation. If one were to use the true sight on a deity, wouldn't it directly strip away the divinity of the other party? Wait, God. If I remember correctly, in the early stages, these survivors did have a chance to meet the gods. Rules. The first person to thoroughly read and memorize all the rules will receive a chance to pray to the gods. When praying to the gods, one can make a request, asking for their help to fulfill it. As for whether it can be achieved, the last person who completed this hidden task once prayed to escape the apocalypse. As for the outcome, a beam of light descended from the gods, and afterwards, he disappeared from the world. Whether he actually escaped the apocalypse or was erased by the gods, no one knows. Seize the day. Hu Chen has seen the scenery at the bottom of the world and will never miss any opportunity to improve himself. The first apocalypse will be accompanied by a violent storm. 99% of the global land will be submerged. After a full 49 days, someone will discover a way to end the apocalypse and enter the next one. Besides these three talents, he has no other advantages now. There are no supplies, no vehicles, and no means of attack to deal with the mutants. Even if it's just a hair plucked from a god, it could serve as a vehicle for oneself. Just do it. Hu Chen closed his eyes and, while recalling in his mind, also recited all the previous rules and notes. Ding! Global announcement. Congratulations, survivor Hu Chen has become the first survivor to memorize all the rules, earning 1 qualification for praying to the gods asterisk. Another 3 identical announcements flooding the screen. This time, a chat interface appeared in front of Hu Chen. Different survivors' comments were frantically flashing above. Li Chang, damn. Who is this amazing person triggering 2 global announcements at once? Wei Changshu, 1 SSS level reward, 1 prayer qualification. Could this big shot be someone who has come back to life like in novels? Li Feng, who is Hu Chen? Interesting. Hu Chen scanned through the chat records in front of him, his gaze pausing on Li Feng for a moment. This person is the lover of Lu Yuner from the previous life. If he remembers correctly, his innate talent is a long blade, although it is only of A-grade quality. It can continuously strengthen along with his own strength growth. If it is also deprived of it, even if it's not useful, it's quite nice to collect. Wow! Outside the window, a torrential rain has begun to fall. The first apocalypse has begun. Hu Chen did not hesitate and immediately chose to use the qualification to pray to the gods. Outside the originally pitch-black window, a touch of deep blue suddenly bloomed. The light curtain descends. All living beings in the entire city bowed their heads, trembling and prostrating under the light curtain. Only Hu Chen. He forcibly lifted his head, looking at the figure in the light curtain. In his pupils, the dark golden light flickered unpredictably. What do you seek, thou? The grand sound falls. Although Hu Chen had plans in his heart, he showed utmost respect. O divine beings above, I wish for a shelter that can safely withstand all disasters. Granted. The words fell. A deep blue light orb fell. Without time to see what exactly it was, Hu Chen immediately used his talent right before the illusion disappeared. True Sight Eye Deprivation version. Ding! After a crisp sound, 2 pop-up windows appear simultaneously. Name, Poseidon Incarnate. Level, unknown. Attribute, unknown. Mastered talent, unknown. Deprivation successful. Congratulations to the survivor Hu Chen for obtaining the divine attribute, Sea God. Done. Hu Chen immediately used the Eye of True Sight to look at the 2 deep blue lights flickering in the palm of his hand, unable to hide his joy. One of them is the reward bestowed by the divine being. It was a small wooden boat the size of a palm, which could be magnified 100 times proportionally, but could only accommodate 2 people at most. Prop, Heart of the Ocean. Rank, SSS. Effect 1 Divine Favor. Anything under the gaze of the gods, as long as one is within it, will be immune to all external harm judgments. Effect 2 Divine Land. The land promised by the gods cannot be destroyed, restricted, or influenced by any external forces. Hidden effect. Embracing all seas. Without using the heart of the ocean, it can be attached to any vessel or territory, turning it into the Supreme Sea Nation. The Supreme Sea Nation possesses all abilities of the heart of the ocean and has the characteristic of infinite growth. Note, you are favored by the sea god. This is the benefit of the Eye of True Sight. Without the Eye of True Sight, how would he know where the rivers and lakes lead to? He might just be happily sailing around in a small wooden boat. There is also a deep blue. That is the most precious thing he stripped from the incarnation of the gods. It was only in the instant when Hu Chen used the Eye of True Sight to observe that the thing had already merged into his body. Divine Fragment, Sea God. Effect 1, Sea God's Touch. Any marine creature touched by you will become your most loyal servant. Effect 2, Locked. Unlocked after reaching 10% compatibility. Compatibility, 0.001%. Note, respectful greetings to you, esteemed divine being. Hidden note, by portraying the sea god, one can enhance the compatibility with divinity. Divine Essence Fragment. Although fragmented, it is still a genuine and valuable divine essence. If this is discovered by that deity, Hu Chen looked out the window, fortunately not seeing the sea god returning. However, he did see something else. In the regional chat box, the New Year's celebration has already begun. Li Feng, brothers, I've locked in the location of Hu Chen. Let's take a risk, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Li Chang, that's right. We're all still at the same level now. This is our only chance to overtake on the bend. Yi Yunshan, shoulder to shoulder. No matter how awesome he is, he can't be more awesome than our human wave tactics. Lu Rengjia, exactly. Hu Chen looked at the chat box in front of him, with a slight smile on his lips. Things are starting to get interesting. You should know that the True Sight Eye Deprivation Edition has no cooldown time. If I scan through this group of people, even with the worst luck, I should be able to pick up a few talents. Before that, Empower. Sea God's Divinity plus Eye of True Sight equals Eye of True Sight Sea God. Divine level entry. When using the Eye of True Sight on sea creatures, they will unconditionally submit to you. Poseidon's Divinity plus Deprivation equals Deprivation of Poseidon. Divine entry. Those successfully deprived of life will become your most faithful followers. After bestowing power, facing marine creatures, Hu Chen can make them submit without close contact. Moreover, he can even make any creature submit after depriving them at close range. Not enough yet. Bestow can permanently bestow 10% of all its attributes to talents, items, or creatures. Unfortunately, bestowal can be used infinitely, but the opportunity to bestow attributes is only once a day, and you have to wait until the next day for the attributes to recover. His attribute values are still too low now. Using it directly would be equivalent to wasting this opportunity. Just right. Isn't there a group of wise men ready to come and try their luck? Hu Chen's mouth curved into a smile. He moved the sofa to the French window, laid down on it, quietly enjoying the upcoming leaks. The Eye of Truth, no cooldown time. The eye endowed with the power of deprivation clearly has no cooldown time. As soon as that group of people arrives here, he scans the crowd with his eyes. Brothers, it's just ahead. With a low roar, Li Feng turned to look at the dozens of survivors behind him, his eyes filled with excitement. Hurry up. I'm not sure if he will change positions. I think he probably won't change positions anymore. A voice came from the crowd, and one person was looking up at the sky. Li Feng was momentarily stunned and followed the person's gaze. Boom! Under the heavy rain, a thunderclap exploded. A flash of purple lightning lit up half the sky and illuminated a window in that hotel. There lay a figure on the sofa, shaking a wineglass that was taken from who knows where, overlooking, no, it should be said, despising everything before him. This included them. So damn arrogant. Li Feng cursed angrily. But he wasn't a reckless fool. He immediately looked back. As arranged earlier, those with ranged attack capabilities take position downstairs and wait for an opportunity. Those who can engage in close combat, follow me upstairs. The crowd nodded. Although they began to act according to Li Feng's instructions, they did not truly believe in him. What drove them here was not Li Feng's charisma, but purely their own interests. If they could maximize their benefits, they wouldn't hesitate to turn against Li Feng. Under the heavy rain, 15 survivors with ranged attack capabilities were ready below, while another 20 survivors rushed upstairs under Li Feng's lead. The figure on the sofa slowly stood up. Hu Chen downed the red wine in his glass, casually placed it on the table, and stretched lazily. Finally, they're here. He stepped forward, stood by the window, and a dark golden light flashed in his eyes. True Sight Eye Deprivation activated. In an instant, 15 prompt boxes popped up one after another in front of him. Physique +3. Strength +1. Intelligence +4. Acquired bottled water +1. Acquired chocolate +1. Gained canned luncheon meat +1. Huff. Hu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes filled with excitement. The first round of deprivation has ended. Unfortunately, just as Hu Chen was about to start the second round of deprivation, that group of people had already reacted and began to flee. Fortunately, The harvest was quite considerable. In addition to the 3 supplies, the other 12 people contributed a total of 26 attribute points. Survivors only gain 10 free attribute points for each level they increase. These 26 attribute points were equivalent to directly leveling him up by more than 2 levels, the extent of which is naturally terrifying. Bang! The door shattered with a sound. Hu Chen turned around and saw a black panther charging towards him. Transformation-type talents are quite rare. Hu Chen slightly raised his right hand, easily dealing with the black panther that was pouncing at him. His original strength attribute had already exceeded 12 points, reaching F rank. Let alone taking a hit from the black panther, smashing its skull with a punch would be a piece of cake. Now, he can easily grab the black panther by the tail and swing it downstairs. However, having such a meat shield is quite practical. Black light bursts forth from the palm of his right hand. Deprivation, see God activated. Ding! Deprivation successful, congratulations. You have gained +2 strength. Survivor, Xie Qingwan has become your follower. As your only follower, she will enjoy a 10% boost from all your attributes. 3 prompts sounded. The Black Panther immediately knelt on the ground, its pupils shimmering in azure, and a cold voice came. Your most loyal follower, I pay homage to you, my god. Good. Hu Chun chuckled in response and sat back down on the sofa. He looked toward the door and found that those who were about to rush in had already scattered and fled. Knowing they would be no match, they naturally wouldn't see death. However, since they are here, it won't be that easy to leave. Hu Chen instinctively rubbed Xie Qingwan's head. Go, bring those people to me. With a 10% increase in all her attributes plus this avatar talent, she can easily eliminate other weaklings. Yes. Xie Qingwan responded, her figure transforming into a shadow and vanishing before Hu Chen's eyes. 15 minutes later, the remaining 19 survivors were all tightly bound and thrown into the room, including Li Feng. Struggling? Resisting? When the gap in strength is too great, these emotions will not manifest in the weak. What exists instead is only begging, praying, and laying down all dignity, hoping for a glimmer of survival. They crawled before Hu Chen, trying to imitate Xie Qingwan's posture to express their submission. Unfortunately, Hu Chen values fairness above all. You wanted to kill me, right? Then it is only natural for me to kill you. Isn't that so? True Vision Eye, Deprivation, and Deprivation activated in succession. Power +2. Physique +3. Acquired A-level talent, Black Gold Ancient Blade. Acquired F-rank item, Exquisite Suit. Acquired Human Right Tibia +1. Each target can be deprived a total of 4 times. 19 targets means 76 times. It's a pity that only True Sight Deprivation has a 100% success rate while the regular Deprivation has a success probability of only about 30%. Using it 3 times, it can only succeed once. Out of 76 deprivations, there were a total of 40 successes. Among the 40 successes, I gained attributes 26 times, totaling 50 points. Among the remaining 14, aside from 1 A-rank talent, the Black Gold Ancient Sword, the rest were all odd items. Hu Chen activated True Sight again and looked at his panel. Survivor, Hu Chen. Survival level 1. Distance to next level up, 0/10. Physique, 27 E. Strength, 30 D. Intelligence, 20 E. Agility, 23 E. Mastered talents, Endowment, SSS's Deprivation, SSS, True Sight, SSS, Black Gold Ancient Sword, A. As long as you don't enter the dungeon in the first apocalypse, you can walk confidently. Kill everyone except the one who wet his pants. Hu Chen spoke calmly and Xie Qingwan immediately responded. Yes. The Black Panther swung its paw and 18 heads immediately fell. Only Li Feng. He listened to the sound of heads rolling beside him, trembling uncontrollably with no power to resist. His talent is gone. His attributes have been stripped away. What chance does he have to resist now? Hu Chen stepped forward, stepping on the back of his head. Do you know why I kept you alive? Li Feng trembled, unable to speak a word. I remember, your villa has a dock with a yacht, right? Sichuan province is not coastal, and finding a reliable vessel to carry the heart of the ocean is very difficult. The only hope is that lakeside mansion. Lu Lake. It houses many wealthy individuals, and each villa even has its own private dock. Some people have yachts docked at the pier. Among them is Li Feng. In his past life, he survived the apocalypse thanks to this yacht. Yes. Li Feng immediately looked up, as if he had grasped a lifeline. I have it. I'll take you there right now. What do you want? A villa? A yacht? Money? I can give you all of it. Ha! Hu Chen sneered, stepped down, and with D-class power, crushed Li Feng's head completely. I just wanted to confirm with you the items. I still prefer to get them myself. On the street. Hu Chen collected his spoils and sat on Xie Qingwan, who had transformed into a black panther, racing towards Luhua in the city streets. Although he had been away from the grandeur of Blue Star for 10 years, he really wanted to quietly appreciate the scenery before him, but unfortunately, he had more important things to do. First kill. The first kill against the alien beasts. From the moment the announcement was made, humanity has a total of 72 hours to prepare. 72 hours later, the apocalypse will officially begin, with various natural disasters, alien beasts, and disaster changers following one after another. Especially, the alien beasts. In addition to many minor anomalous beasts, Blue Star will be divided into 9 continents, each with a powerful anomalous beast. Huaxia occupies one continent, and the powerful anomalous beast of this continent is a flood dragon. Upon its birth, it reached D rank, measuring hundreds of meters long. With a flick of its tail, it could snap a concrete building in half. At that time, the survivors in the entire Sichuan province were no match for it, and they could only let it dominate Shu-Du and grow rampantly. Even if survivors from other provinces wanted to come and kill the snake, the torrential rain made it impossible to act. By the late stage of this apocalypse, the D-rank flood dragon had directly evolved into a B-rank pseudo-dragon, stirring up tidal waves with other sea beasts, dragging all 9 continents into the ocean. Humanity had no place to stand. Every subsequent disaster would occur above the ocean. It wasn't until the 3rd disaster struck that a human powerhouse with B-rank strength appeared on the heavenly ranking. 10 B-rank powerhouses surrounded one of the B-rank anomalous beasts of the 9 continents, and after sacrificing 8 lives, they finally managed to slay one of the beasts. The ocean of one continent completely receded. It was only after that humanity found a foothold. The other 8 continents' exotic beasts have evolved again. Among them, the B+ level pseudo-dragon directly evolved into an A-level true dragon, covering the entire territory of Huaxia, absorbing dragon energy to nourish itself. Even 10 years later, no powerful beings dared to challenge this exotic beast. Huaxia has also been covered by seawater all along. In the hearts of all Huaxia survivors, 2 words are deeply rooted: homeland. What these 2 words mean to the people of Huaxia is naturally self-evident. Now, Hu Chen has been reborn. At this moment, he already possesses the strength to confront D-level exotic beasts head-on. If he can kill it before the serpent evolves into a B-level pseudo-dragon, he might be able to prevent the torrential rain within Huaxia. He might even receive the first kill reward for the regional exotic beast. That would be a proof of class change for a random hidden profession. Even a proof of class change for an ordinary profession can be sold for an astronomical price in the trading market, let alone that hidden profession. During the 10 years of his previous life, Hu Chun heard from Lu Yuner that the entire human race only obtained a total of 9 hidden profession proofs. A hidden profession, even if obtained later, can elevate a B-level powerhouse to A-level if acquired earlier. Hu Chun couldn't even imagine how great this enhancement could be. In his previous life, professionals had analyzed the hatching location of that dragon snake. There was an 80% chance it would land at the foot of Qingqing Mountain within Dujien. First, because there are plenty of aquatic creatures in Dujien, the number of exotic beasts that can be transformed is remarkably high, providing a great growth environment for that dragon snake. Second, because of Qingqing Mountain. Due to Qingqing Mountain's high altitude, at the beginning of the apocalypse, many survivors would choose to retreat to the mountains to avoid the water. Survivors gain various benefits from killing exotic beasts, and the same goes for exotic beasts killing survivors. The combination of these 2 reasons led to the astonishing growth rate of the dragon snake, which rose from D-level to B-level in just 3 months. Shu-Du is not far from Dujien. If he could quickly acquire a yacht and attach the heart of the ocean to it, he would have enough time to reach Dujien and search for the dragon snake's traces. Even if he couldn't find the dragon snake immediately, he could still slay it the moment it hatched. As the Black Panther raced along, they finally arrived at Egret Lake just before the rainwater accumulated. Various roars, wails, pleas for mercy, and indescribable sounds echoed throughout the community. If I remember correctly, that guy's home should be in Building 8, Area A. Can you find it? Don't worry, my god, I've already caught a whiff of the same scent as that guy. Xia Qingwan leaped into the air, taking Hu Chun with her as they directly jumped over the Egret Lake gate, quickly arriving at the front of the lake. Then, they just stopped by the dock. Why aren't we moving? Hu Chen asked. My god, I can't swim. Xia Qingwan's voice came out timidly. No problem. Hu Chen replied as the white light in his left hand burst forth again. Grant. Divine authority of the sea god. After all, he is currently his only believer, so there should be some benefits to provide. A burst of azure light radiated from Xia Qingwan. Through the observation of true sight, Hu Chen saw that an S-level passive talent had appeared on Xia Qingwan. Talent, favor of the sea god. Level, S. Passive effect, all water attribute talents, abilities, and item effects plus 50%, all water attribute damage and negative effects minus 50%. Note, the most faithful believer, sincerely praising my god. Got it. Xia Qingwan also sensed the change in herself and immediately knelt on the ground. Praise my god, may the glory of the sea god always be with me. Cough cough. Keep it low-key. Just praise me in your heart from now on, and don't call me sea god anymore, just call me master. This sea god is a fake, but the favor of the sea god just conferred upon Xia Qingwan is real. If her praise is sensed by that sea god, and he casts a gaze upon her, Hu Chen is uncertain if he would be casually crushed. It's better to keep a low profile. As you command, master. Who would refuse a mature voice calling them master by their side? At least Hu Chen wouldn't. Alright, let's go. Hu-chan waved his hand, and in the next moment he was taken into the water by the Black Panther. But the way this Black Panther moves through the water is a bit different from what he imagined. Once it entered the water, the Black Panther was like a fish lurking beneath the surface, using its hind legs and tail to propel itself forward. Although this speed isn't too slow, from the outside, Hu-chan looks like he has only half his body on the lake surface, gliding at an incredibly fast pace. On a dark night with strong winds and heavy rain. Because of the sea god's divinity, the heavy rain wouldn't touch Hu-chan, but the mist created by raindrops hitting the water was enough to create an atmosphere for him. A eerie and sinister atmosphere. Not just others, even Hu-chan himself felt a chill down his spine. It's better to find those 8 buildings soon, experiencing this mode of travel just once is enough. Just as Hu-chan was thinking this, a spotlight suddenly shone in his face, followed by a sharp explosion. There's a ghost. Hu-chan looked in the direction of the sound and was shocked to see a yacht crashing towards him. Master! Xia Qingwan exclaimed. She was just about to leap out of the water to save her master, but before she could move, a black and gold light had already erupted from Hu-chan's hand. A-level talent black gold ancient blade. At the moment the yacht made contact with the blade, it was sliced through effortlessly, like butter meeting a hot knife. The hull was easily cut into 2 pieces. This is the power of A-level talent. In terms of sharpness, let alone the yacht in front of him, this black gold ancient blade could easily cut through buildings made of reinforced concrete. This is also one of the reasons why Li Feng dared to challenge him. As the yacht sank into the water, 8 people wearing life jackets also fell overboard. Almost as soon as they hit the water, 7 of them immediately swam towards the 8th person. Seeing that Hu-chan was unharmed, Xia Qingwan also poked her head out of the water like a black panther and exclaimed, "Master is mighty." Hu-chan said nothing, simply sheathing the black gold ancient blade and glancing at the people in the water. "Go, ask them if they know the way." That Xia Qingwan said she could rely on her sense of smell to find the location of Building 8, but unfortunately, her head is entirely submerged in water right now, so she can't find it. Yes! The Black Panther's submarine powered up again. As Hu-chan swam over with half his body, everyone immediately huddled together to protect a girl in the crowd. Wow! Look at this situation, he must be an important person. However, Hu-chan wasn't interested in their identities, not even bothering to use the true sight. He simply asked, "Hey, do you know where Building 8 in Area A is?" The 7 bodyguards didn't dare to speak, but the girl in the crowd timidly opened her mouth. You're not a ghost? Ha! Hu-chan let out a cold laugh, and the black gold long knife in his hand reappeared. The blade pointed directly at the crowd. "You have one more chance to answer my question, I don't like wasting time." "Over there." The lead bodyguard immediately raised his hand and pointed to the left rear. "I have a dock at my 8 o'clock position, with a 2-story yacht parked there, that's Building 8 in Area A." "You're sensible." Hu-chan smiled as he sheathed the black gold ancient knife and patted the Black Panther's head beneath him. "Let's go." "Yes, master." As Xie Qingwan's voice sounded, everyone on the water surface realized there was a living creature beneath the boy. However, the light was too dim, and no one could tell what that creature was. The Black Panther carried Hu-chan towards Building 8, and the bodyguard who had just spoken opened his mouth again. "Number 2 and number 3, go find another boat. The rest of you, stay with me to protect the young lady." "Understood." 2 of the 7 immediately took off their life jackets and swam towards a nearby dock. The remaining 5 kept a close watch in the direction the boy had disappeared, fearing he might reappear. "Uncle Wei." The girl spoke again. "Do you think we can hire that person to escort us home? In exchange for 2 spots in the shelter." The man referred to as Uncle Wei didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a long time, he frowned and said, "Miss, let's be cautious. We don't know the background of that person. If we rashly let him join our group and something happens, he didn't kill us just now." The girl said, her tone showing no signs of the earlier panic, but rather an unusual calmness. "Once numbers 2 and 3 find the boat, we'll follow him from a distance and see what happens." Uncle Wei also knew that once this young lady had made up her mind, nothing could change it, and he could only obey. Asking him was just a formality. The Black Panther carried Hu-chan to the dock, and seeing the 2 characters printed on the dock, he knew he hadn't gone wrong. "Alright, this one will do." Hu-chan looked at the yacht in front of him. While it wasn't perfect, it was still acceptable. He took out the heart of the ocean and tossed it up directly. The palm-sized small wooden boat instantly merged with the yacht, bursting forth with a brilliant blue light. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Hu-chan for triggering the hidden effect of the heart of the ocean. The target is merging with the heart of the ocean. Estimated completion time 10 minutes. Please wait. 10 minutes is neither long nor short. Especially in the darkness, with a brilliant blue light shining so brightly. Due to the true vision eye, he could clearly sense many gazes directed at him. Among them, 2 were coming from the villa in Area A, Building 8. Clearly, Li Feng's family should still be inside the villa. This is the troublesome aspect of human relationships. When you kill someone, you often have to send their entire family to reunite as well. He originally planned to leave right after setting sail, but who knew the commotion from the heart of the ocean would be so great? Sigh. Hu Chen sighed and had no choice but to take out the black gold ancient knife again. Shawan, keep an eye on the boat and don't let anyone approach. Yes, master. As Hu Chen walked towards the villa with the black gold ancient knife in hand, before he could even open the door, a muffled sound rang out above. A bullet hit Hu Chen but caused no harm. Instead, it dissipated into mist. This was not a real firearm, like the black gold ancient knife. It was conjured through a talent. After assessment, the bullet could not harm him, so it naturally turned into gas. True Vision Eye, a deprivation version, activate. With a dark golden glow swirling in his eyes, Hu Chen immediately locked onto the shooter's position. He grasped the black gold ancient sword with a reverse grip and threw it upward. The D-class power was added to the black gold ancient sword, which instantly sliced through the concrete building and accurately pierced a man's chest. As the black gold ancient sword slipped from his hand, the villa's main gate opened at that moment. A middle-aged man raised his strong arms and charged at him with a kitchen knife. Die for me. C-class talent, Body Frenzy. Hu Chen didn't even summon the black gold ancient sword back, he just threw a punch. His fist pierced the man's left chest, exploding into a brilliant mist of blood. Tisk. Feeling the life ebbing away from the man, Hu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. So fragile. It's really too fragile. He didn't even have a chance to use deprivation. But fortunately, as long as True Eye deprivation version sweeps over, it will trigger a deprivation without fail. The two also provided him with 2 points of intelligence and 2 points of physique each, so it wasn't a total loss. At this point, there are still 9 minutes until successful fusion. Hu Chen turned his head to scan the surroundings and found that quite a few people were approaching, with some flashlight beams shining in his direction. However, no one dared to act rashly. They were still in a wait-and-see phase. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. As long as others didn't attack him, he wouldn't take the initiative to strike. So, Hu Chen looked at Xie Qingwan and used the divine authority exclusive to his followers to communicate with her mentally. Shawan, send a message in the announcement channel saying, Hu Chen is severely injured and has fled, carrying an SSS level item into Luhua, seeking cooperation. Yes, master. It's not advisable to kill actively, but fishing for kills should be fine. That way, even if they die, it won't be considered as dying by his hand, but rather by their own greed. Luhua. A dazzling shade of deep blue blossomed at the dock, guarded by a nearly 2-meter-long black panther. A bit further away, a young man stood in the rain, enveloped by a fine mist of water, making his face somewhat hard to see. But none of this was important. When a message appeared in the chat channel, most people went wild. Xie Qingwan, Hu Chen is heavily injured and fleeing, entering Lu Lake with an SSS level item to seek cooperation. Shi Xiao Xiao, what the hell? Is that the Hu Chen? Why is he at Lu Lake? Yaoi, an SSS level item, is it real? Is it that glowing blue thing? Lu Renjia, this is an opportunity. If he is really injured, we can give it a try. Ishan, wait a minute, Lu Renjia, weren't you also going to encircle Hu Chen? Li Feng and the others are dead, and you're okay? Lu Renjia, hehe, I didn't go just now. I was just joking. A series of ellipses flooded the screen immediately afterward. Lu Renjia, what do you mean? At that time, I was just too far from Yulan Hotel. I'm at Lu Lake now, just wait, I'll go check this guy out. Don't you all steal it. The message is a regional message, and Hu Chen can naturally see it. As soon as the message appeared, someone couldn't hold back anymore. A shadow broke away from the crowd and launched an attack towards Hu Chen's back. Fortunately, his true sight eye deprivation version has never been turned off, instantly detecting the other's movements and locking onto that shadow. Ding! Deprivation successful, congratulations! You have gained agility +2. With Hu Chen's reaction speed, he could easily take this guy down in an instant. However, since we're fishing, there's no saying to reel it in now. In the next moment, a baton struck his neck. Hu Chen sidestepped, his body tilted, and he fell onto the wooden planks of the dock. Fortunately, Xie Qingwan was smart enough to know this was her master's plan and didn't intervene, otherwise, a sudden pounce could have frightened everyone away. Damn, he's really injured. Quick, go for that yacht. A startled shout rang out among the crowd. Several security personnel in uniforms rushed directly toward Dock 8. Unfortunately, there were only a few of them. The shadow flashed in front of Hu Chen, and a foot landed directly on his chest, pinning him down. So you're the brat named Hu Chen, huh? A young man in a security uniform looked down at Hu Chen, a smug smile on his lips. Ha ha ha. You really are born to be useful, your materials are all finished. Besides that SSS level item, you should have quite a few things on you, hand them over and I'll spare your life. Dream on. Hu Chen squeezed out 3 words through his teeth, afraid it wouldn't be convincing enough. He even bit his mouth to draw a drop of blood. What a pity, the opportunity was given to you, but you didn't cherish it. The young security guard activated his ability again, strengthened his body, and stomped on Hu Chen's abdomen. But he wasn't in a hurry to attack, planning to slowly grind down the benefits on Hu Chen while also looking up at the Black Panther. Brothers, let's go. Whether we can enjoy the good life depends on this time. Alright. A group of security guards responded in unison, charging towards the dock to confront the Black Panther. It must be said that Xie Qingwan's imposing manner was indeed intimidating, scaring the group of security guards so that none dared to step forward. Hu Chen was being lifted by a young security guard by his clothes, facing that group of security guards while using the True Vision Eye deprivation version to reap a circle of benefits. Whether it was due to having exhausted his luck earlier, this time the attributes gained from that circle of plunder were pitifully few, mostly consisting of useless items. Immediately after, his gaze couldn't help but fall on the surface of the lake. The people he had just sent into the water found another boat and were quickly drifting back towards this location. It seemed they also intended to get involved. Perfect. Whether it's 2 fish or 3 fish, when they arrive, I'll gather the net. It should be about time. As that group approached the shore, 5 out of the 7 bodyguards on the boat rushed down, leaving only 2 to guard the young girl. Under Hu Chen's guidance, Xie Qingwan still did not make a move, allowing those 5 bodyguards to disembark. Just when Hu Chen was about to gather the net, those 5 bodyguards surprisingly did not attack the Black Panther but rushed towards the opposite group of security guards, confronting them. Go! With that command, the 5 bodyguards displayed their talents and engaged in a fierce battle with the group of security guards. Everyone is at the starting stage, there are differences in talent, fighting skills, and even innate attributes. The 5 bodyguards are all professionals, and they are holding their own against those security guards, even gaining the upper hand. Brothers up ahead. The young security guard, holding Hu Chen, frowned and said, continuing to fight like this won't solve anything. Why don't we interrogate this guy first, squeeze out all the benefits from him, and then slowly divide the spoils? Who said we came to divide the spoils? One of the bodyguards questioned, while also glancing at Hu Chen. Sir, we were wrong earlier. The young lady asked us to come and apologize. Still saying, there aren't any fish around, we can start to net them now. Hu Chen made a nasal sound, clearly surprised that someone could see through his plan. He wasn't in a hurry to act, instead, he took advantage of the yacht's lights to get a clear look at the girl's face. She looks a bit familiar. But he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. He cast a regular true sight, and the girl's panel suddenly appeared. Survivor, Chu Hongyu. Survival level, 1. Distance to next upgrade, 0/10. Physique, 6G. Strength, 4G. Intelligence, 10F. Agility, 7G. Mastered talent, 1 thought true word, SSS. Holy *T. Empress 11. As soon as this name and talent appeared, Hu Chen remembered who she was. In his previous life, she ranked 11th on the heavenly rankings for years. No matter who died or rose on the heavenly rankings, she was eternally in the 11th position. Not because her strength was weak, but precisely because her strength was too powerful, she was placed at 11. Her talent only had one simple and brutal ability, which was making words become reality. But the cost is random. It is said that once, when Empress 11 faced an B-level beast tied in her sanctuary, she simply said, I want the sea beasts to die. All the sea beasts in the B-level beast tide turned into corpses. The cost is that over 50% of the survivors in the shelter suddenly died, and the remaining survivors also suffered varying degrees of serious injuries. From then on, her gifted ability was classified as forbidden magic by the human race. If anyone could eliminate a future A-class true dragon, it would clearly be her. But that cost is something the human race may not be able to bear. That's why the human race's heavenly ranking has permanently placed her at 11, symbolizing her formidable strength, yet they dare not let her take action. As one of the SSS level talents, this talent is the only one Hu Chen does not want. Forget it, since there are no fish, let's pull in the net. He wouldn't dare wait for the 11th Empress to speak. Ha ha ha, fishing? Pulling in the net? The young security guard laughed wildly, his tone full of mockery. Are you talking about this guy in my hand who looks like a dead fish? Do you think he's pretending to be? The words were not yet finished. A black gold ancient blade pierced through the young security guard's back, returning to Hu Chen's hand. Hu Chen disdainfully glanced at the corpse on the ground and calmly uttered a sentence. Xiaowan, take action. Yes, master. With a single strike, the Black Panther and Hu Chen took out all the security guards. He glanced over the names of the corpses on the ground, none of them were Lu Rinjia. Alright. It seems this guy is ready to keep talking big. Hu Chen couldn't help but log into the chat channel to ask a question. Hu Chen at Lu Rinjia, where are you? Lu Rinjia, hiss. Big boss, you're still alive. I was just talking big, please don't take it seriously. If you do, come and fight me. Anyway, you won't find out where I am. Put. Chu Honyu's laughter echoed on the yacht. The 2 bodyguards beside her were so frightened they nearly trembled. Oh my ancestors. That person is right in front of you, how dare you laugh out loud. Hu Chen rolled his eyes helplessly, glanced at the 11 Empress who said nothing and didn't continue sending messages in the chat channel, and slowly walked towards his heart of the ocean. The timing was perfect, the countdown had just ended. Heart of the ocean binding completed. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Hu Chen for successfully unlocking the SSS level vehicle, Heart of the Ocean. The vehicle has been successfully bound, please check it after boarding. Perfect. But it's not time to board yet. Hu Chen looked towards the bow where the 11th Empress was. Before he could speak, she bowed first. Sorry, sir. Xu Hongyu smiled and said, I previously called you a ghost and I was the one who offended you. I apologize and hope you can forgive me. Wow, that attitude is really low. She didn't even mention how she had cut the yacht in half, causing them to fall into the water. In the past, it was rumored that the 11th Empress was the best at scheming, calculating every bit of profit in her mind. With this attitude now, she likely has something to request. It's better to. Oh. Hu Chen responded and immediately gestured towards Xu Hongyu. Since it's an apology, you've apologized, but how will you make amends? The bodyguard next to Xu Hongyu almost let out a classic saying. Fortunately, he held it back. Otherwise, Hu Chen wouldn't bother to trouble himself by adding an SSS level talent. He could just choose not to use it. Naturally, there are compensations to be made. Xu Hongyu smiled and said, in this apocalyptic world, the most important thing is resources. I can compensate Mr. Hu with 20 pounds of fresh meat, 20 boxes of canned meat, and 20 boxes of pure water. Hu Chen slightly lowered his gaze, an empty promise. What do you want me to retrieve it from? Mr. Hu is a smart man. Xu Hongyu continued to smile and said, before the apocalypse, my father had a bit of money and established a shelter in the outskirts of Shudu, just 100 kilometers from here. As long as you escort me to the shelter, I can give you these things. In her past life, this 11th Empress indeed had a shelter and even took in many survivors seeking refuge. Unfortunately, that dragon was just too fierce. Even if the 11th Empress successfully fended off the beast tide, she couldn't deal with the dragon. This 11th Empress could only escape Shudu with a small group of trusted followers, and no one knew where this shelter was located. Where is it? Hu Chen asked after hesitating for a moment. Although he lacks resources, he lacks attributes. After the apocalypse, where are the most people? Naturally, it's the shelters. If I could get into that shelter and sweep through with the true sight-eye deprivation version, it would be like getting attributes for free. Dragon Pool. It's a scenic area not far from Dujien and still in the same direction. This business can be done. Hu Chen smiled faintly and nodded slowly. Alright, but a courtesy is a courtesy, and business is business. I'll escort you there. What's the reward? Xu Hongyu stared into Hu Chen's eyes, parted her red lips, and slowly uttered 12 words. As long as I have it, if you want it, feel free to take it. This 11th Empress may not be stunningly beautiful, but in terms of looks and temperament, she could easily outshine a little internet celebrity like Lu Yuner. If it were someone else, they might be tempted by her body, but Hu Chen wouldn't. Women are like poison to him, especially those who think too much like her. However, since she's already said feel free to take it, he doesn't mind using deprivation a few more times on her and the survivors in her shelter. Okay. Hu Chen chuckled and said, it's settled then, but we are on different ships, different teams. You can only follow me at least 100 meters behind. I will decide the route, and if anything happens, I'll take action. No problem. Xu Hongyu chuckled and said, then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation? Pleasant cooperation. Hu Chen responded with a smile, then stepped onto the Heart of the Ocean with Black Panther. With the Eye of True Sight activated, the panel for the Heart of the Ocean immediately popped up in front of him. Item, Heart of the Ocean. Category, Vehicle. Grade, SSS. Level, 1-0 out of 100. Effect 1 Divine Favor. An object watched by a deity, while inside, it will be immune to all damage judgments from the outside world. Effect 2 Divine Promised Land. A place promised by the deity, it cannot be destroyed, restricted, or influenced by any external force, and binds the survivor, Hu Chen. Effect 3 Boundless. For every nautical mile traveled, experience points +1. Unlock other effects after upgrading the vessel. Note, the Heart of the Ocean is pulsating. A sea vehicle that can grow infinitely. No matter if the attempt to slay the flood dragon is successful or not, this item will become his foundation for survival in the future. By the way, Boundless can also be considered a trait. Hu Chen immediately placed his hand on the hull of the boundless Shanghai nation, depriving, activating. Ding. Deprivation failed. Let's try again. Ding. Deprivation successful. Congratulations to the survivor Hu Chen for acquiring the trait Boundless. It worked. Hu Chen's pupils trembled and his joy was evident. He immediately drew the Black Gold Ancient Blade. Bestow, activate. Black Gold Ancient Blade plus Boundless equals Boundless Black Gold Ancient Blade. On the already splendid Black Gold Ancient Blade, a phantom of a Qilin suddenly emerged, as if it could leap out of the blade once it was well fed. Its toughness and armor-piercing strength have reached a new level. The talent that originally had an A-level strength was directly upgraded to S-level, unlocking the experience bar while also acquiring a brand new trait. In Infinite, each time you kill a monster, you will accumulate some experience points. Once you accumulate 1,000,000 experience points, you can summon a Qilin, and the level of the Black Gold Ancient Knife can continue to rise, even possibly reaching SSS level. It's a pity. Hu Chen also tried to bestow Infinite on other talents, but ultimately failed each time. It seems that SSS level is already the limit for talents, and no further acquisition of Infinite is possible. That's enough, after all, as the saying goes, too much to chew is hard to digest. It is already late at night. Hu Chen lay there on the infinite Shanghai, indifferent to the chaos outside, gradually drifting off to sleep. Anyway, with a wealthy patron nearby, he doesn't have to worry about gathering resources, he just needs to take her to the shelter to accumulate enough food and resources and hold out until 3 days later. As for 3 days later, the delicious and specially effective monster meat will become the new favorite on the dining table, and monster blood will become a more popular drink than alcoholic beverages. All living resources can also be purchased in the system mall that opens 3 days later, with the cost simply being the points earned from killing monsters. Only the weak need these ordinary supplies for survival. Hu Chen's only hope is that when he wakes up, he will still be on this ship, rather than in that dark, sunless dungeon. Meanwhile, on another ship, Xu Hongyu is playing with a turtle shell carved from mutton fat jade, her eyes filled with sorrow, as if she is pondering something. Mississippi. Uncle Wei couldn't help but walk behind Xu Hongyu and softly say, "Why don't you rest early?" Uncle Wei. Xu Hongyu looked up, gazing through the porthole at another ship 100 meters away. "What do you think? If I use my talent to make that man fall in love with me, would it be interesting?" February 17, 2026, 7 a.m. 7 hours have passed since the disaster struck. The sun struggles to cast a bit of light through the clouds, barely illuminating the world. Hu Chen has already gotten up, feeling that all his limbs are still functioning, and he can't help but smile knowingly. Beside him, Xia Qingwan also rises at this moment, silently standing by his side, waiting for orders. "Notify them over there, get ready to depart." Yes. The disaster has struck and the entire city's order has completely collapsed, followed by the network system, power supply system, and drainage system all failing one after another. Moreover, Sichuan province is a basin structure, and under the influence of global heavy rainfall, the water level here rises faster than in other places, especially since there are many water conservancy projects in the Sichuan area. With various factors combined, the average water level in the entire Shu capital has now reached about 10 meters. Aside from a few survivors with special physical enhancement abilities, most people can only try to find or create vehicles to survive this natural disaster. Of course, these issues do not concern Hu Chen. "Master." The Black Panther swiftly returned to Hu Chen's side. "Mission accomplished. The other party says they are ready to depart at any time." "Whom?" Hu Chen responded, just about to activate the Wu Shanghai Nation, when he suddenly realized something. He turned to the Black Panther and asked, "Can you go ask them if they have a map?" Soon, the Black Panther returned with a paper map in its mouth. After years of survival experience, Hu Chen still knows how to read a map. 2 boats, one in front and one behind, slowly leave Lu Lake, heading towards the direction of Dujien. With an average water depth of 10 meters, it is enough to submerge most of the shops in the city. The remaining ones that can still be seen above the water are either residential buildings or large supermarkets. Especially on New Year's Eve. Most people are celebrating the new year at home, all trapped together. When they hear the sound of a yacht passing by, those people press against the window as if they have gone mad. "Help! Hey! There are still people here. Save me. I have an S-level talent. Take me with you, and I will be loyal to you forever." Various voices rise and fall. However, Hu Chen lay on a beach chair on the yacht's deck, seemingly oblivious, crossing his legs and enjoying the scenery, as if everything was so wonderful. "It's just that it's a bit too noisy here. But that's okay, at the speed of the yacht, it will soon reach the suburbs, and then there won't be this noise." But before that, a boat flashing red and blue lights entered the view. Then a broadcast sounded. "Attention ships ahead, we are the Sichuan Water Patrol. Due to special circumstances, your vessels have been temporarily requisitioned for rescue operations. Please do not attempt to resist. Repeat, please do not attempt to resist." Hu Chen lifted his eyelids and scanned the vessels on the water's surface. The world is like this: some people enjoy destroying order amidst chaos, while others prefer to maintain order in the midst of chaos. There were quite a few such people in the last life as well. They even spontaneously established an organization called the Salvation Society, which grew continuously in the early stages of the catastrophe thanks to their advantage of heavy firepower and firearms. The leader of the organization consistently ranked 4th on the heavenly list and even possessed 3 aircraft carrier-level shelters, making it quite a powerful force. But now, requisitioning my ship? Dream on. This voice sounds somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. "Master, what should we do now?" Xia Qingwan asked from the side. "No need to worry, just go straight ahead." "Understood. In any case, the Wu Shanghai Kingdom will not be destroyed or restricted by any external forces. If they are sensible, they will avoid us. If not, sorry, it's been a long time since we played bumper boats." As the Gno Shanghai nation continued to advance, Xu Hongyu naturally understood the other party's choice, quietly following behind. First warning. The opposing ship's broadcast sounded again. "Please stop your vessel immediately. Do not challenge our bottom line." The Gno Shanghai nation continued to move forward. Second warning. "If you do not stop, we will take necessary measures." Third warning. A woman in plainclothes stepped onto the bow, holding a radio at her waist and aiming a gun at the Gno Shanghai nation control room. Bang! The gunshot echoed. The bullet flew into the air, not aimed at the vessel. But Hu Chen suddenly stood up. It's her. This person he will never forget in this lifetime. In the previous life, on the 4th day of the apocalypse, the beasts attacked. At that time, Hu Chen and Lu Yuner were just 2 weak supports. Even with Hu Chen's attribute boost, which raised Lu Yuner's attributes to level F, they were utterly powerless against those alien beasts, especially since they were still in the water without any vehicles. Fortunately, at that time, a patrol boat came by and rescued the two of them, saving their lives. And the owner of that boat is this woman before us, Shan Yi. He still remembers this name. If it weren't for Lu Yuner's strong insistence, Hu Chen might have stayed on that boat and occasionally granted Chun Yi a few attribute boosts. Later, after the two found a lifeboat, they left, and Hu Chen doesn't know whether Chun Yi survived the disaster. In any case, he has never seen this name on the heavenly ranking. Originally, his memories had gradually faded, but when this boat and this person appeared before him, those memories came rushing back instantly. Master, let me go. Xia Qingwan saw him stand up and instinctively thought he was angry, her claws already showing their sharpness. Bang! Hu Chen struck Black Panther on the head with a backhand hit. Where do you think you're going? When dealing with others, you should treat them kindly. If someone just fired a shot into the air, do you really need to go and kill them? Black Panther held his head in both hands, tears in his eyes, looking at Hu Chen, his little head seemingly full of question marks. Stop the boat. With that command, the No Shanghai Nation made an emergency stop, halting just 5 meters away from the patrol boat. Even in the rain and mist, the two could see each other's faces. Hu Chen took a step forward, activated his true sight, and confirmed that the person in front of him was Chen Yi, then smiled and spoke. Hello, my name is Hu Chen. It's nice to meet you. Hello, Mr. Hu. Seeing that the other party seemed inclined to negotiate, and knowing what this name represented, Chen Yi immediately saluted him. We need to requisition your ship for rescue operations. No. Hu Chen smiled and uttered 2 words. While he appreciated the life-saving grace, asking him to sacrifice his own interests to help others. Sorry, but he was once bitten by a snake and is now afraid of ropes for 10 years. Since he has raised a white-eyed wolf before, he has no intention of raising a dog again. You. Sorry. Before Chen Yi could finish her words, a man quickly walked out from the cabin. With a flattering smile on his face, he hurried to Chen Yi, shot her a glance, and then looked at Hu Chen. Mr. Hu, right? We were hasty just now, please feel free. Hu Chen's gaze lowered slightly. Since he was someone from Chen Yi's boat, he naturally recognized him. He seemed to be called Chang or something. Hu Chen couldn't quite remember. Not long after boarding the ship, this man had subtly hinted to Lu Yuner to offer herself to him in exchange for certain resources. At that time, Lu Yuner would naturally not give up on Hu Chen, who was like a cash cow, for some resources, so she refused without a second thought and even reported this to Chen Yi. As a standard saintly figure, Chen Yi naturally punished him severely, and then there was naturally nothing more to follow. After all, they couldn't just throw him overboard to fend for himself, could they? That would be a living person. But, with him here, it's just right. Hu Chen was thinking about how to repay that life-saving grace. He ignored the man and just looked at Chen Yi. Miss Chen, how about we play a game? If you win, I can let you use this ship for rescue. If you lose, you won't have any losses. How about it? Okay. Chen Yi didn't hesitate at all and immediately replied. How do you want to play? I would like Miss Chen to find 10 people from your cabin to come up. We'll play a simple Q&A game. Hu Chen casually took out the can of luncheon meat he had received yesterday from his pocket. I think the people on your ship must be getting hungry, right? Chen Yi frowned slightly. Although she felt something was off, she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. She could only nod and then turn to walk towards the cabin. Clearly, she couldn't get the man beside her to move. Thanks to Mr. Hu for giving us this opportunity. The man began to introduce himself. My name is Xiao Chang. You can call me Xiao Chang, Mr. Hu. Regardless of whether we reach a cooperation or not, I would like to be friends with you, Mr. Hu. What do you think? Hu Chen glanced at Xiao Chang, said nothing, but silently activated the True Sight Eye deprivation version. Agility +1. Is this all they give for being so stingy? Seeing that Hu Chen did not respond, the atmosphere instantly became awkward, and Xiao Chang could only stand there, his face full of an embarrassed smile. In the distance, Xu Hongyu arrived at the bow of the ship, gazing at the Wu Shanghai kingdom shrouded in rain and mist, her eyes filled with amusement. Miss, should I go take a look? Don't meddle. Xu Hongyu blared at the person who spoke. We agreed on 100 meters, and that's it. If you want to see death, I won't stop you. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Xu Hongyu then turned to look around, mumbling, it would be great if someone took this opportunity to attack us. It would give him a chance to be a hero and save the beauty. As soon as she finished speaking, a dark golden light flashed across her. SSS level talent, one thought true word, activated. Chen Yi quickly led 10 people onto the deck. She even specifically reminded everyone what they would face later, urging them to choose wisely. Looking at the 10 people standing in front of him, Hu Chen took a step forward and calmly gazed into Chen Yi's eyes. Before we begin, I have a question for Miss Chen. Do you think human nature is good or evil? How would I know about human nature? Chenyi avoided falling into Hu Chen's trap of thought and retorted, some are good, some are evil, I just do what I want, why should I care about them? Even if someone imposes evil on others because of your goodness, is that the same? That is my responsibility, and I will bear it. After pondering for a moment, Chenyi replied immediately. Very good. Hu Chen smiled and uttered 2 words, his gaze falling on the 10 people as he casually tossed a can. So tell me, if I use this can as a condition for them to make a choice, is it to choose to push someone next to them off the boat in exchange for this can and my protection? Or to choose to give up the can and pass the choice to the next person? Chenyi frowned. She had previously told these 10 people that the one outside is Hu Chen, the Hu Chen who triggered 2 global announcements. So they naturally know what it means to be protected by this person. This condition. For 90% of normal people, it's hard to refuse. Bang! Before Chenyi could respond, a splash exploded beside the ship. Someone fell in. An old man among the 10 hesitated not to push a young girl beside him into the water, trembling arms reaching out toward Hu Chen. Hurry! Let me on the ship! I did it! Hu Chen glanced at the old man, his lips moving slightly. Idiot! After saying that, he turned his head to glance at the Black Panther beside him. Xia Qingwan immediately understood, leaping onto the patrol ship, her tail sweeping to directly knock the old man into the water. Help! Help me! The cries for help rang in his ears. Hu Chen did not go to save the girl who fell into the water, nor did he care about the old man, just looking at the remaining 8. The game for you hasn't started yet. Anyone who tries to run, there will be punishment, you know. The Black Panther sat quietly at the bow of the patrol boat, seemingly waiting for the next person to break the rules. Hu Chen refocused his gaze on Chenyi, continuing from our previous topic. You were right about one thing, people have both good and evil in them, and that's not something you can decide. But you can take a guess. Now there are 8 people left, guess how many will choose the can meat and how many will choose to stay put. If you guess the right numbers, I can lend you this boat. If you guess wrong, as I said, you won't lose anything. Chenyi fell silent. If she followed her earlier plan, everyone should have answered to stay put and not choose the cans. But that recent scene had already gone beyond her control. Before Hu Chen could announce the start of the game, someone had already made a move. With everyone on edge, it was likely that everyone would choose the canned meat. So, in this game, she was bound to lose. I'm not playing anymore. Chenyi looked up, said 4 words to Hu Chen, then turned and walked down the cabin, intending to leave directly. Let's go, save the people. Not playing anymore? Is it really that simple? Hu Chen smiled faintly, quietly observing everything in front of him. Don't move at all. Then, Xiao Chang pulled out a handgun from his waist. He raised the gun with both hands, pointing it at Chenyi. What do you mean we're not playing anymore? We must play. Mr. Hu. Xiao Chang turned to look at Hu Chen, his eyes wild, holding the gun in one hand and pointing at his own chest with the other. I can play too, right? Can I choose? Ha! Hu Chen smiled, spreading his hands. Of course you can. Since Miss Chen is unwilling to guess, then let's forget it. But now you happen to be 10 people, so we can restart this game. Miss Chen, do you agree? Chenyi remained silent, her fists tightly clenched, staring at Hu Chen. Speak up. Are you dumb? Xiao Chang roared, nearly shoving the gun barrel against Chenyi's head. Then I'll take it as your consent. Hu Chen chuckled and gave Black Panther a knowing glance. A shadow flashed by, and before Xiao Chang could react, the gun in his hand was instantly knocked away. Now it's a bit fairer. Hu Chen looked at Chenyi again. Ladies first, let's start with Miss Chen. You can make your choice now. Do you choose to push someone down, or stay? Chenyi remained silent, her gaze fixed on Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang showed no hesitation, kneeling down on the deck, his head lowered as he wept uncontrollably. Chenyi, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I have a wife and children at home waiting for me to save them. You don't choose me. You have 3 seconds to think. Hu Chen softly began to count down. 3, 2. I will push him down. Hearing the answer he wanted, Hu Chen smiled slightly. As expected. Human nature is indeed the most fragile when put to the test. This lesson she received can be considered a repayment for the life-saving grace from a past life. Hu Chen turned to look at Black Panther, just about to signal her to act, when he heard Chenyi's voice again. Pushing him down doesn't mean he can't be saved. Chenyi stared at Hu Chen and expressed her gloom. At worst, I'll take the can meat and pull him up. It seems this lesson hasn't been learned well. However, Hu Chen only glanced at her, then shook his head with a light laugh, tossing the canned meat into her arms. Well then, I can only wish you good luck. Respect others' destinies and enjoy a happy life. If it weren't for Chenyi on the boat, any other saintly person would have been cut down by Hu Chen with his black gold ancient sword long ago to teach them a lesson. As for the reactions after tossing the canned meat, that was not something Hu Chen needed to consider. If he ever encounters Chenyi again, he might casually ask about it. But it's likely he won't have the chance. Shaowan, let's go. Yes, master. The Black Panther spoke, scaring everyone, and then it jumped onto the boat, continuing towards Dujien. But just as the 2 boats had set off for a short while, a loud explosion rang out. The Chu Hongyu's boat has exploded. Enemy attack. A thought suddenly flashed through Hu Chen's mind. This level of explosion could either be an attack from someone wielding firearms or triggered by a talent of a grade or above. At this stage, the points shop has not yet opened, and it is impossible to control weapons of this level, which leaves only one possibility. An attacker with a talent of a grade or above is launching an assault. The opponent is attacking Chu Hongyu, but it doesn't necessarily mean they really want to attack her. They might be trying to strike at the No Shanghai Nation, but their aim is slightly off. The True Sight ability instantly activated. Hu Chen quickly scanned the building still visible above the water and soon locked onto a red shadow. It was not a human figure, but a fireball. This time, the fireball was heading straight for the No Shanghai Nation. Yet, Hu Chen just stood there. As the fireball entered a certain range of the No Shanghai Nation, a burst of flames exploded right in front of him. What a joke! Not to mention that this is just an A-grade talent. At this stage, as long as there are no entities that can counter the characteristics of the No Shanghai Nation, even an SSS level skill cannot cause any harm to them or those on the ship. Just right. I was worried about not finding anyone earlier. This fireball is enough to reveal their location. In the distance, a patrol ship is trailing about 300 meters behind the two boats. Due to the mist, Hu Chen hadn't noticed it until just now when the fireball passed, dispersing the mist and revealing the silhouette of a ship, along with those red and blue lights. Master! Of course, Xia Qingwan noticed this as well. She raised her paw and landed on the deck, a fang exposed. I'll go kill them. Don't kill, just control them, I have use for them. Understood. The Black Panther uttered a word and immediately leaped into the water. In the early hours of yesterday, Hu Chen had once bestowed his attributes to the Black Panther, and the randomly assigned attribute was agility. Moreover, as Hu Chen's only believer, she can gain 10% of his total attributes. Now, the Black Panther's agility attribute has reached 15 points. Although this attribute is far lower than Hu Chen's, it's more than enough to deal with those new villagers on the ship, whose attributes are still within the normal range. Watching the Black Panther jump into the water, Hu Chen stood at the bow of the boat, overlooking the burning ship, shaking his head and sighing. Sigh. As the sound faded, he immediately took off his shirt, revealing muscles like a sculpture, and leaped into the water. Fortunately, there were no strange beasts in the water now. With the enhancement of the True Sight Eye, he quickly locked onto the positions of the 8 people. In addition to Chu Hongyu, there were also those 7 bodyguards. He rescued the 8 people one by one and directly tossed them onto the patrol boat. As for the Unbounded Sea Kingdom, he naturally stowed it away in his backpack. By the time Hu Chen boarded the patrol boat, Xia Qingwan was already waiting for him at the bow. Master, the mission is complete. Hu Chen responded and took out a piece of clothing from the system's spatial backpack to put on. Just as he was about to enter the cabin to see what was going on, Chu Hongyu's voice immediately rang out. Wait! Hu Chen turned to look at her. Suddenly, Chu Hongyu got up and slipped, directly lunging towards him. At this angle, she should fall right into Hu Chen's arms. But he just took a step back. Thud! Chu Hongyu fell directly onto the deck, her head hitting the ground right by Hu Chen's feet. Is something wrong? Hu Chen's voice rang out. Chu Hongyu quickly got up and stood in front of Hu Chen, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle, her eyes locked onto his. I want the person who attacked us. Our deal doesn't include that. Hu Chen replied calmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt, and turned to walk into the cabin, leaving Chu Hongyu standing there, frowning and speechless. From time to time, she looked down at her figure, muttering to herself. It shouldn't be like this. That Hu Chen definitely has some issues. Otherwise, why wouldn't he even glance at me like this? Could it be he likes guys? After all, this is Shidu, such things are not impossible. Chu Hongyu couldn't help but turn to look at the bodyguards behind her who were still choking on water, her gaze landing on one young man among them. Let's try him again later. Inside the cabin. The moment Hu Chen stepped into the cabin, he understood what had happened. The ken he had given earlier was still intact on the table. Chenyi, however, had been tied up tightly and thrown into a corner, her face bruised and swollen, clearly having been severely beaten, and not by the Black Panther. As for the others, at this moment, they were all lying on the ground, the least injured having at least 3 broken ribs, and the most severely injured was naturally the man named Xiao Chang. Hu Chen suspected that if he had come up any slower, this guy might have kicked the bucket right there. He ignored everyone on the ship and picked up the can from the table, approaching Chenyi. Click! The can was opened. Hu Chen held the can in one hand, bringing it close to Chenyi's face and staring into her eyes. This is a new game. If you want the can, I will take you away, but everyone on this ship will die. No canned food, you die with them. What do you choose? Demon, demon. Chenyi looked up, her eyes already bloodshot. She screamed at Hu Chen, you are a demon. But she knew. She knew that there are inherent flaws in human nature. Even if Hu Chen hadn't appeared, their makeshift team would eventually collapse. But it absolutely would not be today. Not now. It was all because of that canned food. Everyone was hungry, but there was only one can. One can, combined with Hu Chen's earlier blatant favoritism towards Chenyi, was enough to awaken the beasts hidden in everyone's hearts. As long as one beast roared, the rest would start to respond. Less than a minute after Hu Chen and the others left, her power was undermined. 2 minutes later, she lost control over the patrol ship. 3 minutes later, the patrol ship turned around and chased after the direction Hu Chen and the others had left. There was only one reason. This group of beasts had discovered a possibility. A possibility that can sink those two ships in exchange for great benefits. It's just a possibility, enough to reveal their vicious fangs. As for the outcome, it's obvious. Demon? Hu Chen chuckled lightly. If someone who survives from hell counts as a demon, then I suppose I can barely be considered one. So, have you made your choice? Shenny glanced over the people in the cabin, their wails echoing in her ears and their smiles flashing in her mind. But in the end, she still closed her eyes, squeezed out 2 streams of tears, said nothing, and just snatched the meat can and stuffed it into her mouth frantically. Chew, swallow. After finishing a not-so-tasty can, she finally looked up at Hu Chen. I want to live. Oh. Hu Chen extended his hand forward, and a black old long knife appeared in his palm. Show me. There were a total of 31 people on the patrol boat, excluding Chen-Yi, leaving 30 people, and now there are only 30 corpses left. Fortunately, before Chen-Yi made her move, Hu Chen swept through them all with the true side-eye deprivation version. In addition to +4 strength, +6 stamina, +3 agility, +3 intelligence, and some miscellaneous stuff, there was an extra gain. Grade A talent, explosive fireball. Talent, explosive fireball. Level A. Effect, after use, it can cause area explosive damage based on the user's intelligence attribute increase. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Note, hey, catch. It's a standard ranged attack talent, and it was this talent that detonated Chu Honyu's ship just now. If this talent were in someone else's hands, it might just be a last resort attack method. After all, a 24-hour cooldown time is indeed a bit too long. But if it falls into Hu Chen's hands, boundless plus explosive fireball equals infinite fireball. See God plus infinite fireball equals immortal fireball. Deprivation plus immortal fireball equals immortal fireball deprivation version. The 3 characteristics were successively bestowed upon this A-level talent, resulting in an instantaneous qualitative change. Talent, eternal fireball deprivation version. Level S. Effect, after use, it can amplify damage based on one's intelligence attribute, causing area explosion damage and depriving the opponent of one of their talents, attributes, items, or equipment, ignoring any fire damage resistance. Cooldown, accumulates 1 fireball every hour, no upper limit. Hidden effect, after accumulating the use of 10,000 fireballs, it can be upgraded. Note, hey, catch. Hiss. Hu Chen looked at the brand new talent that appeared before him and couldn't help but gasp. This talent is simply too overpowered. He walked to the bow of the ship, ignoring Chu Honyu's puzzled gaze, and simply aimed at a stretch of unoccupied water before casually throwing it. A deep blue fireball flew from his palm and landed on the water's surface. Boom! The explosion was 100 times more intense than before, creating a water column that shot up to a height of 100 meters, and even on top of that water column, burning blue flames could still be seen. Waves of water radiated from the center of the explosion, even pushing the patrol boat forward. This power. One single blast could likely level the entire Yulan Hotel. And this is just at the S level. If this talent were to be upgraded to SSS level and combined with multiple traits, a single fireball could reach the level of a forbidden spell. A forbidden spell refers to a talent or skill that has either tremendous power or a great cost to use. Because once used, it may dismantle the onslaught of aberrant beasts or the severity of a disaster, but it would also cause irreversible damage to humanity and even the entire Blue Star. A single thought can invoke a forbidden spell. However, it only ranks 11th on the forbidden spell list. Beside her, Chu Hongyu was instantly stunned. Clearly, she recognized the source of this fireball technique and could deduce that this person definitely did not possess this talent before entering the cabin. A bold hypothesis emerged in her mind. This man's talent, could it possibly be that he can steal the talents of others for his own use? If that's the case, the opponent's talent level is probably also SSS. Thinking of this, Chu Hongyu's resolve to win him over became even stronger. She immediately turned to give a certain young man a look. He understood, and although he looked troubled, he still turned to walk towards Hu Chen. There was nothing too excessive. He just pulled out a white handkerchief from somewhere and handed it to Hu Chen. "Mr. Hu, you've worked hard, let me wipe your sweat." Hu Chen glanced at the man and instantly felt a chill. He turned to Chu Hongyu. "This is your warning, if there's a next time, the deal is off." "Idiot. Hurry back," Chu Hongyu immediately ordered, and the man quickly retreated. "Alright, the ship is for you, continue following. As for the people on the ship." Hu Chen glanced inside the cabin at Chen-Yi standing in a pool of blood. "She'll follow you. If she makes a move against you, you can strike her down freely, and under other resource conditions, you can also give her a share." "Mr. Hu's orders, we will definitely handle it." Chu Hongyu responded with a light laugh. Hu Chen casually released the No Shanghai Kingdom from his backpack, took Xie Qingwan back to the bow of the ship, lay on the beach chair, and continued heading towards their destination. Meanwhile, Chu Hongyu's ship silently followed from 100 meters away, not daring to get any closer. In fact, when Hu Chen threw out the canned meat earlier, he already considered Chun Yi's kindness from his past life repaid in his eyes. As for that recent opportunity, it was because Chen Yi's appearance reminded him of his own situation in his past life, which is why he gave her another chance. If she grasps it, it can be considered a rebirth. If she fails to seize it, then it is her own fate. Of course, Hu Chen also had no intention of keeping her by his side. Once they reached Chu Hongyu's shelter, he would leave Chen Yi there to fend for herself. 1 hour later, the patrol boat ran out of fuel. Unlike the yacht that had evolved into the No Shanghai Kingdom, the patrol boat was not a system item and naturally required fuel to move forward. At this point, let alone Longqi, they were still nearly 30 kilometers away from Dujien. If they rely on just a few people to row, they probably won't make it before dark. With no other choice, Hu Chen had to connect the two boats with a rope, reducing the distance to less than 5 meters, and continue on. Finally, before midnight, everyone arrived at the Dujien area. But when Hu Chen looked at the vast expanse before him, he fell into deep thought. Although that would be a future A-level true dragon, for now, it was just a serpent egg. How could he find an egg in this vast water area? The difficulty is only slightly easier than finding a needle in the ocean. Though he could reach the dragon pool today and return, it would only take an extra hour at most. He still had more than 2 days to find the egg. But even if he had 20 days in such a large area, he still wouldn't be able to find an egg. Why have we stopped? Now that the two boats were closer, Chu Hongyu could communicate normally with Hu Chen. Seeing the suddenly halted No Shanghai nation, she couldn't help but ask. Hu Chen turned his head, his eyes landing on Chu Hongyu, and suddenly his eyes lit up. A thought of true words. If we can get Chu Hongyu to specify someone who can retrieve the egg, wouldn't that solve everything? As for the price to pay for using the true spirit, business is business. It depends on what price Chu Hongyu will set. Miss Chu, I think our deal may need to change. Chu Hongyu frowned, while the 7 bodyguards nearby simultaneously shielded her, clearly worried that Hu Chen might act violently. Don't worry, although I like dealing with the dead, I am very honest when it comes to interacting with the living. Hu Chen smiled slightly. I just want to exchange what I deserve for one thing. What thing? Your word. Chu Hongyu's pupils trembled, clearly realizing something. At the beginning of the disaster, for everyone, their talents were like the color of their underwear. Unless you were Superman, you wouldn't easily reveal them. But Hu Chen's words clearly had insight into what her color was. Ha! Chu Hongyu exhaled a breath of stale air, forcing herself to calm down. Her pupils trembled as she looked at Hu Chen and asked, what do you want to say? There's a dragon snake underwater, or perhaps a dragon snake egg. I need to find it, and your talent can help me. Hu Chen got straight to the point. No beating around the bush, no hiding this information, and even revealing the existence of the alien beast in front of Chu Hongyu. With her intellect, she should be able to deduce something quickly. But Hu Chen felt indifferent. There are countless strange things in the world, especially survivors with all sorts of bizarre talents. In the future, there will be immortal strongmen who can infinitely split their bodies, hidden professions that can sever oceans with a single sword, artificial deities who can see into the future, and traitors who transform into phoenixes and undergo 9 rebirths only to become alien beasts. Which of these is not extremely perverse? They say an innocent man has nothing to fear, but possessing a treasure brings trouble. But what if the one who possesses the treasure is not an ordinary person, but a ruler? Chu Hongyu listened to this and couldn't help but widen her eyes. She had many questions to ask but didn't know where to start, so she had to settle for second best. I can talk, but in return, you need to answer me 3 questions. Hu Chen frowned slightly. He was using the safe escort of a few people as the condition for the deal, and now he's raising the price. Don't worry, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu immediately sensed his thoughts and spoke up. This is a separate deal, not involving your escorting us. Once you escort us to Longqi, you will have another chance to propose conditions. All right. Hu Chen nodded in agreement. 3 questions in exchange for 1 verbal spell, he had no reason to refuse. Then, Chu Hongyu's pupils suddenly flashed with a dark purple light, and 2 flames overflowed from the corners of her eyes. She clasped her hands together and bowed to Hu Chen. I wish Mr. Hu to enter the water once and find the dragon snake you desire, or a dragon snake egg. A gentle breeze swept by. The purple flames at the corners of Chu Hongyu's eyes disappeared. Hu Chen knew that the word spirit had been triggered, yet he felt no abnormalities at all. Aside from a slight chill in his brow, there seemed to be no other sensations. He raised his hand to rub his brow and didn't take the matter to heart, just turning to glance at the Black Panther. Xiao Wan, come with me. After all, that was a serpentine dragon with D-class combat power from birth, so one must be cautious, and even more cautious. Yes. The Black Panther replied and immediately jumped into the water with Hu Chen. Currently, the water in Dujien was already nearly 20 meters deep, and due to the heavy rain, the shallow areas were a chaotic mix, making it impossible to see what was beneath. Fortunately, the divine essence of the sea god was not something to be obtained easily. Once Hu Chen entered the water, it was as if he had become the king of a palace. Everything in his sight was his domain, and wherever his thoughts reached, there were his subjects. Perhaps In this situation, even without the word spirit of Chu Hongyu, he could find that serpentine dragon egg. It was just a matter of time. Come. Hu Chen floated in the water and softly uttered a word. In an instant, centered around him, all kinds of aquatic creatures within a 10-kilometer radius gathered. The swirling shadows gathered like a tidal wave of beasts in a post-apocalyptic disaster, causing the fish on the surface to tremble in fear. Dense clusters of aquatic life converged before Hu Chen, with several notably stronger sturgeons and giant salamanders rushing ahead of the other fish, hovering in front of Hu Chen, their movements clearly flattering. Hu Chen frowned slightly. This is a quasi-mutant beast. Mutant beasts can be divided into two types. One type, like the dragon snake, does not originally exist in this world and appears suddenly through some means. The other type consists of animals that originally existed in this world but gradually become mutant beasts due to the influence of disasters. To become a mutant beast through the second method usually requires going through a certain stage. Quasi-mutant beasts. Like these fish before me, they have already transcended the realm of normal creatures but have not yet reached the level of G-class mutant beasts. Such quasi-mutant beasts possess the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old child. In his past life, he never ventured into the water at this stage, so he had no idea that the fish had developed to this extent. At first glance, it can indeed be shocking. Perfect. Using them to find the dragon snake is more than enough. Find a dragon snake egg or a dragon snake, Hu Chen said, and the few quasi-beasts in front of him immediately set off, each swimming towards the distance with different schools of fish. He naturally did not remain idle, searching nearby with the black panther. Xia Qingwan, also a favored one of the sea god, naturally possessed the ability to move freely underwater. In fact, her swimming speed underwater was much faster than that of some fish. Time flew by quickly. An hour passed and the black panther's speed began to slow down. Although she could move freely underwater, her physique was still that of a land creature, and staying underwater for too long inevitably led to loss of warmth. Hu Chen noticed this as well and calmly spoke up. You should go up first, rest well, and then come find me. Faced with Hu Chen's command, Xia Qingwan had no doubts whatsoever. She only nodded slightly and then swam towards the surface of the water. But just as she was about to disappear from Hu Chen's sight, a shadow suddenly darted past from below the water. Master! The voice suddenly stopped. Hu Chen felt a chill suddenly surge in his heart. Something is approaching. He immediately looked up, only to find that the black panther had vanished without a trace. Something's not right. Could it be that the serpent had actually hatched long ago and only revealed itself to the public after the 3-day beginner's period? It's not impossible. After all, no survivor has ever seen a serpent egg. All of this is merely speculation by those who came later. Hu Chen immediately closed his eyes, using the authority of the sea god to sense the location of the black panther. It was not far ahead, but it was moving at high speed. There was indeed a problem. Hu Chen immediately followed at the fastest speed. But even with his current agility, he could only barely match the speed of the other party, unable to catch up. E-rank. The other party is at least an E-rank beast. That's good. Hu Chen chased for a short while, and the other party soon stopped. This was already in deep water, where the surrounding light should be pitifully weak, yet a faint green glow flickered in the distance. That location was exactly where Hu Chen sensed the presence of Xia Qingwan. Hu Chen did not approach recklessly. Instead, he simply used the push of the water current to move closer to that faint green presence. As the distance closed, Hu Chen increasingly felt that something was off. From his perception as the sea god, there were not just 2 life signs over there, but rather 11. Including the unknown E-level exotic beast in Xia Qingwan, there were still 9 unknown life signs over there. How could there be so many? Forget it, let's go take a look first. Hu Chen moved straight towards the direction of the faint green presence, and when he saw the situation clearly, he was taken aback. It seemed to be the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. As Hu Chen approached, the creature with glowing green eyes also noticed him. 2 flashes of dark green suddenly lifted, and with a flick of its body, it charged towards him with a rush of water. SSS level talent Eye of True Sight Deprivation version activate. Species Dragon Blood Flood Serpent. Level E. Stamina 27 E. Strength 28 E. Intelligence 11 F. Agility 29 E. Talent Blood to Dragon S. Mastered skills Slam E. Venomous Fangs E. Bind F. Note, a serpent that unknowingly consumed a trace of dragon blood, resulting in a horn growing on its head, has become a flood serpent. Ding. Strength +2. A flood serpent with a single horn on its head and dark purple scales rushed towards him. Hu Chen focused on its head and casually drew out his black gold long sword, a slash. The sword fell, hitting the horn. A full increase of 36 points in strength attributes, combined with the quality of the black gold ancient blade, means that not only can one easily sever a horn from the serpentine beast, but it could also split the entire creature in half. After all, this is only an E-rank exotic beast, not a D-rank. Even with just the current Hu Chen, gathering a portion of the surviving members would be enough to slay this serpentine beast. He spared this guy's life for another purpose, naturally. As the horn broke off, the serpentine beast was momentarily stunned, losing its desire to attack Hu Chen. And in the next moment, Hu Chen's voice immediately resonated underwater. Presumptuous. With those two words, Hu Chen directly activated his sea god traits. If you see a deity, why not bow down? As soon as these words were spoken, the serpentine beast seemed to sense something. With an intelligence of 11 points, it's not high, but it's not particularly low either. Even that Chu Honyu only has an intelligence of 10 points. Although this intelligence attribute doesn't fully represent the opponent's logical reasoning ability, it does reflect part of it indirectly. Upon hearing the words divine being along with the aura sensed, the dragon serpent didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, immediately prostrating itself on the water's surface, lowering its proud serpent head, not daring to struggle at all. It couldn't speak, but it could show its submission through its actions. Hu Chen stepped forward with a knife, raising his hand to rest on the serpent's head, which was over a meter wide. Sea God, deity of the sea, activated. Ding! Congratulations, survivor, the dragon blood serpent has become your servant. At the same time, Hu Chen also sensed that his compatibility with the fragment of the sea god's divinity had increased by 0.001%. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and he also sensed the thoughts of the dragon blood serpent beginning to emerge. Great sea god, your majesty, please help your most loyal subject. Hu Chen couldn't help but let out a soft grunt. Help you? I humbly ask your majesty, the sea god, to follow me. The dragon blood serpent turned its head and swam towards a spot not far behind, with Hu Chen stepping on its head. Just a turn, and Hu Chen was shocked by the scene before him. That is not a coffin pulled by 9 dragons, it's a snake. No, it should be called a flood dragon. 9 young flood dragons, yet to grow horns, coiled around a stone tablet about 5 meters tall. Each little snake spiraled around the tablet, swimming, and now and then, a faint dark golden aura would seep into the bodies of these 9 little flood dragons. It seemed they were drawing something from this stone tablet. Xia Qingwan had transformed into a black panther, thrown beside the stone tablet, as if she was intended to be food for these 9 little snakes. Hu Chen casually summoned the water flow to bring Xia Qingwan to the surface. She was merely startled, regardless of whether the red fish on the surface could find her. As long as she could leave this place, she would gradually recover. After all, there was no danger here, so she didn't need to stay. The dragon blood flood dragon watched its prey disappear, feeling a flash of reluctance in its heart. Hu Chen accurately captured the moment and then spoke. Don't worry, I won't let your child go hungry. He once again invoked the authority of the sea god, his pupils flashing a deep blue as he parted his lips. Come! All sea beasts within a 20-kilometer radius sensed it and immediately rushed towards Hu Chen's location. The dragon-blooded serpent also sensed the meaning behind this command and immediately bowed its head. Thank you, your majesty the sea god. Hu Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. It has increased. The range of the waters he could command has expanded. Previously, it was only within a 10-kilometer radius, but as the compatibility with the sea god's divinity increased, the area doubled to a 20-kilometer range. If it continues to rise, Hu Chen didn't dare to imagine. Perhaps, within the entire waters of the Blue Star, he could truly become a sea god. Hu Chen responded and jumped down from the serpent's head onto the stone tablet. There is a saying in the antique circle, dry for 1,000 years, wet for 10,000 years, neither dry nor wet for half a year. This refers to the damage done to antiques by their preservation environment. Many well-preserved antiques come from water pits. This stone tablet, for instance, it should have been preserved in water all along, but the inscriptions on it have become extremely blurred, making it difficult to discern what is written. Not to mention that Hu Chen knows almost nothing about ancient texts. Even if he did have some knowledge, he wouldn't be able to read what is written on it. However, he has another trick. Eye of True Sight, activate. A panel suddenly popped up before him. Name, Qin Shi Huang Stone Tablet. Category, Item. Level, S. Effect, contains a trace of the dragon aura of Qin Shi Huang. If one stays nearby for a long time, they can absorb the dragon aura, greatly benefiting serpents and dragons. Note, the virtuous minister Li Bing, his achievements in water management benefit the present and will last through the ages. I see. Hu Chen instantly understood where this trace of dragon blood from the dragon blood serpent came from. It's from this stone tablet. Wait. This means that the dragon blood serpent already possessed supernatural powers before the apocalypse, but it was only after the disaster that its supernatural powers became quantifiable. That's why it can surpass many other beasts and become an E-grade beast before the novice period ends. So here comes the question. Where did that D-grade dragon snake in my memory come from? If I remember correctly, the scales of that D-grade dragon snake were dark golden, and the dragon horns on its head were not as large as the ones I just severed, but only the size of a palm. It doesn't resemble the dragon blood snake in front of me. It looks more like the 9 small snakes coiling around the stone tablet. After all, the scales on them are all dark golden. Your Majesty, the sea god. The dragon blood snake spoke at this moment, expressing its request. I implore your Majesty, the sea god, to kill me, so that my dragon blood can nourish my offspring. A question mark faintly appeared above Hu Chen's head. He frowned and looked at the dragon blood snake. What do you mean? I want to. The dragon blood snake raised its head, its emerald eyes shining brightly, and spoke to Hu Chen. I want to open a path to the heavens for the snake clan. I ask for your majesty's grace. The way to heaven? Hu Chen frowned slightly, vaguely guessing what this so-called way to heaven might be, but he couldn't understand how the serpent would open it. Based on the developments of his past life, it was clear that this serpent had indeed reached this way to heaven. One of the serpents successfully transformed into a dragon, and once it became a true dragon, it would naturally ascend to heaven. But the specific process, he indeed wasn't very clear about it. Seeing Hu Chen silent, the serpent seemed afraid that he might change his mind and immediately explained its thoughts. The dragon energy on the stone tablet is almost absorbed. Soon, I will provoke the 9 serpents to fight, and the one that survives will be able to enjoy all the dragon energy alone. At that time, I hope your majesty will kill me and mix my flesh and dragon horns into a lump to feed to the surviving child. To monopolize all the dragon energy and devour a bit of dragon blood, that's all I can do. As for whether it can walk that way to heaven, there's no need for your majesty to worry. As long as your majesty agrees to this condition, this. The dragon-blooded serpent said this and then spat out a fist-sized emerald green light ball from its abdomen. Consider it a gift I offer to your majesty. With a sweep of the true sight, Hu Chen's pupils instantly brightened. Name, Jiao Snake Beast Essence. Category, Item. Level, A. Effect, a treasure most precious too, containing most of the beast's power. Consuming it increases strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence by 10 to 15 points each. Hidden effect, collecting 9 different A-level beast essences can unlock the S-level hidden class transfer quest. Note, please prepare cool boiled water when swallowing. We are not responsible for choking incidents. Hiss. This thing is equivalent to 1/9 of a hidden class transfer certificate. Although Hu Chen wasn't particularly interested in an S-level hidden class transfer quest for survivors with beast transformation talents, this is a treasure-level item. While Xie Qingwan's talent isn't considered high, she is loyal enough. Getting her a hidden class to play with isn't a bad idea. Alright. Hu Chen pocketed the beast essence and calmly said, I agree, but what? The dragon blood Jiao snake quickly asked. Hu Chen raised his hand and pointed to the 9 small snakes circling beside the stone tablet. These 9 small snakes belong to me. It's just about transforming into a dragon. From what the dragon blood Jiao snake meant, the help it offered was nothing more than dragon energy and bloodline. Hu Chen couldn't help with the dragon energy for now, but since there was dragon energy on this stone tablet, it meant there could be dragon energy in other places as well. For example, places like the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum. As for the dragon blood, that's simple. Doesn't the dragon blood Jiao snake have an S-class talent, transform blood into dragon? As long as this talent is stripped away and then sequentially copied to those little snakes, won't that solve the problem? This way, all 9 small snakes can survive. Moreover, they may all have the potential to become true dragons. If one day I have 9 true dragons to ride on. Wow! Just thinking about it is delightful. The dragon blood Jiao snake was about to speak, but after a moment of thought, it realized what this person meant. 9 little snakes. In other words, its children don't have to die. Your Majesty, do you mean? Don't get too excited just yet. Hu Chen raised his right hand, resting it on the head of the dragon-blooded snake. Whether it can succeed depends on our luck. If I can extract the dragon blood from you, I can split it into 9 parts and bestow them upon the 9 snakes. If I can't extract it, it will have to merge with your flesh and blood to allow one snake to become a dragon. Deprivation, activate. When using the deprivation talent alone, there is a certain chance of failure. Even if successful, it may not necessarily deprive Hu Chen of what he desires. B. Strength +2. Snake scales +3. Deprivation failed. All 3 deprivation opportunities have been used up. 2 successful deprivations, but neither took what he wanted. The last one even resulted in failure. How did it go? The dragon-blooded snake raised its eyes, looking at Hu Chen with anticipation. As of now, it has failed. Hu Chen frowned and said, looking up at the dragon blood Jiao snake, but there's another option. Do you want to give it a try? Just as the dragon blood Jiao snake was about to agree, Hu Chen interrupted it first. A fireball was in his hand. Don't be too quick to agree. I think you can sense the power of this fireball. As long as you can withstand it once, you'll get another chance. Withstand it twice, and you'll have 2 chances. As for how many chances you need to succeed and how many you can withstand, I don't know. I'll take the bet. The dragon blood Jiao snake didn't think much and simply uttered those 2 words. Its eyes seemed to burn with a ghostly green flame fixated on the fireball in Hu Chen's hand. Good. Since it was its own choice, Hu Chen naturally had no concerns. He first moved to the stone tablet, transforming the 9 small snakes into his followers and sending them into the small pool on the deck of the Wu Shanghai Kingdom. He also tried to take the stone tablet away but found that even with his current strength, he couldn't move the stone tablet from underwater. The black gold ancient sword can indeed cut through it, but once it's severed, the dragon's energy will dissipate, rendering it meaningless. A flash of white light flickered from Hu Chen's left hand. He transferred part of his attributes to the dragon blood python. 10% of the overall attributes. Now, the dragon blood python's attributes, except for intelligence, have all surpassed the 30 mark, becoming a D-level exotic beast. As for the sea beasts that rushed over, Hu Chen sent them all to the shallow waters. As reserve food for the little snake, let's hope they don't get blown up by the residual force. Everything is ready. Hu Chen threw a fireball at the dragon blood python. Boom! With a loud explosion ringing out in front of him, Hu Chen could feel the intense shockwave rushing towards him. Fortunately, the direct damage from this type of talent does not affect him. Otherwise, just that fireball would leave Hu Chen severely injured. Ding! Agility +2. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Hu Chen couldn't help but frown. As the residual flames dissipated, the dragon blood serpent slowly spoke, "Come again." "All right." Hu Chen responded affirmatively, not refusing, and threw out another fireball. Fortunately, Hu Chen's intelligence attribute wasn't very high, and the dragon blood serpent's constitution had already broken through D-level, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to withstand a single hit. Boom! Another fireball exploded. Intelligence +3. The dragon blood serpent seemed to be swaying unsteadily. Its scales were stained with azure flames, gnawing at its flesh like maggots. It seems that even with a D-level constitution, it couldn't withstand the attack of the third S-level talent, Indestructible Fireball. And Hu Chen only had one fireball left. This is the last chance. Hu Chen didn't want to wait for the dragon blood serpent to recover from its injuries before trying again. The main reason was, it couldn't wait any longer. The two unquenchable fireballs struck down, equivalent to applying 2 permanent debuffs on the dragon blood serpent. Even if Hu Chen could wait, he could only watch the dragon blood serpent slowly walk towards its death. The dragon blood serpent understood its situation, nodded, and stared at Hu Chen, who was holding the fireball. "Is it worth it?" Before throwing the fireball, Hu Chen asked it a question. "Ha!" The dragon blood serpent let out a light laugh and looked up at the water's surface. "Don't humans often give everything they have and can offer to their own bloodline? What difference does it make in terms of worth? It's just a different way of inheritance." The dragon blood serpent looked at Hu Chen, coiling its severed horn with its tail. "In the future, please take care of them, Your Excellency." "Okay." The third and final unquenchable fireball was thrown, directly striking the dragon blood serpent's head. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Hu Chen, you have successfully stripped the S-level talent, transforming blood into dragon. Ding! Regional announcement. Congratulations, Survivor Hu Chen has successfully slain the first exotic beast and received an S-level random reward *1. Congratulations to Survivor Hu Chen for defeating the D-level exotic beast, Dragon Blood Serpent, gaining 100 experience points and 1000 points. Congratulations to Survivor Hu Chen for successfully leveling up, gaining 10 free attribute points. Please allocate them on the panel in a timely manner. Detected that Survivor Hu Chen has reached level 2, the system shop is now open. A series of notifications rang out. Hu Chen's gaze swept over to the prize wheel in front of him, but his eyes held a hint of regret. Although they were all D-level exotic beasts, the Dragon Blood Serpent was not one of the leader exotic beasts in the regions. Even if he had slain it, it would only trigger a regional announcement, not a global one. Otherwise, what he would have received now would not be an S-level random reward, but a reward for a hidden profession. But better than nothing, right? Hu Chen looked at the prize wheel, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What would happen if I used the true side-eye deprivation version on this thing? Everything on it is S-level. Whatever I deprive, it would definitely be a huge profit. Say it and do it. However, to avoid unnecessary troubles caused by breaking the rules, it's best to conduct a lottery and deprivation simultaneously. He slightly raised his hand, touching the wheel, as a dark golden light shone in his eyes. Draw, begin. True side-eye deprivation version activated. A flash of purple light accompanied it. The pointer on the wheel landed on a black robe. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Hu Chen for obtaining S-level item, Dark Abyss. Congratulations to Survivor Hu Chen for obtaining S-level item, Contract Scroll. 2 notifications flashed in succession, the wheel disappeared, and a set of black robes and a scroll landed in his hands. It worked! It really can be played like this. In other words, as long as it's a wheel that can trigger a reward, one can use the true side-eye deprivation version to obtain an extra reward. This is just a regional reward. If I can trigger the global reward draw again, especially that hidden profession draw, wouldn't that mean the rewards would double? Hu Chen could clearly feel his heartbeat quickening. If he were still in the water, his breathing would have intensified by now. Never mind that, let's get on the boat first. There are still 9 treasures waiting for him. Dujien, the water surface. Hu Chen returned to the Wu Shanghai nation, where Xie Qingwan had already awakened, just standing at the bow waiting for him. Master! The Black Panther directly knelt in front of Hu Chen, lowering its head like a child who had done something wrong. It's my fault. I've held the master back. It's okay, just be more careful next time. As long as it's not something that needs to be remembered for a lifetime, it's not a problem. Hu Chen was in a great mood and didn't overly blame the Black Panther. He even made a little joke. He turned to the patrol boat behind him. Miss Chu, are we departing in 10 minutes? Is that all right? Listening to Mr. Hu, Chu Honyu immediately responded, not rushing Hu Chen to fulfill those 3 questions. Another first kill. Another regional announcement. This is enough to prove many things. Such hard-earned 3 questions should be carefully considered. No Shanghai Nation activated, heading towards Longqi. Hu Chen quickly walked to the deck, overlooking the 9 small snakes in the little swimming pool. Though the 9 small snakes have become otherworldly beasts, they are merely low-level F-grade beasts with low intelligence. After being taken in by Hu Chen, they naturally trust and depend on him. This dependence is even more intimate than that of the bloodline-inherited dragon blood Jiao snake. He squatted down and plunged his left hand into the pool. The 9 small snakes swam up affectionately, rubbing against him in various ways. Hu Chen revealed a bitter smile. He turned to the Black Panther behind him. Go into the water, find a stone tablet. There's a pile of flesh and longhorns nearby. You can eat 1/10 of it, bring the rest back. Yes, master. The Black Panther jumped into the water without hesitation. Hu Chen's left hand flashed with a white light. Granting, activated. The 9 small snakes sequentially gained the S-grade talent, transforming blood into dragon, their heads breaking through a layer of scales and growing a small horn the size of a pinky. With just one step, the 9 little snakes successfully transformed into dragons, reaching E level. Although their overall attributes are not as good as those of an adult dragon blood serpent, they are still E level. Just one little snake can easily annihilate that patrol ship behind us. Well, except for Chu Honyu. Next comes the real metamorphosis. Dragons. But they still need to have some offensive abilities. S-class talent, indestructible fireball plus dragon blood serpent equals S-class talent, indestructible dragon flame. Then all the little snakes manifested a flame pattern capable of storing a fireball in their bodies every hour. However, due to their species, they can only store a maximum of 9 fireballs. As their level increases, it should be able to improve. SSS class talent, deprivation plus dragon blood serpent equals SSS class talent, devourer of heaven. The pupils of the 9 little snakes turned dark purple, their scales shimmering with black light, and through the water's surface they faintly radiated a rainbow glow. Hu Chen's pupils suddenly lit up as he examined this brand new SSS class talent. Talent, devour heaven. Level, SSS. Passive effect, can devour all energy, substances, and damage that enter the body, making judgments to nourish itself, used to increase attributes and enhance talents. Note, just 1 bite. I really only eat 1 bite. SSS level talent, Eye of True Sight plus Dragon Blood Flood Dragon, bestowal failed. It seems the Eye of True Sight conflicts with the Beast clan, making bestowal impossible. But it doesn't matter, just having the SSS level talent devour heaven is enough. Huff. Hu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air. He looked at the 9 little snakes in front of him, all with their mouths open, waiting to be fed, and couldn't help but smile. Devour heaven. With this talent, these 9 little creatures will at least be at the level of Devour Heaven Python. Even if I can't achieve 9 dragons pulling the cart, having 9 Devour Heaven Pythons pulling the cart is also excellent. Master. The Black Panther surfaced at this moment, bringing a mass of flesh and long horns onto the Wuhai Nation. I have fulfilled my mission, as expected. Hu Chen smiled and nodded, feeling good, and then rubbed Black Panther's head. He drew out the black gold long knife and minced the long horn and flesh together. I'll leave the 9 little guys in the pool to you. First, use this flesh to feed them. If they're still hungry, you can catch fish from the surface to feed them. Once the pool can't hold them anymore, your task will be complete. Understood. Hu Chen turned and walked into the Wu Shanghai Nation, starting the engine while also taking out the 2 S-rank items obtained from underwater. The Abyss is a defensive item that can protect against all mental attacks below S-rank. As for the contract scroll, Hu Chen scanned with the Eye of True Sight and unexpectedly found a little surprise. Name, Contract Scroll. Category, Item. Level, S. Effect, can transform a beast of no higher than S rank into your contracted beast, thereafter sharing a mind and fully obeying your commands. The Eye of True Vision hidden effect can contract up to 10 beast companions of the same kind simultaneously. Once the contract is successful, the contract scroll will automatically upgrade to Contract Scroll Clan version. Note, look. I picked up a cat from the roadside. The one with the character 4 King on its head. If this thing only had the first effect, it would be utterly useless for Hu Chen. But if we consider that hidden effect, it's invincible. Just right to use on those 9 little serpents. Although those 9 little serpents are already his followers can also develop their own ideas, and they are not the tool serpents Hu Chen desires. They could even be swayed by the true sea god. After all, they worship the sea god, not Hu Chen. Right now, they are just 9 little serpents, which the sea god naturally wouldn't care about, but who knows how much these 9 little snakes might evolve in the future. Just to be safe, better to contract them first. Hu Chen returned to the edge of the pool and activated the contract scroll for the 9 little snakes. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Hu Chen for successfully contracting dragon blood serpents *9. The contract scroll automatically upgraded to the contract scroll tribe version. The tribe management interface is now online, and you can manage the tribe at any time through this interface. A new token icon suddenly appeared in front of Hu Chen, right next to the shop icon. With a thought, the icon transformed into a new interface displaying different numbers from 1 to 9, with a three-dimensional little snake icon below each number. Next to the icon are the four-dimensional attributes of the 9 little snakes, as well as their respective talents, skills, and statuses. In the middle of the interface is the dialogue area, where Hu Chen can issue commands to the entire tribe or individuals with just a thought, and he can also see the voices of the 9 little snakes here. Now, well, the dialogue area is filled with the voices of the 9 little snakes scrolling by. For example, Lord Sea God is so handsome. Whoa, we've become Lord Sea God's pets. Hu Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead. It seems that contracting them was indeed the right choice. But now he still doesn't know how to remove them from the ranks of believers and dependents, so he'll just have to let them be for now. Hu Chen, alright, quiet down, and eat. After Hu Chen issued a command in the chat area, the little snakes that were cheering immediately buried their heads in eating. Not even a single voice came out. He turned around again and returned to the cabin, focusing his gaze on another icon. Shop. Logically, this feature should only be unlocked after the beginner period. I wonder if there will be any surprises coming out now. The shop interface unfolded. Just like in his previous life, the shop was divided into 6 areas, arranged in a hexagram pattern. They are daily, materials, skills, items, talents, and trading area. He clicked through each one. The daily area contains some daily necessities, including food, fresh water, and items like children's Breathe Easy bags. The materials area was filled with materials from various exotic beasts, with the types and grades of materials refreshing randomly every day at midnight, with a total of 5 slots, and what gets refreshed depends on luck. From SSS grade phoenix tail feathers to G grade claws from some exotic beast. The items area is the same as the materials area, with 5 slots that refresh randomly every day. The talents area is different. There is only 1 slot inside, and it may refresh a talent or it may not. If a talent is refreshed and purchased, it will turn into a talent book, which can be used by oneself or traded in the trading area. The minimum G level requires only 10,000 points, but the highest SSS level requires a full 100 trillion. In his last life, Hu Chen only refreshed 3 talent books in 10 whole years. Either the quality is extremely low, making it useless to purchase, or the quality is extremely high, even exhausting all points would not be enough for 1/10. After all, it is a talent. Under the same level, professions are the most precious, followed by talents and skills, and finally various items. Because after each disaster ends, all items, skills, and even the attributes of survivors will drop by 3 tiers. For example, the S-level item in Hu Chen's hand. In this disaster, it is S-level, but once it reaches the next disaster apocalypse, its level will drop once, becoming C-level, and after another disaster, it will drop to F-level. This includes the attributes that Hu Chen possesses. Now, having over 30 points in attributes can reach D-level, 40 points is D+, 50 points is C-, and 100 points is C-level. But when the next disaster comes, a score of 50 points is only classified as D-level, and 100 points can only be considered D-level, and so on. The only constants are the profession and talent level. SSS level is just an unreasonable SSS level. Alright, there's also the aberrant beasts. With each new disaster, the attributes of the aberrant beasts will rise to their original levels. Just like that dragon-blooded serpent. Its power during the first disaster was 28 points E-level. If it survives to the next disaster, its power will still be E-level, but its attribute points will increase to 280 points. This is also why Hu Chen is so eager to get the first kill. The later it gets in the disaster, the weaker his advantages will become, so he must accumulate enough advantages early on. As for the trading area, survivors in the area can put the items they acquire up or trade to earn points. Currently, only Hu Chen has opened the shop, and naturally, it is empty. The material area and the item area are the same. The items inside are like chicken ribs, although the prices are low, there is no need to buy them. 1,000 points is not a small amount, but it's not exactly a lot either. After delivering the Chuhong fish to the sanctuary, he still needs to go to Changen to see if he can find something similar to dragon energy. During this time, any consumption will have to be replenished from the market, so it's better to use it sparingly. After a tiring morning, Hu Chen also took a short nap on the boat. About half an hour passed. A continuous range of mountains suddenly came into view. We're almost at Longqi. Xie Qingwan had also fed all the meat, and the 9 little snakes had grown to about 5 meters long. The originally thumb-sized dragon snake horns had also grown to palm-sized. Under Hu Chen's command, the 9 little snakes submerged into the water, freely hunting the fish that followed the No Sea Nation. After obtaining swallowing heaven, these little snakes became like insatiable bottomless pits. Fortunately, this ocean apocalypse has plenty of sea beasts. About another hour passed. In the evening, everyone gradually approached Longqi. Hu Chen also stepped out of the cabin and looked at the patrol boat behind him. We've arrived at the destination. Where is the sanctuary you mentioned? The Longqi mountain range is no small area, with overlapping peaks and an average altitude of over 4,500 meters. Finding a shelter within it, without someone to guide us, it's as difficult as climbing to the sky. Please wait a moment, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu was already standing at the bow of the boat, waiting. She opened the suitcase she carried and took out a flare gun, firing it into the sky. A bright red light streaked across the sky. Even in this thick mist, a burst of red light could be clearly seen. Almost in the next moment, in the center of the Longqi mountain range, another burst of red light erupted. Someone will come to pick us up soon. Chu Hongyu's voice rang out calmly. Hu Chen nodded slowly. Boats outside the mountains are clearly much easier to find than shelters within the mountains. Hu Chen looked down at the 9 small snakes swirling beneath the boat, not in a hurry. Another hour passed. A fleet of boats approached, consisting of as many as 10 speedboats. This is quite an impressive show. Hu Chen yawned, watching as they gradually surrounded the 2 ships in the middle. His eyelids couldn't help but droop. To pick someone up, isn't this quite the commotion? A gunshot broke the silence. A sound also came from one of the speedboats. Chu Hongyu, surrender and you might live, otherwise, your fate will be like this ship. As the words fell, a phantom blade materialized in the air, crashing down towards Wu Shanghai Nation. Crack! With a crisp sound, the phantom shattered, and the ship remained unharmed. Hu Chen shrugged helplessly. See, isn't it awkward? Attack! Seeing that the strike couldn't destroy the ship, the speaker hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. Those who could follow Chu Hongyu beyond this mountain range were clearly on her side. Whether they wanted to completely eradicate the Chu family or control Chu Hongyu, this person had to die. With a single command, the carefully coordinated crew simultaneously launched an attack on the No Shanghai Kingdom. They possess talents related to water, long-range attacks, or support talents that enhance others' attributes. A total of 10 speedboats, and aside from the speedboat drivers, they managed to gather 10 such individuals. Among them, 2 individuals even reached A grade in their talents. For the early days of the shelter, this already counts as a considerable force. Unfortunately, they encountered the No Shanghai Kingdom. Even with 10 A-grade talents, not to mention 10 SSS grade talents, they couldn't shake the No Shanghai Kingdom in the slightest. As for the 9 serpents lurking underwater, at the moment the enemy approached, Hu Chen had already ordered them to lie in wait beneath those boats. With just a command from him, 9 out of the 10 boats would capsize immediately. Of course, that's not happening yet. Ha! Hu Chen yawned, casually leaning back in the beach chair, and turned to look at Chu Hongyu on the patrol boat. Miss Chu, what's the situation now? You should introduce it. He is the person in charge of building the shelter, my uncle, Chu Xiao. Chu Hongyu frowned and said, although he built the shelter, the final authority over the warehouse lies with my father and me. Now he is taking action against me, likely trying to unlock the final authority of the shelter and my father. She did not finish the last half of her sentence. From the current situation, it seems her father is also in great danger. However, with the power of the true word, she did not want to say that out loud. Wait a minute. Hu Chen frowned slightly. If I remember correctly, although Chu Hongyu is the 11th empress, she is not the director of the shelter. Her father has always held that position. Even if I delayed a bit of time in Dujien, it shouldn't have caused her father to be delayed to this extent, right? If it weren't for the No Shanghai Nation leading them along the way, they might not have even reached here yet. What on earth is going on? Forget it, thinking about this now is pointless. We'll find out when we get to the shelter. Understood. Hu Chen calmly uttered 2 words, looking at Chu Hongyu. So, a deal. A deal. Chu Hongyu nodded emphatically. She knew that apart from the unknown great cost of using her words of power, only this man in front of her could help her. I asked Mr. Hu to capture Chu Xiao alive. Aren't you going to ask about the conditions? Hu Chen looked at her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No need to ask. Chu Hongyu also smiled in response. Even if Mr. Hu wants the entire shelter, I will gladly offer it. Now, I have the right to say this. Who wants that thing? It's a hassle. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A middle-aged man named Chu Xiao stood on the speedboat, aiming his gun at the patrol boat. The bullet struck the deck, creating a burst of sparks. Hey! Chu Xiao gritted his teeth, raising his gun at Chu Hongyu. Do you even regard me? Regard you? Or would you be better off in the water? Hu Chen chuckled softly and immediately gave the order. 9 serpents lurking beneath the speedboat immediately moved out. What does 5 meters mean? A standard classroom is typically 9 meters long and 5 meters wide. In other words, the current length of the serpents has already reached the width of an entire classroom. Once the serpents coil, all the survivors on the boat will fall into the water. Before they could even make a sound, they were swallowed by the 9 serpents, becoming their nourishment. A killer is always killed by others. Hu Chen was not plagued by any saintly compassion, thinking about the hardships of those people or whether they were being manipulated. Anyone who laid a hand on him was an enemy. After the boat capsized, the 9 small serpents all swam towards the last small boat. Without Hu Chen's command, they did not attack, they simply placed their heads against the boat's edge, their 9 large eyes staring at Chu Xiao. The speedboat was already small, and 9 serpent heads were enough to circle at once. Chu Xiao looked at this scene. Not only could he not speak, but he was also on the verge of losing his balance. Xiao 1. Master, I'm here. Take Mr. Chu over there and let him show the way. Hu Chen turned and walked into the cabin. It's been a long day, I'm hungry. Survivors need to eat too. Although he could buy food directly from the system store, ranging from compressed biscuits to steaming Buddha jumps over the wall. But with limited points and about to reach the shelter, it was naturally unnecessary to waste those points. Yes, master. The Black Panther responded and immediately jumped onto the boat, grabbing Chu Xiao by the back of the neck and leaping onto the patrol boat. All right. Hu Chen replied, you all keep the lights on behind and continue forward. Wait. Chu Hongyu immediately spoke up. She stepped forward to the edge of the boat. Mr. Hu, for convenience, why don't my uncle and I board your boat first? I also have 3 questions I want to ask you. This is probably out of fear that Chu Xiao still has tricks up his sleeve. Desperation can drive one to act rashly. However, since she is the 11th empress, Hu Chen didn't mind showing some goodwill. Sure. With a thought, one of the serpents swam to the side of the patrol boat. It poked its head out, revealing its neck, signaling the other party to come aboard. Ride it over. Chu Hongyu, being a girl, couldn't help but gasp in surprise at that moment, but she still braced herself and climbed on. The Black Panther continued to carry Chu Xiao, hopping back to Wu Shanghai Nation. Mr. Hu, right? Taking advantage of the fact that Chu Hongyu had not yet boarded the ship, Chu Xiao finally reacted, realizing who his only lifeline was. Chu Xiao struggled to raise his head and looked at Hu Chen. We can make a deal. Whatever you want, I can satisfy you. There are many more beautiful women in the shelter than Chu Hongyu. Women? Hu Chen raised his tone, a cold smile creeping on his lips. Yes, women. Chu Xiao was still dancing wildly in his minefield. Just think about it, we are already in the apocalypse. As long as you want, you can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. No. With your strength, you could have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. If you support that Chu Hongyu, she probably wouldn't agree to you doing this. After all, she's just a woman. So, it's still better between men. Buzz. The buzzing exploded. A black old ancient sword sliced through Chu Xiao's lower body. A half-inch long object fell into the water, swallowed by one of the small snakes. Before Chu Xiao could scream, Hu Chen had already sheathed his sword and turned to walk towards the cabin. A man? You think you deserve it? Watching this scene, Chu Hongyu became even more convinced of one thing. This person likely inherited some special preference from Shidu, so she couldn't help but turn to one of the bodyguards on the patrol boat, frowning slightly. He can't even look at this? It seems that after arriving at the sanctuary, she would need to reselect her bodyguards. What are you staring at? Hu Chen's voice came through. Aren't you going to ask a question? Hey, I'm coming. He walked into the cabin. This was the first time Chu Hongyu had seen the interior of the Wu Shanghai Nation ship. Structurally, this ship was no different from other yachts, not like something produced by the system, but after several attacks, she could naturally tell that this ship was extraordinary. She guessed that it should be related to the earlier flickering blue light. Do you want to ask about this ship? Hu Chen leaned back on the sofa in the lounge, noticing her thoughts. No. Chu Hongyu immediately refused, sitting down next to Hu Chen and opening the small refrigerator embedded in the armrest of the sofa, her eyes lighting up instantly. Inside the refrigerator were a pair of goblets and a bottle of chilled red wine. This model of ship had this configuration, and the owner usually kept a bottle of red wine or champagne inside to entertain guests. This also indirectly confirmed her suspicion. Having finally secured 3 questions, she naturally wouldn't use them now. She took the red wine out of the fridge, glanced at the label, a 2005 Petrus, Mr. Who has good taste. I wonder if you would mind letting me have a glass. Hu Chen knew this was Chu Hongyu's probing, and he just chuckled lightly. Is this one of the 3 questions? Cough, cough. Chu Hongyu choked and had to put the red wine back and close the fridge. She looked back at Hu Chen and directly got to the point. For the first question, may I ask, how did you know what talent I possess? Talent. Hu Chen simply answered with 2 words, which was his response to the question. He indeed confirmed that she was the legendary 11th Empress after using the Eye of True Sight to glimpse the talent Chu Hongyu possessed. Chu Hongyu twitched the corner of her mouth, but there was nothing she could do. She had no choice but to ask her second question. Then how did you know there were serpents underwater? Talent. Again with those 2 words. Chu Hongyu stared intensely at Hu Chen, feeling like her eyes were about to pop out. Although the cost of the previous use of the word spirit was not significant, one could even say it was negligible, it still left her with a weakness debuff. If every question he answered was due to talent, then she would have suffered a huge loss. Alright, the 3rd question. Chu Hongyu spoke again. May I ask, Mr. Hu, what is the specific effect of this talent you mentioned? Hu Chen said nothing, merely casting a cold glance. In an instant, Chu Hongyu felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She clearly sensed Hu Chen's gaze sweeping over her neck, seemingly harboring a murderous intent. In a disaster, the most taboo thing is to inquire about the specific effects of the other party's talent. However, it is still the early stages of the disaster. Human nature has not yet changed to the extent that it would cause one to turn pale at the mention of it, so it is normal that Chu Hongyu does not know this taboo. Hu Chen lowered his eyelids and after a few moments of silence, he spoke again. You can choose another question. Alright. Chu Hongyu immediately chose to change her approach. She raised her hand and tapped the hidden refrigerator under the armrest of the sofa. Can you give me this bottle of wine? No way. Alright. Chu Hongyu didn't hesitate at all, immediately getting up and leaving, as if staying even a second longer would mean her demise. She quickly walked to the deck and looked at Chu Xiao at her feet. Uncle, it's really been a long time. Chu Xiao didn't respond, still immersed in the pain of losing his good brother. If it weren't for him being a survivor with his physical condition somewhat improved, he probably would have fainted from this pain long ago. Chu Hongyu, Bang! Chu Hongyu stepped directly on Chu Xiao's wound. Ha? What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Soon, under Chu Hongyu's warm greeting, Chu Xiao gave directions before fainting, leading everyone deeper into the dragon pool. Not far along, everyone discovered a certain mountain in the Dragon Pool Mountains that was shining with the light of civilization. An independent power supply system is a fundamental condition for a shelter to develop sustainably. As the two ships drew closer, the shelter sent people down to assist. But when they saw that Chu Xiao was being brought down, there was not a hint of surprise in their eyes, only fear. The Chu family, it's people from the Chu family who have come. The director has been captured. The director has been captured. Quick, everyone, return to the shelter. Stand guard. Stand guard. V-room. V-room. With two loud roars, everyone in the shelter began to mobilize, concentrating towards the top of the shelter. However, they had not received professional training, and during the escape, they lost quite a few personnel. At this rate, they were no different from headless flies that couldn't find their way. Hu Chen raised his eyes and couldn't help but walk towards the deck. He looked at Chu Hongyu standing beside him and need any help? You just need to handle the bodies. These are all attributes. Even if every 10 people can provide attribute points once, that would still amount to hundreds of attribute points from over 1,000 people. He doesn't even need to mention the conditions for using deprivation anymore, and he can even gain a promise from Chu Hongyu. No need to trouble Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu smiled in response. This small issue I can handle. I just need to trouble Mr. Hu to stay on the boat a little longer. I'll personally come down to welcome you up the mountain later. Not a bother. Hu Chen said as he stepped off the Wushanghaigua and into the forest. I've been on the boat for too long, I want to come down and take a walk. The Black Panther immediately disembarked, closely following behind. As for the 9 river serpents, they naturally stayed at the bottom of the mountain, continuing to devour the sea beasts in the water. Since Mr. Hu is in the mood, let's walk together. Chu Hongyu also stepped off the boat, glancing at the 7 bodyguards behind, who immediately brought Chen Yi down with them. It's unclear what kind of deal Chen Yi and Chu Hongyu reached, but now Chen Yi seemed to have integrated into the group of bodyguards, directly protecting Chu Hongyu as they disembarked. Mr. Hu, please. Chu Hongyu assumed a host's demeanor, taking the lead in walking forward. Hu Chen put away the No Shanghai Nation and moved forward with her. It's just that there are fewer people responsible for welcoming, otherwise it would feel like a big shot inspecting the countryside. Climbing a mountain without chatting feels rather dull. Hu Chen glanced at the panicked crowd still climbing the mountain and couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Construction team. Chu Hongyu said 3 words, then explained, these people are part of the construction team that was with Chu Xiao. Originally, according to the plan, this shelter was supposed to be completed by March this year, so they are still here. They had only taken a few steps. A stone came crashing down. Before the bodyguards could react, Xie Qingwan stepped forward and smashed it with a swipe. The Black Panther turned its head, looking at Hu Chen for confirmation. Hu Chen shook his head gently. Since he said he wouldn't care at all. He continued walking forward, looking at Chu Hongyu. You guys aren't taking time off for New Year's Eve? To be precise, since the construction of this shelter began, they haven't taken a day off for a full 10 years. Damn capitalists. Capital? Chu Hongyu responded with a question, then chuckled lightly. Perhaps it can be considered as such. You should know that once the accumulation of money reaches a certain level, what matters is no longer the money itself, but rather resources and security. As for resources, our family has more than 3 large oil fields abroad, 5 gold mines, and over 7 metal mines along with vast farmland. Regarding security, besides this shelter, we also have 2 others in Africa and the Grey Eagle territory. The cost invested here could probably exhaust the profits of 1 oil field. Chu Hongyu looked at the crowds rushing up the mountain. As for those responsible for building the shelter, we provide them and their descendants with benefits and treatment far exceeding the average from birth to death. What you see is them not returning home for the New Year's Eve, but this place is no different from their home. You could say that the shelter is a city. All kinds of daily necessities are promptly supplied from outside. While it may not compare to first-tier cities, it certainly exceeds the standards of a typical third-tier city. Housing is allocated, resources are shared. Even if they marry and have children here, the kids will enjoy the same treatment. In terms of education, we have also hired top educational resources from outside. From birth to death, they can live a happy life. Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu looked at Hu Chen. Honestly, in today's society, how many people desire and dream of such a life? And all they need to give is their wholehearted effort to build this city. Isn't that enough? Is this a case of shifting concepts? Hu Chen glanced at Chu Hongyu. It sounds nice thinking of them, but isn't it just to satisfy your own desires? If the apocalypse doesn't come, this city will become a prison they can never escape from. If the apocalypse comes, they will become your servants, just like the whole city. Happiness? It's just a cradle of feudal monarchy. You don't want me to take action, and it's only because you don't want your property to be lost, right? Chu Hongyu immediately put away her previously pained expression. She knew that those words just now clearly couldn't fool the fox in front of her. Now she is worried. Worried that this person might suddenly have a change of heart and think of saving this so-called servants in front of them. Don't worry. Hu Chen's voice rang out again as he stepped towards the mountain peak. This is your family matter, I won't interfere. Whether it's human lives or assets. To Chu Hongyu, they are all the same. The events of her past life indicate that she had cared for the people in the shelter quite a bit. Whether it's love for the people or love for the assets, it's all still love. To Hu Chen, these people are also the same. They are just a burden. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu thanked him softly, feeling somewhat relieved. But outside that group, Black Panther and the bodyguards had already stopped the fourth wave of attack. Although each attack was rather insignificant, it was enough to show the intentions of these shelter natives. But given the current situation, it seems not so easy for you to reclaim the assets. How about we make a bet? Chu Hongyu's eyes lit up. She stopped in her tracks and looked at Hu Chen. I bet on how many days it will take for them to trust me as the new director. If I win the bet, I hope Mr. Hu can help me with something within your capabilities. If I lose the bet, the assets in the shelter are yours to choose from, including the lives of these people. Hu Chen looked at the Chu Hongyu, his gaze filled with scrutiny. Another test. She wanted to gauge whether these people's lives were useful to her. After all, she had been a bit anxious when getting off the boat earlier, and they had demonstrated the unquenchable fireball in front of her, so she probably attracted attention then. Women are just troublesome. But it's just a bet, playing around doesn't matter. So tell me, how many days do you think you need? 1 day. Chu Hongyu raised a finger. I only need 1 day to make them willingly nominate me as the director, without using any coercion or bribery. Hu Chen let out a light grunt. He knows that Chu Hongyu is what Chu Xiao needs, and since it's something Chu Xiao needs, it's naturally something the shelter needs as well. Therefore, coercion and temptation are clearly important means to subdue these assets. Yet she can manage to win over the people of the shelter without using such tactics? That is indeed interesting. You won't use your talent extensively? That price is something I can't afford, Chu Hongyu said with a light laugh. Alright, then I bet with you. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu immediately turned to the 7 bodyguards beside her. Save them. Yes, Mississippi. Except for Chen Yi, the 7 bodyguards moved simultaneously to help those who were injured while escaping and unable to climb the mountain. Fortunately, among those bodyguards, there is one who has healing abilities and can mend some simple injuries. But such a method of winning people's hearts is a bit too low level. However, if that's the case, her gamble is likely to lose. Hu Chen didn't move, just watching and casually chatting with Chu Hongyu as they walked to the mountain peak. At the summit, there is an artificial cave that is 3 meters high and 10 meters wide. The entrance is a large steel door, the thickness of which is unclear, but according to the construction standards for such shelters, it is at least capable of withstanding a long-range nuclear explosion. Chu Hongyu slowly walked up to the steel door, and after passing through a 4-fold verification process involving palm print, voice print, iris pattern, and password, the scene inside the cave appeared on the screen. 5 adult males and 2 adult females were already stationed at the entrance, seemingly waiting for something. As soon as the door opened, they would immediately launch an attack. However, they probably did not expect that there were internal surveillance facilities inside the door. This kind of tactic was bound to be of no use. Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu turned her head with a bitter smile. Before she could finish her sentence, Hu Chen already knew what she was trying to say. Isn't it just that she wants him to protect her? As the saying goes, send the Buddha to the west. Now that they were here, he had no reason not to protect her. Hu Chen casually took out the S-class item, Abyss, and tossed it over. Put it on and walk in front. Chu Hongyu focused her gaze and couldn't help but tremble. S-class item. Did you just throw it to her like that? Even if it's just a loan, it still shows the other person's generosity. So, what level has his talent reached that I can't even ask? Could he be SSS level as well? Thank you. Chu Hongyu put on the Abyss and pressed the button to open the door. A surge of remote attack talents was all directed at her. It's a pity that those with exceptional talent mostly boarded the ship with Chu Xiao, and the remaining people, even if they had some attack talents, were not considered high. They didn't even reach A level, so naturally, they couldn't break through the Abyss's defenses. We can't fight. Retreat quickly. Get to the shelter and destroy the elevator. Freeze. Chu Hongyu uttered 2 words, and a flicker of purple flame flashed at the corner of her eye. The moment of truth was triggered. The few people in front of her instantly froze in place. Chu Hongyu stepped forward slowly, turned to look at Hu Chen, her tone calm. Please take care of these people, Mr. Hu, and just leave the heads for me. Establishing authority. To control such a large shelter, some tough measures are necessary. Hu Chen used a true side-eye deprivation version sweep but didn't deprive anything useful. Then he gave Xie Qingwan a glance. A shadow flashed by, directly severing the heads of those few people. Unlike killing in water, killing on land is troublesome, always leaving some nauseating traces. Blood covered the entire passage leading to the shelter. The smell of blood penetrated everyone's noses and throats. Hu Chen had already gotten used to it, while Chu Hongyu tightly gripped her hands, trying not to show any unusual reactions, and the bodyguards were too busy to look at the gruesome state of the corpses. They were still busy controlling the rescued shelter residents. Do any of you recognize these people? Chu Hongyu turned to look at the people she had rescued behind her. Everyone's faces were pale, and among them, a few struggled to rush forward. The answer was obvious. Looks like there are some. As Chu Hongyu's voice rang out, the Black Panther kicked the heads of those people over like a soccer ball. Chu Hongyu stopped one of them and stepped on it. Well, you are all family, how could you not know each other? Perhaps before I arrived, you were all happily calling each other uncle, aunt, brother, and sister. But what about just now? When you were running for your lives, did they show any intention of helping you? With the main door closed, did they have any thoughts of waiting for you? You treat them as family, and this is their attitude towards family. Chu Hongyu's questions echoed through the corridor. She grabbed one of the heads by the hair and brought it in front of everyone. Look clearly. These people, what part of them resembles your family? Are they like those who fear for their lives, or are they those who would fill a pit with your lives? But all of this is because of you. A little boy, just over 10 years old, shouted angrily. He struggled under the control of the bodyguards, as if he wanted to rush forward and bite Chu Hongyu to death. If it weren't for you, Uncle Li and the others wouldn't have abandoned me. Oh, because of me? Chu Hongyu squatted down, looking at the little boy with a hint of disdain on her lips. If it weren't for me, would he still act this way? Kid, this is the end of the world. It's a disaster. The dangers you will face in the future are far more perilous than what I face. Even if it weren't me, one day in the future, they would abandon your lives for their own survival due to other disasters. Do you really think your life is more important than his own? The little boy choked up, unable to say half a word, but he already had the answer in his heart. This reasoning is something even a child can understand. The other adults who were also rescued understood the implications as well. Do you know why I killed them? Chu Hongyu posed another question, not waiting for anyone to answer before she replied to herself, because they are stupid. She pointed to the corridor beneath everyone's feet. Below here is the shelter, and there are people like them hiding down there, but those people have blocked the elevator access, leaving them to fend for themselves. It's already come to this, and these fools still think they can stop me? For those who abandoned their lives. If I don't go down today, the same situation will repeat itself. How long do you think those people below can survive? 10 days? 30 days? They are trapped in the corridor. How long can they last? 3 days? 7 days? Without more warehouse access, in no more than 30 days, they will start killing each other in this cage. No one's life is more important than their own. Me, only me. Chu Hongyu stepped forward, standing in front of the survivors. Only I can save their lives. Save your lives. Save the lives of everyone in this shelter. Now, I can give you a choice. At Chu Hongyu's signal, the bodyguards released their hold. Either follow me down and become my subjects, or turn around and leave. The boat at the foot of the mountain is my generous gift to you. Most people began to hang their heads in silence. Clearly, Chu Hongyu's words had struck a chord with them. But that little boy raised his head and looked at Chu Hongyu. On what basis? This is clearly my home. The home we built with our own hands. What right do you have to claim it as your own? Home? Ha! Chu Hongyu stepped forward, casually tossing aside the head, her bloodied hand falling on the little boy's head, her fingertips brushing across his face and landing on his neck. With a firm squeeze, the little boy was lifted up by one of her hands. Chu Hongyu's gaze was as calm as ever, merely observing the changes in his expression. Just as the little boy was about to suffocate, Chu Hongyu threw him to the ground. He fell to the ground, coughing and gasping wildly, as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. Chu Hongyu stood in place, looking down at him. I can take your life, and now that I've returned it to you, does that mean your life belongs to me? The little boy did not answer, only looking up at Chu Hongyu with eyes full of hatred. But he did not speak, nor did Chu Hongyu make a move. She merely looked at the others. What about you? How do you want to choose? Including the little boy, there were 13 survivors rescued, and not one chose to escape down the mountain. Everyone stayed in place. Very well. Chu Hongyu uttered 2 words, then turned and walked to Hu Chen's side, making an inviting gesture. Mr. Hu, please. The 2 walked at the front, followed by Black Panther, the 7 bodyguards, Chen Yi, and then the survivors at the back. They walked to the end of the corridor, where a 1-meter-long pillar stood, with a massive hollow space outside. Looking down, faint lights could be seen scattered below, at a height of nearly 100 meters. They hollowed out the entire mountain to create a shelter. This is no shelter, it's clearly a city. Indeed. It seems that only a shelter of this level could afford the safety that the Chu family speaks of. No wonder the construction period could be so long and the cost so enormous. After Chu Hongyu completed a permission authentication and unlocked, the elevator started up. As an elevator capable of holding 100 people appeared before them, empty and desolate, Hu Chen and Chu Hongyu couldn't help but smile. If the people below had any organization or resistance, this elevator shouldn't be empty, but rather filled with survivors ready to fight to the last. This scene now is enough to illustrate the chaos and cowardice of the crowd below. You all wait for me here. Chu Hongyu turned to the bodyguards and others behind her and said, Mr. Hu, do you mind taking a trip with me? The guest is free to decide. Hu Chen stepped forward and entered the elevator, with the Black Panther following closely behind. Chu Hongyu entered the elevator alone and then closed the elevator door. At this point, only the two of them and the Panther were left in the elevator. Was that just a rehearsal? Hu Chen knew the reason for her actions but still found a topic to inquire about. It can't escape Mr. Hu's notice. Chu Hongyu lightly chuckled and explained, part of what I just said was indeed what I intended to say below. If they heard it again, it would always be a bit awkward. That little boy. I plan to stay. Chu Hongyu chuckled lightly, understanding his meaning. After all, no matter what organization it is, there will always be opposing voices. What's concerning is not knowing where those voices come from. With him around, I can cultivate an opposing voice myself. Even if others join in, it will still be a voice under my control. However, Chu Hongyu's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Once we go down later, there may still be some resistance, and I'll need your help to counter it, Mr. Hu. It's a small matter. Hu Chen spoke calmly. When I say I'll take you to the shelter, it won't just stop here. With that, the shelter has arrived. As the elevator doors slowly opened, the scene inside made Hu Chen momentarily stunned. He turned to look at Chu Hongyu, who was equally dazed beside him. Is it customary for your place to start resistance with kneeling? A sea of heads was lined up in the shelter. Looking around, not a single person was standing. Just looking at this situation, it seems there's no need for Chu Hongyu to give any speeches. A simple call will be enough to crown him emperor. This atmosphere, it's just too strange. They only passed through a long corridor and an elevator, and these people suddenly figured everything out? Mr. Hu, please, Mr. Hu, save us. A heavy voice emerged from the crowd, immediately followed by a chorus of cries. Please, Mr. Hu, save us. The voices of thousands echoed simultaneously. Clearly they had discerned Hu Chen's true identity to some extent and reached a consensus. Rather than choosing Chu Hongyu as the leader of their refuge, only to be held accountable later, it's better to choose such a powerful figure. If given the choice, would you rather choose a recognized strongman as your support, or a little girl depicted as ruthless and cruel? Anyone with a functioning brain wouldn't choose the latter. After all, the unknown is the best. In the eyes of these survivors, Chu Hongyu's image has long been completely destroyed by Chu Xiao. Without a long-term effort to redeem himself or a significant event to change his persona, it is likely that no one would want such a person to lead them. In contrast, Hu Chen is different. He has triggered 2 global announcements and 1 regional announcement, almost perfectly aligning with everyone's image of a savior. As long as they promptly bow down and show their loyalty, this savior will surely eliminate wicked people like Chu Hongyu and stay here to protect them. At that time, they would have a strong backing. Master, what are they? Xia Qingwan was confused about the situation and couldn't help but ask. However, Hu Chen and Chu Hongyu only needed to hear their cheers to understand their little intentions. Hu Chen chuckled lightly and took a step back, clearly not wanting to get involved in this matter. But in the next moment, Chu Hongyu's eyes ignited with dark purple flames once again. Freeze! This time, it was aimed at Hu Chen and Black Panther. Before he could react, Chu Hongyu directly grabbed his wrist, took a step forward, and shouted out loud in front of everyone. I, Chu Hongyu of the Chu family, today take over Shelter 001 with my husband Hu Chen. If anyone has objections, come forward and speak. I have something to say. Hu Chen roared inwardly. But he was rendered immobile by Chu Hongyu's spell. After all, she was using an SSS level spell, and when facing Hu Chen, who was just 1 rank higher, it was truly effective. However, his intelligence attribute had at least reached level E, so even if he was immobilized, it shouldn't take too long. Sure enough, just as Chu Hongyu finished speaking, Hu Chen immediately regained his ability to move. The Black Panther beside him was a second slower but also regained movement, extending its sharp claws and pads, inquiring through action whether Hu Chen wanted to attack. Hu Chen simply shook his head lightly. Although Chu Hongyu's solution was somewhat clever, even if he weren't here, she would still have a way to resolve the situation. He merely provided her with a solution. From a business perspective, it's just a slight loss of reputation. There's no need to eliminate a powerful ally for the future. When this sentence was spoken by Chu Hongyu, all the survivors in the shelter felt as if the heavens had shattered. The long-awaited support has unexpectedly become the new husband of the Chu family. There is no doubt about it. After all, no man can refuse someone of Chu Hongyu's status and beauty. However, at this point, everyone has no choice but to accept their fate. A man in a suit hurriedly squeezed out from the second row of the crowd to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. He didn't dare to stand up and could only crawl on the ground to the front row. He looked up, just about to speak, when Chu Hongyu recognized his identity. "You are my little cousin, right?" With a smile at the corner of her mouth, Chu Hongyu softly stated their relationship. "What? Are you here to usurp my power?" "No. No, no." The man in the suit immediately shook his head wobbling like a rattledrum. "Miss, our relationship is so distant. How can I be worthy of being called your little cousin? I work for your family. I'm here to let you know that." Before he left, the sir gave some instructions. Hearing the second half of the sentence, Chu Hongyu's expression suddenly turned cold. "Sir," before he left. Just these two words are enough to explain a lot. Clearly, the only person that the suited man would refer to as sir is the head of the Chu group, and before he left obviously doesn't just mean leaving the shelter. Dujien raised his hand and patted the hand she was holding. "Alright, you go ahead. I'll handle things here." "No." Chu Hongyu's hand not only didn't loosen but instead tightened a bit more. She turned to look at Dujien in front of her tone carrying a hint of pleading. "Can you go with me? Just think of it as my request. Consider it a wager this time?" "Sure." A once manageable effort was used by Chu Hongyu in this way. Dujien didn't mind, allowing her to hold his wrist as if giving his silent consent. "Lead the way." "Alright, miss." With a call and response, the man in the suit immediately urged everyone to stand up. He hurried over to a row of electric cars and said to Chu Hongyu and the young master, "Miss, young master, this way please. This shelter is truly a place where every inch is precious." "A road? That's simply impossible. Between the houses, there is only a road less than 3 meters wide, which can only accommodate pedestrians on both sides and a single electric car passing through." Dujien had no choice but to ride the electric car, taking Chu Hongyu behind him toward the center of the shelter. As for Xie Qingwan, she had to slow down to half her speed just to allow the electric car to catch up to her figure. The center of the shelter is a 9-story building, the tallest structure within the entire shelter, while the other buildings are at most 6 stories high. Looking at the mountain that is about 100 meters high, it seems that the entire depth space has not been fully utilized. Perhaps the Chu group still intends to add something inside, but unfortunately, they didn't have time to install it. Upon entering the tall building, the elevator goes straight to the basement level. As Chu Hongyu pushed open the morgue door with Dujien, they saw a middle-aged man quietly lying on the operating table. It doesn't seem like waiting for a daughter, but rather for a doctor. "What do you mean?" Chu Hongyu's voice rang coldly. "It's arranged by Mr. Chu. Chu Xiao." The man in the suit timidly replied from behind, "Miss Chu, you know there's still a storage warehouse that hasn't been opened, so get lost." Chu Hongyu shouted angrily. The man in the suit immediately bowed and hurriedly left. From the elevator's unlocking procedure, the method to open the storage warehouse should be similar, likely requiring a biological password as well. This corpse is placed here, clearly to obtain these passwords. Chu Hongyu looked at her father's corpse but didn't rush forward. Instead, she turned to close the door. "Mr. Hu, I hope you don't mind spending some time alone with me? This woman is up to something." Dujien glanced at the Black Panther who was about to follow, signaling her to wait at the door. He stepped forward, entering the morgue, expressing his stance. Bang! The morgue door closed. Chu Hongyu stepped forward, her fingers resting on the corpse's face. "Mr. Hu, you should already know what my talent is, but do you want to know the limits of my talent? Wait, what do you want to do?" Dujien pupils trembled, vaguely sensing a possibility. This crazy woman can't be thinking of. "Actually, I also want to know if this thought word spirit can do anything," Chu Hongyu uttered, and the dark purple tail flame rose again at the corner of her eye. "Bring me back to life. Can it really bring someone back to life?" Dujien actually had this doubt in his heart as well. If this thought word can resurrect the dead, then couldn't it also give a buff of resurrection to those who are not yet dead with a little adaptation? If this buff exists, wouldn't it mean he could choose to deprive and bestow life without any side effects? Hypothetically, if this buff can stack infinitely, then an immortal body wouldn't be a dream. This trip was definitely worth it. Everything hinges on whether Chu Honyu's spirit of words can be effective this time. The dark purple tail flames dissipated, but the person lying on the operating table remained there. It seems to have failed. Just as Dujien was about to say a few comforting words to Chu Hongyu, the latter suddenly burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, I got it. I got it. Wait a minute. This resurrection, could it be that the leader of the Chu family was resurrected into Chu Honyu's body?" Dujien immediately activated his true sight to confirm that the person in front of him was still Chu Hongyu herself before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he saw the dark purple tail flames rising again from the corners of her eyes. "I want him to regain his heartbeat." In an instant, a faint sound of collision echoed in the silent morgue. He saw the man's face on the operating table gradually turning rosy at a visible rate. Did it succeed? Dujien couldn't help but exclaim. Although it was just a restoration of heartbeat, not a true resurrection, it was still absurd enough. The heartbeat has returned, at least that's half a life restored. From a scientific perspective, as long as there are no external injuries, the organs are intact, and the brain cells are reactivated, true resurrection can be achieved. No wonder this SSS level talent has such significant side effects. This ability is truly extraordinary. Bang! Just as Hu Chen was dumbfounded, Chu Hongyu swayed and collapsed directly. Chu Hongyu! He exclaimed and rushed forward. With the true sight activated, he immediately confirmed the status. The panel was no different from before, except the status section had several additional debuffs. Weakness LV1. Effect: all attributes reduced by 10%. Duration: 23 hours and 45 minutes. Decay LV1. Effect: intelligence attribute permanently -1. Duration: permanent. Near death LV1. Effect: vitality forcibly locked at 1 and forced into a coma. Any damage within 24 hours will trigger death. Duration: 23 hours and 59 minutes. Hiss. These three states are progressively harder to deal with. The weakness should be caused by using a word spirit on that group of people in the corridor, while the decay might have been triggered when dealing with myself and Black Panther. The near-death state is obvious, as it's the cost of Mr. Chu's heartbeat restoration. 24 hours. I can't just stay here for 24 hours. It's already 7 p.m. and there are still 53 hours left until the beginner's period ends. If I waste time here, no matter how powerful my allies are, they won't be able to make up for it. Wait. States. That's right. If I use deprivation on her now, there should be a chance to strip the state away, right? According to the description of that near-death state, her stamina will be forcibly locked at 1. Even if I deprive her of her attribute values, she shouldn't die but remain at 1 instead. In that case, it's worth a try. Even if I strip away true word, I can still reassign it to her, right? Here comes a shot of true sight deprivation version. I don't know if it's because too much non-chi was used on the dragon blood serpent today, but it directly stripped away the near-death state with a 100% success rate. A pitch-black glow, as dark as ink, gathered in the palm of Hu Chen's right hand. Fortunately, this state, after being stripped away, did not directly come to Hu Chen, otherwise he would have collapsed to the ground, a dead fish at the mercy of others. As for where to send such a treasure, Hu Chen thought for a while. He couldn't just put the near-death state back on Mr. Chu, could he? Seeing that Chu Hongyu was about to awaken, he had no other choice but to open the shop interface, spend 10 points from the materials section, and purchase a G-grade beast whisker, attempting to imbue it with the black glow. The black glow dissipated. The originally G-grade beast whisker instantly upgraded to F-grade, with the special attributes section prominently marked as near-death LV1. Moreover, because the target was an inanimate object rather than a living being, the duration also vanished, directly becoming a permanent state. It worked. Hu Chen tucked the whisker into the pocket of his pants on the right side, just in case. I don't know if the near-death state works on high-level exotic beasts. If it does, that would be equivalent to a one-hit kill. Chu Hongyu murmured. Her eyelids trembled slightly as she gradually lifted her gaze. Is this Mr. Hu? You couldn't have stayed here for a whole day, could you? It seems that Chu Hongyu was aware that she triggered the near-death effect, otherwise she wouldn't have said such a thing. What are you thinking? I wouldn't waste that much time here. Hu Chen casually replied, I just helped you cancel that state. As for the cost, you've almost sold your whole shelter to me. I can't think of what else you could use to pay. Chu Hongyu smiled sweetly and immediately got up from the ground. Then the young lady has nothing to offer in return, so I can only offer myself. You want to take advantage after getting something? Dream on. Hu Chen took a couple of steps forward and approached the operating table. Let's talk business. The method you mentioned isn't very complete. It is incomplete. Chu Hongyu also immediately switched back to her normal state. This is the limit of what I can do at the moment. If my abilities can improve further, perhaps I can help my father restore the normal functioning of his other organs. There's still a glimmer of hope. Hu Chen nodded. It's already quite difficult to achieve this step. By the way, Mr. Hu. Chu Hongyu looked at Hu Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of hope. Since you've brought me to the shelter, our transaction can be considered complete. Aside from the supplies I promised to give you as soon as possible, is there anything else you want? Before Hu Chen could respond, Chu Hongyu spoke again. From what you just said, it seems like you have something else to do, and you're in a bit of a hurry. How about I accompany you? You? Hu Chen expressed his confusion. Yes. Chu Hongyu smiled. The shelter matter is easy to handle. Just give me 12 hours, and I can arrange everything here. I'll go with you to take care of your business, and once you're done, you can bring me back. If you have no other matters, the shelter can also be your home. That's another way of recruiting. Hu Chen shook his head with a light smile. For him, while Chu Hongyu is quite good, she can only be an ally. Matters involving women, he won't get involved. At least not now. My situation is a bit complicated, you can't interfere. Hu Chen said this as he walked towards the morgue exit. The items will be ready in an hour, and as for your other promise, don't worry, I'll find time to collect. Under Chu Hongyu's coordination, those items were prepared in just half an hour. Whether it was fresh meat, canned food, or purified water, everything was prepared in double the amount. However, it's strange that the survivors responsible for transporting the goods look like male models from a talent show, each with their own unique charm, the only commonality being they're all handsome. Hu Chen has reason to suspect that Chu Hongyu has some misunderstandings about him. But that doesn't matter anymore. Even the engagement news has spread. What does this little misunderstanding count for? Hu Chen reboarded the Ngo Shanghai Nation, but instead of rushing to leave, he used the map left by Chu Hongyu to let the Ngo Shanghai Nation head towards Changen on its own. Dragon Chi. If he wants those 9 serpents to evolve further, he must obtain enough Dragon Chi. If the dragon energy on the stone tablet comes from the first emperor, then there must be enough dragon energy somewhere. The tomb of the first emperor. In fact, even if there is no dragon energy inside, Hu Chen will reach the vicinity of the tomb of the first emperor before the novice period ends. The reason is simple: dungeons. After the novice period ends, in addition to regional beasts awakening, some special dungeons will also refresh on Blue Star, announced globally every 24 hours, with each region refreshing a coordinate. As long as survivors reach the coordinates, they can enter the dungeon and obtain items, skills, points, experience, and more to enhance themselves. Of course, the dangers within the dungeon are not comparable to those in the outside world. Outside the dungeon, you only need to worry about natural disasters and potential man-made calamities. But inside the dungeon, in addition to these two things, you also need to complete specific main quests to leave the dungeon. Otherwise, once the countdown ends, death is the only outcome. If one is only focused on survival, participation in the dungeon is not mandatory. However, with the continuous occurrence of disasters, those survivors unwilling to participate in the dungeon will ultimately face a slow death. There is a replica inside the mausoleum of the first emperor. S-level replica, Earth Realm. In the last life, when Hu Chen and Lu Yuner had accumulated enough experience and arrived at the Earth Realm, it had already been cleared by a big shot from the Salvation Society, who published all the clearing details and rewards in the regional channel. This is the only S-level or above replica in the next 10 years that has all the clearing strategies posted in the regional channel. Although there are some lower-level replicas with clearing strategies, replicas of this level are still rare. Besides the Salvation Society, no one wants to do such a thankless task. Even if some organizations have the clearing strategies for other replicas, they would never publish them in the regional channel. Instead, they keep them within the organization to help their members strengthen their abilities. After all, those who have the ambition to establish organizations in the apocalyptic disaster mostly have considerable ambitions, preparing to become emperors and gods in this reshuffling. Hu Chen unfolded the map. From the map, the mausoleum of the first emperor is about 600 kilometers away from here. According to the speed of the Ngo Shanghai Nation, it would take him at least 13 hours to reach there, assuming that the entire travel route is over water. It's only been 1 day since the apocalypse began. Even if it rains, it shouldn't flood the entire mountainous region from Chuan to Changen. Perhaps we'll still have to travel some distance over land. But none of that matters anymore. Time to sleep. After a long day, Master Hu finally lay down on his small bed. Under the protection of the Wu Shanghai Nation and the escort of 9 E-class little snakes, he could finally enjoy a peaceful sleep. February 18, 7 p.m. It has been 2 days since the disaster struck, and in another 29 hours, the novice period will come to an end. Hu Chen slept until now, and when he opened his eyes, he had already entered the territory of Changen. Just as he lifted his eyes, the Black Panther immediately approached, its voice slightly urgent. "Master, you're awake." Hu Chen responded and rubbed his temples. Having slept for so long, he felt a bit of a headache. There's no helping it, after nearly 10 years in the dungeon, he hardly had any good sleep. Opening his eyes meant seeing the regional chat channel, and closing them meant feeling the waves of pain coursing through his body. This is the first time in a long while that I've slept so soundly without any worries. He turned to look at the panther, his expression a bit strange. "What's wrong?" "I'm hungry." Xia Qingwan helplessly spoke, raising the panther's head, her eyes filled with sadness. "If you're hungry, just eat," Hu Chen said matter-of-factly, pointing to the piled-up supplies not far away. "Aren't there canned food and fresh water?" "Without the owner's command, I don't dare to touch anything." "Fine, from now on, you can freely use any supplies on the ship." "Great. Thank you, Master," Xia Qingwan immediately exclaimed, and then transformed into her human form, grabbing 2 bottles of fresh water, going into the icehouse to retrieve fresh meat, and walking towards the kitchen on the ship. "She wants to cook." I didn't expect Xia Qingwan had this skill. Hu Chen immediately got up. He didn't remember the last time he had home-cooked food, and both his stomach and mouth were craving it badly. He followed Xia Qingwan to the kitchen, only to see her transform back into a black panther. 1 piece of fresh meat, then a gulp of water. Swallowed it whole, seemingly enjoying it a bit. Hu Chen was instantly petrified. True, Xia Qingwan is only 19, and before the apocalypse, she was just a well-off, naive girl. Expecting her to cook fried rice would be about right. "Master?" The Black Panther turned to Hu Chen, its paw clutching a piece of fresh meat. "Are you going to eat?" You eat, I'll have something else." Hu Chen was also hungry. He spent 100 points to buy a rice cooker, 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of various vegetables, and various seasonings, casually placing these items aside. The Black Panther puffed out its cheeks, its eyes wide open. Seemingly guessing what its master wanted to do, after swallowing the piece of meat, it just stopped eating. Hu Chen, feeling helpless, took a piece of fresh meat from in front of the Black Panther and started cooking. The yacht was fairly well equipped, although it couldn't use gas or anything like that. It had an induction cooktop, allowing for some simple stir-frying. After an hour of busy work, a simple home-cooked meal was ready. Master is amazing. The Black Panther immediately praised, nearly spraying drool all over Hu Chen. Alright, take it to the dining room, it's time to eat. Okay. The Black Panther transformed back into human form and walked towards the dining room with the food. Hu Chen followed closely behind her, but just as the two stepped into the dining room, a figure was already standing inside, looking at them with an embarrassed expression. Could I get a pair of chopsticks? A woman. A woman shrouded in a layer of shadow, only vaguely recognizable as a person. If she hadn't spoken first, Hu Chen might not have been able to determine her gender. As the question was posed, the entire dining room fell silent. If it weren't for the fear of wasting the feast prepared by her master, Xia Qingwan would probably have transformed into the Black Panther by now. With the cast of the True Sight-Eye deprivation version, there was no response at all. The other party seemed to possess a talent to suppress True Sight-Eye. Buzz! The black old ancient sword suddenly appeared in Hu Chen's hand. He stepped forward and stared at the figure. Remove your ability, or die. Hey, it's just for a meal. I can trade something for it, okay? The woman's voice rang out, but she had no intention of removing her ability. Seeing this, Hu Chen decided not to say much and directly charged forward with his knife. But just as he took a step forward, the woman flashed with a spark of light and disappeared from view, as if she had never appeared. Immediately, a voice echoed outside the unbounded Shanghai nation. If you don't want to eat, then don't. So stingy. Hu Chen quickly stepped forward, holding his knife as he reached the deck and looked towards the direction where she vanished. All he could see was a shadow lurking on the water's surface, disappearing from sight. Elemental ability. From the ability the woman displayed earlier, it included at least 3 elements. The silent wind that entered the cabin, the shadow wrapping around her, the thunder generated when she vanished, and the water she submerged into. Not only was she able to wrap herself with 4 elemental powers, but the smooth transition between these elements could only be attributed to the legendary SSS level ability, 9 Sovereigns. As the pinnacle of elemental talents, the 9 Sovereigns encompass 9 attributes in total, including the common elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as 4 rare elements yin, yang, wind, and thunder. It's normal that the SSS level talent, the Eye of Truth, cannot see through her. If only this talent could be stripped away. Hu Chen had this thought flash through his mind, but then he shook his head. Clearly, it's impossible. She is one of the 2 survivors among the 10 who surrounded the B-level beast, plus she has the yin element to block the Eye of Truth's detection. And deprivation, the fire element can immunize her from the damage of the indestructible fireball, and the wind element even provides speed. This talent almost completely counters Hu Chen as he is now. He just didn't expect to encounter her here. He only hoped that everyone could keep to themselves and not stir up any trouble. Hu Chen put away his ancient sword and returned to the cabin, but he was stunned as soon as he entered. He saw Xia Qingwan frozen like an ice sculpture, standing there in a daze, while the 2 plates of food in her hands were still steaming. In front of her stood a shadow, holding his chopsticks, scooping up his rice, and eating his dishes. Just as he stepped into the cabin, the dark figure shivered, immediately putting aside everything in hand, and vanished in a flash of lightning. The food is delicious. Count me, Li Qiannua, as owing you 1. As she finished speaking, the ice sculpture like Xia Qingwan returned to normal, looking apologetically at Hu Chen. Master, Hu Chen raised his hand to interrupt her self-blame. It's fine, encountering such a female rogue is unavoidable. Li Qiannua, huh? If I didn't know your real name, I might have really been fooled by you. Hu Chen immediately opened the chat channel for the Changen area, scanned the overwhelming messages, and didn't pay much attention, just sending a message inside. Hu Chen, a confidential message, in exchange for the location information of Lu Xiener, valid at any time. Once the message was sent, the regional chat channel first fell silent, then erupted into a frenzy of messages. Zhou Shangjuan, no way. Am I seeing this right? Is it that Hu Chen? Zhao Hongda, I don't think anyone would dare impersonate that person, right? I've heard from some old brothers from Shu that he's gone nearly insane. Su Wen, wait. Lu Xiener, I think I have an impression of that name. Lu Xiener. Zhou Shangjuan, alright, the main character has appeared. Now tell me, how did you offend this big shot? Lu Xiener, I don't know. I was at home, just woke up, and saw my name. Hu Chen, I see. How about you share your location info, and I'll come personally to apologize. Lu Xiener, no need. You're so busy, how could I trouble you to come? It's just a misunderstanding, please withdraw that transaction. Hu Chen, no withdrawal. 2 words were dropped. The regional chat channel suddenly erupted with a flurry of laughter. Humph. On the surface of the water not far from Wuxanghai country, ripples appeared, and faintly, there was a soft pout heard. Stingy. Drink cold water. Don't you want my address? I'll just follow you and see what you do.
Next time you cook, I'll come and snatch your food.
As a ripple spread across the water's surface, Luciener silently arrived at the bottom of the Wu Shanghai Nation ship. There was initially nothing unusual, but when the vessel started, 9 hunting sea serpents immediately surrounded it, encasing the entire Wu Shanghai Nation.
Luciener was instantly paralyzed with fear. How could there be snakes here?
Blending into the water, she dared not make a sound, only pressing tightly against the bottom of the ship, silently praying for the sea serpents to retreat quickly. But as the ship gradually sailed away, she realized something. These snakes had no intention of leaving, instead, they seemed more like guardians,
guarding this vessel. On the ship,
Hu Chen had not received any information related to Luciener.
It makes sense, a person who can transform into any element at will, who could possibly discover them if they wanted to hide.
He also did not plan to receive news about Luciener early on. As long as the bounty was posted, that was enough.
What is most important now is to find the dungeon.
I don't even know if this beginner period has ended, or if it's possible to trigger the dungeon. If possible, I can enhance my strength before the regional beasts respawn. After all, I've already eliminated the original regional beasts, and I don't know where the new ones will appear.
It's always good to be prepared. As the No Shanghai Nation speeds ahead, by the time Wu Chen and the others finish their meal, they have arrived at Lishan. Currently, the water level within Changen is approaching 20 meters.
Some small buildings have been completely submerged, but for Lishan, it's just reached the foot of the mountain. There are still many survivors on the mountain, though they are all hiding in the darkness. The lights on the boat are like the blazing sun to them, attracting wary glances. Resources on the mountain are limited. Every additional person increases consumption and risks conflict. Hu Chen stepped onto the deck, exposing himself to everyone's gaze, his D-class physique's voice even overpowering the surrounding sound of the heavy rain.
My name is Hu Chen, nice to meet you.
I didn't prepare any gifts for the new year, so I'll give you all a piece of advice. Later, when I go up the mountain, stay as far away as you can, or else. A ball of unquenchable fire was thrown from his hand.
Boom! The peak of Mount Li is lit up. On the mountaintop, torrential rain carried rocks tumbling down.
Yet Hu Chen stood on the Wu Shanghai Nation, unaffected by the falling rocks.
Once the landslide ended, Hu Chen stepped onto Mount Li.
He looked around but did not store the Wu Shanghai Nation in his backpack. Instead, he left it casually by the mountainside. After the recent intimidation, he estimated that no one would dare to confront him directly.
Fishing. He wanted to see how many people on this mountain would succumb to temptation and dare to board a boat in such conditions.
Not to mention just some ordinary survivors. Even the deer spirit with 9 statues wouldn't be able to sail away once on the boat. At that point, with 9 ear-rank serpents lying on the boat, let's see who could still escape.
He estimated that even the deer spirit would have to be left on the boat.
Hu Chen made his way up the mountain. He donned the S-class item, Abyss, and no matter how heavy the rain poured, not a drop touched him.
The regional chat channel was completely blown up.
Mount Li isn't small, and there are quite a few survivors on the mountain. Almost everyone saw the burst of flames on the mountaintop earlier, and with Hu Chen's earlier mention of a secret, various speculations started flying around in the chat channel.
Louis Ru, do you think the secret this big shot mentioned is related to the top of Mount Li? Zhang Yuanzong, how is that possible? I've been to the top of Mount Li and didn't find any secrets at all.
Zhou Shangjuan, it's called a secret for a reason. How could you figure it out just by looking? It's said that there's the tomb of the first emperor on Mount Li, so it wouldn't be surprising if there were any secrets up there.
Wang Bei, it's a pity I don't know any news about that Luciener, otherwise I would definitely share this secret with everyone. Luciener, Hu Chen, can I sell my own information? Tell me the secrets you know.
Hu Chen saw the messages popping up in the chat while climbing the mountain and smiled helplessly.
This guy, sure enough, just like in the previous life, he's really shameless.
In the 10 years of his previous life, everything was taken away from Hu Chen by Lu Yuner except for the power granted to him by the disaster. Besides that useless mall, the chat channel was his only glimmer of hope for survival. After the first disaster ended, a global chat channel would appear in addition to the regional chat channel, and various rankings would be selected from the global chat channel.
The top 10 of the heavenly rankings were no exception. However, the top 10 rarely appeared in the chat channel except for Lu Xiener.
This guy ranked 3rd on the heavenly rankings with an SSS level talent, 9 sovereigns, but in terms of group strength, he was absolutely at the top.
Until Hu Chen showed up. The two would often bicker in the group chat, sometimes with sarcasm and other times transforming into crazy zealots from Zuan.
As they argued, they ended up becoming friends. Even some confidential information was shared with him by Lu Xiener through private messages. Hu Chen didn't seek death in his past life, he held on to this glimmer of hope. I'm looking forward to Lu Xiener possibly finding herself and saving herself. At that time, even if she becomes someone else's tool, it's better than being Lu Yuner's tool. What a pity. The previous meeting was their first encounter in 2 lifetimes. Her shameless appearance hasn't changed at all. Hu Chen also sent a message in the chat channel using his thoughts. Hu Chen, sure, as long as you dare to appear in front of me, I'll tell you.
Lu Xiener, you're talking nonsense. Just now you only wanted location information. Even if there's no middleman to profit, you shouldn't raise the price like this. Hu Chen, if others privately message me with their location, you can't run away. Now you give me a location and then turn around and run, where am I supposed to find you? Lu Xiener, I'm naturally useful. Xu Xingjie, what do you mean? Lu Xiener, you're such a noob, bro. Hu Chen, it's related to secrets and copies. Lu Xiener, daddy, I was wrong. Let's talk about the trade.
Seeing Hu Chen's message, Lu Xiener felt a tremor in her heart and almost lost control of her elemental state.
In an instant,
the 9 serpents around sensed the movement and immediately looked towards the bottom of the boat. 18 pairs of glowing eyes scanned the bottom of the boat but found no clues. Lu Xiener also suppressed her racing heart, not daring to act recklessly.
In the regional chat channel, Hu Chen, at the top of Lishan in the ancestral temple of humanity, if you dare to come, I'll tell you. Lu Xiener, deal. Then, can you first call away those snakes next to your boat? Oh right. Hu Chen suddenly remembered, this guy is terrified of snakes. In his previous life, the top 10 of the heavenly ranking originally planned to focus on hunting B-grade pseudo-dragons, but because Lu Xiener was extremely afraid of those long creatures, they were forced to change their target to another B-grade exotic beast. Wait a minute. Does that mean this guy is right around the area of Wu Shanghai Nation?
Hu Chen turned around and hurriedly walked down the mountain. Just as he was about to reach the side of the boat, a dark shadow suddenly flew up from the water, holding the Unshanghai National. The 9 dragon-blood serpents immediately lunged at it. The dark shadow did not hesitate to drop the Unshanghai National and fled the scene, leaving only one sentence behind.
See you at the top of Lishan. Got it. This guy really was hiding under the boat.
If it weren't for those 9 dragon-blood serpents, she'd probably plan to stay hidden like this until the next time he and Xie Qingwan had a meal, just to mooch off them. One must say, she's indeed clever. Hu Chen shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to turn around and head back up the mountain. As shameless as she is, she still knows where to draw the line in situations like this.
Master. Xie Qingwan spoke up from the side. How about I go around from the back? No need. Hu Chen interrupted her. If she wants to leave, we can't hold her back.
There's no helping it. Even among SSS level talents, the 9 sovereigns are among the strongest. It can freely control and even transform into 9 elements. Unless one uses powers beyond the elements to deliver a fatal blow, it cannot be retained.
Let's go up the mountain first.
Yes. The two made their way up the mountain. When they arrived at the ancestor temple, that dear fairy was already waiting there in a shadowy form. Hu Chen used his true vision eye to scan and found a few survivors hiding in the temple. This wasn't arranged by the dear fairy. It was likely that the survivors on the mountain saw the chat records and decided to come here for a chance. Although such people are easily killed, only they have the possibility to seize opportunities amidst the disasters. Finally here. The dear fairy chuckled lightly, standing at the temple entrance, looking at Hu Chen from a distance. Come on, let's hear the secrets. It's called a secret for a reason. It must be for one person only.
Hu Chen looked at the ancestor temple. There are still some ears inside. Do you want to deal with them, or should I?
The dear fairy turned her head to look at the ancestor temple, and ripples arose in her heart.
As expected.
This guy must have some kind of probing talent, otherwise he wouldn't know his own name or that someone is hiding in the ancestral temple. But what about the long knife in his hand just now and that fireball thrown to the mountain peak?
3 talents? Could this be the reward for completing 2 global announcements?
The quantity does match up. But what about that ship, those 9 serpents, and this survivor who turned into a black panther beside him? For the current survivors, it's impossible to even hear about or come into contact with such things, let alone obtain them.
Yet he possesses them all and even knows about the instance. What on earth is going on? Stop being dazed. Hu Chen noticed Lu Xiener was deep in thought and immediately interrupted. Are we going or not? If not, I'll find someone else.
Since you, the big shot, have spoken, I'll just obediently watch from the side. Hu Chen said nothing, just gave Xie Qingwan a look. The other party lunged forward and immediately transformed into a shadow, darting into the ancestral temple. Without receiving a direct order from Hu Chen, she naturally wouldn't rashly kill anyone. She only drove the 4 people inside out.
2 men and 2 women.
Among them, one pair is a young man and a little girl, and when Hu Chen saw them, his eyes instantly lit up. Wei Shu, the future 7th on the heaven ranking, and elder of the Savior Association, he also cleared the S-grade dungeon, the Earth Kingdom, and published all the content in the chat channel. Hu Chen used the true vision eye to scan and discovered that the other party possessed an S-grade talent 100 refinements. A physical enhancement talent, simply described as, whoever can't kill me will ultimately make me stronger. All damage inflicted on him, as long as he isn't killed in one hit, will strengthen his physique. It is also a type of growth talent. However, this kind of talent shouldn't be able to rank 7th on the heaven ranking. The little girl next to Wei Shu is named Wei Xiaoqing. She looks about 70% similar to him, likely a younger sister, and possesses an S-grade talent, fortune sensing. An exploration-type talent, although not as powerful as True Vision Eye, it has a unique ability that True Vision Eye does not possess. She can gauge the attitudes and states of all living and non-living beings around her through the state of her aura, allowing her to immediately detect any dangers or find useful items and tools.
As for the other two, a middle-aged man with a sinister gaze, dressed in a hunter's outfit, looks at everyone as if they were prey. His talent is average, just a B-level shooting talent. The other woman is trembling in the crowd, huddling her fur coat against the pouring rain, her eyes occasionally darting towards Hu Chen. It seems she is not brewing anything good. Indeed. Just as the Black Panther was driving them over, the woman lunged directly at Hu Chen. This action was as deliberate as it could be. Buzz! The sound of a blade rang out, slicing through the body. A head immediately rolled down from the mountain peak, tumbling off the cliff amidst the pouring rain. Ah! The little girl beside Wei Shu let out a scream. In the next moment, Wei Shu covered her mouth with his hand and quickly pulled her behind him, looking at Hu Chen as if he were a monster. Don't be nervous, Hu Chen said as he sheathed his long knife and kicked the woman's corpse down. I'm a bit unwell, but it's nothing serious. It's just that when a woman touches me, I feel all sorts of discomfort and even have thoughts of killing. Of course, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't kill randomly. Since you all are here, why don't we discuss a deal? Hu Chen looked at the crowd with a friendly smile. I wonder how much each of you is willing to pay to buy your own life. Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing remained silent, just staring intently at Hu Chen. Only that old hunter. His gaze quickly shifted from Hu Chen to the Black Panther. Just as he finished speaking, it was quick. The old hunter drew a dagger from his waist and lunged directly at the Black Panther. As a hunter with a physique of 8, strength of 8, and speed of 7, accumulated over years of hunting experience, he could easily take down most survivors. What a pity. Xia Qingwan belongs to a small minority. Even without beast transformation, under Hu Chen's attribute boost, she could take down an old hunter with one hand. With one claw strike, the old hunter was instantly slammed to the ground, with several bones broken and his dagger rolling away. Xia Qingwan looked up at Hu Chen, seeking permission to take action against him. In other circumstances, Hu Chen would have acted without hesitation. However, Wei Shu is here. He still didn't want to kill someone unless absolutely necessary. Wei Shu was the kind of person he once aspired to be. But for various reasons, he had become what he is now. Yet, someone as pure as Wei Shu still deserves his respect. His goodness towards all beings is the most genuine and selfless. Hu Chen slowly shook his head, and the claw that was ready to end the old hunter's life fell back to the ground. How about this? I propose a small plan. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Hu Chen smiled lightly at Wei Shu and the little girl behind him. In the chat channel, you saw it too, right? This dungeon requires a team of 5 to start. We have 3 here, and since this old guy is useless, we can disregard him. Adding you 2 makes it just right. As a reward for buying your lives, all the gains you make in the dungeon will belong to me. How about that? Wei Shu frowned and immediately spoke up. I'll go with you. Let my sister go. So she really is his sister? Hu Chen frowned slightly. That's strange. From Wei Shu's attitude towards Wei Xiaoqing, he shouldn't have never heard that name in his past life. Brother. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Wei Shu stared at Hu Chen, unsure if sweat mixed with rain was sliding down his face. Including that guy on the ground, there are still 5 people. He's more useful than my sister. We should take him along. Before Hu Chen could respond, Lu Xiener, who had been watching from the side, calmly said, staying here is more dangerous than being with us. This is indeed the plain truth. Once the dungeon starts, an alert will be triggered in the area. Everyone in the area knows that Hu Chen and Lu Xiener have come to the Ancestor Temple, and everyone will come here to join the fun. At that time, Wei Xiaoqing would be like a delicious cake placed on the table, and everyone would want to take a bite. Even if Lu Xiener is unaware of this, she can still infer human nature. As soon as it goes quiet here, the others on Mount Li will immediately rush over to check. Wei Shu tightly held Wei Xiaoqing's hand, caught in a dilemma. Brother, please let me go in with you. Wait a minute. Hu Chen tilted his head, looking at the two with surprise. Aren't I the one in charge here? Why are you two so conflicted? For a moment, there was silence outside the Ancestor Temple. Hu Chen crouched down, looking at Wei Xiaoqing behind Wei Shu, and waved, little girl, come over here. Wei Shu's heart raced with alarm, and he tightened his grip on Wei Xiaoqing's hand, not daring to make a move. But Wei Xiaoqing broke free from Wei Shu's hand and ran towards Hu Chen, seemingly not afraid of this brother at all. S-class talent, Chi observation. In Wei Xiaoqing's eyes, Hu Chen's anger wouldn't hurt her. She stood in front of Hu Chen, obediently looking up at him. My name is Hu Chen, what's yours? Wei Xiaoqing. Hello, Xiaoqing. I'm older than you, so you should call me brother. Good girl. Hu Chen raised his hand and ruffled Wei Xiaoqing's hair. I've decided, you'll join us in the dungeon. As for the other one. The words were not finished. The old hunter who had been smashed into the floor tiles suddenly got up and charged at Wei Xiaoqing with a dagger. This old hunter wanted to threaten Wei Xiaoqing to force Hu Chen to let him go. After all, anyone with eyes could see Hu Chen's affection for this little girl. In the next moment, an ancient sword fell from the sky. It pierced through the old hunter's spine, the entire blade sinking into the floor tiles. Hu Chen looked at the corpse and casually pulled out the ancient sword. I told you that I want to kill someone whenever I touch a woman, why don't you believe me? Having said that, he held Wei Xiaoqing's little hand and walked towards the ancestor temple. Along the way, both Wei Shu and Lu Xianer looked at him with a ghostly expression, while only Xie Qingwan silently followed behind him. Let's go. Hu Chen looked at the two. What are you staring at? The two said nothing, only staring at his hand holding Wei Xiaoqing's. This is just getting closer. Oh, this? Hu Chen also sensed their gaze and then chuckled as he explained, just to clarify, my condition is sporadic, sometimes I won't kill. No matter if Hu Chen would kill or not, Wei Shu would not back down. He stepped forward, passing by Xie Qingwan, and came to Wei Xiaoqing's side, holding her other hand, ready to protect her at any moment. As for Lu Xianer, she naturally wouldn't be intimidated by any of this. From what Hu Chen implied, he not only planned to tell her the secrets of the instance but also intended to take her directly into it. This kind of good fortune is not something one can seek but must be encountered. 5 people entered the main hall of the ancestral temple one after another. 2 statues, built later, stood in the center, Nuwa and Fushi. After entering the hall, Hu Chen bowed slightly and the few people behind him followed suit, paying their respects to the 2 statues. Then he began to pace within the main hall, walking around it again and again as if searching for something. The token. Each instance opens for the first time with a token. According to the strategy guide for the Earth Realm instance provided by Wei Shu in his previous life, the token to open the Earth Realm is a piece of token hidden within the main hall of this ancestral temple. It's just that I don't know if the token has been born yet since the novice period hasn't ended. As the saying goes, since we're already here, we can't just leave without searching, can we? Shao 1. Hu Chen walked to the right side of the main hall, drew his long knife, and pointed to the left side of the main hall. Start from the left and dig up the foundation of this temple. Yes, master. With those 3 words said, the dear fairy's pupils clearly lit up. These 2 words don't sound like something someone from a certain circle would say, instead, they seem to come from the heart. She couldn't help but glance at Hu Chen, her confusion growing. This guy said it takes 5 survivors to enter the instance, which means this woman transformed into a Black Panther is also a survivor. But why would a survivor willingly recognize him as their master? Don't just stand there, everyone together. Hu Chen had already started prying up the tiles while still glancing at that dear fairy. With 9 avatars, digging was as easy for her as it is for a mole. But it seemed she was intentionally hiding her skills. After responding briefly, she ran outside the temple, picked up the old hunter's dagger, and began prying up the tiles. Seeing this, Hu Chen felt a surge of blood rising in his throat, almost breaking his composure. You're pretending to be brother. Wei Xiaoqing called out softly, causing Wei Shu and Hu Chen to turn their heads towards her. She pondered for a moment, then immediately hugged Wei Shu's arm and sweetly called out to Hu Chen, Brother Hu Chen, the thing you're looking for might be about 10 meters under those 2 stone sculptures. As a 7-year-old girl, she's already a skilled water carrier. Thank you, Xiaoqing. Hu Chen spat out a sentence, then immediately stepped forward to move the 2 stone carvings with an ancient knife. Since witnessing the sea god, he has been filled with awe towards these deities. Even if he doesn't believe, he still respects them. After the stone carvings were moved, Hu Chen didn't start chiseling. He simply looked at Lu Xianer, silent. What are you looking at me for? Lu Xianer put her hands on her hips and proclaimed confidently, as a girl, you won't make me do manual labor, right? If you don't act soon, I'll go down the mountain and randomly find someone to join the team. Hu Chen naturally knew how to get to this girl's weak spot. Boss, you just take a rest. Leave this tough work to me. Lu Xianer immediately spoke, waving her hand, and a yellow-brown fountain erupted from the spot where the stone carving had been. In less than 3 seconds, a completely golden token was revealed before everyone, but as it came into contact with the air, within seconds, the token transformed from its original gold color to an ancient bronze hue. Absolutely. Hu Chen's pupils suddenly brightened. This is yet another opportunity for a significant leap in strength. With his understanding of the Earth Kingdom from his past life, along with this team's configuration, he is confident he can clear it within 20 hours. Then he will still be able to catch the end of the novice period and the respawn of regional beasts. At that moment, the token fell into Lu Xianer's hands. She played with it in her hands, not giving Hu Chen any indication. Is this the key to opening the dungeon? It also depends on who holds it. Hu Chen interjected from the side. Some people holding it are no different from having a piece of scrap metal, and it might even expose their secret of having 9 statues. Lu Xianer, upon hearing about her talent, was not surprised at all. While looking at Hu Chen, she had already put the token away. Scrap metal can still be useful. Worst case, I'll just take my time to figure it out. I've heard that some people have the talent to strip others of their talents. If he finds out who possesses an SSS level talent. Dad. Lu Xianer immediately bowed without hesitation, holding the token with both hands and presenting it to Hu Chen. I was wrong. Good. Hu Chen has no psychological burden in taking advantage of this guy. He casually took the token, traced the patterns on it with his fingertips, and without any concealment, he drew an ancient knife across his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the token. Ding! With a crisp sound, the entire ancestral temple began to tremble. Regional announcement. Congratulations to survivor Hu Chun for opening S-level dungeon Earth Realm. Tip: this dungeon requires 5 people to enter simultaneously. Please choose your teammates carefully. 5 people indeed. In an instant, Lu Xian'er and Wei Shu both looked at Hu Chen, their eyes filled with suspicion. Knowing where the dungeon is, how to open it, and the specific number of people required to enter. Is it really that coincidental? Or did he already know all of this before the catastrophe struck? Hu Chen quickly selected the 4 people beside him, and a confirmation prompt popped up in front of them. Do you confirm joining survivor Hu Chen's team and entering the dungeon? Yes. The 4 confirmed one after another. With a flash of golden light, everything disappeared along with the 5 people, including the No Shanghai Kingdom at the foot of Mount Li and the 9 serpents. Plop. Accompanied by 5 muffled sounds. The 5 of them fell into the liquid simultaneously. Just as Lu Xian'er attempted to transform into the water element, an ancient knife had already stabbed towards her. The speed of the ancient knife was incredibly fast. So fast that it almost didn't give Lu Xian'er a chance to react before the blade pierced through her body. Of course, it only pierced through her body. At the moment the blade made contact with Lu Xian'er, the 9 statues were passively triggered, forcibly changing her from the water element form back to the gold element form. The ancient knife naturally couldn't harm her in the slightest. What are you doing? Wait. This is Mercury. Lu Xian'er first shouted in anger. But before she could finish her words, she noticed that the water around her was strange. It was silver white and flawless, without a ripple, and there were no signs of any living beings inside. Hu Chen responded, confirming Lu Xian'er's guess. Mercury Sea. This is the first barrier to entering the Earth Nation. The mercury here will affect all survivors with a constitution below 20 within 3 seconds, plunging them into a negative state. Even if Lu Xian'er possesses 9 avatars, if she doesn't transform into gold element form immediately, she will also be affected. His strike was aimed at triggering the passive effect of the 9 avatars. Hu Chen casually released No Shanghai Nation and jumped up. Help, get everyone up here. Sure thing, Captain. Lu Xian'er waved her hand, and 3 streams of mercury lifted the remaining 3 people up. Even Xie Qingwan, after undergoing beastification and receiving a 10% attribute boost from Hu Chen, only reached a stamina of 18, let alone the other 2. The 2 people and a leopard lay on the deck of No Shanghai Nation while Lu Xian'er looked around, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. This ship is indeed some kind of item, otherwise he wouldn't carry it with him. Who knows what kind of luck this guy has had, getting all the good stuff. What are you looking at me for? Hu Chen pointed at the 3 lying on the deck. Hurry up and get the mercury they inhaled out of their bodies. Just the 2 of us won't make it through the next dungeon. This statement was actually meant to fool that dear fairy. From his understanding of this dungeon, bringing Xie Qingwan along would be enough to clear it, though it would take a bit longer. Originally, he planned to randomly find 3 guys who didn't want to live and enter the dungeon together, eliminating them during the Mercury Sea stage. With his agility, it would be enough to save just 1 person. But who would have thought he would run into the dear fairy, so he naturally chose a faster solution. Got it. The dear fairy responded, and 3 thin columns of mercury emerged from the bodies of the 3. She then leaned closer to Hu Chen with a curious expression and asked, Captain, from your tone, it sounds like you know exactly what's in there? Not exactly. As Hu Chen spoke, he looked at the shadow, just like I'm still not sure what one of my teammates looks like. Speaking of which, the appearance of the dear fairy is one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the past life. Whenever the dear fairy appears, she always shrouds herself in a layer of dark shadow using her Yin attribute, never revealing her true face. Some say that the dear fairy is as beautiful as a celestial being, and she hides her appearance to prevent beings from envying, being jealous of, or obsessing over her beauty, which would overshadow her true strength. Others say that the dear fairy is incredibly ugly, and she avoids showing herself to prevent scaring everyone. Generally speaking, it takes less than 3 days for the latter to turn into the former, loudly praising the dear fairy's beauty in the regional channel. It's almost a daily occurrence, just like clocking in for work. As for whether there has been any threats, well, the person involved claims there haven't been any. The only one. That is, Hu Chen. As the dear fairy's #1 hater, he has maintained a daily criticism record ever since he was imprisoned in the dungeon. Though he is a hater, he genuinely wants to see the dear fairy's true appearance. Want to see? With a puzzled look, the dear fairy tilted her neck and said, No way. I didn't bring any needle medicine with me. I'm afraid it won't get better if I look. You. While the 2 were bickering, the 3 also gradually woke up. Xie Qingwan lowered her head and approached Hu Chen, while Wei Shu tightly held Wei Xiaoqing's hand, looking around at the surroundings. As all 5 entered a state of wakefulness, a prompt sounded. Ding! Welcome to S level, please. The cold mechanical voice was interrupted by a glitch. Before everyone could understand what was happening, a heavy and ancient voice exploded around them. Those who come to meet, why do you not bow? The 4 words fell. The 5 people above the Wu Shanghai Kingdom showed no signs of abnormality. Instead, they looked around as if searching for the source of the sound. Hu Chen raised an eyebrow.
If I remember correctly, these 8 words are aimed at individuals with an intelligence attribute not exceeding 15. Anyone below this attribute point will be judged as submissive LV1 and will kneel before the source of the sound. Throughout the entire, all attribute values will be reduced by 5%, which is a considerable debuff. But now, none of the 5 have knelt. It seems that the No Shanghai Nation has blocked this judgment. This makes things much easier. Ha, the bones are still quite tough. The voice of the world echoes again. I await your deaths. Don't keep me waiting too long. Beep. Congratulations to the Survivor team for triggering the A-level main quest audience. A-level main quest audience. Quest description: your arrival has offended the Emperor's Majesty. Please enter the land quickly. Quest time 59 minutes 59 seconds. Quest reward calculated cumulatively. Quest failure erasure. The 2 words in bright red flashed in front of everyone. Aside from Hu Chen and Xie Qingwan, the other 3 couldn't help but frown. Erasure. The weight of these 2 words is self-evident. Look, we're all in the same boat now. Hu Chen smiled at everyone, showing no signs of tension at all. But with only 3 people left, even that dear fairy has no mood to talk to him right now. Because a string of bubbles emerged on the surface of the Mercury Sea right before them. Something seemed to be trying to burrow up from beneath the Mercury. Look up. Hu Chen uttered 2 words, and a ball of light blue flame had already gathered in his palm. Boom! At the moment everyone looked up in response, a fireball was already thrown out. A rain of deep blue began to fall over the Mercury Sea. The faint firelight illuminated the Mercury, and the refracted light combined with the flames, turning the entire Mercury Sea into a light blue hue. Under that light blue, a pair of eerie green pupils suddenly lit up, and then they dove towards them. Be careful! Wei Shaoqing also exclaimed at this moment, tightly gripping Wei Shu's arm. Those are otherworldly beasts? Correct. Hu Chen chuckled lightly, no longer using fireballs but instead holding the ancient black gold sword at an angle. F-rank beast, silver bat. Kill 1, gain a bit of experience, earn some points. How much you can gain depends entirely on yourselves. Experience. Upon hearing these 2 words, both Lu Xian'er and Wei Shu's eyes lit up. Those who can achieve the heavenly ranking in the future naturally understand how rare this opportunity is. Lu Xian'er even directly waved her sleeve, sending forth a sea of flames. Captain, you take a break, this kind of rough work is up to us. Hu Chen held the ancient sword, smiling without speaking. If it were as simple as just F-rank beasts, could this truly be called an S-rank dungeon? Beside them, Xie Qingwan immediately transformed into a black panther. She leaped to the top of the No Shanghai Nation, standing on the ship's roof, barely reaching the silver bat hovering above the Mercury Sea. Seeing this, Wei Shu also pulled Wei Shaoqing and immediately set off. Experience and points, these are the foundation of our existence. According to what Hu Chen said earlier, all the rewards from entering the dungeon must be given to him. Even if the points can be exchanged for items or traded directly to him, he can't take away the experience, right? This is the only benefit they can take away. Xiao Cheng. Hey! Wei Shaoqing responded obediently and turned to Hu Chen. Brother Hu Chen, is there something you need? Keep going. Hu Chen tossed the black gold ancient knife in his hand over, and Wei Shaoqing immediately caught it with both hands. The ancient knife was as tall as she was, making it look a bit ridiculous in her hands, but she still held it up with both hands, managing to rest it on her shoulder. Brother Hu Chen, what is this? Consider it a loan from you. Hu Chen replied with a light smile. Then, Wei Shaoqing looked up at Wei Shu. Brother Hu Chen, can I lend it to someone else? Since it's said to be borrowed from you, as long as you don't lose it, do as you wish. Got it. Thank you, Brother Hu Chen. Go ahead. Wei Shu didn't understand Hu Chen's intentions, but he still immediately took Wei Shaoqing onto the ship. Both of their attacking methods were limited, and only by learning from Xie Qingwan's approach could they catch some silver bats on the ship's deck to kill. Wei Shaoqing unhesitatingly handed the ancient knife to Wei Shu, who hesitated for a moment but still took the long knife and began to kill the silver bats. After killing 10 and leveling up, he lifted Wei Shaoqing up so she could kill, and they continued this back and forth. Seeing this, Lu Xian'er also activated her wind attribute, pushing some silver bats towards the front of the ship, making it easier for the others to kill the silver bats. This was considered a gesture of goodwill towards the 3. After all, having stronger teammates could ensure they cleared the dungeon more effectively. As for Hu Chen, after the recent cast of Immortal Fireball Deprivation version landed without triggering any deprivation effects, he lost interest in killing silver bats. That's why he threw the black gold ancient knife to Wei Shu to rack up kill counts. Exactly. He had more important things to do. Hu Chen stood at the bow of the ship, intently watching the bubbles beneath the Mercury Sea, as if trying to discern something. The so-called Earthly Kingdom actually refers to the tomb of the first emperor. Within his tomb, the first emperor constructed the Milky Way with Mercury and engraved the 12 zodiac constellations above it, combining to form the dome of the Earthly Kingdom. As time flows, scenes of sunrises and sunsets will even appear. This is just the dome of the Earthly Kingdom. Below the dome lies the imperial capital, where true luxury resides.
There are many ways to enter the imperial capital.
There are 3 options provided in the Earthly Kingdom, which is also the choice of most survivors clearing the Earthly Kingdom dungeon.
One option is to kill 10,000 silver bats within an hour, which will attract a D-class mutated beast, the Silver Bat King, successfully.
Killing the Silver Bat King will yield 2 eyeballs from its corpse, which can be used to unlock the gate to the imperial capital.
Upon entering, one will appear outside the gate of the imperial capital. The second option is to find the first emperor's eye coffin, which represents the sun or the moon, in the Mercury Sea.
After the death of the first emperor, he divided his pair of eyes into 2 parts, placing them in a golden coffin and a jade coffin, allowing them to float on the Sea of Mercury. The golden coffin represents the sun. As long as the sun shines brightly outside Mountly, the golden coffin will emit dazzling brilliance, appearing like the sun when viewed from the earth.
The jade coffin represents the moon.
When the bright moon shines outside Mountly, the jade coffin will also radiate moonlight like the bright moon. The 2 together represent the heavenly mandate, patrolling on behalf of heaven. Only the first emperor had such ambition to make these arrangements.
If one can find either of them, one can directly ride the golden or jade coffin to the mausoleum of the first emperor. The third option is more complex. It is said that the Sea of Mercury itself is a great formation.
If you can find the control point of the formation, not only can you enter the imperial capital, but you can even obscure the sun and moon above, and at the end of the dungeon, you can weaken the Tomb Guardian's strength by 30%. Under normal circumstances, the entry point to the Sea of Mercury is random, and the position of the control point also changes randomly, making it extremely difficult to find. But for Hu Chen, the difficulty isn't too high.
Eye of True Vision activated. The essence of the Mercury Sea is revealed before us. I remember every time we enter the instance, Lu Yuner always uses this method to find the focal point.
Out of 10 attempts, about 6 are successful. It's quite dependent on luck.
It's a pity. This time, luck doesn't seem to be on our side.
Hu Chen scanned all around with his true sight, but couldn't find any signs of the focal point. Instead, he stumbled upon a pleasant surprise. 2 coffin shadows reflected in the center of the Mercury Sea, one on the left and one on the right, arranged symmetrically. Hidden mission: sun and moon in the same sky. The golden coffin symbolizing the sun and the jade coffin symbolizing the moon appeared simultaneously in the center of the Mercury Sea, arranged in a pattern resembling the yin-yang fish. It is said that this sight appears only once in thousands of instances. As long as we take the first emperor's eye hidden within the golden and jade coffins simultaneously, we can successfully trigger the mission. The cost will be a 20% increase in attributes for all beings within the empire, but if we succeed in clearing it, then the golden eye and the jade eye will transform into 2 S-rank items. This is an opportunity he won't miss. Attributes. As long as the opponent has many attributes and I can enjoy the spoils, I can afford to clear the dungeon later. I still need to take these 2 items. Everyone on the ship, brace yourselves.
Hu Chen said a word, and with a thought, he directly increased the speed of the No Shanghai Kingdom to the maximum.
The people on the ship staggered, but fortunately, they managed to steady themselves. Wei Shu was first taken aback, then he ignored everything else and focused solely on killing the bats.
Lu Xiener simply stopped and walked over to Hu Chen. In such a hurry? Have you found a way to enter the Earth Kingdom?
Almost. Hu Chen glanced at the shadow beside him, reached level 5. The experience points for killing silver bats are only a fixed amount. The experience required to level up from level 1 to 2 is 10 points, from level 2 to 3 is 100 points, from level 3 to 4 is 500 points, and from level 4 to 5 is 1000 points. After reaching level 5, the experience needed to level up skyrockets to a terrifying 5000 points. With experience points of this level, even with Lu Xiener's killing efficiency, the silver bats in this cave are still insufficient. It might be better to take a break. Lu Xiener did not hide it. Instead, she stood at attention in front of Hu Chen and said, "Captain, please feel free to give your orders. First, raise your physique to above 30, and you can allocate the rest of the attribute points as you wish." As Hu Chen spoke, he turned to look behind him. "You all, level up to level 5 as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Wei Shu couldn't help but frown. With his and Wei Shaoqing's speed, wanting to kill over 1,000 silver bats within an hour was clearly a pipe dream. "Master." Xia Changwan couldn't help but speak up. I don't think I can kill that many." "Hey, what are you saying? What is this?" Lu Xiener stepped forward with her hands on her hips. "We're all teammates here, saying such things as looking down on me." As soon as she finished speaking, before anyone could respond, Lu Xiener waved her hand, and a fierce wind suddenly howled across the entire Mercury Sea. A tornado instantly formed. No Sea Kingdom stood firmly at the center of the tornado, but the surrounding silver bats were being pulled in, sucked into the vortex of the wind. The size of the tornado gradually shrinks. In just a few seconds, hundreds of silver bats are squeezed into a tiny whirlwind. With the strength of this whirlwind, it's not even necessary to exert effort to kill them. Just inserting the black gold ancient blade into the whirlwind as it spins will easily slay these silver bats. Come on. Who's first? Don't rush, there's plenty more behind." As he said this, another tornado began to form. "This guy, does he have no cooldown on his skills?"
Hu Chen watched this scene, his right hand itching to move. If only I could have the 9 sovereigns plus deprivation, who knows how much attribute value I could gain in a day. Of course, that's just a thought. Rather than making enemies with the 9 sovereigns and Luciener, it's better to look for some other elemental talents. Gathering a patchwork version of the 9 sovereigns could achieve similar effects. Perhaps those talents, when combined with infinity and other traits, could lead to achievements even higher than the pure 9 sovereigns. As everyone began to level up, Hu Chen was also not idle. One group after another of S-class talent, the immortal fireball was thrown out, and in less than 5 minutes, at the cost of 10 fireballs, successfully killed over 1,000 silver bats. Level up to 5. Including the previous attribute points from leveling up to level 2, he has a total of 40 free attribute points, and he begins to allocate them quickly. Survivor Hu Chen. Survival level 5. Experience to next level 0/5000. Physique 50 C. Strength 50 C. Intelligence 40 D+. Agility 30 D. Talent Mastery Bestow SSS Deprive SSS Eye of True Sight SSS Black Gold Ancient Blade S. Immortal Fireball S. As Hu Chen's attributes increased, Xia Qingwan's attributes also rose significantly. The attribute strength of the two remains overwhelmingly strong. With Luciener's help, Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing also quickly accumulated experience and reached level 5 in less than 10 minutes. Everything is ready. Meanwhile, the Wu Shanghai nation is also nearing the center of the Mercury Sea. It's not just Hu Chen, even Wei Xiaoqing, who has the ability to foresee, couldn't help but frown. She raised her hand and pointed towards the 2 vague black shadows in the distance. Brother Hu Chen, it seems like there's something up ahead. That's our target this time. Hu Chen said as he looked at everyone and asked, check your scores, how many silver bats did you each kill? 1,800. 1,700. 1,800. 3,000. Hu Chen looked at the last person to report, Luciener, with a somewhat playful expression. What's wrong? Luciener placed her hands on her hips and questioned, I was responsible for drawing aggro. What's wrong with killing a few more in the process? It didn't delay your work. It's fine, I just hope you can maintain the aggro later. Luciener had a string of question marks above her head, her eyes flashing with surprise. Aggro? Maintain? What does that mean? Hu Chen calculated a bit, counting the more than 1,600 he had killed himself, he was just one fireball away from luring out the D-level beast, Silver Bat King. Perfect. Let's try some flashy moves. The challenge of the hidden mission is that the entire team must split into 2 groups, one taking the golden coffin and the other taking the jade coffin to enter the Empire. They will need to work together to clear the mission despite lacking coordination. But if we kill the Silver Bat King while starting the hidden mission, we might trigger a bug that allows the team to enter through the front gate of the Imperial Palace while obtaining the golden and jade eyes. This will significantly lower the difficulty of the dungeon. This must be the Silver Bat King. If I remember correctly, in the last phase, whoever kills the most silver bats will be pursued by it. Others might worry about Hu Chen, but that old thief, Lu Go, is not worried at all. We're here. Hu Chen uttered these 2 words. The No Shanghai nation had arrived at the center of the Mercury Sea, with the golden coffin on the left and the jade coffin on the right. Wei Shu, you go with me to the left. Luciener, you take Xia Qingwan and Xiaoqing to the right. I won't. Wei Shu immediately spoke up, his face filled with defiance. He tightly held onto Wei Xiaoqing's hand. I can't be separated from Xiaoqing. Hu Chen did not intend to separate Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing. Although it is said that on this boat there are no distinctions between men and women, to take the golden and jade pupils, one must ensure the balance of yin and yang on the boat and maintain purity, otherwise, it cannot be taken away. Do as you wish. Hu Chen calmly said, if you don't want to be separated, I can help you with a little surgery, so she will call you sister in the future. Having said that, he had already drawn out the black gold ancient knife, beckoning to Wei Shu, come, I promise to make it quick, without leaving pain for you and your second brother. Wei Shu's defiant expression instantly froze. Fortunately, Wei Xiaoqing quickly pulled her hand away from him. Brother, you go with brother Hu Chen, sister Lu, and sister Xia will take good care of me. Wei Shu looked up at Luciener. Compared to Hu Chen, he trusts Luciener a bit more. Okay. Wei Shu had no choice but to agree. After getting on the boat, check the team channel, don't touch anything, wait for my command. Let's go. Hu Chen stepped onto the ship's railing and leaped directly onto the golden ship. Wei Shu followed closely behind. With the enhancement of his physique, he could easily mimic Hu Chen's movements and jump from the Wu Shanghai kingdom to the golden coffin. On top of the golden coffin, layers of intricate patterns emerged, looking extremely splendid. Each carved line was less than 1/5 the thickness of a hair, appearing densely packed. However, it felt as smooth as a mirror when touched. Hu Chen turned to see that the crowd from the Wu Shanghai kingdom had also landed on the jade coffin. He opened the team chat channel as well. Hu Chen, open the coffin, don't worry, there's no danger inside, just a jade box with a bead inside, don't touch it rashly. Luciener understood. Though that's what they say, Luciener wasn't in a hurry to open the pavilion, instead, she was observing the 2 people atop the golden coffin with her peripheral vision. This guy is still as cautious as ever. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Hu Chen gave a glance to Wei Shu behind him and then lifted the golden coffin. Just as he said. There was no danger inside the coffin. The only difference from the jade coffin was that the pearls were placed in a golden box instead of a jade one. Immediately afterward, the jade coffin was also opened. Hu Chen, do you see the jade box and the pearls? Lu Xiener, I see them. What should we do next? Hu Chen, kill the silver bats. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep blue fireball shot out from the golden coffin, heading towards the sky. The flames erupted. Again, over 100 silver bats perished. Then, a prompt suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Ding! Detected that your team has successfully killed 10,000 silver bats, attracting the wrath of D-class beast Silver Bat King. A shadow swept over everyone's heads in an instant. The Mercury Sea was stirred up, and both the golden coffin and the jade coffin were swaying uncontrollably on the surface of the water. What's going on? Lu Xiener exclaimed from a distance. Captain, you're kidding me. Don't worry, it's not a big deal, just a D-level. At this moment, Hu Chen also spoke, looking at Wei Shu beside him. Stay here, come to get me if necessary. Okay. Lu Xiener, the wind is coming. Just as he said that, in the brief moment Hu Chen was speaking, that silver light had already rushed towards the jade coffin. Lu Xiener initially wanted to use the wind element to push it away, but upon hearing Hu Chen's voice, she hesitated for a moment and chose to trust him. Clang! Affected by the 9 sovereigns, you have gained buff, wind control LV1. Hu Chen moved with the wind, taking 3 steps into the air, already behind the silver bat. With the True Eye of Vision deprivation version activated, he drew his sword and slashed. Clang! The knife has yet to fall. A hint suddenly rings in my ears. Deprivation successful, D-rank talent, Silver Bat King's wings. Ha! What the hell is this? Just as the black gold ancient knife was about to strike, a wave of itchiness spread from behind. With Hu Chen's C-rank power enhancement, the black gold ancient knife easily sliced through the Silver Bat King's back, piercing its spine and splitting it in half. The Silver Bat King's corpse fell into the jade coffin, while Hu Chen stood in midair with the knife, overlooking the people inside the jade coffin and the corpse. The Mercury Sea still reflected a dazzling silver light, and the source of that silver light had now become Hu Chen's back. A pair of silver bat wings, nearly 2 meters long, spread wide, just a slight tremor could lift Hu Chen into the air. Clang! Congratulations to survivor Hu Chen for slaying D-rank exotic beast, Silver Bat King, experience plus 100, points plus 1000. Hu Chen paid no attention to the prompt, only turning to look behind him, revealing a bitter smile. So it's really this thing. Ever since the last time he was deprived of the S-class talent, turned blood into dragon, he had a faint suspicion. SSS class talent deprivation can not only deprive survivors of their talents but also those belonging to otherworldly beasts. Although most of those talents are geared towards otherworldly beasts, some can still be used by humans. Just like the pair of bat wings behind him now. However, due to the differences in systems, some talents that only certain survivors can have cannot be combined with these otherworldly beast talents through endowment. But there should be no such restrictions among the beast talents. Hu Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. That is to say, he can completely combine S-class talent, turn blood into dragon, with D-class talent, Silver Bat King's wings. He could even endow the combined talent back to those 9 dragon blood flood serpents. No rush. Let's talk about it after we enter the underground palace. Get the eye. Hu Chen looked at Lu Xiener in the jade coffin. Throw one to me. Okay, right away. Lu Xiener hesitated for a moment, then immediately responded. If it was just a guess before, now she could be 100% certain. The thing that can deprive others of their talents, as mentioned by that dog, is himself. Otherwise, how did this pair of silver bat wings appear? No way. Absolutely no way. After exiting the instance, keep your distance from him. The farther, the better. She thought this in her heart, but her hands did not stop. She formed a dagger in her hand and gouged out the Silver Bat King's eyes. 2 eyeballs, luxurious like jewels cast from pure silver, each one as large as Lu Xiener's palm. Here you go. Lu Xiener casually tossed one of the eyeballs up, while keeping one for herself. Hu Chen caught it and flapped his wings, returning to the golden coffin. As he fell into the golden coffin, the silver wings were also absorbed into his body, transforming into 2 tattoos that spread from his shoulder blades down to his lower back. Hu Chen, get ready, everyone hold hands together. When I ring the bell 3 times, crush the silver eye while taking the golden eye from the box. The message was sent out, and Hu Chen held an ancient knife in his right hand, striking the golden coffin with the back of the blade. At the same time, his left hand was already reaching for the golden box, ready to grab the golden eye. Wei Shu held the silver eye in his left hand, gripping Hu Chen's left wrist with his right hand, not daring to exert any force. Inside the jade coffin, the movements of the 3 were similarly synchronized. Buzz! The 3rd bell rang. Hu Chen reached out to grab the golden eye, and Wei Shu immediately crushed the silver eye in his hand. In an instant, the 2 silver eyes transformed into 7 strands of silver light, 5 strands falling on the crowd, forming a flowing silver light, while the other 2 fell into the Mercury Sea, creating a whirlpool. The golden coffin and jade coffin beneath everyone's feet seemed to be stirred by something, breaking free from the whirlpool, wanting to sail away into the distance. Hu Chen felt a surge of joy. It worked! Indeed, both ways to pass were triggered simultaneously. If it weren't for this vortex, the golden and jade coffins would have already shot towards the depths of the Earth Kingdom like arrows released from a bow. Hu Chen grabbed Wei Shu, stepped onto the edge of the golden coffin, and jumped towards the vortex. Jump! With that word, he and Wei Shu had already jumped into the Sea of Mercury, their figures disappearing from sight. Brother! Wei Xiaoqing exclaimed. Before she could move, Xie Qinwan had already jumped down first. You dog, couldn't you have said something beforehand? Lu Xianer complained, but still pulled Wei Xiaoqing and jumped down from the jade coffin. The 5 of them disappeared. The Sea of Mercury instantly returned to calm. The golden and jade coffins turned into 2 streams of light, rushing towards the edge of the Sea of Mercury, vanishing without a trace. Outside the Imperial Palace, Hu Chen slowly got up and looked ahead. Black walls and golden tiles, cold and silent. For the first time in over 2,000 years, the Imperial Palace sensed the gaze of a living person. The palace gate is half open, and the gap reveals a glimpse of the luxurious scene inside. With layers of steps and thousands of soldiers standing guard, the bronze armor worn by those soldiers still gleams with a dazzling golden light. Above, there are 12 golden figures, each 9 meters high, standing on either side of the palace. Further inside, one can vaguely see the towering shadows of 9 statues, like reflections of tripods. Behind the 9 tripods lies the Imperial Palace. As the first emperor, even in death, one must sit high atop the temple, overlooking the myriad souls of the underworld. Ding! A crisp sound pulled Hu Chen's attention back. Lu Xianer and the others also appeared outside the Imperial capital, and the mission prompt popped up in front of everyone. Congratulations to the survivor team for triggering the S-level hidden mission, Sun and Moon in the Same Sky. S-level hidden mission, Sun and Moon in the Same Sky. Mission description: you have taken something that belongs to a certain entity, provoking its wrath. Within the Imperial capital, all hostile beings gain plus 20% attributes. Mission duration, unlimited. Mission rewards: S-level item Golden Eye, S-level item Jade Eye. Task failed: eliminate those in the team who possess golden and jade eyes. Note: either leave the items, or leave yourselves. Congratulations, the survivor team has completed the A-level main quest. Audience rewards are stacking. Main quest refreshed. A-level main quest Ascension. Task description: to meet the Emperor, first defeat his soldiers. Task time 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Task rewards: cumulative calculation. Task failed: extermination. 1 main quest and 1 hidden quest, all refreshed and completed. Hu Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. If it's just triggering the hidden quest, then it would skip the current ascension, proceeding directly to breaking the formation, claiming the throne, and ultimately executing the Emperor. At that time, it would not be a simple matter of dealing with the revival of the first Emperor. All beings in the Imperial Palace would be drawn in. If entering from the palace gate, defeating enemies step by step would obviously be simpler. Moreover, the cumulative rewards from the main quest would also be a significant gain. It can't just be let go, can it? Hiss. Lu Xianer couldn't help but gasp. She frowned at the thousands of steps and said, Captain, those people at the top of the steps look numerous, and with a 20% attribute boost, can we really defeat them? Beside her, Wei Xiaoqing was also frowning deeply. From her talent's perspective, the danger emanating from within was far greater than when the Silver Bat King charged at them. She hurriedly darted behind Wei Shu and peeked out at Hu Chen. We can't win. Hu Chen smiled and shook his head. What? Lu Xianer was taken aback. Hu Chen casually waved his hand, and 9 D-level exotic beasts, dragon blood serpents, suddenly appeared in front of him. But they might not be able to get full. In an instant, Lu Xianer sprang like a spring and directly bounced to Hu Chen's back. Upon seeing the 9 serpents, she even forgot that this person in front of her had the ability to strip others of their talents, consumed by fear instead. You, how did you bring these guys in? Do you think we can clear an S-level dungeon with just the few of us? This is our trump card, okay? Hu Chen raised his hand and summoned, causing the 9 serpentine dragons to immediately surround him. Lu Xianer quickly changed her position and hid behind Wei Xiaoqing, crouching down as if she wanted to hide her clothes. But even so, she couldn't help but peek at Hu Chen and the 9 serpentine dragons. Inexperienced and loves to play. Hu Chen made a precise jab. If it were any other time, Lu Xianer might have argued back, but right now, she didn't dare say another word. Hu Chen focused his thoughts, attempting to bestow the abilities of Deprivation, Eye of True Sight, Immortal Fireball, and Black Gold Ancient Blade onto Silver Bat King Wings, but ultimately failed. In the end, only 2 traits were successfully bestowed. D-level talent, Silver Bat King Wings, plus trait Boundless equals C-level talent, Silver Bat Emperor Wings. C-level talent, Silver Bat Emperor Wings, plus S-level talent, Transform Blood into Dragon equals B-level talent, Dragon Bat Emperor Wings. Talent, Dragon Bat Emperor Wings. Level B. Experience 0/10000.
Effect grants flying ability when unfolded. Flight speed determined by agility attribute accumulates 1 experience point for every kilometer flown. True Side-Eye hidden effect suppresses all bat-like creatures, reducing all their attribute values by 50% when unfolded. Note, the Bat Emperor's wings infused with a trace of dragon blood may undergo unexpected evolution as the dragon blood grows. Done. Dujien suppressed the urge to showcase his talent and did not directly summon the evolved Dragon Bat Emperor wings to check the effects. After all, he had already revealed enough, and he still needed to bestow the Dragon Bat Emperor wings upon these 9 little guys. If he displayed it now, who knows what everyone would guess later. He raised his left hand and gently stroked the heads of the 9 serpents, bestowing his newly acquired talent upon them. The 9 serpents instantly sprouted wings. A pair of red-gold wings suddenly blossomed from the front third of their serpentine bodies. After being granted twice by Dujien, these wings now seem to have nothing to do with bats. Apart from the silhouette resembling one, everything else is completely different. The wings, originally composed of a skeleton and membranes, are now filled with flesh and blood, covered by a layer of fine, reddish-golden scales. They don't look like something foreign, rather, they seem to have existed all along, just never unfolded until now. Unfortunately, this is merely a boost from a B-level talent and hasn't resulted in any actual attribute enhancement. If we could add some attributes to these 9 dragon-blooded serpents, they might even directly be upgraded to C-level. Yes, C-level. After a night of continuous devouring, the dragon-blooded serpents with the SSS level talent devourer have evolved to the strength of D-level monsters. It's just that the dragon chi absorption isn't sufficient, otherwise they would have already become D-level dragons. Although there's just a 1 character difference between serpents and dragons, the essence is fundamentally different. Perfect. Dujien looked at the 9 little creatures before him. With a thought, they immediately swam toward the palace gate. The 9 serpent heads jointly pushed open the palace gate, revealing the full view of the imperial palace to everyone. Before us lies a 1,000-layer stone staircase, each step about 20 centimeters high and 9 meters long. On each of the 9-meter steps, 5 armored soldiers stand at attention with their spears. 1,000 steps means 5,000 armored soldiers. Without Dujien even saying a word, the 9 serpents pounced like they hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. The 9 D-class dragonblood serpents, capable of flight and spewing dragon flames, against 5 D-class armored soldiers who could only stand on the steps and stab with their spears. It was a complete one-sided crushing. They didn't even need to use dragon flames. With just a sweep of their tails in midair, the armored soldiers were sent tumbling down the steps, unable to retaliate at all. Then came the next attack. The dragon blood serpents swallowed those armored soldiers whole, turning them into sources of power to continue the slaughter. The unluckiest of the armored soldiers, once killed in an instant, would dissipate into a white mist. As for the others, they naturally conserved their strength and stood at the back to watch the battle. Yes, defeating the bronze-armored soldiers grants some experience, which can be used to strengthen oneself, but in the end, it's only 100 experience points. You need to kill 50 to level up, gaining 10 attribute points. However, once you engage in battle, it will affect the control of the 9 serpents over the battlefield, leading to a situation where 1 + 1 is less than 2. Not only does it waste time, but it may also cause unnecessary damage. Experience. There are plenty of ways to earn it, but one's life is more important. As for the points, there's another way to earn them. Dujien stood at the back, activating the True Side-Eye deprivation version, and the information on the soldiers immediately appeared before him. Species: Bronze Armored Corpse Soldier. Level: D. Health 42, D+. Strength 31, D. Intelligence 19, F. Agility 21, E. Talent none. Mastered skills: Spear Thrust, E. Bloodbath, D. Note: a Tomb Guard soldier clad in bronze armor possesses absolute loyalty to the first emperor. Ding. Agility +1. Did it work? True Side-Eye deprivation version has a 24-hour cooldown for each individual, but it can trigger instantly on different individuals. 5,000 golden armor. If everyone could strip away a bit of attribute points, that would be 5,000 attribute points. What a pity. But this is ultimately the ideal state. Dujien glanced at the golden armor corpses in front of him. His attributes hadn't increased much, but there were quite a few golden armor parts and spears at his feet. Seeing the strange looks from those around him, Dujien didn't want to admit he had the talent deprivation, so he thickened his skin and shouted, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen Magneto's skill before?" Everyone remained silent and just turned their heads in unison. Since they couldn't fight back, they had no choice but to go along with whatever he said. Except for Wei Xiaoqing. She just raised her hand to clap, her eyes filled with little stars. "Brother Dujien is amazing. Good girl." Dujien raised his hand and rubbed Wei Xiaoqing's head, piecing together a complete set of golden armor and handed it to her. "Here, wear this." "Thank you, Brother Dujien." After getting a nod of approval from Wei Xiaoqing put on the golden armor. Once the golden armor drops as an item, it will change size according to the wearer's body shape when equipped. Now that Wei Xiaoqing was wrapped in D-grade armor, she had a bit of a safety net. Seeing Xie Qingwan's envious and jealous gaze, which she dared not voice, Hu Chen prepared another set of golden armor for her. Beside them, Lu Xian'er looked on with longing. She glanced at the 9 serpents battling on the long stairs but still hesitated to join the fight. After all, that was a set of D-grade armor, the strongest defensive equipment at this stage. Having a set for survival is a good thing. Friendship price, 3,000 points for a set. Hu Chen held up the third set of golden armor he had put together and looked at Lu Xian'er with a smiling eye. Boss Lu, how about taking care of some business? 3,000 points was exactly the total she had earned from killing the silver bat. Lu Xian'er gritted her teeth and said, "Why don't you just grab it? Look at what you're saying." Hu Chen maintained his smile. "Aren't I grabbing it right now? 3,000 points is nothing compared to one's own life. Obviously, life is more important." After exiting the instance, a set of D-grade armor is still quite strong at this stage. Lu Xian'er gritted her teeth and traded the points to Hu Chen through the shop. "Thank you for your attention, boss." Hu Chen casually tossed a set of gold armor over and then threw the fourth set of gold armor to Wei Shu. "Thanks." "Hey, don't rush to thank me." Hu Chen interrupted him and handed over a spear. "Consider this alone, you have to return it." Wei Shu smiled wryly and nodded. "Got it, still need to thank the captain." "So sentimental." Hu Chen spat out a remark, casually picking up the items at his feet and throwing them all into the shop. After all, these are D-grade weapons and D-grade armor. Although only 5 people have opened them all so far, new people will eventually join. A D-grade weapon or armor is like a divine artifact to those newcomers. As for the price, it's quite cheap. Weapons cost 3,000 points, the main armor 3,000 points, and each piece of skirt armor, shoulder guard, arm guard, leg guard, and helmet costs 1,000 points. A full set of armor requires at least 11,000 points. For the 3,000 points sold to Lu Xian'er, it really is a friendly price since she only has 3,000. In less than 40 minutes, the soldiers on the 1,000-layer steps were cleared out. Even if Hu Chen's eyes were quick, he still managed to sweep up 2,000 golden armored soldiers. The remaining 3,000 were swallowed by the little dragons before he could activate True Sight deprivation version. Luckily, among the 2,000 soldiers, 3% provided him with 1 to 3 points of attributes. That totals to 125 attribute points. It's equivalent to a direct level increase of 12. With this attribute value increase, all his attributes have been raised to C-, and he is just one step away from upgrading his stamina and strength to C level. We haven't even passed the novice period yet. Hu Chen is now eager to take down the remaining 8 regions' exotic beasts. Out of the remaining 97%, more than half provided golden armor pieces or weapons, while the other smaller portion offered some useless trinkets. If all these pieces were sold, they would at least provide him with 1,000,000 points. That's equivalent to solo killing over 1,000 D-level exotic beasts. These attributes and points can be considered the biggest gains he has made in this dungeon. If it weren't for the rush to claim the first kill, he would simply stay here to grind attributes, and after 49 days, he could directly reach SSS level in the first dungeon. As lunch break ended, the 9 serpents were already waiting on the steps. They seemed a bit anxious, as if something inside the grand hall was attracting them. "Let's go, we need to move on to the next level," Hu Chen said while glancing at Lu Xian'er. "The next level depends on both of us. If you keep slacking off, we might not pass the level." "What does it mean to slack off?" Lu Xian'er, with a strong tone and defiant posture, questioned. "I actually want to take action, but look, is there a chance for me to do so? You've taken them all." Hu Chen shrugged and remained silent, simply ascending the steps. Xie Qingwan followed closely, followed by Wei Shu and Wei Shaoqing, with Lu Xian'er trailing behind Wei Shaoqing. They called it guarding the rear, but in reality, she was still afraid of the 9 serpent dragons ahead. Climb the steps. Hu Chen first used the True Vision Eye deprivation version to scan the 12 golden figures ahead. Species, 12 golden figures 1. Level, C. Stamina, 149, C+. Strength, 149, C+. Intelligence, 50, C. Agility, 50, C. Talent, none. Mastered skills, Stomp, C. Golden body, C. Note, these golden figures are forged from a large amount of bronze weapons, each weighing 1,000 stones. B. Strength +2. Hey! Hu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This can be exploited too? Then let's exploit it first. As the Eye of Truth deprivation version swept across the 12 golden figures, Hu Chen found some metal weapons in front of him, likely hidden within these golden figures when they were cast. There's nothing interesting, they're all of D-grade quality. Hu Chen simply put all of them up for sale in the shop. After the earlier cleansing, everyone didn't find this scene strange at all. Just as everyone stepped onto the last staircase, a clear sound echoed in their ears simultaneously. Ding! Main quest updated. A-rank main quest, break the formation. Quest description: gather the soldiers of the world at Xianyang, melt down the arrows, and forge them into 12 golden figures weighing 1,000 stones, placed in front of the hall to suppress the night thieves. Quest time, 59 minutes 59 seconds. Quest reward, accumulated calculation. Quest failure, annihilation. Bam! At the same time the main quest refreshed, the 12 golden figures trembled and began to move. Begin indiscriminate attacks on all beings within the formation. The 9 serpents keep swimming around, but in front of the golden figure weighing 1,000 stones, that's nearly over 80 tons, they have no way to counter it and can only rely on speed and flying advantages to dodge continuously. Are you kidding? With C+ level power, a single kick could crush the current serpents. Wei Shu, Xiaowan, protect Xiao Chang, stay away from the formation. As Hu Chen said this, he rushed towards the formation while looking back at Lu Xiener. Lu Xiener, your chances here. Got it. Lu Xiener helplessly spat out a sentence, but immediately activated her golden element ability to control the movements of those golden figures. Unfortunately, the strength and physique of these golden figures are just too strong. Even when controlled by the 9 sovereigns, they can still barely act according to their own will. If only Lu Xiener's intelligence attribute were a bit higher, she could fully control these golden figures, making it much safer to break the formation. Hu Chen glanced back. As long as he grants it once, he can raise Lu Xiener's intelligence by more than 6 points, but it's unnecessary. As for breaking formations, he has done it not just 100 times, but dozens of times, and he is already accustomed to it. With Lu Xiener assisting, the success rate approaches 100%. Hu Chen didn't even activate the Dragon Bat Emperor wings behind him, he just swiftly maneuvered among the 12 golden figures, using his golden eyes to strike different parts of them. The Yangquan, Weizhong, Changxiang, Yangguan, Mingmen, Zhongshu, Lingtai, Dezhu, Pingfu, Baihui, and the temples on both sides of the head correspond to the soles of the feet, the calves, the tailbone, the lower back, the center of the back, the mid-spine, the upper mid-spine, the top of the spine, the occipital groove, the top center of the head, and the sides of the head. Accompanied by the explosive sound of metal clashing, the 12 golden figures shattered in response. What a pity. The shattering of these 12 golden figures doesn't count as a kill, just as breaking the formation. Therefore, Hu Chen did not gain any experience or points. Breaking the formation. Either like Hu Chen, who knows where the opponent's weakness is and can strike accordingly to break the situation directly, or one must unleash a C-level or even higher level of lethality to slay these golden figures. At the beginning, everyone used the second method to conquer it. After all, those who dared to challenge an S-level dungeon must have at least C-level strength. But as more and more people entered the dungeon, the strategy for conquering it gradually improved, and it was eventually discovered by some that striking specific parts of these golden figures with the golden eyes could directly break the formation. Only by using this method to break the formation can the rating after completing the dungeon possibly reach S-level or above, resulting in greater rewards. In comparison, the rewards for killing 12 C-level beasts are indeed a bit lacking. Right after the 12 golden figures shattered, those 9 little snakes even gave up on devouring the fragments and instead charged directly towards the barrier of the next level, continuously ramming their bodies and horns against it. Looking at the 9 dark shadows in the next level, tears uncontrollably streamed from the corners of his mouth. Finally arrived. That place is the main purpose of his journey. Hu Chen raised his eyes to the place where the 9 dark figures stood, filled with anticipation. The 9 tripod cauldrons of Huaxia. You collected the gold from the 9 provinces to forge the 9 tripods. They have all tasted the offerings to the emperor and the gods. Just a stone tablet engraved with the name of the first emperor contains dragon energy. Within these 9 tripods of Huaxia, there must be an overwhelming amount of dragon energy. Looking at the state of these 9 little fellows, he guessed he wasn't wrong. However, he didn't rush in. Instead, he turned to look at Lu Xiener behind him, asking with concern, "How are you? Can you still hold on?" Lu Xiener was taken aback. Hu Chen's sudden concern clearly had ulterior motives. She instinctively took a step back, ready to turn and leave. What do you want?" "It's nothing, it's just that this next challenge might give you even more opportunities." Lu Xiener now wished she could be reborn and take back what she said earlier. "What do you mean by opportunities that haven't been taken?" Just the opportunity that just fell on her head almost exhausted her right there. Even with SSS level talent, there are limitations to its use. With her barely D attributes, controlling 12 C-level beasts at once is already pushing the limits. If it weren't for the fact that these 12 golden figures are inherently slow, she wouldn't have achieved such a good result. Seeing Hu Chen's serious demeanor, it seems like he will need to put in even more effort later. What? Before Lu Xiener could speak, Hu Chen interjected, "Miss Lu can't hold on anymore. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance." No blame, no blame. Lu Xiener quickly replied with a smile, "Captain, you can handle more work. Whoever talks too much is a dog." "Alright then." Hu Chen extended his right hand. "Give me the jade eye, you won't need to lift a finger for the next challenge." Lu Xiener immediately felt alarm bells ringing in her heart. She had sensed something was off earlier. If the mission fails, those holding the golden eye and jade eye will be directly eliminated, but Hu Chen still holds the golden eye, which clearly indicates there is something to gain. Moreover, he just used the golden eye to break the formation, and the importance of the golden eye and jade eye is self-evident. Now he still wants to take the jade eye away. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She is not Wei Shu or Wei Xiaoqing, and she won't pay a life price, so why should she give it to him? What about just letting it go? Lu Xiener forced herself to step forward. "Actually, I can hold on a bit longer. Breaking the formation is no problem."
Did someone just speak out of turn? Hu Chen asked with a light laugh. Lu Xiener unhesitatingly replied, Wang. Although he knew this guy had no morals, Hu Chen was still at a loss for words. Alright, I'll give you another chance. Hu Chen helplessly uttered a line and had to call the little snakes back, starting to clean up the fragments of the golden figure on the ground. Meanwhile, he also informed everyone about the precautions. Once we enter the range of the 9 tripods, as long as your stamina is above 30, you won't be affected by negative effects and can move freely. At the same time, the Joding Society will activate a summoning skill. In 10 minutes, a randomly chosen historical general will appear with an overall ability between B and A-. After hidden tasks enhance it, the overall ability will increase by 1 level, meaning it will be at least B and at most A. During these 10 minutes, we can resonate by identifying the Joding. For each identification, we can weaken the opponent's combat power by 5%. Leave this to me. The weakened general's combat power will be around C+ to B+. If it's at B, considering all our combat power, we can barely win. If it's at B-, we can easily get through. Wait a minute. Lu Xiener frowned and asked, what if it's B+? Then it depends on luck. Hu Chen sighed with a bitter smile. A projection of a general with B+ level strength, which means it was a level before weakening, he had only encountered once after grinding the national dungeon for so long. God of Death, Bai Qi. That time, 3 members of the squad were killed, and he and Lu Yuner had to use an S-level item, the escape scroll, to leave the dungeon. Fight? With this setup, it's at most a 50-50 chance. Bai Qi could take off the heads of all 5 of them in 5 seconds. But most of the people here are future top contenders, their luck shouldn't be this bad, right? Let me first explain how to deal with B-level encounters. Those with Jade Eyes can shield 2 other people within range, making them immune to the target's aggro. Wei Shu, Xiao Cheng, you 2 stick with Lu Xiener. Lu Xiener will provide ranged damage, while Xiao Wan and I will handle close combat and control. The 9 serpents will move through the battlefield and occasionally unleash dragon flames. Lu Xiener, remember to apply some buffs then. Is everyone clear? The crowd nodded in succession. In this 5-person team, only 3 can rely on damage output. Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing can just lay back and let the others handle it. Lu Xiener finally realized she had been played again. Even if the Jade Eyes weren't in her hands, Hu Chen would probably force them into her possession. Only she could serve as the ranged damage dealer. If Hu Chen took it away, he and Xie Changwan could confidently engage in close combat, but the other 3 would likely be wiped out immediately. Alright, let's go. Hu Chen stepped forward, entering the range of the 9 tripods. V-room. The 9 tripods resonated and the humming sound exploded in his ears. Detected that you are under the pressure of the 9 tripods. Assessing. Stamina above 30. Assessment successful. You will be immune to this pressure. B. Main quest refreshed. A-level main quest. Question the tripod. Quest description. To claim the throne, one must question the tripod. Quest time, none. Quest reward, calculated cumulatively. Quest failure, annihilation. This is the only task in this round that has no time limit. The reason is simple. If the 9 tripods are not recognized within 10 minutes and their names are not stated for each tripod not named, the 9 tripods will summon again. At most, everyone will first face 9 B-level generals, and if the previous one is not dealt with within 10 minutes, they may even face multiple generals simultaneously. Unless all 5 members of the team reach C+ or above, no one would dare to intentionally summon the boss to play. At the moment the mission prompt sounded, a radiant aura immediately emerged above the 9 tripods. In 10 minutes, projections of martial generals will emerge from this radiant aura. Yuzhouding, Xingzhouding, Shuzhouding, Yangzhouding, Jingzhouding, Liangzhouding, Yangzhouding, Jizhouding, Yanzhouding. Hu Chen immediately recited the true names of the 9 tripods one by one. With each name spoken, a buzzing sound was triggered. After 9 buzzing sounds, the radiant aura noticeably dimmed. A moment later, the 9 small snakes each burrowed into the 9 ancient tripods. The bodies of several small snakes visibly expanded, and even the radiant aura began to gradually dim. It can still be weakened. This is good news. Currently, only Hu Chen barely reached C-level strength. If a B-level one were to pop out from here, he would really have a headache. If it can be weakened by another 5% or even 10%, that would make things much easier. A B-level soul, C-level strength, even after a kill, one can still receive B-level rewards. The gap is self-evident. Time passes, minute by minute. 10 minutes, it's here. The light orb instantly solidifies. A figure in white steps out of the void, holding a long halberd, striding forward. With a sharp gaze, he scans the crowd before him and speaks softly. Those willing to offer their heads may come forward. Bai Qi. The god of death, Bai Qi. This guy isn't just some character with a big scythe in a game, he's the god of death who has beheaded over 400,000 people. In terms of combat power, he may not compare to later figures like Xiang Yu of Jiangdong or Lu Bu, but in terms of killing intent, throughout history, he is one of a kind. How did we end up facing such a thing? Even if it's just a projection, it's definitely not something they can handle at this stage. Almost simultaneously, The few people present turned to look at Hu Chen, hoping to learn from him how to respond next. Ha! Hu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this moment, there was no other way. Either fight to the death and see if I can take down Bai Qi, or die. With the Jade Eyes in hand, perhaps there is still a chance. Hu Chen immediately activated the True Sight Eye deprivation version, and Bai Qi's stats popped up before him. Name: Bai Qi. Level: A. Stamina 700 B+. Strength 680 B+. Intelligence 630 B+. Agility 560 B. Talent: SS level talent, domain of kill, SS level talent, commander. Skills: Fang Tian A. Repel ground A. Summon spirit B. Notes: burdened by 420,000 vengeful souls, accompanied by 1,000,000 heroic spirits. B. Strength +10. A faint purple notification flashed by. Hu Chen felt a flicker of joy in his heart, but before he could react, he heard a whooshing sound. He had no time to hide. The Dragon Bat King's wings spread out behind him, lifting him into the air just in time to narrowly dodge the attack. Monster? Bai Qi frowned and uttered a chilling word: kill. With that, his figure transformed into a white shadow, darting to the front of the spear, gripping the shaft, and lunging towards Hu Chen. The speed was so fast that Hu Chen couldn't dodge at all. Fortunately, Deer Fairy acted just in time. A light blue wind surged from beneath Bai Qi's feet, momentarily immobilizing him. The spear grazed the bat wings behind Hu Chen. Unfortunately, she could only hold him for a moment. What's going on? Deer Fairy exclaimed in surprise. B rank? B+. Hu Chen immediately hid in a corner, trying to stay as far away from Bai Qi as possible. Ranged output wore him down first. There's still a chance. After escaping in his previous life, he had asked Lu Yuner about Bai Qi's specific attributes. If he remembered correctly, Bai Qi's original attributes should be 1,972, 700, 800. Based on this attribute, reducing it by 45% and then increasing it by 20% should result in a net reduction of 25%. But now, his attributes have been reduced by 30%. That's 5% more than expected. There's only one possibility. The 9 serpents absorbing dragon energy also causes the projection strength to weaken. Now those 9 little snakes are still in the 9 tripod. If this weakening effect can stack another 4 times. As long as there are 4 more times, we can weaken Bai Qi to B-level strength, then they'll have a chance. Clang! Another booming sound echoed. Bai Qi's long spear has already fallen in front of Lu Xiener. He appeared in a flash, towering at nearly 190 centimeters, looking down at Lu Xiener and the others behind her. His narrow phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, his thin lips parted slightly. Seeing you hold the jade pupil, I'll spare your life. But if you assist the demon clan again, I will kill. With that, he finished speaking. Once again, Bai Qi turned around, ignoring Hu Chen who was flying in the air, and walked towards Xie Chengwan. What the hell? Lu Xiener didn't dare to act. Instead, she asked Hu Chen, the effect of this jade pupil is one time only. It shouldn't be, but it's uncertain. Unless absolutely necessary, you all should hold back for now. Hu Chen had only encountered Bai Qi once, and during that time he didn't find the jade pupil, so he couldn't make a judgment. As for others who had encountered Bai Qi, to his knowledge, no one had successfully cleared the Earth Kingdom instance in the past 10 years and encountered Bai Qi. Perhaps the teams that had encountered Bai Qi were all wiped out. Hu Chen furrowed his brows. Seeing Bai Qi was about to reach Xie Chengwan, he didn't dare hesitate for a moment and directly threw a unyielding fireball deprivation version. Boom! Bai Qi casually waved his hand, knocking the fireball aside. The azure flame stuck to his white clothes, gnawing at his white cloak like maggots, starting to eat away at it bit by bit. This counted as a hit. Intelligence +6. Another successful deprivation. With this verification, Hu Chen also gained a new understanding of deprivation. As the level of the deprivation target increases, the attributes obtained will also rise. This is a tremendous good thing. If he can survive, he will definitely pluck Bai Qi ball. Bring it on. He still had 5 fireballs left, and at this moment, he threw them all out at once. Agility +7. S-class item Tiger Talisman +1. Stamina +10. SS Talent Killing Domain +1. It's a successful drop. Hu Chen didn't have time to check the specific uses of that SS-level talent killing domain and S-level item Tiger Talisman, fearing it would anger this god of death, and hurriedly tucked the talisman into his bosom. Meanwhile, Xie Qingwan, who was in front of Bai Qi, immediately darted to Hu Chen's side, keeping a distance while staring at Bai Qi. After the 5 fireballs exploded, Bai Qi stood still, not moving at all, and took all the fireballs head-on. A ball of deep blue flames clung to his white clothes, yet it did not cause him any harm at all. After all, he was a terrifying existence with a stamina value of 700, with Hu Chen's intelligence of 73. Unless he possessed a freakish SSS-level talent like Jiu Zun, it would be impossible to inflict any substantial damage on him. Even if he could, it would only be a tiny bit. Ha! Seeing this, Bai Qi only let out a cold laugh. He looked up at Hu Chen and said, "Is that all you have?"
Without waiting for Hu Chen to respond, he casually tore off his white clothes, revealing a body of fierce muscles. Normally, a warrior like this would have some scars, but on Bai Chi's body, there wasn't a single one to be seen.
Bring it on!
Bai Chi stepped forward and laughed loudly. After a long slumber, one must take a bath. Dear Fairy's eyes turned, and she quietly conjured a fire tornado combining fire and wind elements, throwing it directly at Bai Chi. Amidst the crimson flames, Bai Chi turned to look at Dear Fairy.
Hey! You're the one who said you wanted to take a bath. Lu Xian'er immediately said, I'm helping you. You can't repay kindness with enmity.
Bai Chi let out a cold laugh, ignoring Lu Xian'er, and walked towards the Black Panther while facing the fire tornado.
This is just how he is.
In the last life, among the 5 of them, only 3 had C-level strength, 1 D+, and 1 was a support like him. After entering this stage, facing Bai Chi with his B+ level peak strength, they should have been instantly killed. However, Bai Chi not only didn't attack directly, but instead seemed to be toying with them, slowly playing with them until they died, which gave Hu Chen and Lu Yun'er a chance to escape.
Now, Bai Chi is still the same. He is enjoying the pure thrill of killing. Bang! A punch!
Bai Chi raised his hand and with just one punch, he dissipated the fire tornado. He shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment.
Weak and pathetic. You all should enter reincarnation early. As soon as he finished speaking,
the halo above the 9 tripod once again diminished.
Bai Chi frowned instantly. He clearly sensed a significant decrease in his power.
Meanwhile, Hu Chen's pupils brightened as he activated the true sight to scan Bai Chi again.
Sure enough, his attributes have indeed been reduced by 5% from the A-level base.
His intelligence has dropped to B level, while only his stamina and strength remain at B+ level. If there's another reduction, both his stamina and strength will fall to B level. At that time, whether it's his own black gold ancient blade or Lu Xian'er's 9 statues, they will be able to inflict damage on him. Now, he just needs to find an opportunity to close in. Perhaps he can continue to strip attributes from him and accelerate this process.
By the way, kill domain.
While Bai Chi was deep in thought, Hu Chen also checked the newly acquired SS level talent.
Talent, kill domain. Level, SS. Effect, once activated, can pull all enemies into one's domain, reducing all enemy attributes by 10% and increasing all one's own attributes by 10.
If the number of enemies exceeds 10 for each additional enemy, it can further reduce enemy attributes by 1% and increase one's own attributes by 1%, with a maximum increase not exceeding 50%.
Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Note, come on, gather all your people for a truckload of bread.
I won't fight with less than 50.
Hiss. No wonder it's an SS level talent. This thing is completely tailored for monster farming.
Since the Earth Kingdom dungeon only allows 5 people to enter, if we gather 50, even an A-level would be killed by Bai Chi.
It seems you still have some tricks up your sleeve.
Bai Chi said calmly, his long halberd slanted. Too bad, all are just small fries.
One strike. The opponent directly charged at the weakest Xie Qingwan. She transformed into a black panther without hesitation, prowling on the ground.
Just as quickly, Hu Chen dove down, came to her side, and granted her the already evolved Dragon Bat Emperor wings.
The black panther instantly sprouted wings and took to the sky.
As they say, strike high and hit low, catch the dumb bi, silent word. As long as Bai Chi can't fly, his offensive methods are extremely limited, and he can only attack by throwing his halberd. At this moment, Hu Chen quickly endowed the killing domain with all the talents he possessed. Eye of True Sight deprivation version plus killing domain equals Eye of the killing domain deprivation version. Indestructible Fireball deprivation version plus killing domain equals Flame of the killing domain deprivation version.
Black Gold Ancient Blade plus deprivation equals Black Gold Ancient Blade deprivation version. Black Gold Ancient Blade deprivation version plus killing domain equals Blade of the killing domain deprivation version.
Boundless plus killing domain equals SS grade talent domain of the god of killing evolvable, except for the godhood of the sea god and Dragon Bat Emperor wings, which cannot combine with killing domain. All other talents have been endowed, and Hu Chen also took the opportunity to check for any omissions, combining the Black Gold Ancient Blade with deprivation. Now, anyone wounded by the Black Gold Ancient Blade has a certain probability of being deprived.
Unfortunately, it's just a certain probability. Otherwise, he could easily become a master fish cutter in the ocean apocalypse. Even a slight cut could elevate him to the peak. Hu Chen glanced at the brand new domain of the god of killing and immediately felt a surge of joy. Talent, domain of the god of killing deprivation version. Level, SS. Experience, 0/1000000. Effect, after activation, it can pull all enemies into your domain, reducing all enemy attributes by 10% and increasing all your attributes by 10%. If the number of enemies exceeds 10 for each additional enemy, it can further reduce enemy attributes by 1% and increase your attributes by 1%, up to a maximum of 50%. In the domain of the god of killing, you can freely unleash the blade of the killing domain and the flame of the killing domain, with a forced cooldown of 1 second for each release.
Once the domain of the god of killing is activated, the eye of the killing domain will be forced to activate, locking onto the enemy's range and making you immune to all illusions.
Duration 1 minute. Cooldown time 24 hours.
Hidden effect: for every enemy killed in the domain of the god of killing, you can accumulate 1 point of experience.
Note: come on, bring all your bread people here.
I won't fight with fewer than 50.
This is a fusion of 2 SSS level talents and 2 SS level talents into an SS level talent.
Its terrifying power goes without saying.
However, now is not the time to open the killing domain.
With his current attributes, even if he opens the killing domain and reduces Bai Chi's attributes by 10% while increasing his own by 10%, he would only be at the lowest C rank against a top B rank.
Not stable enough.
It's best to wait until Bai Chi is weakened by another 5%.
Calculating the time just now,
it has only been a maximum of 3 minutes. Waiting another 3 minutes is nothing. As for the beast whisker with the near-death LV1 attached to it that he is holding, he can't even touch Bai Chi, so he can't use it at all. Just as Hu Chen was pondering, Bai Chi took advantage of the moment when the long spear fell from the sky, leaped onto the spear for leverage, and jumped into the air.
Dare to be distracted while fighting against me. A punch. It landed squarely on Hu Chen's face.
With a force of 621 points, it smashed directly into Hu Chen's face.
Fortunately, he was still wearing the S-rank item, Abyss.
This punch caused the Abyss to tremble. Even with the power weakened by 1 layer, it still smashed Hu Chen into the ground. If it weren't for the Abyss protection, he would never have dared to fight these guys up close. With the Dragon Bat Emperor's wing embedded in him, Hu Chen lay on the ground, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, landing right next to the long spear. If he were just 1 centimeter off, he would have been pierced through by the long spear. Hu Chen slightly tilted his head, a true side-eye deprivation version landed on the long spear.
Ding! A rank item, Breaking Army Spear +1.
He had used true side-eye on this weapon more than once, but this was the first time the deprivation was successful. It seems that the deprivation can only take effect when Bai Chi is not holding the spear.
Bang! Bai Chi landed.
He approached Hu Chen, looking down at him while slowly shaking his head, clearly a human, yet insisting on using a beast's weapon.
Reflect on this in your next life.
Bai Chi gripped the Breaking Army Spear, intending to pull it out, but found he couldn't. A weapon that doesn't belong to him naturally won't enter a usable state. Beasts' weapons or humans' weapons, as long as they work, that's all that matters. Hu Chen propped himself up, a smile in his eyes, as if mocking Bai Chi. It's better than you not being able to lift your own weapon.
Ha!
Bai Chi scoffed coldly, simply letting go of the broken army spear, his right hand clenched into a fist. I hope your bones are as tough as your mouth. A punch came crashing down. At this distance and with this damage, even activating the kill domain won't help. Hu Chen held the beast's whiskers in his right hand, having stripped away the near-death LV1 from it, preparing to take this opportunity to attach it to Bai Chi.
It's a gamble. As long as near-death can take effect, everything will be secure. But in the next moment,
Bai Chi in front of him suddenly disappeared. Hu Chen turned his head and saw Wei Shu holding Bai Chi's waist, being boosted by both the wind attribute of Lu Xiener and the sun attribute, carrying Bai Chi away. With Wei Shu's strength, he naturally couldn't withstand a punch from Bai Chi, but carrying a sturdy man weighing less than 150 pounds was still easy. However, this action was too foolish. Fall back. Hu Chen got up, gripping the broken military spear, wanting to charge forward, but heavily injured, he found it difficult to do so. Bai Chi grasped Wei Shu's neck, but did not twist it off directly. Instead, he turned to look at the distant Lu Xiener. The Jade Eye is in Wei Shu's hand. I've said it before, the Jade Eye only has 1 chance. Damn it, it's too late. There won't be a second chance to weaken it. Domain of the God of Killing, activate. Hu Chen uttered 3 words, and a realm of icy white instantly unfolded. A hue of bone white enveloped the heavens and the earth, shrouding both Hu Chen and Bai Chi within. Wei Shu was deemed an object outside the killing domain and was directly bounced away from Bai Chi's grasp. Come! Hu Chen, holding the broken military spear, forced his body to stand, looking at Bai Chi before him. I want to see just how tough the bones of this martial general are. As soon as he finished speaking, the eye of the God of Killing, the flame of the God of Killing, and the blade of the God of Killing were simultaneously triggered. A gigantic dark golden pupil hovered in midair, its gaze shifting, locking onto Bai Chi before him. One after another, pale white fireballs were hurled from all directions of the domain of the God of Death. The shadows of blades transformed into a whirlwind. With every gentle breeze, there was an attack from the blades. Hu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Stamina +7. Strength +1. B-class skill, Spirit Summoning +1. Agility +4. B-class item, Boots of the Heavenly Army +1. Intelligence +10. SS class talent, Commander +1. As a multitude of prompt boxes suddenly appeared before him, new attributes continuously added, his body was visibly recovering at an incredible speed. After all, every second, there would be 2 successful triggers of deprivation. 60 seconds means a total of 120 times. Counting the force trigger from the eye of the god of death, that makes 121 deprivations. Let alone by chi, even if a deity descended, if they didn't break through the domain of the god of death in time, by the time they got out, they'd be left with nothing but their underwear. Thief! Bai Chi roared angrily. In the midst of the sparks and blades, he could even stand up and look at Hu Chen in front of him. What have you done to me? You called me a thief, what else could I do? With the blessing of the god of killing domain and the friendship sponsorship from the angel investor Bai Chi, Hu Chen was now able to stand up. He turned his head, admiring the broken military spear. Your spear is nice, but it's mine now. Yours? Let's see if you can take it. Bai Chi reached for his waist, seemingly searching for something, but found nothing. Looking for this? Hu Chen took out the S-level item, the tiger tally, and playfully spun it around on his index finger. Little Bai, I'm not saying you, but how can you just toss something as important as the tiger tally around? Look, luckily I picked it up. If someone else saw it, they might have returned it to you. Seeking death. Bai Chi was truly enraged. He stepped forward, breaking through the fireball and blades, charging towards Hu Chen. Fortunately, Hu Chen is quick-witted and fast. He immediately put away the tiger talisman, sidestepped, and dodged Bai Chi's attack, even skillfully avoiding the force of his punches. It's as if he saw through all of his movements and predicted his actions. This is the effect of the eye of the god of death. As long as Bai Chi remains in the domain of the god of death, every move he makes will be locked on and predicted, even simulating all possible action trajectories in Hu Chen's mind for analysis. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Bai Chi only attacked without defending, allowing fireballs and blade lights to strike him while he stood in front of Hu Chen, throwing punch after punch. Hu Chen didn't move, only twisting his body to evade Bai Chi's punches. With his agility below C+, he was already able to dodge punches from someone with B agility. The two stood in front of the breaking army spear, one attacking and the other dodging, until 50 seconds passed. The time is almost up. Under the enhancement of the domain of the god of death, Hu Chen's stamina and strength finally reached the standard to use the breaking army spear. He casually pulled out the broken army spear and thrust it forward amidst the flames. Bai Chi clenched his fist in defense. But as the spear came down, it pierced through his shoulder blade. General Wuan. Hu Chen stepped forward and looked at the injured projection of Bai Chi. Your bones aren't that tough. Bai Chi said nothing, just gripped the spear tightly and charged forward. The broken army spear completely pierced his left shoulder, and he came right in front of Hu Chen, placing one hand on the back of his gripping hand. This is bad. Hu Chen's heart trembled, wanting to let go of the spear. But Bai Chi's strength was still above his, he could dodge elsewhere, but his right hand was stuck no matter what. A punch. Bai Chi exchanged injury for life, smashing a punch towards Hu Chen's right arm. Crack. With a crisp sound, Hu Chen's right arm was completely shattered, and a status message appeared above his head. Broken arm LV3, +1. Broken arm LV3, strength attribute -30%. Wait a moment. This severed arm, can it be considered a condition? Then it will be easy. Hu Chen gritted his teeth and endured the pain, his left hand shimmering with white light, and he punched Bai Chi in the face. Severed arm LV3, granted. With a flash of white light, Bai Chi's right arm was instantly severed. Hu Chen took the opportunity to withdraw. Domain of the killing god, end. As a chilling aura dissipated, Xia Qingwan immediately stepped forward, guarding in front of Hu Chen. Lu Xiener had already hidden in the distance, with the 9 statues ready. Even Wei Shu was prepared to rush forward and fight Bai Chi. It wasn't because of Hu Chen, but because of Wei Shaoqing. He clearly knew that only Hu Chen could take Wei Shaoqing out of here. Even if he died, Hu Chen must not die. Don't rush. Hu Chen uttered 2 words but did not signal everyone to take action. At this moment, Bai Chi was no longer a threat. With the 9 tripods named 45% of the attributes, the serpent swallowing chi 10% plus the current severed arm 30% and shoulder penetration injury 10%. Even with the additional 20% from unlocking the hidden quest, Bai Chi's strength attribute is only left with 25%. Adding the 62 points of strength that Hu Chen stole from him, Bai Chi's strength is now only 181 points. This value can't even break through the abyss's defense. What is there to be afraid of? Bai Chi frowned in silence. Even though his left shoulder was pierced by the Dujien spear and his right hand was completely severed, it did not affect the murderous aura surrounding him at all. He simply assessed Hu Chen in front of him. After staring for a long time, he let out a cold laugh. Ha! Why are you laughing? Hu Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled, yet there was a hint of unease in his heart. Could it be that this person has some hidden trump card? Just wanted to laugh. Bai Chi's gaze was full of scrutiny, without a hint of resentment, vaguely carrying a touch of appreciation. Remember to keep the tiger talisman safe. I'll come to retrieve it. Wait. Retrieve? What do you mean? Hu Chen's pupils trembled. Although he knows that the Bai Chi in front of him is not the real body, just a projection, the real body should have been destroyed too. The word retrieve is a bit too frightening. Faced with Hu Chen's confusion, Bai Chi did not answer, but simply raised his left hand, struck his chest, and shattered himself. As a god of death, there is naturally only the logic of killing oneself. There is no reason to leave it to others to kill. Crack! The projection of Bai Qi shattered in response. Fortunately, even though Bai Qi destroyed himself, the kill reward still fell to Hu Chen. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Hu Chen for slaying the A-level general. Bai Qi's projection, experience plus 100,000 points plus 1 million. Congratulations to survivor Hu Chen for successfully leveling up to level 9. Free attribute points plus 40. Please allocate them on the panel in a timely manner. 100,000 experience, 1 million points. This is the reward for killing an A-level general. Of course. These are all accessories. The real good stuff is hidden in the panel. Hu Chen immediately opened his panel, evenly distributing the 40 attribute points gained from leveling up, while also starting to check his attributes. You don't realize until you see it. Hu Chen was so happy he almost fainted. Survivor Hu Chen. Survival level 9. Distance to next upgrade 350,000/500,000. Physique 161 C+. Strength 166 C+. Intelligence 163 C+. Agility 167 C+. Mastered talents: Bestow, SSS Deprivation, SSS Eye of True Sight, SSS Domain of the God of Death, SS Commander, SS Black Gold Ancient Blade, S Indestructible Fireball, S Blood to Dragon, S Dragon Bat Royal Wing, B. Skills: Fan Tian, A Chi D, A Summon Spirit, B. Skills are different from talents, they require certain conditions to be used. For instance, both Fang Tian and Chi Di require the equipment of the Broken Army Halberd to use, while Summon Spirit requires the equipment of the Tiger Talisman. Fang Tian and Chi Di are damage-dealing skills that can perform dual assessments of strength and physique within a range, causing widespread damage. The former is a decapitation, while the latter is for breaking formations. Given Hu Chen's current physical strength and power attributes, without the enhancement of the God of Death's domain, he can't use the Breaking Army Spear and can only covet it for now. As for the Spirit Summon, Hu Chen looked at the skill description and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Skill: Spirit Summon. Level B. Usage conditions: equip the Tiger Talisman, and intelligence attribute must reach level B or above. Effect: after use, randomly summon a heroic spirit you've encountered to fight for you, with attribute values not exceeding your own. Duration: 1 minute. Cooldown: 24 hours. Remarks: who says there are no clothes? We share the same robe. Heroic spirits you've encountered? Needless to say, Hu Chen has only encountered one heroic spirit, Bai Qi. If he activates the skill, wouldn't he summon a Bai Qi with attributes equal to his own 100% of the time? He couldn't even imagine how desperate their opponents would be if both the God of Death's domain and the Killing domain were activated at the same time. Of course, Hu Chen also didn't dare to think about what would happen if the summoned Bai Qi didn't obey orders and stabbed him in the kidney instead. Forget it. Anyway, my intelligence attribute hasn't met the standard yet, so let's not worry about it for now. As for that SS level talent, Commander, that's even more outrageous. Talent, Commander. Level, SS. Passive effect: all your allied units gain a 10% increase in all attributes while fighting alongside you. Note, everyone, charge with me. Although this talent isn't suitable for combination with other talents, just the passive effect alone can provide nearly a 10% boost to Xie Qingwan, Zhou Tiaojiaoshi, and even teammates who fight alongside him. This is a percentage boost. Right now, their attribute points are only in the dozens, so the boost is just a few points, but if their attribute points reach 3 digits or even 4 digits, this boost will be terrifying. Moreover, this talent cannot be combined with other talents, but it can be combined with a versatile characteristic. Limitless. After Hu Chen granted Limitless to Commander, Commander also gained a growth characteristic. Although it requires amplifying a million different units to level up, it at least has the potential to rise to SSS level talent. The gap between the two is not insignificant. Hu Chen was completely drained, slumped on the ground, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was harder to suppress than an AK. As Bai Qi vanished, the notification for task completion sounded. Lu Xiener and the others mustered their courage and walked over. Lu Xiener simply squatted beside Hu Chen and softly asked, "Hey, how did you do that? Want to know?" After upgrading, Hu Chen's injuries were forcefully refreshed and restored. He was just waiting for the 9 little snakes to come out of the cauldron. With his mood lifted, he naturally felt like joking. He turned to Lu Xiener and said, "If you let me see what you look like, I'll tell you." "Forget it, I'm afraid I might scare you." Lu Xiener said this while turning her head away, but her eyes were still full of curiosity. That was an A level reduced to AB+. Just like that, they killed it? The disaster has only been going on for 2 days. No, not even 3 days yet. Is it really that outrageous? Brother Hu Chen, are you okay? Wei Shaoqing also came over at this moment. Just now, your energy seemed like it was about to fade away. Isn't it fine now? Hu Chen smiled and rubbed Wei Shaoqing's head. Be good, we've passed this test and there's nothing ahead that can defeat us. No need to worry. Wei Shaoqing nodded seriously. As the owner of the ability to read emotions, she could clearly discern who held malice towards her and who genuinely cared for her. Hu Chen was clearly the latter. Although he was filled with a mix of resentment and murderous intent, Wei Shaoqing could still perceive a trace of subtle kindness amidst those emotions. Especially when facing her, that kindness was most pure. Just like her brother.
So what do we do next? Lu Xiener also chimed in, go to the next level? This level almost left us half dead, isn't the next level going to be terrifying? Wait a moment. Hu Chen said with irritation, it seems like I'm the only one half alive here, right? Just summarize it.
Lu Xiener immediately flattered, the captain alone can support half the sky, you, being half alive, means our entire team is half alive. Hu Chen rolled his eyes, said nothing more, and just explained to the others.
The next level is called Punishing the Emperor. In terms of difficulty, it's higher than this level. Lu Xiener couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. However, this is only in a conventional sense.
Hu Chen continued, the Punishing the Emperor level has a fixed difficulty, and the boss we face is just one, Shi Huang. His initial strength is A+, and after strengthening through hidden tasks, it will reach S-. But we have the Golden Eye and the Jade Eye. When we enter the final level, these two items will divide 1/3 of Shi Huang's abilities, transforming him into his youthful and adult forms, along with his original elder form, making a total of 3 bosses. The originally S-level Shi Huang will, after being weakened, turn into 3 B-level bosses, and they will not attack simultaneously. Instead, they will come out one after another from the youthful form of the Jade Eye to the adult form of the Golden Eye and finally the elder form. The original difficulty of this level was that the young Emperor Qin led 5,000 soldiers to attack simultaneously. After successfully beheading them, he would enter the second round, where the middle-aged Emperor Qin would join the battle with the 12 golden men, along with the 5,000 soldiers from the first round who were not killed. As for the third round, it's unnecessary to say, the old Emperor Qin summons the 9 tripod cauldrons and calls upon the heroic spirits to lead the battle. If we go straight through the Mercury Sea to this final level, and the old Emperor Qin summons Bai Qi at the moment of the cauldron, we would be doomed for sure. Even if Bai Qi is not summoned, it would still be quite challenging. But now, we have already cleared 3 levels, which means we only need to face a B-level boss and behead it. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Xiener and the others felt a wave of fear. If Hu Chen hadn't led the way in this dungeon, and someone else randomly entered and activated the hidden dungeon, I fear that even 5 B-level players would die here. Even in a normal dungeon, it would take more than 5 C+ players to possibly clear it. But then again, how did Hu Chen know so many details about the dungeons? Could it be that he cleared it in his previous life? But that would still be B-level strength. Wei Shu spoke up from the side, just now, Bai Qi was AB+ and almost wiped us out, and now you. The words were not finished. Wei Shu noticed Hu Chen was looking at him and immediately shut up, no longer speaking. If it were before, Hu Chen might not have paid attention to Wei Shu, letting him wait and see. But since he dared to rush over and hug Bai Qi just now, in Hu Chen's mind, he was considered one of their own. Facing his own people, he naturally wouldn't have a cold demeanor. Don't worry. Hu Chen revealed a faint smile, looking at the 9 tripod. We still have a killer move we haven't used yet. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked up at the 9 tripod. It seemed the 9 tripod sensed the weight of their gaze and suddenly made a crisp shattering sound. Crack! Accompanied by a crack in a pattern. From within the 9 tripod, a serpentine creature swam out. No! It shouldn't be called a serpent now, they should be referred to as half-dragons. Now the half-dragon's body has suddenly expanded, reaching a size of over 20 meters. Although they have not completely shed their serpentine form, the serpent head has already grown 2 horns, subtly revealing an extraordinary appearance. When this serpent head truly transforms into a dragon's head, they will have achieved the status of a pseudo-dragon. As for the true dragon above the pseudo-dragon, that's still a long way off. In the last life, that dragon-blooded serpent took a year to become a half-dragon, 3 years to become a pseudo-dragon, and only in the 9th year did it achieve true dragon status. Now, Hu Chen has been at it for almost a year, other matters cannot be rushed. Hu Chen activated the true sight and scanned the 9 half-dragons in front of hhim, already having a sense of certainty in his heart. This dungeon is stable. Species half-dragon. Level C. Stamina 173 C+. Strength 150 C+. Intelligence 148 C. Agility 137 C. Talent Blood Transformation into Dragon S. Immortal Dragon Flame S. Dragon Bat Emperor Wings B. Mastered Skills Heavy Strike E. Venomous Bite E. Constrict F. Note: Half-Dragon Body, Soul of a Flood Dragon. The 9 half-dragons have all reached C-level strength, with their power and physique attributes even reaching C+ level. It's just a pity that they have mastered too few skills, otherwise, these 9 half-dragons could easily sweep through the next challenge. Is that still a snake? Dear Fairy hid behind Xie Qingwan, peeking out with her head, looking timidly at what was in front of her. As soon as they heard the word snake, the 9 half-dragons immediately turned their heads, their 18 golden eyes fixed on her. Dear Fairy gasped in shock, quickly burying her head behind Xie Qingwan, while shouting loudly, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. This guy is just like that. Always running his mouth, but quick to back down. Now it's settled, let's go." Hu Chen chuckled lightly, letting the 9 half-dragons take the lead while he followed behind, stepping towards the grand hall. After 99 steps, everyone arrived in front of the hall. As an otherworldly beast, the half-dragon couldn't push open the Great Hall's doors and could only circle outside, giving way to Hu Chen. Hu Chen stepped forward and pushed open the doors with both hands. A burst of golden light suddenly exploded before him. The Great Hall was incredibly spacious, measuring 50 meters wide and 90 meters long. But as he raised his gaze, he immediately spotted the first emperor sitting on the throne, like a true dragon coiling above the hall. He wore a dark-colored dragon robe, with a sword at his waist. Upon seeing someone intruding into the hall, he slowly stood up, drawing his 4-foot-long green blade, pointing it straight at the crowd before him. To see the emperor without bowing is a crime worthy of death. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden and jade eyes from Hu Chen and Lu Xian'er simultaneously flew out, landing in front of the hall, instantly transforming into the young and middle-aged forms of the first emperor. Cling. Main quest updated. A-class main quest, kill the emperor, hidden version. Quest description: successfully kill the young first emperor, the middle-aged first emperor, and the elderly first emperor. Quest time: none. Quest reward: cumulative calculation. Quest failure: erasure. The 3 emperors were arranged in a triangular formation, and the young emperor Shi Huang stepped forward, glaring angrily. Kill. Logically, when the young emperor Shi Huang uttered this phrase, 5,000 soldiers would appear before him, rushing towards everyone like a wave. But now, the scene appeared somewhat abrupt and a bit awkward. The young emperor Shi Huang looked at the scene before him, momentarily stunned. Be good. Don't be afraid. Hu Chen chuckled as he stepped forward, dragging the black gold ancient sword across the tiles, sparking a flare. I'll be a little gentler. True Vision Eye Deprivation version activated. Name: Young Master Zhang. Level: S. Stamina 450 B. Strength 458 B. Intelligence 580 B. Agility 460 B. Talent: SSS level talent destiny, S level talent strategy, S level talent leadership, S level talent foresight. Mastered skills: none. Note: oh dear, it's all dear to me. Intelligence plus 13. It's increased again. Previously, depriving A grade by Chi's attributes only added a maximum of 10 points. Facing an S grade existence, it suddenly increased by 13 points. This improvement is not trivial. It's a pity. Now the domain of the god of killing is on cooldown, and the indestructible fireball is not stored, so the chance of using the black gold long knife to deprive is very low. You can't really gain anything from this. It's better to go for a quick resolution. Get started. With those 2 words, Lu Xian'er casually threw out a ball of thunder. Immediately, 9.5 dragon figures sprouted wings and pounced forward. Hu Chen didn't dare to be careless, wielding the black gold ancient knife to meet them, looking for opportunities to strike in the gaps. Although the SS grade talent, Commander Enhancement, increased attributes by 10%, each half-dragon only has the strength of a top C+ level beast. Facing a B-grade human, even if it's a supportive B-grade human, it's still a bit challenging. But with the remote assistance from Lu Xian'er and Hu Chen ready to execute a decapitation, it would be completely different. 10 minutes later, the young Emperor Qin was ground to death. He endured at least over 30 cuts and had his attributes stripped away 7 times. As the ancient sword fell, the young boy transformed into a streak of light, vanishing at the spot, leaving only a jade eye suspended in midair. No kill reward. After all, this is just a clone, it doesn't count as an individual. Only after slaying the aging Emperor Qin can one receive rewards. Traitors and rebels should be beheaded. The middle-aged Emperor Qin also raised his gaze at this moment. As the true sight-eye deprivation version activated, his power increased by 3, and the attributes identical to those of the young Emperor Qin appeared before him. If he could summon the 12 golden men to fight together, there would be no need to say more. Everyone would only have to flee for their lives. But now, only he was the one fleeing around. With the experience of beheading the young Emperor Qin, everyone succeeded in slaying the middle-aged Emperor Qin on the spot in just 8 minutes. Hu Chen controlled his strength and angle, successfully delivering 40 cuts and stripping away 10 attributes. Only one left. Hu Chen held an ancient sword, standing in front of the dragon throne, with a 9-headed half-dragon swirling behind him, smiling at the elderly first emperor. It's your turn, my old baby. Before the elderly first emperor could speak, Hu Chen looked at him and activated the true sight-eye deprivation version. Intelligence plus 2. What a pity. With 3 chances for 100% deprivation, and having slashed with the ancient sword on the 3 first emperors so many times, he still didn't strip away a single talent. But there's still a chance. Hu Chen immediately focused his mind and ordered the 9 half-dragons. Just like before, surround but do not kill, allowing him to find opportunities to wear them down slowly. 10 slashes, 20 slashes. By the time he reached the 30th slash, Hu Chen could clearly sense that the elderly first emperor might not be able to hold on. But he had only triggered deprivation 6 times. Each time it was a random attribute between 1 to 20 points, and he hadn't even managed to strip away a single piece of equipment, let alone a talent.
Forget it. At worst, he could come back next month to try again. Each dungeon has its own cooldown time, and each person can only enter once per month. At that time, everything will refresh and reset, and he can try again to see if he can strip some talents from this first emperor. The 3 golden S grades truly made Hu Chen envious. It's time to end this. Hu Chen uttered 4 words and delivered the final blow. Yet, the prompt he desired still did not appear. No. Why isn't there even a kill prompt? In an instant, the golden and jade pupils suddenly dove into the body of the aging first emperor. His originally dull eyes suddenly shone with brilliance. The aura of an S-class powerhouse erupted instantly. 9.5 dragons were swept out of the throne area. Only Hu Chen remained. His stamina had reached 205 points, barely holding through the judgment. At this moment, he was half kneeling on the ground, holding the black gold ancient blade with the blade tip inserted into the high platform, just managing to withstand this first wave of pressure. And, in the peak of his power, the first emperor stepped forward, looking down at Hu Chen, with one foot hovering over the back of his head, ready to drop at any moment. I give you a chance. Kneel, bow your head, and I will spare your life. Enter my realm and pay your respects to the general. How is this possible? Hu Chen's heart suddenly trembled. Since the strategy for the realm of the earth appeared, Wei Shu has been continuously improving its content, revealing everything from hidden quests to the possible appearance of Bai Qi. However, throughout this strategy, there has never been any mention of the first emperor having a second phase. This is freaking S rank. Who can defeat a guardian of an S rank dungeon? No response? The first emperor sneered, shook his head lightly, and his dragon-patterned boots suddenly fell. There's no time. As quickly as the words were spoken, in an instant, a gentle breeze filled the hall as Luciener forced the dragon-patterned boots to lift momentarily. In the distance, 9.5 dragons rushed over, their mouths wide open, trying to swallow the person in front of them. In his later years, Emperor Shi Huang's lips curled slightly, as if he were watching a joke, and he waved the 4-foot green blade forward. Hu Chen also immediately got up. Taking advantage of Shi Huang's distraction dealing with the 9.5 dragons, he quickly stripped the near-death state from the beast's whisker in his arms and sent it towards him. Near-death successfully granted. The 4-foot green blade had not yet touched the half-dragon before it fell from the air. The pair of cloud-patterned dragon boots also fell beside Hu Chen, without any force, like a feather drifting down. You. Emperor Shi Huang lay completely on the dragon throne, pointing at Hu Chen in front of him. What have you done to me? Is this the power of S rank? The Chu Hong fish lay on the ground like a dead fish in a near-death state, yet this guy could still speak. Ha! Hu Chen did not answer his question, but immediately stepped forward, his right hand shimmering with pure black light, quickly brushing over his head 3 times. 3 attempts to strip, only 1 succeeded. Clink. Stripping successful. Congratulations to the survivor, Hu Chen, for obtaining the SSS level item, Dragon Robe. SSS level. Strange, this level of equipment shouldn't appear in this dungeon. Although Hu Chen was puzzled, he couldn't hide his joy. He paid no attention to the first emperor in front of him or the surprised gazes of the people behind him and directly stored the dragon robe in the shop's warehouse. The elderly first emperor, seeing his clothes being stripped away, was immediately filled with rage, raising his arm with trembling fingertips. You. If you're stuttering, just don't speak. Hu Chen spat out a line, and the black gold long knife in his hand instantly pierced the neck of the first emperor, whose health was only at 1. As a burst of golden light dissipated, a series of notifications popped up before him. SSS level talent destiny +1. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor team, Hu Chen, for successfully killing the S-level first emperor. The entire team shares experience of 1 million and 10 million points. Kill drop, S-level weapon imperial sword +1. Congratulations to the survivor team, Hu Chen, for completing the hidden task Sun and Moon in the same sky. Reward, S-class item golden eye +1, S-class item jade eye +1. Congratulations to survivor team Hu Chen for completing the A-level main quest Slay the Emperor. All rewards are calculated based on the score. Currently scoring. Your score is SSS+. You will receive a 500% final reward. Final reward, random S-class item +1, random S-class skill +1, experience points +500,000, points +5 million. Global announcement, congratulations to survivor team Hu Chen, Xie Qingwan, Luciener, Wei Shu, and Wei Xiaoqing for completing the S-class dungeon first clear of the Earth Kingdom, each receiving a random S-class reward +1. *3. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Hu Chen for successfully leveling up to level 12, with 30 free attribute points. Please allocate them on the panel in a timely manner. The dungeon will automatically close in 60 seconds, forcibly teleporting you out. A series of prompts sounded. Not just Hu Chen, everyone else was also dazzled. Just the 200,000 experience points shared among them would be enough to elevate them from level 5 to level 10, not counting the dungeon rewards. It seems that even the lowest scorer, Wei Xiaoqing, could take this opportunity to jump straight to level 11. Not to mention anything else, just from this experience gain, they've earned a full 100 attribute points. Of course, the one who benefits the most is still Hu Chen.
He casually stored that S-rank item, the Sword of the Emperor, without rushing to check his attributes, but instead looked at his newly acquired SSS rank talent Fate. Talent, Fate. Level, SSS. Passive effect, unlocks hidden attribute, Luck. This attribute resets randomly every day, with a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 10, but active effect, increases your luck value to 10 points. True Side-Eye hidden effect, unlocks after obtaining the SSS rank item, the Imperial Seal. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, I am destined by fate. Hiss. Hu-Chen couldn't help but gasp. This talent, isn't it just a 1-minute experience card for good luck every day? If I activate this talent during a lottery or when refreshing the shop daily, the scene would be simply wonderful. Indeed, there isn't a single weak SSS rank talent. As for that SSS level item, the Imperial Seal of China, it's long gone, who knows where it ended up. It's not even in the Earth realm. Are we supposed to go dig it up from Wu Zetian's tomb? Hu-Chen didn't dwell on this and immediately started the next round of bestowal plans. Deprivation plus Destiny equals Deprivation Destiny version. Bestowal plus Destiny equals Bestowal Destiny version. Commanding Soldiers plus Destiny equals Commanding Soldiers Destiny version. Domain of the God of Killing plus Destiny equals Domain of the God of Killing Destiny version. Aside from these 4 talents, the remaining talents on Hu-Chen cannot resonate with Destiny. However, this harvest is already quite significant. Deprivation Destiny version has added a guaranteed success. The original Deprivation could only be used 3 times a day on an individual and success was purely based on luck, but now the Destiny version guarantees that among the 3 deprivations, one will definitely succeed. Bestowal Destiny version is even more outrageous. Regardless of whether Hu-Chen is in bestowal state or attribute, the Destiny version will increase the base by 1% to 10%. What does this mean? Just in terms of physical strength alone, Hu-Chen currently has 200 points. Using it once for bestowal, it originally could only grant a fixed 10%, which is 20 points. After the increase from the Destiny version, he can bestow 20 to 22 points to others. This number may not seem like a big increase, but it's a percentage boost. If it were the last bestowal to buy Chi with the Severed Arm LV3, it would originally reduce strength by 30%. Now it will reduce it by 30% to 33%. The improvements of Commander and God of Killing's domain aren't much either. Now, Commander increases the attributes of friendly units by 15%, and God of Killing's domain increases and reduces attributes for both sides by 15%. As for that SSS grade item, the Ancestral Dragon Robe, it's strange to say, Hu-Chen specifically took it out to examine it with the true side-eye, and surprisingly, there were no effects or descriptions on it, not even any notes. It's like an ordinary piece of clothing, it's just that for some reason, it's labeled as an SSS grade item by the system. Could it be a bug? It shouldn't be. Hu-Chen didn't think much of it and just put the clothing into his storage, holding the golden eye and jade eye in his hands. Aside from the Heavenly Mandate, the greatest gains from this dungeon are these 2 items. Name, Golden Eye. Category, Item. Level, S. Effect, wearing it grants plus 5% to all attributes. When worn with the Jade Eye, the effect is doubled. Hidden effect, when placed together with the Jade Eye and the Double Eye slot, there is a certain chance to unlock the S-level profession, Eye Sorcerer. Note, forged from the essence of the sun, tempered into the left eye, a millennium of accumulation transforms into the Golden Eye. Name, Jade Eye. Category, Item. Level, S. Effect, wearing it grants plus 5% to all attributes. When worn with the Golden Eye, the effect is doubled. Hidden effect, when placed together with the Golden Eye and the Double Eye slot, there is a certain chance to unlock the S-level profession, Eye Sorcerer. Note, forged from the essence of the moon, refined into the right eye, a millennium of time transforms into the Jade Eye. Hu-Chen was taken aback. In his previous life, he only knew that the Golden Eye and the Jade Eye were rare attribute enhancement items that, when worn together, increased all attributes by 20%, but he had no idea they could also unlock a hidden profession. Although it's just an S level, the fact that it has a certain probability makes it quite frustrating. If it doesn't succeed, won't I end up blind? Forget it, I'll just keep this thing on me for now. It's just an S-level hidden profession, there's no need to gamble my own eyes for it. Moreover, he still needs to compete for the first kill of the regional beast, where another hidden profession is waiting for him. He'll see after that. After all, there is still a gap between S-level professions and hidden professions. Everything is packed up. With a flash of golden light, everyone left the dungeon. Everything in the dungeon returned to its original state, including the aged emperor sitting on the dragon throne who was resurrected, but he no longer wore the dragon robe. Several hours later, as the novice period ended, a global announcement appeared. A figure broke through the void and appeared before the aged emperor. Looking at the emperor dressed in pure white, the figure questioned, "It's gone? How is that possible?" Outside the ancestral temple, the heavy rain continued and the sky faintly glimmered with light. February 19th, 6 in the morning. There are still 18 hours until the novice period ends. As soon as everyone came out of the dungeon, a barrage of chat messages erupted. Whether it's Hu Chen or the others who cleared the dungeon, they are all part of the discussion in these chat messages.
Especially him and Lu Xiener.
The two had a conflict earlier, but now they become teammates who cleared the dungeon together.
If there isn't some gossip in this, that would be quite unusual. Let's go.
Hu Chen didn't rush to draw rewards but turned to the three beside him. First, come with me to the ship to rest. After that, I won't stop you from going anywhere.
I'll pass.
Lu Xiener said 5 words and her figure was already suspended in midair. As the saying goes, one must always be cautious of others. Just now, when the ancient Emperor Qin revived, she clearly sensed the level of his strength, which was definitely far above Bai Qi. But somehow, this guy managed to stab him to death with one strike. Being around such a person, she can't help but worry about her own 9 sovereigns at any moment.
Suit yourself.
Hu Chen calmly said, let's finish this instance quickly so we can go back for some late-night snacks.
If Miss Lu isn't going, then you should leave as soon as possible. Since the captain is being so hospitable, I won't refuse.
Lu Xiener said this as she returned to the ground, maintaining a distance of over 5 meters from Hu Chen.
Life is all about eating, drinking, and having fun.
Lu Xiener definitely took the first 2 words to heart. No matter the situation, the first thing on her mind is always food. Unfortunately, she doesn't have good cooking skills, so even if she obtains some rare beast materials, she can only search the entire area for someone who can cook. In the last life, Hu Chen even taught her how to prepare food from a distance, but there always seemed to be unexpected changes when it was in her hands.
Captain. Wei Shu stepped forward and sent a trade request to Hu Chen.
2 sets of D-grade golden armor, 1 D-grade weapon, 2 S-grade items obtained from the first completion of the instance, and 4,555,000 points were all listed in the trade window. This was everything he and Wei Shaoqing had gained from the entire instance, aside from experience. According to the previous agreement, everything should be handed over to Hu Chen. Hu Chen glanced at it and only accepted a transaction of 4,500,000 points.
The remaining items went back to Wei Shu's mall warehouse.
Captain, this. Earlier, you took Bai Qi and saved my life, so consider it even. Hu Chen looked seriously at Wei Shu. I accept 4,500,000 points, which counts as your second life given to me, so we are square.
All right. Wei Shu smiled broadly and nodded vigorously.
For him, there was no better outcome than this.
Let's go. Want to grab a late-night snack together?
After nearly 2 nights of hiding and just clearing the dungeon, Wei Shu and Wei Shaoqing were already starving.
The group made their way down the mountain and didn't encounter any blind survivors.
However, shortly after they descended the mountain, many people rushed to the ancestral hall looking for ways to enter the dungeon. Except for the first time the dungeon opens, which requires finding a token, subsequent dungeons don't need this step, just getting close to the dungeon area will trigger it. However, when they saw that the copy's level was S, almost everyone shrank back and only a few unfortunate souls braved their way in, never to come out again. Above the No Shanghai Nation, Hu Chen had everyone open the store, purchasing some monster meat along with some regular meat and started grilling. This dish is simple enough, anyone can grill it to perfection. But to truly grill it to be tender and juicy, it still depends on the skill. As a former half-master chef, Hu Chen's skills are undoubtedly impressive. With fresh ingredients and a variety of seasonings combined with his skills, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. During the grilling, Hu Chen also took the opportunity to draw his rewards. Just like last time, he looked at the S-level lottery wheel, activating the draw while also initiating the deprivation.
Ding!
Congratulations to Survivor Hu Chen for obtaining S-level item, 1000 Faces. Congratulations to Survivor Hu Chen for obtaining S-level material, Scarlet Dragon Tail.
Name, 1000 Faces. Category, Item. Level, S. Effect, after wearing it, you can disguise yourself as any human individual you've seen, excluding attributes, voice, and body type. Note, hey, guess who I am? Name, Crimson Dragon Tail. Category, Material. Level, S. Effect, the S-level exotic beast Crimson Dragon's Tail is rich in flesh and blood energy. Consuming it can increase strength by 10 to 30 points and stamina by 20 to 60 points. Note, little thief, taste my tail. Things, all good things.
Hu Chen directly took out the Crimson Dragon Tail, throwing most of it into the water for the 9 half-dragons to share, while the rest was made into skewers. Each skewer can only increase 1 point of strength and 2 points of stamina, but they are quite chewy and delicious, and everyone ate quite a bit. As for the final rewards obtained from the raiding, they all exist in the form of treasure chests, which appeared directly upon opening.
Hu Chen couldn't exploit any bugs to take them away. An S-level item, Taigong Fishing Rod.
Can be used to fish for aquatic exotic beasts below S-level. Once hooked, it can weaken their attributes by 30%.
An S-level skill. Skill, Soul Slash. Level, S. Usage conditions, equip any knife or sword weapon. Effect, after use, ignore any items equipped by the opponent and deliver a guaranteed hit. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Note, stand still, don't move.
Including nearly 6 million points, this is all of Hu Chen's gains in the dungeon.
As for attributes,
after allocating the newly gained 30 attribute points, all of his 4 attributes have exceeded 200 points, reaching C+ level. With the bonuses from the Golden Eye and Jade Eye, all his attributes exceed 250 points. As long as the area boss remains within D-level range, even if that 9-headed half-dragon doesn't attack, he can slay it alone.
The only problem is, he currently doesn't know where the area boss will respawn. He can only wait for the novice period to end and see if he can find any news in the global channel.
Otherwise, he will have to travel far and find a previously known boss in another area to slay and claim the first kill.
As dawn breaks, everyone has had their fill.
Due to the lack of reliable transportation, Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing stayed on the boat. With the foundation of previous cooperation, Hu Chen didn't mind them staying on the ship for company, and he could see if any good items would refresh in their shop. He currently has accumulated over 6 million points in the shop, enough to buy 6 E-grade talents, or D-grade skills, C-grade items, or B-grade materials. As for that Lu Xiener, she said she left, but whether she really did or not,
Hu Chen wasn't sure. After all, this guy was quite cunning. She might be hiding somewhere under the ship, watching.
He would know for sure during dinner.
At noon, Hu Chen placed the 9.5 dragons in the room and took a short nap.
When he woke up, it was already close to evening.
There was only 1 hour left until the beginner period ended.
Hu Chen didn't cook, he simply exchanged some compressed biscuits from the shop to eat, then walked to the bow of the ship.
Brother Hu Chen. Wei Xiaoqing stood at the bow, waving at him.
Hu Chen casually replied, glancing at Wei Shu, who was squatting nearby with a flushed face, gritting his teeth as if he were engaged in a heated argument with someone.
What's wrong? Did you drink too much? Just check the chat channel and you'll know. Hu Chen opened the regional chat log to take a look. Goodness.
Someone used a certain detection ability to see on the ancestral temple mountain that Hu Chen had killed the old hunter and that woman who had come out with Wei Shu, while he took Wei Shu and Wei Xiaoqing inside. Without any hesitation, they directly accused Wei Shu of betraying his friends for personal gain. At this point, Wei Shu hadn't reacted much until someone brought up that Wei Shu might have sold Wei Xiaoqing to Hu Chen in exchange for a spot in the dungeon. How could Wei Shu tolerate that? He was battling wits against the crowd in the regional chat channel, desperately defending his innocence. But keyboard warriors, they will always believe what they want to believe. Xiaoqing, you didn't check the content in the channel, did you? Hu Chen asked Wei Xiaoqing. I didn't watch it. Wei Xiaoqing obediently shook her head. Brother said I shouldn't watch it, so I didn't.
Good.
Hu Chen raised his hand and patted Wei Shu's shoulder. Hey, you're up.
Captain.
Wei Shu, like a dazed fool, hurriedly got up, as if just realizing that Hu Chen was beside him. Stop scolding, just write down those guys' names, and we'll find them one by one later.
Is it easy to find them? Don't worry, it's hard to find them now, but in an hour, it'll definitely be easy.
Wei Shu tilted his head, his eyes filled with confusion.
Until 1 hour later,
the clock struck 12, and with a crisp bang, a global notification popped up in front of them.
Ding!
Survivors, the beginner period has officially ended. Welcome to the first disaster, submersion.
Disaster, submersion. Category, natural disaster. Special rules, none. Duration, 48 days, 59 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. End condition, eliminate the 9 regional aberrations. Some intelligent beings have evolved into aberrations.
The regional aberrations have respawned, please check promptly. The shop interface is now open, please check promptly. The global channel is now open, please check promptly. 6 consecutive prompts popped up. As Hu Chen was about to open the global channel to seek information about the regional aberrations, before he could send out a message, the 9 half-dragons in the room immediately sprang out. The 9 dragons plunged into the water, crazily swimming towards the east. He quickly opened the clan interface and his pupils instantly lit up. The 9 half-dragons simultaneously sensed a unique aura descending. If he guessed correctly, that should be the location of the regional aberrations. This makes things easier. Come back. At Hu Chen's command, the 9 half-dragons immediately suppressed their instincts and turned back in front of the Gno Shanghai Kingdom. He immediately purchased 9 aircraft carrier blocking ropes from the shop and tossed them in front of Wei Shu and Xie Qingwan. Help tie the ropes.
Yes, Master/Captain.
The two answered almost in unison and immediately moved forward to tie the 9 aircraft carrier cables around the 9-headed half-dragon's body. Charge! The 9-headed half-dragon's agility had reached sea level, and its strength had even reached C+, plus the enhancement from the dragon bat King's wings, allowing them to directly lift No Shanghai Nation off the water, racing in the air about 2 meters above the surface. What the hell? A figure suddenly landed on the ship, exclaiming in surprise. What's going on? Did you find the location of the regional alien beast? Hu Chen immediately rolled his eyes. This guy really didn't leave. If she had been a little slower getting on the ship, she might have been thrown off. Did you buy a ticket to get on the ship?
No.
Lu Xiener, undeterred, placed her hands on her hips and replied to Hu Chen.
But I can make this ship go faster, so do I still need to buy a ticket? Fine. With skills like that, one can thrive anywhere. But Hu Chen wasn't buying it. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Xiener. You don't want to get off the boat, huh?
Then I'll tell the little snakes not to leave and we'll take a couple of laps on the boat first?
No,
sir.
Are you kidding me? Lu Xiener helplessly conceded. How about we just buy a ticket? You say how to buy it, and I'll do it. Let's speed up first. Got it.
After reaching level 11, Lu Xiener's intelligence attribute increased significantly, and using the 9 sovereigns had a completely different effect. She utilized the wind element to lift the No Shanghai nation upwards, that applied a speed boost buff to the 9 half-dragons, further increasing the boat's speed. The current speed of the boat had risen to almost 200 kilometers per hour. They were standing inside the No Shanghai nation, otherwise, the strong wind blowing directly at them could have blown them away. Is this good now? Lu Xiener turned her head, looking at Hu Chen with sparkling eyes. Her earlier pretense of not leaving was not only to enjoy Hu Chen's cooking at any time but also to see if she could benefit from him in other ways. Just entering a dungeon alone is enough for them to gain 10 levels over others. Who knows what other secrets he holds and how much he can benefit. Look, he's in such a hurry to get to a certain area, he must have found traces of the regional beasts. If he can snag some rewards from this, that would be a huge profit. Hu Chen naturally understood her thoughts and just glanced at her. Don't say I didn't warn you. Following along this time won't yield any benefits. Look at what you're saying. Lu Xiener immediately raised her head. I'm just a passenger. What benefits can I expect? Besides, it was you, the captain, who let us out of the dungeon. Do I still need your benefits? That would be too ungrateful. Oh, then what does it mean that you're eating my food? Lu Xiener pondered seriously for a moment. I'll count it as you cook well? Hu Chen was speechless. He also hadn't forgotten there was something else to deal with, so he turned to Wei Shu. Did you remember the names I asked you to note down earlier? Wei Shu was taken aback, then responded, I remembered 2 or 3 who were full of nonsense. Okay, send it to me. Seeing the 3 names in front of him, Hu Chen immediately opened the regional channel. Hu Chen, a reward of 10 fingers for Ding Changming, Zheng Chuanzhou, and Chen Mingkong in exchange for 1 random D-level equipment, with a photo for verification. After the novice period ends, the system interface will automatically unlock the photo function shared with the perspective, making it impossible to cheat. As soon as this message was sent, the originally noisy regional chat channel fell silent. Wei Shu was also taken aback. So, this is how they find people. Exactly. Once this message goes out, everyone in the region will be looking for these 3 people. 1 person equals 1 piece of D-level equipment. Not to mention how he was before as a novice, even now, he couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. Ding Changming, you, who do you think you are? Saying there's D-level equipment just like that? It's really laughable. Zhang Yan, hey, why don't you check the trading interface in the mall? There are thousands of D-level equipment, all listed by Boss Hu himself. Qin Shaokai, Boss Hu is generous. I know where Zhang Chuanzhou is, wait for me. Zhang Chuanzhou, Boss Hu, I was wrong. How about I cut off 1, no, 2 fingers, and you cancel the bounty? That way, I can save a D-grade equipment. Brother Hu Chen. Before Hu Chen could respond, Wei Xiaoqing suddenly spoke up. Hu Chen looked at the cute little girl and couldn't help but smile. What's wrong, Xiaoqing? Over there. Wei Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with a faint blue light as she raised her hand to point towards a nearby mountain. It seems like there's something over there. As soon as she finished speaking, in the direction Wei Xiaoqing pointed, a fire phoenix suddenly soared from the mountaintop, rising straight up into the sky. The flames illuminated everyone's faces. Hu Chen raised an eyebrow, recognizing the identity of this fire phoenix. SSS level talent, Flame Phoenix. One of the transformation type SSS level talents, it not only has the ability to transform into a fire phoenix but also possesses the ability of rebirth through flames. In fact, each time it dies, it becomes stronger. However, after the 9th rebirth through flames, it can no longer return to human form and will instead join the beast faction, becoming a top-tier powerhouse among the beasts. I didn't expect her first rebirth from the flames would be in such a place. As the fire phoenix changed direction, it landed on a distant mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was immediately engulfed in flames, and even the torrential rain could not extinguish it. Is this the regional exotic beast? Lu Xiener asked as she watched from the side. No. Hu Chen slightly shook his head. It's a type of avatar talent, ranked the same as your 9 sovereigns. Hiss. Lu Xiener couldn't help but gasp, but a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. A talent ranked SSS, just like the 9 sovereigns? Then why isn't this guy excited at all? Isn't he able to acquire talents from others? After learning about this talent, he should have gone down immediately to find a way to obtain it from the other party. Either his chance of acquiring talents from others isn't 100%, or there's something even more important than this SSS talent waiting for him. Or perhaps both possibilities are true. Lu Xiener fell silent, merely standing by and gazing down at the flames generated by the fire phoenix. The intensity of these flames, even with her current strength using 9 forms, she couldn't match. I wonder how many SSS level talents exist in this world. Are they all this monstrous? Hu Chen stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at the flames, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. In his past life, she had undergone 9 rebirths and, unable to transform back into a human, chose to join the beast faction. If he were to rescue her now and prevent her from completing her 9th rebirth, would it change her fate? This thought quickly vanished and Hu Chen soon dismissed it in his heart.
There are many regrets in life. What if the owner of the Fire Phoenix has joined the Beast faction?
For him now, she was merely a target for future deprivation, there was no need to care. The priority now was to find the regional beasts and secure the first kill before thinking about anything else. Just as he was lost in thought, the flames on the mountaintop suddenly surged, transforming back into a fire phoenix and soaring into the sky, racing eastward faster than the Gnosi kingdom.
Hu Chen couldn't help but express his confusion.
In just under 2 seconds, the fire phoenix had already dashed to the front midair, leaving only a trail of flames for the people on the ship.
This wants to steal the monster. Unlike the bosses in instances, regional beasts do not share the kill. Whoever lands the final blow is the killer.
This is also why Hu Chen told Lu Xiener that she wouldn't gain any advantage.
But now,
looking at the Fire Phoenix's stance, it seems to want to race them for the first kill.
No way. How does this Fire Phoenix know where the regional beast has spawned? Is it also relying on perception? Hu Chen's brows furrowed immediately.
High-level beasts have a bloodline sensitivity. Like the 9 half-dragons, they can sense the emergence of similar bloodlines, which is why they get so excited. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, they will want to check it out. The Fire Phoenix's behavior is quite similar to those half-dragons. But one has a phoenix bloodline and the other a dragon bloodline. How could they simultaneously have bloodline sensitivity? If a strange beast possesses both dragon and phoenix bloodlines, Hu Chen couldn't even imagine how powerful such a beast could grow in the future. No, not just in the future.
An E-rank dragon-blooded serpent directly became D-rank after becoming a regional beast.
If there were a beast with both dragon and phoenix bloodlines, it might be born as D-rank and, after the enhancement of being a regional beast, could very likely reach C-rank or higher. Considering bloodline suppression, a 9-tailed half-dragon can only exert D-rank strength at most, and I am only C+. The god of death's domain hasn't cooled down yet, so it's better to be cautious.
Hu Chen couldn't help but turn to Lu Xiener. Slow down a bit. What's wrong? Lu Xiener first stopped the enhancement, then spoke in confusion. Is there a problem? That regional beast might be stronger than we imagined. Hu Chen looked at Wei Shu. Wei Shu, you and Xiaocheng stay on the boat and don't leave for a moment.
Yes, Captain.
Brother Hu Chen.
Wei Xiaoqing immediately raised her hand.
Me. My talent can help too.
Got it.
Hu Chen couldn't help but smile slightly, reaching out to pat Xiaoqing's head. Xiaoqing's talent is to see the aura, right?
Just stand at the bow of the ship and remind Brother Hu Chen where there is danger.
Wei Xiaoqing nodded vigorously. 2 hours later, the 9.5 dragons came to a stop.
As the 9 dragons entered the water, the Fire Phoenix circled in the air, seemingly waiting for something. Hu Chen took a step forward, retracting the 9 aircraft carriers into the warehouse, and first released the 9.5 dragons into the water. Then, he activated his true sight, looking around. Wei Xiaoqing, who also possessed the exploration skill, looked the same. However, no matter how they looked, the two of them did not notice anything different around them, as if there were no regional beasts. But the half-dragons and the Fire Phoenix were stopped here for a reason. Hu Chen took out the map from the warehouse and quickly found the approximate location by comparing the distance and direction.
Yin Xiu.
In ancient times, near the origin of the Yin and Shang dynasties in the Central Plains. Here, regional exotic beasts can be born, simultaneously resonating with the dragon and phoenix lineage. It seems there is only one kind of exotic beast that could do this.
Clang!
A sound of metal clashing erupted, creating ripples across the water's surface.
9.5 dragon heads immediately emerged from beneath the water, their dragon heads fixated on the distant surface, scales tightening all over their bodies.
The Fire Phoenix in the sky slowly flapped its wings, overlooking the water's surface.
Suddenly,
the pouring rain that had fallen froze in mid-air, and the surroundings fell silent, with only the sound of ripples in the water striking the hull.
Clang! Another crisp explosion sounded. A faint blue glow suddenly emerged from the bottom of the water. Brother Hu Chen!
Wei Xiaoqing suddenly exclaimed, "Danger!" Hu Chen said nothing, only protecting Wei Xiaoqing behind him, gripping the black gold ancient knife tightly in his hand.
He stared intently at the water's surface,
only to see that group of deep blue light rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, it burst out of the water.
Clang! The sound of the phoenix echoed in his ears.
Hu Chen looked up at the sky, and before he could activate the true sight eye deprivation version, the deep blue Fire Phoenix had already collided with the Fire Phoenix.
In an instant, they merged into one.
A prompt suddenly popped up before him. You have discovered a regional exotic beast, B-grade exotic beast, pseudozoanbird.
B-grade.
Hu Chen looked at the prompt in front of him and couldn't help but gasp.
He could take down D-grade easily, C-grade he could fight head-on, but this, B-grade.
A B-grade exotic beast with the ability to hover is simply not something he can defeat at his current level. Even with the Dragon Bat Emperor wings, his speed couldn't compare to the pseudozoanbird in front of him, and he could only be endlessly kite-run.
Unless, Hu Chen turned to look behind him. Dear Fairy. Her intelligence attribute should have exceeded 30 points now. Using the 9 sovereigns at this value to assist others in speed enhancement might be worth a try. Transaction? Dear Fairy also received the prompt and could naturally guess what Hu Chen was thinking. What do you want? A promise from you. Dear Fairy seemed to have already planned this and immediately said, under any circumstances, you must never use deprivation-type talents on me. So you want to take advantage of the situation? Hu Chen asked, lowering his gaze slightly. I can't help it. Dear Fairy shrugged her hands. People have to prioritize their own safety, right? As long as you agree, assisting you in killing this exotic beast won't be difficult. I can forego all the rewards from this beast. This condition isn't much of a loss for Hu Chen. After all, he hasn't figured out how to break the 9 sovereigns barrier yet, so agreeing to her isn't a problem. But this condition is not equitable. Add one more condition. Hu Chen immediately said, you cannot board this ship without my permission, otherwise the agreement is void. Self-preservation. Who doesn't want to protect themselves? Dear Fairy's 9 half-dragons have incredibly high mobility. If she harbors malicious intent and boards the ship to assassinate me, then it's really uncertain who will live or die. That's also why he previously placed all 9 half-dragons in the room. Alright, Dear Fairy said, it's a deal. If there are any contracts with limiting abilities in the future, shall we add another contract? Sure. Hu Chen replied with 2 words, looking up at the sky, hurry up, don't let it escape. It won't, it probably still wants to come eat you. As the words fell, the pseudo-Xian bird in the sky immediately dove down. The target was those 9 half-dragons hiding underwater. The current 9 half-dragons were no match for this pseudo-Xian bird. Hu Chen immediately unleashed the Dragon Bat Emperor wing behind him, wielding the black gold ancient knife to meet the attack. He threw out an indestructible fireball deprivation version to greet it and simultaneously activated the true side-eye deprivation version. Dear Fairy's amplification followed closely behind. A fireball that was originally the size of a basketball instantly expanded by more than 5 times and smashed violently into the pseudo-Zuan bird. Its panel immediately popped up in front of me. Species, pseudo-Zuan bird. Level, B. Health, 180, C+. Strength, 143, C. Intelligence, 124, C. Agility, 210, C+. Talents, Divine Mandate, SSS Phoenix Descendant, SS Dragon Soul, S. Mastered skills, follow the Divine Mandate, A. Return feathers to nest, B. Morning Phoenix, B. Note, the Divine Mandate Shinbird, born to bring commerce. Agility +3. Strength +3. 2 deprivation prompts popped up. Hu Chen was momentarily stunned. A B-level extraordinary beast with C-level attributes? What is going on? Before he could come to his senses, the fireball directly burned the pseudo-Zuan bird to near death. It fell directly into the water. Did it just die? This isn't right. This is definitely 120% not right. Hu Chen hung in the air for a few moments, not seeing the kill notification pop up in front of him, and his brow furrowed immediately. In the next instant, the fake Shinbird suddenly jumped out from the flames of the indestructible fireball, reappearing in front of Hu Chen. With that look, it seemed to say, come and hit me. Rebirth from the flames. Isn't that the Phoenix's innate ability? Hu Chen frowned in silence, not rashly attacking, but instead checking the opponent's attribute panel again. Now the fake Zuan bird's attributes had all increased by 20%. Although it could still be taken down in one hit, Hu Chen dared not act recklessly again. A 20% increase at once. If it could truly resurrect 9 times like the Phoenix, then in the last instance he would be facing an A-level beast directly. This isn't just playing around. Even opening the God of Death's domain might not be able to defeat it. Unless he first found out the reason this guy could have rebirth from the flames. Hu Chen's gaze immediately fell on its only SSS level innate ability. As the panel popped up, he suddenly realized. Innate ability, return to life. Level, SSS. Active effect, fuse with another beast that also possesses the Phoenix bloodline and acquire its highest talent level. Note, all Phoenixes share the same origin, coexisting with me. This is the thing. The pseudo-Zuan bird swallowed the survivor who transformed into the Fire Phoenix, granting it the ability of rebirth through fire, elevating its original rank from C to B level. Its attributes are still at C level if it kills a few more times. An A-level beast could be born. Clang. The pseudo-Zuan bird emitted a low chirp, seemingly questioning Hu Chen. What are you doing, little brother? Just standing there without attacking? Come fight me. If you don't make a move, I'm coming. Hu Chen had no choice but to put away his long knife and beckon the Shinbird to come over. To kill the Shinbird, there is only one plan. Delay for 40 minutes, waiting for the cooldown of the Killing God domain to end. When the active effect of Destiny is triggered, it will raise his current luck value from 4 to 10. With a barrage of attacks, let's see if we can strip the Fire Phoenix out of the opponent. 1 minute's time is just enough. Just hold on a little longer. The Shinbird isn't foolish. Seeing Hu Chen sheath his sword and showing no intention to attack, it immediately prepares to turn and leave. Are you really letting me go? With the boost from Lu Xiener, Hu Chen dove directly behind the Shinbird, clamping its wings with his legs and effectively riding on its neck. Clang! Clang! The Shinbird cried out, trying to break free from Hu Chen's control. Unfortunately,
Its stamina and strength can't compare to Hu Chen's, so it can only struggle while carrying him.
Hu Chen's right hand flashed with black light. Deprivation, Destiny version, activated.
The God of Killer's domain is a last resort, but that doesn't mean he can't take advantage of the situation to reap some benefits.
3 consecutive uses of deprivation.
With the guaranteed drop of the Faithful version, Hu Chen managed to succeed once, and now he surprisingly has a bird feather in his hand. B-class material Pseudoshin bird feather +1.
This guy has too much fur on him.
When we enter the domain of the God of Killing later, he might be stripped of it, so it's better to shave him clean first. Hu Chen manifested a black gold long knife in his hand, gently stroking the Xian bird's head with his left hand.
Be good, don't be afraid. It's the new year, Uncle will give you a makeover.
They say a featherless phoenix is not as good as a chicken. The Xian bird, which is closely related to the phoenix, is no different. In no time, Hu Chen trimmed all the feathers off the pseudo-Xian bird, leaving only an ugly bird with grayish plumage circling in the air. As for the feathers that originally shimmered with colorful light among the dark ones, most of them were collected by Lu Xiener using wind. After all, it's a B-class material. Even though he doesn't know what it's useful for, it's always good to collect it.
Clang!
The fake Xian bird struggled, its head spinning wildly, as if determined to take Hu Chen down with it.
Don't move, don't move.
Hu Chen's current strength could still suppress it. With one hand gripping the Xian bird's neck, it couldn't move a single inch.
Be good, Uncle won't turn you into a roasted chicken. Clang!
There are still 20 minutes until the God of Death's domain cools down.
There's still time, why not try some other methods?
For example, dismemberment.
Even if you have the phoenix's rebirth from the flames, you wouldn't be able to regenerate from being completely dismembered, right?
To take a step back, even if it did regenerate, with a 20% boost in status, its strength and stamina attributes would still be below mine.
It can be controlled. At most, it would just be a makeover. Hu Chen immediately took action.
However, since he planned to dismember it, he aimed to cut the opponent's body into as many pieces as possible at the fastest speed.
He casually drew an A-level weapon, the breaking army halberd, from the warehouse. With the halberd in his left hand and a knife in his right,
the blade swiftly slashed down, cutting through the pair of wings of the Xian bird, piercing its neck with a spear, breaking its head apart, and then slicing downwards to split its body into 2 segments.
In an instant, a relatively intact roasted
Xian bird was forcibly divided into 5 segments. Although it wasn't quite to the level of being cut into 8 pieces, this was already the limit of what Hu Chen could do. But of course, he had more tricks up his sleeve.
Little dragon, come.
Hu Chen put away the breaking army spear, hovering in the air, looking down at the falling corpse, and immediately spoke.
In an instant, 9 half-dragons immediately leaped out from the water's surface.
The 5 segments of the corpse were being torn apart and swallowed by the 9 half-dragons.
Did it work?
Dear Fairy spoke curiously from the bow of the ship. But Hu Chen remained suspended in the air, frowning and silent. It appeared that the pseudo-Xian bird was as dead as could be, but he still hadn't received a kill notification. This meant that the opponent could still resurrect.
In an instant,
a burst of crimson gold light shone from the blade of his black gold ancient sword, accompanied by waves of tremors. Hu Chen's pupils quivered as he swung his hand to slash, sending the burst of crimson gold light flying.
Is that a drop of blood?
Blood rebirth. The crimson gold light quickly condensed into the shape of a mysterious bird. Not only did all injuries heal, but even the recently shed feathers regrew, and its size expanded by about 1/5.
Clang! Another cry echoed.
The pseudo-mysterious bird has reappeared,
but now its attributes have increased by 44% compared to before. This is truly an eye-opener. Hu Chen instantly became excited.
This is blood rebirth. The more difficult this talent is to handle, the stronger it becomes in my hands. Not to mention, even without the attribute boost after rebirth, just those 9 instances of blood rebirth are enough to make me stand at the peak of the world. He lunged forward and instantly appeared in front of the Xian Niao. Just as he was about to mount it, the other party swiftly dodged and prepared to flee. Although he had been reborn once, the scenes of just being shorn still lingered in his mind. It naturally dared not provoke the other party at such a time.
If we can't provoke it, can we not avoid it? Run? Can you escape?
Hu Chen chuckled lightly, bursting with speed and mounted its back again, but this time, it was a bit forced. If this Xian Niao dies again, even with Lu Xiener's assistance, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up to it.
The next actions need to be more cautious. Clang!
The Xian Niao protested with another mournful cry. Good, stay still. Hu Chen raised his hand again, stroking the Xian Niao's head. They say the first time is a learning experience, the second time is familiar. Let's be quicker this time and aim to finish the battle in 10 minutes. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement.
Clang! What? You want me to hurry up?
All right. The dark bird let out a mournful cry, helpless as this guy groomed its feathers on its back. It was fortunate that there were no tall buildings around, or it would have surely crashed into one, not seeking mutual destruction, but just wishing to die again.
15 minutes later,
the dark bird transformed back into a gray chicken. Hu Chen patted its bird head with satisfaction while the domain of the god of death had already cooled down.
The foreplay is over. Are you ready to enter the next phase? Clang!
The gray chicken let out another cry, drool uncontrollably spilling from the corners of its eyes.
If you have the ability, then just kill me. Seemingly understanding the gray chicken's mournful cry, Hu Chen responded with a light smile. As you wish. With those 4 words, the domain of the god of death instantly unfolded. The domain of pure white expanded immediately, enveloping the entire space as a vertical pupil appeared in the void, just gazing at the gray chicken, giving it an almost suffocating sense of oppression. Agility +2. Hu Chen swiftly dodged away from the gray chicken while various fireballs and blades struck it. A flurry of notifications popped up in front of him. At the same time, crimson golden flames continuously erupted. Reborn from blood for the 3rd time, 4th time, 5th time. This was still the result under the constant healing from fireballs. Hu Chen frowned as he watched from a distance. This was a situation he had anticipated earlier. With his current attribute strength, once he activated the killing god domain, even a B+ level would die inside. With the current Xian
bird, it would at least die 7 times, and it was even possible that it could exhaust its rebirth chances and perish right there. It all depended on whether he could strip away its talents amidst this 121st deprivation.
Meanwhile, below the forest white domain, here it is again.
The dear fairy at the bow of the ship couldn't help but exclaim. To be honest, she had always feared Hu Chen, not only because of that stripping type talent but also because of this domain-like talent.
It's just too much. He has too many talents. He knows too much.
It's so much that one can't help but doubt whether he is just another survivor like them or the mastermind behind this catastrophe.
Exactly. While their attention is elsewhere, why not gather some information?
Xia Qingwan. Earlier, when Hu Chen first triggered the global announcement, she was actually in the Sichuan region and saw some things in the regional chat channel. Among those who were hunting down Hu Chen at that time was Xia Qingwan, but I don't know how she went from being a survivor hunting Hu Chen to becoming his servant. What can be confirmed now is that she should know something, and perhaps she can be used as a breakthrough.
Lu Xiener leaned towards Xia Qingwan. Sister, how did you meet your master? Xia Qingwan glanced at Lu Xiener and did not respond. Don't be so cold.
Lu Xiener leaned closer to Xia Qingwan and whispered, actually, we're the same kind of people.
Can you quietly tell me if your master is the mastermind behind this disaster?
Perhaps.
I think I can help you break free from his control? Xia Qingwan frowned slightly and a leopard's paw swiped across Lu Xiener's face. But it didn't catch anything. Hey, don't be angry.
Lu Xiener chuckled lightly, just about to continue her inquiry when the killing god domain in the air was released.
Everyone almost simultaneously looked up. They saw Hu Chen holding a black gold ancient blade, gazing up at the sky. A giant bird, entirely dark-colored, shimmered with dark golden light under the illumination, soaring in the air. With a flap of its wings, the gust it created shook the No Shanghai kingdom incessantly, and 9.5 dragons lay hidden beneath the water's surface, not daring to lift their heads. Grade A.
Lu Xiener furrowed her brows tightly. The feeling this dark bird gave her was the same as Bai Qi. It had definitely reached grade A.
However, why is its abdomen bleeding? What on earth did Hu Chen do? 10 seconds ago.
As the 7th flame ignited in the domain of the god of killing, the pseudo-Xian bird officially completed its 9 rebirths through fire. Hu Chen stood still with a knife, looking at the new panel that popped up before him, his brows furrowing. Species, Xian bird. Level, A.
Stamina, 929, minus 10%. A. Strength, 738, minus 10%. B+. Intelligence, 640, minus 10%. B+. Agility, 1083, minus 10%. A. Talent, Destiny, SSS, Phoenix Offspring, SS, Dragon Soul, S. Mastered Skills, Follow Destiny, A. Return of the Feathers, B. Morning Phoenix, B. Note, the Xian bird of destiny, born to give rise to commerce, reborn 9 times as a phoenix, thereafter without bounds. On the panel, the pseudo-character in front of the Xian bird has been removed. Now, it is a complete A-level exotic beast. Due to the special nature of exotic beasts, this A-level Xian bird can even battle against the A-level Bai Qi. Not bad. There are still 10 seconds. This is Hu Chen's last chance. Even if he can't strip the SSS level talent Flame Phoenix from it, he must kill it here. Stop the flames. Only the shimmering blade light remains on its body. The mystical bird, after its final transformation, has crossed the gap between B and A levels, and even its life form has begun to change. It, which originally trembled amidst the blade light, now seems to be bathing in it. Even as the blade light continuously carves wounds into it, stripping away its attributes, it remains unfazed. Good. So this is how it's going to be. 7 seconds left. Hu Chen showed no hesitation and immediately drew the Emperor's sword from the space, ready to act. Name, Emperor's Sword. Category, Weapon. Level, S. Equipment requirement, unlock S-level profession, Emperor. Passive effect, after equipping, Strength attribute plus 10%, Stamina attribute plus 10%, Agility attribute minus 10%. If the equipment conditions are not met, forcibly equipping will permanently reduce strength attribute by 10% and intelligence attribute by 10%. Active effect: attack the opponent and make a determination. If the opponent's stamina attribute plus strength attribute is less than yours, they will be instantly killed. If higher, a determination will be made. 30% chance of instant kill, 30% chance of serious injury, 30% chance of light injury, and 10% chance of nothing happening. Cooldown time 30 days. Note: when the Emperor is enraged, 1,000,000 corpses will fall. This weapon can definitely be said to be the exclusive equipment for the Emperor's profession. Forcibly equipping is also possible, but for others, the permanent reduction of 10% in 2 attributes is enough to cause significant damage. But for Hu Chen, isn't it just a few more times of deprivation? It's a small matter. With a single sword strike, Hu Chen activated the first destiny effect, raising his luck value to 10. With a crisp sound, the determination begins. A huge hole appeared in the abdomen of the Xian bird, dark golden blood glittering as it continuously dripped from the sky. This is serious injury. Even if the destiny is activated and the luck value is raised to 10, it only triggers a serious injury effect. How are we supposed to play like this? Hu Chen frowned slightly. The domain of the god of death ended, and the surrounding whiteness instantly dissipated. A global announcement suddenly rang out. Global announcement: congratulations, the strange beast Xian Niao has become the first A-level strange beast. All strange beast attributes in the area increase by 10%. Asterisk 3. As the global announcement sounded, a heavenly curtain suddenly appeared in the sky. The form of Xian Niao emerged in front of everyone around the world. Just by looking at it, an inexplicable sense of oppression surged in my heart. Carlos, Huaxia. This area's strange beasts are in Huaxia, right? Not in Europe, right? Rashantan, obviously, it's called Xian Niao. How could it not be in Huaxia? Yamamoto Ichiro, truly a heavenly blessing for Huaxia. All strange beast attributes increase by 10%. I wonder how many survivors will make it out alive? Tanaka Nishiyama, that's an A-level strange beast. Even that Hu Chen from Huaxia will probably just get slapped to death. Sit to you, look. Below the Xian bird. Is there a shadow of a person? As soon as this comment appeared, the previously noisy global channel fell silent. No. All chat channels went completely quiet. Everyone was looking at the sky, faintly seeing a figure beneath the Xian bird. Lu Rinjia, Hu Chen. It's Hu Chen. I've seen this big shot's face. Meanwhile, capture it. Hu Chen uttered 3 words, immediately retracting the Emperor's sword back into the warehouse, raising the black gold ancient blade and advancing. He didn't care about the sky above or the messages in the global channel. He only knew that this might be their last chance. If they couldn't kill the Xian bird this time, once it recovered and regained its strength, they would face a true A-level or even A+ level regional beast in the future. This was no longer about the hidden profession of the killer. It was about Hu Chen's future plans. Each new disaster brings a qualitative enhancement to the beasts. If the Xian bird is not defeated before the second disaster arrives, the entire Huaxia may become a forbidden zone for survivors. Some dungeons, some hidden treasures, and some required profession tasks will become impossible to recreate. 9.5 dragons are eager to leap beneath the water's surface, while the dragon bat king's wings flap behind them, but they cannot ascend into the sky. The pressure exerted by high level on low level is an insurmountable chasm. After transforming into a black panther, Xia Qingwan is in the same state. Willing but powerless. Only Lu Xiener. Seeing Hu Chen charging forward with the black gold ancient knife, she gritted her teeth and used all her strength to keep the Xian bird in place. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Forcing the 9 statues like this still affects her body. One strike. Hu Chen plunged the black gold ancient knife into the Xian bird's abdomen, but was then knocked into the water by a flap of its wings. Almost simultaneously, Lu Xiener could no longer hold on. The whole person was half kneeling on the deck, their figure flickering in and out of sight, only able to watch as the mysterious bird flew into the night, disappearing from view. Master. Without the pressure of authority, Xia Qingwan immediately plunged into the water, searching for Hu Chen's trace. The 9 half-dragons were also in a panic underwater, each looking for their master. Fortunately, as a half-dragon surfaced, Hu Chen was also carried and placed on the deck. Wei Shu immediately stepped forward to check Hu Chen's injuries. Wei Shaoqing's eyes flashed with a hint of blue light as she slowly spoke. Brother, Hu Chen is fine, he just fainted. He'll be okay after a few days of rest. Phew. Hearing that Hu Chen was nearly unconscious, Lu Xiener also breathed a sigh of relief. She stopped maintaining her disguise and casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. When she looked up, just as she was about to urge everyone to leave quickly, she found that the 4 of them were staring at her with their heads tilted back, dazed. Sister Xiener. Wei Shaoqing looked at her, unable to help but blurt out, "How can you be so beautiful?" Lu Xiener smiled helplessly, appearing like a blooming garden in the eyes of everyone. Even Xia Qingwan couldn't help but raise her hand to touch her own face, seemingly feeling a bit ashamed. Alright, let's get down to business.
Lucienne sighed, and with a wave of her hand, she exerted her utmost effort to summon a gentle breeze, steering the ship away from the direction where Xian Niao had left. She looked at Xie Qingwan and Wei Shu. We don't know if Xian Niao will return, so until I and Hu Chen recover, we'll have to rely on you too. This breeze will last for 12 hours. If I and Hu Chen haven't woken up by then, I'll need you, Xiaoqing, to wake me up. Okay. Wei Xiaoqing nodded earnestly. Sister Xiener, don't worry. I promise to complete the task. Good. Lucienne crouched down, just managing to utter a word, and as she was about to ruffle Xiaoqing's hair, she suddenly fainted, her body leaning forward and collapsing onto Wei Xiaoqing. First, send the master and her back to the room. When Lucienne fainted, the leader on the ship naturally became Xie Qingwan. She picked up Hu Chen, glanced at the constantly refreshing global channel and regional chat channel, then turned to look at Wei Shu. Mr. Wei, you should be quite skilled at remembering names, right? Ha! Wei Shu was momentarily taken aback. The global channel and those noisy bugs in the regional channel are really annoying. Please help me remember their names. Xie Qingwan held Hu Chen and walked into the cabin. I think, when the master wakes up, she will probably make friends with them. Thinking of how Hu Chen had asked him to remember names to make friends earlier, Wei Shu suddenly understood. He nodded and looked at Xie Qingwan. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Dry and burning. Hu Chen slowly raised his eyes, feeling as if he was about to die of thirst. He subconsciously thought he had returned to the dungeon from before. Fortunately, he looked up at the mall interface, and the more than 6 million points were still there. One of the main reasons he was imprisoned by Lu Yuner in the dungeon was that he had never left any points in his own mall. Just because of Lu Yuner's words saying from now on, we are one, he gave all his points to her from that moment on. Otherwise, even in the dungeon, he could at least find a glimmer of hope from the mall. Hu Chen shook his head, pushing those bad memories aside, and immediately exchanged for a bottle of warm water from the mall, quickly gulping it down. It was a bit more comfortable. He glanced at the notification and found that there was no kill reward, meaning the last strike he made before losing consciousness did not kill the Xian bird. Fortunately, even if he didn't kill the Xian bird, it wasn't killed by anyone else either. The first kill reward is still there. That's a small blessing in the midst of misfortune. Hu Chen immediately checked his panel. Survivor Hu Chen. Survival level 12. Experience to next level 115,000/1000000. Physical strength 242 plus 20%. C+. Strength 229 plus 20%. C+. Intelligence 225 plus 20%. C+. Agility 241 plus 20%. C+. Luck 3 plus 20%. D. Mastered talents, endowment, SSS's deprivation, SSS Eye of True Sight, SSS's destiny, SSS domain of the god of death, SSS commander, SS Phoenix bloodline, SS Black Old Ancient Blade, S Indestructible Fireball, S Blood into Dragon, S Dragon Bat Emperor Wings, B. Skills Soul/S Square Heaven, A Earth Repulsion, A Spirit Summon, B. Not bad. After all, there were still gains. Besides the strength and agility increasing by about 30 points, I also deprived the SS level talent Phoenix bloodline from the Xian bird. It's a pity that intelligence and strength dropped by nearly 30 points, so the final increase is less than 10 points. It's not a loss. Hu Chen propped himself up from the bed and checked the specific effects of the Phoenix bloodline. Just one glance made his eyes light up instantly. Talent Phoenix bloodline. Level SS. Passive effect all fire elemental damage dealt plus 30%, all fire elemental damage taken minus 30%. Note, a noble feathered race with partial Phoenix bloodline. Although the passive effect of this skill is fairly standard, having this talent is equivalent to possessing part of the Phoenix bloodline. One talent alone is naturally useless, but if combined with other abilities. Phoenix Descendant plus trait Boundless equals SSS level talent True Phoenix Descendant. True Phoenix Descendant plus Dragon Bat Royal Wing equals a level talent Dragon Phoenix Bat Wing. True Phoenix Descendant plus Transmute Blood to Dragon equals SS level talent Dragon Phoenix Inheritance. True Phoenix Descendant plus Eternal Fireball equals SS level talent Phoenix Fury. Hu Chen combined all the talents that could work with True Phoenix Descendant, directly elevating the level of 3 talents. The speed of Dragon Phoenix Batwing has increased and its hidden effect has changed to reduce attributes for all a level and below feathered and scaled races. Transmute Blood to Dragon has changed to Dragon Phoenix Inheritance. As long as intelligence reaches B level or above, each tier will awaken 2 new skills. One is related to the Dragon Clan and the other is related to the Phoenix Clan. The Phoenix Wrath derived from the Eternal Fireball is even more extraordinary. Originally, it was just individual fireballs, but now it has become a fire element skill that can transform into the form of a phoenix. Its power has increased by more than double. With the boost from the True Phoenix bloodline, now when Hu Chen unleashes a Phoenix Wrath, even D+ level by Chi would get hurt. It can directly cross a major tier in combat. As for the evolution into the SSS level talent of the true Phoenix bloodline, in addition to enhancing and reducing fire attributes by 50%, it adds an active effect. Immortal. When on the brink of death, it can forcibly restore full status once and reset all talents and skills cooldowns. Cooldown time 30 days. This is essentially the mini version of the Eternal Phoenix's youth, which cannot die. But it's better than nothing. Ha! Hu Chen exhaled a breath of foul air, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes, changing his previous evaluation of this battle. It's not a loss, it's a huge profit. Not only has he gained a life-saving SSS level talent, but his main output capability has also been elevated to a new level, and he even obtained an SSS level talent similar to a profession. Next, as long as he enhances his attributes, he will have usable skills, significantly increasing his attack power and also providing great potential for development. The only drawback is that he didn't catch the Xian bird. But so what? There are still 8 other exotic beasts in the same area. Now he remembers at least 6 locations where they are. At worst, he can first slay these area exotic beasts and then come back to find that Xian bird. He doesn't believe that as long as it's still within the time frame of the first catastrophe, a mere A-level exotic beast can turn the tables. Hu Chen made up his mind, immediately got out of bed, and took a step toward the door. Just as he was about to open the door to see how everyone else was doing, the cabin door was pushed open. Hu Chen instinctively closed his eyes and dodged, only to see a figure that was already blurry instantly shrouded in shadow. "Oh, you're awake?" The voice of Lu Xiener came through. She was already enveloped in shadow elements, absorbing all the light around her. Hu Chen also responded casually and then walked forward. "What are you doing here?" Logically speaking, that Xie Qingwan shouldn't have allowed her to enter this room, but now she was the only one here, and she just walked to the door and opened it. "There must be some issue inside. Your little leopard sent me here to help you recover. As for the reason..." Lu Xiener stepped aside to make room. "Just go to the bow of the ship and you'll understand." Hu Chen didn't say much, just stepped towards the bow of the ship. When he saw the scene in front of him, his brows immediately furrowed. He had only been unconscious for 2 days. Why did it feel like he had been out for 2 months? Outside the bow of the ship, 9.5 dragons surrounded the Wu Shanghai kingdom, with an endless stream of exotic beasts approaching, ranging from F level to D level. In the air, a sea-level exotic beast soared, circling above the ship as if overseeing the battle. Wei Shu stood at the bow of the ship with a D-level spear, stabbing down at the exotic beasts that passed through the half-dragon blockade, one spear at a time. Xie Qingwan stood at the top of the ship's cabin, her gaze locked onto the C-class beast circling in the sky, waiting for the right moment to leap from the top of the ship and capture it. Wei Shaoqing was hiding inside the ship, occasionally blowing a breath at the circular magic array in front of her, causing a whirlwind to stir up on the water's surface. No need to think, this thing was probably developed by Lu Xiener as a little toy for Shaoqing, something to use for gaining experience. What lies before us is a beast tide. A C-class beast tide. This is only the second day after the beginner period ended. How could there be a C-class beast tide already? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Hu Chen's eyes. When it comes to the end of the beginner period, the only thing he looked forward to more than the first kill of a regional beast was this beast tide. The weight of a beast tide is not in its quality. Typically, a beast tide would be accompanied by tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of beasts charging recklessly. For other survivors, this might just be trivial experience or points, but for Hu Chen, this is all about attributes. Attributes given for free. It seems you should know what's going on. Dear Fairy stepped forward and calmly said, "With our strength, we could easily wipe out this wave of beast tide at any time, but that little leopard insists on waiting for you to wake up. As if there's some treasure hidden in this beast tide. For you, this might just be some points, but for me, it's quite different." Dear Fairy let out a voice of confusion. Before she could ask for clarification, she saw Hu Chen quickly walk out of the cabin. He stepped out, landing on the deck. A flash of crimson golden light flickered in his right hand. A small fire phoenix leaped from his fingertips, diving towards the surface of the water. This is his fireball? No, wait. This is definitely not a fireball, it's clearly a mobile nuclear reactor. Wherever the fire phoenix swept by, the strange beasts turned into tiny pure white starlights, shimmering in the rising white mist, resembling a fairyland. Almost at the same time, by Hu Chen's feet, there was also a pile of unknown objects, resembling the corpses of those strange beasts, mixed with some bizarre items. Just like last time when we were climbing the stairs. Brother Hu Chen. Wei Shaoqing was the first to spot Hu Chen, immediately getting up to cheer and rush towards him. "You're awake." "Yes, I'm awake." Hu Chen affectionately ruffled Wei Shaoqing's hair, snapped his fingers with his right hand, and sent another fire phoenix flying towards the beast tide. The fireball, enhanced by the true phoenix bloodline, was no longer a fleeting fireball, but a fire phoenix that could seek out enemies on its own, equivalent to a summoned disposable beast. Of course, every burn from the fire phoenix, like the indestructible fireball, carried a 100% deprivation effect. Hu Chen couldn't be bothered to count the notifications popping up in front of him, just waiting for the beast tide to end before taking a quick look. The two fire phoenixes circled around the Gnosi kingdom, dancing gracefully, their wings stirring, not only incinerating those strange beasts to ashes but also raising the temperature around them significantly. That is to say, without the immunity of the Ngo Shanghai nation to these conditions, everyone on the ship would likely be burned by this temperature. However, those rising white mists remain thick and cannot be temporarily dispelled. Master! Xia Qingwan immediately jumped down from the bow of the ship, transforming into a black panther and approaching Hu Chen. You've been unconscious for 2 days, are you alright? Don't worry. Hu Chen rubbed the panther's head and then looked towards Wei Shu, who was putting away his spear not far away. Brother Wei, thank you. Actually, I haven't been much help. Wei Shu raised his hand to scratch his head, lacking any demeanor of a top 7 in the heavenly rankings. Miss Xia has been managing the affairs on the ship these past few days. I've just been following orders. Hu Chen did not say much more, only noting Wei Shu's actions in his heart. After the betrayal last time, he wouldn't be kind to anyone for no reason, but he wasn't the kind of heartless and ungrateful person either. Whoever is good to him, he will naturally return the favor double. The surrounding beasts have been mostly defeated, but the energy of those two fire phoenixes has not yet dissipated. They cut through the thick mist and charged into the sky. One in front and one behind, they flanked the C-class beast in the air. As the two fire phoenixes shattered, the C-class beast fell instantly, turning into a notification in everyone's ears. C-class beast wave has been cleared. All participants gain plus 10,000 experience, plus 100,000 points. After all, it's just a C-class beast wave. Getting 10,000 points is already quite good, considering that killing a C-class beast only grants 1,000 points. However, a quantitative change can still lead to a qualitative change. Just now, the two fire phoenixes together killed over 30,000 F and E-class beasts, with each E-class beast providing 10 experience and each F-class beast providing 1 experience. Besides that, there are also attributes. The 30,000 beasts provided him with a total of 1,488 attribute points. It's roughly evenly distributed across 4 attributes. B+. Except for the intelligence attribute, which is slightly lower at B level, all other attributes have exceeded 600, reaching B+. This is without accounting for the boosts from the golden and jade eyes. If those are included, even intelligence would surpass the B+ attribute. If there are a few more beast tides like this, Hu Chen can go find Xian Niao for a one-on-one fight. Whoever is cowardly is a dog. It's a pity. That damn thing doesn't even know where it ran off to now, and the beast tide levels in Huaxia have also increased significantly. Originally, beast tides of this level wouldn't have appeared for at least 20 days, or even a month. It's only been 2 days, and sea level have already shown up. In other regions, the region S are probably only at D level. Even if there is a beast tide, it would only be E level. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. The survival difficulty in the Huaxia region has increased, but as long as there are survivors who can make it through, Huaxia will surely stand out in the upcoming regional wars. The rewards for regional wars can exempt all disasters for a certain period. For any region, it's a rare opportunity. Captain. Wei Shu walked over and took out a notebook from his pocket, handing it to Hu Chen. What's this? A roster of names. Wei Shu looked at Xia Qingwan beside Hu Chen and said, Miss Xia asked me to take note of it. They're just a bunch of foul-mouthed people. Xia Qingwan said angrily, after you were knocked into the water by the Xian bird, they were spewing nonsense in the regional and global channels, so I had him write down their names. There's no way around it. As a loyal dog, he can't stand to see his master suffer even a little. Even if his master himself was unaware of this matter, that wouldn't be acceptable. I see. As Hu Chen spoke, he raised his hand and patted Wei Shu on the shoulder, and a flash of white light suddenly appeared from his left hand. Empower. Wei Shu's 4-dimensional attributes increased by nearly 60 points. He immediately felt a tremor in his pupils, and before he could say anything, Hu Chen patted him on the shoulder a second time. Black Gold Ancient Blade, Infinite Growth Version, Empower. Although it does not come with a deprivation effect, it is still an S-rank talent that can grow. For Wei Shu, it was like getting an S-rank talent for free. For Hu Chen, it was just that he couldn't use the pure version of the Black Gold Ancient Blade for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the pure version of the Black Gold Ancient Sword will return to him along with the attributes given away. But he can still use the stripped version of the Black Gold Ancient Sword, so it won't have any effect at all. Team. Before Wei Shu could speak, Hu Chen patted his shoulder for the 3rd time. S-level skill soul/bestow. Captain. Wei Shu's old face turned bright red, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak. What are you? Oh, don't get excited, it's just a transaction. Consider this an advance payment for you. Hu Chen chuckled and pointed to the name list he handed over. I have something to do. I need to go somewhere else. Please say a few words to the people on this name list for me. What should I say? The first sentence is, do you want to die or do you want to live? If they want to die, then consider it a good deed and help them end their lives. And if they want to live? Wei Shu asked in confusion. Then you'll need to say the second sentence. Hu Chen smirked. From now on, every time they send a message in the chat channel, they must prefix it with, Daddy Hu Chen, I was wrong. If they don't add that, then find them again and directly do a good deed. Wait a minute.
Luciana was at a loss for words and couldn't help but ask, "Why do you like being called daddy so much? If they called me mom, wouldn't that make me seem too feminine?" Since they needed to act separately, they naturally had to find another means of transportation. Hu Chen used 1.2 million points to buy a yacht from the shop and gifted it to Wei Shu, intending for him to take Wei Xiaoqing away together. In the end, all gatherings must come to an end. Although he admired Wei Shu from his previous life, in this life he never considered going through the disaster together with him. After all, they were ultimately not on the same path. They might still get along well now, but later on, their worldviews and values would differ, and no one knows what would happen. It's better to part ways now and develop separately. But that Wei Shu absolutely refused. It's not that he won't leave, but that he doesn't want Xiaoqing to follow him. The reason is simple. For Wei Shu, this world is still dangerous. If he brings Wei Xiaoqing along, no one knows what will happen tomorrow. In his eyes, only Hu Chen can be trusted. Only by staying by his side can Xiaoqing be safe. Hu Chen wanted to politely refuse, but before he could say anything, Wei Xiaoqing, who understood Wei Shu's thoughts, had already resolutely stood by his side. With tears in her eyes, she waved goodbye, taking action to reassure her brother. What else could Hu Chen do? He could only take her with him. It's just a matter of needing more chopsticks. As Wei Shu drove the speedboat away, Hu Chen couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Xianer. "Miss Lu, thank you for your earlier help. Our deal is complete, and you can leave now." "No hurry, no hurry." Lu Xianer smiled and leaned closer. "Mr. Hu, where are you going next? Maybe we're on the same route? Leave? What a joke." After this beast tide, she became even more certain of one thing. This guy definitely knows some insider information about the disaster. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain so calm in the face of the beast tide, as if he already knew, and even his talent changed once again with a wave of his hand. Others can't perceive it, but she can sense it clearly. If his previous fireball could only deal 10 points of damage, then those two fire phoenixes just now could each deal at least 60 points of damage. No, the damage from the second fire phoenix may have reached 70 points. This indicates that he is constantly getting stronger. If there's nothing suspicious about this, she wouldn't believe it. Only by staying close to this guy can she get access to these insider messages in real time. Next up, Hu Chen didn't try to guess Lu Xianer's intentions but instead recalled the location of the second area beast in his mind. The nearest area beast is within the territory of the White Bear Kingdom. It is a mermaid named Rusalka. If she remembers correctly, it should be near Lake Baikal. It's only a little over 2,000 kilometers from here to Lake Baikal. After the nine-headed half-dragon swallowed part of the Xian bird's body, its attributes were partially enhanced. Coupled with Hu Chen's SS-level talent, commanding general providing agility bonuses, it would take about 10 hours at full speed. Considering some areas require detours, it would take at most 13 hours to arrive. It's worth a try. Go to Lake Baikal. Hu Chen turned to look at Lu Xianer and generously invited, "Are you coming? Is there any benefit?" Hu Chen shook his head. It seems there is a dungeon at Lake Baikal, but there has never been a strategy for it in the real world. Even if he goes to that area, he would only attempt to search and might not really find anything. Then forget it. Lu Xianer pointed her toes, transforming into a water element, and instantly vanished into the water. "Mr. Hu, take care, let's collaborate again next time." Hu Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. If it were before, he might not have sensed Lu Xianer's whereabouts. But now, with B-level intelligence attributes, he could easily overpower her and naturally sense her movements. "That damn thing is hiding under the boat right now. You want to use the same old tricks again, huh? Alright, let's see how long you can hide." Hu Chen took out the 9 aircraft carrier ropes again and summoned the 9 half-dragons from underwater. "Xiaowan, Xiaoqing, tie the ropes." "Okay, brother." "Yes, master." 2 crisp responses followed. Hu Chen also moved to the bow of the ship, helping to tie the ropes while bestowing True Phoenix Descendant, Dragon Phoenix Heritage, Phoenix Fury, and Dragon Phoenix Bat Wings onto the 9 half-dragons. As the bloodline was bestowed, the wings of the 9 half-dragons immediately expanded. Originally only 3 meters in length, they grew to over 5 meters. The dragon horns on their heads extended once more, the dragon heads taking shape, and even the serpent tails began to fan out, shimmering with rainbow colors, as if feathers were about to sprout. Half-dragons? This is already a brand new species, right? Hu Chen glanced at the panels of those creatures and couldn't help but be stunned. Species, Pseudo-Dragon Phoenix. Level, B. Physical strength, 676 plus 15%. B+. Strength, 686 plus 15%. B+. Intelligence, 633 plus 15%. B+. Agility, 647 plus 15%. B+. Talents, True Phoenix Bloodline, SSS Devouring Sky, SSS Dragon Phoenix Inheritance, SSS Phoenix Fury, SSS Dragon Phoenix Bat Wings, A. Mastered Skills, Inheritance, Dragon's Roar, B. Inheritance, Phoenix's Cry, B. Heavy Strike, E. Venomous Fang, E. Entangle, F. Note, a rare creature containing the bloodlines of dragons and phoenixes, only 9 exist in the world. Hiss. Hu Chen gasped at the panel data in front of him. B rank. Not only has every attribute reached B+, but it even possesses 2 inherited skills. If these 9 little brats keep eating like this, their growth rate might surpass my own. Dujien couldn't even imagine what would happen if he really got the SSS rank talent Flame Phoenix and bestowed it upon these 9 little guys. Moreover, if he could also ensure that they all achieved the feat of being reborn through fire 9 times, they would surely all soar to greatness and become S-rank exotic beasts. Forget it, let's not think about that for now. Let's go to Lake Baikal and get the first kill first, to avoid prolonged dreams at night. With the appearance of the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes, Dujien arrived at Lake Baikal earlier than expected. In less than 10 hours, he was already at the shore of Lake Baikal. However, the scene here was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Blood. The vast Lake Baikal, after undergoing a flooding disaster, had expanded to more than 10 times its original size. But in such a vast body of water, there was not a hint of watercolor, only a sea of crimson. The waves rippled, the sticky blood water seemed to cling to flesh and bone, turning into tides. After entering the blood-red area, the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes immediately hovered in the air, subtly showing some unease, and even the Wu Shanghai nation began to tremble slightly. Dujien couldn't help but furrow his brows. He immediately ordered the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes to dive to the bottom of the water and not to act rashly. As the No Shanghai nation fell into the water, Dujien immediately turned to look back. Xiao Wan, take Xiao Qing into the cabin first. Don't come out without my orders. Xiao Wan did not respond. However, Xiao Qing suddenly raised her head, her eyes gleaming with a hint of blood, but her expression was full of fear. A tender child's voice echoed softly. Save me! Help me! Get out of here! Dujien frowned and uttered 3 words, his right hand slightly raised, revealing a fire phoenix in his palm. I won't say it a second time. Rusalka! That mermaid is best at using such manipulative tricks. Wherever there is blood, it forms a domain. Within the domain, anyone with intelligence lower than hers will be directly judged to be in a state of manipulation. This is also why, despite being the lowest level and weakest among the regional beasts, it was not chosen as the first to be slain. It seems to sense the threat, or perhaps for other reasons. Rusalka immediately withdrew her manipulation over Wei Xiaoqing and Xia Qingwan, and instead, a half-human high base jumped up from the bottom of the boat. The fish's tail slapped against the deck, its bulging eyes continuously searching for Dujien's position. Once it locked onto him, another sound came. Help me! Please help me! Brother Dujien! Wei Xiaoqing was startled and immediately darted behind Dujien. Xia Qingwan beside her also returned to normal at this moment, transforming into a black panther, her claws hovering above the fish. As long as Dujien gave the order, she could easily crush the fish. But Dujien became interested. He extinguished the flame phoenix in his palm, squatting in front of the base. You want me to save you? Why? A bird. A huge bird. It's right above my head. Great sea god. Please protect your people. Dujien's pupils trembled. Sea god. No wonder this guy is so obedient, he must have sensed the aura of the sea god on him. As for the bird, it must be the Xian bird. Other than it, no other exotic beast could have caused such a situation in this area. That guy is nearby too? Dujien didn't hesitate, stepping onto the deck. Dear fairy, come out. With a breeze flowing, the dear fairy immediately appeared before everyone, even cupping her hands in a salute to Dujien. Great sage, what is your command? Stop pretending to be the earth god here. The Xian bird might be nearby. Be prepared. Can we kill it? Dear fairy couldn't help but voice her doubt. Give it a try. Dujien calmly uttered 2 words. After 2 days, the domain of the killing god had also cooled down. If given another chance to pull the opponent into the domain with his current strength, he could indeed take a shot. Alright, dear fairy responded, but her gaze towards Dujien was filled with even more curiosity. Although she was hiding underwater just now, she clearly heard the word sea god. Dujien waved his hand, causing the 9-headed false dragon phoenix to hide beneath the water. He then looked at the base. Where are your true form and that bird? I can save you. I'm in the water, it's in the sky. Dujien was momentarily speechless. Do you believe I can just throw you into the water right now and get the exact location? Don't. The mournful voice sounded again. It's under a cloud. There are several rocks next to me. This description was like saying there was a stone mill rice roll shop under a building on the streets of Guangdong. Dujien rolled his eyes, then swiftly used his black gold ancient sword to sever the base's head and kicked it into the lake. The fish body can be kept for soup. Alright. Before Xia Qingwan could act, the body of the base was already taken by Lu Xiener. Dujien didn't care about that. He immediately issued an order in the clan interface. Search for Lu Salker. The area of Lake Baikal is as large as 30,000 square kilometers, and now, after the flooding disaster, the water area has expanded again. Even though Dujien possesses a fragment of the sea god's divinity and can sense the water conditions within a 20-kilometer radius, he still can't find a mermaid in such a vast area. Now, I can only hope to find the other party before Xian Niao finds Lusalka. Otherwise, with Xian Niao's current strength, they could defeat Lusalka in an instant upon meeting.
This might not greatly enhance Xian Niao's power, but if they go looking for the next area's exotic beast, the time wasted will be significant.
Brother Hu Chen.
Wei Shaoqing timidly raised her hand.
What's wrong, Shaoqing?
Hu Chen turned to Wei Shaoqing and asked with concern,
Were you scared just now?
No, not at all. Wei Shaoqing's eyes shimmered with a faint glow as she pointed towards the northwest direction of Lake Baikal. The Xian Niao you're looking for should be in that direction.
That's right.
I almost forgot that this girl has the talent of foresight. Any creature she has observed will be located and locked onto within a certain range.
That's great.
Hu Chen raised his hand and rubbed her head. Brother Hu Chen will handle the important matters first, and I'll reward you once I find it.
Wei Shaoqing nodded vigorously.
Then, without Hu Chen having to say much, Lu Xiener had already set up an acceleration boost for the No Shanghai Nation. 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes quickly surrounded, swimming beneath the surface of the water around the No Shanghai Nation, ready to pounce and attack the Xian bird whenever it appeared. By now, they had developed some intelligence. The previously humiliating scenes were still etched in their minds. The 9 of them, destined to become true dragons and true phoenixes, had been pinned to the bottom of the water by a mere Xian bird, not daring to lift their heads.
For these extraordinary beasts, this was a tremendous humiliation.
They must avenge their shame.
10 minutes later,
standing at the bow of the ship, Hu Chen vaguely saw the Xian bird circling in the sky. That size, that pressure, and that sharp cry, it was definitely that guy. It seems that the Xian bird, upon reaching level A, has gained some intelligence, understanding how to quickly recover from its injuries and grow stronger.
Devour.
Among the exotic beasts, even those without the devouring talent like the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix can strengthen themselves by consuming flesh and blood. However, for higher-tier exotic beasts, the quality of the flesh and blood used for strengthening must also be higher. For the level A Xian bird, clearly only regional exotic beasts can barely meet its requirements.
Rusalka is obviously one of the options.
Hu Chen looked at the creature circling in the sky, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift. It really didn't take much effort to find it. If this Xian bird had chosen a different target, it might not have found this creature. But it just so happens that it came from the same place as him.
Then it can only blame its bad luck. Same old rules later.
Hu Chen said, turning to look at Lu Xiener. This can be considered another deal between us. Feel free to ask for what you need.
We'll talk about it later.
Lu Xiener said, as the various enhancements were already applied to Hu Chen. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Let's talk after you kill the Xian bird.
All right.
Hu Chen uttered a word, stomped his foot, and a new set of dragon phoenix bat wings spread open behind him. This pair of wings was almost unrecognizable as belonging to the Bat Clan. The layers of feathers covering them shimmered with brilliant light, sharp as dragon scales. Hu Chen flapped his wings and flew, unleashing a B+ level speed as he charged towards the Xian bird in the air.
Clang! A cry rang out again.
Clearly, the Xian bird also noticed Hu Chen diving down.
It showed almost no hesitation, maxing out its A-level speed and fleeing towards the north. Trying to run?
Hu Chen activated the true side-eye deprivation version again, and a bird feather appeared in his hand, which he casually stored in his inventory. But when he tried to pull the Xian bird into the realm of the killing god, a prompt popped up.
No enemies in the selectable range, please try again later. Damn! Hu Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly.
When he looked up again, the Xian bird had already flown out of sight.
It's gone.
It seems my speed is still not fast enough. And I still don't have enough long-range attack options.
But it doesn't matter. At least Rusalka is still at Lake Baikal,
and he has already figured out the Xian bird's intentions. To devour exotic beasts from other regions to heal its wounds. Except for Rusalka, which is right in front of him, the nearest exotic beasts from other regions are almost in Europe. Even if the Xian bird reaches A-class and can cross other regions to find exotic beasts, it might not be faster than me. At worst, I can go to the next location to ambush this guy. But for now, Hu Chen lowered his head and looked at the surface of Lake Baikal. That endless sea of blood quickly gathered beneath him after the Xian bird left.
In just a few breaths, the patches of blood coalesced into a blood-colored reef resembling a throne.
Rusalka leaned against the blood-red reef. A crimson fishtail was half in the water and half exposed on the reef, with layers of scales covering up to the neck, and above it was a head resembling that of a fairy. With pointed ears and long hair, the only striking feature was a pair of glaring fangs. As she raised a hand, a webbed layer connected her 5 fingers. See? She had barely uttered a single word. In an instant, a fire phoenix dove down towards her. As the sound fell, the fire phoenix enveloped Rusalka in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red reef shattered, leaving only a pile of ashes. Ding! Global announcement. Congratulations to survivor Hu Chen for being the first to kill the sea-level regional monster Rusalka, earning a random S-level talent *1. *3. Congratulations to survivor Hu Chen for slaying the sea-level regional monster Rusalka, experience plus 1,000, points plus 10,000. Congratulations to survivor Hu Chen for obtaining A-level material, Mermaid Beast Pill *1, sea-level material, Mermaid Song Throat *1.
Wait a moment.
Hu Chen furrowed his brows as he looked at the prompt in front of him.
It's not a hidden profession. How is that possible? In my previous life, the Tianbang team also killed this Lusalka and received the hidden profession as a reward. The targets that cannot be killed are the same, but the rewards are different, right? Wait a second. Chen suddenly noticed a difference as he looked at the golden prompt that flashed before him. Level. In my past life, although the Tianbang team killed the same beast, Lusalka, they killed a B-level Lusalka. The reward was for the first kill of a B-level regional beast, whereas what I got was just the first kill of a C-level regional beast. With this difference in level, the rewards will naturally be different. Chen felt a wave of helplessness. After calculating everything, he overlooked this point. But luckily, at least there's a consolation prize of an S-level talent. Perfect. He still needs to hunt that Xian bird, and once he finds the next regional beast, he'll cultivate it to B-level before killing it. If given the chance, I'll also capture the head of the Xian bird. The first kill of B-rank area beasts is always a random hidden profession. I wonder what the reward will be for the first kill of an A-rank area beast. Chen has experienced the lowest levels of the abyss, so he won't be discouraged by a small mishap. He quickly composed himself, collected the 2 materials from the reef, and opened his panel. The S-rank talent has been directly granted to him. Talent, Star Plucker. Level, S. Active effect, can transform into an S-rank weapon, the Star Plucker Bow, with strength depending on your strength and agility attributes, firing energy arrows with a maximum of 3 arrows per day. Hidden effect, after the energy arrows are used up, you can continue to fire physical arrows, with damage depending on the grade of the physical arrows. Note, I have an arrow that can pluck stars. What the hell? A talent for ranged attacks. And I don't have to worry about being immune to the Xian bird. Awesome. Chen felt a surge of joy, instantly washing away the lingering disappointment. At this moment, he could only think of one thing. Bestow. True Phoenix Descendant plus Star Plucking equals SS Class Talent Moonless. Eye of True Sight plus Moonless equals SS Class Talent Sunchaser. Deprivation plus Sunchaser equals SS Class Talent Sunchaser Deprivation Version. Destiny plus Sunchaser Deprivation Version equals SS Class Talent Sunchaser Destiny Deprivation Version. Trait Infinite plus Sunchaser Destiny Deprivation Version equals SS Class Talent Sunchaser Infinite. Phoenix Rage plus Sunchaser Destiny Deprivation Version equals SS Class Talent Sunchaser Phoenix Arrow. Sunchaser Phoenix Arrow plus Domain of the Killing God equals Feather of the Killing God. After 7 bestowals, Star Plucking. No, it should be called Sunchaser. The detailed description has almost completely changed. Aside from the combination with the Domain of the Killing God, which added another attacking method, the remaining 5 bestowals brought earth-shattering changes to Star Plucking. As for the other talents, they could not be bestowed upon Sunchaser, so they had to be given up. Talent, Sunchaser Deprivation Version. Level, SS. Experience, 0/10,000,000. Active effect 1, can transform into an SS-level weapon. Sunchaser Bow, strength depends on your strength and agility attributes, fires energy arrows, can store up to 3 Phoenix arrows each day. After being fired, can transform into attribute-less arrows to pursue the target until the Phoenix arrow shatters or the target dies, with no storage limit. Active effect 2, creatures attacked will have a chance to have 1 attribute, item, skill, or talent stripped away, with a guaranteed success on every 3rd deprivation. Passive effect, for every creature killed using this skill, 1 point of experience can be stored. Hidden effect, after the energy arrows are used up, can continue to fire physical arrows, damage depends on the grade of the physical arrows. Note, I have an arrow to chase the sun. After reading the talent description, Chen couldn't help but shudder. This is a talent that combines 4 SSS level talents. Isn't this a bit too overpowered? He then summoned the Sunchaser Bow. A bow made entirely of fine gold appeared in his hand. Chen's fingers curled around the bowstring, gently pulling it, as a phantom of a phoenix gradually materialized between the bowstring and the bow body. Target, Xian bird. Clang. As Chen loosened his fingers, the phoenix phantom immediately shot out from the bow, chasing after the direction where the Xian bird had vanished. The speed is much faster than that of the Xian bird. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but feel delighted, quickly knocking the remaining 2 arrows and shooting them simultaneously. As for whether he could catch up, and if he could kill the Xian bird once he did, it all depended on luck. Fortunately, Chen never placed all his hopes on luck. He turned to look at the Wu Shanghai nation approaching him, glancing at the ship's deck where Lu Xianger stood. Miss Lu, would you mind taking a trip to a farther place? As long as you don't take me to Southeast Asia, I'm fine with visiting other places. What about Northern Europe? Chen's lips curled slightly. You can see elves and dragons there. Or should we go look for regional exotic beasts? Upon hearing about such a large area of traversal, Lu Xianger naturally thought of the earlier first kill prompt. Yes. Chen did not deny it either. He looked at Lu Xianger in front of him and seriously made a suggestion. In addition to the Xian bird heading over, there are 2 regional beasts in the Nordic area. I want the first kill of one of them, and you can have the reward for the other. There's no choice.
Given the current recovery speed of the Xian bird's injuries, by the time he reaches the Nordic area, the opponent will likely have recovered to peak A level. If Lu Xiener isn't by his side, then it would be difficult for him to handle them alone. Joining forces right now is the best option. Lu Xiener's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there a dungeon? The last S-level dungeon Earth Kingdom brought her tremendous improvement, allowing her to easily surpass other survivors at this stage, but it also had a downside. Even when facing a beast tide, she couldn't continue to enhance her strength. At this stage, she could survive safely, but no one knows what will happen in the future. Accumulating more strength and foundation is always beneficial. A dungeon, especially one with Hu Chen, is clearly the best choice for enhancing strength. There is one. Hu Chen showed a troubled expression. It's this dungeon. It's a bit strange. Aside from the Earth Country dungeon, other dungeons, even if they have some strategies, those strategies are incomplete. The situations inside the dungeons can change dramatically. No one knows what will happen. In the Nordic region, there is a notoriously famous dungeon. It has no specific level, with the initial dungeon level being only E, but as side quests expand, the overall dungeon level could even rise to S. Dungeon, 9 Realms. Upon entering the dungeon, players will be randomly teleported to one of the 9 realms and randomly receive a main quest. Completing it counts as clearing the dungeon. According to the experiences of those big shots from previous lives, it is said that someone once encountered the god King Odin in this dungeon. This is currently the only SSS level character that can appear. If one could replicate that person's questline, meet the god King Odin, and conveniently take something from him upon leaving the dungeon, wouldn't that be wonderful? As long as there is one. Lu Xiener didn't care about all that. She chuckled lightly and said, "Then take me into the dungeon and safely bring me out. That will be our deal. I will help you until you successfully kill the Xian bird." Deal. To enter the dungeon, one must find a reliable partner. Lu Xiener clearly qualifies as one. After the two reached an agreement, the heavy rain in the sky gradually subsided. Lu Xiener couldn't help but look up at the sky, her pupils trembling. The rain has stopped. It has stopped. Hu Chen looked towards the horizon, watching the sun peek through the clouds, but it's only stopped raining in this area. If we kill the Xian bird, the rain in Huaxia will also stop. Lu Xiener furrowed her brows, as if she had made a decision. She immediately raised her arm and shouted, "What are we waiting for? Let's go!" With that, the entire No Shanghai kingdom rushed towards the direction the Xian bird had left. The 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix also immediately swam to the bow of the ship, grabbing the aircraft carrier's tether in its mouth and charging off into the distance. This is not hindered by the heavy rain. The speed of Wu Shanghai Nation is clearly faster now. Right. Excited, Lu Xiener turned to Hu Chen and asked, "By the way, where is our destination this time?" "The Fair Islands." "Where?" A question mark appeared above Lu Xiener's head. "Norway. It's about 6,000 kilometers away in a straight line from here." Lu Xiener, surprised face? 6,000 kilometers. At the current speed, it would take 30 hours without sleep or rest. And that's calculating the straight line distance. Currently, the water hasn't submerged the entire polar bear nation, and there are still many land areas. Clearly, it's not possible to go straight through. So, they will need at least over 40 hours to travel, and maybe even more time. Lu Xiener instantly gave up. Her speed decreased by about 20%. Hu Chen said nothing more, just smiled wryly, sat at the bow of the boat, and casually pulled out the S-class item, Taigong fishing rod, to start fishing. No, at this speed, it's no longer fishing. It should be called hooking fish. He casually glanced at the global chat channel and the regional chat channel, quietly lurking. This was a habit he developed over 10 years in the dungeon. Just the speed of reading chat messages could be considered an SSS level talent. In the global channel, most survivors were discussing the news of his earlier kill of the regional beast and the news of the rain stopping in the White Bear territory. Some have already begun to speculate whether killing the regional beast would end the disaster. In fact, some reckless individuals have already started forming teams, preparing to search for the regional beasts in their respective areas. Lei Zhengming, Dad Hu Chen, I was wrong. So, does that mean there is no disaster in the White Bear territory now? Are there any beasts? If not, is anyone forming a team? Let's go seek refuge together. Kais, hey, what do you mean by that first sentence? Lei Zhengming, Dad Hu Chen, I was wrong, what's it to you? Chen Bao, Dad Hu Chen, I was wrong, bro, I understand you. Seeing this, Hu Chen couldn't help but hold back a smile. It seems that Wei Shu's progress is going quite smoothly. People like that are just like cockroaches. When you find one, it means there are plenty more lurking around. In that vast sea of information, he suddenly caught a piece of information. Su Yao, is Boss Hu Chen in the White Bear Kingdom? Can you come and save us? We're trapped in the building, and outside is a beast tide that's about to break in. Su Yao, fourth on the heavenly rankings in the previous life, president of the Salvation Society. She is actually in the White Bear Kingdom. Nakatani Bunji, you people from China just love to joke. Why would he come to save you? Bien Xiang, exactly. That boss Hu Chen is from our great Han Kingdom. How could he respond to a plea from a Huaxia person? Park Guochang, Hu Chen, I command you to quickly return to the embrace of your homeland.
We need you. Ha! Indeed, when a person is speechless, they really will laugh out loud. Hu Chen let out a cold laugh, ignoring the barking, and just quietly remembered it in his heart. If I remember correctly, on the 13th day of the submergence disaster, the island nation and the Great Han Kingdom will be submerged one after the other, with only a few survivors boarding the ships. If planned in advance, there should be a chance to unlock an S-level hidden achievement. Destroyer of Nations. The effect isn't that strong, but who would refuse such a title? Especially when it comes from a country like Japan. Before leaving the territory of the White Bear Country, Hu Chen opened Su Yao's private chat interface and sent a private chat request. The other party immediately accepted. Su Yao, Mr. Hu, can you come and save us? Hu Chen, if I come to save you, what can you offer me? Su Yao, I don't know what you need, Mr. Hu, but we can provide anything we have. Hu Chen, oh, what if I want your life? Su Yao, as long as you can save us, you can take my life whenever you want. Su Yao's reply showed no hesitation. As the future president of the Savior Society, she does have this awareness. However, Hu Chen's desire to save her isn't because of this, nor is it due to her future status as a powerful figure, rather, it's because of her innate talent. SSS level talent, source of life? Among the SSS level talents known to Huyu, there is only one that has passive effects. As long as it is within Su Yao's range, when an ally is about to die, they will be forced into a dying state, locked at 1 point of health, and gradually recover health. As long as they do not receive other damage within 24 hours, they can fully recover. Like the ability mastered by Hu Chen, this talent also requires teammates to maximize its value. In the previous life, Su Yao became the president of the Salvation Society with this talent, gradually developing power, acquiring other talents to strengthen herself, and ultimately ranking 4th on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Hu Chen was trapped in that dark, sunless dungeon, spending his days idly chatting in the group chat. The results for both were completely different. But this life is different. Exactly. If we're going to take a stroll in the dungeon of the 9 realms, bringing Su Yao is indeed a good choice. Hu Chen, deal reached, where are you now? Su Yao, in the residential buildings of Irkutsk, surrounded by D-level beast tides, the leader beast is not visible. We have a total of 231 people here, with 35 injured and unable to fight. The remaining personnel can still fight, but they can hold out for at most less than 2 hours. Information is extremely detailed. It's just short of directly telling Hu Chen which street would be the best for a breakthrough. It's not far either, it's only about 70 kilometers from the southern shore of Lake Baikal. Hu Chen, half an hour, wait for me. Su Yao, thank you. Hu Chen issued a command to the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix on the clan interface, ordering Wu Shanghai Nation to turn back directly. Lu Xiener couldn't help but express her confusion. Aren't we going to find the Xian bird? Let's catch a teammate first. Teammate? Lu Xiener was filled with confusion, but seeing that Hu Chen had no intention of answering further, she didn't ask more questions. Before long, Wu Shanghai Nation entered Irkutsk city. After 3 days of heavy rain, coupled with the rising water level of Lake Baikal, the water level in the city has risen to over 20 meters. The church, shops, and except for a few 10-story residential buildings, all other structures have been submerged in water. As far as the eye can see, the city is filled with all kinds of strange beasts. Crabs the height of a person, lobsters 2 meters long, and tentacles as thick as a water tank are faintly visible reaching out from the water's surface. Hu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Strange beasts? These things are top-notch ingredients. He couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Xiener, just in time to see her swallow hard. Clearly, this glutton also recognized the opportunity and was now looking at him. Just watch from the side. Hu Chen sighed and casually took out the sun-chasing bow, holding it in his left hand and drawing the string with his right, with 9 dark-feathered tail feathers pinched between his fingers, while setting his targets on various strange beasts. Whoosh! He released his fingers, and the 9 tail feathers soared above the water's surface, piercing through all the strange beasts they encountered along the way. For every 3 strange beasts pierced, a deprivation prompt would pop up in front of Hu Chen. Arrows. Who says feathers can't be used as arrows? Not to mention the strength of A-class phoenix bird feathers, even the C-class phoenix bird feathers that Hu Chen previously plucked are strong enough to match D-class weapons. A single bird feather is equivalent to a D-class arrow, easily piercing through the bodies of these E-class. Although it's not as efficient as using Phoenix Fury, it is much safer. This is the city center. If a Phoenix Fury is unleashed, who knows how many unfortunate souls would be taken with it. He still needs to find someone. This kind of opportunity is better left to the island nation. After all, they have the experience and are used to it. In the blink of an eye, that dense mass of has dwindled to just a few rarer ones still alive. Ultimately, it won't amount to much, let the survivors in the city deal with it. Hu Chen has gained some attributes, and his feet are already piled high with various ingredients. He turned to look at the dear fairy, whose tears were streaming down her cheeks, almost burying her head in the pile of ingredients to start feasting. Shawan, put it away for now, or someone might get too tempted. Yes, master. Xia Qingwan replied and immediately stored the ingredients in the warehouse. As for that someone, she acted as if she hadn't heard anything at all.
After all, no names were mentioned. Anyone would pick up money, but who would pick up insults? Meanwhile, the chat channel exploded. News of various exotic beasts being pierced and killed by a shadow spread throughout the region. Sua Yao's private message also came through immediately. Sua Yao, Mr. Hu, have you arrived? Hu Chen, yes. Is there any prominent building nearby? I'll come find you. If it were someone else, they might have gone completely offline by now. Since the crisis has been resolved, who cares about your promises? If you have the ability, just come find me yourself. But Sua Yao was different. She hesitated for almost no time and immediately sent her location information. It was easy to find her within Yurkisk City. Hu Chen was maneuvering the Gno Shanghai country through the city, and in less than 10 minutes he found the building. But just as the Gno Shanghai country approached the residential building, before Hu Chen could disembark, a burly man with a full beard poked his head out of the window, holding a shotgun and aiming it at everyone. Don't move! Get off the boat! Everyone, get off the boat! Thanks to the translation system, the language spoken by the other party, White Bear language, was directly converted into Huaxia language. Hu Chen looked at the bearded man and smiled helplessly. Don't tell me that Su Yao came up with this method to deal with me? I would really start to doubt if I'd mistaken the person. What's Su Yao? I don't know what you're talking about. In any case, if you don't want to get shot, get off the boat now. With bloodshot eyes, the bearded man looked like he was about to burst. Alright, we're getting off the boat. Hu Chen walked to the front of the boat, stepped off, and approached the bearded man with a nonchalant expression. And then what? What do you plan to do? Of course, I'm going to send you to meet your maker. The bearded man angrily shouted and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bullets fell like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, instantly landing on Hu Chen. But they merely landed on him. They couldn't even leave a trace on the abyss. I'm a lazy person and don't feel like moving. Hu Chen slightly raised his right hand, gripping a black gold ancient sword, its blade resting against the bearded man's neck. How about you go invite him down to see me? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The bearded man gritted his teeth and immediately yelled angrily upstairs. Hu Chen had plenty of time to stop his actions, but he didn't take action, just looking at the other person with a smile in his eyes. What is the challenge in exterminating cockroaches and similar pests? It's not just about killing one, it's about ensuring that after you kill one cockroach, there are no others in the room. To achieve this, there's a simple and straightforward method. Concentrated extermination of all cockroaches. Right now, the bearded man is helping him do just that. As the voice of the bearded man echoed, a multitude of footsteps resonated throughout the entire building. It seems that there are quite a few people in his organization. They must have taken control of the entire building. There's been some commotion, and the bugs have arrived as well. Hu Chen scanned the opponent's panel with the true sight-eye deprivation version, finding nothing of value, and with a single slash, sent him to meet God. A head stained with crimson dropped to the floor, leaving a bloody trail as it rolled toward the door. Bang! A muffled sound came as the room door was pushed open. A man clad in bronze armor stood outside the door, holding a long spear. Just as he was about to charge at Hu Chen, he looked down and saw the head at his feet. Vlasky! The man shouted, his eyes filled with tears. He suddenly raised his head and charged at Hu Chen, saying, I want you to pay with your life. Hu Chen took a step forward, facing such a level of charge. He merely raised his hand slightly and blocked the incoming spear with just a fingertip. He looked the man up and down, then let out a bitter laugh. You really have quite an imagination, bringing a knife to cut down a vegetable seller. As he finished speaking, Hu Chen seized the long spear from the man's hand and brought it down to his neck. Though he didn't use much force, a streak of crimson still appeared. Anyone who can afford these two props must be some small-time leader. Now, let's go find Su Yao. Feeling the threat to his life, the man's anger instantly faded, and his body trembled uncontrollably, like a Parkinson's patient. I don't know who Su Yao is. Don't know, huh? Well, I'm afraid I have to apologize then. Hu Chen activated another True Vision Eye deprivation version, confirmed he had no value, and then swiftly beheaded him. He looked up at the survivors pouring in from other floors. Nearly 100 people rushed into the hallway, but less than 10 stood at the door, holding back the surge of people behind them, afraid to cross the threshold. Those in front, why are you blocking the way? Hurry up and go in to save people. Yeah, what's going on inside? Let's go in and take a look. Hey, you at the front, did you hear that? The hallway grew increasingly noisy, but the dozen or so people blocking the threshold dared not move an inch. All because of those two heads. One belonged to Vlasic and the other belonged to their leader. The fact that someone with D-class weapons and D-class armor is already dead in the room is enough to prove a lot. Forget about moving forward. If it weren't for the crowd behind them, they might have screamed and run away by now. Yeah. Hu Chen held a knife, blood continuously sliding down the blade, and waved to the dozen or so people outside the threshold. Come in. What's it look like to have so many people blocking the door? The dozen or so people were not Huaxia nationals, but they still understood Hu Chen's meaning through the system translation. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to take that first step. Not coming in, huh? Hu Chen dragged his knife and stepped forward slowly.
The tip of the knife touched the ground, sparking a blinding fire as it carved a gash into the once intact cement floor. Then I wish you to be smarter in your next life so that you won't have a human body but be unable to think like one. As soon as the words fell, the black gold ancient knife swung down, and just the sharp aura it released directly cut through those blocking the door. Blood flowed everywhere. Killers are always killed by others. That frost guy wants to seize the ship. There is a path to death. The second man who came over wanted to take revenge for Frostguy, and he too has a path to death. As for those blocking the door, they came downstairs to kill themselves, and they too have a path to death. There is no psychological burden for Hu Chen in killing these people. Just kill them, no need to hesitate. Corpses appeared before everyone. The wails instantly echoed throughout the entire building. Ah, there's a murder. A murder. Help. Run. Waste, don't block the way. Let me go first. Chaos, it's about to explode. Hu Chen turned to give a glance to the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes behind him. The 9 little guys immediately understood. They flew upstairs, using their bodies to block all the escape routes, trapping everyone who came to rescue on the next floor. Want to escape? Unless one of these 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes is killed. This was clearly an impossible task. Hu Chen dragged his knife and walked out of the room, watching the anxious figures of those people, and whistled. Who can help me find Su Yao? I can give him a chance to live. The crowd fell into silence. Can't find him at all? Hu Chen said helplessly, raising his right hand holding the knife slightly. What a pity. Wait. Just as Hu Chen was about to make another cut, ending the lives of most of the people, a voice rang out from the crowd. I might know where Su Yao is. A middle-aged woman in the crowd raised her hands high, her tone extremely panicked. Maybe? No. Definitely. I know where that Su Yao is. Very good. Hu Chen uttered 2 words, and a fiery phoenix appeared at his fingertips. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the phoenix flew into the crowd. In an instant, everyone except the middle-aged woman who had just raised her hand was burned to ashes by the phoenix. Disaster. Besides the disaster itself, there is another extremely important word: change. As long as one is in the midst of disaster, as long as one is still alive, there are nearly infinite opportunities for change and unlimited possibilities for growth. So, as long as something poses a threat to his existence, he will not hesitate to eliminate it. After 10 long years in that dungeon, he does not want a second time. Beside him, Lu Xian'er watched the scene before her without any interference, saying not a word, just silently observing. By the way, she shielded Wei Shaoqing behind her, preventing her from seeing the bloody scene. Hu Chen looked at the stunned middle-aged woman and said, "What are you dawdling for? Lead the way." Okay. The middle-aged woman let out a trembling sound and immediately led Hu Chen upstairs, all the way to the top floor of the building. She pointed at the door in front of them that was chained shut, her voice slightly trembling. "The person you're looking for is inside. You promised me you would let me go." "There's no rush, I haven't found the person yet." Hu Chen pointed at the lock and asked, "What does this mean?" The leader said, "Raising pigs requires a pig pen." Pigs? Pig pen? These 2 words, once contemplated, reveal their true meaning. The leader of this group is raising humans, using human flesh as a source of meat. In the apocalypse, such organizations are actually quite common. Yes, points can be used to exchange for food. But besides food, points can also be exchanged for even more useful things. Especially for those who lack combat experience and ability, those extremely fierce beasts are definitely not prey they can hunt at will. Even if they happen to hunt 1 or 2, the points gained are far more important than food. On the contrary, those who are weaker than themselves are the most suitable prey and the easiest food to obtain. It's all about talent. There is no strongest, only stronger. Similarly, there is no weakest, only weaker. With just a gun, one can easily control these prey. Especially in countries other than China, the number of people legally possessing firearms is countless, and they will naturally become hunters at the first opportunity, preying on those weaker than themselves. Just like right now. Su Yao is probably being treated as prey along with others, locked on the top floor. Alright, get lost. Upon hearing these 4 words, the middle-aged woman felt as if she had received a reprieve, not even saying thank you as she turned and walked downstairs. But just as she passed by Xie Qinluan, a black claw flashed by. The middle-aged woman's head was directly smashed, and her whole body fell to the bottom of the building. Just kidding. A person who has been threatened with death by themselves could obviously become a potential threat in the future. How could someone like that possibly be let go? As the ancients say, if you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow back with the spring breeze. Hu Chen certainly wouldn't allow this situation to happen. With a swift motion, he struck down, and the chain shattered with a loud crack. A fire phoenix instantly appeared at his fingertips, which he placed on his shoulder to illuminate the surroundings. As soon as Hu Chen pushed open the door, a foul stench rushed at him. Cough, cough. Even he, who had spent years in the basement, was unaccustomed to this smell. It truly was no different from a pigsty. Hu Chen didn't want to go in either, so he simply took a step back. "Everyone inside, come out quickly. The ones who imprisoned you are already dead. Especially you, Su Yao, come out to repay your debts." As soon as those words were spoken, the top floor immediately fell into chaos. Faint rustling sounds could be heard from inside, but no one said a word. Less than 2 minutes. A figure suddenly dashed out from the darkness. A middle-aged woman burst out of the shadows, her gaze fixed on Hu Chen, and she lunged forward, pointing at her own nose. I am Su Yao. You want my life, right? Come, kill me. Hu Chen rolled her eyes, too lazy to say another word to her. And Zhang. A cold voice came from the darkness. A tall figure slowly walked out, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. You don't need to do this. A woman stood before Hu Chen, looking no older than 24, but exuding a natural leadership aura. Just standing there gave a sense of trust and safety. It felt as if with her around, all problems could be easily resolved. Mr. Hu? Su Yao looked at Hu Chen, her eyes showing no panic, but rather a hint of relief. It's me. Great. Su Yao smiled slightly, stepped forward, and extended her right hand. Hello, I am Su Yao. No, I am Su Yao. I am. That existence known as Aunt Jean was still pulling on Hu Chen's sleeve, pointing to her own nose and saying, Aren't you going to take my life? Come and take it. Don't involve others. Hu Chen rolled his eyes, released the hand he was holding with Su Yao, and pointed at the ant. If you don't get away from me, I'll take action. Mom, just stop making a scene. In the darkness, 2 middle-aged men were helping a limping boy to walk out. The limping boy frowned at Aunt Zhang. Trust Miss Su, she won't be in any danger. You little brat, what do you understand? Aunt Zhang angrily shouted. Miss Su saved your life. As a mother, I should repay her, so stop shouting. Aunt Zhang, let me explain. Su Yao sighed in frustration, stepped forward to hold Aunt Zhang's hand, and brought her to the limping boy. If you want to repay me for this life, dying is the worst choice. If you die, who will take care of Xiao Zhang? Me? Or Brother Lu? Or Uncle Li? None of us will be as attentive as you, nor will we hold Xiao Zhang as dear as you do. But you will, and Xiao Zhang will also hold you dear. If you die, Xiao Zhang won't live long either. That would mean 2 lives lost. I don't think so. My 24 years of life can't compare to the combined decades of your 2 lives. Miss Su. Aunt Zhang choked up, not knowing what to say. Su Yao simply placed Aunt Zhang's hand on Xiao Zhang's shoulder and gently patted it, saying nothing more. Miss Su, why don't we take a chance? Yes, Miss Su. They only have a few people. If we take a chance, maybe we can survive. Miss Su, if you die, I won't have the face to live on. In the darkness, the voices of the crowd echoed. Hu Chen helplessly said, Hey, I'm still here. Can you all keep it down while plotting? Sorry, Mr. Hu. Su Yao also felt helpless as she looked back at the crowd. Don't worry, I will come back alive. Trust me, okay? You all just need to stick to the agreement we made, alright? Once these words were spoken, the noise from the upper level finally quieted down. Su Yao walked back in front of Hu Chen again. Mr. Hu, can we talk somewhere else? Of course. Hu Chen stepped aside to make room. Please. Thank you. Su Yao walked downstairs as if she hadn't seen the decapitated corpse beside her. Before Hu Chen could move, figures started emerging from the darkness of the top floor, calling out to Su Yao's back. Miss Su. Miss Su, thank you. Miss Su, you must survive. Miss Su, I owe you Zhang Wenhai, so you must come back for it. The greetings echoed throughout the building. Su Yao didn't look back, continuing to walk downstairs, as if turning to look at them again would be cruel. Indeed. Some talents can be manifested on a panel, but some are innate, and even Hu Chen's deprivation cannot erase such existence. For example, the affinity and natural leadership talent that Su Yao possesses. As Hu Chen walked down the stairs, he waited until he could barely hear those voices before he asked Su Yao, What agreement do you have with them? It's a secret. Su Yao also stopped and turned to look at Hu Chen. So, Mr. Hu, you came all this way to save me. It can't just be to simply kill me, right? If you want my life, what do you intend to do? Talking to smart people is convenient, but Hu Chen's tone rose as the black gold ancient knife was already pressed against Su Yao's neck. I don't like being passive, nor do I like getting another question when I ask one. Now, I ask one question, you answer one. Understood? The knife was already at her neck, yet Su Yao still showed no signs of panic. She looked calmly at the Hu Chen in front of her, nodded slightly, and said nothing more. Hu Chen spoke softly. You brought me here not only to solve the beast tide problem but also to use my hand to eliminate those people below? Yes. Just a short word. It seems Su Yao indeed took Hu Chen's words to heart. Who are those people upstairs? Most of them are here for tourism, and there are also some overseas Chinese compatriots. They seem to trust you quite a bit. It's just a trust in a lifeline. Su Yao said, a faint bitter smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. What do you mean? Mr. Hu came up from downstairs and must have seen those people. To them, we are like livestock kept in a cage. When there's no food, we'll be dragged out to be slaughtered. And to them, I'm like a production machine. Once someone is drained of a lot of blood and on the verge of death, my talent can restore that person to their best state, or even refill the lost blood and flesh. The people upstairs don't want to die, so I become their lifeline. Su Yao's tone was very calm. Calm as if she completely didn't care about how those people viewed her. Savior? Lifeline? Though these two terms are roughly similar, their meanings are worlds apart. The former expresses heartfelt reverence, while the latter feels more like a tool. Describing herself as a lifeline, this Su Yao seems quite different from the Savior Society leader he imagined. So, Hu Chen lowered his gaze slightly. Did you intentionally tell them I would come find you? Of course. Su Yao replied matter-of-factly, with the beast tide approaching. If I didn't tell them you would come, I would eventually be killed by them. Either I would be forced to death when I can't use my abilities, or I would be discovered by these people downstairs after using my abilities extensively when the beast tide ends. In the end, I can't escape death. Only by giving them hope, by providing them with a reason not to pressure me, can I survive. This Su Yao is smarter than I imagined. No wonder she can become the future leader of the Savior Society. With her understanding and manipulation of human nature, she truly deserves it. Having a person like her in the world is far more important than her possessing an SSS level talent. Mr. Hu, are you satisfied with my answer? Seeing Hu Chen remain silent, Su Yao tentatively asked. It's fine. So I'll be staying by your side from now on? Su Yao said, her gaze sweeping over Xie Qingwan, Lu Xiener, and Wei Shaoqing with a hint of probing in her eyes. Especially when her gaze passed over Wei Shaoqing, a trace of barely noticeable disgust flashed in her eyes. Don't get me wrong. Lu Xiener immediately stepped back. I have nothing to do with him. Su Yao remained silent, merely smiling with pursed lips. Don't worry, you don't have to follow me. Hu Chen said nonchalantly. He didn't want too many women around him, not even someone like Su Yao. I just need you to accompany me to do one thing, in exchange for your life that you will hand over to me. Once it's done, you can leave at any time. What thing? Su Yao's eyes lit up immediately. This person had triggered multiple global prompts in succession, so the task he had in mind was clearly not trivial. Follow me and you'll find out. Hu Chen said, slowly walking downstairs. Everyone followed closely behind. As they reached the ground floor and retraced their steps back to the No Shanghai Nation, the sky was suddenly shrouded in a layer of crimson. The source is not far away, above Lake Baikal. Ding! Survivor Levstai has successfully opened the A-level instance, North Sea. You have entered the instance area and will be forced into the instance. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the main quest, Entering the Sea. Congratulations Survivor Hu Chen for triggering the B-level main quest, Entering the Sea. B-level main quest, Entering the Sea. Quest description: please find 5 other survivors, team up, and locate a suitable vessel to enter the North Sea area. Quest time: 3 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Quest reward: accumulated calculation. Quest failure: deduct 10% of intelligence attribute. Great! I wonder which lucky person opened this instance, pulling all the survivors within the area in. There are many types of instances in this disaster. Like the S-level dungeon Earth Country that Hu Chen and others cleared earlier, there are dungeons entered as a team, as well as A-level dungeons like North Sea, which are entered by region. As long as survivors are within this area, regardless of how many there are, they will all be pulled into the dungeon at the same time. In such dungeons, survivors not only have to guard against the monsters inside but also compete with other survivors who have entered the dungeon. Team up with 5 other survivors. Hu Chen turned to look behind him. We're still short one. Do you have any suggestions? This sentence was actually directed at Su Yao. There are still plenty of survivors upstairs who could easily fill the team. But once Su Yao speaks up, Hu Chen will become wary of her. The reason is simple. The group that was blocked downstairs was very weak. Extremely weak. When facing such opponents, they could be trapped on the top floor and treated like livestock. This was still under the condition of having a top-tier support like Su Yao. So, it's not hard to deduce one thing. The survivors upstairs are likely to be even weaker than those blocking the hallway downstairs. In this situation, if Su Yao suggests going upstairs to find someone, it must be for selfish reasons. That's good. Faced with Hu Chen's inquiry, Su Yao remained silent. Instead, Wei Shaoqing raised her hand slightly. Brother, I have an idea. Shaoqing. Hu Chen squatted down, looking at her with a smile in his eyes. Go ahead, what are your thoughts? Wei Shaoqing pointed to the southwest direction. About 3 kilometers that way, there's someone whose aura is exactly the same as yours, Sister Xiener, and this Sister Su Yao. They should also possess an SSS level talent. As soon as this was said, Su Yao's pupils trembled, and Lu Xiener couldn't help but turn to look at Su Yao. Clearly, they were both extremely shocked by this news. Especially Lu Xiener. Her peripheral vision fell on Hu Chen, and a multitude of speculations arose in her mind. Another possessor of SSS level talent? With so many distress signals, this fox specifically came to rescue Su Yao. Could it be because of her SSS level talent? Right. It must be like that. This guy, where does he get all this information from? No Shanghai Nation immediately moves in the direction pointed out by Wei Shaoqing. Hu Chen stood on the deck, gazing into the distance with joy barely concealed. He really didn't expect that there would be an SSS level talent holder nearby. Moreover, Shaoqing has even developed a hidden use for the S-level talent Qi observation. Isn't this just a talent exploration radar tailored for him? Hu Chen is now somewhat tempted, wondering whether he should give her a version of the ordinary true sight eye.
With True Sight Eye plus Chi Observation plus an S-level profession image, Hu Chen can't even imagine how terrifying Wei Xiaoqing will grow in the future.
Of course, all of this is not for now. Hu Chen is wary of all women.
This naturally includes Wei Xiaoqing. While he can protect her unconditionally now, he cannot grant her his unconditional trust.
It's better to talk about it later. In less than 10 minutes.
No Shanghai nation arrived near the location pointed out by Wei Xiaoqing. There are no tall buildings here, just a church.
But strangely, this church stands right in the water.
A nearly 20-meter-high wall of water surrounds the entire church, leaving a space of over 1,000 square meters in the middle, where people are praying and singing as if everything outside has nothing to do with them.
Hu Chen slightly frowned.
This is clearly some kind of talent effect, but he had never heard of such a talent in his past life. As he threw a true sight over, no hint panel popped up in front of Hu Chen. Clearly, this was the same situation he encountered with the 9 statues. Exploration was ineffective. It seems there is an invisible barrier separating the church from the outside world, even blocking the investigation of true sight.
Breaking this barrier is actually simple. Even an SSS level talent depends on the user's attributes.
No matter how strong this barrier is, it remains the same. All it takes is
a single strike.
Hu Chen drew out the black gold ancient knife and slashed casually. The blade cuts through the barrier, but the church still exists and the surrounding water wall still stands, as if nothing has happened.
A barrier? No. This is more like an illusion? An illusion that can interact with reality? This is troublesome. To break an illusion, one must enter the illusion itself. Although Hu Chen doesn't mind having an additional SSS level talent, he wants to save time and first secure the first kills of B-level and A-level area beasts. If he enters the illusion, who knows how much time it will take. After all, an SSS level talent related to illusions isn't very useful to him.
Forget it, let's go, Hu Chen said, controlling the No Shanghai nation to head back towards Lake Baikal.
Just a teammate, I can pick one up along the way. In less than 10 minutes.
A man wearing a life jacket floated towards the bow of the boat.
Looks like he might have drowned.
Sitting beside them, Suyao frowned slightly but said nothing, while Lu Xiener and Hu Chen seemed to ignore it and planned to pass by directly.
Only Wei Xiaoqing.
She stepped forward, tugged at Hu Chen's shirt, and whispered, "Brother, that person is suspicious."
Hu
Chen let out a soft grunt and instinctively used the true sight to scan the person, his pupils instantly brightening. Survivor, Alex. Survival level 3. Physique 17 E. Strength 16 E. Intelligence 10 F. Agility 12 F.
Mastered talent Hypnosis Gaze SSS.
Hypnos, the god of dreams in Greek mythology. That's the guy who constructs illusions. No wonder Xiaoqing reminded herself. From this person's panel, it seems he hasn't suffered any negative effects, yet he is floating in the water like he's drowning, probably trying to fish.
Fishing for Hu Chen. Wanting to rescue him. As for the purpose,
it's mostly about clearing the dungeon, but there could be other motives.
This little lamb delivered right to us, how can we pass it up? Ouch! Hu Chen exclaimed in surprise and turned to look at Su Yao. What are you standing there for? Can't you see someone is drowning? Hurry up and save them.
As soon as these words were spoken,
Lu Xiener and Su Yao on the boat looked at him with a ghostly expression.
Are those your words?
Did you grab the wrong script?
But since Hu Chen has spoken, Su Yao naturally had no reason to hesitate. She directly activated SSS level talent, Source of Life, bringing the person within the range of her teammates to prepare for healing. In the next moment, she discovered that the person was in a disguised state. No wonder that Fox would say such pretentious things.
Meanwhile,
Wei Xiaoqing also came to Lu Xiener at Hu Chen's urging, revealing that person's identity. What a useless thing. Hu Chen saw the look in Su Yao's eyes, confirming that she understood his intention, and then turned to Xia Qingwan. "Xiaowan, go save him."
"Yes, master."
Xia Qingwan transformed into a black panther, leaping into the water, grabbing the man's clothing, and jumping back out of the water.
Since it's a rescue, that naturally includes follow-up actions.
As the black panther's claws pressed down hard on the man's chest,
puff!
A mixture of blood and water gushed from Alex's throat. He originally had no issues, but at this moment he was really on the verge of serious injury.
Cough, cough. A violent cough rang out. Alex raised his head, looking around in confusion. Where am I? Who are you people? Did you save me? Before anyone could answer,
Alex struggled to get up, taking a step towards Su Yao, wanting to reach out to hold her hand. "Beautiful lady, did you save me?"
The conversation isn't over yet. Su Yao took a step back, turned to Hu Chen, and said with a tone full of grievance, "Honey, he's trying to assault me." Just as I thought. No matter what you do, you need teammates.
Hu Chen was worried about how to continue acting with this guy, and Su Yao just handed him the best excuse.
What?
Hu Chen stepped forward, placed his hand on Alex's shoulder, and pressed down hard, locking him in his arm.
"Kid, are you tired of living?"
With the force of B+ pressing down on his neck, Alex felt like he could hardly breathe. He kept hitting Hu Chen's arm, trying to get him to let go.
I didn't. Sir, there must be some misunderstanding.
Hu Chen didn't say much, his right hand glowed with dark light, ready to strip away.
But just at that moment. Congratulations to the survivor team, Hu Chen, Xie Qingwan, Lu Xiener, Wei Xiaoqing, Su Yao, and Alex for successfully forming a team. During the team period, they will be immune to all negative effects caused by teammates' damage.
Congratulations, the survivor team has completed the B-level main quest. Entering the sea, rewards are stacking. Main quest refreshed. B-level main quest, Abyss of the North Sea. Quest description: you and your teammates have successfully converged. Please hurry to enter the North Sea area and find enough B-level materials, Dragon Pearls. The first 111 teams to complete the task can enter the next round. Quest objective: B-level materials, Dragon Pearls, 0/9. Quest time: none. Quest rewards: accumulated calculation. Quest failure: receive debuff weakness LV1, all attributes reduced by 10%, lasting for 1 month. B-level? Dragon Pearls? Wait a minute. Hu Chen suddenly remembered a hellish joke he had heard in a past life. In the global chat channel, someone once mentioned that in a rare cooperative dungeon they had seen the human ancestor from Chinese mythology, Nuwa. The clue that person mentioned was that all survivors participating in the dungeon would collectively gather 999 dragon pearls for an NPC, who would then host a ceremony to summon the phantom of Nuwa. Everything was progressing exceptionally smoothly so far. The B-grade dragon pearls were quickly collected, and Nuwa's phantom successfully descended. But just as all the survivors were waiting to receive their rewards, a person from the White Bear Kingdom was drooling over Nuwa and even rushed up, attempting to do something inappropriate. How could Nuwa tolerate this? 999 dragon pearls instantly shattered, piercing through a White Bear Kingdom person, and only a few Huaxia people survived, but they didn't receive any rewards. The instance abruptly ended, with no rewards or punishments. Later, others tried to trigger this instance but were never successful. This led to the term Dragon Pearls becoming a derogatory term for the White Bear Kingdom people in the global chat channel. The instance that person mentioned. Could it be this one? In other words, if he collects the Dragon Pearls, is there a chance to see Nuwa's projection? If he could see Nuwa's projection, could he also extract something from her? Even if it's just a scale, it would still be an SSS level existence. By Lake Baikal. With the speed of no Shanghai nation, naturally, they were the first to arrive at the lakeside. But now, Lake Baikal is completely different from before. The surface of the lake is eerily quiet, reflecting the crimson sky. As far as the eye can see, it resembles a dead silent purgatory. Just looking from afar gives off a chilling atmosphere. Captain, this doesn't look like a place with dragon pearls. Lu Xiener leaned closer to Hu Chen. How about we wait for other teams to go in and check the situation first? To be honest, Hu Chen was also uncertain. After all, this was a dungeon he had never experienced before, and it was an A-level dungeon. With his B+ level attributes, he might not be able to handle this dungeon. If it were any other time, he would definitely send in 2 or 3 lucky teams to enter Lake Baikal first, then assess the situation before entering himself. But now, he was still busy looking for that mysterious bird. Where would he have time to waste? Time is tight, we can't wait. Hu Chen helplessly uttered a sentence, urging the No Shanghai nation to continue forward while simultaneously ordering, set sail, each observe in one direction and report immediately if any anomalies are discovered. Yes, Captain. The others responded in unison. Meanwhile, the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix immediately submerged into the water, beginning to search for traces of the Joju. Alex instinctively wanted to dart to the front of the ship, as far away from this guy as possible. But before he could make a move, Hu Chen pressed him down to the very front of the ship. Mr. Alex, you were just injured and haven't recovered yet, so it's better for you to move with me. Due to the rule that teammates cannot attack each other, Hu Chen was currently unable to strip Alex of his talents. But that was just a matter of time. For now, he just needed to protect Alex and successfully clear the entire dungeon, and then he could slowly strip him of his abilities. Alright, sir, Alex reluctantly said. As the ship officially entered the North Sea, the originally calm water surface began to ripple with layers of waves. 1, 2. Countless bubbles surged up from the bottom of the water, as if something was about to emerge from below. The 9-headed false dragon phoenix also seemed to have noticed something, immediately spreading its wings and flying to the surface of the lake, looking down at the commotion below. Brother! Wei Xiaoqing was the first to react, shouting to Hu Chen at the bow of the boat, something is coming up from below. I know, everyone be careful. Don't get off the boat. Hu Chen drew his black gold ancient knife, immediately stopping the No Shanghai nation, activating his true vision eye and focusing on the nearest bubble. The bubble slowly floated up and shattered as it broke the surface of the water. Bang! With the first crisp explosion, a shadow immediately sprang out from the surface of the water. Ah! A piercing shriek rang out. A Jiao person rushed madly towards the No Shanghai nation. It was a Jiao person, not a mermaid. The Jiao person, like the mermaid, had a human-like upper body, but its lower body was a serpent's tail. Eye of True Sight Deprivation version open. Species Joran. Level C. Stamina 170 C+.
Strength 186 C+, Intelligence 133 C, Agility 147 C, Talent Reproduction A, Fury A, Mastered Skills Mind Scream B, Pounce C. Note: an ancient Yaren awakened by an unknown entity with a bad temper. Think of a menopausal woman awakened by firecrackers on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Strength +1. Next comes the second, third. For every bubble that appears around, a Yaren leaps up from the surface of the water. They swarm towards the ship like moths drawn to a candle flame, recklessly diving in. Yes, no Shanghai nation is immune to all energy and physical damage, but this thing can't stop others from boarding the ship. Fortunately, the nine-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix is already hovering above the no Shanghai nation. When those dragon people pounced, they would swallow one immediately, working seamlessly together. Even if a few dragon people occasionally landed on the Wu Shanghai nation, they would quickly check for any oversight. They didn't even give Hu Chen a chance to act. But the dragon pearls were also swallowed by these damn creatures. Hu Chen was speechless and could only turn to look behind him. Su Yao, take Xiao Cheng inside first, we'll handle things here. Okay. Su Yao quickly pulled herself out of the shock of seeing the nine-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix, took away Xiao Qing's hand, and rushed into the cabin. Alex, who was beside Hu Chen, was trembling. Captain, should I go in too? Hu Chen glanced at him and directly looked at the nine-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix circling above the Wu Shanghai nation. You little brats. Pay attention to the dragon pearls inside them. Don't eat any, leave them all for me. Ah, whoa. The nine-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix responded in unison, indicating they understood. One by one, the dragon pearls that were supposed to enter their bellies fell like rain onto the ship's hull. Lu Xiener was quick-witted and immediately controlled the 9 statues, using wind attributes to gather all those orbs into a ball. Just 9 dragon orbs, and they were collected in the blink of an eye. Ping! Congratulations, the survivor team has completed B-level main quest, Abyss of the North Sea, rewards accumulating. Main quest refreshed. B-level main quest, Secret of the North Sea. Quest description: a mysterious entity has awakened in the North Sea, and everything seems to be related to it. Take the dragon orbs you've collected and find it. Quest objectives: locked. All teams must complete the quest to unlock. Quest time: none. Quest rewards: calculated cumulatively. Quest failure: forced erasure. Here it comes. Just as described by that person in my previous life. It indeed involves finding a certain entity with the dragon orbs, but I still don't know if that entity requires the dragon orbs as an offering to summon the projection of Nuwa. More and more dragon orbs fell from the sky. Those 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes were like an insatiable abyss. No matter how many dragon people came, it was merely a drop in the bucket for them. Hu Chen's True Vision Eye deprivation version has also been left on, with numerous pop-up prompts, only a small portion of which are attribute values. The majority of the rest are materials stripped from these exotic beasts. Grade C materials are too weak for Hu Chen to even use as arrows. However, they can still earn some points when sold in the shop. Some who have awakened forging-related talents need these materials to forge weapons. Not even half an hour. The dragon people on the water's surface have been mostly cleared out. There are still some dragon people underwater, but unlike the previous ones, they dare not poke their heads up. The moment the deer fairy collected 1,000 dragon pearls, a figure suddenly rushed in from the center of Lake Baikal. It moved so quickly that even Hu Chen couldn't see it clearly. Little. Before Hu Chen could finish the word heart, the figure had already flashed above Wu Shanghai Kingdom. A sudden pressure descended. Hu Chen instantly recalled the scene from the first day of his rebirth when he met the sea god. Is that a deity? At this moment, Hu Chen's excitement overshadowed his fear. A deity signifies a different level of existence. If I can take something from them, even the most trivial item, it could be a legendary artifact. Hu Chen first threw a regular version of the true sight to test it, and a panel immediately popped up in front of him. Name: Beihai Ruo. Level: S sealed. Attribute: unknown. Mastered talent: unknown. Even after being sealed, it's still S level? It can even block part of the true sight's investigation? It seems my perception wasn't wrong. This one should also belong to the category of deities, just like the previous sea god. However, the sea god was a projection, and it's unclear in what form this one exists. Beihai Ruo is dressed in a blue robe, with a shell hanging from his waist, holding a jade cinnamon stick, and his white hair flowing down, as if he hurried over right after waking up. He was just about to speak when he suddenly turned to look at Hu Chen. Have I been discovered? Beihai's eyes slightly lowered, emitting a series of ancient tones that were incomprehensible. That's good. The system can still translate normally. Kid, don't look if it's inappropriate. Don't you understand that? I'm sorry, senior. Hu Chen immediately bowed and cupped his hands, looking quite timid. It was my mistake. I won't dare again next time. It's not that he wouldn't dare, but that he couldn't. When he dares in the future, he should try it again. No. As many opportunities there are, he should take them all. An A-level difficulty dungeon cannot possibly have S-level opponents, especially one that is sealed. If an S level exists, it would definitely only be their allies or a guiding NPC. As long as the attitude is correct, this person shouldn't be too harsh, right? That's good. It's fortunate that he didn't directly use the depriving version of the true side-eye, otherwise it would have been uncertain. To recognize one's mistakes and correct them is a great virtue. Beihai Rua softly uttered, his gaze falling on the Jiao Pearl in front of Lu Xiener. May I use these Jiao Pearls? Don't worry, you won't use them for free. Once I complete the offering, there will naturally be benefits for you. This. Lu Xiener turned to look at Hu Chen. Alright. Hu Chen immediately responded, Jiao Pearls are just external items. Since the senior finds them useful, then give them all to the senior. At least you understand, kid. Beihai Rua's lips curled slightly, and with a wave of his long sleeves, the Jiao Pearls in front of everyone vanished instantly. He also glanced at the crowd, softly asking, just right. I need a few more people to assist with the offering. Would you be willing? This is a great honor for you. Ding. At the same time, a notification sounded in everyone's ears. Congratulations Survivor Team, Lu Xiener has triggered A-Class Hidden Mission Offering. A-Class Hidden Mission Offering. Mission description, help Beihai Rua complete the offering to an unknown existence. Mission duration, no limit. Mission reward, 1 random gift package from Beihai Rua *. Task failed, none. Note, virgins? Who still sacrifices that these days? Bring the 5090 to the Dragon King. Willing. Of course, I am willing. That's very good. Beihai slowly nodded, then vanished in a flash. The voice came from the center of Lake Baikal. I'm waiting for you all in the middle of Beihai, hurry up. The voice faded away. Hu Chen turned to exchange a glance with Lu Xiener. The latter raised her hand and drew a letter in the air. S. Hu Chen shook his head, then nodded, sending her a message in the private chat channel. Hu Chen, the S after the seal. Lu Xiener, the later boss? Hu Chen did not answer, just shook his head. Lu Xiener breathed a sigh of relief and, pulled by the 9-headed fake dragon phoenix, sped towards the direction of the voice. About half an hour later, Wu Shanghai Nation finally arrived at the center of Beihai. 999 dragon pearls are arranged on the surface of the lake in an extremely mysterious way, with Beihai Rua standing in the center, conveniently leaving 6 other positions vacant. From just these 7 positions, it somewhat resembles the Big Dipper. Is this a formation? Have you arrived, young friend? Hurry! Get into the formation and stand in position. Beihai Rua's tone is extremely urgent. He wishes he could send them directly to the vacant positions right now. It was only because Hu Chen had heard about this matter and confirmed that Beihai Rua was offering a sacrifice to Nuwa, otherwise he would never take the risk to participate in a sacrifice without knowing who the target was. Even if the benefits are a bit less, it doesn't matter. Hu Chen turned to glance at Lu Xiener, who immediately understood and used the wind to send Xie Qingwan, Su Yao, Wei Shaoqing, and Alex to their respective positions. She followed behind Hu Chen, standing in one of the 2 positions closest to Beihai Rua. Formation, activate. Beihai Rua uttered a command. The 999 dragon pearls instantly shattered, transforming into a stream of luminous white light within the formation, gathering towards the sky. Oh, Holy Mother! Beihai Rua immediately knelt on one knee, looking up at the glowing white light in the sky and slowly said, Beihai Rua, I humbly request the Holy Mother to show mercy and bestow the holy decree. Holy Mother! It's truly Nuwa. Hu Chen suppressed the turmoil in his heart and began to fantasize about what he could take from the Holy Mother. Looking at the situation, it seems that the one appearing won't be the real Nuwa, but rather some kind of projection. That's very good. If even Beihai Rua can sense his spying, if the real body had come, Hu Chen wouldn't dare to act, but if it's a projection, as long as it's just before her disappearance, whether it's Nuwa or even the 3 pure ones, if the Tao ancestor were standing here, he would dare to throw the true side-eye deprivation version at them. Buzz. The glowing white light gathered into a sphere, constantly vibrating in the air, emitting a buzzing sound. But aside from that, there was no other movement in the air. Has it failed? Hu Chen couldn't help but frown. Could it be that after this instance is activated, it doesn't guarantee that Nuwa can be summoned 100% of the time? Buzz. Another buzzing sound. Beihai Rua looked up, but there was not a trace of defeat from failure in his eyes. Instead, he immediately lowered his head, sincerely prostrating himself, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if anticipating something to descend. Hurry! Beihai Rua lowered his voice and immediately instructed the few people around him, kneel down. The Holy Mother is about to descend. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, the third tremor ended. A figure formed from a white luminous flow appeared above everyone's heads. It had a human body and a serpent tail adorned in vibrant colors. A more intense divine pressure suddenly descended. Alex, Wei Shaoqing, and Xie Qingwan knelt down one after another. Su Yao was slightly taken aback but also immediately knelt in place, not daring to look up. Lu Xiener frowned for a moment, then knelt on one knee, bowing her head in silence. Only Hu Chen. He remained standing, gazing up at the projection of Nuwa, his pupils shimmering with black and gold light. A trickle of blood gradually oozed from the corner of his eye. Put. With a panel popping up, Hu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Name, Nuwa Projection. Level, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Mastered talents, unknown.
He immediately bent down. Although he didn't kneel, he didn't dare to look up. Earlier, he had sensed the pressure brought by the Nuwa projection, and with his physical condition, he could barely hold on and stand still.
But as the eye of true sight was sensed, the Nuwa projection also fixed its gaze on him.
The pressure instantly expanded by more than 100 times, causing him to be injured.
This was just a glance. Presumptuous. Beihai Ruo immediately roared.
With white hair flowing, a large number of pale blue scales trembled around him, and his eyes turned crimson, as if he would swallow Hu Chen whole at any moment. Xia Qingwan immediately leaned towards Hu Chen, ready for a fight to the death.
Lu Xianer and Su Yao were watching from a distance, not moving. Xiao Ruo. Those two light words fell, echoing in everyone's ears like thunder, deafening.
Beihai Ruo immediately became obedient like a little cat crawling in front of the Nuwa projection.
Holy Mother! Xiao Ruo is here.
They are all good children, don't be too harsh on them.
Yes. With that, it was settled.
Hu Chen's heart, which had been racing wildly, finally calmed down.
He let out a long sigh, just about to raise his head when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of white light falling in front of him. A serpent's tail, shimmering with holy white light, came into view. Even the intricate patterns on its scales were clearly visible. In the next moment,
a cool touch rested on his jaw, gently applying pressure to lift his head.
Their eyes met.
In those golden eyes, pure white pupils sparkled, scrutinizing him as if he were a piece of art. Hu Chen also scrutinized the owner of those eyes. The face was extraordinarily beautiful, as if all the beauty in his mind had been concentrated on that one face, yet he felt no intoxication, only sheer terror. Child. The projection of Nuwa slowly opened her lips and said, "You have quite a lot of things on you."
Was he seen through? Indeed.
As a projection of Nuwa, it was one thing not to notice him. If she had noticed him, it would be normal for her to see through all his secrets. However, since she didn't take action to kill him, there was no problem. As long as he followed the remaining steps of the quest and completed it steadily, he would be fine.
As for deprivation, he could only wait for an opportunity. Saint.
Hu Chen had just uttered a word, but before he could finish, the hand resting under his chin pierced through his skull. His pupils involuntarily constricted.
Master!
Xia Qingwan exclaimed and was about to rush over. But Hu Chen immediately raised his hand to stop her. Although his head was pierced, he felt no pain and suffered no harm, only a light flickered before his eyes.
Ding! You have lost the item, fragment of the sea god's divinity. You can have many things, but you can't have everything.
The projection of Nuwa uttered. With a grasp of her palm, the fragment of the sea god's divinity immediately shattered, transforming into a glimmering blue light that entered Beihai Ruo's body. A flicker of pain flashed in Hu Chen's eyes, but he dared not say a word. It's just the loss of a divinity fragment, it's acceptable. As long as he keeps his life, there will be other opportunities in the future.
Thank you, Holy Mother, for your generous gift.
Beihai Ruo immediately bowed respectfully.
This item is not suitable for you to absorb, there's no need to keep it.
The projection of Nuwa withdrew her hand and didn't forget to explain to Hu Chen. She continued to stand before Hu Chen, looking down at him. Now, tell me, as a reward for summoning me, along with that fragment of divinity, what do you want as a reward or compensation?
The opportunity has come. Hu Chen's mind instantly flashed through all the myths related to Nuwa. The map of mountains, rivers, and the nation? The red embroidered ball? Or, should I just directly ask Nuwa for a few hundred SSS level talents, or some hidden professions to choose from? This is the Holy Mother, one of the 6 saints of heaven and earth. Although the other party is just a projection, achieving these things would still be a piece of cake. The problem is that there are too many choices, and I don't know what to pick. Simply put, oh Holy Mother. Hu Chen knelt down on both knees, prostrating on the ground. I was born as a human, and I am your child. As a child, what's wrong with giving something to my mother? How dare I even ask for something from her? As long as the Holy Mother is willing, my life is yours. It's just a fragment of divine power. If you want it, take it. I, your child, will have no complaints. In an instant, whether it was Lu Xianer, Su Yao, or even Wei Xiaoqing a bit further away, they were all stunned in place. This is their first time seeing such a sight of Hu Chen. So, he has become a child of Nuwa. Oh? The projection of Nuwa lightly chuckled. Just now, didn't you refuse to kneel? That's because I didn't recognize you earlier. Hu Chen immediately looked up, a forced smile on his lips. It's a lie, indeed a lie. In this world of gods, if one tries to force themselves to kneel, it doesn't matter if you are Nuwa or even the Taoist ancestor, it can't be done. But if one wishes to kneel willingly, even just a handful of dirt, no one can stop them. Alright, get up first. Okay. Hu Chen immediately stood up, but as for his position, with a slight shift, he had already moved to stand beside Nuwa, looking like a young attendant beside her. The projection of Nuwa glanced over, her gaze landing on Xia Qingwan. Possessing the bloodline of the demon clan, but unfortunately, the foundation is too weak. I will grant you a strong bloodline. As soon as the words fell, a dark purple stream of light entered Xia Qingwan's body. She was instantly overwhelmed with joy and bowed to the projection of Nuwa, saying, "Thank you, Holy Mother." Hu Chen took a glance with his true sight and was immediately taken aback. The original A-rank talent, Black Panther incarnation, had vanished, replaced by S-rank talent, Zhang. Zhang is one of the ancient mythical beasts. It has 5 tails and 1 horn, its voice booming like a bell, akin to thunder, and in terms of strength, it is naturally incomparable to a Black Panther. "That girl, you come here." The Nuwa projection turned to look at the nearby Lu Xiener and waved slightly. Lu Xiener leaped forward and immediately stood in front of the Nuwa projection, instinctively wanting to kneel but was stopped by an invisible force, ultimately not kneeling down. "One performance is enough." Nuwa raised her hand and gently rubbed Lu Xiener's head, saying, "You don't need to learn from him." Lu Xiener felt exposed and immediately felt a sense of shame, only able to nod lightly. Then, the Nuwa projection casually waved her hand, and 9 elemental light spheres appeared in the air. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, yang. It perfectly matches the attributes represented by the 9 sovereigns. The 9 elemental light orbs instantly coalesce into 9 spirit pearls strung together and fall before Lu Xiener. "This is your reward." Hu Chen couldn't help but scan with the true sight. His pupils shook in an instant. Right now, he's somewhat looking forward to what his reward is. Name, 9 spirits. Category, item. Level, SSS. Active effect, when using the corresponding element of the 9 spirits, a 100% boost will be granted. True sight hidden effect, when the user faces death, 9 spirit pearls will shatter, restoring the user's state to its peak. Note, spirit pearl accessory personally forged by Nuwa's projection, composed of 9 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang, bound to the survivor, Lu Xiener. This is completely a tailor-made SSS level item. A-level dungeon? Even in an SSS level dungeon, such a reward might not exist. It's just that this note seems to be somewhat targeted at him. "Thank you, blessed mother." The moment Lu Xiener took the bracelet, she immediately spoke up, and after putting it on her hand, her figure became even more elusive. "Good girl." The projection of Nuwa chuckled softly as she ruffled her hair, then turned her gaze to Su Yao. "You, come here." Su Yao felt a bit embarrassed but did not move. There was no choice, she was the only one who couldn't walk on the water's surface, so she could only stand in place and bow to the projection of Nuwa. "Blessed mother, I." The projection of Nuwa said nothing more, just raised her hand and gestured. Su Yao suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "The savior must first save themselves." The projection of Nuwa softly uttered, placing her hand on Su Yao's head. As a flash of light passed, before Su Yao could react, Hu Chen's pupils trembled first. Isn't this phrase the slogan of the future saviors? Could it be that Su Yao participated in this instance in her previous life and even met the projection of Nuwa? "Thank you, blessed mother, for your guidance." Su Yao bowed deeply, her eyes already filled with tears. Hu Chen still used the true sight to scan her panel, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Next to the SSS level talent, Source of Life, a new SSS level talent suddenly appeared. Talent, Spiritual Connection. Level, SSS. Passive effect, you will perceive the thoughts of all living beings around you, whether they are malicious or benevolent. True sight hidden effect, when a perceived being trusts you 100%, you can alter their thoughts. Note, hearts in sync, insight into all beings. This is an SSS level talent. Hu Chen immediately felt dissatisfied. Everyone is the same. Why does Su Yao get an SSS level talent, and Lu Xiener an SSS level item, while our little Black Panther only has an S level talent? This was even exchanged with an A level talent. Isn't this a bit too biased? Duong. Hu Chen was just thinking about it, and the Nuwa projection raised her hand and tapped him on the head. He immediately covered his head with both hands, and the voice of the Nuwa projection sounded beside him. Everyone is different, and so is their capacity to endure. Even if I gave her these things, would she be able to handle it? Well, Hu Chen awkwardly chuckled. "Goddess, I was just thinking." The Nuwa projection turned her head, ignored him, and took a step forward, embracing Wei Xiaoqing. The towering 3-meter-high Nuwa projection held Xiaoqing as if she were a baby. "Little girl, what do you want?" This treatment could be said to be the same as Hu Chen's. The 3 people in front were given whatever they asked for, while only Hu Chen and Wei Xiaoqing were asked by the Nuwa projection what they wanted. I want to help my brother and brother Hu Chen." Wei Xiaoqing was not afraid of the Nuwa projection, mustering her courage to say, "I'm too weak right now." What a good child, the future is promising. Having said that, the Nuwa projection waved her hand, and 2 beams of light suddenly flew out from Hu Chen. Golden eyes, jade eyes. The 2 streams of light merged into a glowing orb in Nuwa's projection, falling onto Wei Xiaoqing's head. Her eyes instantly transformed into the appearance of golden and jade eyes. Could it be? Hu Chen's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately looked at Wei Xiaoqing with the eye of true sight, or a profession section appeared on the panel, followed by a line of small text. S-Class Eye Sorcerer. One increases his attributes by 20%, and the other adds an S-Class profession to the team. If Hu Chen could choose, he would naturally opt for the latter. The boost from an excellent profession far exceeds a 20% attribute increase.
If it weren't for the danger associated with the golden and jade eyes granting the profession, he would have used it long ago, even if not for Xiaoqing, then for Xie Qingwan. I'll take a closer look at the description of this eye sorcerer later. It's not the right time yet. Only one last Alex is left. It will soon be my turn. Nuwa's projection stood where Wei Xiaoqing was, overlooking the Alex before her. Before Nuwa's projection could speak, Alex fell to the ground, raising his head, his eyes filled with greed. Holy Mother! I want him. Alex pointed at Hu Chen. I want the reward you give him. Ha! Hu Chen couldn't help but smile. This guy thinks he's in some Q&A session. Whether you can make such a request depends on whether the Holy Mother will grant it. Nuwa's projection frowned slightly but still spoke calmly. The request cannot involve others. Alright. Alex pondered for a moment, looking at Nuwa's projection again, his greed even more intense. Although he didn't speak, a phantom figure had already appeared behind him. It was Hypnos. One person, one phantom, both looking up at Nuwa's projection at this moment. Then, I want you, you're impudent. Beihai uttered a word. But this time, before he could take action, Nuwa's projection was already enraged. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound. Alex and the projection of Thanatos shattered simultaneously. In an instant, a mountain peak scene suddenly appeared in the air. That is, Mount Olympus. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, hitting the projection of Nuwa. A heavy sound echoed between heaven and earth. Nuwa, are you going to tear apart our agreement? Meanwhile, the originally illusory form of the Nuwa projection suddenly solidified. Although it was only for a moment, Hu Qin could clearly perceive that the other party seemed no longer to be a projection, but rather a physical entity. Tear apart the agreement? Nuwa chuckled lightly. You think you're worthy to mention those 4 words? The other party was instantly rendered speechless. The mountain peak projection shattered as well. Hu Chen and the others at Lake Baikal naturally couldn't perceive what was happening, but far away near Greece, the downpour intensified, and under the howling winds, even buildings were being swept away. I've seen the Holy Mother. Beihai is getting excited again. He naturally noticed the change in the Nuwa projection. This is the true form of Nuwa. Even at his peak, he might not even catch a glimpse of this big shot's hem. Nuwa softly uttered a word, as if she was in a bit of a hurry. She lowered her gaze, focusing on Hu Chen, and a faint purple mist appeared in her palm, gently lifting it up. This is a reward for you. As soon as she finished speaking, the true form of Nuwa dissipated. The faint purple mist slowly floated down in front of Hu Chen. He reached out to catch it, and the mist instantly merged into his body. A prompt exploded in his ears. Ping! Congratulations, Survivor Hu Chen, you have unlocked the SSS level hidden profession, Skyhunter. SSS level hidden profession? Hu Chen's pupils quivered, not even noticing that the true form of Nuwa had already disappeared. Hidden professions are also ranked. The hidden professions I've heard about in my past life seem to top out at SS rank. This SSS rank hidden profession means something, and it's obvious. Then a prompt appeared before me. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Hu Chen, for triggering the SSS rank job transfer quest Divine Hunt. SSS rank job transfer quest Divine Hunt. Quest description: you, who are valued by Nuwa, have gained the qualification to become her representative. Please strive to prove to heaven and earth that you can take on this responsibility. Quest objective: the heavens are about to fall, and a flood threatens to end the world. Please use every means to prevent a global submersion, and during this process, your participation rate must exceed 30%. Quest time: none. Quest rewards: unlock the profession of Divine Hunter and receive an SSS rank professional equipment and an SSS rank professional skill. Quest failure: profession of Divine Hunter will permanently disappear. Hiss. It's no surprise that it's an SSS rank hidden profession. The difficulty of this job transfer is truly in a league of its own. To completely eliminate the flood disaster and require a participation rate of over 30%, this quest is something that no normal person could accomplish. Fortunately, he is not considered a normal person. There are many ways to lift the flood, and the quickest and easiest method is to eliminate all 9 regional beasts. Now, he has already slain one of them. That means there are still 8 regional beasts left. As long as he clears them all out, the flood will be lifted, right? Don't even talk about a 30% participation rate, he could achieve 100%. As expected, when Hu Chen looked at the class change task again, a new status bar had appeared below. Task progress 10%. It proves that his idea was correct. Then it will be much easier from here on. As Hu Chen regained his focus, he saw a dark shadow approaching. Although he couldn't see the face of the deer spirit clearly, he could sense the curiosity in its eyes. So, what did Lady Nuwa give you? To be honest, she gave me 30 million. The deer spirit immediately sounded dejected. If you don't want to say, then don't. Just don't try to fool me with anything like 30 million blessings, 30 million happiness, or 30 million safety. Hey, Miss Lu is indeed clever and quick-witted. Stingy, just drink your cold water. Lu Xiener spat, turning away to ignore him. Gentlemen. Beihai Ruo approached at this moment. He had a broad smile, and it was clear that his aura had changed significantly. Hu Chen did not recklessly use the true sight on him again, but he could still feel the other party's strength growing. Perhaps he has already reached SS level? Beihai Ruo clasped his hands towards everyone. Thank you, young friends, for your help. I have now seen the true form of the Holy Mother. The benefits I promised you earlier should now be given to you all. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor team Hu Chun for successfully clearing the instance. Beihai! Congratulations to the survivor team Hu Chun for completing the A-level hidden task sacrifice. Reward: Beihai Ruo's mysterious gift package. Congratulations to the survivor team Hu Chun for completing the A-level main task early summon. All rewards are calculated based on scores. Scoring in progress? Your score is S. You will receive 100% of the final reward. Final reward: experience points plus 10,000, points plus 100,000. The dungeon will automatically close in 60 seconds, forcibly teleporting you away. Please get ready. Is this considered clearing the level? Indeed, the purpose of this dungeon seems to be to provide Beihai Ruo a chance for a sacrificial offering after awakening in order to summon the projection of Nuwa. But why he would summon Nuwa's projection? Hu Chen is unclear and doesn't understand, only feeling a wave of confusion. Not to mention, just the projection of Mount Olympus that just appeared, along with that sudden thunderbolt, is enough to explain many issues. Those so-called deities seem to know some secrets about the cataclysm. However, those levels are not something he can reach. If even a sealed Beihai Ruo can reach S level, Hu Chen dares not imagine what terrifying level those so-called deities would achieve. Is it SSS level of the 9th cataclysm? Or is it SSS level of the 12th cataclysm? It should be noted that the F level of the 9th cataclysm is equivalent to the SSS level strength of the 1st cataclysm. Dear young friends, this is what I promised you, please take it. Beihai Ruo's voice interrupted Hu Chen's thoughts. He couldn't customize rewards for everyone like Nuwa. Instead, he casually waved his hand and sent 5 glowing orbs before everyone. Hu Chen used his true sight to scan, and a hint of surprise indeed flashed in his eyes. Talent: Wanchuan. Level: S. Active effect: control all water sources within a cubic kilometer centered on you. Control and attack power depend on your intelligence attribute. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 1 hour. Note: rivers return to the sea, encompassing all things without restraint. Except for Luciener, the glowing orbs in front of the 4 were all the same item. However, this talent was too insignificant for Luciener, so Beihai Ruo replaced it with another item for her. Inside that orb of light was the jade pendant he had carried with him earlier. As for the effects, before Hu Chen could use his true sight to scan, Luciener had already taken it into her possession first. This woman still calls herself stingy. Isn't she the same? Thank you, sir. Hu Chen raised his hand to touch the light orb, and that talent transformed into flowing light, merging into his body. He instinctively cupped his hands towards Beihai Ruo. But Beihai Ruo immediately flashed aside, avoiding the gesture, and smiled wryly at Hu Chen. My lord, I cannot accept your gesture. Just call me Xiao Ruo. Xiao Ruo? Hu Chen was puzzled and couldn't help but voice his confusion. Beihai Ruo responded with a sound, as if being called Xiao Ruo was a great honor for him. Only then did Hu Chen come back to his senses. It's Tian Shou. This is one of the characteristics of hidden professions. Almost all hidden professions have this characteristic, allowing them to fully integrate into the social environments of these NPC big shots. I heard that in the past there was a hidden profession called Destiny Master, which wasn't very powerful but could glimpse a fragment of destiny, and even these NPC big shots treated him with utmost respect. Of course, not all hidden professions are like Tian Shou, which can be so revered by a deity. On this day, as a hidden class appointed by Nuwa, although Hu Chen has not yet completed the job transfer task, it doesn't stop Beihai Ruo from coming over to sell a favor. With some time left before leaving the dungeon, why not? Ahem. Hu Chen cleared his throat twice, looking at Beihai Ruo in front of him, and softly said, Xiao Ruo, do you want to take it to the next level? As soon as these words were spoken, Beihai Ruo's pupils instantly brightened. What guidance do you have, my lord? It's not really guidance, just some small things. As Hu Chen spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to his own head. The Holy Mother took some things away, but also left some behind. This cannot be. Beihai Ruo immediately frowned. The things the Holy Mother left for you, how could I dare to take them without permission? It is left for me, but it is also left for you. Hu Chen placed his hand on Beihai Ruo's shoulder and softly said, Xiao Ruo, think about it. Take your time to consider. As soon as he finished speaking, the 60 seconds were up. Hu Chen and the others were immediately forcefully pulled out of the dungeon. However, since this copy exists in Lake Baikal, everyone merely flickered for a moment before solidifying again. Beihai Ruo suddenly realized while still standing in place. This sentence is really easy to explain. It's meant for him, and also for Hu Chen. It's obviously letting Hu Chen do a favor for Beihai Ruo. The Holy Mother wants to build a good relationship with this lord, which is why she is acting this way. Yes, it must be right. Got it. Beihai Rua immediately looked at Hu Chen. But my lord, this thing is so precious, I can't just take it without reason. What do you think?
What are you talking about? We are comrades. We are friends. We are brothers.
Hu Chen lightly tapped Beihai Rua's shoulder. Between brothers, there's no need to say such things.
After saying that, his left hand immediately flashed with a white light. Ability, Boundless, granted.
This is an ability he stripped from the Boundless Sea Kingdom, and it is obviously related to the Sea God. Since Beihai Rua can absorb the Sea God's divinity, this thing should be useful as well. In any case, anything you give to someone else is just restricted for 24 hours. After that, they can use it again. This is a favor that's easy to give. Why not give it? But Hu Chen never expected that the changes after he granted this trait to Beihai Rua would be so significant.
In an instant, Beihai Rua's white hair instantly transformed into a deep blue.
In his deep blue pupils, a flash of brilliance appeared, and not only did his figure rapidly expand, but the shadow behind him also gradually solidified.
A pressure unique to deities quietly descended.
Even Hu Chen couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart.
Has he become a god?
In the skies above, thunder suddenly erupted. A beam of golden light pierced through the thick clouds, instantly penetrating Beihai Rua's entire body from beyond the 9 heavens.
As this pressure descended,
everyone bowed their heads. All that could be heard was a vague, heavy voice echoing above the dome. If Beihai can guard the North Sea for 1,000 years, protect the people, and achieve great merit, then I shall appoint him as the water god of the North Sea, ranking him among the third-tier deities.
Haotian, decree.
The 4 words fell. Beihai Rua's demeanor instantly changed, and he immediately clasped his hands towards the sky. I, Beihai Rua, thank your majesty.
Haotian, your majesty?
Wait. So, the one above my head is the legendary Jade Emperor.
No way. Look up. I must take a glance.
After all, with the Holy Mother as a backing, it should be fine to take a look, right? Hu Chen braced against the overwhelming pressure, his neck making subtle cracking sounds, but still couldn't lift his head to look at the sky.
Seeing this, Beihai Rua vaguely guessed something. He weighed the situation in an instant and chose to take action.
With 9/10 of the pressure resisted, Hu Chen finally looked up.
Just a glance. True Vision Eye Deprivation version activated.
A panel popped up, followed closely by a prompt.
Almost simultaneously, the clouds above closed again.
It worked! Ha! Hu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, but when his gaze fell on the panel and prompt in front of him, his expression went blank.
Name, Haotian Projection. Level, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Talent, unknown.
Congratulations Survivor Hu Chen, you have gained debuff, Unknown Eternal Seal *1.
What the hell? After finally stealing something, I ended up with a debuff? This is the debuff from the Haotian Projection.
God knows what kind of thing it is.
Bro, you. Wait a minute, let me calm down first.
Facing Beihai Rua's inquiries, Hu Chen wasn't in the mood to respond. He immediately opened his panel to check this so-called Eternal Seal.
Status, Eternal Seal. Type, debuff. Level, unknown.
Effect, randomly gain a permanent debuff each day, with unlimited stacking.
Duration, eternal. Note, you will be trapped in eternal sealing. What the hell? Hu Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly.
But before he could voice his anger, an idea popped into his mind.
Debuff. It seems it's not unusable. If I could transfer the near-death state last time, then can't the permanent debuff also be transferred by bestowing it? I should give it a try.
However, it seems that for the first 24 hours, I will receive a debuff. I can only wait and try again tomorrow. Hu Chen turned his gaze to Beihai Rua beside him, cupping his fists in congratulations. Congratulations, brother. You've finally been promoted to a third-tier divine position.
It's all thanks to you, brother. Beihai Rua's eyes sparkled with joy, his happiness evident. It's known that ascending as a deity is exceptionally challenging.
Although he is nominally the sea god of the North Sea, the area of the North Sea is quite small. His divine position is at most a 4th tier. To get promoted, one must meet 3 conditions: strength, divinity, and divine nature. Beihai Rua's strength is unquestionable. He barely meets the threshold for becoming a deity. Just now, Manhwa also completed his divinity, but he is still lacking in divine nature. Originally, Beihai Rua only needed time to accumulate enough divine nature, but this time, Hu Chen's bestowal has saved him 100 years.
This is indeed a great favor. Brother, since we're family, there's no need for formalities.
Beihai Rua looked at Hu Chen with great joy. Since we're a bit older, let's just call you brother. You tell me what you want to do, and I'll take care of it for you. With the gods not intervening, he has just been promoted to a 3rd-tier deity and is not under seal, so he indeed has the qualifications to say this. I feel ashamed to say this, but there is indeed something I need to trouble you with, brother. Hu Chen immediately spoke up. The test from the Holy Mother requires me to go outside of Huaxia to hunt other beasts. Beasts are relatively easy to deal with, but I'm afraid of encountering other deities on the way and not knowing how to communicate. I would appreciate your guidance on how to handle this matter, brother. They say they are seeking help, but in fact, they just want to uncover the truth of this world. As a god sealed for so long, Beihai should at least know something. If I can learn some secrets from him, I can plan for the future more quickly. After all, this flooding is just the least impactful disaster. The subsequent freezing in purgatory, that will be the true apocalypse. Well, Beihai lowered his head in thought and after a moment looked at Hu Chen and said softly, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but you are not yet a true Tiansho. There are some things you shouldn't know and can't know." "I understand," Hu Chen replied calmly, with no hard feelings in his heart. Not being a true Tiansho means he shouldn't know, but once he becomes a true Tiansho, won't he be able to find out? He bowed to Beihai and said, "Then I would like to trouble you with one more thing, brother." "Ha ha ha. What is it?" "Just say it, brother. There's nothing I can't do. Take us to meet Xin Niao. By the way, what news did you say you wanted to know?" After some explanation, Beihai Ruo finally understood that the Xian Niao Hu Chen mentioned was not the Xian Niao he understood. The true Xian Niao is also one of the deities of Huaxia. It was naturally impossible for Hu Chen to meet him. Not to mention that the other party is still in slumber. Even if he weren't, it wouldn't be something a third-rate deity like Beihai Ruo could just visit. But a beast with Xian Niao bloodline, that would be different. Without saying a word, Beihai Ruo waved his hand and sent everyone 3,000 miles away. This was the limit of what he could do now. Although they were still a long way from the Fei Air Islands, at least they had made up for the time lost earlier, and even did it a bit faster. Beihai Ruo also provided a guide for the no-sea country, so even without a sea chart, the ship could keep locking onto the direction of the Xian Niao and continue forward. This made things much more convenient. Only after confirming they had left the North Sea region did Hu Chen finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having been invincible among the survivors, suddenly stumbling into a group of big shots brought immense psychological and mental pressure. Finally, I can relax a bit. Hu Chen made a simple fish soup using the body of the previous bass, and after eating with everyone, he looked at Xie Qingwan. "Xiaowan, I'm going to take a nap later. Keep an eye on the time and make sure to wake me up before midnight. If I'm not mistaken, the first debuff of the Eternal Seal will refresh around midnight. I really shouldn't sleep too deeply." "Yes, master." Xie Qingwan hesitated to speak, her tone completely unlike before. It was filled with doubt and uncertainty. That was her own self-doubt. Hu Chen frowned slightly, noticing this detail as well. Could it be? It's the sea god's divinity. Earlier, when he and Xie Qingwan formed a contract, becoming believer and deity, it was all achieved through the sea god's divinity. Now that the sea god's divinity has been destroyed, that relationship naturally comes to an end. But the memories that Xie Qingwan experienced earlier still exist. Although the relationship has ended, the feelings remain. In simple terms, it's Stockholm Syndrome. Now, Xie Qingwan is also in a dilemma. Hu Chen glanced at her but chose not to ask her now. Instead, he turned around and went back to sleep. Xie Qingwan needs enough time to digest all of this. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it after he wakes up. If she wants to leave, Hu Chen won't stop her, and if she wants to stay, she can do so as a teammate. Hu Chen wouldn't refuse a beautiful beast-eared girl with fair skin and long legs calling him master, nor does he like the feeling of being controlled and bowing down to others. He had done the latter before. That's also why he has only used this ability on Xie Qingwan. Aside from that, he has never used this ability on anyone else. The reason is simple: he doesn't want to see the shadows of his past in anyone else. Thank goodness. Those 9 little cubs have all been recontracted with the clan contract, otherwise if this divine power were to shatter, he really wouldn't know how to control them. Hu Chen simply lay down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep, alleviating his physical fatigue. He slept soundly until he heard Xie Qingwan's voice by his ear. Master, it's almost midnight, wake up." Hu Chen opened his eyes and saw Xie Qingwan pushing him, so he propped himself up to check the time on the panel. February 23, 11:50 p.m. There were 10 minutes left until midnight. There were 45 days until the next disaster would strike. He looked at Xie Qingwan and chuckled, "Still calling me master?" Xie Qingwan was taken aback. "Didn't you tell me to address you like that?" "That was in the past." Hu Chen stared into her eyes. "You've helped me a lot during this time, so I suppose it counts as repaying the life you owed me before. Now I give you 2 choices. If you don't want to stay on the ship, you can choose a place to disembark, and I'll take you there. We'll be even. If you want to stay by my side, that's fine too. You don't have to call me master anymore, we can consider ourselves companions." Xie Qingwan's eyes instantly turned red. This demeanor is completely different from the previous cold, aloof lady. Instead, it gives off a sense of vulnerability that makes me want to protect her. She didn't say a word, just tears shimmering in her eyes, sobbing continuously. "Hey, what are you doing?" Hu Chen immediately became flustered. Although he had closed off his heart to love, he couldn't bear to see a woman cry, especially in a situation where she just looked at him silently with tears. "Don't cry. Can we talk this out? I haven't mistreated you, have I?" Meanwhile, in another room, Luciener, sensing the situation, brightened her eyes and transformed into a gentle breeze to crouch at the door, ready to watch the drama unfold. Xie Qingwan sobbed, like a little cat that had been wronged. Master doesn't want me anymore. I never said I didn't want you." Hu Chen sighed helplessly. "I just thought now that you've regained your self-awareness, you don't have to be under my control anymore. You can do whatever you want. Why do you need to follow me?"
But I just want to be with you, master. Xia Qingwan looked seriously at Hu Chun and said, I know my master treats me well.
There won't be another person in this world who treats me as well as my master does.
Then just follow me.
Hu Chun seemed helpless, but he felt a sense of comfort inside. With his true sight, he could naturally tell whether she was lying or speaking the truth. It turns out, there are not only wolves in sheep's clothing in this world. Hu Chun sat up and slowly walked towards the door, saying, but you should change how you address me.
You can call me whatever you like.
No. Xia Qingwan laughed and said 2 words, then clung to him. Just call you master. Just call. Just call. Hu Chun was also quite helpless. But as he pushed the door open, a dissipating breeze suddenly caught his attention and his already helpless expression turned even more speechless.
This woman, doesn't she ever sleep? It's late at night and she's still eavesdropping.
Hu Chun rolled his eyes, chose not to confront her, and simply walked up to the deck. The little Chang and Su Yao had already found their rooms to rest. On the deck, only Hu Chun stood alone in the night, watching the continuous downpour in front of him. They had entered another area where the exotic beasts had not yet been eliminated, so the heavy rain continued. Who knows where the damn Shen bird has flown off to, nearly 6,000 kilometers without resting at all. Hu Chun complained inwardly, but his gaze remained fixed on his panel.
Time flew by in an instant.
At the moment time struck midnight, a notification popped up in front of him.
Eternal Seal, you have received debuff, Eternal Armor Break LV9. Status, Eternal Armor Break. Type, debuff. Level, 9.
Effect, reduces all defense type talents, skills, and item effects by 90%.
Duration, permanent. Note, let me see who isn't wearing clothes.
Seeing this, Hu Chun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
This debuff is indeed outrageous. However, he wasn't without a way to deal with it.
A golden light flashed through Hu Chun's hand, and the black gold ancient sword immediately appeared in his palm. With a thought, he instantly added the status Eternal Armor Break to the black gold ancient sword. As a golden light flashed, Eternal Armor Break disappeared from his status bar and appeared on the black gold ancient sword. Above the talent description of the black gold ancient sword, an additional passive effect appeared. Passive effect 1, Eternal Armor Break. Anyone hit by this sword will receive a LV1 Armor Break effect, which can stack infinitely, up to a maximum of LV9.
It's done!
Hu Chun's pupils trembled, his eyes filled with joy. At the same time, a thunderbolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the scene ahead of the ship.
A massive ship was sailing ahead. And on top of that shadow, there seemed to be a bird squatting? Shen bird? It really seems to be that guy. Due to the distance and the rain curtain, Hu Chun couldn't use true sight on that shadow. However, judging by the size of that shadow, it's most likely the Shen bird. Let's just say that thing can't possibly cross 6,000 kilometers in one go to find the next region's exotic beast, as if it's just hitching a ride. Hu Chun felt a surge of joy in his heart. After the last beast tied in the instance, his attributes have all reached around 700, and he is less than 100 points away from A rank. Even without the boosts from the Golden Eye and Jade Eye, as long as he can pull the Shen bird into the God of Killing's domain, the enhanced God of Killing's domain with the sun-chasing bow would be enough to slay it. The premise is, don't alert the snake.
Hu Chun turned to look behind him. Stop hiding, come with me.
Xia Qingwan couldn't help but ask, Master, who are you talking to? Me. The voice of Lu Sienna rang out. She immediately appeared next to Hu Chun. You must be a dog, right? Your nose is so sensitive that you could detect me coming? If I'm a dog, then you must be. Stop. Lu Sienna guessed what this guy was going to say and immediately interrupted. Aren't we supposed to be getting down to business? We can bicker later. Hu Chun rolled his eyes and quietly replied, Are you sure you can get within 20 meters of it? Difficult.
Lu Sienna frowned slightly. If you ride the wind to get there, that guy will definitely notice, unless you go underwater.
That's easy.
Hu Chun had previously obtained Wanchuan, but because he assigned the trait Boundless to Beihai Ruo, he didn't combine it with his other talents right away. Now that it's past midnight, Boundless has returned to a state where it can be assigned. Boundless plus Wanchuan equals weak water. Deprivation plus weak water equals Naiha. True Vision Eye plus Naiha equals Wangchuan. Heaven's Mandate plus Wangchuan equals Yellow Springs. Killing God Domain plus Yellow Springs equals Yellow Springs Domain. Although this Wanchuan can only combine with 5 talents or traits, this one combination completely transforms into a new talent. After being endowed 4 times with the Boundless Deprivation, the Eye of True Sight, and the Mandate of Heaven, an S-rank talent named Wanchuan directly transformed into an SS-rank talent, Huangquan, without any experience accumulation. Moreover, the original SS-rank talent, Domain of the God of Death, has also transformed into the Domain of Huangquan after being endowed, increasing its capacity from a maximum of 50 enemies to 100. In other words, the Domain of Huangquan can reduce the opponent's attributes by up to 100% and enhance Hu Chen's attributes by 100%. Talent, Huangquan. Level, SS. Experience, 0/100 000 000. Active effect. Depending on the user's intelligence attribute, it generates a domain of Huanquan within a certain range, where all water sources and souls are under the user's control. Passive effect 1. As long as you are in a water area, the surrounding area within 1 kilometer will be fixed as a domain of Huanquan. Passive effect 2. All damage dealt to you by undead creatures is reduced by 90%, while damage dealt to undead creatures is increased by 90%. Passive effect 3. All living beings within the domain of Huanquan will be forced to trigger the Eye of True Sight deprivation version once. Passive effect 4. Any living or non-living being that comes into contact with the underworld will be forcibly stripped of one item, attribute, talent, or skill. Passive effect 5. All souls touched by the underworld will become experience points for the underworld, with each soul granting +1 experience point. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown time 7 days. Note: all souls return, the living must retreat. There are a total of 5 passive effects. Hu Chen was almost mesmerized. If it weren't for the fact that the active duration of the underworld is only 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 7 days, this talent would be even more terrifying than the domain of the god of killing. No, it should now be called the domain of the underworld. The domain of the underworld limits the quantity with a fixed range. But the underworld restricts the range. As one's intelligence attribute increases, the range of the underworld also expands. If it could cover an entire continent and then another stripping, Hu Chen couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become. Let's not even mention anything else. The effect of that passive skill alone is enough to be incredible, equivalent to a continuous activation of Wanchuan for 24 hours without any consumption. It even comes with control over souls. Let's go. Hu Chen turned to Xie Qingwan and said, Shaowan, stay on the boat and don't wander around. Yes, master. After saying that, Hu Chen jumped into the water first, while simultaneously allowing the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix to follow him underwater. The passive effect of Huanquan instantly unfolded. The water within a 1-kilometer radius became the realm of Huanquan, and Hu Chen seemed to regain the authority of the sea god, sensing all the water currents and the activities of underwater creatures within that area. Dear Fairy also fell into the water at that moment. However, her 9 avatars were of a higher grade than Huanquan, and even though she was within the realm of Huanquan, Hu Chen still couldn't sense her presence, let alone use any deprivation on her. This water feels a bit strange. Dear Fairy approached Hu Chen and quietly asked, Is there a dungeon nearby? How would I know? Hu Chen replied without directly addressing the issue, instead swimming towards the direction of the ship, and Lu Xiener had no choice but to follow. With their speed, they quickly caught up to the ship. A super large container ship with over 10,000 containers. The ship's draft was very deep, indicating it was still fully loaded. Wait, a container ship? Hu Chen's brow immediately furrowed. If he remembered correctly, the route from the North Sea to the Faroe Islands was supposed to be entirely land. Even if the whole world was submerged, this fully loaded container ship shouldn't be here. Could it be that the North Sea misled them? No, the Xian bird is still on the ship, right? Could it be that the Xian bird changed direction midway, not heading to the Faroe Islands but choosing another route instead? That's also a possibility. Lu Xiener watched as Hu Chen fell into deep thought. She couldn't help but look at him and used the water flow to carry her voice. What's wrong? Is there a problem? It's nothing, let's get on the ship first. Okay. Hu Chen and Lu Xiener leaped from the water's surface and rode the wind to a corner of the ship. The container ship is extremely large, and with many containers on board providing cover, it's just 2 people boarding, so no one noticed. As they got closer, Hu Chen could barely make out the shadow. With the Eye of True Sight activated, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. The shadow was not Xian bird, but a beast-type S-rank talent. Forget it, it's better not to waste time and speed up the ship to find Xian bird. If this isn't the Fire Islands, Xian bird might be looking for another area with exotic beasts that's closer but unknown to him. Although the No Shanghai Kingdom has tracking capabilities, it could be troublesome if they arrive and Xian bird has already healed. Who? Just as Hu Chen turned around, intending to call Lu Xiener to leave together, a beam of light shone on their faces. Almost in the next instant, the side of a container opened instantly. 2 hands grabbed Hu Chen and Lu Xiener and pulled them into the container. The dim lights in the container flickered on. A dust-covered Chinese boy approached them, signaling for silence. In the distance, amidst the sound of heavy rain, there were intermittent footsteps. A person came to the front of the container, looking around for a moment before frowning and speaking. Strange, I clearly saw 2 people just now. Could I have been mistaken? Another series of footsteps sounded, but this time, the sound was fading away. Phew! The Chinese boy finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the 2 and frowned. How did you escape? How could you be so careless? There are still so many people patrolling outside. Hu Chen and Lu Xiener exchanged a glance filled with confusion. Clearly, the boy had mistaken them for fellow escapees. Hu Chen did not respond to the boy's words, but couldn't help glancing at the side of the container, which was intact. But they had clearly come through here just now. Could it be a spatial talent? He turned to look at the boy, activating his true vision eye. As expected, a talent suddenly caught my eye.
A-class talent, space jump. Although it's just the weakest type of space talent, if it can be stripped away and endowed with various characteristics, the value of this A-class space talent could far exceed that of an S-class talent or even an SS-class talent. Just as Hu Chun was about to make a move, the boy grabbed his and Lu Xiener's hands again. Forget it, let's take you to a safe place first. With that said, another space jump. By the time Hu Chen and Lu Xiener came to their senses, they were already surrounded by people. The dim light shone above their heads. In the container below, there were at least dozens of people standing. There were both young and old, mostly of Chinese descent, along with quite a few black individuals. They huddled together, and upon seeing the boy return with people, there was no trace of surprise in their eyes, only confusion. Xiaoyi, didn't you say you could only take one person at a time? How come this time? A middle-aged man immediately stepped forward to inquire. It's fine, Uncle Wang. Xiaoyi waved his hand, it's just an occasional exception, no big deal. Hurry, take a break. A middle-aged woman immediately came over, handing a cushion made of clothes to Xiaoyi. You've been bringing us supplies for the past few days. Even if you have talent, it shouldn't be used like this. Aunt Wei, don't worry, I'm fine. I can hold on. Xiaoyi said as he sat on the cushion, leaning against the container to start resting. The 2 space jumps had put quite a burden on him. This kid only has less than E-level intelligence attributes, carrying 2 people and using space jumps twice in a row. It's a miracle he hasn't coughed up blood, which shows he has a good constitution. Besides the man and woman, quite a few others in the container were casting concerned glances at Xiaoyi. However, it was just glances, none of them approached Xiaoyi with concern like the middle-aged man and woman did, they were just resting by themselves. Hu Chen also noticed that they all had varying degrees of injuries. It seemed like they had escaped from somewhere. You too. The middle-aged man looked at the 2 and quickly asked, what's the situation outside now? How many people are still trapped in the dungeon? How are your injuries? Do you have combat capability? He threw out a series of questions. Hu Chen let out a bitter laugh. You may have misunderstood. Crack. Before Hu Chen could finish his sentence, several bird claws suddenly pierced the container. With a flick, the box was thrown. The crowd inside the container immediately spun around, unable to stabilize themselves. Boom! With a muffled sound, the container was thrown back onto the deck, and the door was immediately blasted open. Heavy rain and strong winds, accompanied by blinding light, rushed into the container. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. Next, there was a tearing sound as the giant bird's claw ripped off the entire top layer of the container like opening a can. Then a rough voice rang out. You bunch of rats, we finally found you. Take them all away. In the next moment, almost everyone turned to look at Hu Chen and Lu Xiener, their eyes filled with resentment. It seemed they mistakenly believed these people were brought by them. It must be said, this really is quite a coincidence. If this were Hu Chen, his first action would be to eliminate the newcomer. Better to kill the wrong person than to let one escape. Of course, these people just don't have that capability. Outside the container, armed men immediately filed in, capturing everyone and heading outside. It's not that the crowd doesn't want to resist, it's that they simply can't. That bird is still watching from above. Run? Where can we run to? Go! Let's head back for the reward. The bearded man in the lead said this as he walked towards the living area. As for that giant bird, it flew back to its original position, its keen eyes scanning the ship, seemingly on patrol. It seems there are still people hiding on the ship. The dozens of people inside the container were controlled by these 10 or so individuals as they made their way to the living area. The deck of the container ship was large, and the group walked for nearly half an hour before finally reaching the vicinity of the living area. Along the way, they encountered many people with flashlights exploring in the rain. There are many personnel, and the search is getting more and more thorough. It doesn't seem like a normal patrol, it feels more like searching for something on the deck. After they entered the living area, a group hurriedly approached them. Leading them was a white male, around his 40s, with a weathered face, furrowed brows, and 4 stripes on his shoulder insignia. He stared at the crowd before him, inspecting them up and down, his eyes filled with anger. Captain! The person who captured the group immediately exclaimed with excitement. He firmly locked the gate to the living area and saluted the captain in front of him. A total of 79 people captured. Please handle it, Captain. The captain responded and took a step forward, scanning the crowd. Due to the crowd's exclusion, Hu Chen and Lu Xiener stood at the very front of the line. The captain's gaze fell directly on Hu Chen, and his right hand reached out towards him. At most, it was only D-level strength. Hu Chen could easily dodge it, but he actually wants to see what this guy is up to. That hand grabbed Hu Chen's neck and forcefully lifted him up. Speak! The captain shouted in rage. Where have you animals stolen my stuff to? I don't know what you're talking about. Hu Chen pretended to be choking and spoke to the captain. Still lying. The captain waved his hand, exerting more force with his fingers, frowning at him. You yellow-skinned pigs. Just as disgusting as those black bastards. Good. Let's see how long you plan to hide. You really think I can't find you on this ship, huh? Well, since things have come to this, any further pretense would be excessive. Wait a minute. Hu Chen spoke normally, looking down at the captain with a hint of a kind smile. What did you just call me? The captain seemed unaware of what was about to happen. He continued to glare at Hu Chen, gritting his teeth. Yellow-skinned pig. What else could it be but a yellow-skinned creature slaughtered by a group of Japanese? With those words, a flash of black and gold light flickered in Hu Chen's hand. Slap! A tongue fell to the ground just like that. Hu Chen seized his wrist from behind, crushing the bone while stepping on that tongue. The black gold ancient knife in his hand dripped with blood, yet he did not kill the captain. He merely looked at him and even placed a hand on his shoulder. Come, let's get to know each other again. My name is Hu Chen. Good evening, everyone. Hu Chen. Is it that Hu Chen? Yes, it must be him. The captain isn't even his match. Who else could it be? This is the advantage of triggering a global announcement. As long as a name is mentioned, most people will recognize him. But there is a downside. As soon as the name is mentioned, it automatically triggers the escape system. The people in front no longer cared for their captain and just took off running. Miss Lu, thank you for your trouble. It's a small matter. Lu Sienna responded calmly and snapped her fingers. The wind can find everyone in the living area. This also included others who entered the living area with them. It's better to keep a few people who are not very honest confined. Come on, we know each other now, right? Hu Chen glanced at everyone except the captain, finally resting his gaze on the middle-aged man who had captured them. Can anyone tell me what happened on this ship? It seems someone has some issues with my compatriots. The captain shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with regret for his mistakes. Of course. He didn't realize he was wrong, he just understood that he was about to die. It's a pity. Aside from the captain's sobs, no one dared to speak. What about that Shaoi? Hu Chen straightforwardly named him and turned to the boy with spatial abilities. You speak. Are you really Hu Chen? Shaoi looked at him, his tone still incredulous. Is it the Hu Chen who triggered the global announcement? Not someone they brought in to act? You have one more chance to answer the question. Hu Chen spoke softly. If you can't give me the answer I want, I'll change to someone else. Then you need to go with me to a place. Shaoi immediately replied. Once we get to that place, you'll know what happened. What place? The warehouse. Shaoi raised his hand to point at the captain under him. I hope you can take this guy with you. Sure. Hu Chen raised his hand to grip the captain's spine, applying slight pressure with his fingers. Captain, you don't mind, right? Another round of whimpering. I can't quite understand, so I'll take that as you agreeing. Hu Chen's gaze fell on the rest of the crowd. As for you all, just wait here and don't run around. The door to the living area opened again. As soon as Shaoi stepped out the door, the giant bird cast its gaze from above and dove directly towards him. Hu Chen took a step forward, holding the captain with his left hand while throwing the black gold ancient knife with his right. The blade easily pierced through the giant bird's body. The giant bird immediately transformed into a human shape and fell onto the deck, spitting blood. A white man gazed at the captain trapped in his arm, his voice trembling. See, Captain. Crack. A muffled sound echoed. Hu Chen stepped on it, directly crushing the man's skull. He didn't forget to lean down and say to the man, don't scare people in your next life. You scared my heart out just now. This scene made Xiaoyi's heart thump as well. It was the first time he saw someone embody the phrase killing without blinking so vividly. What are you standing there for? Hu Chen followed closely behind Xiaoi, puzzled and said, let's go. Hey! Xiaoi responded and immediately walked forward. Forget it, walking is too slow. Hu Chen turned to look at Lu Sienner. The latter immediately understood, casting an acceleration buff, and everyone transformed into shadows in the rain, quickly advancing in one direction. There are many entrances to the warehouse. Little Li brought Hu Chen and the others to the warehouse entrance, where a large lock secured the elevator entrance. This requires a key. Before he could finish speaking, Hu Chen swung down a black gold ancient sword, and the iron lock broke with a clang. He tilted his head and looked at Little Li. What now? Little Li looked helpless and immediately pressed the elevator button. Just as they entered the elevator, Hu Chen heard a series of wails coming from the bottom of the warehouse. The elevator quickly reached the warehouse, and as the doors opened, Hu Chen was momentarily stunned. Even though he had mentally prepared himself in advance, seeing the scene before him made him frown. Unlike the situation he encountered near Beihai earlier, everyone here was confined, their limbs bound by chains, their eyes covered with black cloth, and a bucket of water placed on their heads with a small hole in it. Every so often, water would drip from the bucket onto their heads. Water torture. A method that is the easiest to achieve, yet the most torturous for people. And here, there are hundreds or thousands of people simultaneously enduring water torture. It's said that water torture requires a relatively quiet environment to be effective, but if that quiet environment is replaced with this hellish scene, the effect will only be better. The cries of companions, the wails of children, along with the bone-chilling cold and the crisp sound from the forehead. These things mixed together are no less than throwing a heart into a pot of oil and frying it back and forth. Just watching this scene, Hu Chen couldn't help but recall the days he spent in the dungeon, and in an instant he understood what this guy intended to do. Transformers.
After the beginner period ends, besides gaining experience points by killing monsters, there is another way to gain experience points and scores: killing transformers. Survivors with different talents, after their mental state collapses, will also transform into different levels of transformers. Just like Lu Yuner. If some survivors are controlled and transformed into transformers through certain methods, then unifying and killing them will undoubtedly yield a large amount of experience. A sufficiently large container ship on the sea signifies a large amount of supplies and a relatively safe living environment, which will clearly be a choice for many survivors. When those survivors board the ship, with just a little trickery, they can be lured inside. That's just handing over experience and points for free. This is the captain's goal. At least one of the goals. Ha! Dujien watched the scene and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He casually lifted the captain, chuckling, "You really are like a toad on a turtle, ugly yet playing around. Since you enjoy playing so much, I'll take some time to keep you company. You like cultivating disaster survivors, right? Let me teach you. Miss Lu, could you please bring Miss Su here?" Dujien spoke nonchalantly, flicking his finger to unleash a fire phoenix that shattered the water bucket hanging over everyone's heads, breaking the water punishment. Lu Xiener vaguely guessed what Dujien was about to do, said nothing more, and disappeared into the cargo hold to fetch Su Yao from Wu Shanghai Nation. Dujien looked at the person next to him. Shall we, right? Go ahead and untie these people. That shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem. Xiaoi replied and immediately stepped forward to rescue the survivors who had not yet turned into disaster beings. As for those who had already become disaster beings, they cannot be saved. In a sense, the moment they became disaster beings, they had already lost their identity as humans. Some high-level disaster beings might retain an independent consciousness and the ability to think again, but clearly, these disaster beings cannot. In the cargo hold, as everyone helped each other, the conscious survivors gradually came to Dujien. They naturally knew who had saved them, and their gazes towards Dujien were filled with gratitude. "Mr. Hu, stop." Just as one person was about to step forward to thank him, Dujien interrupted forcefully. "Let me be clear, I don't like noise. If you want to thank me, keep your mouths shut and don't say too much." Once these words were spoken, the crowd nodded in agreement while the survivors responsible for the rescue moved cautiously, afraid to disturb the desired tranquility. Not even a minute. Lu Xiener brought Su Yao back to the warehouse, and the survivors who had been tied up were almost all rescued. "Mr. Hu, this is..." Su Yao's eyes showed a hint of confusion. "Just in time, I don't know what happened either, let's listen together," Dujien said as he raised his hand and patted the captain's head, looking at the survivors in front of him. "To ensure the accuracy of the information, you all share your accounts together, is that okay?" A voice immediately shot out from the crowd. A row of snow-white teeth shone in the darkness. "He's a demon. Why don't you kill him?" "Yes, kill him, kill him." In the darkness, another row of teeth lit up. Dujien lowered his gaze slightly, already harboring murderous intent. "Do you think I'm here to negotiate with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the people around immediately subdued the raucous crowd, using glances or gestures to stop them from continuing to speak. Although the captain is a demon, he only acts against them under specific circumstances, but this one, that's not necessarily the case. In the cargo hold, silence was restored. Dujien nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, please continue to maintain this." He turned to look at Su Yao and gave him a glance. The latter immediately understood, and a source of life fell onto the captain's head, restoring the tongue he had previously severed. Upon sensing the regained treasure, the captain immediately gasped. "My lord, they are all thieves. They stole my things, that's why I..." He didn't finish his sentence. The captain looked up, meeting Dujien's gaze. Just a glance, and he immediately crawled down, his entire body trembling, not daring to make another sound other than his heartbeat and breathing. "It seems we have a basic understanding now." Dujien fixed his gaze on the captain. "You said they stole your things? You can start to explain now." It's like this." The captain, still somewhat unfamiliar with the newly emerged tongue, slowly began to speak. "At first, we were just an ordinary ship sailing on the sea, following a fixed route towards our destination. But then that day, disaster struck, and our lives began to change. We encountered many ships in the waters, their supplies were limited, and their ability to withstand the storms was also limited. So when they came across our large ship, they would actively propose to join us. In the beginning, those we met would bring supplies to join us. We thought that with one more person, we would have one more strength, so we did not refuse. But as time passed, we encountered more and more people, yet our supplies dwindled. I didn't think much of it since we had ample supplies in our hold that could sustain us. Until that day, we encountered a deity." "A deity?" Dujien was now extremely sensitive to that word. He had originally planned to interrupt the captain's description, but at this moment he suddenly became serious. "Tell me in detail, what kind of deity?" he said. "His name is Aegir, the god who governs the deep sea." "The deep sea? Another sea god?" Dujien frowned slightly, sensing something was off. From different mythological systems, the authority of the sea gods is indeed controlled by various deities. Among the most well-known sea gods are Poseidon from Greek mythology, the dragon kings of the four seas from Chinese mythology, and various water deities. Beihai Ruo is one of them. As for this Aegir, Hu Chen has truly never heard of him. He is one of the sea gods in Norse mythology. Lu Xian'er noticed Hu Chen's confusion and spoke up. In addition to Aegir, there is another coastal god in Norse mythology called Njord. Hu Chen turned to look at Lu Xian'er and nodded slightly. Yes, that's right, Aegir, the one who governs the deep sea. The captain suddenly became excited. His eyes shone with an almost mad light. The great Aegir told me that these people on my ship have stolen my power, my treasures, my wisdom, my life. Only by extracting my power bit by bit from them and reclaiming my life bit by bit can I become my complete self. You tell me, are they thieves? The mad voice echoed through the cargo hold. Hu Chen looked at the captain in front of him and already sensed that something was off. According to the information obtained from North Sea, the gods of this world should be unable to appear for some reason. This so-called Egil is either fake or requires a huge price to meet with the captain. Analyzing the current situation, it is clearly the former. Moreover, the sea region, the realm of Norse mythology, obviously exists within Scandinavia. If we follow the initial calculations of the direction the mysterious bird fled, it indeed indicates that North Sea brought them near Scandinavia. But how could a container ship near Scandinavia possibly end up in this position? There must be a big problem here. Hu Chen looked at the captain and asked again, you said you were originally transporting goods to a destination, right? What is the route you are taking? We are taking the Eurasian route, departing from a port in East Asia, heading towards the Mediterranean, and we're almost at our destination. No way. It is absolutely wrong, 120% wrong. No matter how poor Hu Chen's geography is, he understands one thing: the Mediterranean Sea is nice in Europe, but it's extremely far from Baikal Lake, over 7,000 kilometers. Beihai's ability is only to cross 3,000 miles, which is just 1,500 kilometers, so how could he encounter ships heading to the Mediterranean? Nonsense. A middle-aged man immediately spoke up. You clearly encountered us on the North Pacific route. What Eurasian route? Aren't we on the North Atlantic route? What North Atlantic route? It's clearly the South Pacific route. A chorus of voices erupted. However, the answers received were all quite different. In fact, there are only a few global shipping routes, and this crowd here occupies almost all of them. Obviously, a single container ship cannot traverse the entire sea area in such a short time. Unless everything is related to that so-called sea god. Aside from this specific existence, Hu Chen couldn't think of any other possibility. Hu Chen frowned and immediately decided. Let's go. Having experienced a past life, he values his life the most. He knows very well that even with his current strength, he is no match for a deity. He can still contend with A and S-class bosses. Gods, better not to mess with them. Even if this deity is not well known and is currently in a dormant state, he is not someone a Mirai can touch. No matter what that deity intends to do, staying away is the best choice for him. As for this captain, Hu Chen raised his hand, the black gold ancient blade flashed, cutting it into a human stick, then turned to look at Lu Xian'er and Su Yao. Go. The two sensed an unusual panic and urgency from Hu Chen. Without any hesitation, they immediately turned around and walked towards outside the cargo hold. As for the noise behind them, everyone ignored it completely. Upon learning of the sea god's existence, Hu Chen didn't even dare to enter the water. He could only spread his dragon phoenix bat wings and fly directly towards the no-sea nation. Seeing that Hu Chen did not enter the water, Lu Xian'er followed suit and flew towards the direction of Wu Shanghai Kingdom with Su Yao. However, they had been flying for almost 10 minutes and still had not seen any trace of Wu Shanghai Kingdom. Just now, Hu Chen turned to look at Lu Xian'er behind him. You flew this far too? Lu Xian'er silently shook her head. They couldn't find the location of Wu Shanghai Kingdom. Hu Chen frowned. Although Wu Shanghai Kingdom was forcibly bound to him, it could only be forcibly stored in his system warehouse when entering a dungeon or some other special area. But now, he couldn't find Wu Shanghai Kingdom, yet he could clearly sense that Wu Shanghai Kingdom was nearby. In this situation, he couldn't store it in the warehouse and summon it again. Look down there. Su Yao's voice rang out. Not far below, a giant ship was sailing on the water's surface. This ship was exactly the same as the one they had seen earlier. Hu Chen immediately hovered in mid-air, overlooking the ship. Shall we go down again? Lu Xian'er's voice rang out, filled with doubt. No need. Hu Chen calmly uttered two words, and a cluster of fire phoenix ignited at his fingertips. Clang! With a cry, the fire phoenix immediately swooped towards the container ship. This is the simplest method. No matter what the sea god intends to do, it is definitely related to this ship. As long as I destroy this thing, it will be enough to thwart their plans. As for whether there will be a direct conflict, when that guy trapped them here, a direct conflict became unavoidable. Since that's the case, let's keep it simple. Let the conflict come, let it be even fiercer. A burst of flames illuminated the surroundings. With thick smoke rising from the water's surface, the ship quickly burned to ashes.
If everything were peaceful, you are a god, I am a human, it wouldn't be a problem to take a step back. But if you keep pressing, I'm sorry, even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone a human. As long as you can't defeat me in an instant, we'll meet in the realm of the dead and see who can outlast whom.
Hu Chen looked around, waiting for divine wrath to descend. Unfortunately, the other party showed no signs of action. They remained floating in mid-air, with the sound of raindrops hitting the water surface echoing around them.
Continue.
Hu Chen uttered 2 words and had no choice but to continue flying forward. However, before they could fly very far, another ship came into view. This time, the ship was completely intact. Hu Chen could even see people moving back and forth on the ship.
Lu Xian'er and Su Yao fell silent at the same time.
This was their first time encountering such a situation, and they showed no signs of panic. They simply frowned at the scene before them, constantly pondering possible solutions to break the deadlock. Evade cannot escape, attack cannot kill.
In that case, then deprivation should be able to take effect.
Just now, the fire phoenix hadn't even touched them, yet the residual flames had already burned them, failing to trigger deprivation. The deprivation version of the True Vision Eye is quite different.
There are over 100 people on the ship.
Even if each person only uses the deprivation version of the True Vision Eye once, we can wipe them out, wait for them to respawn, and repeat the process. I don't believe we can't break this situation. Before the two could come up with a solution, Hu Chen had already turned to them. Follow me closely, don't get separated.
After saying that, he dived down again, returning to the ship.
The 2 girls exchanged glances and immediately followed. Hu Chen reached the ship and directly found the nearest crew member, grabbing the person's neck from behind, ready to try the normal version of deprivation first. But before he could act, a clear voice rang out in everyone's ears.
Hu Chen brother. This voice is Xiao Chang. Not just Hu Yu, but even Lu Xian'er and Su Yao were taken aback by the scene before them.
They had originally been on the container ship, but now they had returned to the No Shanghai Kingdom.
Hu Chen was gripping Wei Xiaoqing's neck, looking at her with a fierce expression. Xiao Chang.
He furrowed his brow and immediately let go, placing Wei Xiaoqing on the deck. At the same time, he activated the True Sight, scanning the opponent's panel.
It was indeed Wei Xiaoqing. Brother Hu Chen, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly cough?
A streak of crimson appeared on Wei Xiaoqing's neck, and she spoke with a faint coughing sound. Su Yao immediately stepped forward and threw a healing spell over.
Hu Chen, look ahead. Before Hu Chen could explain, Lu Xian'er's voice rang out.
In front of the Wu Shanghai nation, that container ship appeared once again.
Hu Chen couldn't help but frown.
Clearly, this was also the doing of the hidden presence.
He didn't believe the opponent was any sea god. If it were just a sea god, they couldn't have caused so many incidents. The opponent must have another identity.
From the opponent's actions, it was clear they didn't want him to kill anyone on that container ship but still wanted him to board it. In other words, there must be something or a task on the ship that the other party wants to take away or complete. The existence just now replaced the crew member it wanted to kill with Wei Xiaoqing, not only to remind itself but also to express a goodwill. Since the other party could replace the crew member with Wei Xiaoqing, it could also have replaced those it previously killed with her, but it chose not to. This can already be considered an expression of goodwill. However, this way of expressing goodwill is not to Hu Chen's liking. Not at all. Don't you just want me to board the ship? Then just go ahead. I hope you won't run away then. Xiaoqing, I'm sorry. Hu Chen first squatted in front of Wei Xiaoqing and solemnly apologized. I encountered some issues earlier. I didn't mean to treat you like this.
I know, brother Hu Chen.
Wei Xiaoqing didn't say much, just looked up at Hu Chen with a faint smile, tears welling up in her eyes from the physiological pain. This sight made Hu Chen feel a pang of heartache. It's all that damn dog's fault. He doesn't believe he can't find the one behind this.
Lu Xian'er, Su Yao, you two stay here.
Hu Chen immediately turned to the two and said, if anything happens, contact me through the chat channel. With their strength, they might still be able to protect each other against other beings, but when facing a deity, he doesn't have confidence. Staying in the No Shanghai Kingdom is the safest option. After all, this is something obtained from a sea god, and the text clearly states that it won't be affected or destroyed by external forces unless the deity has the same status as that sea god. Otherwise, it's safe on this ship. The unknown being can at most only influence the ship's course. The people on board will be fine.
Okay. Lu Xian'er had no hesitation and immediately asked, what do you plan to do? Do you need us to cooperate?
Hu Chen pondered for a moment and then said, later, I will leave a fake dragon phoenix under the ship. If it comes to find me, you just follow.
He still left a backup plan.
Hu Chen can command the pseudo-dragon phoenix in the clan management interface, and there exists a bloodline connection among the pseudo-dragon phoenixes. As long as he acts together with the other 8 pseudo-dragon phoenixes, even if he encounters danger, the other pseudo-dragon phoenixes can bring Lu Xian'er and Su Yao to rescue him.
Alright.
Lu Xian'er pondered for a moment and finally replied with a single word. Hu Chen said no more and headed towards that ship with the other 8 pseudo-dragon phoenixes. In the blink of an eye, Hu Chen boarded the container ship once again and walked straight to the cargo hold.
Time on the ship seemed to stand still, lingering on the moment just before Hu Chen first left. The captain has not yet been turned into a stick figure. Everyone looked at Hu Chen with astonishment, their eyes filled with confusion. Mr. Hu, you. Xiaoyi looked at Hu Chen, somewhat puzzled. Shut up. Hu Chen glanced at him. Those two words sealed the mouths of Xiaoyi and the others who were about to speak. Hu Chen returned to the captain's side, placing his hand on his shoulder. I'm giving you a task. If you complete it, you can live. If not, I think you can guess the outcome. The captain swallowed hard, not daring to say a word, and could only nod vigorously. You gather everyone on the ship to the cargo hold. Remember, it's everyone. After speaking, Hu Chen looked at Xiaoyi and the others. Some of you have escaped and are hiding on the ship, right? Find them, no problem? No problem. Xiaoyi stepped forward and suggested, Mr. Hu, I don't know what you plan to do, but there's a way for us to gather those people faster. Let's hear it. I want him. Xiaoyi pointed at the captain. If he can be escorted through every corner of the ship, I can guarantee we'll save at least half the time, and no one will be missed. Okay. Hu Chen did not refuse. He directly broke the captain's limbs, applying a quadruple crippling debuff, reducing the captain's strength attribute by 100%, making him easily controllable. As for the crew, without a captain, isn't there still the first mate? Hu Chen returned to the living area, found a second mate, and went to notify all the crew. There was no choice, the first mate had just transformed into a giant bird and was cut down by Hu Chen like a chicken carcass. Half an hour later, everyone on the ship, whether crew members or survivors who boarded later, gathered in the cargo hold. Hu Chen used the most straightforward method, scanning each person with the True Vision Eye deprivation version. Although he didn't get any information from their panels, he did receive some information from other aspects. Deprivation. The forced deprivation ability of the True Vision Eye deprivation version failed on them. No matter how many times Hu Chen tried, he couldn't deprive anything from this group of people. They were like rigid NPCs from a single-player game. Interactions with them were limited to a narrow range. Actions not programmed, such as deprivation, total annihilation, or other actions, would trigger their reset option. Just like the captain, who had been reduced to a stick figure, returned to normal after Hu Chen boarded this ship. In other words, I need to figure out what that guy wants me to do within these rules. Kill the captain? No. If killing the captain could solve this, he would have succeeded already. Similarly, torturing the captain won't work either. The key to breaking this deadlock is likely related to what the captain saw regarding that so-called eagle. After some back and forth, Hu Chen could only turn back to the captain. Come on, describe in detail what happened after you saw that eagle. The more detailed the better. Of course. Hu Chen also looked at the others in the cargo hold. If any of you have seen a deity or experienced something strange, feel free to share. I saw Odin. As soon as this was said, someone in the crowd immediately raised their hand. It was a little white girl. She had been in the living area before and wasn't noticed by Hu Chen. Now, during the unified questioning, she was called over. And me. I saw a giant snake. It seemed like Jormungandr. A clamor of voices erupted. More than 30% of them have seen so-called deities, and they are all from the Norse pantheon. These 30% all share a common characteristic. Captain. They are all captains of the same ship. Some encountered deities for guidance to a certain place and came across this container ship along the way, while others were being hunted by certain deities, leading them to take refuge on this container ship. These deities assign different missions to these captains, just like the captain of the container ship. Some captains' missions are to hide, while others are to find a certain item. In the end, these so-called chosen ones all gathered on this ship. From this alone, Hu Chen can confirm one thing. The troublemaker must be an entity from the Norse pantheon, and it's even very likely to be Loki, the god of mischief in the Norse pantheon, skilled at creating all kinds of illusions and tricks. However, in my past life, I never heard of any trace of this individual appearing. Even if I was imprisoned in a dungeon and quite isolated, I had heard of some deities manifesting, but I had never heard any news about Loki. If it's really him, then it's going to be quite tricky. Stop. Hu Chen spoke again, interrupting the discussion among the people in front. Think about it, what happened to you before you encountered these so-called deities? Or, have you come into contact with anything particularly special? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately fell silent, tightly sealing their lips, unwilling to reveal a single word. 3 seconds. Hu Chen casually drew a black gold ancient knife and placed it on the captain's neck. If you can't say it, you all die. Captain? Death is death, but can't I stop being the first one? I have. The captain didn't want to die. Without hesitation, he immediately spoke up. That was after the catastrophe occurred. At that time, I was searching for usable cargo in the cargo hold, and then I saw the deep-sea deity there. I saw it too. One of the Chinese captains raised his hand. I also saw the deity Emer when I was searching for cargo in the cargo hold. You were all in the cargo hold? A woman frowned involuntarily. I saw the fairy god Fry in my room. Room? Hu Chen looked at the person who spoke. What were you doing in the room at that time? Were you also looking for something? No, not at all. The woman seemed a bit scared when she saw Hu Chen step forward. She recoiled and timidly replied, I was just organizing my jewelry when that spirit god appeared behind me. And then? Then he said that there is a fountain of spirits in the world that can turn us humans into spirits and told me to go to that place to search. Jewelry, goods. Chen furrowed his brows, still unable to find the connection between these two things. He had no choice but to turn to the others. You all said you were looking for goods. What kind of goods? Antiques, silverware, crafts, art pieces, jewelry. Several answers came out in succession, and Chen's brow furrowed even tighter. The common points have disappeared again. Now, he could only choose a more clumsy method. Chen turned to the captain, the tip of his knife pointing at his nose. You, take me to the place where you saw the deep sea god. Yes. The captain knew he had no room to resist. He could only lead Chen, making his way to a corner of the cargo hold. Unlike the areas piled with containers, this place was stacked with scattered goods, the largest box only about 1/10 the size of a standard container. It looked particularly out of place next to those containers. These goods shouldn't be on the ship, according to regulations. The captain explained, these are antiques collected by an acquaintance of mine who asked me to send them to Northern Europe. I thought they were light and not contraband, so I agreed. I don't want to hear about that. Chen said calmly, glancing at the goods. Continue, search again in the order you did that day. All right. The captain immediately got to work, taking down the top wooden box and placing it on the large box in front of him to start searching. Chen stood by silently, watching. The moment a deer head brooch came into view, his true sight was instantly activated. Ding. Item, divine fragment. Level, unknown. Effect, unknown. Note, an unknown divine fragment transformed into a brooch imbued with strong intent. Stop. Just as the captain was about to reach for the deer head brooch, Chen immediately interrupted him. Unknown divine fragment. Without a doubt, this thing must be the source of all this, and it could even be just one of the sources. I estimate that others who have encountered the deities also came into contact with similar items. From the data collected earlier, there are a total of 13 captains on the ship, which means there are at least 13 similar items. Big shot, what should I do? Chen's sudden voice scared the captain so much that he didn't dare to move. Give me the box, just stand still. Ah. Chen took the wooden box from the captain, checked everything except the deer head brooch, and found nothing unusual. He took out everything except the deer head brooch without directly touching it and turned to walk towards the gathering of people. Soon, under Chen's gentle smile, all 12 pieces of divine fragment fell into the wooden box. Besides the deer head brooch, there were also a pure gold bracelet, a pure gold ring, a sandalwood staff, a deerskin cloak, opal earrings, a pure silver dagger, a gemstone necklace, an ancient bronze mask, cowhide boots, a monocle, a sepia-light pipe, and a dark green tie. These 13 items are all divine fragments. The results that Chen examined with his true sight eye were the same. Besides the name of the divine fragments, there was only a vague note. Recite. Because of a certain deity's thought, these 13 captains from all over gathered together. And because of this thought, he found himself trapped in this sea area. After gathering all 13 pieces of divine fragments, Chen tried many methods. Aside from direct contact, there have been no special occurrences, whether it's destruction, collision, or simply placing these 13 items together. Even having those survivors touch these items, he has tried that too, and the results were the same. Alright. Chen stayed in the captain's room, looking at the 13 divine fragments before him, softly applauding. So this is how it is? I'll give you one last chance, either come out and talk properly, or... As Chen spoke, a white light appeared in his palm. The eternal seal had already manifested in his palm. As long as he wanted to, he could completely bestow this seal upon these 13 divine fragments. This was taken from Chen. Don't mention just a fragment of a Nordic god, even if Odin himself were here, he would only be sealed. No! In an instant, a voice rang in Chen's ear. Suddenly, the 13 divine fragments quickly gathered and formed a majestic phantom, immediately appearing before Chen. The man held a spear, wore golden armor, and had pure white curly hair cascading over his shoulders. Thunder rumbled around him, and he stood nearly 3 meters tall. Even sitting down, he exuded an oppressive aura. My name is Odin, you. The words were not finished yet. Chen had already arrived in front of him, his left hand hovering above his head, a smile on his lips. Come on, what's your name? Say it again, let me hear. Odin? None of those 13 divine fragments, except for the pipe, could possibly be related to Odin. If this thing is Odin, then Chen would directly devour this entire container ship. Cough. The Odin apparition immediately coughed twice, his form shifting into that of a young man. He wore a lazy expression mixed with a hint of charm, dressed in a dark green suit. He raised a hand to adjust his tie at the neck and looked at Chen with a face full of helplessness. My friend, I haven't finished speaking yet. I am actually Odin's son, Loki. Indeed, it's that little brat. Chen's eyes held a wary caution towards him, not daring to speak recklessly, while the eternal seal in his hand still shimmered with a blinding white light. Friend, don't be so nervous. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Loki took a step back. We are all forgotten gods of the mortal world. What can't we discuss properly? Maybe we can even cooperate. Who would cooperate with you? Wait.
Just as Hu Chen was about to refuse, a sudden thought crossed his mind regarding the other person's earlier description.
All of us. He said, we are all forgotten gods of the mortal world. This guy considers himself a god too.
Hu Chen glanced at the eternal seal in his palm and suddenly realized. This is something taken from Haotian, which means it's used to seal gods.
Since he can wield this thing, Loki must think that he is also a god. Don't be in such a hurry.
Loki chuckled softly and directly lay back on the sofa in the captain's room. He looked at Hu Chen in front of him and chuckled. We belong to different divine systems, so it's normal that you don't trust me. However, our cooperation doesn't necessarily require mutual trust. It can be a beneficial relationship where you use me and I use you.
Hu Chen instantly became interested.
Although Beihai Ruo is a deity, there are some pieces of information he is unwilling to share with himself. If he wanted to know the truth about certain matters, he could possibly learn it from Loki.
Hu Chen simply sat in the captain's position, his eyes filled with amusement and scrutiny. Oh, so how do you plan to use me?
One request. Loki pointed to himself. This is the divine status I left outside. I originally hoped to gain some freedom before the divine war begins, and maybe even find 1 or 2 representatives. But now the divine war is about to start and I haven't achieved my goal. If the divine status doesn't return to Asgard soon, I might suffer some unnecessary losses. So, I implore you, whether you find a way or someone, as long as you deliver this divine status back to Asgard, I can pay any price I can offer.
Ha! Hu Chen replied with a cold laugh.
Although it's unclear how the relationships between these deities work, from the earlier attitude of the Holy Mother towards Mount Olympus and the sea god's divinity within me, it's not hard to deduce.
There are actually quite a few contradictions between these pantheons,
especially the statement Loki just made.
The divine war is about to begin.
In this situation, as the Holy Mother's chosen one, I would naturally stand with the Chinese pantheon.
How could I possibly help the Norse god's divinity return to Asgard? Are you kidding me? Don't be in such a hurry.
Loki chuckled softly and said, although I don't know your exact identity, since you can use the eternal seal, your relationship with the Chinese pantheon shouldn't be good, right?
What if I say that as long as your proxy can bring my divinity back to Asgard, I can give you a complete divinity of the Chinese pantheon as a trade?
Hiss.
Hu Chen's pupils trembled instantly. The complete divinity of the Chinese pantheon.
No matter whether it's given to the Holy Mother or kept for myself, it's an existence far beyond SSS level. I have to say, Hu Chen is indeed moved. Now he understands what Loki meant by mutual exploitation earlier.
However, that is Loki, the god of deception. Believing what he says is like believing a pig can climb a tree. Do you think I would believe you? Hu Chen said calmly, it's just empty talk. Once my avatar returns your divine essence to Asgard, I won't be able to do anything to you.
Then we can completely change our cooperation method.
Loki spoke again.
I can have someone deliver that divine essence outside of Asgard. You just need to have your avatar trade my divine essence with that person.
Oh? Hu Chen looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. You can contact someone inside Asgard? Then why don't you just have someone come here to collect your divine essence?
Don't tell me you'd rather give up a complete divine essence than let one of your own from the Norse pantheon make the trip.
It's a matter of necessity.
Loki continued to explain. Before we find the proxy, we can only leave Asgard for a maximum of 1 day, which is not enough time for me to accomplish this task.
This does make sense.
However, Hu Chen was still scrutinizing Loki in front of him. Finding Asgard was not difficult for him.
A replica near the Fear Islands is one of the entrances to Asgard.
According to Loki, he didn't even need to enter the replica, he just had to stay outside, and naturally, someone would come to him with the divine power. What he feared was that the other party would bring not only the divine power but also a knife.
Friend, I don't have much time left.
Loki's figure flickered as he looked at Hu Chen in front of him. Please make your decision quickly.
If you can't make a decision now, you'll have to wait another month. Whose divine power are you talking about? Hu Chen looked up and finally asked Loki this question.
If it's some minor deity, he could superficially agree with Loki and then later pass the divine power to Beihai Ruo to deal with.
If it's a major deity, then let's take the risk.
At worst, I'll have Beihai Ruo contact the goddess again and say that her favorite child is making a deal with the evil god for the sake of the Huaxia divine system and see if she can provide some protection. I don't know exactly who it is, but it should be one of the deities from the Thunder Department of the Huaxia divine system.
Thunder Department?
From the Emperor of the North Pole, one of the 4 sovereigns, down to the various deities from the 9 departments, 3 provinces, 4 mansions, and 6 courts, they all count as Thunder Department deities. This range is simply too vast.
To show my sincerity,
it seems Loki is afraid that Hu Chen won't agree, and he takes the initiative to speak. If your agent is willing to enter Asgard, they can also choose one item from my treasury to take with them.
This is my greatest sincerity. Alright, I agree. Hu Chen pondered for a moment, then said, the divine fragment I will deliver to you outside Asgard. As for the rest, you can discuss it with my agent then. Thank you, Your Excellency. Having said that,
Loki's form instantly dissipated and reformed into 13 fragments of divine power. Hu Chen didn't think much and stepped forward, still holding the eternal seal, pressing directly towards the 13 shards of divine essence. But this time, Loki did not appear. It seems he really is in deep slumber. "Hey, you! Come in for a moment." Hu Chen turned and shouted towards the door. Even so, he didn't dare to touch those divine shards. Getting someone to help put them in was the best choice. But as his voice echoed, there was no response from outside the door. Hu Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. He turned to look out the window, where a deep crimson was spilling out from the cargo hold's gaps. They're dead. Everyone on the entire ship is dead. Or rather, they had actually died long before they encountered the projection of the deity. What remained on the ship was merely a shell. Because of the power of these divine essences, their consciousness was preserved, allowing them to move freely in a state of decay. Hu Chen's eyes lowered, recalling Loki's smile, and a murderous intent began to rise within him. Yes, he is also a bloodthirsty person, but every person he kills has their own reason for death. He looks down on and despises those like Loki who view human lives as worthless and kill at will. He even deeply loathes them. After all, he is also a mortal. He was once a mere ant trampled on by others. When he sees others slaughtering fellow ants, a feeling called empathy still stirs within him. Are gods inherently superior? Is it because their necks are a bit sturdier? Or their hearts beat a bit more vigorously? If given the chance, he would like to find out. Never mind, this isn't the time to think about these things. First, let's find a way to take these things away. Without those crew members, Hu Chen has to handle these shards of divinity himself. Following the principle of not touching them directly with his hands, it is still a bit more troublesome. But as the saying goes, as long as one's mind doesn't decline, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Hu Chen directly turned around and jumped down from the container ship, fishing out a few fish-like strange beasts from below the sea surface, prying open their mouths and swallowing the items transformed from the shards of divinity. He then killed those fish-like strange beasts and stored them in a box. Only then could it be considered somewhat foolproof. Everything is taken care of. Hu Chen quickly located the Wuhai National through his senses. The people on the ship showed no signs of abnormality, and Wei Xiaoqing also returned to her best state, resting her chin on her hands and gazing into the distance. As soon as Hu Chen returned to the deck, she bounced over to greet him. "Brother Hu Chen. Good girl." Hu Chen half squatted down and affectionately ruffled Wei Xiaoqing's hair. "Does your neck still hurt?" "Thanks to Sister Su Yao, it doesn't hurt anymore." Wei Xiaoqing responded obediently, looking at Hu Chen with concern. "Brother Hu Chen, are you okay?" "Just some minor issues, it's all handled." Hu Chen responded with a light laugh. "Xiaoqing, hurry back to sleep or you won't grow tall." Wei Xiaoqing nodded slightly and turned to return to her room to sleep. In the cabin, only Lu Xiener, Su Yao, and Xie Chengwan remained. Although Hu Chen couldn't see Lu Xiener's expression clearly, he could guess she looked puzzled, almost identical to Su Yao and Xie Chengwan beside her. Hu Chen leaned against the dining table, his tone somewhat weary. "Stop staring, I will naturally tell you when I can. It's not the right time yet, so go back to sleep if you need to." Su Yao nodded slightly. Although she didn't speak, she was the first to turn and leave. Her relationship with Hu Chen was the shallowest, and with the conversation reaching this point, staying any longer would seem a bit thick-skinned. Xie Changwan followed closely behind, but still looked at Hu Chen and advised, "Master, rest early. Do you need me to wake you up tomorrow?" "No need." "Alright, Master." For some reason, when Xie Qingwan previously called Master, there was no emotion in it, but now she seems to enjoy it. I don't know if it's just my illusion. As for Lu Xiener, she directly sat across from Hu Chen, her face full of curiosity, softly uttering 4 words, "Is it really Loki?" "Ha!" Hu Chen immediately started checking himself. "I warn you, take out the listening device quickly." "Hurry up." "What listening device? There isn't one at all." Lu Xiener gently waved her fingers hidden behind her, and a gust of breeze on Hu Chen's shoulder instantly vanished. This was a new application of the wind attribute she developed based on the 9 spirits after obtaining the 9 spirits. It allows a wisp of breeze to remain beside someone, establishing a mutually linked channel which can be bidirectional or unidirectional, used to convey various sounds. She heard all the dialogue between Hu Chen and Loki just now. Still claiming there isn't one. Hu Chen caught that wisp of breeze, his eyelids slightly lowered. "Then what is this?" "It's the wind." Lu Xiener stood with her hands on her hips, looking up at Hu Chen and said, "What's the matter?" Hu Chen felt helpless and could only give her an international gesture. Although he had given this guy a break in the deal with Loki, being taken advantage of like this naturally left him feeling a bit uncomfortable. "First, jot it down in the notebook. I'll get my revenge when I have the chance. Let's get to the point." Lu Xiener concentrated and dispersed the gentle breeze in Hu Chen's palm, then looked at him expectantly. "Are you really planning to make a deal with the other party?" "I can't refuse that condition." Hu Chen replied, then looked at Lu Xiener with a wary gaze. "You don't want to get involved, do you?" Although he wanted to recruit Lu Xiener, in situations like this, whoever brings it up first ends up at a disadvantage. It's best to wait for this guy to take the initiative.
Lu Xiener immediately nodded and responded, Boss Hu, we've collaborated so many times already, we have a foundation for cooperation, right? Let's not bother with that so-called divine status, just give me the chance to pick treasures from the treasury. Oh? Hu Chen raised his tone, aren't you afraid they won't let you out, or, by the time you do get out, you'll have already become a different person? Lu Xiener immediately fell into hesitation. She hadn't considered this point earlier. After a few moments, she tentatively spoke, what if I ask him to list the treasures so I can choose? Hu Chen didn't respond, just shrugged and smiled at her. As if to say, what do you think? Forget it, even if it's just to gain favor with the Huaxia divine system, that's fine. Lu Xiener gritted her teeth and said, count me in, with me teaming up with you, you'll be much safer. What's in it for me? Consider it a benefit I'm giving you, you don't need to offer anything in return. Wait a minute. Hu Chen raised his hand to interrupt her, pointing at her and then at himself, I mean, what benefits do you give me? Is it really that easy to gain favor with the Huaxia divine system? You. Lu Xiener almost couldn't catch her breath, paused for several seconds before looking at Hu Chen and squeezing out a few words through her teeth. Fine. You say. What benefits do you want? One condition. Hu Chen really couldn't think of anything Lu Xiener had that he needed. Whether it was the 9 lords or the 9 spirits, the other party would never allow him any possibility of deprivation. No matter when or where, as long as I need your help, you must agree unconditionally. Fine, as long as it doesn't involve selling my body or soul. Don't worry, no one is interested in that stuff. Humph. The deal was struck. Lu Xiener snorted coldly and walked towards her resting bedroom. With someone like you, I don't know which woman is blind enough to fall for you. Hu Chen smiled indifferently. Blind? Strictly speaking, his last woman was not just blind, her mind was completely muddled. February 24th morning. There are still 44 days until the second cataclysm strikes. The sky was still filled with relentless rain, heavy dark clouds piled up, making it hard to distinguish whether it was morning or dusk. Although they had escaped the illusion set by Loki, the surrounding sea was still a dark blue, making it difficult to tell their exact location. They only knew they were drifting on the ocean. If it weren't for Hu Chen summoning the sun-chasing bow again and firing a few phoenix arrows at the Xian bird to confirm the direction of the Wu Shanghai nation, he might have turned back and fled. Before long, the temperature around them began to gradually drop. From a few degrees above zero at the start, it had now fallen to below zero, even reaching around minus 20 degrees. To ensure Su Yao could survive to see the Xian bird, Hu Chen even took the time to let the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix hunt underwater, tossing some exotic beasts onto the ship for Su Yao to kill. Otherwise, with Su Yao's stamina attributes, she would freeze solid in no more than 3 hours. Everyone sailed on the sea for a whole day. Finally, on the evening of February 25th, a shadow appeared in their sight, accompanied by a cry. Clang! Xian bird! Hu Chen and Lu Xiener's eyes brightened almost simultaneously. This sound, it must be the Xian bird for sure. Found it! Lu Xiener exclaimed. She had been incredibly bored on this ship for the past couple of days. If it weren't for the meals Hu Chen prepared, she wouldn't know how to get through it. There was no way around it. Losing her phone and internet meant losing most of her entertainment, especially being stuck on this ship. Right now, she was even more eager than Hu Chen to find the Xian bird. Once they killed the Xian bird, perhaps they could go look for Asgard. Don't rush, let's wait a little longer. Hu Chen looked up at the sky. Although he had confirmed that it was indeed the Xian bird, he couldn't understand why the Xian bird had come here. According to previous logic, the main purpose of the Xian bird should be to sense and seek out powerful to devour for recovery and healing. But what powerful could there be nearby? If he remembered correctly, those two that occupied the south and north poles only appeared during the final stages of the flooding disaster. One is the frost spirit of Antarctica, said to have never been truly seen by anyone. The first confirmation of such a regional beast's existence was during the third catastrophe period, when an exploration team reached Antarctica and discovered a figure in the aurora, triggering a regional beast alert. However, they ultimately never saw its true appearance. The other is the glacial frost bear, which reached the level of an A-class beast right after its birth, occupying the entire Arctic region, freezing the skies, not to mention defeating it. Even getting close is a problem. By the time of the second catastrophe, when frost descended upon the world, the glacial frost bear had even directly upgraded to S-class. According to calculations from those great figures in the past, it would take decades for humanity to return to the Arctic, and it would be impossible to successfully slay this beast. Could the Xian bird sense the unborn beast? From the current perspective, the area where the No Shanghai nation is located is very likely near the Arctic. If the Xian bird can find the glacial frost bear in advance, perhaps it could even slay that beast ahead of time. Otherwise, who knows when I will complete my class change task. Fortunately, from the perspective of the Xian bird, as long as Hu Chen and the others do not take action, the No Shanghai country floating on the sea is no different from a leaf boat. Especially amidst the mixed chaos of storms, the Xian bird would not be able to notice it at all. Do we need to continue? Lu Xiener turned to look back. Your Su Yao might not be able to handle it. Who belongs to him? Su Yao, shivering from the cold, retorted toward Lu Xiener. Miss Lu, are you jealous?
After 2 days of getting to know each other, Su Yao had also become familiar with Lu Xiener, and they would often bicker with each other. Whoever is jealous is a dog. Lu Xiener rolled her eyes. Woof! A voice from the side immediately responded. It was Xie Qingwan. She quickly jumped to Hu Chen's side, her face full of smiles. Master, shall we continue waiting? Or should I go prepare lunch first? Not for now. Hu Chen glanced at the shivering Su Yao and transferred her 10,000 points. Go to the mall and exchange for some warm clothing. The situation is urgent and there's no time to help you level up. Previously, he had refrained from giving her points because he wanted to train Su Yao's resistance to cold so he wouldn't have to worry about her condition during the battle with the Xian bird. Now that they had found the Xian bird, it wouldn't be long before the battle began, making further training pointless. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Su Yao was not polite and immediately put on a thick warm outfit, which alleviated her symptoms of cold somewhat. Not long after, the Xian bird landed. It landed directly on a massive glacier nearby, surveying the surroundings like a general, as if searching for something. The ordinary on the glacier sensed its presence and immediately ran far away, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Those were merely D-class or E-class. The peak period Xian bird would naturally look down on them. But now it has just gone through a long journey and needs to replenish its energy. Clang! The cry exploded. A whirlwind suddenly stirred above the glacier, sweeping up the little polar bears, seals, and various beasts formed from glacier rocks, turning them into pure flesh or energy, all drawn into the belly of the mysterious bird. Clang! Another cry sounded. This time, the cry was even louder than before, as if it were delighted by a delicious appetizer. Aren't you going to take action? Dear Fairy urged again. If it recovers to its peak state, I can't guarantee that we can keep it. Don't worry, it will be fine. Hu Chen calmly uttered 6 words. For him in the past, dealing with an A-level mysterious bird was indeed a bit tricky, but now, how about the underworld domain? As long as he can ensure that more than 30 beasts enter the underworld domain at the same time, his attributes will increase by 30%, while the opponent's attributes will decrease by 30%. Don't say it's just A rank. Even if it's S rank, as long as it can't be immune to the effects of the underworld, he is confident he can take it down. It all depends on whether that glacier frost bear will come out. As the No Shanghai Kingdom continued to approach the glacier, the Xian bird launched its second hurricane. As a mythical beast of China, it naturally understands one principle. There are no limits to replenishing the body. As long as you don't end up with a nosebleed, it's no big deal to supplement more. It's just that some people aren't happy about it. Roar! As the Xian bird continued to provoke, a roar erupted from the distant glacier. A massive figure leapt into the air like a mountain and directly smashed toward the Xian bird. True Side-Eye Deprivation version activate. Species Regional Mythical Beast Glacier Frost Bear. Level B. Stamina 526 B. Strength 631 B+. Intelligence 433 Very Happy Face. Agility 457 B. Talent Frosty Sky and Snowy Earth S. Glacier Storm A. Mountain Body A. Skills acquired Mountain Charge A. Roar A. Ice Elemental Armor A. Note: an ancient giant bear, awakened from the glaciers for various reasons, contains the bloodline of ancient giants. It is massive and perfect for roasting. Strength +3. Looking at the note in front of him, Hu Chen couldn't help but let tears flow from the corners of his mouth. If the system says it's suitable for roasting, the meat on this giant bear must be excellent. Looks like I won't need to buy supplies from the store for another 10 days. Prepare. As Hu Chen saw the ice glacier frost bear emerge, he immediately said, Shaowan, Xiaochang, Su Yao, I will have the 3 dragon phoenixes cover you as you enter the battlefield. Shaowan, Xiaochang, make sure to throw a Wan Xuan when the ice glacier frost bear and Xian Niu enter attack range. Just a touch is enough, no need to deal damage. Su Yao, just ensure that I and Lu Xiener are within your healing range. Lu Xiener, the first kill of the ice glacier frost bear belongs to you, but the other rewards are mine, okay? This is the result of Hu Chen's careful consideration. This glacier frost bear, being a B-grade area exotic beast, will definitely grant a hidden class upon achieving the first kill. However, Hu Chen already possesses a Heavenly Hunter class and doesn't think any other class could surpass the benefits brought by Heavenly Hunter. Since we've decided to venture into Asgard together, the strength of our teammates is also crucial. By giving this first kill to Lu Xiener, Hu Chen will only reap more benefits. Thank you, Captain. Lu Xiener immediately replied, her excitement barely contained. Please feel free to command me. Prepare. Hu Chen fixed his gaze ahead, and just as the moment when the Xian bird and the glacier frost bear made contact, the dragon phoenix bat wings behind him instantly spread open. The 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix also surfaced at the same time. Make your move. The moment the words fell, Hu Chen dove forward. The Xian bird seemed to sense a familiar aura, showing no hesitation and immediately flew into the air. Unfortunately, it seems it misjudged one thing. The glacier frost bear in front of him didn't know what these tiny humans were capable of, so at first, it chose not to flee but suddenly lunged forward. It directly brought down the Xian bird that was about to escape. Clang! The Xian bird let out a mournful cry. Even Hu Chen, who didn't understand bird language, felt it sounded like it was cursing. No, it was cursing the bear. Ah! The glacier frost bear was not to be outdone. It roared at the Xian bird. The Xian bird froze for a moment, and by the time it regained its senses, Hu Chen, Lu Xiener, and the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes, along with Wei Xiaoqing, Xia Qingwan, and Su Yao from 3 of the pseudo-dragon phoenixes, had already arrived in front of them. For streams of water flowed, guided and amplified by Lu Xiener, landing on the glacier frost bear and the Xian bird. Domain of the yellow spring, open, Hu Chen uttered. In an instant, the realm of the underworld encompasses an ice glacier frost bear and a dark bird, along with a dozen other beastly creatures that were not killed by the dark bird. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Chen activated all 3 skills in the realm of the underworld: Underworld Phoenix Fury, Underworld Ancient Blade, and Underworld Sun Chaser. Phoenix Fury is naturally used to deal with the Ice Glacier Frost Bear, while the physical damage from Ancient Blade and Sun Chaser is directed entirely at the Dark Bird. Fortunately, the Dark Bird's injuries have not fully healed. However, under the B+ level boost to strength and intelligence, the condition of the 2 beasts began to decline rapidly. 1 minute? It has only been 30 seconds, and the Ice Glacier Frost Bear has already entered a near-death state. Hu Chen immediately stopped, leaving the first kill to Lu Xiener. In this state, even if Lu Xiener kills the Ice Glacier Frost Bear, the class change task for Tianshou should still count his progress. After all, he had reduced its health himself, so there was no reason not to be considered involved. As for the Dark Bird, in the blink of an eye, it has become a featherless chicken. It constantly lets out mournful cries, yet it cannot free itself from the dense barrage of phoenix arrows. Even the body of an A-rank monster appears exceptionally weak at this moment. Seeing this, Hu Chen decided to smash the phoenix's anger down onto it. Fire elemental damage is negligible to it, and may even slightly heal its wounds, but it excels at triggering deprivation. As long as it can strip away the SSS level talent life deprivation from it, everything will be worth it. 1 minute, fleeting in an instant. The Glacier Frost Bear entered a near-death state, while the Xian bird fell into a severely injured state, only a step away from death. At the moment the realm of the underworld was unlocked, 8 pseudo-dragon phoenixes immediately surrounded it, confining the Xian bird within. Lu Xiener also immediately took action, sealing off the surrounding space. At that moment, she sensed the Xian bird's weakness and Hu Chen's terror. It has only been a few days. Previously, he was beaten by the Xian bird like a grandson, and now he is beating the Xian bird like a chick. The gap between them, is it too big? Could it be because of the reward given to him by the goddess Nuwa back then? True, he never mentioned what that reward was from start to finish. Still dawdling? Hu Chen, holding the sun-chasing bow, aimed at the Xian bird in front of him. If you don't make a move soon, I'll help you. If it weren't for ensuring that the kill of the Ice Glacier Frost Bear would trigger a first kill reward, he would have already dealt with the Xian bird. What if the first kill of the A-level area beast overrides the reward for the first kill of the B-level beast? Hu Chen would have wasted his efforts. Unfortunately, Xia Qingwan and Wei Xiaoqing's original talents are still too weak. At this stage, obtaining a hidden class is far less beneficial than what Lu Xiener would gain. The sooner they go to Asgard, the better. Who knows what will happen once Loki reacts. So, this hidden class will have to be given to Lu Xiener. Here we go. Lu Xiener exclaimed and immediately took action. A fire lotus blooms in hand, fleeting in an instant, and when it reappears, it has already enveloped and consumed the massive frost bear from the glacier. The rain in the Arctic continent has stopped. Ding! Global announcement. Congratulations to the survivors, Lu Xiener, Hu Chen, Su Yao, Wei Xiaoqing, and Xia Qingwan for successfully killing the B-class area beast, Glacier Frost Bear. Asterisk 3. Killer, Lu Xiener, has obtained a random hidden class asterisk 1. Asterisk 3. Supporters, Hu Chen, Su Yao, Wei Xiaoqing, Xia Qingwan, have obtained a random B-class set asterisk 1. Asterisk 3. This support reward is still the same as in my previous life. B-class equipment is considered the strongest gear at this stage. Getting a full set is definitely not a loss. In an instant, the global channel erupted once again. First it was the first kill of the C-class area beast, then the first kill of the B-class area beast. Both of these first kill lists have Hu Chen on them. It's one thing for this name to appear frequently. But what on earth is that hidden class? It's been almost 10 days since the disaster struck, and the newbie period is nearly over. They don't even know what their professions are, while others have already unlocked hidden classes. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? James, conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy. Even if they are the chosen ones, it can't be this ridiculous. Achieving B rank in just a week? Tang Jibin, Father Hu Chen, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake now. Wu Jianan, that foreigner upstairs, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. People's physiques can't be generalized. Back in the day, I killed a Siberian tiger with just a slide tackle. What do you think of that? Lu Xiaoqing, Father Hu Chen, please provide a guide for completing the Earth Kingdom dungeon, not for anything else, but to promote your greatness after we clear it. Jack Ray, when do you think this Hu Chen will get the first kill in the A rank area? If he manages to kill all the regional beasts, will we no longer have to endure the disaster?
Dian, what do you mean this Hu Chen?
He is clearly Hu Chun from our Great Han Republic. Please be mindful of your wording.
It's done. First kill of the B-rank regional beasts.
Hu Chen completely ignored the news in the global channel and focused his gaze on the distant Xian bird. If I sensed it correctly, when that glacial frost bear fell just now, the Xian bird's injuries seem to have recovered slightly. It's likely the same as in the previous life. Every regional exotic beast's fall increases the power of other regional exotic beasts.
Following this logic,
if we kill the Xian bird now, there will still be 6 regional exotic beasts left, and their power will likely rise to level B or even above.
For Hu Chen, it doesn't matter much. Even if they rise to level A, it's just an issue related to the underworld domain. But for others around the globe, they are in big trouble.
Hu Chen is bloodthirsty, but he is also a person with principles. Doing such things does carry a bit of psychological burden, but it's not hard to resolve this psychological burden.
He opened the global chat channel and sent out a message directly.
Hu Chen, actually, I am the manager of the disaster.
From now on, I will be collecting protection fees.
Hu Chen, apart from survivors in the Huaxia region and the White Bear region, each of you should transfer 100 points to my account to ensure your continued
survival at the current difficulty level.
If you don't blame me for increasing the difficulty. You have 1 minute to decide, after which it's too late. Anyway, after the Xian bird is killed, the Huaxia region will temporarily enter a protection period and will not be affected.
As for other regions, no protection fee, and you still want to pass safely? Are you kidding me? Once this was said, the global channel burst into laughter instantly.
Xiu Longguan, hilarious. Boss Hu Chen still has a bit of conscience. Huaxia people don't deceive Huaxia people.
Shui Wenjie, baby, you'd rather believe Hu Chen is the disaster manager than believe I am Qin Shi Huang? James, that really is humorous.
Dian Xianger, Hu Chen, if you need points, you can come to us in the Great Han Republic. Why use such a disgraceful method?
Manager? Ridiculous.
Aside from that woman who just killed the glacial frost bear, I'm afraid no one would believe his words. She stared at Hu Chen, her eyes filled with doubt, as if she truly believed this news.
1 minute passes in the blink of an eye.
Hu Chen's account did indeed receive a significant amount of points, jumping from over 6 million to over 8 million. After all, with the large number of survivors worldwide, many were willing to spend 100 points for an uncertain safety. Some even spent over 10,000 points, fearing that there would be fools who wouldn't give points to Hu Chen.
Time's up.
Hu Chen knocked an arrow, his fingers hovering over the rising sun bow, 3 phoenix arrows simultaneously forming, locking onto the head of the Xian bird. Hu Chen, sorry everyone, if the points haven't been received, then for those who sent me points, I will accept them. When we meet again, you can consider it as prepayment for your lives. As for the others, sorry. Hu Chen, from now on, the difficulty of survival worldwide will increase by 1 level.
With that said,
the phoenix arrow immediately shot from his fingertips, instantly piercing through the head of the Xian bird.
Clang. Global announcement. Congratulations to the survivors Hu Chen, Lu Xiener, Su Yao, Wei Xiaoqing, and Xie Qingwan for successfully defeating the A-grade area beast, Xian Miao. *3. Killer Hu Chen receives a random SSS level item *1. *3. Assistants Lu Xiener, Su Yao, Wei Xiaoqing, and Xie Qingwan receive a random A-grade talent *1. *3. A total of 182 opportunities for deprivation were triggered. Of these, only 31 were used on the Glacier Frost Bear, gaining about 30 attribute points, but no talent was obtained. 151 remain, plus 1 from the 3 phoenix arrows that just triggered. All of them were given to Xian Miao. Apart from the more than 100 A-grade bird feathers obtained from deprivation, Hu Chen also gained 80 attribute points and an S-grade talent, Dragon Soul. Unfortunately, he did not obtain the SSS grade talent, Return to Life, from Xian Miao. If he had, he might have gained 9 chances of immortality. Thankfully, this disappointment was quickly alleviated by the prompt that popped up in front of him. That was an SSS level item.
Hu Chen's eyes lit up instantly, filled with joy and excitement. In his past life, when the Heavenly Treasures ranking appeared, there were only 3 SSS level items on it. Each of them was as powerful as that 9 spirits, truly capable of changing fate. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't know how to use that SSS level item, the Ancestral Dragon Robe, or what it was good for, Hu Chen might have been able to defeat it when he first encountered the Xian bird. Especially since, this time, the SSS level item is drawn using a roulette system. This means he can use the Eye of True Vision, deprivation version to gain an extra reward. Hu Chen suppressed his excitement, ignoring the already chaotic global channel, and his gaze fell on the corpse of the Xian bird. That's strange. After the Glacier Frost Bear died, its body showed no abnormalities, but it seems like something is still boiling inside the Xian bird's corpse.
Brother Hu Chen. Wei Xiaoqing's voice immediately rang out.
She pointed at the Xian bird's remains, down there.
It looks like there's a person.
It's the fire phoenix we encountered last time.
In an instant, Hu Chen's pupils lit up.
The fire phoenix he encountered earlier. Isn't it the one that the Xian bird swallowed using the return command?
If she's still alive, doesn't that mean I have a chance? Hu Chen immediately went to the corpse of the Shin bird, lifted it, and indeed found an egg. He twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Wei Shaoqing, who was rushing over. You mean this thing is a person? This. Wei Shaoqing also felt a bit awkward and could only scratch her head. From the aura, she is indeed that fire phoenix, but why is she an egg? I don't know. Hu Chen felt helpless and had no choice but to use the true vision eye to scan. Name: Destiny Fire Phoenix Egg. Category: Item. Level: Unknown. Effect: Unknown. Note: 9-turn Shin bird fate perished and transformed into an egg. Hu Chen's pupils trembled. Level: Unknown. This is the first time Hu Chen has used the true vision eye to detect an item with an unknown level. From the unknown things discovered earlier, either the opponent is hiding due to some power beyond true sight, or they are something that cannot be accessed by the first cataclysm. In his past life, Hu Chen never experienced these, so now he can only rely on speculation. As for the situation with the Heavenly Fate Fire Phoenix Egg, it is clearly the latter. Even if it can hatch, it probably won't be until the second or even the third cataclysm. However, this doesn't affect his use of deprivation. Hu Chen raised his hand and used deprivation, adding a true sight deprivation version in the process. Yet he received no prompts. Great! Not only is the level unknown, but it also can't be deprived. I guess I'll just leave it for now. Hu Chen raised his hand to prepare to store the Fire Phoenix Egg in his space, but a prompt popped up in front of him. Unable to store Survivor in the system warehouse. Survivor? The designation of this Fire Phoenix Egg is Survivor? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? This thing can't hatch, can't be deprived, can't be contained, and judging by this situation, probably can't even be destroyed. It's really no different from a big shot. At this moment, Lu Xianer had also digested her previous gains and slowly walked to Hu Chen's side. What's wrong? What's up with this egg? It's nothing, just found myself a big uncle. Hu Chen helplessly replied, picking up the half-person eye Fire Phoenix Egg and walking outside. Let's leave here first. It's still a distance to Asgard, so we need to hurry. No one disagreed. Hu Chen stored the remains of the Shin bird and the Ice Frost bear in the space storage, then led everyone onto the No Sea Kingdom, heading towards the Fire Islands. At the same time, he also opened the roulette for drawing SSS items in front of him. Draw, start. True Sight Eye deprivation version activated. Ding. Congratulations Survivor Hu Chen for obtaining SSS level item Imperial Jade Seal. Congratulations Survivor Hu Chen for obtaining SSS level item He Sure Buy. Hu Chen was stunned as he looked at the two new items in his hand. Adding in the ancestral dragon robe that was gathering dust in the storage. This can't be a sign that they're trying to make me ascend the throne soon, right, Captain? Just as Hu Chen was pondering, Lu Xianer directly approached. With a curious look, she asked Hu Chen, "Don't you want to know what hidden class I drew?" Of course, he wanted to know. It was just that the 9 powerful entities on Lu Xianer were too extraordinary to be seen through by his true vision, otherwise he would have known by now. But, would this guy, with such a dog-like personality, directly tell him such information? Clearly not. Hu Chen glanced at her and softly said, "Go ahead, what do you want to know?" "This is why you're the captain." Lu Xianer chuckled awkwardly. "Let's trade. I'll tell you what my hidden class is, and you show me your SSS level hidden item." "Sure." Hu Chen didn't refuse and then said, "You go first." "My classes? I don't believe you." Before Lu Xianer could finish her sentence, Hu Chen interrupted with 3 words. "I haven't even said what it is yet." Lu Xianer was speechless. "No matter what you say, I don't believe you." Hu Chen spoke calmly, pointing at the layer of gloom surrounding her, "unless you let me see it with my own eyes." "All right." Lu Xianer suddenly understood. No wonder this guy agreed so readily. It turns out he had a plan all along. The main purpose was still to lift the layer of gloom from himself and see all his attributes, and perhaps even steal away his 9 honors. Not to mention, if the roles were reversed, she would definitely try it if she were Hu Chen. After all, that's an SSS level talent. Who would refuse? If you don't agree, that's fine. Hu Chen didn't really care. Anyway, he didn't know much about the hidden professions from his past life, and even if he knew what hidden profession Lu Xianer obtained, he wouldn't gain anything from it. Maybe. This guy might even take the initiative to tell him. At least from the current hidden profession, Heavenly Hunter, it requires completing a job transfer task to obtain, so it's uncertain if the hidden profession from this assassination reward is the same. Wait. Lu Xianer indeed stopped Hu Chen. Agreed? Disagreed. Lu Xianer looked up at Hu Chen. "But, I want to make another deal with you." "Go ahead." Hu Chen looked at Lu Xianer with a smile in his eyes. It seemed he was right. Her hidden profession also required completing a transfer task. "Help me kill a god. Farewell." Hu Chen turned and left. He thought his transfer task was already difficult enough. Goodness, this Lu Xianer just casually mentioned killing a god. Does she really think gods are just big radishes planted by the roadside? Just like that, she wants to kill a god. Not to mention Nuwa, just look at Beihai Roa and Loki. Are they someone you can kill? Hey, don't be hasty. Lu Xianer hurriedly stepped forward to stop Hu Chen. "It's a deal. We can negotiate. I'm not asking you to kill a god right now. Waiting until later is also fine. Just tell me what price I need to pay for you to help me with this matter. Hu Chen only felt a sudden headache. However, he also became curious about Lu Xiener's hidden class. A hidden class that requires completing a god-slaying task to unlock must be terrifying to some extent. It must be at least SSS level, right? You described your class change task first. How do you know it's a class change task? Lu Xiener immediately spoke, a flash of realization in her eyes. The reward from Goddess Nuwa for you is also a hidden class. Hu Chen felt no need to hide this matter and silently nodded. Lu Xiener then asked, so what is your class change task? If you don't tell me, I'll just turn around and leave. Hu Chen wasn't going to indulge her. What if this guy turns against him and goes to find other regional beasts to kill them, and his participation doesn't meet the requirement? Wouldn't his class change task fail? After all, she currently at least had the capability to take on C-level or even B-level regional beasts, so he had to be cautious. Tell me. Lu Xiener immediately described, I need to witness the fall of a deity, and this deity's fall must be related to me. It's just related, no indication of involvement? No. So you were thinking of hiring someone to kill a god? Hu Chen felt helpless. What else can I do? There are actually many ways to go about it. It's just related, and one can definitely participate in various ways, so the difficulty of this task lies not in killing a god, but in finding a god about to fall and participating in their downfall. This could perhaps be accomplished in Asgard. A god. Odin is a god, Loki is a god, and the guards in Asgard are also gods. As long as the other party possesses divinity and has a godly status, they can be called a god. It's just that a normal god can fall, and Loki can completely achieve that. At most, it would just add a condition that requires him to slay a certain insignificant god, which would also count as completing Lu Xiener's job transfer task. I can help you complete this task. Hu Chen looked at Lu Xiener, but what's the cost? You tell me. Regional aberration. Hu Chen was quite straightforward. I'm also very interested in the remaining 6 regions beasts. If I help you complete the task, you'll accompany me to deal with these 6 beasts. Lu Xiener raised her tone. You can't possibly like me, right? Hu Chen frowned slightly, his expression strange. What are you saying? Otherwise, why would you propose such a condition? Lu Xiener calmly analyzed, with your strength, the remaining beasts in the other regions should be easy for you to handle, right? Why would you exchange on this condition? You still say you don't like me. As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of the others in the cabin immediately turned over. Wei Xiaoqing's sense of entitlement, Su Yao's gossip, and Xia Qingwan's disappointment. Don't worry, even if I were to fall for Liselka, I wouldn't fall for you. Hu Chen rolled his eyes. The reason he made this request was simply because he felt it was dangerous. If it were just about killing a few regional beasts, that would be nothing. At most it would just be an A-level duel, which he could easily handle. The problem is, killing the regional beasts is tied to the job change quest for the Heavenly Hunt. Dear Fairy's job change quest is too difficult, it's already touching on divine matters at this stage. If Dear Fairy's hidden class is also SSS level, then my job change quest won't be as simple as I imagined. If her hidden class is below SSS level, then the difficulty of my quest later on could be even higher than I thought. I've only killed 3 regional beasts so far, and I don't know how much the other regional beasts have grown. What if after killing 8 regional beasts, the 9th one grows to SSS level? What should I do then? He doesn't like to take on uncertain tasks. So with such an ally in front of him, there's no reason to let her go. When Dear Fairy heard herself compared to Rusalka, she immediately got angry. Hu Chen, Grandpa is here. In the end, Dear Fairy still didn't take any real action. After all, she couldn't win in a fight or in a war of words. What else could she do? Just endure. The surrounding fish and strange beasts are suffering, all turning into someone's experience points. As for Hu Chen, he turned and walked towards his room. From the Arctic Ocean north of the North Sea to the Faroe Islands, it's at least about 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers. At the speed of the No Shanghai Kingdom, it would take over a day to sail without encountering any obstacles. It's still early. Let's rest a bit first. By the way, I'll check what hidden effects the SSS level item, the Imperial Seal, will grant after acquiring the SSS talent, Destiny. With so many eyes around, he didn't dare to take those 3 items out here. Not because he was worried about the innocent bystander principle, but simply for the sake of face. Whose good person's SSS level items are all these things? Hu Chen turned back to his room. Confirming that there were no eyes around, and while others were consuming their gains, he also began to move things out of his spatial warehouse, glancing at his brand new panel. Survivor, Hu Chen. Survival level 14. Distance to next upgrade 1534-412/50000000. Physique 782 B+. Strength 829 A. Intelligence 792 B+. Agility 804 A. Unassigned attribute points 10. Luck 9 SS. Class Heavenly Hunter SSS unlocked. Mastered talents Endowment SSS's Deprivation SSS Eye of True Sight SSS True Phoenix Descendant SSS Destiny SSS Realm of the Underworld SS Generalship SS Phoenix Wrath, SS Dragon Phoenix Inheritance, SS Pursue the Sun, SS Underworld, SS Black Gold Ancient Blade, S Dragon Phoenix Batwings, A. Skills Soul/S Square Heaven, A. Earth Repulsion, A. Spirit Summoning, B. Backpack, SSS Great Item Ancestor Dragon Robe, SSS Great Item He Sure By, SSS Great Item Imperial Jade Seal, S Great Item Abyss, S Great Item Emperor's Sword, S Great Item Tiger Talisman, S Great Item Thousand Faces, S Great Item Taigong Fishing Rod, S Great Item Shinbird Beast Pill, A Great Item Breaking Army Halberd, A Great Item Jiao Snake Beast Core, A Great Item Frostbear Beast Core, A Great Item Mermaid Beast Core, B Grade Item Skywalker Boots, B Grade Set Warlord, C Grade Material Mermaid Singing Voice. Remaining points 8,457,358. First, the B Grade Equipment Set. He didn't know what set others had obtained, but he received a heavy armor set for warriors called Warlord, which consists of 5 pieces in total. Wearing the full set increases strength by 100 points and stamina by 125 points, and it also grants an additional skill that attracts the hatred of all enemies within a 50-meter radius, making them your foes. The attributes are secondary, they aren't very useful. The only real use is that taunting skill. Using that taunt on all enemies within 50 meters combined with the domain of the underworld might yield unexpected results. Also, there are the corpses of the Xian bird and the glacier frost bear. Hu Qin dismembered part of the corpses, retrieving them from the warehouse, and extracted 2 beast cores from within. 1 S-grade Xian bird beast core and 1 A-grade frost bear beast core. According to the true side-eye, they have the same use as the serpent beast Dan. Including the merfolk beast Dan, we are just 5 A-grade or higher beast dawn away from unlocking the job transfer quest. At that time, I will hand it over to Xia Qingwan to unlock the job transfer quest. The profession obtained should be highly compatible with her talent. Next, there are those 2 SSS grade items. Hu Qin took out these 2 items along with the Ancestral Dragon Robe and scanned them with the true sight eye. The description on the Ancestral Dragon Robe has changed. Name Ancestral Dragon Robe. Category Item. Level SSS. Effect Unknown. Remarks Unknown 4/5. A progress bar has appeared after the remarks. And the same situation applies to the He Sure By and the Imperial Seal. Besides this unknown progress bar, there are no other hints. But why is it 4/5? I only have 3 of the same items, right? Hu Qin immediately checked the other items in his backpack, but no matter how he searched through everything, there was no similar progress bar to be found. A guess unconsciously surfaced in his mind. This progress bar, could it be indicating not just the progress of what I've gained, but the progress of everyone in the world obtaining the same type of thing? 5 items that symbolize destiny will only trigger a certain effect when all are present in the world or when all have their respective owners? Of course, this is just Hu Chen's speculation. Whether it's true or not, we will only know after the last item appears in the world. But there are still benefits. For example, destiny. Hu Chen looked again at this SSS level talent, and in the hidden effects section, a brand new description suddenly appeared. Hidden effect Destiny's claim: when holding the Imperial Seal, your luck value will be locked at 9 points, and when using the active effect, it will break the limit and increase to 12 points. Hiss! Hu Chen immediately gasped in surprise. The excitement in his eyes was indescribable. Luck value of 9 points. What does this mean? Fortune's favor. A lucky person. Just walking down the street, they'll find money. This can be considered the biggest gain from this operation. Exactly. Hu Chen looked at the jade seal in front of him, which was as big as a palm, and fell into deep thought. How am I supposed to carry such a large item? I can't just hang it from my waist, can I? Forget it, let's see what skills the Dragon Phoenix Inheritance will bring me first. I'm only 8 points away from upgrading my intelligence attribute to A level, then I can trigger the Dragon Phoenix Inheritance and gain 2 skills. Just in time, the experience gained from killing 2 regional beasts allowed him to level up. Hu Chen directly allocated all the attribute points gained from leveling up to intelligence, and in an instant, 2 dark purple lights burst forth from his body. Meanwhile, inside the heavenly tomb, a figure looked at the crown in his hand, frowning slightly, as there was also a prompt in front of him. 4/5. In addition to the Ancestor Dragon Robe, were there 2 other items taken as well? Those are SSS level items. At this stage, these survivors should not have the qualifications, nor should they be able to access such items. Could it be that someone else is preparing to interfere with my mission, so they acted first and took these items from those places? Alright. A crisp sound rang out, slowly accompanied by an angry voice. She looked up at the sky. You better not let me find out who it is, or else, That's good. These 5 items each have sensing functions. We just need to find the final item that symbolizes destiny to activate their self-awareness. At that time, no matter who it is or where they are, they won't be able to escape. Besides the dragon robe and the imperial crown, what else do we have? The He Sure By, the Imperial Seal, and the Xianyuan Sword. I wonder what those guys went to look for first. Most likely the Xianyuan Sword. Among these items, the He Sure By is the hardest to find, so let's go find the He Sure By first. If it's gone, then we'll look for the Imperial Seal.
If those guys really want to interfere, they wouldn't just leave the Xianyuan sword sitting there.
Right, let's do that. February 26, 1 p.m.
There are still 42 days until the second disaster strikes. The Wu Shanghai nation is still sailing on the sea, but the surrounding temperature is gradually starting to warm up.
Because the storm on the sea has disappeared,
Everyone has not seen a bright sun for a long time. The wind is calm and the sea is peaceful, which is quite pleasant. Hu Chen also simply let the Wu Shanghai nation stop, preparing to continue the journey at night. He brought out a beach chair and lay on the deck soaking up the sun.
After so many days of rushing and exhaustion, it's time to take a break. Clearly, he was in a great mood. The reason is simple.
Last night, after raising his intelligence level to a dash, the SS level talent Dragon Phoenix Inheritance directly granted him 2 skills.
Skill, Inheritance Dragon Scale Armor. Level A. Usage conditions, must possess Dragon Bloodline. Effect, after use, the skin can be transformed into dragon scales, with strength equal to the user's physical attributes, not exceeding A level. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Note, dragons have reverse scales, I do not, come and hit me if you dare. Skill, Inheritance Phoenix Feather. Level A.
Usage conditions, must possess the Phoenix bloodline and have wings.
Effect, after use, can transform one's wings into blades to throw. Strength depends on one's agility attribute, maximum not exceeding A grade. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Note, who says a featherless phoenix is not as good as a chicken? Come and try it.
These 2 skills include one defensive skill and one that compensates for Hu Chen's lack of an escape skill. Although the Phoenix Feather has low lethality, it excels because Hu Chen doesn't need to initiate an attack, he just needs to spread the Dragon Phoenix bat wings to attack directly, and it can also be used while fleeing.
Moreover,
both of these are inheritance-type skills. Although they are currently only A grade, as Hu Chen's intelligence attribute continues to improve, the level and strength of these 2 skills will also increase.
At least they can continue to improve to the level strength of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, which is SS grade. Master.
Just as Hu Chen was basking in the sun, he suddenly heard Xie Qingwan's voice beside him.
Hu Chen looked up and saw 2 shadows cast above him. This is... Where did the bikini come from? Master, we're getting ready to go swimming. Do you want to join us? Qingwan Xie sweetly asked. Us?
Hu Chen immediately turned to look behind him and found Su Yao also changed into a swimsuit. Although it's much more modest than Xie Qingwan's, her curvy figure is still noticeable, especially those legs. They're almost close to 1 meter 20, right?
Brother Hu Chen.
Wei Xiaoqing also rushed over with a swimming ring, her face full of smiles. Sister Xiaowan said she would teach me how to swim. Are you coming too?
Sure.
Although Hu Chen had some reservations about women, it didn't stop him from appreciating the beautiful scenery.
Just wondering if a certain gloomy ghost would.
Just as he had that thought, he saw someone walking out of the cabin.
Gloomy, still that cloud of gloom. What are you looking at? Lu Xianer sensed Hu Chen's gaze and looked over directly. What's wrong? Do you want to see me in a bikini too? Who hasn't seen a rubber-covered tablet?
Humph. Lu Xianer snorted lightly. And if someone wants to see, just call me sister and I might agree. Hu Chen took Wei Xiaoqing's hand and turned to walk towards the bow of the boat. At the same time, he gently squeezed the back of Wei Xiaoqing's hand. To be honest, he really wanted to see what Lu Xianer looked like. He heard from Wei Xiaoqing that she revealed a glimpse of herself when she was injured last time, almost causing Xie Qingwan to lose her composure.
Sister Xianer.
Wei Xiaoqing immediately understood and turned to call out softly to Lu Xianer. No wonder our little Cheng is so smart.
The older brother didn't spoil you for nothing. Good girl, Xiaoqing. Lu Xianer also walked up to Xiaoqing and ruffled her hair. We're not just waiting for you to call. Oh. TCH. Who cares to see?
Hu Chen jumped into the water, spreading his arms underwater. Xiaoqing, come, brother will catch you.
All right.
Wei Xiaoqing, wearing a swimming ring, leaped directly into the water.
Next was Xie Qingwan, Su Yao, and Lu Xianer.
Everyone's physical condition had reached a point where they could ignore the water temperature, swimming freely, basking in the warmth brought by the setting sun, enjoying pure joy. However, before long, Hu Chen suddenly stopped. He sensed that something was approaching him rapidly underwater, and before he could react, that thing had already broken through the blockade of the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix and crashed into his arms. Hu Chen instinctively raised his hand to scoop it up, and a palm-sized, multicolored pearl clam surfaced.
This is a setup?
Before Hu Chen could use his true vision to check what it was, Wei Xiaoqing beside him suddenly stopped. Her eyes sparkled with a faint purple light, her brows slightly furrowed as she looked at Hu Chen. Brother Hu Chen.
Hu Chen also sensed something was off and immediately swam over. What's wrong? It seems someone is approaching. A person? Hu Chen frowned slightly. There's one advantage to being on this ocean, the wide view.
With Hu Chen's current visual acuity, he couldn't say for sure at a distance, but within 100 meters, any shadow of a person would not escape his eyes.
Where could there be anyone nearby?
But Wei Xiaoqing had already opened her perception, clearly indicating that it couldn't be a lie. Upon hearing Wei Xiaoqing's voice, Su Yao immediately moved closer, knowing that as the weakest in the crowd, it was time to cling to the strong. Xia Qingwan followed closely behind, and even Lu Xiener started making her way back from a distance, clearly having heard Wei Xiaoqing's voice as well. Over there! Wei Xiaoqing raised her hand and pointed southeast. Hu Chen followed Wei Xiaoqing's finger and looked in the southeast direction, but apart from the shimmering golden sea surface, he couldn't see anything else. Even with the true sight activated, it was the same. Below! As soon as the words were spoken, a massive dark shadow suddenly emerged from beneath the water's surface. Was that a whale? There are still quite a few exotic beasts in the sea, but surrounded by the 9 gluttons, this area of the Gnosi Kingdom within a radius of nearly 500 meters has become a forbidden zone for them. Unless it's for leveling up for Su Yao and the others, no exotic beasts will be let in. When Lu Xiener wants to hunt exotic beasts, she goes to hunt at least 500 meters away. Some slightly stronger exotic beasts will deliberately take a wide detour upon sensing the presence of the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes. How can such a large whale come so close? Just as the whale took off into the air, the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes beneath the water sensed its presence and instinctively wanted to go for a meal. However, Hu Chen immediately ordered them to continue lurking at the bottom of the water. Something seems off about this, let's observe first. Splash! As the whale landed back into the water, a wave of water immediately swept towards everyone. Xia Qingwan quickly took action, activating her S-level talent, Wanchuan, to block the waves one by one. The whale floated on the water's surface, with a few figures standing on its back, looking down at everyone from above. A heavy voice slowly descended. Men stay, women are to be killed. Hu Chen, you got it backwards, buddy. Master? Xia Qingwan's voice rang out, laced with a chilling killing intent. Clearly, she was intent on murder. For anyone who dared to plot against her master, there was only one outcome, death. No rush. Hu Chen uttered 2 words, raised his hand to shield his eyes, and looked up. Friends up there, why not come down and talk? Good baby. A pretentious voice sounded from the whale's back, clearly belonging to a man. You really want me to come down? Then just wait for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure jumped down from the whale. A slightly chubby man with a full beard landed on the water's surface, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a flashy pink suit, and swam directly towards Hu Chen. I'm coming down. The man floated on the water, waving at Hu Chen. Come over here. Hu Chen was at a loss for words, feeling like he had swallowed a mouthful of greasy oil. He couldn't hold back any longer, turned his head, and waved his hand. I can't do it anymore. You guys take care of these. Don't kill them yet. Leave them for questioning. Alright. Xia Qingwan couldn't take it anymore. She leaped from the surface of the water, instantly transforming into a monstrous form. This was her first time using her evolved ability. The size after transforming into this form far exceeded that of the previous Black Panther, at least 3 times its size, resembling a saber-toothed tiger from ancient times, with 5 leopard tails trailing behind, each like a long whip tipped with a bone spike and a sharp horn atop her head. Covered in pure black fur, and due to her S-class talent, 10,000 rivers, a deep blue water flow swirled around her. With 1 step forward, she swung her tail, executing the move flawlessly. The entire whale was directly flipped over, and the people on top were swept off into the water. Even without Hu Chen's 10% attribute boost, with the enhancement of her S-level talent, Xia Qingwan, possessing sea-level strength, is still capable of standing at the top among the survivors. Dealing with a whale controlled by a talent is still easy. Still a tough nut to crack. Let's do it. The heavy voice from earlier rang out again. On the ship, there were 4 people, one wielding a long whip, another flashing with wind blades, one controlling the water flow, and one transforming into a swordfish, charging towards the group. Roar! Xia Qingwan let out an angry roar. In an instant, 5 streams of water wrapped around the group, including the flamboyant pink suit, all surfaced. As for the whale, it was flipped into the sea and hasn't surfaced yet. Xia Qingwan scanned the people in front of her, her eyes filled with disdain, and simply reverted from her transformed state back to her human form. She couldn't even be bothered to say a word to these weaklings, just turning to Hu Chen and saying, Master, the task is complete. Good girl. Hu Chen chuckled lightly and patted Xia Qingwan's head. The latter had a face full of enjoyment, like a little cat being petted, completely devoid of the fierce look from earlier. If it were before, Hu Chen would have unhesitatingly dealt with these clueless guys himself, without needing to rely on Changwan. A burst of anger would have been enough. But now, Hu Chen was somewhat curious. He looked at the colorful pearl clam in his palm, and a panel suddenly popped up. Name, colorful pearl clam. Category, item. Level, S. Effect, key to open S-level dungeon. The Fallen Kingdom of Mermaids can be used at specific locations to open the dungeon The Fallen Kingdom of Mermaids. Note, brother, have you seen the pearls in my belly? A key to an S-level dungeon. It seems to possess a degree of intelligence, as it is a key for biological dungeons, otherwise it wouldn't have drilled directly to him from the water's surface. Perfect. Since there's no rush to go to Asgard, going through a dungeon to enhance his strength is also a good choice. An S-level dungeon. It poses some difficulty for them now, but it is not an insurmountable challenge. As long as it doesn't trigger any hidden quests or difficult side missions like last time, I can accept just fighting an A-level boss at most. But we need to first confirm the correct location to start the dungeon. That's something we need to ask the few in front of us. Dujien raised the colorful bead clam in his hand and softly said, "Tell me, where did you get this?" There are a total of 5 people in front of him. Besides the man in the flashy pink suit with a beard, there is also a woman in a deep blue dress, a man in a black tailored suit, and 2 men in high-end crew uniforms. From their facial features and body types, they seem to belong to different nationalities. It's estimated that they might be some nobles from before the catastrophe who encountered the disaster while traveling at sea, and only a few managed to survive, or perhaps strong individuals disdain to protect the weak, allowing these few talented people to fend for themselves. "You have the ability to kill me," the man in the black suit shouted angrily. "I will never." "Oh." Dujien casually threw an A-level shin bird feather without using any skills, just relying on physical strength, and it pierced through the opponent's head. The feather traced an arc in the air before returning to Dujien's hand. He then glanced at Suyao beside him, signaling her with his eyes. Suyao lowered her head helplessly, clearly understanding his intention. As long as the death lasts less than 3 seconds, no matter how many injuries she suffers, her talent can restore her. In the next moment, a flash of white light passed, and the man in the black suit returned to his original state. He looked at what was before him with a face full of terror. Returning from the dead is real, but the pain brought by death is also real. There are 2 types of people who fear death the most in the world. One is naturally timid, and the other has personally experienced death. The second time, Dujien still maintained his smile, holding up the colorful shell in his hand, looking at the crowd. "Who among you can tell me where this thing was found?" "Dujien." Suddenly, the man in the black suit exclaimed, "It was given to us by Lord Dujien. If you have the ability, go ask him." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present were quite extraordinary. Dujien was speechless and didn't know what to say. Xia Qingwan almost couldn't hold back and was about to step forward to strike again. Suyao and Lu Xiener were almost bursting with laughter, trying to hold it in. Only Wei Shaoqing. She stepped on the water's surface and slowly approached. "Brother, it seems they aren't lying. By reading the qi, one can see all the energy in a person, and naturally, one can discern whether the other is lying. If these guys aren't lying, it means they really do know someone named Dujien, and that he was the one who handed this thing over to them. This is getting interesting." "Oh?" Dujien raised an eyebrow. "The Dujien you're talking about is the one who triggered multiple global announcements." "Yes." The flashy guy immediately responded. "Are you scared now? You better return the item to us, and we won't take action against you. Otherwise, be careful that Lord Dujien will kill you. He has a really bad temper." Upon hearing this, Dujien could no longer hold back. His temper is bad, but he wouldn't kill himself in a fit of anger. "But shouldn't he be in Huaxia?" Dujien helplessly asked. "How could he be around here?" "You wouldn't know this, right?" The woman in the azure evening gown looked up, her face full of reverence. "Lord Dujien, being a deity, naturally has countless incarnations and is everywhere. Well, it's all vaporized." Lu Xiener, enjoying the spectacle, waved her hand and shouted, "Hey, Dujien, are you there? If you are, show us a reaction with some water vapor." Dujien rolled his eyes and ignored this guy. He just looked at the few people in front of him. "How about this? I can return the items, but you have to take us to meet that Dujien." Not for anything else, he just wanted to see who had the ability to impersonate him so successfully. It's like using a tiger's skin to pull up a flag. In the apocalypse, this was incredibly common. In his past life, he had done a lot of this kind of thing, claiming he knew some big shot on the leaderboard to exchange for a chance to survive. I've even seen a few people who took advantage of sharing the same name as a big shot to impersonate them directly. But to see someone do it so successfully and deceive so many people, this is the first time. If you're bold enough to do this, you naturally have to bear the consequences. "It's not impossible," said the woman in the formal dress, mumbling, but the flamboyant man next to her was not pleased. "No, Lord Dujien's existence is a secret. We can't just bring anyone over. What if they're his enemies?" "Shut up." The man in the black suit frowned and said, then looked up at Dujien. "Brother, I'm not trying to make it difficult for you. As long as you return the colorful pearl clam to us, we can speak well of you in front of Lord Dujien. If he agrees to meet you, then we—" The words were not finished. Another feather pierced through the head of the man in the black suit. This time, Suyao had no chance to revive anyone. Each individual has only one chance to recover from injuries within 24 hours, and the suited man has already used his. Dujien looked at the remaining few people. "Sorry, you may not have recognized the situation before you. I am not negotiating with you. You have only 2 choices, come or not come. Now we can begin. Come." The woman in the dress immediately spoke up. She gasped in shock. I will take you." "Very good." Dujien casually waved his hand, and 3 more bird feathers shot out, piercing through the heads of everyone except that woman. Just one person is enough to lead the way. In a post-apocalyptic world, being soft-hearted is the worst.
He has no habit of raising tigers to play with. Anyone who has become an enemy will be killed if possible, and if not, find a way to kill them. The woman watched as her companions turned into blood mist. Her heart trembled again and again, yet she dared not make too much noise, fearing she might provoke this person before her. She knew that if she wanted to survive, there was only one choice left. Please go ahead. Hu Chen spoke again. The woman turned around, transformed into a swordfish, and darted into the sea with a swift motion. It's not that she wanted to run away, but simply out of fear, she involuntarily used the fastest speed. Hu Chen casually stored the Gno Shanghai nation in the warehouse, but did not summon the hidden nine-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix lurking underwater. Instead, he simply used the yellow spring to dive underwater and follow the swordfish. The remaining few also used Wan Chuan to follow along. Even Wei Xiaoqing could easily keep up with the swordfish's full speed, so there was no need to reveal her strength in this situation. From the earlier description of the woman in the gown, this so-called Hu Chen appeared to be quite powerful in the eyes of everyone, possibly even having more than these 5 followers. Although Hu Chen was confident that the other party wouldn't be too strong, being a bit cautious was never a bad idea. Not long after, with the swordfish's full-speed travel, they soon saw a small island not far away. The island wasn't very large, it looked about the size of a small county town, but there were surprisingly many survivors on the island. Hundreds? No, at least 1,000 people. Thousands of people live on the island like this, and it seems they've established a basic order. At least there haven't been any outbreaks of war or arguments. To achieve this is enough to show that the other party is not simple. This is not a civilized society. Everyone possesses special abilities and their own ideas. To bring so many people to a consensus in a short time and build a power structure is indeed not easy. However, the methods used by this Hu Chen seemed to be rather unsavory. Before everyone could reach the island, Hu Chen had already seen the buildings that were beginning to be constructed on the island. In addition to a large number of houses for shelter from the wind and rain, there were even more altars and similar structures, with faint traces of exotic beast blood still visible on them. We've arrived. The swordfish swam to the edge of the island, turned its head to look back. Everyone, Lord Hu Chen is up there. I don't dare to go find him. No, you do dare. Hu Chen spoke softly, already standing on the back of the swordfish. Sometimes, making a decision is difficult, but if it's just a choice, then it's much simpler. For example, if you don't take us up, I'll take you up and say you betrayed your 4 companions and brought us to the island. I think I don't need to describe what will happen next, right? The swordfish's heart trembled, but it still swam toward the island with a stiff upper lip, followed closely by the others. As the swordfish reached the island, a survivor immediately appeared at the edge. He looked at Hu Chen and the others without a hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, he was full of curiosity. When he first saw the swordfish girl, he tilted his head back and opened his arms. Praise Hu Chen. Oh, Lisa, you brought new friends to the island. 5 people at once, that's amazing. Lisa, like that person, tilted her head back and opened her arms. Praise Hu Chen. Quails, this is not the time for that. I urgently need to find Lord Hu Chen. Please help me with the landing procedures. No problem. Quails replied, then turned serious as he looked at Hu Chen and the others. He took out a notebook and prepared to start recording. What are all your names? What talents do you have? And how did you allocate your attribute points? Tell me everything. The group remained silent, stifling their laughter as they looked at the dark-faced Hu Chen beside them. My name is Hu Yu. Hu Chen suppressed his anger and said calmly, sea-level talent, fire control. Sea-level talent, what a waste. That's what they said. Quills frowned slightly but still looked at the others. What about you? His gaze landed on the gloomy Luciener. Especially you, you've made it to the island. Why are you still hiding? Do you think Lord Hu Chen can't protect us? Oh, this is my passive talent. Luciener suppressed her laughter. My name is Lulu, and my passive talent is sea-level shadow, which means I can only stay here. Another waste. Quills frowned, looked at the others, and stopped writing, just staring at the others in front of him. Don't tell me you are the same. Your talents are all sea level or even below sea level. Same. All the same. Xia Qingwan and the others nodded in succession. If these two have only sea level talents, then what are their talents? G level? Or H level? Alright, I thought we had some newcomers, but it turns out it's just, forget it. Quails looked at Lisa, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Lisa, don't forget, your group's points are about to expire. If you're just bringing in these people, you won't pass the test. If Lord Hu Chen holds you accountable, I won't be able to cover for you. Don't worry, I know. Lisa replied, lowering her head. Alright, go on. Quails stepped aside. Lord Hu Chen should be at the altar on the mountain top now. If you have the courage, go find him. Lisa did not respond and just led everyone into the island. As soon as they entered the island, Hu Chen noticed something was off. There are too many people. On an island with thousands of people, nearly half of them live near the seaside. While this makes it easier to hunt sea beasts, it also poses a constant risk of being overwhelmed by a beast tide. Even without a beast tide, this living area could be submerged at any time. There's no reason to set up camp here. Further inside, there is a patch of jungle. When Hu Chen came through earlier, he saw houses inside and even quite a few vacant spots. Yet, despite this, these people still chose to live outside. There's only one answer. Class.
The social order here has begun to establish a class system. The outermost layer naturally consists of the lowest level survivors. With the eye of true sight, Dujien scanned the area and found that the highest talent among those people was only a C rank, with many at E and F ranks. If it weren't for using certain tools, they might not even be able to handle the exotic beasts in the sea. When Dujien examined them, those people paid no attention to him and his group. They were like machines, repeating their actions. Some were making tools, some were searching for exotic beasts by the sea, while others were responsible for processing the corpses of the beasts, cutting them into useful materials and edible parts. They seemed unbothered by newcomers to the island, as if there was no time to be surprised. Lisa led Dujien and the others through the jungle, deeper into the island. There were significantly fewer people here. Most of the survivors were busy training. This is indeed a way to increase attributes, but the speed is far slower than leveling up. For example, to increase a strength value of 100 points, one might need to lift weights to the limit for 10 hours or even longer, just to possibly gain a single point. There are still a few survivors trading supplies, all of which are harvested from the beasts. Logically, they shouldn't be very useful, but those guys can negotiate prices like crazy. It seems that here, these things have other uses. Most of the survivors here possess B-level talents, with a few having A-level talents, but none are particularly strong. However, their levels have all reached above level 7. At this stage, that's considered quite strong. That swordfish girl is only at level 9. Further in, it's the foot of a small mountain. From below, you can vaguely see some survivors living in the caves. I can only take you this far. Lisa said timidly, I can pay points to go further up, but you just arrived on the island, and even if you have points, you can't go up. No problem. Dujien looked up at the small mountain, which wasn't very high, only about a few dozen meters, and shouted loudly. The people at the top should be able to hear him. However, shouting up a mountain is a bit too low-key and doesn't really fit Dujien's style. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and a fire phoenix immediately appeared at his fingertips. Go! With a single word spoken. The fire phoenix immediately flew towards the small mountain, and as it approached, its size had already expanded to the height of the mountain. This is the amplification of A-level intelligence. Unfortunately, this talent hasn't reached the level of a forbidden spell effect yet. A true fire-type forbidden spell can burn mountains and boil the seas. What lies before us is just a small hill, and it is estimated that only when Dujien's intelligence attribute reaches SSS level and his talent also reaches SSS level might he possess such power. But for now, this is enough. Clang! The fire phoenix let out a buzzing sound. With a flap of its wings, the entire small mountain was instantly engulfed in flames. If Dujien wished, this move could turn all carbon-based lifeforms on the mountain into standard charcoal. However, he still wanted to see what that guy who was disguising himself was really up to. So the power of this fire phoenix's flames has been reduced by at least 99%. Anyone with a physical attribute above 20 can survive coming out of the flames. At most they will just suffer some burns. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quick! Protect Lord Dujien! What enemy attack? This is clearly a natural disaster. The second cataclysm has arrived. Help! Someone come save me! The entire island was suddenly thrown into chaos. Amidst the chaos, Dujien also took a sip. He turned to Lisa beside him and softly asked, By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what does your Lord Dujien look like? Lisa did not answer Dujien's question, her eyes blankly staring ahead, her mind completely lost. Hey! Dujien waved his hand in front of her eyes, but in the end, all he got was a puppet that was completely dazed. Forget it, this person is ultimately unreliable. I still have to find it myself. Although I don't know what that person looks like, but that guy should be on the mountain. As long as I can get everyone from the mountain in front of me, won't that be enough? Dujien has also figured out the specific strength of the people in this mountain, so there is naturally no need to hide his abilities. He had a thought. The 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix immediately soared up from beneath the water's surface, flying from different directions towards the mountain. Peak on the island, capturing each survivor who jumped down from the mountain or used parachutes or flying abilities, without missing anyone. All of them were brought before Dujien. Soon, before the mountain fire could consume the small mountain, over 100 people were already standing in front of Dujien. When a crowd from an organization gathers together, it is easy to identify who the leader is. However, when Dujien saw who was in front of him, his brow involuntarily furrowed. A woman. A woman he never thought he would see again. Ranked 9th on the Heaven list, Carlos Mill. She was also the only one among the top 10 on the Heaven list that Dujien had seen in his past life. One of the members of the Salvation Society, Suyao's deputy, and also one of the participants in the encirclement of the B-level area beasts. When this person fell back then, Lu Yun'er even made an exception to drink a pot of wine with him. If it weren't for this person back then, they would have died in some instance long ago. This world is so vast that Dujien thought he would never meet her again, but why does it have to be under these circumstances? You are. Mill seemed to sense something, looking at Dujien with excitement in his eyes. You are who? Stop. Dujien forcefully interrupted the other person's words.
He turned to Xie Qingwan. Take the others away, I want to talk to her alone. Yes, master. Xie Qingwan replied briefly, saying no more, but silently directed her gaze at the 100 people behind Mill. Some of them wanted to step forward and resist, but when they saw Mill turn and shake his head at them, that group fell silent and quietly followed Xie Qingwan away into the distance. Hu Chen then looked back at Lu Xiener and the others. Before he could speak, Lu Xiener took a step back first. Oh, we know, Captain, it's your private matter, we promise not to listen. By the way, do you want us to get you some contraceptives? It wouldn't be good if something happened. Hu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Alright, you guys stay here, there's nothing to hide. Even if he drove Lu Xiener off this island, as long as this guy wanted to listen, he would still hear his conversation with Meyer, so there was no need for extra effort. This guy's mouth is like a leaky faucet, as long as she knows, most of the others will know too. Is that okay? Su Yao couldn't help but tease, but there are still minors present. It's fine. Wei Xiaoqing said as she separated her ring finger and middle finger, covering her cheeks with her hands but revealing a pair of big eyes. I can cover my face. Got it. Even Xiaoqing has learned bad habits from these guys. Hu Chen sighed helplessly and looked at Meyer in front of him. To confirm that this was the Meyer he knew, he didn't forget to cast a true sight on him. A panel popped up. Survivor Carlos Meyer. Survival level 10. Physique 20 D. Strength 11 F. Intelligence 149 C. Agility 11 F. Mastery talent Illusory Life SSS. It's definitely her. In her previous life, she reached the heavenly rankings because of this SSS level talent. Illusory Life allows her to control her image in the eyes of others. The more people believe in her strength, the stronger she becomes. For example, she can imitate herself. As long as she claims to be Hu Chen, anyone whose intelligence attribute is not higher than hers will merge her image with their own perception of Hu Chen and imagine how strong Hu Chen should be. As long as she is around these people, she can become the Hu Chen in their hearts. As the number of believers increases, the range of this ability will also expand. This talent is the closest to divine power. If her intelligence attribute surpasses that of all the survivors on Blue Star and convinces them all that she is a god, then she will stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Unfortunately, she fell during the siege against the otherworldly beasts, so no one knows what the final effect of her talent looked like. If only she could strip away this talent. A hint of contemplation appeared in Hu Chen's eyes, and then Meyer immediately bowed. I'm sorry, Mr. Hu Chen, I didn't mean to impersonate you, it's just, I want to survive. This is the only way I could think of. If you have any punishment for this, I am willing to take full responsibility. Oh? Hu Chen expressed doubt. Are you sure? Sure. Meyer immediately looked up, his eyes filled with admiration for Hu Chen. If Mr. Hu were to go back on his word, then I would have to bear the consequences. Wait, go back on his word? What do you mean? Hu Chen paused. I don't think I promised you anything, did I? The points. Meyer looked at Hu Chen in surprise. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to increase the difficulty of the area? I paid you a protection fee. A full 200,000. Hu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. Previously, when he killed the Xian bird, he did indeed post a message in the global channel. At that time, he had gained nearly 2 million points, but he only glanced at the notifications of points being credited and didn't pay much attention. Now, looking back, indeed, there is a message that records Meyer's transfer, totaling 200,020, which is 202,020. I love you, I love you, I love you. I don't even know if this counts as a confession or what. Mr. Hu Chen. Meyer instantly wore a brave expression, ready to sacrifice himself. It's alright, I did tarnish your reputation first. If you want to kill me, it's only natural. She slightly raised her chin, exposing her fair neck to Hu Chen. Please, go ahead. Life, just let it go. Since she has already paid for her life, Hu Chen also doesn't intend to take it. 200,000. It is likely accounting for everyone's share on the entire island. But while he may not take her life, other things he still needs to collect. 3 times. He aimed 3 times at her with the destiny deprivation. If he successfully deprives her of her illusionary life, then that would be her life. If not, then so be it. Consider it repaying a debt from a past life. Hu Chen made his decision, but before he could raise his hand, the No Shanghai Nation suddenly burst out from the warehouse. Be careful. Hu Chen frowned and uttered 2 words, immediately sheltering everyone behind him. He didn't know why this was happening, but it's always better to be cautious. The next moment, a wooden box suddenly flew out from deep within the ship, and 13 dead fish jumped out from inside. Rocky? Hu Chen took a step back and turned to give a look to Lu Xiener, who nodded slightly, already prepared to lead everyone to evacuate. Immediately after, 13 shards of divine essence jumped out from the fish's belly, transforming into a cloud of black soot. Divine essence. It's gone. No, that's not right. There must be some problem, which caused the carrier of these 13 shards of divine essence to lose its effect. Brother Hu Chen. Wei Xiaoqing suddenly spoke, her eyes fixed on the figure of Mier. She seems a bit off. Hu Chen frowned slightly, looking at Mier in front of him. Even using the true side eye again, he found nothing amiss. Mr. Hu Chen, what's wrong?
Mill's voice came again, still respectful but with a hint of panic in his expression.
Could it be that Xiao Qing misjudged? Or is it that what Xiao Qing saw was only in the direction of Mill and not referring to Mill himself? It's fine,
Hu Chen replied calmly, thinking of leading everyone away from this place of trouble, but in the next moment,
how could it be fine?
Mill's voice came again, laced with a hint of doubt. I really have to thank you, Mr. Hu Chen. She chuckled softly, her right hand falling onto the fabric at her neck, gently tugging twice, revealing a dark green tie before her.
Thank you for finding me such a suitable proxy. Lock. Hu Chen frowned. Isn't this guy supposed to be unable to come out for a month?
So this statement was also a lie. My dear collaborator, deception is a precious gift I offer to you. Some guys I wouldn't even bother to deceive. Lo Meyer-ji chuckled lightly, as if he could see through Hu Chen's thoughts, and casually said, You mean, right?
Hu Chen lowered his gaze and looked at Lo Meyer-ji. So, our cooperation has collapsed? You could easily let your avatar take your divinity and go to Asgard on their own. As for the cost, no, don't mention any cost. My friend, our cooperation still exists.
Lo Meyer-ji maintained a smile at the corner of his mouth. The only change in the terms is that instead of escorting my divinity, you will escort my avatar. As a condition for this change, you and your avatar can choose another treasure from my treasury.
No need. Hu Chen shook his head.
Asgard, he didn't have to go there, but he disliked the feeling of being beyond his control. A Loki that is just a fragment of divinity and a Loki that can possess an avatar, these two are entirely different existences. He would not allow such an unstable factor to exist within his team.
Our cooperation ends here. Let your avatar and divinity go to hell.
Hu Chen turned around and intended to leave. He believes that, at this stage, Loki is merely possessing Mill and shouldn't be able to keep them here. And he wouldn't take the risk of opposing a god, even if it's just a projection of a god.
At least not for now.
At most, when they're about to leave, he might use the true eye of perception, deprivation version.
Wait. The voice of Loki Milky sounded again.
She wanted to step forward to grab Hu Chen, but as soon as she took a step, Hu Chen looked at her warily. Loki Milky had no choice but to raise her hands high and step back to her original position. Cooperation can be discussed slowly. If you don't want me to stay in my vessel, I can completely leave her body. It's just. Loki Milky looked at the 13 dead fish on the ground. Is there another way to bear my divine power? This way is quite disgusting.
Hu Chen didn't respond, just silently looked at her without making a statement.
Alright, I'll take a step back. Lo Meyer-ji's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Wei Xiaoqing, and he softly remarked, Little sister, your eyes are beautiful. I remember there is a staff made from the stars of the heavens in the treasury, which would suit you perfectly. Wei Xiaoqing's eyes represent the sun and the moon respectively. While they are good for support, they lack offensive capabilities. If complemented by a staff made from the stars of the heavens and corresponding skills, it would indeed be a significant boost.
And this young lady.
Lo Meyer-ji's gaze then fell on Xia Qingwan. It seems I have many crystals from ancient mythical beasts in my treasury. You can choose any 5 to take with you.
With these 5, Xia Qingwan's materials for her class change would indeed be complete. And this one. Lo Meyer-ji's eyes landed on Su Yao. What a pure life force. I remember that Baldur left a ring in my treasury. If light and life can merge, perhaps it could lead to a transcendence. Baldur, one of the 12 main gods of Norse mythology, presides over light. For Su Yao, light-type items are indeed the most fitting for her existence. As for this one, Lo Meyer-ki finally looked at Lu Xiener. I can let you personally slay a god. This guy really is good at seeing through people's hearts. I don't know if he has seen through Lu Xiener's disguise, or if he overheard their conversation on the ship. Every condition he proposed is perfectly aligned with everyone's interests. However, although the conditions are tempting, they were proposed by Loki. What if this guy goes back on his word later? Of course, I haven't forgotten about you, mysterious proxy. Lo Meyer-ki circled around and returned his gaze to Hu Chen. In addition to the 2 treasures I promised earlier and a divinity fragment of the Chinese chief god, I will also grant you an additional promise. As long as it is something I, Loki, can do, feel free to ask, and I will always agree. As long as you can escort my proxy and my divinity fragment back to Asgard. That's all. I am willing to swear an oath of the gods, and if I go against it, may my soul perish and fall into eternal slumber. If it weren't for that last sentence, Hu Chen would just think this guy was talking nonsense. But now there's an additional oath. Hu Chen is indeed deep in thought. If we can confirm that this guy's oath is valid and effective, it would be a great deal. Everyone present couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Hu Chen. Of course, it wasn't to urge him to cooperate with Loki, just a simple inquiry. The things promised by Loki are not clear in value to them, but they understand how important their lives are. At least far more valuable than these external things. I don't trust your oath. Hu Chen pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. If you're willing, we can find another way to ensure it. Good. You tell me. Loki's eyes were filled with excitement. As long as they can talk, anything is negotiable. This is a proxy. He has been searching for so long and could not find a suitable proxy. Now that he has finally found one, he is willing to pay any price. It's very simple.
Hu Chen's left hand glowed with pure white light, cradling a dark purple orb in his palm. You return to your divine form, I will seal you, and when your avatar brings back everything you promised from Asgard, I will reclaim the seal. This is my only condition. If you don't agree, the cooperation is off. Eternal seal. Compared to Loki's oath, Hu Chen trusted this thing stripped from Hao Tian more. In just these few days, aside from the first day's eternal break armor, it also provided Hu Chen with 2 additional eternal debuffs over the next 2 days. 1 eternal silence, 1 eternal slow. Status, eternal silence. Type, debuff. Level, 9. Effect, reduces all active effects and passive effects attached to talents, skills, and items by 90%. Duration, permanent. Note, Shu. Keep that little mouth shut. Status, eternal slow. Type, debuff. Level, 9. Effect, permanently reduces agility attributes and acceleration effects from talents, skills, and items by 90%. Duration, permanent. Note, keep it up, little turtle, you are the best. Hu Chen still followed the previous operation, turning these 2 debuffs into passive effects and granting them to the Black Gold Ancient Blade. Now, with a single strike, it directly carries 3 stackable permanent debuffs, which is why he chose to hide the Black Gold Ancient Blade and only use other talents against the enemy. This thing wins by being unexpected. As long as Loki agrees to place the Eternal Seal on his divinity, Hu Chen will agree to his terms. At worst, he can take a few extra detours and wait a few more days until the effects of the Eternal Seal stack completely before heading to Asgard. By then, everything will be under control. Of course, if Loki really agrees, after the collaboration, whether he will go back on his word, that will depend on Hu Chen's mood at that time. Now it was Loki Meyer G's turn to fall into deep thought. After pondering for a long time, he finally looked up. Alright, I agree to your terms. In this state, Loki won't last long. He will soon return to those 13 fragments of divine power. But this time, among those 13 fragments, only 1 has returned to its original form, while the remaining 12 seem to be drained of energy, crumbling to ashes like withered branches. Only that dark green tie remains normal. Hu Chen stepped forward, bestowing the Eternal Seal upon the dark green tie, then stuffed it back into the dead fish's belly and placed it back in the wooden box. If Loki has any objections, he can certainly come out and voice them. Of course, by then, there would be no need to continue this collaboration. If even the Eternal Seal can't keep you from escaping, what are we even doing here? However, this still isn't secure enough. Hu Chen stared at the 12 ashes scattered on the ground. He took out a shovel and personally dug them all out, placing them into the wooden box. What if Loki is secretly plotting something? Wouldn't he be getting the better end of the deal? Once everything was settled, Hu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to the side and looked at Mir. Now, can you figure out what's going on? Mir slowly nodded. Although she had just been possessed by Loki, she still retained basic consciousness, so she understood what had happened earlier. She didn't understand what kind of deal Loki had made with the strongest human, but she was aware that she seemed to have become Loki's person. No need to die, nor to suffer, just needed to go to Asgard with Hu Chen. That's just so great. This is like getting up close and personal with an idol and traveling together. Although there are quite a few opposite sexes around the idol, it doesn't matter. After all, I am Loki's agent. This identity must be a cut above these normal humans. If I can win over the idol. No, Mir, you can't be so indiscreet. Chinese men prefer girls who are a bit more reserved. You have to maintain your composure. Indifferent. Yes. Be a bit indifferent towards him. As long as you understand, that's good. Hu Chen spoke calmly, looking at the group taken away by Xie Qingwan in the distance. Since you've all paid the life-saving fee, I'll stay out of it. I'll give you some time to explain things to them, and then we'll set off together. Together? He said together. Mill's face instantly flushed. Hu Chen noticed her unusual reaction and couldn't help but ask, is there something wrong? And no. As Mill spoke, she immediately ran towards the crowd, as if afraid Hu Chen would notice something. Hu Chen looked on in confusion, his face full of bewilderment. Oh ho! Dear Sienna exclaimed in surprise, looking at Xie Qingwan not far away. It seems someone has a rival. Girls always have their youthful secrets. Su Yao said calmly from the side, no wonder she acts in your name. Just a lovesick little sister. Xie Qingwan looked at the departing Mill, placed her hands on her hips, and slightly puffed her chest. She can't compare to me. Wait a minute. Hu Chen looked at the women, confused. What are you talking about? The 3 women exchanged glances but said nothing, silently turning and walking in different directions. Su Yao walked towards the crowd to treat those who had been burned and choked earlier, while Lu Xian'er plunged into the sea to continue leveling up. Xie Qingwan quietly followed Hu Chen, her eyes fixed on Mir not far away. As for Hu Chen, he also walked slowly towards the crowd, his eyes shimmering with black and golden light. Buying a life is just buying a life. One must still take advantage of what can be taken. After all, there are thousands of people converted into attributes. There should be at least 30 to 50 points of attributes, right? 1 hour later, the No Shanghai nation appeared again at the edge of the island, continuing towards the Fire Archipelago, with one notable difference: there was an extra person on board. By the way,
After everyone boarded the ship, Hu-chan took out the colorful pearl clam and handed it to me. Is this what you asked them to find?
Yes. Mill recognized this thing at a glance and was taken aback. I've been looking for this for a long time, but I didn't expect it to end up in Mr. Hu's hands.
Do you know what this is? A dungeon pass.
Mill spoke softly, a bitter smile on his lips. There's someone on the island with the talent for identification who told me. He also said that this pearl clam needs to be released for us to find the correct location to open the dungeon. But I didn't expect that once it's released, not only will we miss the location to open the dungeon, but the pearl clam will also be gone.
This guy is still somewhat honest. Mr. Hu, have you found the dungeon location? Not yet. Hu-chan helplessly said, I thought that capturing you would lead us to the opening location. Isn't this just nonsense? Actually, there is another way.
Mill spoke softly. That identification guy said there is actually a being inside the colorful pearl clam. If we can get it to guide us, we could also find the dungeon location. But no matter how we communicate with the colorful pearl clam, the being inside hasn't reacted at all, so we had no choice but to release it in search for traces of the dungeon along the way.
Being? Hu-chan was taken aback.
Previously, when he used the True Vision Eye, he only noticed the pearl oyster and didn't pay attention to its insides. Now, when he took out the colorful pearl oyster again and tried to pry it open, he couldn't get it open no matter what. It's important to note that his strength is now close to a dash, and yet he still can't open a pearl oyster, which indeed proves that there is something inside. Hu-chan simply stopped using brute force and just tapped on the shell of the pearl oyster.
Is anyone home? No response. I'm a good person, here to take you home. Still no response. Hu-chan couldn't help but lower his eyebrows. Alright, you forced me to do this. Lu Xiener. Here. Lu Xiener immediately stepped forward. Though she didn't know what he intended to do, she still brought enough momentum. Get the pot, boil some water. Hu-chan looked at the colorful pearl oyster in front of him. Today's afternoon tea is fresh pearl meat. Okay. When it comes to food, Lu Xiener was simply too eager. You don't even need to go to the kitchen, just with a handful of water in your left hand and a handful of fire in your right. Combine them, and you'll have boiling water. Hu-chan also tossed the colorful pearl clam into the mix. Add various ginger, cooking wine, and spices to eliminate the fishy smell. Before long, that pearl clam really did crack open a seam. However, that thing only opened a seam and ended up swallowing the ginger slices. In just a moment, a big chunk of ginger was gone. Hey! Hu-chan gasped in surprise. This thing, as an ingredient, is challenging the dignity of a chef. He rolled up his sleeves and started cutting ginger again. As slices of ginger fell into the water, the pearl clam kept reaching in for them. Until one time, after the pearl clam finished the ginger slices, it forgot to close its shell. Hu-chan was quick to react, raising his hand to hold the pearl clam in place, using the power of the yellow springs to pry open its shell with water pressure. A thumb-sized mermaid was perched inside the pearl oyster, holding a slice of ginger in both hands, nibbling at it, while tiny pearls continuously slipped from the corners of her eyes. They're real pearls, not tears. Hu-chan reached out, snatched away the ginger slice, and poked her little head. Still eating? I'm taking you away. Meanwhile, on the small island earlier, among the 12 small pits that Hu-chan had previously dug up with a shovel, 12 items suddenly appeared. Those items didn't seem like they belonged on the small island, so they were quickly discovered by the survivors on the island. However, the moment those survivors came into contact with these items, a glint of eerie green flashed in their pupils as they looked into the distance. That direction was precisely where the No-Sea country was heading. The little mermaid in the pearl oyster was startled, immediately burying her head down, gripping the edge of the shell tightly, pulling down with all her strength. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, the shell remained completely unmoved. If the shell hadn't been opened, Hu-chan naturally wouldn't have any way to do anything. But since it has been opened, and it is filled with the liquid created by Lu Xiener, he can use the yellow springs to turn this liquid into pressure to hold the shell in place. Bad person. The little mermaid looked up, tears falling from the corners of her eyes, and her mouth continued to spray minced ginger. Hey! You can eat things randomly, but you can't speak carelessly. Hu-chan poked the little guy's head. But I gave you food. How did I become the bad person? Are you human? The little mermaid asked, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? Hu-chan took a small step back, exposing his whole body to her view. The little mermaid looked him up and down, then let out another roar. Then you are the bad person. What kind of logic is that? He still needed her to activate the instance, otherwise Hu-chan would have already pulled this guy out to reason with him. Master, let me handle it, Xia Qingwan said, then transformed into a fierce form. She looked at the mermaid in the water ball and softly said, I'm not a bad person anymore, right? What are you? The mermaid curiously examined Xia Qingwan, clearly having never seen a being like her before. With a pair of deep blue eyes staring at the 5 leopard tails behind Xia Qingwan, she took a step back after pondering for a moment. Wow, so ugly. Master, don't stop me. I want to tear her apart. Ah! Xia Qingwan lunged directly at her.
If it weren't for Hu Chen's quick reflexes, who grabbed her waist and pulled her aside, the mermaid would have already become a dead mermaid. Originally, Xia Qingwan transformed into a terrifying figure, which could be considered a psychological trauma for a girl who loves beauty. Even Hu Chen wouldn't dare to comment on the appearance of the terrifying figure in front of her. But this little thing, her words were as sharp as poison, hitting right to the point. No wonder Xia Qingwan went berserk. She was even harder to hold back than a pig during the new year. I just don't know why, but I always feel like this guy is rubbing his head against himself. Hu Chen helplessly looked at Wei Shaoqing beside him. Shaoqing, why don't you give it a try? Wei Shaoqing softly responded. She stepped forward slowly, locking eyes with the little mermaid, her pupils slightly glowing. The little mermaid leaned in first, her nose twitching as she sniffed, as if she caught a whiff of something, and her pupils instantly brightened. She suddenly darted forward, almost leaping out of the shell. Can you save our people? Got it. Hu Chen immediately released Xia Qingwan, the limited edition of the year pig, and stepped up beside Wei Shaoqing. He looked at the little mermaid and casually ruffled Wei Shaoqing's hair. What do you mean? She's not a human? She is human. The little mermaid's expression was extremely serious, far from her earlier pitiful look. Instead, there was a hint of resilience in her eyes. But she has a scent that none of you possess. I believe she can definitely save us. You. The little mermaid looked at Wei Shaoqing, clasped her hands together under her chin, and prayed, Can you help us? Brother Hu Chen. Wei Shaoqing didn't answer the mermaid immediately. She tugged at Hu Chen's sleeve and said, I triggered an S-level main quest. A solo main quest? It should be a task triggered by the dungeon. As long as she completes it, Shaoqing can take them into the dungeon together, but if it's purely a solo dungeon, Hu Chen didn't plan to let Wei Shaoqing take the risk. At least not now. The difficulty of an S-level dungeon is far beyond what Wei Shaoqing can handle at this stage. What is it? Tell me. S-level main quest, like a deep abyss and a beautiful song. At this stage, I need to follow the little mermaid to find the mermaid kingdom. There is no penalty for the task, the rewards are cumulative, and the time limit is 7 days. Wei Shaoqing immediately recounted the task description while glancing at the little mermaid. To be honest, she wanted to help this little mermaid. But recalling what her brother said before leaving, she had to consult brother Hu Chen first. No matter the big or small matters, it's best to consult brother Hu Chen first, only then can she see her brother alive. Hu Chen did not make a decision immediately. He just looked at the little mermaid and asked again, earlier you mentioned she has a certain scent. What is that scent? The little mermaid shook her head repeatedly. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that I don't know what that scent is. I just feel it would make me feel better. Perhaps the matriarch would know what it is. Go. Hu Chen nodded and uttered a single word. Although it can't be determined yet whether this is a solo instance or a team instance, things have come to this point, and if we don't go, little Qing would probably feel very upset. He raised his hand and ruffled Wei Shaoqing's head. Accept the mission and take her to the bow. Yay! Wei Shaoqing cheered and immediately held the colorful pearl clam, heading towards the bow of the boat. After slightly adjusting her direction, she began to sail straight. By the way, Hu Chen did not forget to look at the newly boarded Meyer. Miss Meyer, as a cargo, it's best not to run around or use your abilities recklessly. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to tear up the deal with Loki. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Meyer nodded repeatedly and immediately placed her wrists together, pulling out a pair of pink leather handcuffs from somewhere, skillfully binding her hands and presenting the other end of the chain to Hu Chen. Mr. Hu Chen, if you're not at ease, you can hold my hand anytime. Hu Chen tilted his head, said nothing, and just walked towards the bow of the ship. You might as well save your breath. Xia Qingwan's voice sounded from the side. She glanced at Meyer with undisguised malice in her eyes, almost baring her teeth. The master won't like you. But I never asked him to like me. Meyer smiled slightly, seemingly unconcerned about Hu Chen's indifference, and simply put the handcuffs back in the storage, bouncing along behind Hu Chen. Xia Qingwan saw this and quickly followed suit. Only Su Yao and Lu Xiener were standing in the cabin. In the gloom, the sound of cracking melon seeds could be heard. Lu Xiener looked at Su Yao beside her. Aren't you going to see what's happening? See what? Su Yao asked in confusion, reaching out to Lu Xiener. To see those two competing for attention? Lu Xiener handed her some melon seeds. Maybe I'm looking at the three of you? You think I would be like those two? Su Yao replied speechlessly, quietly cracking melon seeds. Perhaps you wouldn't just follow behind. Lu Xiener's voice floated away, and when she came back to her senses, her head was already close to Su Yao's ear. But you're just like them. You both like Hu Chen, right? What nonsense! Su Yao frowned immediately. Who would? No need to deny it. Lu Xiener turned and walked toward the bow of the ship. That guy might not have noticed, but I can sense it. Deep in that building, someone has written names over and over in blood, and I clearly saw the joy on someone's face when the door opened. You? Su Yao was suddenly flustered. Don't worry. Lu Xiener didn't even turn her head, just replied calmly, I'm the most tight-lipped person. Off to sunbathe now. Su Yao looked at her back, frowning slightly, with a bitter expression. Do you like her? Who writes about their crush in blood? 12 hours. A full 12 hours.
At full speed through the No Shanghai Nation, we've already traveled nearly 2,000 kilometers. From dawn to dusk, it's almost the next day, and the little mermaid at the bow is still leading Wei Xiaoqing. They say it's leading the way, but it's really no different from wandering around. Starting from heading west, then south, then east, and now north. Hu Chen was already numb. This little mermaid seemed like a complete directionless wanderer. She was leading the way but had no intention of actually guiding them to their destination. I said. Hu Chen sat at the bow of the boat, looking at the little mermaid beside him. Sister, do you even know the way home? With the way you're turning, you'll circle the entire Arctic Ocean. It's clearly nearby. The little mermaid was also unconvinced, pouting her lips as if deep in thought. I can't possibly be wrong. The coral reef beneath my house is exactly the same as this one. Great. Relying on coral reefs to find your way in the Arctic Ocean? Are there even coral reefs in the Arctic Ocean? Those things are just underwater rocks, okay? Hu Chen was at a loss for words. No wonder the task was given 7 days. If it were even 1 day less, they probably wouldn't find the little mermaid's home. He was even contemplating whether to give up on this task. Although it was originally just to pass the time, if this dragged on, it wouldn't be a good situation. It would be better to grind through a few beast tides to boost his attributes instead. I'll give you one more chance. Hu Chen could only speak out helplessly. Focus and choose a direction. If you don't find it, you can say goodbye to your hometown. Who cares about you? The little mermaid crossed her arms in front of her chest, turned her head, and looked very sulky. But she still wanted to go home. Wei Xiaoqing gently coaxed her a couple of times, and then she continued to guide the direction. To the left. Yes, keep going left and see. Hu Chen could only helplessly control the No Shanghai Kingdom to continue sailing. About another hour passed. It was already past midnight. But around 3 in the morning, a ghostly blue light suddenly appeared in the distance. Brother Hu Chen! Wei Xiaoqing immediately exclaimed. She got up with the colorful pearl clam and pointed in the distance. The aura over there is very similar to that of the little mermaid. Right. The little mermaid also stood up from the colorful pearl clam, her eyes filled with joy. That's my home. I told you I could find it. The bad guys didn't believe me. Hu Chen smiled wryly. Is this really your find? The sea surface is dim, and just this beam of light can probably be seen from 100 kilometers away. Is there any need for you to look for it? No need for Hu Chen to speak. Dear Fairy and Su Yao, who were originally resting in the room, came out one after the other, looking at the eerie blue light and casting puzzled glances at Hu Chen. This is indeed our destination. As Hu Chen spoke, he also glanced at Mill and the others behind him. We'll check the number of players for the mission later. If it's solo, we will abandon it directly. If there are restrictions, we will eliminate based on the sequence. Prioritize elimination by sequence. Mill, Su Yao, Dear Fairy, Xie Qingwan. No objections? The mission was triggered by Wei Xiaoqing, so she will definitely enter. If this instance can only allow 2 people inside, it will definitely be Hu Chen and Wei Xiaoqing entering together. With 3 people, there will be an additional Xie Qingwan. And so on. Unless it's a 6-person instance, otherwise there will definitely be 1 person left on the ship. No objections. Everyone spoke one after another. Even Dear Fairy, who was behind Xie Qingwan, had no objections. After all, the two are just in a cooperative relationship. Each instance represents a significant source of profit and strength enhancement. Hu Chen has no reason to let her waste time on this. Then let's set off. The No Shanghai Nation sails at full speed towards the shade of deep blue. After some time sailing, the level of No Shanghai Nation has risen to level 5 and its speed has significantly improved. The area remains the same and the ship is still the same. It's uncertain if there will be any changes after reaching level 10. About 10 minutes later, everyone finally got to see what that shade of deep blue was. A door. A massive archway nearly 100 meters tall, constructed from deep blue crystals. Countless oceanic beasts are trying to squeeze in at the entrance but are blocked by something resembling a light curtain, forcing them to anxiously wander at the entrance. Brother Hu Chen, the mission is complete. Wei Xiaoqing immediately looked at Hu Chen. It says here that we can bring up to 5 teammates to enter the Mermaid Kingdom and find out the reason for the mermaid's silence. 5? That's just right. Hu Chen nodded and looked at the little mermaid. By the way, is there a time limit for your family's opening hours? It seems like we can go in before dawn, the little mermaid replied uncertainly. Hu Chen felt helpless. Without a specific time, he couldn't act boldly. If the door closed, he wouldn't know how long he would have to wait, nor if the door would refresh in the same position. Only one chance to grab it. He used his true sight-eye deprivation version to scan the group of ocean beasts. Perhaps it was because his luck was locked at 9, but thousands of ocean beasts actually provided him with nearly 500 attribute points. This was a value he had never even dared to imagine before. Now, all of Hu Chen's attribute values exceeded 900, with the highest one, stamina, reaching 1025 points, achieving a rank. Of course, these little creatures couldn't be wasted. The 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes received the command and immediately began to devour the ocean beasts at the entrance. When they had nearly finished devouring them, Hu Chen activated Wu Shanghai State to enter the archway.
As if sensing something, the archway that had been standing on the sea surface suddenly descended, transforming into a ghostly blue light wrapping around Hu Chen and the others as they plunged deeper underwater. Ding! At the same time, a crisp sound echoed in everyone's ears. Do you confirm to join the Survivor Wei Xiaoqing's team and enter the instance? Everyone simultaneously confirmed. With a flash of eerie blue, the scene before everyone changed instantly. It was a city, an underwater city entirely made of eerie blue crystals, but this city felt a bit off. Wow! That was the voice of a mermaid. Before them was a mix of scarlet and pale white, broken scales, severed tails, scattered limbs, and heads. And that pale white was pearls scattered in pools of blood. They're dead. They're dead. They're all dead. The mermaid roared, her eyes turning increasingly crimson. She fled from the colorful pearl oyster at an incredible speed. Hu Chen and Lu Xian'er both had the same thought, wanting to stop it, but the little mermaid broke through their blockade and swam deep into the sea kingdom, disappearing from everyone's sight. Ding! A resonant sound echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations to the survivor Wei Xiaoqing's team for triggering the A-level main quest Exploration. A-level main quest Exploration. Task description: you who have entered the Mermaid Kingdom have lost track of your only guide. Please find her as soon as possible and pay attention to the details around you to understand what has happened in the former Mermaid Kingdom. Task time 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Task rewards calculated cumulatively. Task failure expelled from the Mermaid Kingdom. It's here. The successful triggering of the main quest means that the dungeon has officially started from this moment. Unlike the Earth Kingdom dungeon, Hu Chen had never paid attention to any information about this dungeon in his previous life, and he didn't even know there was an S-level dungeon, so this time, past experiences are no longer useful, they can only rely on themselves to possibly clear the dungeon. But looking at the setup of this dungeon, it should be some sort of exploration-type dungeon. The key to such dungeons is to find subtle traces and clues that are not easily visible in the details. In the first phase, there shouldn't be any door-triggering kills. Split into 3 teams. Hu Chen looked at the enormous mermaid kingdom in front of him. To save time, he had no choice but to decide. Meyer, Lu Xian'er, you two form one group. Xie Qingwan, Su Yao, you form another group. I will team up with Xiao Chang. Let's explore from 3 directions and report progress in the chat channel every 100 meters we explore. Remember to pay attention to the easily overlooked details around you. If we haven't found the little mermaid in the last 10 minutes, we will regroup towards the central area immediately. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Even Meyer, who had never gone on a dungeon run with Hu Chen before, replied seriously at this moment. An S-level dungeon, everyone knows what that means. If they can successfully complete the task and clear the dungeon, they will definitely receive a lot of rewards. However, if they make a mistake and go astray, they could fall into an abyss from which it would be hard to rise again. The 6 immediately sprang into action. Group Lu Xian'er searched along the left street, while Group Xie Qingwan searched along the right street, with Hu Chen and Wei Xiaoqing naturally walking down the middle of the main road. The architecture in this kingdom of mermaids is similar to that of humans, yet somewhat different. They also have tall buildings, the highest of which is only 6 stories, with rooms separated from each other. The only difference is, there are no windows. All the houses and buildings look like a solid piece of azure crystal. Except for a hollow carved out in the center, there are no signs of any craftsmanship elsewhere. It looks like enormous, eerie coffins. The remains of the mermaids are scattered on the ground, although their states of death vary. After Hu Chen searched through a few bodies, he found some common details. Blood. All the mermaids are in a state of bleeding from the 7 orifices. In addition, there are other features such as the disappearance of their eyes without any signs of force and the absence of their hearts without any external injuries. There are also some mermaids with severed hands and tails, and they are the same. The entire cut surface is incredibly grotesque. It doesn't look like it was sliced with something but rather appears to have been violently torn from the body during a struggle. Massacre? What kind of creature, or rather, what species could carry out such a large-scale massacre in a mermaid's lair? From the perspective of the true sight, the average strength of these mermaids is at least D rank, with some even being C rank. Based on the pyramid structure and the level of the dungeon, the top combat power of the mermaids should be around A rank, and there are over 10,000 of them. To achieve such a scale of slaughter, it must at least be an S rank existence. Ding! Just as Hu Chen was investigating, a clear sound suddenly rang out. Hidden clue 1/7. What has been found? Hu Chen immediately opened the team chat channel and was surprised to see a message from Lu Xian'er and the group, along with a picture. The picture shows a blood-red hexagram engraved on the ground, surrounded by mermaid eyes hanging all around, like fruits swaying on branches, staring intently at everyone in front of them. Lu Xian'er, we found an altar, which should be related to worshipping some kind of entity. We haven't found the little mermaid yet. Hu Chen, besides the eyes, there should also be an altar. Regarding the heart, you all should search carefully and pay attention to whether there are any texts or images recorded around the altar. Remember to take photos for reference. Lu Xian'er, okay. Xie Qingwan, yes, master. Hu Chen stood up and looked at Wei Xiaoqing beside him. Xiaoqing, can you still see the aura of the mermaid?
No. Wei Xiaoqing frowned slightly and shook her head. Since she left the shell just now, the aura has already disappeared. It seems something has changed. Either she has run far away, or I can't find her. No rush, take your time to search. As Hu Chen spoke, he no longer paid attention to the mermaid corpse on the ground and continued deeper into the cave. The deeper they went, the more ferocious the expressions of the mermaids became. It was as if they were fleeing from something, their gazes fixated on a certain spot behind them. But strangely enough, although these mermaids were frantically fleeing and had already died, there were no signs of resistance, as if they had been scared to death. However, the mermaids that are slightly more peripheral do not have this look of terror, yet their deaths are the same as these mermaids. Sound wave attacks? No, then these mermaids should have some covering their ears, that would make sense. Psychic attacks? Creating illusions in the hearts of the mermaids to psychologically defeat them? Illusions? Alter. If it's just completing the surface tasks of the mermaid kingdom, he is confident he can pass through unscathed, but if it's a hidden task being triggered, that could be difficult to handle. He can open the realm of the underworld and see through the illusions in his heart, but for others, it's uncertain. If Lu Xiener sinks into an illusion and starts rampaging, everyone except himself would likely perish here. This is definitely not the result he wants. Brother Hu Chen. Wei Xiaoqing's voice suddenly rang out. She raised her hand and pointed to one of the buildings ahead, softly saying, "There. It seems there are still living beings." Understood. Hu Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. He raised his hand and rubbed Wei Xiaoqing's head. Good, let's not worry about that. Meanwhile, he also didn't forget to send a message in the chat channel. Hu Chen, everyone pay attention. If you see altars, corpses, or living fish, stay away. Only search for the little mermaid, and if you can't find her, evacuate immediately. Hu Chen, this dungeon is not something we can clear at this stage. The next moment, another prompt sounded. Hidden clue, 2 of 7. Hu Chen, who triggered this? Lu Xiener. I was just about to reply that we didn't touch anything during the process. Xie Qingwan, master, me too. Suyao didn't move either. None of us? Then this clue is, brother. Wei Xiaoqing raised her hand, pointing ahead. Look over there. Hu Chen immediately looked in the direction Wei Xiaoqing was pointing. He saw a black beam of light falling from the center of the mermaid kingdom, above a dark purple spire. The mermaid was enveloped by the beam of light, slowly rising from the spire, her expression extremely fierce, and it was unclear where she was headed. Xie Qingwan, master, be careful. Those mermaids, the mermaids are starting to resurrect. Lu Xiener, it's the same on our end. The average level is about D grade. We can still cope for now, but what should we do next? Hu Chen looked into the distance. The mermaid corpses before him had not yet resurrected, which meant that the power of these mermaid corpses was resurrecting from weak to strong in sequence. At this stage, they are only D grade. If that beam of light continues, who knows what level of mermaids will resurrect next? Hu Chen, gather over here and try not to slay those mermaids during the process. Take care of your own safety. We still do not know the ultimate reason for the mermaids' resurrection. If they resurrected due to the existence of their torture, then killing them wouldn't be a problem. But if they resurrect because of some action of the mermaid, killing them now would attract the mermaid's hatred, and then the scenario would take a turn for the worse. It's better to be cautious. Ah, help! Hearing the cries for help, Hu Chen and Wei Xiaoqing simultaneously looked up. Suddenly, a mermaid burst out from the building that Xiaoqing had just pointed to. She swam into the air, her face filled with terror as she looked at the beam of light in front of her. A deity. A deity is descending. A deity? Wei Xiaoqing immediately looked up at Hu Chen, but he just shook his head in silence, denying that possibility. If this instance is related to a deity, regardless of which pantheon it belongs to, it shouldn't only be rated S. Last time, that A-level instance was purely because it wouldn't conflict with Beihai Ruo. If there was even a hint of conflict with Beihai Ruo, the A-level would be raised to SS or even higher. The mermaid immediately swam to the ground, swept aside the corpses of other mermaids with her tail, and began to worship. "O Divine One, bless me, please bless me. I don't want to die. I don't want to. My eyes, my heart, or anything else I can offer to you. Please grant me your protection." As soon as these words were spoken, a bitter smile appeared on Hu Chen's lips. It's over. Beep. Hidden clue, 3 of 7. As expected, the behavior of the mermaid suggests that everything here might be related to some so-called god, and considering the altar discovered earlier, it is very likely that a sacrifice is being made to a certain god. Clearly, this is also a clue. God. It's a god. The mermaid raised her head again, looking at the black pillar of light with excitement in her eyes. The god has come to take me. Blood slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes. Then it was from his nostrils, ears, and the corners of his mouth. Crimson covering his entire head. God! God! The mermaid cheered, personally plucking her own eyeballs from their sockets, placing them in her palms, and offering them up. The most loyal servant, willing to dedicate everything to you. The 2 eyeballs slowly ascended into the air, like 2 bright stars, flying towards the black pillar of light. Hu Chen did not hesitate, he flicked his hand and threw 2 tail feathers, shattering those 2 eyeballs.
If those things flew over, it certainly wouldn't bode well, so it's better to be a bit cautious.
Crack! The mermaid's head suddenly spun 180 degrees, its hollow eyes fixed on Hu Chen and the others. He slowly raised his hand, pointing directly at the two. Why aren't you bowing?
As soon as he finished speaking, the mermaid immediately lunged at Hu Chen and the others. Although Wei Xiaoqing was trembling with fear, she still stood beside Hu Chen without any attempt to dodge.
This is just a sea-level exotic beast.
Hu Chen casually flicked a tail feather. But before the tail feather could pierce through the mermaid's skull, the mermaid collapsed to the ground first. It was dead. The tail feather missed its target. However, before Hu Chen could step forward to check, a crisp sound came from the mermaid's body as it twisted and rose from the ground once more. But this time, it was no longer the living mermaid. Roar! A roar erupted. Hu Chen stepped forward, raised his hand, and struck down the mermaid's head in one swift motion.
Why are you shouting so loudly? You're scaring the kids, you know.
The mermaid landed, turning into experience points and added to Hu Chen's total.
Not far away. Lu Xianer and Mier arrived here first.
The two descended from the sky, coming to Hu Chen's side.
What's going on? Is there another clue?
It was purely an accident. Faced with Lu Xianer's question, Hu Chen could only helplessly respond. Wait for Xiao Wan and the others.
Once they arrive, then.
Master. The words were not yet finished. Then Xia Chengwan's voice suddenly rang out. But her tone was filled with fear and helplessness. Suddenly, Xia Chengwan transformed into a fierce form, floating in midair, just like the two eyeballs before, rushing towards the source of the black light. Hu Chen frowned, and the dragon phoenix bat wings behind him immediately unfolded, revealing the 9 blessings from Lu Xianer, and he flew towards Xia Chengwan.
In an instant,
he swiftly moved to Xia Chengwan's side and grabbed one of her leopard tails, saying, "Cancel your transformation, quickly." The others were unharmed, but only Xia Chengwan, transformed into a fierce form, was being pulled towards the black light, likely related to her talent type.
I can't cancel it. Xia Chengwan spoke immediately.
She was originally panicked, but upon contacting Hu Chen, she instantly calmed down, as if everything would be fine as long as Hu Chen was by her side. "Master, I'll go take a look first, you come to save me later."
But, no buts.
Xia Chengwan interrupted Hu Chen's speech for the first time. She turned her head, her eyes glistening, and calmly said, "Xiao Wan believes in the master the most." As soon as the words were spoken, Hu Chen wanted to rely on brute force to directly bring Xia Chengwan to the ground, but the pull of the black light was too strong. If they continued to hold on, Xia Chengwan would only end up shattered. He had no choice but to let go, watching as Xia Chengwan was drawn towards the black light.
Xia Chengwan's final gaze didn't seem like a trusting one, but rather, unwilling to drag herself down. This girl's efforts have actually been noticed by Hu Chen. Whether it was being forcibly contracted as a believer at first or later breaking the contract, she has been doing her best to help him with what she can. Whenever leveling up, she was always the most diligent one, just to help him as much as possible. But now, something actually dares to move against her? A god? I'll have to see what this so-called god really is. In the Mermaid Kingdom, the crowd looked up at Hu Chen in the sky, faintly sensing a wave of unease. For some unknown reason, the water around Hu Chen gradually became different, as if it was heavier and conveyed his emotions. A faint murderous intent seeped into the water, enveloping everyone. Wei Xiaoqing was so scared that she tightly clung to Lu Xianer's arm. She wasn't afraid of Hu Chen, but simply frightened by this wave of murderous intent, needing something to soothe her emotions. Yellow Springs. This can actually be considered a passive effect of this talent. Once activated, within a radius of 1 kilometer, it becomes a domain of the underworld. Unless interfered with by a water talent of a higher level, all water bodies within this kilometer will be influenced by his emotions. Look for clues. Hu Chen furrowed his brow, lowered his eyes slightly, and gazed at the distant black light column, calmly asking, "Have you found the heart altar?" "Why yes, we have discovered some traces." Su Yao spoke with a trembling voice, raising her hand and saying, "In the place we came from, we faintly saw an altar, but at that time you called for us to regroup, so we didn't continue to explore." Hu Chen glanced at her and then turned to fly off to the right. "Lu Xianer, protect them and look for clues ahead, I will go to the altar." "Sure thing, Captain." Lu Xianer had already restored the surrounding water bodies of herself and Wei Xiaoqing to normal, so they wouldn't be affected by the emotions of the underworld, and immediately replied to him. With a casual wave, several similar clouds of gloom enveloped Wei Xiaoqing and the others, seemingly allowing this defense to ignore the hatred targeting those merman corpses. With the current strength of these mermaid corpses, they are no match for Lu Xianer, so Hu Chen can safely leave this to her. In an instant, Hu Chen has already arrived near the area previously explored by Xia Chengwan. This, indeed, has another altar. Countless mermaid corpses hang above the altar like fruits on a tree, swaying and shining, as if still contracting and pulsating. Ding! Hidden clue 4 of 7. As Hu Chen approached the altar, his brows suddenly furrowed. In his past life, he often enjoyed collecting and reading information in various chat groups, much like how people would read the text on shampoo and body wash bottles while using the restroom in the pre-mobile era. It was a way to pass the time.
Among them was a compilation of the meanings represented by various ancient script symbols organized by various big shots. Hu Chen didn't remember clearly, but he could distinctly recall one of the major categories. Rituals. A complete ritual requires 5 essential elements. Text guidance, symbolic signs, totem offerings, along with offerings and the recipient, are necessary to form a complete ritual process. The altar before us clearly possesses all 5 elements. Among these 5 elements, the most important are symbols and totems. Symbols represent the approximate image of the sacrificial subject, while totems symbolize their status and identity, often allowing one to gauge the other's strength. Hu Chen approached the altar, gazing at the symbol, his brow furrowing slightly. It was a long oval symbol, with 8 smaller branches extending from it. 7 identical symbols surrounded the altar in total. An octopus? An 8-headed serpent? Or some species I've never seen before? As for the totem, in the center of the altar stood a 2-meter-tall, cylindrical, ancient bronze totem topped with an image of a mermaid. This specification resembles that of a sacrifice to a deity. Even the lowest specification is for a true god. What? A true god wouldn't use such sacrificial means? According to Beihai Rua and Loki, the gods are currently in a state of silence. If awakened carelessly, some unstable deities may fall into chaos, so it's not surprising that such things can happen. After all, the difference between deities and evil gods, apart from power, is only their divinity. If this mermaid intended to awaken some true god, but due to their reckless actions, the true god's divinity did not fully awaken, it could lead to chaos when encountering many mermaids. What would happen then is really hard to say. Ping. Hidden clue 5 of 7. Got it. Hu Chen didn't linger, directly kicking over the altar. The totem burned away by the phoenix's wrath, and then turned to leave. He hurried towards the location of Lucien and the others, but couldn't help but think more. Strange. Previously, there were none of these things found in that altar. The offerings were there, the recipient was there, but there were no symbols or totems for worship. That altar might still be hiding a clue. Hu Chen opened the chat interface again, looking at the picture sent by Lucien. From the picture, it's hard to see the whole picture, and some details can't be examined closely. I still need to go there and see for myself. Hu Chen, I'll go to the left altar again. You all stay safe. If you find anything dangerous, just wait for me there. Lucien, got it. Hu Chen quickened his pace again. No one knows what the black light that will transform into the fierce Xie Qingwan is for. He must seize every moment. If by the time he finds Xie Qingwan he can only see a field of corpses, he might really not know how to face the little one in his mind who believed in him the most. The left altar was reached in an instant. Hu Chen arrived at the altar in the picture and noticed something was off at a glance. This is completely 2 different sacrificial objects. To complete the sacrifice, the requirements are very high. Even the slightest clue could lead to a failure of the offering. For example, in the materials used to construct the altar. The heart altar uses copper and some underwater reef stones. But here, it's all pure silver. The image appears somewhat distorted among the crystal stone buildings and underwater environment, making it unclear, but once on site, Hu Chen will naturally be able to see it clearly. The absence of totems here is because they are still in the hands of the person conducting the ritual, not yet placed on the altar. The lack of symbols may also mean that those who wish to complete the ritual don't even know what those symbols are. In any case, this altar is merely a half-finished product. It is just a half-finished product with offerings. But why would those merfolk construct 2 altars in their own territory and use such bloody offerings? Hu Chen frowned slightly, and another hint popped up immediately. Hidden clue 6 out of 7. Got it. The clue hints have all appeared, proving that his inference is correct. But what exactly does this merfolk tribe want to do? No matter if it's a true god or an evil god, to set up altars for 2 deities at once, are they really trying to get themselves killed? Hu Chen felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he was stuck in such a dungeon. He immediately turned and rushed towards the direction of Lucien and the others. But in the next moment, another message popped up in the group chat. Xie Qingwan, Master, I might never see you again. Hu Chen's pupils trembled. Actually, this is good news. At least it proves that the current Xie Qingwan hasn't lost her sanity and still has the ability to communicate with them. Hu Chen, don't panic. Where are you right now? Describe your surroundings in detail and if possible, post pictures in the chat group. We have already found 6 clues and there's just 1 left. Xie Qingwan, don't look for me anymore. I can't come back. Master, you all should give up the mission and leave directly. This girl must have seen something terrifying to send such a message. But, the higher the level, the more excited Hu Chen became. From the perspective of the instance level, no matter how difficult this instance is, it can't compare to the peak period of Bai Qi. But now, he can actually challenge Bai Qi in his peak state one-on-one. It's just an S-rank instance. The higher the rank of the enemies that appear, the more advantageous it is for him. After all, that deprivation will improve efficiency according to the level of elevation. Hu Chen, Xie Qingwan, if you still consider me your master, then do as I say, otherwise, when I arrive and see that you're not dead, I might be able to help you.
Upon hearing those familiar words, Xia Qingwan felt nothing but joy instead of threat. She knew that once her master had made a decision, it couldn't be changed. So, just do it. Immediately after, 3 images were sent to the chat channel. The first one was from a low-angle perspective, showing Xia Qingwan looking up at the black light column in front of her, which had expanded from the size of a chair to that of a table and was still growing. The little mermaid was still floating within that light column, expressionless and motionless like a specimen preserved in formalin. The only difference was, her body was continuously growing along with the expansion of the black light column. The little mermaid, which was originally only the size of a palm, had now grown to about 1 meter. The second image was from a straight-on perspective. The entire scene of the palace was captured in the picture. The ground is littered with densely packed mermaid corpses, much like the previous ones, but judging by the texture of their scales and their body shapes, these mermaids are likely of a much higher rank than those on the outskirts. At the highest point of the palace, there sits a mermaid about 3 meters long on the throne. She wears a crown, holds a scepter, and like the others, has blood flowing from her 7 orifices. Her golden scales are dull, and her eyes and heart seem to have been hollowed out, leaving only emptiness. That is probably the previous generation's mermaid king, the matriarch mentioned by the Little Mermaid. As for the third image, another altar. Unlike the last 2 altars, this one is clearly still a work in progress, even in its prototype stage. None of the 3 essential elements are present, and the offerings have not appeared. There is only a platform for placing tributes, and the tribute on the platform, Xia Qingwan. Xia Qingwan, Master, this is all I can see. If you need to look at any other places or details, I can find them for you. Hu Chen, besides the Little Mermaid, is there any other being around you? Can you come down from the platform? Also, have you felt anything unusual? He fired off 3 questions in a row. Xia Qingwan hesitated for a moment, then immediately responded. Xia Qingwan, there is no other being around. This platform seems to have an inexplicable suction force, preventing me from coming down. As for the unusual feeling, my 4-dimensional attributes are decreasing at a rate of 1 point per second. 1 point per second. Currently, Xia Qingwan's attributes are around 300 points, which means she can hold on for 300 seconds, or just 5 minutes. No wonder this guy was posting his last words in the chat channel. At this moment, Hu Chen also arrived above the several clouds of gloom. He immediately landed and turned to look at Lu Xiener and the others. Everyone, check if there are any items in the system shop that can increase attributes, especially regarding stamina, and let me know the prices. Lu Xiener and Mier slowly shook their heads. Only Su Yao and Wei Shaoqing raised their hands. A C-grade item, strengthening pill, increases stamina by 10 points, priced at 1,200,000. Su Yao immediately spoke up. Wei Shaoqing sighed helplessly. An A-grade item, a protective talisman, wearing it can increase stamina by 150 points, priced at 23 million. Hu Chen immediately transferred 120,000 points to Su Yao. Exchange, trade it to Xia Qingwan. Okay. Su Yao responded. At this moment, everyone didn't know what to say. 120,000 points is equivalent to the total points for killing 1 A-grade beast or 2 B-grade beasts, used to give Xia Qingwan an extra 10 seconds. From a business perspective, it was clearly a loss. But this is a life, not just a life. Almost everyone was left feeling envious that, when Xia Qingwan was in danger, someone would go to any lengths to save her. After a few moments in the chat channel, Xia Qingwan, Master, you really don't need to waste more on me. Hu Chen, have you eaten? Xia Qingwan, I have eaten. Hu Chen, report the time. How long until your stamina attribute hits 0? Xia Qingwan, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Hu Chen, alright, just lie down quietly. Hu Chen currently has no time to calm emotions. The group rushed towards the center tower of the Mermaid Kingdom at full speed, finally arriving beneath the black light pillar. Only 2 minutes and 35 seconds left. Hu Chen did not hesitate and immediately flew towards the tower. Finally, the group arrived in the palace. Dear Fairy. As soon as Hu Chen spoke those 3 words, Dear Fairy immediately responded. Understood, protect them. You focus on saving people. Hu Chen said no more and quickly rushed to Xia Qingwan's side. The entire altar appeared before his eyes, showing no difference from the earlier image analysis. But how could this altar, which clearly wasn't complete, already possess sacrificial functions? This contradicts the fundamental theories of metaphysics and the 108 details and conditions of sacrifices. Unless, Hu Chen furrowed his brows, vaguely thinking of a possibility. What if this altar is just a sacrificial platform here, while the other symbols, totems, texts, offerings, and priests are located elsewhere? For example, beyond the Mermaid Kingdom. The size of the altar has never been limited. If the entire Mermaid Kingdom has become the altar, it is indeed possible to achieve this. Thinking of this, Hu Chen couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end, hoping that this assumption was just an assumption. But the next moment, ding! Hidden clue, 7 of 7. Congratulations Survivor Team Wei Shaoqing for unlocking the hidden mission. May the gods listen to my song. Congratulations Survivor Team for triggering S-rank hidden mission. May the gods listen to my song. S-rank hidden mission. May the gods listen to my song.
Mission description: Oh God, please bestow your merciful gaze and listen to our most sincere song. Please activate the altar and select at least one deity for the sacrifice. Successful sacrifice will trigger a hidden subplot. Mission time: no limit. Mission reward: permanent buff divine favor. Mission failure: permanent debuff divine wrath. Note: hurry. Listen. The gods seem to be echoing our song. Congratulations, the survivor team has completed the A-level main quest exploration. Rewards are accumulating. Main quest refreshed. A-level main quest rescue. Task description: You have found the Little Mermaid, but unfortunately, the Mermaid Kingdom is completely ruined. Please take the Little Mermaid away from here immediately. Task time: none. Task rewards: cumulative calculation. Task failure: erased. 2 consecutive task prompts popped up. At this point in the main quest, there is no way to turn back. The Little Mermaid must be taken away. This link is also related to their upcoming hidden task. Based on the current arrangement of the altar, at least 3 sacrificial ceremonies were held in the Mermaid Kingdom. To complete the hidden task, they must choose one from these 3 sacrificial ceremonies and fulfill it. The left side pupil altar has offerings but lacks directional symbols and totems. Corresponding materials should be found on some mermaids to complete the sacrifice. The right side heart altar goes without saying. Although it is the most complete altar, it should be related to the dark light surrounding the mermaid in front of us. Choosing it would be the most convenient. However, Dujien kicked it over earlier, which has already damaged the altar, making it as difficult to restore as finding materials. As for the third altar, it is the one under Xia Qingwan. The symbols are unknown and the totem is unknown, but since Xia Qingwan can be directly bound to this altar for sacrifice, it proves that this altar should also be complete. We just need to provide offerings to perform the sacrifice. The only issue is, currently, the offering is Xia Qingwan. Just as he finished speaking, Dujien analyzed all the pros and cons in less than 10 seconds and immediately raised his hand towards Xia Qingwan. A flash of white light passed through his left hand. Grant! Dujien transferred 10% of his attributes to Xia Qingwan, and her various attributes immediately increased by nearly 100 points. Especially her stamina, which directly increased by 110 points, extending her time by another 110 seconds. Master! Don't speak! Dujien frowned and said. Given the current progress, it's clearly too late to search for the totem on a certain mermaid. There's only one other way left. Change the offering. Since this altar can draw Xia Qingwan from the city, it clearly shows its thirst for offerings. As long as we can find a substitute for Xia Qingwan, we can replace her. Just in time. A beast-like existence. Dujien is not without a second option. The Destiny Fire Phoenix Egg. This thing was previously stored in the No Shanghai Nation, and because it was put away when entering the instance, the egg was also taken inside. Dujien casually waved and took out the No Shanghai Nation. As soon as the ship appeared, a tremor was felt throughout the vessel, accompanied by waves of fire elemental fluctuations. This is promising. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Dujien dashed onto the ship and entered the room. At this moment, the Destiny Fire Phoenix Egg was floating in the air, trembling continuously, as if resisting some force. Without hesitation, Dujien brought out the Destiny Fire Phoenix Egg and smashed it onto the altar. Buzz! The entire altar vibrated with a buzzing sound. It knocked Xia Qingwan off the altar, while the altar struggled fiercely against the Fire Phoenix Egg, one trying to absorb the other's power and the other refusing to let it. What a joke! This is, after all, an item of unknown rank. At the very least, it's an SSS level item from the second cataclysm, or even possibly an SSS level item from the third cataclysm. How could a deity encountered in an S-level dungeon possibly absorb it? Don't you like sacrifices? Let's see how much you can absorb. Master, this. Xia Qingwan immediately leaned close to Dujien, her voice wavering. This. Just watch from the side. Dujien didn't have the mood to listen to this right now. He stared intently at the altar in front of him, while keeping an eye on the progress bar on the task panel. Originally increasing by 1% every 5 seconds, it now surged 25 times faster, skyrocketing at 5% per second. In other words, the opponent is indeed absorbing the power of the Heavenly Fate Phoenix Egg as a sacrifice, and this sacrifice is of a much higher quality than Xia Qingwan. 15 seconds left. Be careful. The same progress bar is visible to everyone else, of course. At this moment, Luciener's heart was in her throat. After triggering the hidden mission, she originally wanted to discuss with Dujien how to complete the task while saving Xia Qingwan. Who would have thought? This reckless man, he just smashed an egg up there and activated the speedrun mode. That's an egg dropped from a beast in an A-grade area. Even if Dujien hides it from them, she can still feel the fire elemental power within, which is something she has never experienced before. It's incredibly strong. This thing can just be smashed around like that. If the descending deity is a teammate, then that's fine. After all, it's not their own thing, so smashing it is whatever. But if it's an enemy that descends, God knows what great terror they will face. Luciener frowned at the altar, feeling extremely tense and unable to stop pouting her lips. 10 seconds. Buzz. A buzzing sound suddenly came from behind the crowd. The black pillar of light enveloping the little mermaid began to expand violently as if sensing some threat. More and more mermaid corpses started to resurrect from every corner of the kingdom. Hu Chen furrowed his brows and immediately said, "Throw out all the mermaid corpses around."
Hurry! The crowd immediately sprang into action.
The recently injured Xie Qingwan moved the fastest, starting to collect the surrounding mermaid corpses, tossing them out one by one like basketballs. Hu Chen directly leaped over the altar, charging towards the mermaid clan leader on the throne at the top. If the other mermaids resurrect, at most they would be B-class and top out at A-class. If the corpse of the human clan leader resurrects, if it's an S-class, then it would be quite a problem.
5 seconds. Just as Hu Chen's hand landed on the mermaid clan leader's shoulder, a melody suddenly rang in his ears. La 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 la. The sounds echoed endlessly in his ears.
Hu Chen's gaze gradually became dazed, and when he looked up, he suddenly saw Lu Yuner's face looking back at him, her eyes glimmering red, her slender fingers reaching toward his cheek. It was just like the moment in the dungeon when her fingertips were about to touch his face. As if, waking from a beautiful dream, the siren singing always conjures the most enchanting or the most terrifying scenes. Clearly, this guy in front of him brought out the dog woman just to make Hu Chen recall the deepest nightmare of his past.
That was 10 years of time. He had only been reborn for 10 days. How could he possibly forget those 10 years?
I must say, when this scene appeared before him, it still left him momentarily stunned. However, it was just for a moment. The Eye of Truth itself has the ability to dispel illusions, and with the underworld constantly open, Hu Chen can naturally control the beings in the water. Although the mermaid before him is not a living being, but a soul, Hu Chen can still sense its movements in an instant. A punch! Hu Chen directly pierced through Lu Yuner's skull, blood splattering all over him, yet it brought him a unique sense of exhilaration. It felt as if he had killed someone again and avenged himself once more. Indeed, refreshing. The illusion shattered. Fortunately, the mermaid clan leader before him is only an A-level, not very strong, and as an A-level being, she was already in a weakened state after being resurrected. Now, after taking Hu Chen's punch, she toppled directly onto the throne. It seems she won't be getting up to cause trouble for a while. As for the altar, Hu Chen turned his head. The task progress bar before him had reached 99%, stuck at the last percentage point, only waiting for the divine to descend. Of course, that fire phoenix egg is still just a fire phoenix egg, seemingly unchanged, still swaying on the altar. Hu Chen threw out the merfolk chief who was slumped on the throne and cleared away the last couple of merfolk lingering in the palace, then slowly approached the altar. He attempted to take down the fire phoenix egg but faced the same problem as Xie Qingwan before. This thing simply wouldn't come off. But fortunately, the so-called deity should be descending soon. Outside the window, the radius of the black pillar of light had exceeded 10 meters, and the originally small merfolk had grown to nearly 3 meters in length. Beyond the pillar of light was a sea of crimson sky. Wails echoed within the sky, resembling a holy hymn. Hu Chen took a step forward, standing by the window, with the sunbow appearing in his left hand, while his right hand was poised but had yet to summon the black gold ancient sword. Hidden subplots can be divided into 2 scenarios. Either this deity is here to help the merfolk resolve their crisis, or this deity is the crisis itself. No matter which it is, Hu Chen wants to test whether this so-called deity can live up to the title. Before the deities descended from the scarlet sky, a shadow enveloped the surroundings in an instant, as if a black hole was swallowing all the light. Master! Brother Hu Chen! In a split second, the voices of the crowd echoed in the ears. Hu Chen immediately knocked an arrow and shot a phoenix arrow, crimson, piercing through the darkness. Like a fire meteor streaking across the sky, the faint light could only illuminate a few scenes around. For example, the mermaid, still suspended in midair, seemed to have opened her eyes. And for another example, 3 to 5 giant tentacles covered in suckers were stretching from the city towards the scarlet sky. There were a total of 8 such tentacles. One of them was reaching towards Hu Chen and the others at that moment. Another was hit by the phoenix arrow, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. True Vision Eye, a deprivation version, activate. The darkness returned. A panel immediately popped up in front of Hu Chen. Name, Shadow of the Abyss Incarnation. Level, A. Health, 1900, A+. Strength, 1102, A. Intelligence, 1245, A+. Agility, 832, A. Talents, Abyssal Presence, SS. Shadow Presence, SS. Rapid Recovery, SS. Mastered Skills, Abyssal Approach, S. Whisper of the Abyss, S. Note, when you gaze into the abyss has already enveloped you. Intelligence +9. It is indeed a god, but a malevolent one. Hu Chen remembered that among the information he had idly stuffed into his mind, there was indeed a name of such a malevolent god, and this entity before him was merely its incarnation. But, just an A-level? Hu Chen stared at the panel in front of him, momentarily stunned. Logically speaking, since they had triggered an S-level hidden mission, the opponents they encountered next would very likely be S-level. But this was just an A-level. Even if it was the pinnacle of A-level, it should not match the intensity of this dungeon. Unless, this is not the full difficulty of this dungeon. After all, this incarnation of the evil god is not the one they summoned, it should be the one summoned by the heart altar. Hu-Chen suppressed the urge to draw out the black gold ancient sword and, recalling a fleeting memory, pulled out a shin bird feather from the space, aimed it at the tentacle charging towards them, and shot. "Come closer to me." With that word, the sound of blood mist exploding rang out, and everyone immediately moved towards the direction of the sound. Lu Xiener lacked the ability to scout, so she could only ask, "Are you confident? Do you need assistance?" "Not for now, the main one hasn't shown up yet," Hu-Chen calmly replied, fully activating his true sight, faintly able to see some things. The avatar of the Abyss Shadow was eager to come out, likely to prevent the one in the crimson sky from descending. At this moment, it probably had no time to pay much attention to them. Just wait. Once these two collide, we'll deal with them together. Once the realm of the underworld opens, killing one is the same as killing two. The result is the same. Brother Hu-Chen. Wei Xiaoqing's voice suddenly rang out. In the sky, it seems like there's a force trying to come down. Focus on the energy. Although it was pitch black all around, for Wei Xiaoqing, it was actually easier to see some things in the dark. "Keep an eye on that force for me." Hu-Chen immediately replied, "Let me know when it comes down." "Okay, then, what about the third force?" "Third force?" Hu-Chen's brow twitched. If it was just two top-tier A-level forces, he could handle it, but if there were three top A's, the attack methods from the underworld are limited. He didn't know if it would be enough to divide them. "Xiaoqing, be more specific. Where is the third force?" "The Little Mermaid." Wei Xiaoqing explained softly, "The third force is with her." "Shoo!" A charming voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. It was not a whisper close to the ear, but rather like wearing headphones, with a 360-degree surround sound echo. The charming voice floated down softly. "Some things are better left unsaid for now. Especially." A pair of crimson eyes lit up in the darkness, staring intently at Hu-Chen in front of everyone. In the pupils, it seemed as if stars were scattered, shimmering with brilliant light, like a galaxy twinkling, as if countless eyes were gazing simultaneously. A hint of crimson leaked into the air, piercing the darkness. There, a mermaid over 3 meters tall bent down, her body curving into an S shape, her left fingertip resting on her lips, revealing 2 sharp fangs. With her other hand, she pointed at Hu-Chen's chest and softly uttered a word. "You." At the moment Hu-Chen locked eyes with the mermaid, a panel immediately popped up before him. Name: Thousand-Eyed Mermaid. Level: A. Health: 1254 A+. Strength: 1108 A. Intelligence: 1923 A+. Agility: 1492 A+. Talent: Thousand Eyes SS Gaze SS Thought Manifestation SS. Mastering skills such as Sight S, Heart's Concealment S. Note: do you wish for a glance that lasts 1,000 years, or are you willing to have 1,000 glances in an instant? Due to being too close, Hu-Chen didn't dare to directly use the deprivation True Sight on this adult version of the Little Mermaid. Instead, he just cast a regular True Sight. The information obtained still indirectly confirms his guess. Indeed, another A grade. However, the intensity of this A grade is clearly stronger than the previous Abyss Shadow. This should be due to the subtle differences caused by the different methods of arrival. One was an evil god that had already completed the sacrifice beforehand and then hid in the Mermaid Kingdom, while the other used the last mermaid as a sacrifice to complete the altar, even dedicating itself to summon the evil god. Clearly, the latter's power is slightly stronger. If I'm not mistaken, the totems and symbols missing from the altar on the left side of the city should have been found by the Little Mermaid, which is why she exhibits characteristics of the evil god. Following this logic, the enemy of the Thousand-Eyed Mermaid should be the embodiment of the Abyssal Shadow, or even a third evil god beyond the Crimson. So, their task hasn't been triggered yet, there's no need to conflict with her. It's best to wait and see. Let these 3 idiots knock each other's brains out, and then take the opportunity to pick up the pieces. Hu-Chen stepped back a bit. He raised his hands high, indicating he meant no harm. Your Highness, we bear no ill will. We only followed the Little Mermaid here. If you have already made some kind of pact with her, I believe we should be allies, at least, temporary allies. Poof. The Thousand-Eyed Mermaid chuckled lightly, her fingertips landing on Hu-Chen's chest again, slowly gliding upwards and resting on his chin. You really have a keen eye. As she finished speaking, the crimson in the sky leaked a hint. The palace was illuminated, and a tentacle swept down from the sky again. This time, however, the target was not Hu-Chen and the others, but the Thousand-Eyed Mermaid. Disgusting thing. The multi-eyed mermaid frowned and uttered 5 words, her form twisting like a serpent as she coiled into the air, as if trembling in unison with the shadow of the abyss. This is no longer a struggle between beasts, but a game between divine incarnations and the birth of deities. And now, with the addition of a third deity beyond the Scarlet One, whether it's the shadow of the abyss or the multi-eyed mermaid, they probably won't exert their full strength at this moment. After all, they still have to guard against another presence further away. Captain. Dear Fairy stepped forward, looking at the 2 shadowy figures in the sky. Can we handle this? Handle it? Hu-Chen was now feeling quite at ease. They say a triangle is the most stable structure, it seems. Aristotle was indeed right.
He turned to Dear Fairy. What do you mean by handle it? Is it about completing the mission and leaving, or killing those 3 bizarre creatures up there? Upon hearing this, Dear Fairy knew it was secure. This guy wouldn't joke around if he were facing a strong enemy. Seeing Hu Chen's condition, Lu Xiener couldn't help but relax. 1 octopus, 1 mermaid, what do you think that one outside is? It shouldn't be a sunfish. In a battle of this level, it would take some time to determine a winner. The situation would only change after the arrival of the 3rd deity. Hu Chen spat out a phrase and directly purchased a high-lumen flashlight from the shop, adjusted the angle, and aimed it at the overhead position. Daylight, it's here. The Wantong mermaid and the abyss shadow, who were originally battling in the dark, turned simultaneously to look in the direction of the light, their expressions momentarily stunned. Why are you looking at me? Hu Chen waved his hand at those two, noting that the flashlight was quite effective, and exchanged for a few more, forming a matrix that shone like stage spotlights into the air. All details of the 2 deities' forms were immediately exposed in full view. Those with slightly better eyesight could see the suckers on the abyss shadow's tentacles pulsating like hearts, constantly beating. Don't just stand there. Hu Chen lazily moved his sofa to lie down, like a noble watching a duel in the Colosseum, waving at the 2 divine figures in the air. Come on, keep going. At this moment, whether it was the abyssal shadow or the multi-eyed mermaid looking down, they suddenly felt a surge of irritation. This despicable human, does he even know what the dignity of a deity is? If it weren't for the fear of being ambushed from behind, they probably would have resolved this human first. As for the people behind Hu Chen, at this moment their expressions were all frozen, filled with confusion, as if a line of text floated above their heads. What to do if the captain is causing trouble? Waiting online, quite urgent. Roar! Before the 2 deities could react, a roar suddenly erupted from the crimson sky. In the bright light, everyone could clearly see that the layer of crimson sky was constantly expanding and contracting. Each expansion and contraction seemed like a balloon that could burst at any moment. From time to time, there will be angry roars similar to just now. At this moment, the 2 deities began to move away from each other in perfect harmony. One is perched atop the palace, while the other has retracted all its tentacles, hiding beneath the city. It seems the arrival of the 3rd deity is an irreversible trend. They can only arrange themselves in the way that benefits them the most. Just looking at the situation, they all seem to fear the 3rd deity. Could it be that its power surpasses the first 2? Hu Chen also frowned slightly, staring intently at the scarlet in the sky. Until a few breaths later, crash! The sky shattered. A cascade of scarlet fell from the sky like a waterfall, and each grain of scarlet seemed alive, shattering in the city and beginning to searching for the hidden shadow of the abyss. At the same time, part of the scarlet rushed towards the Wantong mermaid. Of course, Hu Chen and the others were no exception. In the sky, the scarlet coalesced into a towering figure, its face unclear, but its power was palpable. It wields a trident, its muscular body seemingly sculpted by the greatest artist, with its brows slightly lowered, looking down at Hu Chen and the others in the palace, its lips parting and closing, producing a sound that vibrates with a crimson aura. Submit or die. This statement is not just directed at Hu Chen alone, it feels more like a final ultimatum to the remaining 2 deities in the nation. Meanwhile, with the arrival of this 3rd deity, everyone's tasks have finally been refreshed. Hidden task updated. S-Class Hidden Task Choice. Task Description. Route 1. The great deity has heard your prayers. Please offer your worship in exchange for the deity's attention. Route 2. A deity? Just a beast disguised as a god. Come and see, how are they any different from those brutes? Task duration, none. Task rewards. Route 1. Permanent buff divine favor and become a loyal follower of the deity Crimson Sea. Route 2. S-Class Achievement Godslayer. False. Random S-Class Item +1. Random S-Class Talent +1. Task failure, eradication. Immediately, the Eye of Truth scanned the Scarlet Sea. A panel suddenly popped up. Name, Scarlet Sea. Level, S. Health, 2420, S. Strength, 1908, A+. Intelligence, 1923, A+. Agility, 1922, A+. Talent, Immortal, SSS's derivation, SS. Collective Thought, SS. Mastered Skills, Blood Sea Overwhelming, SS. Born from Dust, S. Note, the tribe is me, and I am the tribe. Wow. That's rare. Looking at the task rewards before him, Hu Chen couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth any longer. It's a rare choice type task, which usually offers a relatively reasonable completion condition due to the task difficulty being slightly higher than that of the dungeon. If they choose Route 1, there is almost no danger, considering the suppression of the Scarlet Sea on the Abyss Shadow and the 10,000-eyed mermaid. As long as they pay a little attention and avoid major mistakes, nothing will go wrong. But if they choose Route 2, what they face is probably not as simple as just the Scarlet Sea. After killing the Crimson Sea, you'll also face the Abyss Shadow and the 1,000-eyed mermaid at the same time. That is an existence with all attributes reaching A+, even close to S-, and the other two have also reached A+ level. Even if you exploit a bug and postpone decisions until the Crimson Sea has nearly defeated the Abyss Shadow and the 1,000-eyed mermaid before choosing Route 2, the difficulty is incredibly high. That's why the rewards are absurdly high. Of course, this task's difficulty is for ordinary survivors. 6 people enter the dungeon, and 1 must be sacrificed to trigger this hidden task. Even if there are 5 ranks here, they probably wouldn't be able to complete the hidden task on Route 2. However, Hu Chen is an exception. When he saw the Crimson Sea appear, he completely relaxed. This is a sure win. As for the reason, the Crimson Sea, Abyss Shadow, and Thousand-Eyed Mermaid are different. It does not appear as an avatar or divine descent, but rather as a part of its body serving as a medium, descending into the Mermaid Kingdom. And this part of the body consists of countless coral polyps. If 1 coral polyp counts as 1 individual, Hu Chen dragged the 3 so-called gods into the realm of the underworld, and that scene can only be described in 3 words. It was beautiful. Hu Chen now understands why that little mermaid said she had seen coral here. It's likely that a part of this scarlet sea manifested nearby and was accidentally seen by the little mermaid, which is why she said her home is near the coral. But the little mermaid now. Hu Chen couldn't help but look at the myriad-eyed mermaid perched atop the palace. While the hidden task can be resolved now, the main quest still requires taking the little mermaid away from here. To fulfill this, it seems he will need to employ some strategies. Meanwhile, Luciener and the others looked at Hu Chen, asking for his opinion. Should we choose Path 1? Or Path 2? Hu Chen stepped forward, and under the gaze of everyone, including the Scarlet Sea, he made no extra movements, only looking up at the Scarlet Sea. With so much red on you, I think you've eaten too many red beans. The Mermaid Kingdom fell into silence. Even though these beings possess the ability to sense the meaning of language without relying on it, they still did not understand the meaning of Hu Chen's words. Until the next moment, Hu Chen made the classic expression of the flybro and softly uttered 4 words. You think you're dead. Ding. Due to survivor Hu Chen choosing Path 2, angering the Crimson Sea, survivor Wei Xiaoqing's team enters the hidden quest, God of Wishes, listen to my song, Path 2. In an instant, the Crimson Sea seemed to be greatly insulted, instantly falling into a state of rage. A sea of red swept across the entire Mermaid Kingdom. Not only the many-eyed mermaids perched on the Mermaid Palace but also the abyssal shadows lurking beneath the kingdom all began to fight against the Crimson Sea. The 2 in front were merely having a small scuffle, making little noise, and neither had revealed their trump cards yet. But now, facing the Crimson Sea, which possessed the strength to crush them, they all understood that if they didn't give their all at this moment, this clone, or this divine thought would fall and dissipate. For them, who have yet to awaken, it is already a huge loss. Of course, Hu Chen and others are also under attack. Perhaps it's because the Crimson Sea looks down on them. The sea that envelopes them is the smallest part among all the groups. Countless red coral worms formed different shapes and launched an attack on Hu Chen and the others. Hu Chen did not use his full strength, he merely engaged in battle with Luciener and the coral worms, occasionally peeking through the gaps leaked by the coral worms to observe the situation outside. Aside from fighting with those 2, the Crimson Sea is also using other parts of its body to devour the mermaid corpses. By the way, up until now, Hu Chen still doesn't know what these guys are after in the Mermaid Kingdom. Is it just for sacrifices? If it were for sacrifices, then the embodiment of the abyssal shadow should have left long ago. There's nothing here that it wants anymore. Why, upon sensing the imminent arrival of the Wantong Mermaid, do they not leave but instead continue to wait here? The same goes for the Wantong Mermaid. Since the shadow of the abyss can sense the arrival of the Crimson Sea, it has even less reason not to perceive the existence of the shadow of the abyss and the arrival of the Crimson Sea. Unless, what else in the Mermaid Kingdom could be attracting these 3 guys? Making them feel that the value of staying here far exceeds leaving, to the extent that they are willing to forsake part of their early arriving avatars, divine thoughts, or even parts of their true selves. And the name of this hidden quest? Oh God, listen to my song? The god has arrived, it seems. Whose voice will sing the song? With the quest reaching this stage, the rewards are already so abundant. Could there still be an SS level reward ahead? Hu Chen silently turned to look at the altar that was previously responsible for summoning the shadow of the Crimson Sea. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the altar, the better the materials used. To raise the altar's level, some altars even bury treasures beneath them to attract the attention of the gods. This is also why he previously kicked open the heart altar. Could it be? What else is hidden beneath this altar dedicated to the Mermaid Kingdom? Things seem to be getting interesting. With that thought, Hu Chen suddenly lost his patience to wait any longer. He was eager to uncover this mystery. Hu Chen ignited a fire phoenix at his fingertips, burning a pathway through the Crimson Sea before him. He took a step forward, arriving at the center of the Mermaid Kingdom, and slowly addressed the 3 deities engaged in battle. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. In an instant, the 3 deities couldn't help but cast a thread of perception over, seemingly interested in this human's escape. Until the next moment, Hu Chen donned the full set of B-grade Dear War General, his right hand hovering above his left, extending his right index finger, slightly bent, and let out a taunt. Come at me. In an instant, the 3 deities transmitted a thought to each other, reaching a consensus in a split second. Beat this guy up. Although the warlord's area of taunt is only 50 meters, these guys are all massive.
Let's not even talk about the Crimson Sea, it has nearly surrounded the entire Merfolk Kingdom. The Abyssal Shadow is similar with its size, it can't be excluded. In comparison, the Thousand-Eyed Mermaid is slightly better, but she is right on top of this palace. Although the effect of the Warlord on them is minimal, lasting only an instant, that is still enough. Open the realm of the underworld. In an instant, countless Crimson Seas, Abyssal Shadows, and that Thousand-Eyed Mermaid were all enveloped in the realm of the underworld, within a 1-kilometer radius. Although I can't completely envelop the entire Crimson Sea, I have included 99% of it in the realm of the underworld. As long as we deal with what's inside, the rest will be no problem. Welcome, everyone. Dujien floated in the realm of the underworld like a true deity, smiling as he looked down at the three gods before him. A pair of crimson gold pupils suddenly opened behind him. He examined the three statues before him and softly uttered 4 words. Together to the underworld. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade of the underworld, the flame of the underworld, and the feather of the underworld were immediately unleashed. The slightly sharper blade of the underworld targeted the scaled merfolk with 1,000 eyes. The wide-reaching flame of the underworld burned the Crimson Sea within the domain, while the feather of the underworld continuously pierced through the suction cups of the Abyssal Shadow's tentacles. Dujien hovered in mid-air, comfortably squinting his eyes, with his hands slightly spread, listening to the crisp sounds constantly reaching his ears, feeling the power gradually surging into his body. Although it was only for 1 minute, it was enough. With a total of 183 potential deprivations, at a luck value of 9, he directly triggered 50 attribute deprivations, 1 talent deprivation, and the remaining 132 were material extractions. Dujien was very satisfied with this data. Right now, he had 1 S rank and 2 A ranks. From the 50 attribute deprivations, he had directly stripped 485 points of attributes from them. The average increase for each attribute was over 121 points. Dujien's overall attributes have now reached A level and above, with his stamina directly reaching A+. To achieve this number, he spent a full 10 years in his previous life. And now, he only took 10 days. As for that talent, SSS level indestructible. As Dujien's power continues to grow, the so-called 3 deities naturally become increasingly weaker. The realm of the underworld is over. Dujien casually conjured a fire phoenix, and the heat from the flames alone was enough to make those 3 so-called deities dodge. Who are you really? The multi-eyed mermaid had lost her previous teasing demeanor. For some reason, among these 3 deities, she had sustained the lightest injury and even had time to ask a question after the attack ceased. As for the other 2, the Abyssal Shadow now only had its head left, the remaining 8 tentacles had just grown out, and they were even shorter than the squid tentacles sold at night markets. The Crimson Sea still had some remnants left. It's a pity that the SSS level talent, Immortal, has been stripped away, leaving it only a palm-sized mass, just short of pointing at Dujien and saying, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. In contrast, the Wantong Mermaid can still breathe and speak, which is indeed rare. Me? Dujien pointed at himself, tilted his head, and chuckled lightly. I'm human, isn't it obvious? With that said, he casually tossed a fire phoenix onto the Abyssal Shadow. The flames burned, roasting the newly grown tentacles to perfection. He turned to a certain foodie and gave a knowing glance. The latter immediately understood, pulled out 8 iron skewers, and moved in. 1 skewer per tentacle. They brought back all the roasted tentacles. At least this guy has a conscience. As he passed by Dujien, he didn't forget to give him 2 skewers first, while the rest were distributed to the others in the team. She kept 2 skewers for herself, and the rest were 1 skewer each for everyone else. After seeing Dujien take a bite and chew, everyone began to savor it. After all, it was the flesh of an A-level deity's incarnation. The taste might not be great, but the benefits were plenty. Just 1 bite takes 2 points of stamina, and a whole string takes 10. Dujien chewed happily, glancing towards the Abyssal Shadow from time to time, as if waiting for fresh tentacles to grow. The Abyssal Shadow had a mouthful of old blood stuck in its throat, with no choice but to continue using its rapid regeneration to grow tentacles. The nearby Wantong Merfolk and Crimson Sea felt a tightness in their hearts upon seeing this. Everyone's status was similar. Seeing the Abyssal Shadow in such a miserable state, who knows if they would fare worse. Alright, humans. The Wantong Merfolk hesitated for a moment, then looked at Dujien. What do you want? What do you want to do? We can talk. Of course, we need to talk. Dujien spared their lives, which was precisely for the sake of talking. I ask, you answer. Get it wrong, and you die. If someone else answers, they take your place. Simple enough, right? Simple enough. What's beneath the Mermaid Kingdom that makes you all so nervous? Dujien got straight to the point, asking what he most wanted to know. The Wantong Merfolk frowned, but still answered. The Kingdom of Mermaids is built on a former battlefield, where many relics left by the deities remain. Only by occupying this place is there a possibility for it to slowly open up. Deities? Dujien chuckled lightly. Like you guys? I have to say, looking at these 3 weaklings, even if their true forms came down, they might only possess the strength of Beihai before their ascension, or perhaps even less. Deities? Even calling them evil gods would be an exaggeration. The multi-eyed mermaid seemed to sense the insult, frowning slightly, but still replied, sort of, but there is one true god who walked out from the battlefield of divine war below. True god? Who? Aegir. Hu Chen lowered his gaze slightly. This name sounds a bit familiar. That's right. The deep sea god of the Norse. Earlier, Loki had impersonated this one in front of those crew members. Was it the divine war that Aegir participated in? Then the value of this certainly goes up quite a bit. However, whether this instance can connect to the battlefield of divine war below is still uncertain. Hu Chen casually shaped a fire phoenix. Feeling the terrifying pressure of the fire phoenix, the three deities who were barely hanging on suddenly became anxious, their eyes filled with fear as they stared ahead. Until Hu Chen's gaze fell upon the Crimson Sea. Come here. The two light words fell like thunder. The Crimson Sea could only cautiously approach Hu Chen, its timid demeanor contrasting sharply with the earlier overwhelming crimson. Hu Chen said nothing more, simply handing the fire phoenix to Xia Qingwan. Here, take your revenge yourself. Xia Qingwan had previously been pulled to the altar because of the Crimson Sea. Now, only a small remnant remained. If she wasn't given the chance for revenge, she would have to seek out the true form of this creature for retribution. Xia Qingwan nodded obediently, taking the fire phoenix. Thank you, master. No. Wait. The voice of the Crimson Sea immediately rang out. Human, we can cooperate. As long as you kill the other two guys? It hasn't finished speaking yet. As a fire phoenix flew out, the last remnants of the Crimson Sea were instantly obliterated. If it still had the SSS level talent of immortality, it wouldn't have died so miserably. But now, it is no different from an ordinary S-level beast on the brink of death. As the kill notification sounded, 1 million experience points and 10 million points were divided among the 6 people. But this hidden quest did not trigger the completion notification. Hu Chen couldn't help but frown. Clearly, they had already killed the quest target, unless there was a possibility for the quest to continue to the next stage. Analyzing from the quest name, song, deity? Could it be that this quest really has something to do with the divine battlefield below? Hu Chen couldn't help but shift his gaze to the remaining 2 so-called deities. In an instant, the embodiment of the abyss immediately spoke up. Don't kill me. I can provide you with an unlimited supply of tentacles. My body is a great supplement for you. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. It looks flustered, clearly anxious. What a pity. Hu Chen does not like to have unstable factors around him, especially those that might betray him at any moment and cannot be completely controlled. After all, this is just an incarnation of the abyssal shadow. If its true body were to descend upon this incarnation in some way and unleash a power even greater than the Scarlet Sea, Hu Chen couldn't handle it. Another burst of fire phoenix. This time, it wasn't just the tentacles of the abyssal shadow that were burned, but its entire body was engulfed, turning into a deliciously roasted octopus in an instant. Another 100,000 experience points and 1,000,000 points were divided. This time, Hu Chen didn't give the corpse of the abyssal shadow incarnation to anyone, but summoned the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix to devour it instead. After all, it's still an evil god. Eating tentacles is one thing, but the corpse, for safety's sake, it's better not to eat it. While the kids were indulging, Hu Chen turned his gaze to the 1,000-eyed mermaid and said, "That fish, take us to the battlefield of the gods." Now, the Wonton mermaid expressed her confusion aloud. Although she was filled with fear towards Hu Chen, she couldn't help but hesitate when faced with this matter. Hu Chen didn't ask much, only letting out a soft grunt. "Even if you kill me, I still can't take you into the land of the divine battle." The Wonton mermaid explained helplessly, "Since Aegir left, that place has been sealed using the Mermaid Kingdom. Unless he personally unseals it or a power higher than his intervenes, it cannot be opened." "Ha!" Hu Chen sneered, "then what are you all fighting over? Don't tell me you all want to compete for the position of Aegir's watchdog." "We're fighting for the opportunity to guard this place," the Wonton mermaid argued loudly. "Although we don't have the chance to directly enter or unseal it, we can slowly resonate with the seal using our divine power, waiting for hundreds or thousands of years to steal something out from inside. Clearly, you don't have that possibility. Unless you are also willing to stay here for 100 or 1,000 years, I could bring out what's inside for you. Aren't you just a watchdog? The kind that steals food?" Lu Xiener muttered quietly from the side. The voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it. The Wonton mermaid bared its teeth, eager to pounce and tear someone apart right now. No baring of teeth. Hu Chen slapped the back of the mermaid's head, just like hitting a dog. "You don't need to worry about that, just take us there. Isn't it just a seal? The eternal seal is pretty powerful, right? It's still something we can casually grab." "Perfect. The eternal seal was given to that guy Loki. Maybe we can snag another seal from here for ourselves. Dealing with those true gods isn't something that can be resolved with just one trip to the underworld." The Wonton mermaid had a face full of resentment but could only swim deeper into the Mermaid Kingdom with Hu Chen and the others. It was as if she inherited the memory of the Little Mermaid, leading everyone into the palace. After winding through various paths, they arrived at the lowest level of the palace, passing through a narrow secret passage, and finally came before a grand gate made entirely of deep blue crystal. This gate is about 20 meters high and approximately 10 meters wide. Even the embodiment of the abyssal shadow could squeeze through here. This is the place. The many-eyed mermaid said this, while also glancing at Hu Chen. To be honest, she wanted to see if this guy could really open the battlefield of the gods. If he could, perhaps she could resonate with certain beings inside, dramatically increasing her power, and maybe even turn the tables on this guy.
Hu Chen did not notice the anomaly in the many-eyed mermaid.
At this moment, he was gazing at the gate, his eyes radiating black and gold light, his brow slightly furrowed.
Item: Divine Seal Gate. Level: Unknown. Effect: Unknown. Note: Unknown. Another 3 unknowns. This indirectly proves that my previous assumption was wrong. If this hidden quest is related to the God War Zone, then the level of this item cannot be unknown. It should at least be SSS, rather than something far beyond what could appear in this first disaster. So the hidden quest rewards haven't been issued purely because they haven't completed the main quest? Forget it, there's an old saying in Huaxia that goes, "Since we're here, let's make the most of it." In that case, let's take what we can. Deprivation version, Eye of True Sight. Activate. Ding. Deep CC God Seal +1. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Hu Chen was taken aback as a ball of deep blue light appeared in his hand. Is it just a seal? Don't be fooled, although the word seal and imprint differ by just one character, the gap between them is enormous. A seal could still be hidden on some item as a trump card, but this imprint, to put it simply, is just a signature. Whatever this imprint is on proves that the item belongs to the deep CC god. Hu Chen really couldn't think of any use for it, so he tossed it into the shop warehouse. He looked at the unchanged door in front of him, preparing to raise his hand to use deprivation a few more times. Maybe it would trigger some surprises. But in the next moment, the entire mermaid kingdom and even the sealed gate began to tremble. A surge of dark red spread from the corner of the gate, like a drop of ink falling into clear water, starting to expand wildly. Hu Chen faintly sensed a feeling of unease, and he stopped in his tracks when he originally intended to move forward. He couldn't help but turn to the wonton mermaid. What is this? 2 words fell. When Hu Chen's gaze landed on the spot where the wonton mermaid had just been, he found it empty, with only a fleeting shadow remaining. She ran away? Retreat! Hu Chen hesitated for a moment, then immediately spoke up. An existence that could cause a pseudo-god to flee in panic surely wouldn't be simple. Especially since this change occurred right after he stripped the deep CC god's imprint from the gate. For safety's sake, it's never a bad idea to run. He didn't dare hesitate for a second and immediately summoned 4 heads from the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix, leading everyone except Luciener to flee frantically down the path they came. As for Luciener, her speed far exceeds that of the pseudo-dragon phoenix, and since she doesn't want to interact with these snake-like creatures, she can only rely on herself to run. But just as Hu Chen and the others arrived at the previous passage, a muffled sound came. Boom! Accompanied by shaking and swaying, countless fragments of stone fell from above the crowd. The mermaid palace has collapsed. The originally narrow tunnel was also buried under the rubble. As dense stones fell like a torrential rain, everyone tried their best to dodge, but they couldn't find a way out. They were left with only 2 choices. Either wait until all the stones have fallen. By then, who knows where the wonton mermaid will have gone, and what changes will occur in the divine battleland below. They felt like lambs to the slaughter. No, to be more precise, they should be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, kept in the dark, waiting for everything to unfold. Or, Hu Chen slightly lowered his gaze, releasing the remaining few pseudo-dragon phoenixes, then turned to Luciener. You all wait here, I'll go down for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he immediately dashed toward the previous battlefield at the fastest speed. The thick black mist that spread above the gate definitely has a problem. Otherwise, that mermaid wouldn't have run away so decisively. After all, the current wonton mermaid is merely an avatar or projection. Even if it were killed, it would only mean losing part of her original power. But her reaction now is even greater than when she faced the threat to her life earlier. This can only mean one thing. The thick black mist likely possesses some method to directly influence her original form through this avatar. Aside from that, Hu Chen couldn't think of any other possibility. In that case, as long as he can control or utilize that thick black mist, he can threaten or severely injure the wonton mermaid. After all, whether he exposes himself or hides, he will eventually have to face that thick black mist. It's better to confront it directly. In the blink of an eye, Hu Chen returned outside the great door. The great door was completely shrouded in deep black, with only a few scattered azure lines remaining, resembling cracks that could break open at any moment. Hu Chen stepped forward slowly, cautiously raising his hand, ready to touch the great door. The thick blackness coalesced like slime, slowly forming a head from the door. A dragon head. Unlike the dragon heads of Eastern mythology, this one resembled that of a Western lizard. The jet-black dragon head had no antlers, only a pair of sharp horns and a face full of ferocity, with a pair of crimson vertical pupils staring at Hu Chen, constantly roaring, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. At that moment, Hu Chen felt no fear, only excitement. As soon as he saw this dragon head, he knew what this creature was. Negthod. In Norse mythology, one of the culprits that gnawed at the world tree, leading to Ragnarok. If I remember correctly, someone in the past also encountered this dragon species close to the true god, and the scene was no different from now, also located in a place sealed by a certain Norse deity, leaking a hint of its aura. From the information gathered at that time after Ragnarok, the Norse gods used their last strength to seal various parts of Nidhogg's body in different corners of the world. Clearly, the current battlefield of the gods is also one of those locations. This pitch-black entity is one of Nidhogg's bodies. Although it's unclear which specific part this is, Dujien understands one thing: this thing is also a god. It's still a part of a god in a sealed state. In terms of rank, it is naturally higher than the deep-sea god Aegir, but in terms of combat power, at most, it's only S level. Especially since from the moment they met until now, this guy only knows how to roar, using all its strength just to try to bite itself. Just based on this point, Dujien knows that this guy's intelligence is incomplete. Activate True Sight-Eye, a deprivation version. Sure enough, when a panel popped up, Dujien became even more certain of what he was thinking. Name: Nidhogg's Fawn, sealed. Level: S. Health: 2820 S. Strength: 2988 S. Intelligence: 23 D. Agility: 42 D+. Talent: none. Mastered skills: none. Note: a woo. Strength plus 18. A woo. Another bite. The dragon's head was just a hair's breadth away from biting Dujien. This thing may lack talent, skills, and brains, but if it bites down, it would really hurt. However, with its agility, if it could actually bite, that would be a miracle. Dujien chuckled lightly, as if teasing a dog, and reached out to pat the creature's head. Oh my, aren't you a scary little thing? During the conversation, he patted its head 3 times in total. Originally, Dujien planned to trigger the guarantee of the fate deprivation first and then slowly take this tooth, but when the last guarantee deprivation news came, he was stunned in place. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Dujien, deprivation successful. Nidhogg's tooth, sealed, +1. Looking at the complete circle of teeth in his hand, Dujien suddenly fell into deep thought. This can actually happen. Dujien looked at the circle of teeth in front of him, immediately fell into deep thought, and cautiously used the true sight again to scan it. Name: Nidhogg's tooth. Category: Material. Level: Unknown. Effect: Unknown. Note: good teeth mean a good appetite, everything tastes great. An S-class boss just turned into a material. Logically speaking, this tooth is indeed only part of what is sealed and cannot be considered a complete entity. If it's deprivation, it's indeed possible to directly take this thing away. But the problem is, how should this thing be used? Gathering the entire Nidhogg series materials won't summon a dragon, it can only summon a black dragon, the world-destroying kind, and who knows, it might just use you as a snack the moment you meet. Otherwise, should I fit some fake teeth on my little ones? These teeth are not props as materials, they cannot be directly equipped, nor can they be attached to oneself, and then transferred to a few little ones through bestow. However, anything is possible. Before these teeth become materials, they can still woof at themselves. It's not impossible to give it a try. Dujien's eyes suddenly lit up, and he dashed back to the place he came from, clutching the circle of teeth. Luciener and the others were still standing in place, dodging or striking at the falling debris, while the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix circled around, seemingly guarding the area while clearing the rubble. This situation. Could it be that the 1,000-eyed mermaid has already appeared once? Dujien frowned slightly, but seeing that everyone was unharmed, he couldn't make a judgment and thought that the little mermaid shouldn't be that bold, right? Below is Nidhogg. After all, the Wantong mermaid is also an evil god, and its perception should be more sensitive. Even if it just sensed a trace of Nidhogg's aura, it should have been scared away immediately. How could it possibly turn back? Forget it, as long as nothing is wrong now, let's deal with the teeth first. Hey, boss, come over here. Dujien had one hand on the tooth and waved to the largest of the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes. The boss was taken aback for a moment, then immediately dashed over to Dujien. Come here, let dad give you a buff. As Dujien spoke, he held the Nidhogg tooth in his right hand and pressed his left hand on its head. Black light burst forth from his right hand, enveloping the Nidhogg tooth, while his left hand shimmered with dazzling white light, landing on the boss's head. As the Nidhogg tooth transformed into a beam of black light and dissipated, the white light on the boss's head instantly turned black. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor, Dujien, for achieving success. This is the dragon tooth. Although it's a large lizard dragon from the west, it still has dragon in its name, which suits our little cub quite well. The only downside is that there's only one. I'll give it to the boss first, and as for the rest, we'll see if we can find any other teeth. If we find suitable ones, I'll equip the other cubs with them too. As the white light dissipated, a black beam of light instantly enveloped the entire fake dragon phoenix. A wave filled with a sense of destruction spread out. 1Q9A *4V3M48 BTWM and 96GQ7 CIBNG4T F.1G 44P7G5Y6N C8 2JFKDU 3 and 3JP4Q9 at 5J H5A8SA FF$5 F at H9HFMF X
Whether it was the 8 fake dragon phoenixes helping to clear the rubble or the deer fairy and others, they all turned to look at Hu Chen's position. Roar! A roar erupted. The boss in front of me instantly became completely different. The entire body covered in crimson gold scales was suddenly dyed pitch black, with no significant changes to other parts except for the dragon's head. Although the antlers on its head retained their original length, they had transformed from rounded to incredibly sharp. A dragon's head slightly swayed, and when it looked up at Hu Chen again, its appearance had become 90% similar to Nidhogg. Let's not mention anything else. If this appearance were to show up in front of Loki, it would surely scare him out of his wits. Master! The big one spoke those 2 words. Before Hu Chen could respond, its dark golden eyes already revealed a hint of joy. The joy of speaking for the first time. It excitedly circled around Hu Chen, occasionally cheering, "Master! I can talk now, Master. Yes, you're one step closer to truly becoming a dragon." Hu Chen smiled and patted the big one's head, using the eye of true sight to scan its panel, instantly left speechless. Originally, the attributes of the 9-headed pseudo-dragon phoenix were all about B level. But now, species, pseudo-Nidhogg, level, A. Stamina, 1976, A+. Strength, 1886, A+. Intelligence, 1533, A+. Agility, 1447, A+. Talent, True Phoenix Bloodline, SSS Devourer of Worlds, SSS Dragon Phoenix Inheritance, SS Phoenix Rage, SS Dragon Phoenix Batwings, A. Mastered Skills, Inheritance Dragon Breath, A. Inheritance Phoenix Flight, A. Inheritance Dragon Roar, B. Inheritance Phoenix Cry, B. Strike, E. Venomous Bite, E. Entangle, F. Note, a rare creature that integrates the bloodlines of dragons, phoenixes, and the Western destroyer dragon god Nidhogg. It is recommended to be made into a specimen for collection because I don't have one. For attributes have been directly elevated to A+ level. Even the stamina attribute is just a hair away from breaking into S-. What does this mean? If we were to let this boss go alone now, with the talents and skills mastered, it could instantly take down 3 avatars of evil gods, including the Crimson Sea. This is just a set of teeth. If we find more of Nidhogg's items and bestow them upon the boss, perhaps it will grow into an existence even more terrifying than Nidhogg. This is far more terrifying than some true dragons. Although there is more than one dragon god, and Nidhogg may not be the strongest, not all dragons can become gods. If given the choice between becoming a true dragon and becoming an existence stronger than Nidhogg, Hu Chen would naturally choose the latter without hesitation. Of course, the difficulty of becoming the latter is much higher. Besides this place, Hu Chen only knows one location where Nidhogg's body is sealed, which at most allows the boss to take one more step forward. Further up, it will depend on luck. Or, Loki might also know a few places, who knows, we could try to get some information. Of course, all of this is for later. Right now, there's another matter to handle. Hu Chen raised his hand and rubbed the little boss's head. "Let's go, we're off to play with Sister Mermaid." "Yes, Master." The little boss flicked his tail and, along with his 8 brothers, immediately swam towards the rubble above. As one of the quest tasks, this little mermaid cannot leave the Mermaid Kingdom before the quest ends, no matter what. That guy must still be outside. Everyone watched as Hu Chen came up from below, bringing back a retainer, their eyes wide with curiosity, as if they had countless questions to ask. Seeing this, Hu Chen could only smile wryly and say, "I know you're all anxious, but please don't rush. Let's finish the quest first, and then you can ask anything you want." With that said, everyone naturally didn't press for more questions. Only Lu Xiener. She said with a toothy grin, "When you find that mermaid, make sure to leave me a breath. If you want me to take action, just tell me what conditions you need for the exchange." What's wrong? Hu Chen looked at her in confusion, but all he could see was a cloud of gloom, so he had no idea what was going on with her. However, from Lu Xiener's tone and demeanor, it was easy to tell that she was extremely angry. "It's nothing." Lu Xiener didn't want to say much, simply crossing her arms and turning away. But just from her tone, it's easy to tell how angry she really is. Hu Chen couldn't help but glance at Wei Shaoqing beside him. The latter immediately leaned closer and whispered, "Right after you left, Brother Hu Chen, that mermaid came by. She originally wanted to kill us first, but Sister Xiener took the hit for us." And then? Hu Chen was taken aback. He was well aware of Lu Xiener's capabilities. Among the survivors, she is undoubtedly exceptional, and even now, being second on the sky list wouldn't be a problem. But ultimately, she's at most B-level in combat strength. Facing an A-level opponent while injured, she probably wouldn't stand a chance, right? Then Sister Xiener was heavily injured and nearly died. Sister Suyao just restored her condition when you arrived, and that mermaid ran away. Wei Shaoqing said this and couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Xiener, her tone filled with helplessness. That's why Sister Xiener is so angry. No wonder. With the strength of that 10,000-eyed mermaid, the so-called heavy injury would probably have left Lu Xiener half dead. If Suyao hadn't been there, she might have really kicked the bucket. It's just a pity. By that time, the gloom surrounding her should have dissipated. If I had been there, I might have seen her true form. This is one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the world from my past life.
What a shame to miss it like this.
You seem to think it's a pity, Luciener's mournful voice floated over. Hu Chen didn't dare to provoke her in this state and quickly waved his hands to explain.
I didn't. It wasn't me. Don't say that.
Generally speaking, a double negative implies affirmation, and a triple negative has a similar effect. Seeing that Luciener was about to explode, Hu Chen immediately changed the subject.
Hey, I think I sensed that guy's location. Quick, don't let him get away.
As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Chen rushed towards the Mermaid Kingdom at the fastest speed, with Little Boss and the remaining pseudo-dragon Phoenix following closely behind. Humph. Luciener let out a soft hum filled with playful annoyance. She turned to the people behind her and said, to prevent that guy from launching a surprise attack, you all should follow me slowly, no need to rush. That said, she still gave everyone a speed boost. This so-called no rush naturally meant not having to keep up with Hu Chen's speed, but they still needed to move a bit faster.
With Hu Chen leading the way, the scattered stones were no longer a problem, and everyone made their way back into the Mermaid Kingdom smoothly.
Corpses were still scattered everywhere. The Wantong mermaid seemed to have accepted her fate. Upon realizing she couldn't escape, she stopped fleeing and sat on the throne that originally belonged to the Mermaid Queen, coiling her body and gazing at everyone. It was as if she was ready to face everything, but when she saw that pseudo-Nidhogg, her expression changed instantly. In an instant, the scales on her body stood on end like cold hairs, trembling violently. This aura is
N.I. The Wantong mermaid didn't even dare to utter that complete name, immediately rolling off the throne and prostrating before the young boss.
Wantong mermaid, greetings to the god of destruction.
Just then, Luciener and the others swam up.
They looked at the Wantong mermaid, who was completely different from before, with eyes full of shock and curiosity. But the moment they laid their eyes on Hu Chen, their curiosity instantly vanished, leaving only shock. After all, there were just too many strange things happening with this guy. It seemed like anything that happened to him was to be expected.
What's the big deal about being the god of destruction?
Even if this guy were to summon the goddess Nuwa now, no one would be surprised.
Hu Chen ignored the Wantong mermaid and turned to Luciener.
Will you do it yourself, or should I help you get started?
You go first. Although she was reluctant to admit it, even the current Wantong mermaid was not something Luciener could handle. If something unexpected happened and someone ended up laughing at her, that would be bad.
Alright. Without saying a word, Hu Chen drew out the long-hidden black gold ancient sword and struck the head of the Wantong mermaid.
The true beginning.
He originally thought something cool and flashy would appear, so he kept the black gold ancient sword buried at the bottom of the box, but unexpectedly, this difficulty is just average. Now, there's no need to hold back, just do it however it comes naturally. The Wantong mermaid, struck by the physical blow, was instantly filled with terror. But she still remained crouched on the ground, not daring to make a sound. To avoid her brain spilling out and dirtying the eyes of these nobles, she even used her hands to cover her opened head, remaining completely still. Here. Seeing that this guy wasn't resisting, Hu Chen simply stopped attacking. He just turned to look at Luciener. The head is open, the rest is up to you. Remember to keep the hands. After killing this guy, a little mermaid should appear.
Got it. Luciener replied.
Upon hearing that she was to be killed, the crouching Wantong mermaid suddenly lifted her head. A pair of starry eyes is gazing at her. Yet, there is a hint of urgency in them, as if saying,
hurry, kill me, quick.
Even if I die now, it would only be a loss of some power. When the main body awakens, it can be replenished.
But if Nidhogg sets its sights on me, it seems the main body would only have a dead end.
Luciener did not hesitate much and directly waved her hand to release a wave of black mist. The seawater affected by the black mist quickly froze, forming ice shards that seemed to be more numerous than the stars in the eyes of the many-eyed mermaid, all of which plunged into its exposed brain. The many-eyed mermaid's body began to shrink rapidly. In just a few breaths, the over 3-meter-long many-eyed mermaid transformed back into a small mermaid the size of a palm. As a kill notification popped up, several prompts also appeared in front of everyone.
Ding! Congratulations to the survivor team Hu Chen for completing the A-level main quest, Rescue.
All rewards are calculated based on the score accumulation.
Scoring in progress? Rating terminated. Ding!
Detected survivor team Wei Shaoqing has not completed the hidden task. May the gods listen to my song.
Please complete the task within 10 minutes to continue the rating, otherwise it will be deemed a task failure.
Seeing the prompt in front of him, Hu Chen frowned.
As expected, the lack of a task prompt earlier was indeed a problem. However,
Hu Chen frowned and scanned his surroundings.
Where did that sea of crimson go? Brother Hu Chen.
It wasn't just Hu Chen who received this prompt, everyone else received the same notification. Wei Shaoqing couldn't help but worry. She stepped forward to hold the unconscious little mermaid in her palm and turned to look at Hu Chen. The others were also filled with concern. If it was just the initial stage of the task, not completing it would be fine. At worst, it would result in a permanent debuff.
But now, a task failure would mean obliteration. Don't worry. Hu Chen frowned and uttered 2 words.
He stands at the highest point of the kingdom, overlooking the entire mermaid realm, examining the ruins before him.
Since the task exists, there must be a way to complete it.
Choosing the Crimson Sea and erasing it is undoubtedly the most difficult path in this hidden mission.
In terms of strength, although the Crimson Sea is classified as S rank, with the restraint of 2A rank evil god avatars, it indeed does not match the difficulty of this S rank hidden task. Perhaps, the current moment is the real challenge of this task. Search. The Crimson Sea is not only composed of countless individuals but also possesses the SSS rank talent, Immortal. Only by completely erasing the opponent in this situation can it meet the conditions for S rank hidden difficulty. Hu Chen suddenly conjured up 2 plans in his mind. The first plan. Depriving Luciana of her 9 deities and then combining it with the Fire Phoenix might yield a talent for area of effect destructive spells at the forbidden spell level. Not to mention erasing the remaining Crimson Sea, even burning down the entire Mermaid Kingdom or evaporating the Arctic Ocean wouldn't be a difficult task. As for the second plan, Crimson. Hu Chen stepped out, crushing the little boss's head underfoot, his voice echoing throughout the Mermaid Kingdom. You are different from those 2 guys, they are merely avatars, projections, while you are a clone. If I'm not mistaken, your true body should be nearby, right? I now give you 2 choices. Either come out and submit obediently, and I will offer you a satisfactory condition, only killing this clone without harming your true body. But if you don't come out, Hu Chen lightly pressed down with his right foot, causing the little boss beneath him to roar. 2 rows of sharp teeth were revealed, and Nidhogg's aura instantly engulfed the entire Mermaid Kingdom. Believe it or not, I'll kill your true body too. A path to life, a path to death, you know how to choose, right? Silence echoed throughout the Mermaid Kingdom. The crowd remained silent, now only able to stand behind Hu Chen and watch quietly. 10 seconds. Hu Chen frowned slightly, gripping the black gold ancient knife at his side. If you don't choose, I'll choose for you. 9 seconds. The crowd silently counted in their hearts, yet there was still no response from the Mermaid Kingdom. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Time passes by minute. Hu Chen couldn't help but grip the black gold ancient knife tightly. In fact, he wasn't sure if he could find all the Scarlet Seas hidden in the Mermaid Kingdom if things really turned hostile. 3 seconds left. 3. As Hu Chen uttered the word, the Scarlet Seas scattered throughout the Mermaid Kingdom immediately gathered together, like cattle and horses rushing to work or school during peak hours, fearing they would miss the first bus. No! A tender voice rang out. Only a Scarlet Sea the size of an egg condensed into a small seahorse, stretching and contracting in front of Hu Chen. Can we talk about the terms again? There's nothing to discuss. Though he said that, Hu Chen did not rashly make a move. After all, no one knew if this guy had hidden other clones. If he killed this small seahorse and the rest didn't come out, it would be even harder to find them. Hu Chen merely raised the black gold ancient knife slightly, its tip aimed directly at the small seahorse. Your clone must die. I submit. My lord, I can submit to you. The little seahorse wiggled its body and nestled onto the back of the black gold ancient sword, its eyes full of anticipation. As long as you nod, my part can sever all ties with the main body. No. Hu Chen had just uttered a single word. Before he could finish speaking, another prompt popped up. Beep. Detected hidden task. Will God listen to my song has changed. Successfully subjugate the Crimson Sea avatar to receive random additional rewards. Seeing the prompt before him, Hu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He instantly put away the black gold ancient sword, but his raised right hand did not lower. Instead, he rubbed the head of the Crimson Sea seahorse. Not bad. Young man. There's an old saying in China, those who know how to adapt to the times are the true heroes. I think you are quite the hero. Tell me, how do I acknowledge you as my master? It's simple. The Crimson Sea immediately became excited, its body wriggling as it poked towards Hu Chen's heart. The first thing you need to do is open your heart to me, and the rest is up to me. Goodbye. Hu Chen hesitated for a moment. The black gold ancient knife reappeared in his hand, and he immediately prepared to raise the knife to strike. Open the heart? What a joke. In his previous life, he trusted others too much, which led to such an ending. In this life, even that Xie Qingwan who calls him master, he won't fully trust, let alone this sea of crimson before him. Wait, don't rush. The blade fell, splitting the sea of crimson in half, narrowly avoiding the slash of the black gold ancient knife. The sea of crimson looked at the 8 pseudo-dragon phoenixes hovering behind. They have a master-servant contract with you, and I can choose one to merge into its bloodline, then I will also be your servant. This proposal is quite good. Now, among the 9 pseudo-dragon phoenixes, the little boss has already gained a brand new evolution path, capable of reaching a higher level. The remaining 8 haven't settled yet. If he could merge with this sea of crimson, although it wouldn't match the status of the little boss merging with Nijhad, it would still be a significant improvement. At worst, he could just change it later. Sure. Hu Chen nodded immediately, but this time he did not sheath his sword. He just turned to his side to look at the second brother. This is it, you have 5 minutes. No need, 10 seconds is enough. The Crimson Sea immediately rushed towards the second brother, and under Hu Chen's instruction, the second brother did not dodge, allowing the Crimson Sea to drill into his heart. In just a few moments, the crimson gold dragon scales on the second brother began to transform towards the crimson direction. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant crimson burst forth before them. Clang!
Congratulations Survivor Hu Chen for gaining the allegiance of the Crimson Sea. Congratulations Survivor Team Wei Xiaoqing for completing the hidden task. Oh God, listen to my song. Reward S-Class Achievement Godslayer Fake Random S-Class Item +1 Random S-Class Talent +1 Random Reward S-Class Item Crimson Ring. Evaluating. Your rating is SSS+. You will receive a 500% final reward. Final rewards: Random S-Grade Item +1 Random S-Grade Material +1 Experience Points +500,000 Points +5 million. The dungeon has ended and will forcibly teleport you away in 60 seconds. Watching the previously stuck prompt continue to scroll, Hu Chen finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. It's finally over. Hu Chen let out a long sigh of relief, but he didn't rush to leave or check his rewards. He returned to the crowd and looked at the little mermaid in Wei Xiaoqing's hands. Do you like it? Want to see if you can contract it? Considering the scale of this dungeon, it's likely a one-time dungeon that won't refresh after clearing. As for the little mermaid, if she isn't taken away, she might just be left here to fend for herself. With some good luck, she might become an A-grade creature in the future, or even a higher level one. If luck is not on her side, she might be eaten as a supplement by some creature the next day. Is it possible? Wei Xiaoqing expressed doubt, looking at the little mermaid in her hands with eyes full of compassion. It's just, I'm not sure if she wants to come with me. Just take her with you. When she wakes up, if she doesn't want to stay, you can let her go. Hu Chen had a nonchalant attitude. Anyway, we should be staying here for a while. Wei Xiaoqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging Hu Chen's plan. The countdown ended in the blink of an eye. With a flash of azure light, Hu Chen and the others left the instance and returned to the surface of the sea. He immediately released No Sea Nation, bringing everyone onto the deck, and then quickly opened the chat channel to check the exact time. The time flow in some special instances differs from that of the normal world. One day spent in an instance might mean several days have passed outside, and some instances can cause years to pass inside while only a day goes by outside. Looking at the time in front of him, Hu Chen frowned slightly. March 1st, 1 p.m. There are 39 days until the second disaster strikes. This timing is about right, but I wonder how the eternal seal on the Loki divine fragment is doing. Has it been sealed once or 3 times? How is it already March? Lu Xiener also noticed this. She frowned and looked at Hu Chen. The flow of time in the instance is different from the outside? There are very few instances like that. Hu Chen briefly explained, stretched lazily, and said, I'm tired, I'm going back to rest. You all do as you please. By the way, there will be a trading fair later to see if any of the items you obtained are useless, so we can exchange and find what's most suitable for each other. Got it, Captain. After defeating the Wonton mermaid, Lu Xiener felt much better and didn't pay much attention to the time. She leaned forward and asked Hu Chen, Captain, what's for dinner tonight? Is there a menu? Fried eel, cauliflower snake sashimi, or crispy fried loach? Which one do you want? I choose a mixed plate. Lu Xiener said as she turned away. None of those dishes were something she dared to eat. Hu Chen then walked into his room to check his gains. First was the evaluation reward for clearing the instance. As long as you clear the S-level dungeon and achieve an SSS Plus rating, you can randomly receive 2 S-level items. Unfortunately, due to bad luck, what I got was just 1 S-level item and S-level materials. Name: Captain Jack's Telescope. Category: Item. Level: S. Effect: can observe all ships within a radius of 100 kilometers. Note: oh, look, who has changed to a new ship again. Name: Venomous Spider Leg. Category: Material. Level: S. Description: a spider leg containing thousands of toxins. Note: wrap it in egg batter coated with breadcrumbs and fry until golden and crispy. 1 bite and even Tang San next door will be drooling. The telescope does have some use, but as for the spider leg, I'll just toss it to Lu Xiener when she gets hungry. Next comes the reward for completing the hidden mission. 1 random S-level item, 1 random S-level talent, and 1 S-level achievement along with the S-level item, Crimson Ring. Hu Chen picked up the ring and his eyes suddenly brightened. As an S-rank item, this ring does not increase any attributes, but it has an extremely rare effect. Transform into Scarlet. After use, the wearer will transform into a scarlet form for 3 seconds, and as long as there is even a single cell left, they can be reborn in their original appearance. Unfortunately, this effect can only be used once. After use, the scarlet ring will shatter immediately. It can be considered a mini version of the true Phoenix lineage's active effect. But who would complain about having more life-saving items? Hu Chen casually slipped on the ring and looked at other items. Name: Magical Key. Category: Item. Level: S. Effect: can open any door with a level not exceeding S rank. Destroys upon use. Note: hello, is anyone home? If not, I'm coming in. Name: Forging. Category: Talent. Level: S. Effect: can reforge all metal products of level not exceeding S rank into metal products of the same level or lower than the original level. True Side-Eye Hidden Effect: can forge metal materials not exceeding S rank into items or materials. Note: Miss, do you need a suitable weapon? I can custom make one for you. Name: Godslayer Fake. Category: Achievement.
Level S. Effect: all gods favorability towards you -5%, damage to all gods +10%. Note: gods, gaze upon me. This key is of little use, and the achievement is optional, but the operability of that talent is quite good. With some combinations of talent endowments, perhaps he can raise the strength of his items by more than one tier. After all, he currently only has a set of B-grade items, which is somewhat lacking when facing A-grade or even S-grade powerhouses. As for other gains, in terms of attributes, Hu Chen gained over 500 points in the dungeon and leveled up. He also provided a strengthening path for his boss and second-in-command. Of course, the most important thing is still that SSS level talent he obtained. Immortal. His 6th SSS level talent. Hu Chen slowly shifted his gaze to his panel, and the moment he saw this talent, he was stunned. Name: Immortal. Category: Talent. Level: SSS. Effect: as long as a part of your body retains vitality, you can be reborn with all talents and skills, though all attribute values will be forcibly reduced to 1 point. True Eye of Insight hidden effect: you can sever any part of your body while maintaining permanent vitality. Cooldown: 30 days. Note: if one of me falls, thousands upon thousands of me will rise again. This talent is a bit too overpowered. Hu Chen thought to himself, but his eyes sparkled with anticipation. This is a type of talent belonging to exotic beasts. If combined with true Phoenix lineage, could it also produce a top-tier SSS level talent like Fire Phoenix? Let's give it a try. Hu Chen focused his thoughts and began experimenting with various combinations of talents and Immortal. Because it was a talent strip from the Crimson Sea, the talents Deprivation, True Eye of Insight, and Destiny could not be bestowed. Fortunately, other talents stripped from exotic beasts can indeed be combined with this talent. This includes True Phoenix lineage as well. Immortal plus True Phoenix Descendant equals **** level talent, True Immortal Phoenix Descendant. Immortal plus Phoenix Fury equals SSS level talent, Immortal Phoenix Fury. Immortal plus Dragon Phoenix Bat Wings equals S level talent, Immortal Dragon Phoenix Wings. Originally, True Phoenix Descendant was already an SSS level talent. I didn't expect that combining it with the also SSS level talent, Immortal, would result in a glitch. 3 asterisks replaced the original level. As for its effects, it certainly did not disappoint Hu Chen. Talent: True Immortal Phoenix Descendant. Level: active effect: after use, you can command all feathered beings within 1,000 kilometers. Passive effect 1: all fire element damage dealt +70%, all fire element damage taken -70%. Passive effect 2: as long as any part of your body is active, you can be reborn with all talents and skills, and all attribute values will increase by 10%. True Eye of Insight hidden effect: you can sever any part of your body and maintain permanent activity. Cooldown time: 30 days. Usage count: 0/9. Note: the noble Phoenix clan with the Yuan Phoenix bloodline possesses an incredibly powerful bloodline force. Originally, the youthful mini version of the True Phoenix Descendant overlapped with the talent Immortal, directly elevating the passive effect of this talent to an outrageous level. 9 chances for rebirth, and with each rebirth, attributes can be increased by 10%. Yes, this effect is far inferior to the SSS level talent Fire Phoenix, but this passive effect has no side effects at all. However, using Fire Phoenix 9 times will forcibly transform the owner into a beast. Yet this talent will not do so. Besides that, there is the active effect, the feathered clan within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. This means that in this disaster, there aren't too many feathered clans, otherwise, just this effect alone would be enough to annihilate most SSS level talents. That's a range of 1,000 kilometers. It could cover almost half of the area of China. No wonder it is considered a talent above SSS level. But if talents can exist above SSS level, do items, materials, or even NPCs also exist at that level? This thought flashed through Hu Chen's mind and quickly vanished. He didn't think much about it, he just took a quick look at the evolved Immortal Phoenix Fury and Immortal Dragon Phoenix Wing. The strength and speed of the Dragon Wing increased by 1 level. The Phoenix Fury added the word immortal, and its duration was further enhanced. As long as Hu Chen is willing, he can even keep the released Fire Phoenix for a whole day. He can accumulate 1 Fire Phoenix every hour. In other words, as long as he continues to accumulate Fire Phoenixes when he wants, he can even unleash a Fire-type forbidden spell that lasts for 24 hours. Thanks to the enhancement of the true Immortal Phoenix bloodline, the strength of the Immortal Phoenix Fury has risen to another level. Previously, it could only roast the tentacles of the Scarlet Sea. Now, throwing out 1 Fire Phoenix can directly roast it into Iron Plate Octopus. Isn't it just S-class? Hu Chen's intelligence attribute is just 1 step away from A+, and combined with the strength of this talent, defeating an S is a piece of cake. Hu Chen could hardly suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He raised his eyes to look at the second new talent on the panel. Forging. What a pity. Because this is a supportive talent, it conflicts too much with Hu Chen's existing talents, and not all talents can be compatible. It merely integrates a few talents and characteristics. Fusion plus trait infinite equals fusion infinite version. Fusion infinite version plus destiny equals SS grade talent sublimation.
Sublimation plus true vision equals sublimation true vision version. Looking at the effect of sublimation true vision version before him, Hu Chen's smile instantly froze. Not because it was too poor, but because the effect was jaw-dropping even for him. In addition to the level of the meltable metal products being upgraded to SS grade, one word in the talent description has also changed. From below originally, it has been changed to above. This means that Hu Chen can resublimate an SS grade metal item and it will only be sublimated to the original SS grade or even a higher SSS grade. Although the probability is very low, the original upper limit has directly become the lower limit of this talent. The intensity of this enhancement is, of course, self-evident. With the addition of the True Vision Eye, Hu Chen could even see the possible appearance and specific attributes of the items before the sublimation was complete. He could also make changes or perform other operations during the sublimation process to make the resulting items even more perfect. Ha! Hu Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, took off the scarlet ring, and wondered what S-grade items others might have received. This was indeed useless to him, so he could choose to exchange it with them tonight. Maybe there would be some surprises. Hu Chen lay back on the bed and began to check his brand new panel. Survivor Hu Chen. Survival level 15. Distance to next upgrade 784-283/10-0000000. Physique 1246 A+. Strength 1102 A. Intelligence 1145 A. Agility 1124 A. Luck 9 SS. Class Sky Hunter SSS unlocked. Mastered talents True Immortal Phoenix Lineage ***** Bestow SSS Deprive SSS Eye of True Vision SSS Destiny SSS Immortality SSS Realm of Hades SS Commanding Soldiers SS Immortal Phoenix Fury SSS Dragon Phoenix Heritage SS Sunchaser SS Hades SS Sublimation SS Black Gold Ancient Blade S Immortal Dragon Phoenix Wings S. Skills Inheritance Phoenix Feather A. Inheritance Dragon Scale Armor A. Soul Slash S. Fang Tian A. Earth Repulse A. Spirit Summon B. Backpack SSS Level Item Ancestral Dragon Robe SSS Level Item Heshir Bai SSS Level Item Imperial Jade Seal S Level Item Abyss S Level Item Son of Heaven Sword S Level Item Tiger Talisman S Level Item Thousand Faces S Level Item Taigong Fishing Rod S Level Item Shin Bird Beast Pill S Level Item Scarlet Ring S Level Item Captain Jack's Telescope S Level Material 10,000 Poison Spider Legs A Level Item Breaking Army Halberd A Level Item Jiao Snake Beast Pill A Level Item Frost Bear Beast Pill A Level Item Mermaid Beast Pill B Level Item Step to Heaven Army Boots B Level Set War General C Level Material Mermaid Singing Throat Remaining points 13,782,358. He lay on the bed, pressing his left hand against the back of his head, raising his right hand in front of his eyes, and slowly spreading his fingers. He was already at full Attribute A rank. At this rate, by the time the first catastrophe ended, he might reach full Attribute SS rank, or even a higher level. By then, he would also qualify to venture into that instance from his previous life. In fact, since his rebirth began, he had always harbored a suspicion. His ability to be reborn might be related to an experience from his past life. If he could enter that instance, perhaps he could find the answer he desired. Second catastrophe SSS rank instance Kunlun. Before resting, Hu Chen didn't forget to check the current status of the Loki divinity. As he had previously thought, the eternal seal attached to the divinity had already stacked 3 layers. Silence, armor breaking, and slowing 3 layers of perpetual debuff had all reached LV9. Of course, in this state, Loki was still a god. Hu Chen couldn't fully relax, he still needed to take some more time on the way, at least, until he accumulated 9 layers of seals. Hu Chen slept all the way until dinner time. Because of the many surprises gained from the previous copies, he was in a good mood and simply used the available ingredients to prepare a few dishes. Everyone enjoyed the meal. After everyone was full and satisfied, Xie Qingwan tidied up the table a bit, and everyone gathered around to prepare for the exchange. Except for Lu Xiener, who couldn't see clearly what the situation was, everyone else held an item in their hands. Hu Chen didn't look closely, just glanced at it and felt they should all be S-level items. When it comes to items, there isn't the most suitable one, only the more suitable one. It's best to take them out and compare, finding the one that is more suitable for oneself. I'll go first. Hu Chen casually took out the crimson ring and placed it on the table, briefly introducing it. This is a one-time item that triggers automatically when close to death, transforming into a sea of crimson for 3 seconds. If any cells survive after 3 seconds, it can restore you to your state before near death. I won't elaborate on the benefits, as you should all know, but I also need to clarify the drawbacks of this item. In those 3 seconds, if all your cells die, then this item will be of no use at all. That's a life-saving tool. That lucky dog! Lu Xiener exclaimed in surprise. She raised her hand and slammed a short dagger on the table. I'll trade you for this. Hu Chen said nothing more, just glanced at the short dagger. Name, Dragon Slaying Dagger. Category, Item. Level, S.
Effect, strength plus 30% deals an additional 10% damage to dragon and dragon-like creatures. Note, the sound of dragons is quite pleasing. A standard S-level item, clearly not enough to trade for the Crimson Ring. However, this item carries another meaning, Luciener's goodwill. There are many dragon and dragon-like creatures in the world, but there are 9 right beside Hu Chen. If Luciener hadn't brought this out, it could have served as a trump card against Hu Chen, but since she is willing to present it now, it means she has no hidden intentions towards him. Just for a Crimson Ring, Hu Chen can completely accept this. Just as Hu Chen was about to agree, another crisp sound rang out. Wait, I also want to change to this ring. This voice is Mill. Hu Chen couldn't help but turn to look at this guy. In front of her, there was already a ball the size of a fist. This is a Beast Core. S-Class Beast Core. Based on Mill's previous performance in the dungeon, this reward should have been obtained from the random rewards in the Crimson Sea. Her luck is really good. Come on, sisters. Luciener helplessly replied, that's an S-Class item of mine. What are you doing bringing an S-Class material to join in? I'll add another item then. Mill pouted and said, casually slapping the table, a card appeared directly. Name, Voyager Ship Card. Category, Item. Level, S. Effect, can summon an S-Class ship Voyager and bind it to oneself after use. Note, no time to explain, hurry on board. Vehicle type item. It's a ship. I have to say, Mill's luck is really incredible. Casually slacking off, and yet I got the highest value S-rank reward. Among rewards of the same rank, the value of talent is the highest, there's no doubt about that. But next up are the ship vehicles. An S-rank ship vehicle can be exchanged for at least 3 S-rank items. Captain, is it okay? Hu Chen remains silent. In terms of value, Mill is indeed superior, but when it comes to needs, Hu Chen actually prefers to choose Luciener's dragon-slaying dagger. With his personality, he would usually just make a choice directly, but this time was different. He didn't make a decision right away. The reason is simple. A few little guys patrolling outside reported to him that a medium-sized cruise ship had entered the warning zone and was heading straight towards them. They must have discovered them through some means, and as for the purpose, the person hasn't even arrived yet, so it's unclear what the specific purpose is, but judging by their aggressive approach, it probably won't end well. Faced with these little karamais, Hu Chen couldn't be bothered to take action. He actually wanted to see if the people sitting at the table would undergo some positive changes after 1 or 2, or even 3 dungeons. This also determines how many people will participate in the journey to Asgard. When strength is sufficient, reliable teammates are far more important than just strong ones. No rush. Hu Chen chuckled and replied to Mier, then looked at the others. What rewards did you all get? Why not take them out and let's have a look together? This is mine. Wei Xiaoqing said as she placed a gold bracelet encrusted with sapphires on the table. This bracelet enhances control over water elements. It's very compatible with Wanchuan. Not bad, not bad. Hu Chen nodded with a smile, ruffling Wei Xiaoqing's hair. This thing suits you well, no need to trade it. Wei Xiaoqing isn't the only one with talent for Wanchuan, but apart from her, the only other one using Wanchuan as an attack method is Su Yao. Compared to the latter, Hu Chen prefers Wei Xiaoqing to wear this bracelet. Master, look at mine. Xia Qingwan said as she slapped the iron ball she was holding onto herself. A set of armor suddenly appeared on her. This is not a set, but rather a rare portable armor. In addition to the iron ball form, there are also bracelets, rings, and necklaces, which are also considered rare. Just as Hu Chen was about to comment, a disdainful voice suddenly came from outside the Wu Shanghai Nation. Wow! So many good things! The voice came from above the Wu Shanghai Nation. As everyone turned to look outside the ship, a figure landed on the deck of the Wu Shanghai Nation. Then came the second, the third. More than 10 figures appeared on the deck. Leading them was a burly man with a full beard. His bulging muscles almost looked menacing. He looked at the people in the cabin and almost burst out laughing. I thought they were someone important, turns out they are just a bunch of women. Brothers, tonight, we can have some real fun. 6 of them, enough for us to share. 6? The crowd was not afraid of these guys' appearance, but when they heard that number, they couldn't help but turn to Hu Chen. This number clearly included someone who was already counted. Come on, come on. The burly man with a bushy beard laughed wildly, yet he did not recklessly enter the cabin. Instead, he hoisted a large knife on his shoulder and waved at the few people inside the cabin. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Whoever comes over to kneel in front of me first, I'll let them live a few more days. But if you don't listen, once my brothers are done enjoying, you won't be of any use anymore. Master. Xia Qingwan said nothing more, just turned to Hu Chen and asked for his opinion with 2 words. Hu Chen sat in place and patted the spot beside him. Sit. With that single word, it was said. Although Xia Qingwan did not understand what her master was really planning, she still suppressed the waves of killing intent in her heart and unconditionally sat beside him. The few people nearby were also taken aback upon seeing this. Only Lu Xiener fell into deep thought. The few annoying guys were patrolling outside, and logically, such things shouldn't be approaching the territory of Wu Shanghai Nation. Yet these guys just came up. She didn't see any surprise on Hu Chen's face, which means he knew in advance, or even deliberately let these guys board the ship. So what is his purpose? To use these guys to kill Meyer? No, that's impossible. He must have some other plan. Hey! The people in the cabin were calm, but those outside were anxious. One of them raised his hand and knocked the blade against the ship's hull, as if urging, "Did you hear what our boss said? You better not be ungrateful." Hey! The bearded strong man chuckled and stopped his younger brother, a beauty. It's only proper to be a bit reserved. But, as the long tail sound fell, the strong man's body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant bear with blue and white fur, standing nearly 5 meters tall, looking like he could punch through the unbounded sea kingdom. If you're too reserved, the Lord might get unhappy. Seeing this, Hu Chen, who had been silent, suddenly turned his head. Wait, are you called Vasily Tov? Boss, you know him. The little brother looked up at the giant bear behind him. The giant bear scratched his head, his blue eyes looking at Hu Chen several times before finally shaking his head. Hey, how do you know my name? Ha! Hu Chen let out a cold laugh. He originally just wanted to find some external factors to see these guys' reactions, but he didn't expect to let this guy in. Vasily Tov, the 11th in the previous life's heavenly ranking. The reason is simple. Accumulation. Accumulation of primitive capital. This guy was originally a pirate possessing a large number of firearms as his foundation, awakened an SS-level beast transformation talent, and his subordinates' talents are not bad either. After the cataclysm of the torrential rain arrived, he quickly established a maritime regime, sweeping up nearly all the oceanic resources across the 4 seas. With the accumulation of various resources, he became the leader of the 10th major organization in his previous life, the Deep Sea, and successfully ranked 10th on the heavenly ranking during the first cataclysm. When standing at the right opportunity, even a pig can fly. What a pity. There are too many opportunities. This pig can't be on top every time. With the arrival of the second and third disasters, this top 10 on the leaderboard also fell down. But his business at sea has always been good. For example, maritime security. All the security work on the ship that detained Hu Chen was provided by Deep Sea. There were even a few times when Hu Chen saw Vasily Tov while he was unconscious. It was Lu Yuner who personally brought him, intending for Hu Chen to provide a tribute enhancement as part of the deal. Meeting again truly feels like a lifetime apart. Hu Chen didn't stand up, just raised his hand and beckoned towards the door. Come here, let's talk. Hey! Seeing someone so arrogant, Vasily Tov took a breath and was ready to curse. I was just... Boom! Before anyone could react, they felt a wave of heat rush past, followed by a burst of crimson on the sea behind them. The smooth surface of the sea seemed to evaporate a layer, creating a backflow effect that caused the ship to sway. Everyone was suddenly caught in a daze. Fortunately, the smell of burnt hair stimulated their senses and awakened everyone. The little brother standing behind the giant bear immediately exclaimed, "Boss, your fur." Vasily Tov was taken aback. He lowered his head to look beside him and realized that all the hair on his arm had been ignited by the recent heat. Hoo-hoo! Seeing that the fire couldn't be blown out, Vasily Tov immediately lay down on the ground and started rolling. What are you all standing there for? Put out the fire. Oh. The little brothers rushed over, stepping on the giant bear, but it was ultimately useless. The flames that had caught on the fur were like candles that couldn't be blown out. They looked extinguished, but would reignite with a gust of wind. Seeing this, Vasily Tov gritted his teeth and jumped into the sea. Finally! The flame can finally be extinguished. He, with his soaked fur, jumped back into No Shanghai Nation, not daring to leave on his own, and could only stand on the deck, looking into the cabin. Who exactly are you? Who I am is not important. Hu Chen's voice calmly echoed, your decision is more important. Will you come in to chat, or turn around and leave? You can make your choice now. You little punk. The little brother threatening everyone with a knife spoke up again. It was as if he didn't know everything that had happened earlier was related to someone, and he pointed inside, cursing, such a small guy, talking big, do you think you are? He hadn't even finished the word what. Hu Chen casually threw out a bird feather, piercing through his skull. Blood splattered. A corpse lay on the deck. Third brother. Exclamations rang out. Several people had already surrounded him. Only that bear. He still stood in place, not daring to move recklessly. He has helped you avert a disaster. Hu Chen slightly raised his eyes, his gaze cold. You almost said the wrong thing just now. Remember to be careful. Boss. A few people surrounding the corpse looked up at Vasily Tov. Come on. The third one is dead. Yeah, boss. Together, let's kill them. Boss. We can't swallow this anger. Yeah, boss. Before they could finish their words, a shadow flashed past everyone. 5 narrow leopard tails swept through the air, passing through all the heads surrounding the corpse until there were only corpses by the corpse. No living person remained. Drops of blood fell, mingling with the water stains on the deck, creating waves of deep red. Killing is such a hassle. To kill one, you must kill all those who seek revenge for him. Hu Chen shrugged helplessly, looking at the giant bear on the deck. Tell me, do you want to take revenge for them?
Vasilitov has the potential to be in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking, so he is naturally clear-headed. Upon seeing Hu Chen's demeanor, he quickly detached himself from the scene before him and looked at Hu Chen with a flattering expression. I dare not. The short 3 words fell, and even Hu Chen did not catch the hatred in Vasilitov's voice. It was merely a humble plea for mercy. Either this guy is disguising himself well, or this guy never regarded those people as brothers, merely as tools. If the tool is damaged, he naturally won't seek revenge for it. Of course, no matter what this guy thinks, it does not affect Hu Chen's decision. I'm sorry. The giant bear trembled and simply knelt down. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Wrong? No, you are not. Hu Chen shook his head, stood up from his position, and walked towards the deck. Killing and robbing, such things are too common in times of disaster. You are doing it to survive, and so am I. In an era without laws and morals, everything done to survive is justified. Hu Chen arrived at the cabin door, gazing at the giant bear on the deck. One person stood in the light, while a bear was shrouded in darkness. Given that you still understand some things, I can give you a chance. A chance? The giant bear suddenly raised its head. It knew this might be its only chance to survive. What do you say? Submit. Hu Chen took a step forward, entering the deck area, and walked towards the giant bear. I won't impose any restrictions on you, just need you to obey and help me with tasks. If you do well, there will be rewards, if not, there will be punishments. If you want to rebel or find an opportunity to stab me in the back, that's fine, this is the price I pay for making this choice. But remember, you only have one chance. Hu Chen slowly raised his hand, suspended in the air, as if waiting for something. Now, you can make your decision. The ice-blue giant bear trembled slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to lie down on the deck, placing its head under Hu Chen's palm. Master! Master! Hiss! Before Hu Chen could react, Xie Qingwan, who was listening from a distance, started to bare her teeth. How could her exclusive title be taken away like that? Good. Hu Chen chuckled as he rubbed his head, but you should change how you address me, just call me Sir. Sir. The giant bear immediately lowered its head in response, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Hu Chen acknowledged with a sound and casually took out the S-rank item, Captain Jack's telescope. A well-behaved child will always be rewarded, and you are no exception. This is for you, use it wisely. The silly Tove immediately transformed into human form and took the telescope with both hands. As soon as the telescope was in his hands, he received the detail panel of the item, and his pupils couldn't help but tremble. S-rank item. And it's a type for observation. This item is even rarer for someone like him who roams the seas. Travels, than an SSS rank item. Thank you, sir. Vasily Tove immediately cheered out loud. Putting everything else aside, just this alone has earned us an S-class item. Even with so many brothers lost, it's worth it. Don't rush, there are conditions. Hu Chen smiled lightly, raised his hand to pat Vasilitov's shoulder, and said, from now on, report to me every 3 days. I want 1/3 of the points you earn, excluding those used for your operations. I want to review all the items and materials you collect first. If needed, just give them to me directly. Yes, sir. Vasilitov lowered his head as he spoke, looking towards the corpses in the cabin, but our current strength seems insufficient for any significant actions. That's your problem, not mine. Hu Chen looked at him coldly, not granting him anything. Remember, I want to see the first prophet in 3 days, or else. His words fell. At the same time, the 9-headed little creatures emerged from the water. Just their imposing aura was enough to make Vasilitov shudder. As a survivor with the avatar-type ability, he was extremely sensitive to the aura of the. He once saw a dark bird fly overhead, and that person's aura seems to be no stronger than what is here. Could it be that? There are A-class exotic beasts in here. Hu Chen chuckled and said, but I will come back to find you. Yes, Mr. Hu. The silly Tove has already guessed the identity of the person in front of him. There was news about this person in the global chat channel. It is said that he often has 9 dragon-like exotic beasts with him, and there are exactly 9 exotic beasts here. He doesn't know whether he is lucky or unlucky. Originally just out for a casual hunt, who would have thought he would catch a big dragon? Fortunately, this big dragon doesn't intend to go on a rampage, otherwise, he estimates he wouldn't be able to escape. Alright, take what you brought and leave. Hu Chen casually said this and turned to walk into the cabin. Vasily Tove immediately moved to the side of the cabin and began to clear the corpses, throwing each body into the sea without putting any into the warehouse. What a joke! If he really takes these corpses away, he might end up as a corpse himself. Hu Chen walked into the cabin, and Wei Xiaoqing immediately leaned closer, speaking in a low voice. Brother Hu Chen, that guy seems to not be sincere, so be careful. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, Xiaoqing. I know this guy won't submit easily, but that's fine. Hu Chen chuckled and ruffled Wei Xiaoqing's hair. There are many people in this world who act one way to your face and another behind your back. With the arrival of disasters, such people are becoming more and more common. We can't avoid dealing with them, so we need to learn to manipulate them. No matter how they change, we just need to make them useful to us. If they're not useful, then we'll find another. Hu Chen looked at Vasilitov's departing figure and said calmly, "We just need to ensure that the maximum damage he can cause is within our control." That's what he said. In fact, Hu Chen just wanted this guy to die in a different way. As one of the accomplices in his past life, killing him so easily would be too cheap for him. Isn't this guy just a pig in the spotlight? Alright, let him fly to the highest point, truly experiencing the world's allure before we strike him down. The pain he will endure in this process is far more torturous than dying in fear right now. It won't take long. With a solid backing, this guy will only become more rampant, and with the aid of that telescope, in just over half a month, the whole world will know of this character on the sea. By that time, .VV4 is ETLL 699.06 74p/CQQLB AFRIF 114 TSC7 B35 W6 CAG8 FD2 1 D.DG 39 T3 BJL 4% H and DM9 U5 90 IU55 KLA8 equals D caret KFS 5 GF 19 QJF8. The heavenly rankings should be released soon, but I wonder if I will still see those familiar names. Alright. Hu Chen looked outside the cabin. Xiaowan, come back and continue the trading session, no one will disturb us anymore. Okay, master. Xia Qingwan cheered and immediately returned to sit beside Hu Chen. During the remaining trading time, Hu Chen still gave the scarlet ring to Luciener and put away the dragon-slaying dagger. As for the Voyager, Su Yao really wants it. After sacrificing an S-class item that can enhance intelligence, she still obtained this item. After all, what Mill needs most is intelligence. A one-time increase of 20% in intelligence, along with a passive effect that forces wakefulness, is indeed more valuable to her than a Voyager. Wei Shaoqing did not make an exchange, nor did Xia Qingwan. After the transaction was completed, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, heading towards the Fire Islands. No further events occurred overnight. On March 2nd at 7 in the morning, there are 38 days left until the second catastrophe strikes. As raindrops fell heavily on the water's surface, the No Shanghai nation officially entered the Nordic Sea area, one of the 9 continents. The area still has exotic beasts, and the heavy rain persists. Hu Chen opened his eyes, looked at the refreshed store goods list, but did not find anything of interest. Now holding over 13 million points, it looks like a lot, but it's only enough to buy a D-class talent. When nothing necessary refreshes, he will still save these points for emergencies. He turned over, got out of bed, and opened the door, just in time to see Luciener from across the hall also opening her door. One could see a set of pink fluffy pajamas emerging. It was unclear if she had just woken up and wasn't used to it, but the gloom did not envelop her. But just as Hu Chen was about to look up and see her face, the gloom suddenly appeared and wrapped Luciener tightly. So she reacted this quickly? Does it have to be this fast? Oh, Captain, you're up early. Luciener greeted Hu Chen with a smile, and just by looking at his expression, it was clear he hadn't seen anything. The early bird catches the worm. Hu Chen suppressed his regret and said one line before heading towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Luciener immediately went over. The captain is right. Me too. Me too. Captain, are you going to make breakfast? Hurry. Show me what's in your mouth. Hu Chen was instantly filled with helplessness. He looked at a chirping little bird and turned to ask, if you think I'm right, do you know what the next line is? Next line? Luciener was taken aback and tentatively said, the early bird catches the worm? Wrong, think again. Hu Chen casually replied without giving an answer and started to get busy. He cracked an egg into the frying pan, using the residual heat to scorch the surface while keeping the egg mixture semi-solid, and bought 2 slices of raw toast from the store. After removing the crusts, he toasted the white bread until golden, then placed the fried egg inside, and grilled 2 slices of bacon, a slice of ham, a small steak, a piece of lettuce, added a bit of salad dressing, and a sprinkle of white sesame seeds. All set. Hu Chen held it in his hand and looked at Luciener, who was about to drool. Have you thought of it? If you have, you can have a bite. 5,000. 5,000 points. Luciener looked at the sandwich in front of her and couldn't help but swallow. 5,000 points for that sandwich in your hand. I don't want to guess anymore. Alright, I might as well tell you the answer. Hu Chen took a bite, the egg mixture seeped into the bread, and the juices from the steak mingled with the aroma of the ham, all bursting in his mouth, accompanied by the crisp sound of his teeth cutting through the lettuce. As he chewed, he looked at Luciener and chuckled. The next line is, the early rising cattle and horses do not deserve to eat. Did you learn it? Hu Chen. I hashtag asterisk at hashtag. Luciener blurted out a series of gibberish, clearly in a rage, her face almost turning red. But it's just a sandwich. Hu Chen wasn't that stingy. He was simply enjoying the thrill of making Luciener angry. By the time he finished the sandwich, Luciener was too tired from scolding. Hu Chen also took out 5 eggs and started making other sandwiches. In total, there were 5 portions. Whether it was Luciener, the maid Xia Qingwan, the younger sister Wei Shaoqing, or Su Yao on the edge of the team, even the commodity Meyer had a share. As the fragrant aroma wafted out, everyone gradually awakened and walked out of their rooms one after another. Especially Luciener. When she saw the 5 eggs being placed in the frying pan, a smile returned to her lips as she crouched by the stove like a little kitten, waiting for the moment the sandwich was ready to pounce into her mouth.
Hu Chen also gave her the first sandwich. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Hu Chen issued a command to the group. Find someone. Find someone who knows the exact location of the Faroe Islands. From the regional chat channel, it appears they have already entered Northern Europe and the general direction is correct. However, to find the exact location of the Faroe Islands, a map or a suitable guide is still needed. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Hu Chen did not make any trades in the regional chat channel. By this time, they had reached the mid-stage of the first disaster and some survivors already possessed D-level or even C-level combat power. If they knew Hu Chen had arrived and was looking for the location of the Faroe Islands, some might consider going after the regional beasts. It won't be good if someone gets ahead of us. So, directly looking for people at sea is obviously the safest and most convenient way. Perfect. Su Yao has just acquired the Ayahawo. Hu Chen divided the team into 3 groups. Lu Xiener, Wei Xiaoqing, and Mier took the Wu Shenghaigua, while Su Yao and Xie Qingwan took the Ayahawo, splitting the 5 into 2 teams to search for survivor ships along the current route. The 9-headed little ones were also divided into 3 teams, with Wu Shenghaigua and Ayahawo each taking 4 to ensure safety and lock-in positions. Hu Chen, on the other hand, took the little boss to act alone, searching in a wider area. With the little boss upgraded to A level, its speed has already surpassed that of the current Wu Shenghaigua. Unless Wu Shenghaigua levels up several more times, it won't be able to compete with the A+ level agility of the little boss. Putting aside the rookie phase, the first disaster has already been going on for 11 days. Those who have survived have already found their own survival rules, while those who couldn't adapt to the disaster have mostly perished. The remaining survivors are all as clever as monkeys. If the displayed strength is too overwhelming, people will naturally become suspicious and hesitate to appear recklessly. To find someone, you need to use a more low-key approach. For example, being chased. Help! Hu Chen transformed into a water-like figure, frantically fleeing forward, with a sea-level sailfish chasing after him. Deeper underwater, the little boss was closely following the sea-level sailfish, urging it to chase ahead. 1 person and 1 beast darted between skyscrapers, causing quite a commotion. Even those within 100 meters could hear Hu Chen's wails. Fortunately, Hu Chen had put on the S-level item, Thousand Faces, in advance, disguising himself as someone he had seen earlier at the Chu Hongyu shelter. Even if someone were to take a picture and post it in the chat channel, it wouldn't be his own face that would be exposed. It's just a pity. Hu Chen had been chased for almost 10 minutes and still hadn't encountered a single survivor willing to lend a hand. This is a big city. Even if the Nordic region is vast and sparsely populated, there shouldn't be a single survivor to lend a helping hand. Forget it, howling like this isn't a solution. Let's bait them a little and see if we can catch any fish. Hu Chen slowed down slightly, and when that C-class marlin caught up, he kicked it and gritted his teeth, shouting, "I'll fight you." He deliberately controlled his strength so as not to kill the creature, but it was enough to injure it while keeping it capable of basic movement. In simple terms, it's crippled, just a bit of skin and blood left. At this stage, no survivor could maintain their composure in front of such a bloodthirsty C-class beast. A C-class beast may not yield much experience, but once it reaches C-class or above, it will more or less drop some materials or items, which can be sold for a considerable income. No one would refuse a pie falling from the sky, especially those who are desperate in the disaster. Sure enough, as the movements of that C-class marlin slowed down, someone finally made a move. "Hey, you over there. If you want me to save you, bring that fish over here. Hurry." The voice came from a building on the street. Hu Chen accurately pinpointed the source of the voice but didn't look directly. Instead, he searched around, pretending to look for a lifeline. "Here. Hurry. It's in this building. Quick. If you keep stalling, I can't help you." The voice rang out again. Only then did Hu Chen look in the direction of the voice. He saw a man in a suit pushing open a window on a 20-something story building, looking down at the person and the fish below. It seemed there were also figures moving a few floors down in the same building. These people had likely formed a small organization, with the man in the suit as their leader. When he was being chased and shouted at earlier, they must have already noticed him, but they intentionally hid in the building to avoid trouble, not letting him discover them. This was also a means of self-preservation. When certain people find themselves in danger and are pushed to the brink, they finally find someone who can help them. If those people refuse to help, the one in danger is likely to choose to perish together. It's different now. When new interests arise, there will naturally be those willing to take risks and step forward. "Alright, okay." Hu Chen appeared extremely flustered. However, judging by this guy's behavior, there must be more than one force around here, otherwise he wouldn't be this anxious. For Hu Chen, he just needs someone to lead the way, it doesn't matter who it is. As expected, just as Hu Chen swam forward with the C-class sailfish, a roaring engine sound suddenly came from behind. "A speedboat is coming. Kid, come over here. I'm here to save you." Accompanied by the engine's roar, a bold female voice rang out. Hu Chen turned his head to look back. He saw a woman in D-class armor holding a spear, standing on the edge of the speedboat, aiming at the sailfish, ready to throw at any moment. This armor looks somewhat familiar. That's right, the Earth Kingdom.
Hu Chen glanced again and confirmed that the armor on the person was indeed one of the hundreds he had taken from the Earth Kingdom, and the spear in the woman's hand was also produced by the Earth Kingdom. He just didn't expect to see a complete set here. He originally wanted to go near that building, but seeing an old customer from before, Hu Chen naturally chose the old customer. Hu Chen turned and swam towards that old customer. The man in the suit upstairs was furious at the sight. "Sophie, are you trying to compete with me? So what?" The old customer, seeing this, immediately looked up at the floor. "If you have the ability, come down and challenge me one-on-one. Don't just shout from up there like a woman." "Oh, I forgot, women shout better than you. Ha 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 ha." A burst of cheerful laughter came from the speedboat. Besides this old customer, there was also a driver in the speedboat and one empty seat. It looked like it was reserved for Hu Chen, but who knows if that's really the case. Buzz. In the next moment, as that Hu Chen entered the attack range with the sailfish behind him, the woman's spear flew towards him. She must possess some kind of throwing talent, as the spear accurately pierced through the head of the sea-level sailfish, causing a spray of crimson. Before long, the corpse of the sailfish floated to the surface due to buoyancy, waiting for the hunter to arrive. To pierce the head of a sea-level sailfish with a D-level spear, even if the sailfish is severely injured, the thrower's strength attribute must be at least D+ or even C-level. At this stage, there aren't many people capable of doing that. The speedboat approached and stopped in front of Hu Chen. The woman maintained her previous posture, the only difference being that she rested her hand on her leg, looking at Hu Chen like a street thug. "Hey, you yellow-skinned kid, bring that fish's corpse up here and I'll count you in for the meal later." "Okay, great." Hu Chen remained in character. He turned around, ready to drag the sailfish's corpse, but in the next moment, crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the man in the suit jumped directly from more than 20 stories high, transforming into a mist of ice that blossomed on the water's surface. The deep blue ice solidified the body of the swordfish. The man in the suit stood on the swordfish's corpse, raised his hand to grip the spear, and looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. "Sophie, thank you for the gift you brought. I won't keep you for dinner, just hurry up and get lost." "Get lost?" Sophie sneered, looking at the man in the suit. "I really hope you can still say that word with a smile later." As the words fell, a buzzing sound echoed around. Hu Chen glanced around, noticing at least more than 30 speedboats approaching. Even if there was one person on each speedboat, there would be 30 survivors about to surround here, plus about 10 more people upstairs. That's enough. With so many people, he couldn't believe he wouldn't find someone who knows how to get to the Fire Islands. "Sapras." Sophie looked at the man in the suit, arms wide open. "If you won't let me eat, are you interested in coming to my place to eat?" "Dear Canary, don't rush, everyone, take it easy." Hu Chen looked at the two in front of him, breaking free from his water form and returning to his normal state. "Come on, gather everyone, let's have a small meeting." Seeing Hu Chen suddenly change in front of them, Canary and Sophie were both in a daze. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Canary was the first to snap back to reality, raising his hand to swipe at Hu Chen. "Get the hell away from me." The force of action is mutual. When a slap lands on the face, the force felt by the hand is actually no different from that on the face. It's just that the facial muscles are a bit weaker, which is why it hurts more. If you were to replace the face with a blade, then the result would be completely different. "Ah!" A sharp scream rang out. Facing Canary's hand coming at him, Hu Chen did not dodge or evade, but simply summoned the black gold ancient knife, placing it beside him with the blade pointed towards the direction of the incoming attack. At the moment when the arm and blade made contact, the more vulnerable side was sent flying. "Ah!" Canary clutched his severed arm, roaring in madness, his eyes filled with disbelief. "So noisy." Hu Chen casually uttered 2 words. If it weren't for the concern that Canary's death would cause his faction to scatter, he would have definitely acted directly. Who are you?" Another similar question was thrown out. This time, the one asking was no longer Canary, but Sophie, who was standing nearby. "Just a passerby." Hu Chen replied, glancing at Canary with great disdain, then turned his gaze to Sophie. "Does anyone know how to get to the Fire Islands? I might need a guide." "I know." Sophie hesitated for a moment before speaking. She raised her hand and pointed at Canary. "As long as you kill him, I can take you to the Fire Islands." "What a pleasant deal, but you don't need to rush." Hu Chen looked at the others. "What about you? Does anyone know the location of the Fire Islands? The reward for the tour guide is quite generous." The crowd looked around, but no one responded. Clearly, they still hadn't realized Hu Chen's power and continued to view Sophie as the leader. If the leader didn't speak, who would dare to act rashly? Tisk, troublesome. Hu Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, the water beneath them suddenly rippled. The small boat, which could only hold 4 people, rocked violently on the waves, as if it might capsize at any moment. A dark shadow emerged from beneath the water, gradually obscuring them like a cloud. Fortunately, those who could get on these boats were survivors with certain combat abilities, and they were still able to maintain their balance. But when they saw what the shadow covering them was, even their screams were choked in their throats. A dragon! A giant black dragon hovered above them, nearly causing these Norsemen to faint from fear. Unlike the divine dragons of Hwasya, the giants of Norse mythology have never been worshipped as deities, they have always symbolized evil and destruction.
Now, you can answer my question again.
At this moment, everyone fell into silence. The absolute reverence for Sophie in their hearts turned into terror at this moment.
Everyone trembled as 3 arms slowly rose from the crowd.
Very good. Hu Chen smiled with satisfaction. He looked at the 3 people and chuckled. Come on, come over. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hu Chen took out 4 sheets of white paper and pens, distributing them to the 4 people present. Due to the obstruction of light, Hu Chen also looked up at the sky. Little boss, could you move a bit? You're blocking the light.
Ow!
The little boss replied and turned around, stepping back a bit to clear some space.
The light returned.
Hu Chen looked at the few people in front of him. Draw seriously. If you all draw the same, you'll get rewards, but if you draw differently, then you'll face the consequences.
Remember, no whispering, otherwise, the consequences. I think I don't need to elaborate.
For speedboats, 4 people, along with that Sophie, quickly lowered their heads and began drawing a map on the white paper.
As for Kanari, the recently appeared black dragon seemed to have a numbing effect.
Now he didn't dare to make a sound at all, just standing there in a daze on the ice surface he had created, completely motionless. When he noticed Hu Chen's gaze sweeping over, his whole body instantly went limp, crawling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, completely losing the arrogance he had just displayed.
Hey, the new year is already over, and only now do you remember to pay your respects?
Hu Chen chuckled, lifting his foot to rest on his shoulder and gently stepping down.
Kanari was smashed into the ice, struggling like a drowned rat to surface, yet he didn't even dare to dodge.
Seeing this, Hu Chen also smiled.
Do you want a chance to survive?
Yes,
I want it, Kanari exclaimed.
His eyes were filled with a thirst for life.
Have all your people come over.
This.
Kanari hesitated for a moment. May I ask what this is about? Ha! Hu Chen let out a cold laugh, bending down to look at the guy in front of him. What do you think?
Go.
Kanari swallowed hard and quickly nodded. I understand.
Sir, please wait a moment. As he spoke, the water beneath him froze again. He transformed into a mist of ice and quickly rushed towards the tall building, as if looking for someone.
Hu Chen stood in place, glancing at Sophie, who was drawing beside him. Based on what you know about him, will he immediately bring people over?
Impossible. Sophie continued to draw a simple map without looking up, casually replying, he will only try every possible way to escape, he won't come back.
Then how about we make a bet? Hu Chen smiled lightly at Sophie. I say he will come back, do you believe it?
Sophie hesitated for several moments, completely not believing what Hu Chen said. This guy can be considered her old rival. As long as she draws the sea chart, he will help her kill him. He would never take the risk of turning back. But she also didn't know where this mysterious strong person's confidence came from to propose such a gamble. However, she couldn't refuse such a good opportunity presented to her.
What are we betting on? Sophie pondered for a moment before asking. Let's bet on the people around you.
Hu Chen said with a light laugh. If I win, I will take one thing from each of these people around you. If I lose, you can propose a condition you want.
What are you going to take? Sophie was still a bit nervous. Don't worry, it won't be their lives. Fine, I accept the bet.
Sophie stopped her brush, looked up at Hu Chen. But our previous deal is still valid.
This is about trading the map for Kanari's life.
Of course. Hu Chen calmly replied, his gaze falling on a distant corner of the building, a faint smile on his lips.
Kanari is the type of person he has seen too many times in his past life. This kind of opportunist will not miss any chance to become stronger, even if it means wagering their life. In 10 minutes.
Just as Sophie and the others finished drawing the simple map, Kanari approached with all his subordinates.
Due to Kanari's limited ice-making ability, some members even swam over. Look!
Hu Chen chuckled as he looked at Sophie. Sometimes, what disturbs our judgment is often the common sense we hold.
Sophie didn't respond, just looked at Kanari in front of her with a grim expression. She didn't understand.
She couldn't understand why this guy would turn back. But after this guy spoke his first sentence, she seemed to understand. Sir! Kanari looked at Hu Chen, his eyes completely devoid of the hatred from having his arm severed, only filled with an indescribable excitement.
Some of us also know the location of the Fire Islands.
I hope you can give us a chance to prove ourselves.
Sure.
Hu Chen smiled and responded, then took out several sets of paper and pens. Come on, the conditions are still the same as before.
Kanari said nothing, just glanced behind him.
The 5 people seemed to be well prepared, stepping out from behind him, taking the paper and pens from Hu Chen, exactly 5 copies. After receiving the paper and pens, the 5 immediately split into 5 directions, positioning themselves back to back and began drawing. Watching such a wonderful start, a smile couldn't help but rise at the corners of Kanari's mouth. The trading condition between this mysterious powerful figure and Sophie was drawing, which meant that this powerful figure actually didn't know the exact location of the Fire Islands. Currently, there were 4 people drawing on Sophie's side, as long as he could get 5 people to draw, creating a fictional location for the Fire Islands and insisting that it was correct. No matter whether the map drawn on Sophie's side was true or false, it could make this mysterious figure doubt. As long as there is doubt, that's enough.
When the time comes, he can propose proof. At worst, he could let those 5 people who drew go with this mysterious figure towards the fictional island location and find an opportunity to escape along the way. If he can't escape, so be it. He only loses 5 pieces, but eliminates a major threat. At worst, I'll just lead this mysterious powerhouse along with those 5. As long as he is willing to believe them, anything goes. Sophie, I can die, but you must accompany me to the grave. Sophie furrowed her brows, looking at Kanari's smile, unaware of what was about to happen. Huchen glanced at the people drawing but didn't disturb them. Instead, he looked behind Kanari and asked, "Is everyone here?" "They're here." Kanari immediately responded. "That's good." Huchen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his pupils shining with a dark golden light. True Sight Eye Deprivation version, activate. A total of 35 prompts popped up in succession. Among them, 20 prompts were for attribute enhancements, 10 were from various items, and 4 were for different amounts of points. Even an ant's leg is meat. Attributes, why have my attributes decreased? As a startled exclamation rang out, someone has already identified the problem through the panel. It's no longer the beginner phase, everyone can see their own panel. The inexplicable decrease in attributes is certainly a huge issue. My items are also missing. And my points. The crowd was in an uproar, quickly realizing that they were all missing some belongings. Kanari is the same, but he didn't dare to speak, remaining silent. It seems he has misunderstood. Originally, he thought the person who brought him here was to map out the area. Now it appears there were other intentions. The attributes, items, and points should have all ended up with him. Shut up! Shut up! Kanari came to his senses and immediately turned to shout at those noisy guys, "If you don't want to die, shut up." Only then did the crowd quiet down. While their mouths were quiet, their hearts were another story. The crowd looked at Kanari and Huchen in front of them, filled with suspicion and doubt. "Do you remember the opportunity one told you about?" Huchen stepped forward and stood beside Kanari. He raised his hand and placed it on the guy's shoulder, turning him around to face the crowd. "If you want to live, you need the consent of all your subordinates. As long as they don't want you dead, you won't die. So, do you still want this chance?" "Yes, I want it." Kanari thought it was something serious. "It's just a small matter, my life is saved." But just as he was about to look at the others and have them raise their hands for a vote, Huchen turned and walked away. Huchen walked over to the 5 people who were drawing, picking up their papers one by one, sweeping through them all, and found that the maps depicted the same location. 2 words flashed in his mind. Indeed. He had thought of this possibility as soon as he took out those 5 sets of paper and pens. If it were him, he might also choose the same method to survive from a desperate situation. What? Just run away? Does he really think the dragon is a vegetarian? If you dare to run, you'll be burned by dragon fire. No one can escape. It's better to take a gamble. This is also one of the reasons why he made a bet with Sophie. Tisk. Huchen glanced over the map and couldn't help but exclaim, "The differences in your drawn map seem quite significant." The sound fell silent. Kanari seemed to have triggered some keyword, immediately jumping up, raising his broken right hand, and pointing at Sophie. "It's her. She must have faked it. My 5 brothers have all been to the Fire Islands. They couldn't possibly not know the correct location." "Oh? Then how do you prove that you 5 are real?" Huchen said with a light smile. "This is simple. My 5 brothers can accompany you to. The voice abruptly stopped. Kanari seemed to think of something and dared not say what he had prepared in his mind, instead appearing as if he was being choked, unable to utter a word. "Go where? Why don't you say it?" Facing Huchen's pressing question, Kanari still had to grit his teeth and speak. "They can accompany you to the Fire Islands and act as your guides." "Oh, I see." Huchen flipped through the papers in his hand. "Then if we don't find the exact location of the Fire Islands, wouldn't they be the ones who die? A single word can awaken those lost in a dream." The 5 people involved in the drawing suddenly realized that they had been too panicked before, and with the pressure from the Black Dragon Rider, they didn't have time to think it through and could only follow Kanari's arrangement. But now, hearing Huchen's words, they clearly understood the truth. This Kanari wants to make them scapegoats. The 5 regained their senses and immediately looked at Kanari. "Kanari, you, sir, I don't know where the Fear Islands really are. It's all him. He made us do this." "Yes, sir, please kill him. He is the real culprit." The 5 spoke over each other, and Huchen was too lazy to listen. He simply waved his hand, showing some impatience. All right, you can vote now. Those who decide to kill Kanari, raise your hands." No matter what others thought, the 5 immediately raised their right hands. Then, people in the crowd began to raise their hands one after another, until everyone had their hands raised above their heads. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. It's the same everywhere. "Look, I'm giving you a chance, but you're useless." Huchen shrugged helplessly and slapped him directly. Kanari raised his hand to block, but with a +level agility and a +level strength backing him, he couldn't possibly block this slap. It was the same slap. Kanari slapped and broke an arm. But when Huchen slapped, someone's head flew far away like a kite with a broken string. "Done." Huchen looked at the others. "Congratulations. You've made a relatively correct decision.
Give yourselves a round of applause. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then erupted into loud applause. Stop. With a command from Hu Chen, he smiled at everyone. As a reward, you now have 5 minutes to escape. After 5 minutes, sorry, I might do something you don't want to see. Now, the countdown starts. With that said, the crowd immediately scattered and swam away into the distance. Hu Chen had no intention of killing them, he just wanted to scare them off so they wouldn't be a nuisance. If he really meant to take action, he wouldn't even speak, he would just throw out a devastating attack, and who could escape? Alright. Hu Chen looked at Sophie, a smile on his face. It's time to fulfill our bet. Yes. Sophie knew that in front of this person, she had no chance to refuse. Even if there was no bet at that time, or if she had one, the result would have been pretty much the same. In any case, that Karina is indeed dead. His organization has been disbanded. Under these circumstances, even if it costs something, it is still acceptable. Hu Chen just enjoyed talking with smart people. He scanned the crowd with his eye of true vision deprivation version, and a large amount of attributes, various items, and some points were credited to him. However, these items were of no use to Hu Chen. To avoid taking up warehouse space and feeling annoyed, Hu Chen directly sent a trade request to Sophie, tossing those useless items her way. What are you doing? Sophie was taken aback. A transaction. Hu Chen certainly wouldn't give it away for free. You can have these things for however many points you have. Sophie was instantly delighted. It's no joke, at this stage, any level of items are rare commodities. Some of the items are secret weapons from the Kanari organization, including things they've kept in reserve. This transaction is definitely a good deal. It's just a pity. She doesn't have many points. But sir, I only have 20,000 points. That's enough. Hu Chen calmly replied, consider it a reward for your honesty and your insight. Honesty? Insight? Sophie could understand the honesty part, as she indeed knew the location of the Fire Islands and had marked it on the map. She used to be from the Fire Islands. She certainly knows the location of her hometown well, and the others who came to draw the map were also from her hometown. But she wasn't sure about the insight part. Never mind, let's complete the transaction first. As she accepted the transaction request, the name of the transaction partner instantly came into view. Hu Chen. It's Hu Chen. Sophie's pupils brightened immediately. The fear and vigilance in her eyes vanished, leaving only admiration. She dashed in front of Hu Chen, startling the little boss in the air, who almost couldn't hold back from attacking. Fortunately, Hu Chen stopped him with a glance, otherwise Sophie would have been turned into a mess. Are you really Hu Chen? Hu Chen responded calmly and simply removed his disguise. In the face of Sophie's enthusiasm, he remained extremely indifferent. Alright, I'm in a hurry, finish the transaction quickly, I still have to go. Sophie immediately put all her points on the line, and after clicking to confirm the transaction, she couldn't help but gaze at Hu Chen with admiration. Mr. Hu, actually the Fire Islands are my hometown if you need. No need. Hu Chen calmly uttered these 3 words, leaping onto the little boss's back and immediately darting towards the remaining few people. Let's meet up first and then talk. Although he's not in a hurry to go to Asgard, it's better to meet up early to avoid any mishaps on the way. At worst, we can just take our time on the road. As Hu Chen rode the black dragon out of sight, Sophie kept looking up at the direction where the dragon disappeared, feeling a bit nostalgic. Boss, what's our next move? Someone next to Sophie immediately asked. Boss? What boss? Sophie looked at the man who spoke, questioning him with intensity. She placed her hand on the man's shoulder, her expression serious. From now on, you are their boss. What? Not just the man, but everyone around also expressed confusion and surprise. Wait, boss, what are you planning to do now? Me? Sophie gazed at the direction the black dragon had vanished, her eyes filled with longing. I want to chase after my idol. Thinking of Hu Chen's figure earlier, tears couldn't help but flow from the corners of her mouth. Especially when they were trading just now. The idol is really handsome. By the way, it seems the idol is short on points. How about we? Sophie lowered her head and looked at the crowd in front of her. Oh, how many points do you all have? Let's make a trade. The crowd was not far apart, and with the speed boost from the Black Dragon as well as the team chat channel, they quickly gathered together. With a simple map, all they needed to do was navigate using the surrounding landmarks or forests and travel in one direction. According to the map, it's still nearly 3,000 kilometers in a straight line to the Fire Islands. At the speed of the No Shanghai Nation, it would take about 10 more hours. Hu Chen naturally couldn't get there that quickly, so let's go on a European tour first. He adjusted the speed of the No Shanghai Nation to 100 kilometers per hour, planning to sail for about 12 hours each day, which would take roughly 3 days to reach the Fire Islands. Considering the time needed to search for regional exotic beasts and find dungeons, that's about right. Hu Chen tossed the 4 roughly identical maps to Suyao to navigate, while he lounged on a beach chair, pulled out an S-rank item, the Taigong fishing rod, and started fishing. In life, one must slow down the pace to truly feel the traces of existence. That night, Hu Chen finished fishing with a catch of 10 C-grade and 20 D-grade fish monsters. But in the next moment, an unexpected notification hit him right in the face. Beep.
Detected SSS grade item, Xianyuan sword has been found. Due to your possession of the SSS grade item, He Sure by SSS grade item, Zulong robe, and SSS grade item, Imperial seal, a hidden world quest. Destiny is now activated. What the heck? Hu Chen looked at the notification in front of him and instantly stood up from the table. Destiny? Hidden world quest? And it's SSS grade? What on earth? In his previous life, for a whole decade, he had never seen or even heard of anything like this. How could such outrageous things even exist? Everyone immediately cast curious glances at Hu Chen, their eyes filled with questions. Hu Chen did not respond, just continued to frown at the notification that popped up in front of him. SSS grade hidden world quest, Destiny. Task I, follow the mandate of heaven. Task description, please find other entities holding SSS level items and gather them in one place. Task duration, no restrictions. Task reward, accumulated calculation. Task failure, none. Note, the mandate of heaven belongs to the Supreme. B. Detected survivor Hu Chen has activated the SSS level hidden world task, opening the special panel, mandate map. Note, the mandate map will display the approximate locations of all mandate items and refresh every 24 hours. Please check frequently. Got it. Hu Chen looked at the task description ahead, feeling a chill in his heart. There are a total of 5 SSS level items, 3 of which he possesses, while the other 2 were scattered in different parts of the world. Finding the 2 SSS level items in such a vast area is as difficult as climbing to the sky. But once he saw the mandate map behind it, everything changed. A smile crept onto his lips. However, as Hu Chen opened the map and saw the markings inside, he suddenly felt a jolt. 5 light points. Among them, 3 light points were clustered together, located in the middle of the map, symbolizing his position. The remaining 2 light points are gathering together in the southeast, approximately over 5,000 kilometers away. In other words, the holders of these 2 items are either in the same location or one person has obtained both of these SSS level items. If it's the former, that's fine, it could just be a coincidence. But if it's the latter, this person must have extraordinary strength and incredible luck to obtain 2 SSS level items in a short time, both of which belong to the Destiny series, either by entering a certain dungeon or place and happening to acquire these 2 items. Or, this person already knows what these 2 SSS level items signify and understands what they can unlock. Just like Hu Chen, who wanted to kill the regional beast to obtain the first kill reward. No matter which scenario it is, both are quite tricky. What's wrong? Lu Xianer waited for a long time, and seeing Hu Chen's face change constantly, couldn't help but ask, could it be that someone sent you a trade request for an SSS level talent? Aside from this possibility, Lu Xianer really couldn't think of any other reason that would cause such a change in this person's expression. It's nothing. Only Hu Chen received the prompt that triggered the mission. He replied and slowly shook his head. Perhaps we need to change our plan. Originally, he planned to reach the Fire Islands in about 3 days, but now that this has happened, some changes will have to be made. First of all, he will inevitably meet that other guy who has an SSS grade item. The only difference is whether the meeting will be long or short. And who will notice the other first after they meet. He has the Eye of True Sight, and beside him is Wei Xiaoqing, who has the class, Eye Master, and Aura Reading. In terms of probing methods, Hu Chen doesn't think the other side will be more comprehensive than them. This is quite manageable. The Destiny map refreshes every 24 hours. When he sees the other person's location, the other person also sees his location. If this person's strength is exceptional, they will definitely rush over in a short time. If they are weak, they will quickly find a place they think is safe to hide. The best method right now is to wait. Stay put and wait for 24 hours. After 24 hours, observe the changes in the other party's landmark. If we approach them, it means they have enough confidence. Even when facing those with 3 SSS level items at the same time, they are still unafraid. This also indirectly proves that Guy must have known long ago that gathering 5 SSS level items from the Destiny series could trigger a hidden world mission. At that time, Hu Chen could start running. He could still make it to Asgard at the fastest speed. If after 24 hours, the other side starts dodging, hiding, or shows no significant movement, then Hu Chen would be at ease. He could continue with his plan, delay exploring Asgard, and even go retrieve the other 2 items first before heading to Asgard. Stop the ship. Hu Chen uttered 2 words. He didn't elaborate further, just stood up and walked towards the room. Let's rest here for a day and set off tomorrow. I will announce the specific changes to the plan tomorrow, so for now, you all should rest a bit. Even in the apocalypse, we should enjoy life. No one had any objections, but their eyes were filled with confusion. But they could only watch as Hu Chen walked towards his own room, not intending to inform everyone about the situation. Only Xia Qingwan. She hesitated for a moment and hurriedly followed him. As soon as Hu Chen closed the door, she raised her hand to knock. Master, can I come in? Of course, the door isn't locked. Xia Qingwan pushed the door open, and upon seeing Hu Chen, she was greeted by his familiar smile. What's wrong? Hu Chen asked in confusion, sitting at the desk with 4 maps laid out in front of him. To prepare for the worst outcome, he wanted to find a route that was less obvious in its purpose.
If this guy was also a reborn person like himself, he should know the general location of the region's exotic beasts. He couldn't be too obvious.
I want to help you.
Xia Qingwan stood in front of Hu Chen and spoke softly.
Help me? Hu Chen was taken aback.
Yes,
Xia Qingwan replied, her brows furrowing tightly.
You must have encountered something tricky, which is why you're not telling us and don't want us to get involved. You may not trust others, but you can always trust me. Even if I can't handle some complex matters, I can still manage the small ones. I just want to help you relieve your worries, Master. Hu Chen said nothing more. He was just observing Xia Qingwan in front of him. Due to various experiences in his past life, he wouldn't easily trust anyone, let alone Xia Qingwan in front of him. Even with their contract, he wouldn't fully believe her. However, within a range he could accept, making some small attempts was not out of the question. Hu Chen made a decision and looked at Xia Qingwan. I do need someone to handle a task, but you must keep it a secret and not tell anyone. Xia Qingwan nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Hu Chen. You say it, Master, and I guarantee I will complete the task. Without saying a word, Hu Chen took out all 3 SSS grade items and placed them on the table. Starting today, until this time tomorrow, you will take care of these 3 items, including the command of no Shanghai Nation.
Ah? Xia Qingwan was taken aback.
She looked at the 3 items in front of her. Even without knowing the specific panel information, she knew these were not ordinary objects. At the very least, they were of S rank, and they could even be SSS rank items obtained by her master. She had never seen her master take these items up before, and now they were all entrusted to her for safekeeping? Master, are you serious? Xia Qingwan found it hard to believe, her gaze immediately shifting from the 3 items to Hu Chen. What about you? Where are you planning to go? You don't need to know that, just do as I instructed. Hu Chen replied with a light chuckle. He found a wooden box, placed the 3 items inside, stacked another layer of wooden boards on top, then placed the sealed Loki divine fragment on top of that, and closed the box. You must remember, after I leave, no matter what happens, just act as if you don't know these items are on the ship. But don't let anyone approach here. Besides you, no one else needs to know that I have left, just manage the rest as you see fit. Yes, Master. Xia Qingwan also understood that once Hu Chen made a decision, it was unlikely to change. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. As Hu Chen spoke, he transformed into a water element and leaped from the balcony into the water, disappearing from sight. Only a wooden box remained quietly in the room. Xia Qingwan looked at the wooden box in the room, stood still for a moment, and then turned to leave. She didn't even touch the box. As for Hu Chen, he did not go far. He was using his innate ability, Yellow Springs, to transform into a water element, staying close to the vicinity of Wu Shanghai Nation. This was his backup plan. Since the ownership of the SSS level items had not transferred, Hu Chen could still see the opponent's location through the destiny map, but the refreshed location of the opponent would obviously not be Hu Chen's location, but rather the locations of the 3 SSS level items. Of course, the location refresh would happen after 24 hours. If the opponent's strength was powerful enough to reach this area within a short time, even within 24 hours, he could use this method to separate the locations of the SSS level items from his own location. For example, when refreshing the position next time, his actual self and the SSS level item can be in 2 different places, just ensuring that one of them is exposed to the opponent. Whether it's one of the 3 SSS level items or himself, it can lure the opponent into a misconception. An SSS level item does not equate to Hu Chen. At that point, the room for maneuvering will be much larger. Of course, this is just a backup plan and may not necessarily be useful. At this stage, Hu Chen does not believe anyone can cover over 5,000 kilometers in just 24 hours. Time passes, second by second. Hu Chen floated underwater, keeping a distance from the No Shanghai Nation, while ensuring that it remained in his sight to avoid any unexpected situations. Until 10 hours later. March 3, 12 a.m. A brilliant flash of light suddenly erupted on the surface of the sea. Like stars shattering, it blossomed before everyone's eyes, and when the light settled, a flowing purple dress could be faintly seen in mid-air. What kind of technique is this? Hu Chen remained hidden underwater, gazing at the figure on the distant sea surface, his pupils filled with astonishment. Before this, he had been paying close attention to his surroundings. Whether in the air or in the water, there was no trace of this person. She seemed to teleport, appearing in the air in an instant. In his past life, for a whole decade, he had never heard of anyone possessing such talents or skills. Even items couldn't possibly have such terrifying effects. Moreover, looking at her, it seemed like she was searching for something, most likely the owners of those 2 SSS level items. This also meant that she had likely crossed over 5,000 kilometers to get here. Thinking of this, Hu Chen didn't even dare to use his true sight on her, fearing that he might be discovered. In the next moment, after scanning the surroundings, she seemed to find something and immediately flew in a certain direction. That direction is Wu Shanghai Nation. Hu Chen's pupils trembled, and he hurriedly concealed himself underwater, moving closer to Wu Shanghai Nation. He had already prepared for the worst. If this person's strength far exceeds his own, he would not hesitate to give up this so-called world-class hidden mission.
he would gladly offer all SSS level items. The reason is simple. At this stage of the catastrophe, he is already considered a bug-level existence. The only survivors who could be stronger than him would have one possibility. This group of people likely knew everything that was going to happen in the world before the catastrophe. For example, other reborn individuals like him. Or perhaps, certain chosen agents of the gods. The likelihood of the former is very low. If there really were other reborn individuals like him, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to seize the opportunities at the onset of the catastrophe. Yet, Dujien does not feel that there are any competitors in this process. As for the second possibility, the existence of the gods predates the catastrophe. If there were agents of gods who lived thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago, searching for these things, Dujien does not believe that he, as a mere level, could accomplish that just by relying on a few small talents. Of course, this is just a strategic retreat for now. If someone were truly to act against him, that person's name would undoubtedly be engraved in Dujien's heart, and there would always be opportunities to reclaim his honor in the future. Hello? As a light call sounded, the girl in the purple dress stood on the deck of the No Shanghai Country, not rushing into the cabin but peering inside. Excuse me, is anyone there? Dujien lay hidden under the ship, unsure of what she intended to do, just silently waiting. Before long, Xie Qingwan's voice came from the deck. Hello, may I ask who you are? Hello, I'm just passing by. I saw you have a ship and wanted to ask if you could give me a ride. The girl in the purple dress said, seemingly afraid of being misunderstood by Xie Qingwan, and quickly added, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I just don't have suitable transportation. You can consider this a transaction. When I leave, I will definitely give you a considerable fare. Dujien listened, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Looking at her demeanor, she probably didn't know that the SSS level items were on the ship. Otherwise, with her strength, she would have directly broken in, plundered, and taken those 3 items without hesitation. Yet she was still speaking politely, as if she genuinely wanted to take the ship. But how could she have pinpointed No Shanghai Country and come straight for this ship? It couldn't just be pure luck, could it? No matter the situation, it's right not to let her on the ship. Sorry. Xie Qingwan smiled politely and declined. Our captain doesn't allow strangers on board. No matter what price you're willing to pay, he won't agree. What about your captain? The woman in the purple dress helplessly asked. Let me talk to him. Don't worry, I will definitely offer a tempting condition. For example, how about I help you deal with a certain pesky follower first? As soon as the words fell, Dujien felt a chill run down his spine. A flash of sword energy fell, and countless sword intents instantly pierced through his limbs and bones. Dujien's pupils trembled. He felt countless stings piercing into his mind, and before he could react, it was as if he were a peeled shrimp, a steel fork piercing into his body, chosen by a discerning diner, taken away from the surface of the water. Slap! Dujien fell onto the deck, collapsing on the ground, a crisp sound ringing in his ears. Ding! Immortal Phoenix Offspring passive effect triggered. The prompt ends, and Dujien's injuries instantly recover, with a permanent 10% boost to all attributes. Meanwhile, the passive effect of Immortal Phoenix Descendant goes on cooldown. If it happens again within 30 days, he will have no means to save his life. This also means he has died once. Master! Xie Qingwan exclaimed in surprise. She lunged forward, transforming into Zhang, and came to Dujien's side, looking warily at the woman in purple robes. Master? The woman in purple was taken aback. She looked at the master and servant before her and couldn't help but show an awkward smile. Sorry, I thought this guy was a pesky follower lurking underwater. Didn't expect him to actually be the master of your ship. Xiao Wan. With the effect of Immortal Phoenix Descendant, Dujien had already returned to peak condition. He raised his hand and gently patted Xie Qingwan on the back twice. You go prepare some snacks. It's always good to properly greet a fellow countryman in a foreign land. But master, your injuries. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yes. Xie Qingwan hesitated for a moment, but still turned around and walked into the cabin. This tea and snacks need to be prepared, and other things need to be prepared even more. For example, call dear Fairy and Su Yao up. Although I don't know what background that woman in purple has or why she is stronger than the master, having 2 more helpers is always a good thing. On the deck, Dujien looked at the woman in purple, suppressing the flutter in his heart to keep calm, and smiled at her. I haven't had the pleasure of asking. Ling Yi. Miss Ling. Dujien chuckled lightly, as if the person who had just made himself look like a hedgehog was not the one in front of him. From what you just said, it seems you want to hitch a ride on the boat. Why don't we go inside and chat? All right. Ling Yi softly uttered 2 words, her gaze fixed on Dujien as if she had spotted something interesting. After you. Dujien led the way, and the 2 of them walked into the cabin one after the other. Then Xie Qingwan has already started preparing the refreshments, and Su Yao and Lu Xiener have also come out from their respective rooms. The time is short. But Xie Qingwan has also informed them about the imminent threat. Although they are unclear about Ling Yi's specific strength, they have already heard one thing from Xie Qingwan. Dujien has been killed once. Wow, there are quite a few beauties on the ship. Ling Yi joked, his gaze sweeping past Su Yao and landing on Lu Xiener. To be precise, it landed near her wrist. Just one glance, and her attention returned to Hu Chen. Hey, young man, can your body handle it? Miss Ling, please don't misunderstand.
Hu Chen maintained his smile. We are all teammates, there are no strange relationships.
Please have a seat.
Ling Yi smiled slightly but didn't say much. She simply sat down opposite Hu Chen.
Xia Qingwan quickly brought over 2 cups of Longjing tea. I wonder where Miss Ling is planning to go.
We still have a mission, so we might not be going in the same direction as Miss Ling.
Hu Chen can't wait to send her away right now.
Based on the skills she just displayed, even if he opened the Yellow Springs domain, he probably wouldn't be her match.
Reborn?
Unless someone can bring their past life's talents and abilities back before the apocalypse begins, Hu Chen doesn't believe there would be such a powerful reborn individual. Her identity is very likely the second possibility he speculated. A proxy cultivated by certain deities even before the disaster. This kind of existence is not something Hu Chen can handle at this stage. Moreover, she is very likely the owner of the other 2 fateful artifacts. She even has a teleportation skill that allows her to directly reach the location she desires after a cooldown. This time she probably hasn't suspected him or the No Shanghai Kingdom, but if she teleports a couple more times and finds that the coordinates of No Shanghai Kingdom overlap with the fateful location each time, the consequences.
Hu Chen doesn't dare to think deeply.
If everything turns out to be the worst-case scenario, then the schemes he previously arranged would seem like a joke in front of her. The only way to break the deadlock is to invite this person off the ship before the next coordinate refresh and then enter a certain instance as quickly as possible to hide and accumulate strength. I have no destination. Wherever you go, I will go.
Ling Yi replied calmly.
She began to examine the interior of Wu Shanghai Nation. By the way, I've told you my name, so what's yours?
Hu Chen dared not reveal his real name. His name had appeared multiple times in global announcements. There was one time when he obtained an SSS level item after killing the A-level regional beast, the Destiny Mysterious Bird. Wait. It seems there is another way to eliminate suspicion from himself.
It just carries a bit of risk.
My name is Hu Chen.
Hu Chen confidently admitted his name, then showed an awkward smile. Miss Ling might have heard of my name.
Hu Chen. As soon as the words were spoken, Ling Yi's fingers tapped lightly on the table.
The tea in their cups rippled in layers, and before Hu Chen could come to his senses, he felt a sharp aura hovering at his throat.
Did you obtain an SSS level item?
Ling Yi's voice rang in his ears. Her gaze was filled with scrutiny and indifference, as if she held someone's life in the palm of her hand.
Indeed.
Hu Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, but immediately frowned, pretending to be troubled while forcing a smile.
Yes. But with Miss Ling's abilities, you wouldn't resort to coercion, would you? Cut the nonsense.
Ling Yi's voice was calm as she said, bring it out.
All right. Hu Chen displayed an expression of helplessness and reluctance. He looked up at Lu Xiener, his tone filled with bitterness.
Xiener, it's my fault for being useless, just take that item out.
Isn't it just an SSS level item?
Aside from those 3 fated items, although he didn't have a 4th one on him, Lu Xiener still had one.
SSS level item, 9 spirits. This is something personally bestowed by Goddess Nuwa. This item has never been announced globally. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiener was initially taken aback, then immediately reacted. This guy is trying to trick me. Oli.
Lu Xiener quickly got into character, feigning struggle and hesitation. But that's the token of our love you gave me, our promise.
Others couldn't understand what Lu Xiener meant, but Hu Chen did.
This guy owed him an unconditional favor, and now he wanted to use it.
A promise is a promise. But right now, sigh. You should just take it out.
Hu Chen sighed helplessly, conceding to Lu Xiener's request.
All right.
Lu Xiener, filled with indignation, stepped forward and yanked the 9 spirits from her hand, slamming it on the table. She looked at Ling Yi in front of her, trembling as she spoke.
Here it is. I only ask that you spare our lives. Even if you want to kill, just kill me.
Hu Chen immediately stood up and blocked Lu Xiener, saying, I'm the only threat to you here, let her and the others go. Ling Yi didn't speak, she just frowned at the dueling in front of her.
With her keen eyesight, she could naturally tell that this item was indeed an SSS grade artifact. But obviously, this was not the SSS grade artifact she wanted. Seeing Ling Yi's expression, Hu Chen knew he had guessed right. This guy is another person who possesses 2 SSS grade fateful artifacts. She indeed started to doubt herself. But she also knew that the other 3 SSS grade artifacts were on the same person. As long as she took out an SSS grade artifact that did not belong to those 3, it would be enough to make her doubt. To question whether she had made a wrong judgment. After all, since there is one divine agent, there could be 2, 3, or even more divine agents. The world-class hidden mission of destiny didn't appear in her previous life, nor had she heard of it. It was very likely absorbed internally by these divine agents. If he were Ling Yi, he would naturally suspect that another divine agent held these items. As for those people, they're just slightly luckier ants. Having an SSS level item doesn't mean it's the kind of item she imagined. Alright, put it away. Ling Yi glanced at Jiu Ling, not even reaching out to touch it, but instead turned back to Hu Chen and the others. After obtaining this item, have you seen Lady Nuwa? Lu Xiener and Hu Chen exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with surprise. Okay, I understand. Although they didn't answer, seeing their expressions, Lingyi obviously knew the answer. She slowly stood up, the sharpness hovering around Hu Chen's neck instantly dissipating, her tone carrying a hint of embarrassment. Sorry, I lost my composure earlier. Consider this as compensation for you. A peach appeared on the table. Before Hu Chen could see where the peach came from, Lingyi had transformed into a streak of light and vanished. It was the same streak of light as before. This means her ability to come here was not a one-time use. Even after the cooldown period, there are at least 2 or even 3 chances to use it. Then when the coordinates refresh next time, she is very likely to appear above the Wu Shanghai nation in an instant. Hu Chen immediately gasped. Full speed ahead. Hurry! He didn't have time to look at the peaches on the table, he just gave the order immediately. Wu Shanghai nation immediately moved towards Asgard at full speed, and at the current pace it would take at least 10 more hours. That's good. The next refresh of the Destiny map will be in 20 hours. They have enough time to hide in Asgard. What is terrifying is if Lingyi senses the coordinate location, he might wait for him directly at the Fire Islands. Even if he can hide for 1 or even 2 refresh cycles in the instance, he will eventually encounter her. Forget it, no matter what, let's head to Asgard first and improve our strength. Not bad acting. Lu Xiener looked at Hu Chen. Just now, I almost thought you were going to sacrifice yourself for me. You're not so bad either. Hu Chen replied helplessly. His heart was almost jumping out of his throat just now. That's good. Fortunately, Lingyi stopped in time, otherwise he would have had to fight her to the death. This peach looks really delicious. Lu Xiener picked up the peach from the table, which was only the size of a fist, but she didn't swallow it immediately. Instead, she looked up at Hu Chen. Clearly, she was seeking his opinion. Hu Chen glanced at the peach, and the information instantly appeared in his view. Name: 300-year pan peach. Category: material. Level: S. Effect: after consumption, plus 200 stamina, plus 100 strength, plus 100 intelligence. A maximum of 3 can be consumed, and consuming more than 3 will lose its effect. Note: a spiritual fruit cultivated from a branch of a 3,000-year-old pan peach tree. It blooms once every 100 years, bears fruit once every 100 years, matures once every 100 years, and is a heavenly spiritual fruit condensed over 300 years. Hiss! Hu Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This one pan peach alone is equivalent to 400 attribute points. And Lingyi just casually tossed it out? How is it? How is it? Lu Xiener looked at Hu Chen, her eyes shining with excitement. Can I eat it? Go ahead, eat it. Hu Chen waved his hand and didn't claim the peach for himself. If it weren't for Lu Xiener stepping in earlier, he might have been done for right then and there. He considered this as her reward, since Lingyi only offered the peach as an apology after seeing Jiu Ling. Lu Xiener sat down by the table, wiped the surface of the peach slightly, and immediately started to munch on it. Hu Chen sat across from her, pondering the next plan. From Lingyi's earlier behavior, it seemed she was quite wary of the goddess Nuwa. He wondered if he could use the 3 SSS grade items as leverage to exchange for something from her. Anyway, these 3 items had little practical use for Hu Chen. If he could trade them for a talent or a spirit fruit like the peach, it would clearly enhance his abilities much more. As for that world-class hidden quest, if I gain it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, it's my fate. Given the current situation, it's clear that Lingyi is not someone he can contend with. Cutting his losses quickly is the way to go. The only uncertainty is whether this person will choose to trade or kill for treasure. Hu Chen raised his hand, pinched the bridge of his nose, frowned in silence, and kept pondering the many possibilities that could arise. In any case, for now, it's best to keep those 3 SSS grade items close and observe slowly. 10 hours, in the blink of an eye. The group moved from one downpour into another. According to the map, this place should be near the Fire Islands, but due to the constant heavy rain and the fact that it's coastal, most of the surrounding buildings have already been submerged by seawater. Even some buildings that haven't been submerged have been damaged in the struggle between survivors and beasts. This has led to the situation where the No Sea Nation sees no trace of the Fire Islands nearby, only ocean. Ocean. Still ocean. Fortunately, Hu Chen was well prepared and knew that such a situation might arise. The little 9-headed creature was immediately sent out by him. Go find. With the fall of the 3-headed regional beasts, the current regional beasts are at least B-class, if not A-class. First, find the regional beasts, then use them to locate the nearby suspected dungeon opening points. If that doesn't work, we can only unseal Loki's divine power. We're already near the passage to Asgard. If this guy longs for home, he should show some reaction. Of course, this is the last resort. Hu Chen cannot rashly expose his only trump card against Loki. The 9-headed little guy went out to find the beasts, and Hu Chen naturally didn't remain idle. He immediately began searching for other survivors nearby. Just as he walked onto the deck and started to look out, a figure appeared on the surface of the sea, slowly floating in from afar. Hu Chen frowned slightly and did not act rashly. A person appearing at this stage is just too coincidental. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly heard Meyer's voice in his ear. What's the matter? Weren't you going to look for someone? There's such a big person floating, aren't you going to check it out? As soon as he finished speaking,
Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Chen raised his hand and conjured a fire phoenix, aiming it at Meyer's head. The fire phoenix hovered near Meyer's ear, just a hair's breadth away from landing on her head. How did you get out? The tone and words just now were not something Meyer would say. Clearly, only one person could speak in such a disdainful manner. Loki. Oh, I'm just eager to get home. Meyer's voice rang out again. Facing the fire phoenix beside her head, she didn't flinch at all. Instead, she chuckled and adjusted her collar. A dark green tie appeared in her palm. Moreover, I can see that you seem quite anxious too, right? As soon as those words were spoken, Hu Chen's expression changed instantly. The fact that she could say such a thing meant that Loki already knew he was avoiding Lingyi. At least he knew what he was trying to avoid. Whether he learned it from Meyer's memories or had been watching from the sidelines, this was not good news. In the beginning, Loki made a deal with Hu Chen, claiming to be an avatar of a certain deity, but now, it is evident that he is already aware of the fact that I was easily slain by Lingyi. With the power imbalance, the seal being ineffective, and the need to find Asgard for refuge, the terms of their deal may very well change. Hey, are you getting nervous? Loki's mocking voice rang out again. He took a step forward, looking down at the sea before him. Don't worry, our previous deal is still valid. After all, you specially made a trip to bring back all my divine fragments. It's just a few small things, I have no reason to refuse. However, could you save the people on the surface first? This is the vessel that my true self painstakingly sent out. She currently doesn't have the strength to endure me for long. Hu Chen said no more, just glanced back at Xie Changwan behind him. The latter immediately leaped down, jumping into the sea to start rescuing people. Hu Chen scrutinized the Loki air before him and frowned as he asked, last time you said your true self could appear for a day, it wouldn't be that the one floating below is your true self, right? Are you joking? Loki exclaimed, a look of surprise on his face. If my true form were to appear, would I still need to float in the water? The god of deception also needs to maintain some face, alright? God knows if this guy is ever telling the truth. Hu Chen clearly wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark from this guy. Even if Loki said so, he would treat this floating figure as Loki's true form. After a while, Xia Qingwan leaped out of the water with the guy and returned to the deck. Let's talk about the deal. Hu Chen glanced at the guy, finding no issues. If this really is Loki's true form, even with a quick glance, he wouldn't spot any problems. Now your divine essence, along with your representative, has been delivered to the doorstep. What about the things you promised me? Ha? Mill expressed confusion, clearly not understanding what Hu Chen meant. Ahem. In the next moment, a light cough was heard. The guy floating in the water slowly rose, a dark green tie already fastened around his neck. He looked at Hu Chen in front of him, a calm smile on his lips. Don't be in a rush. Aren't you still trying to avoid that agent of the Huaxia divine system? How about you first enter the passage here, and I'll take you to Asgard to hide for a while. With your connection to the one behind you in our Nordic relations, I don't think he would blame you. Hu Chen was taken aback upon hearing Loki's description. In other words, this guy still hasn't begun to suspect his situation. Otherwise, he would never have brought this up in a negotiating tone. He would likely have resorted to threats or coercion, even using the uniqueness of Asgard to threaten Hu Chen. The current situation seems to be a bit different. No need. Hu Chen hesitated for a moment, then immediately replied with 2 words. Let's stick to the original plan. Have your true form bring the items out and we'll take them and leave. We promise not to cause any trouble for your divine system. Although he really wanted to enter Asgard, he also knew that haste makes waste. The guy in front of him is Loki. If you agree without thinking, Loki might become even more suspicious, and then the only advantage I have will be gone. So, retreating to advance is currently the most suitable approach. Alright, if you insist. Loki spread his hands, indicating it didn't matter. It's just that there's still some distance from here to Asgard. I didn't expect you to come over so quickly. That promised item probably just started its journey from Asgard. We need to wait here for at least 3 days. After 3 days, we can start the transaction. I can't wait. Hu Chen seized the moment to start playing the blame game. You know what happened before? I could scare that guy off once, but I can't do it a second time. She might soon lock onto my location. I'm no match for such an old-school agent. Loki didn't speak, just looked at Hu Chen and smiled, as if to say, so what? What does that have to do with me? Damn! Hu Chen pretended to be angry, rushing in front of Loki and tugging on his tie. I told you. I will not enter Asgard. That guy, you didn't bring him here on purpose, did you? Sorry. With an innocent look, Loki did not push Hu Chen away and weakly spread his hands. Asgard does not accept such accusations. Prioritizing the Chinese pantheon is a contract set by the King of Gods. Unless you provide evidence, I will not acknowledge it. But you actually have something with Nuwa's aura on you. How did you get it? Another sudden bombshell. The King of Gods. Besides the Asgard pantheon, who knows how many other pantheons' gods are included in this group? What has the Chinese pantheon done to make these pantheons so targeted? Is it because they are too powerful, or is there some other reason? Hu Chen would naturally not fall into a trap of self-incrimination. He simply sneered. You don't need to worry about that. Don't worry. Loki also did not press further. The gods of Asgard are still gods. Most gods are still in slumber, and even my main body would not awaken at this time without this fragment of divinity calling out. What has awakened now is merely a wisp of divine thought, so you don't need to worry.
Another invitation. The fish is on the hook.
Forget it. Hu Chen collected his thoughts and stopped his mind from wandering.
He pushed Loki forward with his hand, his brows almost knitting together. No matter the reason, it's just a trip to Asgard, right? Who's afraid of whom? Let's just go. I'll need to use your rainbow bridge to go elsewhere, is that okay?
Of course.
Loki chuckled and said 2 words.
He tidied up his disheveled clothes and pointed northwest. In this direction, about another 150 kilometers and we'll be there.
Okay.
Compared to this matter, there's no need to rush about the regional beasts. He immediately used the racial contract to bring the 9 little ones into the contract group space, fearing the gods of Asgard would detect the presence of Nidhogg.
The 150-mile journey took less than half an hour. This area is still a sea, but beneath the sea, a small island can be vaguely seen. This is the spot. With a light laugh, Loki opened his arms as if asking in a shower, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, and softly chanted, "May I forever bask in the rainbow." As soon as the words were spoken, a pillar of rainbow light instantly descended, enveloping the entire Wu Shanghai nation. At the same time, a faint purple figure in the distance quietly observed everything, the corner of their mouth subtly revealing a smile. Ding! Detected survivors Hu Chen, Lu Xiener, Xie Qingwan, Wei Xiaoqing, Su Yao, Carlos Mill have simultaneously entered the SSS level instance 9 realms, forming a temporary survivor team. 9 realms, welcome everyone.
As 2 prompts flashed by, the scene before Hu Chen's eyes instantly changed. The once vast ocean transformed into a forest in an instant. The rainbow bridge that had just brought them here had vanished, replaced by a distant 3-colored rainbow. The scent of flowers and soil mingled, making one unable to resist taking greedy breaths. Wei Xiaoqing closed her eyes, listening to the distant sounds of deer calls and the chirping of birds and beasts in the air. Forest. A whole expanse of forest on this land. They had drifted at sea for so long, and apart from their time on the ocean, the few times they had set foot on solid ground were in strange places. Once was in the land of the dead, where even the soil carried a scent of corpses and rust. And the other time was just recently. They landed on the island occupied by Nier, but it was just a small island, all around was still the ocean, so it hardly counted as solid ground. The scene before them was indeed rare. TSK, our luck isn't very good. Loki's voice came through. He wore a bitter smile, turning to Hu Chen. The rainbow bridge hasn't been used in a long time. Entering from the outside means we can only randomly enter one of the 9 realms. Our luck is poor. We didn't arrive directly in Asgard. This is Midgard, the center of the world tree. To get to Asgard from here, we still need to go through the 3-colored rainbow bridge. Just as Loki was speaking, a task prompt also popped up. Congratulations survivor team, Hu Chen has triggered the S-level main quest, Find Asgard. S-level main quest, Find Asgard. Task description: having entered the 9 realms, you encountered the legendary deity Loki, who now invites you to find a way into Asgard. Task objective: find a method and enter Asgard together with Loki. Task duration: 9 days. Task reward: calculated cumulatively. Task failure: expelled from the 9 realms. Hu Chen nodded silently, accepting this task. It was similar to the process in his previous life. With a total of 9 days for the activities, what tasks can be triggered, what items can be found, or what other things can be obtained all depend on individual ability. At the end of the 9 days, everyone will be forcibly teleported out. If any tasks are accepted during this period and not completed by the end of the 9 days, the punishment for task failure will still apply. Of course, such things naturally do not exist for Hu Chen and the others. He turned to Loki and said, "Lead the way, I'm not very fond of the atmosphere here." "Then you probably won't like Asgard even more." Loki shrugged helplessly. "If you're willing to wait here, I can have my proxy fetch everything you need." "Have your proxy fetch the things?" "Don't mention 9 days, it might not even be possible to fetch them in 9 years or 90 years. For a certain guy, Hu Chen wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark right now, especially in such a significant transaction. Hu Chen might not be able to control Loki's divinity, but he must firmly hold on to Mir's life. As long as this proxy exists, he believes Loki should not go to the extremes. "No, since we're already here, it would be good to take a look up there." "Then let's go." Loki chuckled lightly, having no objections, and led everyone towards the location of the 3-colored rainbow. "But this speed is really too slow." Hu Chen raised a hand and released 7 pseudo-dragon phoenixes, except for the little boss and the second boss. "Ride these, they'll be faster." Little boss has now become a pseudo-Nidhogg, inheriting the grudges between the Norse pantheon and Nidhogg. After all, it directly leads to Ragnarok, so it's better to be cautious in this situation. Except for Dear Fairy, the rest have all mounted on the back of the pseudo-dragon phoenix. Dear Fairy is gliding through the air, staying beside Hu Chen. The rainbow bridge seems to be just ahead, but as everyone approaches, its position appears unchanged, always hanging in the distance. It's like the moon hanging in the sky, seemingly close enough to reach, yet far away. The sun is gradually setting in the west. The rainbow bridge still hangs in the distance. Ding!
A clear sound suddenly rang in Hu Chen's ear. The destiny map has been updated. He immediately opened the map but found no trace of any destiny items. Great! Hu Chen's lips curled up slightly. Just as I previously imagined, the 9 realms are essentially another world. After entering the 9 realms, the location of the destiny items will not refresh near the Faeral Islands but instead will refresh in the 9 realms. He can't see the locations of the other 2 SSS level items, and naturally, Ling Yi can't see his either. 9 days. That's enough time for that guy to search slowly. I say. A heavy stone in Hu Chen's heart was temporarily set down. He couldn't help but look at Loki. How much longer do we have to fly? Can't you just summon this rainbow bridge directly? Not today. Loki helplessly replied, I'm just a wisp of divine thought. I can only use the rainbow summoning technique once a day and I have to wait some time before I can use it again. Can we reach the rainbow bridge within your so-called some time? At the current speed, it's a bit difficult. Then why are we still flying? Hu Chen rolled his eyes. He controlled the 7 little ones to descend from the sky and landed on the ground, build a fire, cook, eat, rest a bit, and we'll head to Asgard tomorrow. Yay! Upon hearing the words meal, Luciener became incredibly excited. She had long been eyeing the animals, no, the prey in Midgard, but due to the journey, she had never had the chance to hunt. But now it was finally good. She looked at Hu Chen and directly asked, should I go hunt? As a seasoned foodie, having spent quite some time with Hu Chen, she naturally knew how to go about it to taste the dishes he prepared. It wouldn't be possible without putting in some effort. Let me do it. Before Hu Chen could speak, Loki chimed in first from the side. After all, this is my territory. How can I let you do the work? Why not try our local specialties? Specialties? Upon hearing this word, Luciener's foodie nature was fully revealed. She immediately looked at Loki and asked, what specialties do you have? Loki smiled without speaking and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a palm-sized, winged humanoid creature appeared in his palm. That was elemental spirit. Hu Chen couldn't help but tremble his pupils. In the past life, many people mastered the methods of contracting exotic beasts due to their talents, items, or professions. These individuals are collectively referred to as tamers. Among the tamers, there are several categories. Ordinary tamers control ordinary exotic beasts, while above them are dragon tamers, spirit tamers, and so on. Among them, spirit tamers are those who control elemental spirits and similar entities. This kind of existence is extremely rare, even among the already few tamers. An elemental spirit not only serves as a companion who can fight alongside you at any time but can also act as a support for an entire team. It can weaken the damage from a certain element to the team or amplify the elemental damage dealt by the entire team. Of course, this is not the main reason for its preciousness. Compared to other exotic beasts, elemental spirits have intelligence comparable to humans and can even actively establish equal contracts with humans to grow stronger together. This means that as long as you can gain the recognition of an elemental spirit, even if you lack the talent, items, or anything else related to taming, you can still become a spirit tamer. Take the elemental spirit before us as an example. Although this is just a low-level dual-wing elemental sprite, its value can rival that of an S-class talent. When elemental sprites appeared in my previous life, it was already during the 3rd disaster. Due to the special nature of elemental sprites, even back then, each one was worth a fortune. But here, it's just food for Loki? Let me go. Hurry, let me go. The little sprite struggled, but in Loki's hands, such struggles were naturally ineffective. Loki actually enjoyed this feeling, pinching the little one's wings and starting to bring it to his mouth. Wait. Hu Chen immediately spoke up to stop him. What's wrong? Loki paused, looked at Hu Chen, and smiled. Don't worry, you are my esteemed guests. I certainly wouldn't prepare just one. Clap clap. Applause erupted. A halo suddenly appeared around. Each point of light represented a little sprite. There were various attributes like light, darkness, wind, fire, thunder. If the charioteers from my past life saw this scene, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Come on, don't be shy. Roki chuckled lightly, like the host of the banquet. If you find raw food a bit hard to swallow, I can help you prepare it. The faces of the elemental spirits around were filled with terror. They wanted to escape but couldn't even flap their wings, only bound in place. The only things that could move were their pairs of differently colored eyes. There's no rush for dinner. Hu Chen casually grabbed a small spirit nearby, using the eye of true sight to confirm that this was indeed the elemental spirit from his memory. He looked at Roki with a puzzled expression. Where did you get these guys from? Just a little spell. As Roki said this, he casually tossed the small spirit into his mouth. It was crisp, echoing in his mouth. He chewed on the bones and flesh of the little sprites while still answering Hu Chen's question. I am the son of a giant, and when I have nothing to do, I enjoy eating little sprites. Later, I simply learned this magic from Freyr to prevent myself from craving them. Freyr? Hu Chen's tone was filled with surprise. Your god of sprites. He tacitly allows you to eat these little sprites? Yes. Loki replied as a matter of course. They're just some elemental sprites, not really Freyr's kin. He even eats a few himself. What's wrong? Nothing.
Hu Chen replied indifferently but fell deep in thought.
Nothing? This is serious.
During the third cataclysm, elemental sprites appeared, and at the same time, the sprite god of the Norse also came into the public eye. At that time, the sprite god was not Freyr, but an elemental sprite named Felinos, a 12-winged elemental sprite. As for Freyr, he was just the old sprite god in Norse mythology. If you were Frey, old and in need of a new heir to inherit the divine position, would you choose a species that once graced your plate as your successor? No matter how clever pigs, cows, or sheep may be, they are still just pigs, cows, and sheep. How could they possibly become the new spirit god? At the time, everyone thought it was merely a succession change among the deities, but now it seems there might be something more hidden within. We can't get used to little spirits, so let's not eat them. Hu Chen certainly didn't want to create bad blood with the future spirit god at this moment. He looked at Loki and chuckled. Do you remember our agreement? Of course. Loki chuckled and replied, what's up? Do you want to exchange the right to select a treasure for something? Loki is truly Loki. As soon as Hu Chen spoke, he had already guessed the intention. Exactly. Hu Chen got straight to the point. I want you to summon the elemental spirits. Sorry, I can't agree to that. Loki shrugged. Compared to the treasures in my vault, the value of this spell isn't high. If I could exchange it, I would definitely agree without hesitation. It's a pity that this spell requires the divine essence of Asgard to use, and you clearly do not meet that requirement. What a shame. Since the conversation has reached this point, Hu Chen naturally wouldn't press further so as not to arouse Loki's suspicion. A new elven god rises, an old elven god falls. Undoubtedly, this signifies an impending internal conflict within the pantheon. This is a tremendous boon for the Chinese pantheon. Hu Chen would not let them discover any clues just yet. However, Loki waved his hand, dispersing all the little sprites around. He looked at Hu Chen, a slight smirk on his lips. If you like these elemental sprites, perhaps there's something in my vault that might interest you. Oh, what is it? A 12-winged elemental sprite. Rocky nonchalantly stated, completely unaware of the shock flashing in Hu Chen's eyes. The little spirits summoned by this spell are random. Once, when I used the spell, I found a 12-winged elemental spirit. I found her rare, so I sealed her in eternal frost. If I remember correctly, I should have placed her in the treasury, but I don't know where exactly. 12-winged elemental spirit. No matter if this is the future spirit god Furinos, it is still an extremely terrifying existence. 12 wings symbolize that she controls at least 12 types of elements. The control over each element can rival that of the dear fairy. If I could gain her recognition. 9 types? Sorry, I'm not familiar with this trash talent that can only control 9 types of elements. We'll talk about it then. In response to Rocky's proposal, Hu Chen simply waved his hand, pretending to be uninterested. He rolled up his sleeves and took out some of the meat stored in the warehouse. Let's have barbecue today. If anyone wants to eat meat, go hunt for it. Just make sure not to run too far. Got it. Luciener spat out a sentence and had already flashed 100 meters away. Half an hour later, a barbecue feast was laid out before everyone. After eating and drinking to their fill, Loki still habitually summoned a few little spirits to devour. Hu Chen did not stop him, but instead exchanged 2 bottles of whiskey from the shop and sat down in front of him. Shall we chat? The current Loki was no longer the Loki Hu Chen had seen before. They now had enough time to converse, rather than hurriedly finalizing a deal before one party disappeared. Hu Chen also wanted to understand the truth behind the various pantheons in this world. After all, when the Divine War broke out in his previous life, Hu Chen had been imprisoned in a dark dungeon, knowing only a few major events through the World Chat channel, and was completely unaware of other matters. Now there happened to be a genuine deity present, and not understanding the situation felt like a significant loss. What do you want to talk about? Loki's lips always curled into a smile, like a gentleman from high society, using that curve as a mask imprinted on his face. Let's talk about you gods. Hu Chen sat across from Loki, staring directly at him. This disaster that affects the whole world, it should be your doing, right? That statement isn't entirely accurate. Loki pondered for a moment and explained, this disaster is indeed related to us, but to say it's our doing would be giving us too much credit. Not gods. Hu Chen frowned slightly. It seemed from Loki's words that there were greater hands silently controlling everything beyond the gods. But they are already gods. What could possibly exist that is above the rank of gods? Hu Chen was filled with confusion, just about to ask when he heard Loki's voice again. Don't ask, those existences are not something you can touch right now. Alright. Hu Chen quickly changed the subject. Then what is the end of this disaster? Or rather, what would it take to bring this disaster to an end? If you're talking about this rainstorm, it's actually quite simple, it will stop on its own soon. But if you're referring to the disaster itself, don't say it's just me, even Odin can't give you the answer. The entire catastrophe? Hu Chen feigned ignorance, deliberately exclaiming, isn't there more than just this one disaster? A flicker of surprise crossed Loki's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. This time, he didn't answer Hu Chen's question, but looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. It's strange. From your tone just now, you should have known there was more than one disaster. Why are you pretending not to know in front of me? Are you worried about me discovering something?
Oh no! Hu Chen's heart trembled. He almost forgot that the person in front of him was the god of trickery. If it were just Loki's divine persona, or the Loki that descended upon Muir, Hu Chen's acting skills might have been enough to deceive him. But if it were a fragment of Loki's divine consciousness, then the outcome would be entirely different. Now, avoiding the question would only deepen Loki's suspicion. Coming up with another explanation to cover the lie would only lead Loki to eliminate incorrect answers. Hu Chen also adopted a logical demeanor, putting a slight smile on his lips. What do you think? Having said that, he immediately stood up, without any hesitation, and turned to leave Loki's presence. It's incredibly difficult to engage in a battle of wits with this guy. It's better to stay cautious. Not bad. Rocky didn't press further and didn't even catch up with Hu Chen. He just stood there, lost in thought, gazing in the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. No words were exchanged throughout the night. Hu Chen and Lu Xiener took turns keeping watch, and nothing unusual occurred. Until early the next morning. On March 4th, there are still 36 days until the second catastrophe arrives. Rocky reset the time for summoning the Rainbow Bridge. As his chanting began, a rainbow enveloped everyone once again. Having reached the 9 realms, the Rainbow Bridge can naturally deliver them accurately. When everyone regained their senses, they found themselves high above the clouds. Stepping on thick, pure white clouds gave a feeling of floating towards immortality, especially when gazing at the luxurious palace clusters in the distance, making one feel as if they were in a dream. Welcome to Asgard. Loki turned to the crowd, arms wide open, as if he were the master of this place. The gods are still in slumber, even Odin has yet to awaken. As long as you don't climb onto his shoulders and tug at his beard, I suppose there won't be any danger. So, esteemed guests, would you like me to take you around, or should we head to the treasury first? The treasury. Hu Chen replied calmly with 2 words. Long nights bring many dreams, especially in the stronghold of the Norse gods. The destiny map has been refreshed once. Ling Yi should be looking elsewhere now. Hu Chen just needs to watch the refresh time of the destiny map, and when it refreshes again, he can leave, giving him at least a 24-hour buffer. Even leaving now, there would still be a 12-hour buffer, which is much safer than staying here. Alright, then let's go to the treasury. Loki didn't mind either way. As his voice fell, a crisp sound echoed in everyone's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor team Hu Chen for completing the S-rank main quest. Find Asgard. Main quest refreshed. S-rank main quest. Find the treasury. Quest description: you have come to Asgard with Loki, and now he invites you to search for the treasury of the gods. Quest objective: locate the treasury of the gods within Asgard and enter it. Quest duration: 8 days. Quest reward: accumulated calculation. Quest failure: expulsion from the 9 realms. Wait a minute. Hu Chen stared at the task prompt in front of him, momentarily taken aback. The treasury of the gods? Although it's all about treasure, this prefix seems a bit off. He looked at Loki, who was leading the way, and his expression gradually became complicated. This old trickster, could it be that he plans to take the treasury of the gods for himself while they are asleep and promise its contents to everyone? With this guy's personality, it's not impossible. What's wrong? Loki seemed to sense Hu Chen's gaze and turned to look back, his eyes filled with inquiry. It's nothing. Hu Chen shook his head and uttered 2 words. No matter what kind of treasure vault it is, as long as Loki dares to take them in, he dares to take things out. Anyway, it was Loki who took them in. Worst case, he can just take the blame. If he dares to snatch divine power, what's stopping him from taking things from a mere vault of the gods? Asgard is vast. As a divine kingdom, it holds a status equivalent to that of the heavenly court in the Chinese pantheon. Although it is nowhere near as magnificent as the heavenly court, for Hu Chen and the others, it certainly opened their eyes. Especially Odin's Golden Hall. Just the scale of that architecture alone, if placed in the mortal realm, it would be a mountain of gold. As long as one is in Asgard, no matter where they are, they can see this golden hall as soon as they look up. If this golden hall were to be treated as pure gold and thrown into the system mall for points, the rewards would be in the trillions. Do you like it? Loki observed Hu Chen's expression and chuckled, saying, if you can take it away, I won't tell Odin. Forget it, I'm just afraid of having the life to move but not the life to walk away. Hu Chen uttered this, shifting his gaze away from the golden hall. Just kidding, the Norse gods are only sleeping now, they're not really dead. These few mice taking some things from the rice bin while others are asleep is nothing, but if they demolish someone else's house, I'm afraid Odin would wake up and come at us with that 40-meter-long sword. It's better to be cautious. Before long, everyone stopped in front of a grand hall. This is the place. Looking at the treasure vault's entrance, Loki chuckled and adjusted his tie. At the main entrance of the vault stood 12 stone statues, each holding different weapons, guarding the entrance. They looked lifelike, and just getting close gave one an imposing feeling without being angry, clearly not just for show. Hu Chen couldn't help but cast a true side-eye over, and upon looking, he was startled. Name: Yaros Kamir, asleep. Level: unknown. Attribute: unknown. Talent: unknown. Skill mastery: unknown. Note: one of the elementary deities guarding the treasury of the gods, currently only capable of guarding, not observing. God. These 12 are all gods. Even the lowest-ranking elementary deities are still gods. If I could just take something from them. Forget it. This thought flashed through Hu Chen's mind and was immediately discarded. For certain beings, deprivation is not unnoticed. Taking advantage is one thing, but if by any chance I accidentally wake these guys up, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's better to wait until the last second before leaving to see if there's an opportunity. What do you think? Loki had already passed the 12 stone statues and arrived in front of the treasury of the gods. He turned to Hu Chen and the others. Do you want to wait for me here, or come in with me to take a good look? I'll go with you. Hu Chen chuckled and stepped forward. The treasure mountain is right in front of us, there's no reason to return empty-handed. If Loki goes in and doesn't come out, won't everyone just be left staring outside? It's best to act together. All right. Loki smiled and said 2 words, raising his hand to the door of the treasury of the gods, and a thunderous roar immediately echoed throughout Asgard. Wei Shaoqing immediately shrank behind Hu Chen, tightly grasping his clothing, fearfully staring at the 12 statues of gods in front of her, her pupils filled with dread. Thank goodness. No matter how loud the noise, the 12 statues of gods showed no sign of awakening, let alone the more distant deities. Sure enough, Loki dared to bring everyone here fully prepared. What are you standing there for? Let's go, Loki said, already stepping into the treasury of the gods first. Hu Chen watched the back of the person entering the treasury, feeling a bit strange. This journey has been a bit too smooth. I wonder if there will be any traps inside. At this point, the main quest is still hanging over our heads. Either fight for it and at least take away a 12-winged elemental spirit and a divine essence, or turn around and leave, being expelled from the 9 realms, rendering all efforts in vain. Right now, even if there is a trick, there's nothing that can be done. Hu Chen gritted his teeth and followed Loki into the treasury, with the others closely behind. As soon as they stepped into the treasury, everyone fell into a daze. Vast. Boundless. From the outside, the treasury of the gods looked like just a palace, but once inside, they discovered a whole new world. The interior of the treasury resembled a gigantic warehouse. Countless treasures were stored on innumerable shelves, each shelf holding hundreds of items, and there were tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of shelves in front of them. Heaven knows how many things are actually inside. Welcome to the treasury of the gods. Loki's voice echoed above everyone's heads. As everyone looked up, they saw Loki had inflated to hundreds of times his original size, sitting on a throne in the center of the treasury, looking down at everyone like ants. His gaze had become extremely unfamiliar. Only that smile looks exactly the same. Do you remember what I promised you? Now, you can start the treasure hunt. As soon as the words fell, everyone's tasks were refreshed. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Team Hu Chen for completing the S-level main quest. Find the treasure vault. Main quest refreshed. S-level main quest. Treasure hunt. Quest description. Loki has successfully led you into the treasure vault of the gods. Please start searching for what he promised you. Quest objectives: Divine Essence of the Hua Main God 0-1, 12-winged elemental sprite 0-1, Star Staff 0-1, Baldur's Ring 0-1, Ancient Beast Crystal 0 out of 5. Quest duration 8 days. Quest rewards: Accumulative calculation. Quest failure: Forever remain in the vault. Treasure hunt? What a joke. The shelves here are nearly 100 meters high. Finding a few specific items in here, let alone within 7 days, even 7 years or 700 years might not be enough. Loki. Hu Chen knew things wouldn't be this simple. He frowned and stood still, looking at Loki. I remember, our deal didn't seem to be like this. Oh, really? I did say I would give you those things, but I never said I would hand them to you myself. Loki expressed confusion and snapped his fingers. A glass of red wine appeared beside him. He held the wine glass and gently swirled it. After all, this treasure vault doesn't belong to just me. I only know that these things are inside, but where they are, I have no idea. Of course. As long as you can find everything, I will naturally take you out, but if you can't find it, or if you're missing a few items, I will suffer the backlash of the oath. As my friends, you wouldn't want to see me like this, right? A contemptuous voice sounded, and Hu Chen naturally understood that he had still been played by Loki. Even if he hadn't entered earlier, after Loki opened the door, he would have definitely thrown them in, and the outcome would have been the same. Unless they didn't enter the 9 realms, otherwise the outcome was destined. All right. Loki downed the wine in his cup and said, I still need to merge my divine essence and cultivate my avatar, so I won't accompany you to search for things here. I'll naturally appear once you've found everything. If you can't find them, oh, who knows how long Odin will stay asleep. If he wakes up and wants to see his treasures, only to find a few ants like you, perhaps that old man behind you will also bear the brunt of his anger. With that, Loki and Meal's figures instantly vanished. Only Hu Chen and the other 4 remained standing in place. The 4, including Luciener, simultaneously turned their gazes towards Hu Chen. Just as they were about to ask what to do next, they noticed that his face showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, it was filled with a sense of excitement. Like a mouse that has fallen into a rice bin. Hu Chen didn't explain much, he just looked up and scanned the rows of wooden shelves. True Vision Eye, a deprivation version, activate. Detected level item, Arm of the God of War tier, interference detected. Unable to deprive. Detected level item, Ring of Balder, interference detected. Unable to deprive. Detected level item, Freya's armor, interference detected. Unable to deprive. Detected level item, Odin's divine right, interference detected. Unable to deprive. A series of tens of thousands of prompts popped up continuously. In front of Hu Chen, there wasn't the scene he imagined of depriving countless characteristics, only a series of prompts indicating deprivation was impossible. Previously, he could directly deprive the Eternal Seal from the projection of Haotian, so there was no reason he couldn't do the same with these items. There must be some other reason behind this. However, besides this bad news, there is also some good news. Efficiency. With a glance, he could directly use his true sight to see all the items on these wooden racks and clearly sense the position of any item. At this efficiency, it would take him at most a few hours to thoroughly explore the locations of all items in the entire treasury. The trap set by Loki he could easily break through. But what happens after breaking through? No one knows if Loki has other means waiting for them once they go outside. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. Isn't Naluoji picking things from the treasure vault himself? Perfect, let's search through it first. Hu Chen raised his eyes again, this time not using the deprivation version of the true sight, but rather the pure true sight to scan the numerous wooden racks before him. 5 hours later. The names and locations of 15,633,672 items in the entire treasure vault of the gods were all etched into Hu Chen's mind. Ha! Hu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, and when he opened his eyes again, it seemed that the wooden racks had transformed into a dense array of item names. Amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone, he slowly began to speak. Xiaowan, start counting from the left side, the 35th wooden rack, 3 rows and 65 columns, the 37th rack, 6 rows and 70 columns, the 74th rack, 5 rows and 6 columns, the 95th rack, 3 rows and 4 columns, and the 10th rack on the right side, 7 rows and 5 columns. Su Yao, the 9th wooden rack on the left side, 19 rows and 9 columns. Xiao Cheng, the 27th wooden rack on the right side, 36 rows and 5 columns. Remember, once you reach the location, don't rush to act, wait for my command. Yes, master. Xia Qingwan didn't hesitate and immediately rushed towards the 10th wooden rack on her right, which was closest to her. Suya was taken aback and looked at Hu Chen, asking, Captain, what is this? The rewards you all deserve. Hu Chen simply replied as he walked slowly towards the wooden rack on the right. Hurry up, Lu Xiener, you take Xiao Qing over there. Remember, don't get the position wrong. Got it, Captain. Lu Xiener immediately responded. Although she didn't know what method Hu Chen had used, since there was a way to break the situation, she was naturally happy. This meant she wouldn't be stuck here and that there were enough rewards to obtain. Without a word, she picked up Wei Xiao Chang and charged towards the 27th wooden rack on the right. At this moment, Hu Chen also arrived at the 3rd wooden rack on the right. He spread his dragon phoenix bat wings and reached the 15th column of the 9th row. The wooden rack was enveloped in a layer of misty light, resembling some kind of barrier that prevented treasures from being taken casually. As for what was behind the mist, it was completely unclear. If it weren't for Hu Chen using the eye of true sight to scan through, knowing what was inside, they wouldn't even know what to do in front of the wooden frame. But can this thing really be taken away at will? Having come this far, there's no reason to back down. The oath made by Loki is real. He doesn't believe this guy would choose to bear the backlash of his oath for the benefit of other gods, so they must have a way to take those treasures away from here. Hu Chen gritted his teeth and reached his hand into the misty light. In an instant, 3 seals appeared on his hand, and one of them collided with the misty light, causing both to vanish simultaneously. Within the wooden frame, a diamond-shaped crystal crackling with thunderous energy suddenly appeared before him. Joy burst forth in Hu Chen's eyes. Divine essence. He sent another eye of true sight over, and detailed information immediately appeared before him. Name: Divine Essence of the God of Thunder. Category: Item. Level: Effect: Unknown. Remarks: Unknown. This is it. Hu Chen reached out to grasp the divine essence, and a burst of thunderous power instantly erupted. But for some reason, that thunderous power seemed to sense something and immediately subsided before even touching Hu Chen's body. Only the sound of thunder echoed in the treasure vault. Hu Chen didn't think too much about it and immediately stored the divine essence in the system warehouse. It seems that Loki had long left marks on everyone to unlock specific treasure locations. That being said, Xie Qingwan and the others should also be able to retrieve items from the vault normally. He immediately opened the chat channel. Hu Chen, alright, you can take the items inside now, but remember, do not touch anything other than the location I reported. Otherwise, you're responsible for the consequences. A series of yes messages immediately flooded the chat channel. At the same time, there was a message from Hu Chen that he hadn't anticipated. Carlos Mel, Captain, have you found the items? Or, should I try to see if I can get you out? I almost forgot, this guy is still in the team. Hu Chen thought for a moment and sent a message in the team chat channel. Hu Chen, no need, just keep an eye on Loki. If he makes any moves, report to us in time. Carlos Mil, aye Captain. He's already taken me away from Asgard and it looks like he won't be coming back. Left Asgard? That's right. In Norse mythology, Loki isn't described as being adopted by Odin or being Thor's brother like in the films. By seniority he should actually be Odin's peer. However, he is not one of the Aesir gods and does not reside in Asgard. If a substitute needs to perform some ritual he would indeed go elsewhere. But doesn't he still have his divine essence in his hands? Did he just leave like that? Dujien frowned, sensing something vaguely. He immediately found the wooden box containing Loki's divine essence and the 12 dead fish, only to discover that everything inside had turned into a handful of yellow dust. The real divine essence fragments, I don't even know when they disappeared. Dujien's mouth couldn't help but twitch a couple of times. Loki, you really live up to your reputation. However, this can be seen as a good thing for them. The divinity being taken away means that Loki has achieved his goal. It's highly unlikely they will set any more traps outside. As long as they can successfully retrieve the items on the task list and find a way to leave Asgard, they can depart smoothly. Dujien, good, keep the reports coming. After sending the message, Dujien didn't send any more messages in the chat channel and immediately shouted to others in the treasury. Those who have retrieved the items, wait at the door. Xiaowan, speed up. Okay, master. Besides him, only Xie Changwan needs to retrieve 5 items. Everyone else only has 1 item, so it's just him and Xie Changwan who need to hurry. Dujien immediately rushed toward his next target. 12-winged elemental sprite. But I wonder if this elemental sprite is the one I am familiar with. The 95th wooden rack, 13th row, 9th column. Dujien looked at the wooden rack in front of him and reached out again to pass through the misty light curtain. A dazzling light cocoon, no larger than a palm, catches the eye, its intricate patterns resembling delicate feathers. This thing, is it the 12-winged elemental sprite? Dujien looked at the light cocoon in front of him, a question mark seemingly floating above his head. This 12-winged elemental sprite is still an egg. If it weren't for the fact that one of the marks on his arm had indeed disappeared, he might have doubted whether he had made a mistake. A true sight, I was thrown over. Before the panel could pop up, the light cocoon seemed to sense something, and its wings opened outward, peeling away layer by layer to reveal the sprite inside. A girl no larger than a palm looked up, her golden pupils devoid of any emotion, silently meeting Dujien's gaze from outside the wooden frame. A barely noticeable light golden thread connected the person and the sprite, beginning to trace mysterious lines between their brows. At the same time, her panel appeared before Dujien. Species, 12-winged elemental sprite. Level, G. Stamina, 1, G. Strength, 1, G. Intelligence, 1, G. Agility, 1, G. Talent, Light Elemental Lord SSS, Dark Elemental Lord SSS, Fire Elemental Lord SSS, Water Elemental Lord SSS, Metal Elemental Lord SSS, Wood Elemental Lord SSS. Earth Elemental Lord SSS, Thunder Elemental Lord SSS, Wind Elemental Lord SSS, Ice Elemental Lord SSS, Poison Elemental Lord SSS, Chaos Elemental Lord SSS. Mastered skills, none. Note, an extremely rare 12-winged elemental sprite wrapped in egg batter, coated in breadcrumbs, and deep-fried to golden crispiness. Even Loki next door is drooling over it. Hiss. Dujien couldn't help but gasp. It's important to know that the 9 forms of Deer Fairy are formed by the accumulation of 9 different elements, resulting in an SSS-level talent. Each attribute of this 12-winged elemental sprite is equivalent to the strength of the 9 forms. And this is without undergoing any cataclysmic evolution. If it were to undergo a cataclysm or even ascend to godhood, who knows how terrifying it would become. Even among the Norse pantheon, it would likely be among the elite. Fortunately, it's mine now. As Dujien was pondering, 2 mysterious patterns suddenly appeared between his and the elemental spirit's brows. It flashed by. You. The elemental spirit did not speak, but a mental wave was transmitted to Dujien's mind. Are you here to save me? Yes. Dujien nodded, showing what he thought was his kindest smile, reaching out to the 12-winged elemental spirit. Are you willing to come with me? However, he hadn't finished his sentence. The 12-winged elemental spirit seemed to sense something, her pupils instantly brightening. In a flash, she moved outside the wooden frame, her form transforming into different elements as she rushed away into the distance. Dujien frowned slightly and hurriedly followed. When he reached the entrance of the treasury, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He saw the 12-winged spirit sitting on Luciener's shoulder like a small sun, dispelling the gloom around her shoulder and even near her jaw. The two of them chatted and laughed like long-lost friends. Luciener glanced and saw Dujien. Without thinking, she immediately took the 12-winged spirit off her shoulder and hid it in her arms. Trade. The voice sounded as if it was about to cry. Captain, let's talk. As long as you're willing to trade her to me, I can offer any conditions. Dujien was also at a loss for words. The 12-winged spirit is not an object, it naturally possesses the intelligence to choose its own partner or master. Although he could use certain items in the shop to force the 12-winged spirit to recognize a master, the compatibility between them would never be as high as that of an elemental spirit choosing its own master. However, it was clearly impossible for him to just give the 12-winged elemental spirit to Luciener.
Hu Chen glanced at Xie Qingwan, who was still searching for items in the distance, and simply walked up to Lu Xiener. You should know her value. I know. Lu Xiener lowered her head and uttered 2 words. When Loki summoned the elemental spirits, she was nearby, and having 9 of them, she could naturally sense the power of these spirits. Especially this 12-winged elemental sprite. Not to mention, just the enhancement she provides while sitting on my shoulder far exceeds that of the SSS grade item, 9 spirits. And this is still her newborn phase. If I can nurture her, her terrifying potential is self-evident. Of course, the stronger her enhancement, the more precious she is, and Hu Chen is even less likely to let her go. If it were anything else, it wouldn't matter, as Lu Xiener would never take someone else's favor, but this elemental sprite is so compatible with her. Let's give it a try. If Hu Chen disagrees, I can always return this sprite to him and find another one. Of course, besides Hu Chen's opinion, the little one's feelings are also very important. Little cutie. Lu Xiener raised her hand to gently stroke the elemental sprite's little head. Do you want to live with me? As soon as the 12-winged elemental sprite heard this, she immediately broke free and flew out of Lu Xiener's palm. She settled on Hu Chen's shoulder, looking at Lu Xiener with some surprise. Sister, you wouldn't be trying to abduct a little spirit, would you? Although you smell really nice, I won't give up my master and leave with you. Click. It seemed to Hu Chen that he heard a crisp sound, like the sound of Lu Xiener's heart breaking. Lu Xiener felt like she had a lump of old blood stuck in her throat, staring at the elemental spirit, and couldn't think of anything to say. Wait. Hu Chen was also confused. He turned to the elemental spirit. Then why did you run to her like crazy earlier? The smell. The elemental spirit replied with the 3 words as if it was obvious. She pointed at Lu Xiener. This sister has a smell I like, but that doesn't mean I want to follow her, right? That reasoning is indeed valid. But Hu Chen couldn't help but feel that there was something a bit player-like about those words. Well, Hu Chen also showed a wry smile. He reached out and poked the elemental spirit's head. So you're willing to follow me then? The elemental sprite nodded frantically. So shall we form a contract? Contract? The elemental sprite tilted her head and raised her hand, sweeping it across her forehead. A mysterious pattern immediately appeared between her and Hu Chen's foreheads. Master, are you referring to this contract? Hu Chen was momentarily taken aback. When did this contract get established? Why didn't he feel anything at all? Not even a hint? Yet he could clearly sense the existence of the contract and even influence the elemental sprite through it, as well as communicate mentally with her. This was the highest compatibility master-servant contract. This elemental sprite already completely belonged to him. Hu Chen surprisingly felt a sense of regaining something lost. A radiant smile broke out on his face as he reached out to rub the elemental sprite's head. Good. This is the contract. He immediately opened the contract interface, wanting to see if the elemental sprite's true name was indeed what he thought it was. It was no trouble until he looked. He was almost stunned by the data in front of him. Species: 12-winged elemental spirit. Name: none. Level: F. Stamina: 13 F. Strength: 14 F. Intelligence: 34 D. Agility: 12 F. Forget about the lack of a name, but how come this guy's attributes shot up like a rocket? Could it be? Hu Chen couldn't help but look at Lu Xiener. This elemental spirit hasn't been out for long, and besides himself, the only one it has interacted with is Lu Xiener. She said Lu Xiener's scent was fragrant. It couldn't be that it treats her as food and plans to gradually devour her, right? What are you looking at me for? Lu Xiener was speechless at that moment. Seeing Hu Chen's gaze, she said with a bit of a spoiled tone, it's just an elemental spirit. I can find another one later. That's not what I meant. Hu Chen sighed with a bitter smile. Just look at your attributes. Haven't they decreased a bit? Attributes? Lu Xiener was taken aback and immediately checked her panel. She spoke with a hint of confusion. It hasn't decreased. In fact, it's increased a bit. What's going on? Hu Chen didn't know the reason either, so he looked towards the elemental sprite on his shoulder, casting a puzzled glance. Is it because of you? But to be precise, it's because of elemental resonance. The elemental sprite rested its hands on Hu Chen's shoulders, gently swaying its feet. The elements on her and the elements on me are highly compatible. When we stay together, resonance occurs, which is beneficial for both of us. If we can form a partner contract with her, the effects of this resonance would be even better. Partner contract? Hu Chen and Lu Xiener spoke in unison, uttering the 4 words. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly thinking of the same thing. Hu Chen immediately asked, since you've already formed a master-servant contract with me, can you also form a partner contract with someone else? Of course you can. The elemental sprite tilted its head, its eyes filled with surprise. The master-servant contract and the partner contract don't conflict with each other. Hu Chen smiled slightly, no longer speaking, just gazing at Lu Xiener with sparkling eyes. A deal. Lu Xiener repeated these 2 words. With a resigned expression, she looked at Hu Chen and said, how we trade is up to you. No hurry. Hu Chen replied calmly, glancing at Xie Qingwan, who was rushing over from a distance. I'll clarify some things first. Master. Xia Qingwan ran over, holding 5 beast crystals larger than her head, panting even in such a large treasure vault.
I found everything.
Good. Hu Chen patted Xia Qingwan's head, glanced at the crystals on the ground, and decided to collect them all into his space. As for the job change mission, it's best to wait until after we get out to trigger it.
Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Team Hu Chen for completing the S-level main quest, Treasure Hunt. Main quest refreshed. S-level main quest, Escape.
Task description: you have perfectly completed all the tasks assigned by Loki, and now only one treasure item remains to fulfill your transaction with him. Choose a treasure, take it,
and escape from Asgard. Task objective: escape from Asgard with all the treasures. Task duration: 8 days. Task reward: accumulated calculation. Task failure: erasure. Task refreshed.
However, Hu Chen did not rush to take the last treasure, but instead looked at the team chat channel.
Hu Chen, Mir, is there any reaction from Loki now?
Carlos: Mir, no reaction.
He brought me to a frosty forest and I don't know what he wants to do. Captain, you will take me to escape from Asgard, right?
It seems Mir has also received the task prompt. Faced with Mir's request, Hu Chen did not hastily agree but simply replied,
Hu Chen, trust me, you will be fine.
Even if Loki enjoys tormenting others, he shouldn't act against his own proxy. Alright, there's no need to rush now.
Hu Chen turned to look at Lu Xiener, lowering the elemental sprite from his shoulder and handing it over. Don't you want to establish a partnership contract with her?
Sure, but
there are 3 conditions. Lu Xiener sighed helplessly. Go ahead and say it. If it's too excessive, I'd rather find another elemental sprite myself. Don't worry, it won't be excessive. Then you go ahead and say it.
First, I want you to establish a contract in front of any god of the divine system, declaring that you and I will never be enemies. Those who break this will face divine punishment and death.
Are you kidding?
Even if it's a partnership contract, this is still a 12-winged elemental sprite. In the early stages of the disaster, it may not seem like much, but in the later stages, the attribute growth it brings to Lu Xiener might be even higher than what she could gain through deprivation. Who knows how long it will take for this guy to surpass me? If she develops any unusual feelings for the elemental sprite, who knows what kind of trouble will arise? Even if I can force the elemental sprite to terminate its partnership with her, I would still incur some unnecessary losses. So it's best to nip this in the bud.
Okay, no problem.
Lu Xiener responded decisively. She had never considered being enemies with Hu Chen. Second, if you obtain any items like the 9 spirits that enhance elements in the future, they must be prioritized for the elemental sprite.
Sure. Third, Hu Chen looked at Lu Xiener. If our team disbands, she can follow you and you can take her anywhere, but if I need you, you must come with her to help me.
Hey,
I was wondering what that was about.
Lu Xiener stepped forward and placed her hand on Hu Chen's shoulder. We're all buddies.
That's a good deal.
I'll agree to this condition, but it doesn't count as the third one. You need to state another one.
So I won't take advantage of you. Then let's talk about it later. Hu Chen handed the elemental sprite to Lu Xiener, looking into her eyes. You don't have a name yet, do you? Can I give you one, my dear? The elemental sprite nodded emphatically.
Once she formed a master-servant contract with Hu Chen, their relationship became as tightly connected as blood relatives. Now, in order for her to grow better, she needs to be away from Hu Chen, and naturally, the feeling isn't pleasant. From now on, you'll be called Nuasi.
Nuasi, this name actually doesn't have any special meaning.
I don't know if she will become the 12-winged elemental spirit I know in the future. Hu Chen doesn't want her to become a Nordic spirit god, so he simply gave her a Chinese name. It's also an attempt to alter her fate.
Nuasi? That's a nice name. Nuasi has already perched on Lu Xiener's shoulder, looking at Hu Chen and asking, Master, what's your name? My name is Hu Chen. Hu Chen. Then according to our clan's tradition, my full name will be Hu Chen Nuasi. Thank you for the name, Master. Wait a minute.
Hu Chen looked at the elemental spirit in front of him, momentarily stunned, but the name on the panel had already changed. From originally being blank, it changed to Hu Chen Nuasi.
I am Nuasi.
Norse looked at Lu Xiener and began to forge a partnership contract. I wish to establish a partnership with the human before me, sharing elements from this day forth, sharing honor and disgrace, and not letting each other down. A golden pattern emerged, immediately forming a mysterious rune in front of the person and the spirit.
I, Lu Xiener.
Lu Xiener mimicked Norse's voice and slowly spoke. I wish to establish a partnership with the spirit before me, sharing elements from this day forth, sharing honor and disgrace, and not letting each other down.
Contract established. The mysterious rune suspended in midair fell between Lu Xiener and Norse's eyebrows.
Even Hu Chen could clearly sense that the elemental affinity of the two had suddenly increased by more than one level.
The effect of this was far more complex than just 1 + 1 = 2.
After completing the contract, Norse did not go to find Lu Xiener but instead returned to sit on Hu Chen's shoulder. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but Hu Chen felt that this guy had grown quite a bit. Unfortunately, there was no ruler available, otherwise he could have measured it.
Master. Norse raised a hand and pointed in Lu Xiener's direction. Shall I go over there?
That tone is just like a child reporting to their parents about wanting to go out to play. She's afraid of making herself angry and jealous, yet she still remembers to report to herself. Go ahead, go ahead. Hu Chen waved his hand, looking helpless. Right now, he's only focused on whether there's a connection between Hu Chen, North, and Frelinos who would care about these things. Thank you, Master, you're the best. North said this as she flew to the side of Hu Chen's cheek, gently rubbed against it, and then turned to fly towards Lu Xiener, landing on her shoulder. This time, unlike before, North didn't disperse the gloom around her but instead integrated into it. If it weren't for the contract sensing, Hu Chen wouldn't have noticed the situation within the gloom. I don't know why. Lu Xiener's voice also calmly rang out. I just feel like I've become a part of your play? Oh? Hu Chen raised his tone. Let's first check your panel. If you don't like it, you can have her come back. Humph. Lu Xiener let out a light hum, her tone full of playful smugness. She looked at Hu Chen with a hint of confusion. By the way, now that we've taken everything, shall we go? No rush, since Rocky hasn't reacted yet, we can wait a bit longer. Hu Chen glanced at the refresh time on the destiny map. They had just spent about 5 hours searching for treasures, and now there were less than 10 hours until the next refresh. If they left now, they would face Ling Yi's pursuit in 10 hours. It was better to wait a while and leave right after the destiny map refreshed. This way, they would have a full 24 hours of safety time, whether for escaping or other purposes, giving them ample time. Perfect. During this time, they could slowly decide what last treasure to take with them when leaving. Hu Chen frowned as he looked at the various wooden racks in front of him, starting to filter through them. First, he eliminated all the items that bore the names of the Norse gods. These items were likely to carry the marks of the Norse gods. While they were still asleep now, it was risky. If they woke up, who knows what trouble it could bring. Wei Xiaoqing's starry staff doesn't count, but Su Yao's Baldur's ring might need some processing. Next are some materials of unknown grade. The value of these items is considered the lowest tier in the treasury. For the Norse gods, the commemorative value far exceeds the collection and practical value. These are also not considered. Lastly, there are sealed intelligent beings like the 12-winged elemental spirits. Previously, there was almost a blunder, but it also served as a reminder for Hu Chen. These intelligent beings have their own thoughts, and if something they cannot handle is accidentally released, the consequences are unimaginable. So there are only a few items left that can be selected. There are spoils taken from other pantheons, such as Anubis's bracelet from the Egyptian pantheon, or Hermes's shoes from the Greek pantheon, as well as some corpses or artifacts of evil gods. Hu Chen is not in a hurry, slowly selecting items inside. 1 hour later, he finally found an item that somewhat met his expectations. Just as he was about to go look for it, a dazzling burst of light suddenly erupted before everyone. This is Ling Yi. Before he could even see the figure, Hu Chen felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively preparing for battle, with the black gold ancient sword appearing in his palm and the fire phoenix instantly condensing. Watch out for an enemy attack. Hu Chen frowned and uttered 4 words, already mentally prepared. As soon as the opponent appeared, he would unleash all his moves without hesitation. He certainly didn't believe Ling Yi was here because he accidentally got lost. The opponent likely had already mastered a method to locate those 3 SSS level items without needing the destiny map. In this situation, it was naturally better to strike first. The light dissipated. Ling Yi's figure appeared above the treasury. In the blink of an eye, Hu Chen threw out a fire phoenix and immediately gripped the black gold ancient sword at an angle to confront. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound. The fire phoenix, blessed by Norse, was instantly extinguished, and even the black gold ancient sword that Hu Chen had struck down was caught in front of him by a pair of jade fingers. 6 hours without moving. I thought something happened to you guys, but I didn't expect to end up in such a good place. Ling Yi turned his head, his amber eyes fixed on Hu Chen, and calmly said, You have 3 seconds to give me an explanation. Can't win. Absolutely can't win. In front of Ling Yi, Hu Chen even felt the same pressure as he did with Loki. He immediately sheathed his sword, retreated to the ground, and placed the 3 SSS level items in front of him. Here are the items, just let us go, and we can talk about anything else. Oh, now you're willing to take them out? Ling Yi chuckled lightly, looking at Hu Chen in front of him. I thought you would come up with some excuse again, not going to argue? As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously fell on Hu Chen's right arm, as if she had noticed something. In the face of absolute power, I seem to have no qualification to argue. A bitter smile hung on Hu Chen's lips, but he felt much more relaxed inside. Earlier underwater, he was indeed killed by Ling Yi in 1 move. This is enough to prove that she is also someone decisive in killing. Since she hasn't acted directly, it means everyone isn't at the point of certain death yet. Ling Yi glanced at the 3 items on the ground but didn't pick them up. Instead, she turned to look at the treasury of the gods behind her. Her gaze lacked the surprise and astonishment that others had shown earlier. Instead, it was filled with scrutiny, as if comparing something in a particular place. After a few breaths, Ling Yi slightly turned her head, glanced at Hu Chen, and asked calmly, Do you want to live? Yes. Hu Chen answered without a second thought. Of course, who wouldn't want to live? Especially someone like Hu Chen who has died once. He definitely doesn't take life too lightly. Then it's simple. Ling Yi raised her hand, her fingertip traced the air, and finally landed on one of the wooden racks in front of her. Here, 9th row, 9th column, take the item out.
Hu Chen couldn't help but be stunned. He knew very well what was inside. Level item, Odin's tail ring.
From the name, it's clear that this should be a treasure belonging to Odin, the lord of the Norse pantheon, and it's even named after him. Looking at Lingya's stance, he should also have a way to figure out what is stored in this wooden frame.
But can this thing be taken just like that? Are you sure about this? Hu Chen hesitated for a moment. 3, 2. Lingya's voice rang out.
Hu Chen gritted his teeth, his wings unfurled behind him, and he flashed to the wooden frame, reaching out to pass through the misty light curtain. As the last mark on his arm disappeared, the final right to select a treasure also vanished. A pure gold metal ring, with an inner diameter as large as a basketball, fell before him. Seeing this, Hu Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth.
This thing can be considered a ring? Although he knew Odin's body would be quite large, he didn't expect it to be this enormous.
The average person's little finger has a diameter of about 1 centimeter, and based on a height of 1.8 meters, Odin's height would be at least over 40 meters. Surprised as he was, Hu Chen still gritted his teeth and pulled the metal ring out from the wooden frame, tossing it to Lingyi. Lingyi slightly raised his hand, a flash of brilliance at his fingertips, and immediately pocketed the ring.
Very good, it seems our first collaboration was quite pleasant. Is this really a collaboration?
It's clearly forced.
Hu Chen silently complained but didn't dare to speak out. But at this moment, Lingyi spoke up. Don't think like that. One treasure in exchange for your lives is still a good deal.
Hu Chen let out a soft grunt, his mind racing.
This guy can tell what I'm thinking. Isn't that quite normal?
Lingyi chuckled and said, according to your words, what should this be called?
Oh right. Basic operation, don't be six. What a basic operation.
Hu Chen felt helpless. It turns out he couldn't even secretly plot in front of this guy, let alone escape like a shrimp.
If there's even a hint of wanting to escape, wouldn't the other party be able to eliminate him instantly? This is no fun at all.
Don't worry, since you've already paid for your life, as long as you don't act recklessly again, I won't make a move. Lingyi softly spoke, pointing at the 3 SSS level items on the ground. You can take these with you for now.
You don't want them?
Seeing this, Hu Chen was momentarily stunned. He noticed that Lingyi didn't seem to be joking.
This tone, why does it feel a bit like myself?
If I wanted them, I would have taken them 3 days ago. Lingyi spoke indifferently, turning to look at Hu Chen, sizing him up and shaking her head slightly. How did the goddess Nuwa choose you?
Nuwa. Hu Chen suddenly felt enlightened. You are also an envoy of the Chinese pantheon. Envoy?
Lingyi retorted, then let out a cold laugh.
I suppose that's one way to put it. Now it all makes sense. We're all family here. Who is related to you? Lingyi glanced coldly at Hu Chen. Even if they belong to the same pantheon, look at Loki and Odin. Do they consider themselves family?
It's just a chance given to you out of respect for goddess Nuwa.
Yes. Hu Chen immediately agreed and conveniently collected the 3 SSS level items from the ground.
So, you didn't come here just to discuss this with us, did you?
Cooperation.
Lingyi calmly uttered 2 words. She looked at Hu Chen and pointed outside the god's treasury. I'll help you get out safely, and you help me with a favor.
What favor? Hu Chen naturally wouldn't agree hastily. Heaven's mandate. Lingyi spoke those 2 words without elaborating. Heaven's mandate? That world-class hidden quest?
No wonder she didn't take the items. She was waiting here. If it were anyone else, any survivor asking him to complete a task or clear a dungeon, Hu Chen would consider it. But this person in front of him is Lingyi, a divine agent who has lived for who knows how many years.
In terms of strength, she might have already reached SSS level in the first or even second catastrophe.
It's hard for Hu Chen not to suspect that she wants to treat him as a sacrifice or a mere pawn for a task that even she needs help to complete.
Don't worry.
Lingyi noticed his concern and chuckled, saying, as long as you're willing, I guarantee that from the moment you nod until our cooperation ends, you'll be safe and sound.
Okay.
Hu Chen hesitated for a moment, reluctantly squeezing out a word from his throat. In fact, he also knew deep down that although Lingyi seemed to give him the right to choose, the answer was already laid out before him.
Agree to it and safely leave with them. If he doesn't agree, whether he can leave is uncertain.
Lingyi turned to look at Hu Chen. Don't overthink it.
I never kill recklessly.
Ah, right. Hu Chen immediately responded, his mind recalling the scene from when he first met this person. Yes, he doesn't kill recklessly, he just has a habit of turning people into sashimi.
We all understand that.
Lingyi glanced at him, offered no explanation, and turned to walk toward the door.
Wait! Hu Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Lingyi turned around and looked behind him. What? Is there something unclear?
No, I have a somewhat immature idea that I want to try.
5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes.
As Hu Chen said this, he immediately dashed toward the wooden rack where he had previously taken something.
He tried to place the yellow earth, transformed from Loki's divine essence, onto the empty rack.
Although it was just yellow earth, it still retained Loki's divine aura, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to masquerade as divine essence for so long. In the next moment, a misty light group once again ascended, enveloping the yellow earth.
This is useful. Loki, oh Loki, aren't you fond of pranks?
I hope that after the gods awaken, you can still be lively and energetic. Hu Chen's eyes suddenly brightened, and he turned to call out to Lucien and the others, "Come. Everyone come over and fill the empty rack with yellow earth." Although the others didn't understand, they still stepped forward to take the yellow earth and turned to dash back to the wooden rack where they had previously taken something. Soon, everyone stored the yellow soil onto 10 empty racks. As for the remaining 2 handfuls of yellow soil, Hu Chen didn't discard them, planning to find a suitable place to store them next time.
Ling Yi turned to Hu Chen and asked, "Can we set off now?"
Hu Chen nodded in response.
In the next moment,
Ling Yi brought his index and middle fingers together and slashed forward. The door to the divine treasury instantly swung open.
Immediately after, an angry shout exploded in everyone's ears. "Who dares to trespass into the divine treasury?"
As a crisp sound rang out, Hu Chen instinctively stepped back. In the past, he would have charged forward at such a moment, but now, the sky was being held up by Ling Yi's prominent nose.
Hu Chen naturally wouldn't recklessly charge forward anymore.
But when he saw the source of the voice, he couldn't help but be taken aback.
Yalosi Camille, one of the lower deities guarding the divine treasury.
She was also the being that Hu Chen had specifically used his true sight to glance at before.
Isn't she still asleep? How did she suddenly wake up?
Just as Hu Chen was pondering this, a note floated down from the air. It was written in ancient Nordic script, which Hu Chen naturally couldn't read, but with the eye of truth, the meaning was translated instantly.
"Loki, I said I would give you a chance to personally slay a god.
The contract holds, so I won't go back on my word.
Good luck." It really is him.
Hu Chen crumpled the note into a ball, as if he could see someone's smug smile right in front of him.
This guy is truly infuriating. He couldn't help but look at Ling Yi beside him. "Can you handle this?" Ling Yi let out a light grunt and pointed at Camille. "Are you talking about this thing?" "Impudent." With those 2 words spoken,
Camille, clad in armor, sprouted shining wings from his back and charged at the crowd with a giant sword. Ling Yi raised his hand, his fingertip brushing across his brow. A flash of light burst forth. Even Hu Chen, who possesses the eye of true sight, couldn't see what exactly happened. He only knew that after a flash of light, a golden liquid appeared at the tip of Ling Yi's fingers. Camille's armor shattered completely, and she fell to the ground, her sword-wielding arms broken beside her, with a faint golden liquid flowing from her wounds.
Just like that, she was taken out in an instant?
Hu Chen initially wanted to use his deprivation-type ability to take something down, but he didn't even react in time. Even if Camille is just a low-level deity, and even if she has just awakened and hasn't regained her peak state, she shouldn't have been taken out so easily.
"Aren't we supposed to complete the job transfer task?"
Ling Yi's voice came out calmly. She didn't even take a second glance at Lucien, her gaze coldly sweeping over the fallen Camille. "Hurry up and finish this, don't waste time."
"Got it." Lucien immediately snapped back to her senses.
She cheered and in a flash appeared in front of Camille, unleashing various elemental attacks as if they were free, throwing them all at once.
But that last bit of Camille's blood didn't even budge.
Hu Chen took the opportunity to use the deprivation version of the True Vision Eye, stealing a full 73 points of intelligence from Camille.
This is the first time Hu Chen has deprived someone of such a high-level attribute.
You. Camille looked at the deer fairy in front of her and said, "If you want to kill me, then do it."
"Don't insult me. Damn it."
The deer fairy couldn't help but curse aloud. But after cursing, she couldn't find any suitable tools and could only turn to look behind her.
Before she could say anything, a shadow swept through the air, landing in front of her.
Buzz. The sword sliced through the air, accompanied by a buzzing sound, its blade embedded in the clouds, shimmering with brilliant golden light. At the moment the sword appeared, Hu Chen could clearly feel the 3 SSS level items in his warehouse vibrating abnormally. Hu Chen looked up and swept his gaze over. As the panel popped up in front of him, his heart couldn't help but tremble.
SSS level item, Xian Yuan sword. This is also one of the 5 fated items. Why didn't I draw this one instead? Even if it has no actual lethality, as a part of the Huaxia bloodline, who wouldn't want to possess the Xian Yuan sword?
Use this. Ling Yi's voice rang out calmly. Lucien immediately drew the ancient sword from the clouds. Perhaps due to its weight, she switched from holding it with one hand to using both hands. But even so, she still struggled to hold it. Her entire body was pulled forward by the Xian Yuan sword, bringing her in front of Camille.
With one strike, the blade instantly pierced through Camille's body. Ding! A notification popped up for everyone.
Congratulations to the survivor team, Lucien, for defeating the lower-level deity, Yaros Camille, level exceeding SSS, rewards calculated at SSS level. The entire team shares experience points 100 million and points 1 billion. 100 million experience. 1 billion points. Even if this number is divided among the 6 members of the survivor team, each would still receive over 16 million experience points and over 166 million points. Hu Chen's pupils involuntarily shrank. This amount of experience points even allowed him to level up to level 16, and as for the others in the team, their gains are beyond imagination. This is still under the system's imposed restrictions. If there were no restrictions, the death of a low-level deity could yield experience points in the hundreds of billions. Of course, this kind of 100 billion subsidy is best left as a thought. If Ling Yi weren't present, let alone slaying a low-level deity, they probably wouldn't even survive to the second round and would be killed by the low-level deity before them. Before the joy of the crowd could fully blossom, a brand new prompt appeared before them.
Ding! Detected that the survivor team, Luciener, has slain a low-level deity of the Nordic pantheon, triggering SSS level hidden mission, Divine Wrath. SSS level hidden mission, Divine Wrath.
Mission description: Despicable Godslayer. You have violated the majesty of the gods and will face the most severe consequences. Task details: in 10 minutes, a random elementary deity will awaken, initiating the first wave of pursuit against your team.
Task duration: unlimited. Task rewards: calculated based on the number of evaded or resolved pursuits. Task failure: annihilation. Note: hurry. Listen. Thunder is approaching. Meanwhile, a message also popped up in the team chat channel. Carlos Mill, Captain, what did you do? How did this task get triggered? Hu Chen immediately came to his senses and asked in the chat channel. Hu Chen, it's manageable, still under control. What's Loki's reaction now?
Carlos Mill, he congratulated you and wished you safe travels.
Safe travels?
This guy probably anticipated what would happen after they killed Camille. If Ling Yi weren't there, they might have only faced the outcome of going missing halfway.
Hu Chen, then thank him for me, and by the way, tell him, I hope when we meet next time, he can still smile.
Hu Chen closed the chat interface and looked at Ling Yi beside him. Shall we go?
What are we leaving for?
Ling Yi retorted, casually putting away the Xianyuan sword, showing no signs of urgency. She surveyed the entire Norse pantheon, stepping forward as if a queen were gracing her divine realm. The scenery here is nice. It's great to take a walk when there's nothing to do. Hu Chen fell silent, instantly understanding her meaning. She must have seen the hearts of the crowd and learned the details of this hidden mission.
A walk?
More like a stroll where one kills a person every 10 steps and leaves no trace after 1,000 miles. For her, reviving a low-level deity is really not a problem. But what if it goes further? Hu Chen also wanted to see how far she, as an agent, could go. After all, in a certain sense, he who obtained the SSS level hidden class, Skyhunter, might also be an agent of Manhwa.
Perhaps the current Ling Yi is the future him. With Ling Yi's words, the crowd, after receiving the mission, showed no signs of anxiety, instead leisurely touring the entire Asgard. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Another low-level deity has appeared. This time it's a male deity, and just as everyone eagerly anticipated this coveted prize worth millions of experience points and over 100 million points, a flash of light burst forth. The crowd still couldn't see what Ling Yi had done. They only knew that when they looked up again, another low-level deity was already lying on the ground, barely hanging on. Ling Yi glanced at the surprised expressions of the crowd, her face still calm, as if she had done something trivial. She looked at Hu Chen. You take action. All right. Hu Chen didn't say much and immediately stepped forward to use a full set of deprivation skills. Including the deprivation version of True Sight, along with a total of 17 fire phoenixes, it finally burned down this low-level deity. 18 times of deprivation.
This resulted in 7 useless broken pieces of divine armor. In terms of grade, these items were still S-class, but just holding them, Hu Chen could feel the chilling sword intent. As for using them, definitely not anymore. He casually listed them in the trading mall, each for 10 million points, just to see if any lucky person could gather enough points to exchange for them. Although it's damaged, it's still a genuine divine armor. A complete set of divine armor.
70 million points, that's quite a bargain.
As for the 11 other deprivations, they directly resulted in 586 attribute points, as well as a piece of elementary divine essence. Not to mention the 16 million points and 16 million experience from the kills afterwards. These 2 kills have thoroughly fed the entire squad. Hu Chen directly leveled up to 17, and the points in the warehouse skyrocketed by 330 million. Congratulations to Survivor Team Hu Chen for completing Divine Fury I, triggering Divine Fury 2.
Hu Chen immediately glanced at the mission panel.
Still 10 minutes. This time, the awakened being will no longer be an elementary deity, but a third-tier deity, equivalent to an existence at the peak of the Northern Sea. Hu Chen couldn't help but turn to Ling Yi, wanting to know if she could still hold on. After all, in the previous 2 encounters, they did not see Ling Yi in action. It seems she hasn't gone all out yet. Perhaps, killing a third-tier deity isn't impossible.
Don't look at me like that.
Ling Yi glanced at Hu Chen and reminded, killing a primary level deity is one thing, but if it's a third level, it could get a bit troublesome.
Just a bit troublesome?
So, it means it's still possible to kill, right? Hu Chen's pupils trembled, but he wasn't greedy. Having a few times of being carried by a high-level player was enough. He was also afraid that if she got addicted to killing and encountered something she couldn't handle, it would be troublesome. This one could just blink away from here, but they would be in big trouble. Ling Yi glanced at Hu Chen, clearly sensing the thought in his mind. However, she didn't say much and continued walking towards the rainbow bridge ahead. Although everyone had been strolling earlier, they had been moving towards the Rainbow Bridge, so after slaying the second primary level deity, they had only walked for less than 5 minutes before reaching the side of the Rainbow Bridge.
Everyone looked at Lingyi with anticipation, waiting for her to activate the Rainbow Bridge to take them away. What are you looking at me for? Lingyi couldn't help but voice his confusion. You guys don't expect me to use this thing, do you? You can't. Hu Chen was taken aback. Don't mess around, sis. Lu Xian'er exclaimed in surprise. If you can't do it, how could we possibly do it? What about that ability of yours that appears in a flash? Hu Chen quickly followed up with a question. Can you take us away with you? Sure. The group immediately felt a surge of joy. But in the next moment, Lingyi added, as long as your physical attributes reach over 6,000, maybe the corpses can stay intact and follow me once. Hu Chen was at a loss for words. Over 6,000? And they can only stay intact? This is just ridiculous. He frowned slightly inside. If I had known, I shouldn't have rushed to kill that elementary deity. Maybe he could have controlled the Rainbow Bridge to take us away. It's not too late now. Lingyi coldly retorted. Isn't there still a third-tier deity coming over soon? Let's just wait. With the words already said, everyone had no choice but to risk their lives to accompany the gentleman, waiting around Lingyi for the arrival of the next third-tier deity. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a flash of lightning in the sky. Before everyone could regain their senses, a figure had already appeared before them. Who dares to provoke divine might? The 6 words fell. The man's gaze had already landed on Hu Chen and Lu Xian'er. He raised his right hand, a long spear pointing directly at the crowd, stepped forward to receive. The word death had yet to be uttered. Hu Chen had already closed his eyes. Having learned from previous experiences, he understood what would happen next as soon as he saw her raise her hand behind Lingyi. Sure enough, a burst of flowing light instantly blossomed. This time, however, the flowing light did not vanish in an instant but collided with the crimson gold lightning before them, creating a sense of equal strength. Everyone looked up, feeling as if their eyes were about to be blinded by the flash, yet they dared not make a loud noise or utter a single word. Hu Chen stared with wide eyes, trying to find an opportunity to snatch something from those third-tier deities. After all, even eye assistance counts as assistance. Unfortunately, the opponent's speed was just too fast. It was so fast that Hu Chen couldn't tell who was Lingyi and who was the third-tier deities, making it impossible to provide assistance. 3 whole minutes later. Only then did the bursts of light pollution begin to settle down. Lingyi stepped back, coming in front of the crowd, as the last trace of light in her hand dissipated, as if she had been holding something earlier. As for the third-tier deities, fortunately, at least it was better than the previous 2 first-tier deities who were lying directly on the ground. Instead, one was holding a broken spear, half kneeling on the ground, with golden blood at the corner of their mouth, looking at the crowd in front of them. Open the door. Lingyi's voice remained indifferent. Her phoenix eyes coldly stared ahead as she took a step forward, saying calmly, otherwise, die. The third-tier deity gritted their teeth, squeezing out a few syllables through clenched teeth. Huaxia. Buzz. Before the other party finished speaking, another flash of light swept by. One ear of the third-tier deity was chopped off. Making decisions is not just about talking. Lingyi spoke softly. She looked down at the third-tier deity on the ground, as if looking down at an ant. If you don't understand, I don't mind teaching the next person, got it? The third-tier deity trembled and nodded frantically. He looked at Lingyi in front of him, as if he saw the scene of his own head being severed, and dared not say another word, only tremblingly raised his hand to point at the Rainbow Bridge and asked, where to? Beyond the 9 realms. Buzz. A surge of divine power was released. The rainbow light flowed on the Rainbow Bridge. The third-tier deity didn't even dare to say another word, only pointing at the Rainbow Bridge, indicating for them to leave. Let's go. Lingyi stepped forward calmly, completely unconcerned whether this person would deceive her. Perhaps it was her confidence in her own strength, or perhaps she could see through the deity's heart, thus not hesitating at all. Wait a moment. As they were about to leave, Hu Chen immediately stepped forward, looking at Lingyi without saying a word, only imagining in his heart. What if he threw 100 fire phoenixes at this third-tier deity? Would he be able to kill him? Lingyi glanced at him. A third-tier deity is not so easy to kill as you think. Got it. So it means you can't kill him. Hu Chen immediately waved to the others. What are you all waiting for? Let's go. Lu Xian'er and the others were momentarily stunned. You were the one who just said to wait, and now you're urging everyone to leave. What does this mean? Thinking about it, Xia Qingwan was still the most obedient, immediately heading to the Rainbow Bridge to leave this place. Almost in the next moment, a message popped up in the team chat channel from her. Xia Qingwan, Captain, there are no traps, I'm already outside. Great. This silly girl thinks it's because I asked her to scout the way. Hu Chen sighed helplessly and had to respond to her. Hu Chen, alright, got it. Seeing this, Su Yao and Lu Xian'er immediately pulled Wei Shaoqing along and headed towards the Rainbow Bridge, leaving the 9 realms one after another. Lingyi looked at Hu Chen and solemnly reminded him, gaining power too quickly is not a good thing. It's better than having no power at all. Hu Chen replied calmly. Then it's up to you.
Ling Yi slowly walked towards the Rainbow Bridge, but Hu Chen didn't dare to stay here and hurriedly followed. What a joke! If over 100 fire phoenixes can't kill the opponent if Ling Yi leaves first, wouldn't I just be waiting to be counterattacked here?
With each step Hu Chen took, a burst of flames ignited beside him.
1 burst, 2 bursts. A total of 120 fire phoenixes appeared, an accumulation of a full 120 hours. For his own safety, Hu Chen also kept some fire phoenixes in reserve, leaving the rest here. Just as he stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, 120 immortal fire phoenixes charged towards the third-tier deity.
Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Team Hu Chen for completing the S-level main quest. Escape ahead of time. All rewards will be calculated based on the score. Scoring in progress? Your score is SS, and you will receive 300% of the final rewards. Final rewards: random SS level item +1, experience points +6 million, points +6 million. Can't deny it's an SSS level dungeon. Completing an S-level main quest with an SS score yields such rewards. That's indeed quite high. Of course, the rewards don't stop there. Hu Chen continued to read on.
Congratulations to Survivor Team Hu Chen for completing the SSS level hidden quests Divine Wrath I, Divine Wrath 2 ahead of time. Rewards are being calculated. Reward calculation complete. Survivor Team has received random SSS level item *1, random SSS level material *1, random SSS level talent *1. Note: all rewards will be converted into treasure chests. The talent chest will automatically bind the talent to the opener upon opening. Ding! Global announcement. Congratulations to the survivors Hu Chen, Xie Qingwan, Luciener, Wei Xiaoqing, Su Yao, and Carlos Mill for being the first to clear the SSS level dungeon, each receiving a random SSS level talent *1. Ha! Hu Chen's pupils immediately trembled. Staring at the prompt in front of him, he was suddenly in a daze. Although the 9 realms is an SSS level dungeon, its unique nature means the difficulty can vary greatly. In his past life, many people cleared the 9 realms, but this announcement was never triggered. Could it be because of an SSS level hidden quest? Only by completing an SSS level quest can it be considered a successful first clear and trigger this announcement? This is truly an unexpected delight. Of course, the surprises don't stop there. With 120 times of deprivation, he could completely strip a newly awakened third-tier deity bear. Not to mention the broken artifacts stripped away, just the attributes alone he has deprived a total of 4,356 points. All attributes have been upgraded from A+ to S level. Besides that, there's the divine rank. The third-tier deity didn't die, but Hu Chen still deprived him of a third-tier divine rank from the Norse pantheon. Of course, such things are naturally kept under wraps. Hu Chen directly stuffed this divine rank along with the primary divine rank into the space. Unfortunately, the SSS level talent sublimation can only enhance metallic items, and divine rank shouldn't be considered metal, otherwise he would have directly used these 2 divine ranks to forge armor. At this stage, aside from a monster like Ling Yi, no one should be able to break his defense. A cold, light snort drifted over. Hu Chen immediately turned his head, pretending not to know anything, and looked at the others present. Come on, everyone, gather around, let's distribute the loot. While speaking, Hu Chen took out the No Shanghai Nation. Everyone boarded the ship and made their way to the cabin. Hu Chen directly pulled out the 3 SSS level treasure chests as rewards for the team. He first looked at Ling Yi and asked her, "Sister, is there anything in here that you need? Just take it. We have no objections." Ling Yi glanced at the treasure chests and shook her head. "You have 1 day to rest, we'll set off after a day, during which you don't need to worry about me." After saying that, she walked straight into the rest area, found an empty room, and closed the door behind her, leaving no sound. Even so, Hu Chen didn't dare to mock her in his heart, but turned to look at the others. As for the items, there are only 3. Aside from the already departed Meyer, there are 5 people left, each valued at 20 merit points. These 3 items will be auctioned, and the highest bidder wins. The merit points used for the auction will be evenly distributed among those who did not win anything. Of course, we can also exchange merit points with other items among ourselves. You all have no problem with this distribution method, right? I have no problem. Xie Qingwan was the first to respond. Following her, Wei Xiaoqing and Su Yao both nodded in agreement, and after a moment of hesitation, Luciener also nodded to show her approval. Alright, let's start the exchanges now. It will close in 10 minutes. Does anyone need to propose a trade? With Hu Chen's calm voice. Xie Qingwan raised her hand first. Master, I give all my merit points to you. Good girl. Hu Chen rubbed Xie Qingwan's head, not refusing her. This is within the rules, so he naturally has no need to refuse. He looked at the others. Is there anything else that needs to be exchanged? Su Yao raised her hand. She looked at Luciener beside her. After leaving here, I need to go to a place. If you're willing to escort me, I can give you these 20 points. Sure. Luciener fixed her gaze on the SSS level talent treasure chest. It was clear she already had a target. In fact, whether it's materials, items, or talents, the benefits brought by reaching SSS level are extremely terrifying. In this situation, Suyao was still willing to offer her 20 points to Lu Xiener, clearly having made a cost-benefit assessment. One wonders where she intends to go, willing to pay such a high price.
Brother Hu Chen.
Wei Xiaoqing also spoke up at this moment.
She trembled as she raised her hand, pointing at the talent treasure chest. Can we auction this chest first?
This girl is clever. She knows that Hu Chen and Lu Xiener both want the SSS level talent, so by auctioning this first, she can deplete a large amount of points from one of them and also make a profit for herself.
Then she can compete for the upcoming materials or item chests.
Of course, her real goal should be the item chest. She probably wants to give the items to her brother. After all, not every SSS level item is part of the Fate series. Most items, like the 9 spirits in Lu Xiener's hands, provide significant enhancements.
Sure.
Hu Chen chuckled and ruffled her hair. Then let's auction the talent chest first. Let's start the bidding.
40 points. Lu Xiener immediately spoke up.
She seemed afraid that Hu Chen would bid first and miss her chance.
It's yours now.
Under everyone's gaze, Hu Chen surprisingly showed no intention of competing, raising his hand to push the talent chest over. Even Lu Xiener, who placed the bid, didn't expect the SSS level talent to come so easily, her eyes filled with astonishment.
Don't look at me with that expression, there are additional conditions. As expected, Lu Xiener seemed to have already guessed. She looked at Hu Chen and asked, come on, what are the additional conditions? Even if it's for a sleepover, I can let Suyao give it a try.
Suyao?
At least it's not you trying it yourself, otherwise I would just run away with the treasure chest.
Hu Chen rolled his eyes, joking around. He rubbed Wei Xiaoqing's head beside him. The upcoming journey might be a bit dangerous for Xiaoqing. Suyao has the AOU ship, so you two should return to Huaxia before heading to your destination and bring Xiaoqing to her brother.
No problem. Lu Xiener immediately agreed. She pointed at the treasure chest in front of her. What about this? It's yours. Hu Chen casually replied, not planning to participate in the next auction. He looked at Wei Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, do you want a prop or materials? You can only choose one. Props.
Wei Xiaoqing immediately blurted out 2 words, which matched Hu Chen's expectations, but her next sentence left Hu Chen stunned.
She looked up at Hu Chen and said, Brother Hu Chen, can you help me open it? If it's a tool suitable for you, consider it a gift from me. If not, then just give it to my brother. You little thing. Hu Chen chuckled lightly, ruffling Wei Xiaoqing's hair. SSS level tools are generally versatile. How can there be anything unsuitable? You don't want your own brother? Of course not.
Wei Xiaoqing pouted, hands on her hips, and said angrily, I see how good you are to me, brother Hu Chen.
What's the difference between you and my brother?
Hearing this, even Hu Chen couldn't help but smile, ruffling Wei Xiaoqing's hair again.
He casually opened the treasure chest. A scabbard suddenly came into view. Name, hidden. Category, tool. Level, SSS. Effect, when equipped, it increases the effects of all weapon-related talents by 500%.
True Vision Eye Hidden Effect. Place blade-type weapon talents or blade-type tools inside. Can accumulate 1 point of blade energy per second, with no
limit.
After drawing the weapon, extra damage can be dealt based on the accumulated blade energy, and the accumulated blade energy will be reset to 0. Note, a sword is sharpened over 10 years, a blade is refined over 100.
Hiss. Hu Chen looked at the prop in front of him, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. He didn't know if it was due to the effect of destiny, but his little hands were practically glowing red. This conceal was completely tailored to the black gold ancient sword. Now, although Hu Chen's black gold ancient sword is only S rank, with the enhancement of conceal, it can at least rival an SS rank talent. Not to mention it also has a hidden effect. However, his sword still needs to be used frequently. Except for some special scenarios where concealment is necessary, the more beings the black gold ancient sword slays, the more it will continuously improve. So this thing, while it can be considered useful, it doesn't perfectly fit. Hu Chen thought for a moment and then handed conceal to Wei Xiaoqing. Take this to your brother. Brother Hu Chen. Wei Xiaoqing wasn't foolish. She saw the sword sheath and, even if she didn't know the specific panel attributes, she could tell that this thing must be useful to Hu Chen. There's no terrifying woman around my brother, so this is definitely best left for brother Hu Chen. Don't worry. Hu Chen pinched Wei Xiaoqing's cheek. Just think of it as me lending it to your brother. He can return it to me the next time we meet. Wei Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment and nodded firmly. She took the with both hands and traded it to Wei Shu through the trading interface. There's one material treasure chest left. Hu Chen didn't hold back and opened it right in front of everyone. A surge of intense black light suddenly burst forth from the chest. Inside, there lay a dark green dragon scale at the bottom of the chest. Name, Green Dragon Tail Scale. Category, Material. Level, SSS. Effect, when embedded in a weapon using special techniques, there is a chance to gain the protection of the green dragon. Note, a dragon in its middle age must always watch out for shedding crises. Special techniques? It's probably that only SSS level or higher embedding talents can manage to embed items of this level. However, such things in Hu Chen's hands naturally have their own unique uses. At that time, we can strip the properties from this scale and give them to the 9 little ones. Alright, the loot distribution is over. Hu Chen put the scale away and looked at Lucien, who was holding the treasure chest. I suppose you won't let me know what talent you opened, so let's all go back to our rooms and digest this. Let's hold a farewell banquet tonight, and if any good materials refresh in the mall, don't hold back. Let's trade and try them out. Got it, Captain. Everyone replied in unison. Hu Chen quickly returned to his own room.
For the others, the major gains from this were already evident and the profit sharing was complete.
But for Hu Chen, the major harvest had yet to be fully unveiled. SSS level talent extraction roulette start. Hu Chen activated the roulette for extracting SSS talents. Extraction begin. Eye of True Vision deprivation version activated. Ding.
Accompanied by 2 crisp sounds, 2 brand new talents appeared on Hu Chen's panel.
Congratulations Survivor Hu Chen received SSS level talent Spirit Manipulation. Congratulations Survivor Hu Chen received SSS level talent Soul Forging. Talent Spirit Manipulation. Level SSS.
Passive effect can control any number and any type of spirit with intelligence lower than yours. Active effect can randomly summon a spirit of random level for you to command daily, lasting for 24 hours. True Eye of Insight hidden effect can use your own flesh or puppet-like items to bind a random spirit within your body for long-term use.
Note, heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, all souls heed my command. Talent Soul Forging. Level SSS.
Passive effect damage from all spirit-type entities to you is reduced by 99%, while your damage to all spirit-type entities is increased by 99%. Active effect can purify any spirit that submits to you into a pure spirit, which will randomly transform into experience, attributes, or items of the same level.
Note, look, what a delicious soul. Whoa.
Hu Chen looked at the 2 brand new talent panels, his brow furrowing involuntarily.
Are they both spirit-type talents?
Plus the SS level talent Yellow Spring he obtained earlier through endowment. His talent combination is a bit too hellish.
Well, having some is better than having none. Start the endowment. To suddenly acquire 2 SSS level talents, he hadn't fought such a wealthy battle before. Spirit Driving plus Immortal equals True Spirit Driving. True Spirit Driving plus Trait Boundless equals True Spirit Driving Boundless version.
True Spirit Driving plus Eye of True Sight equals **** level talent. True Spirit Control.
Hu Chen's pupils trembled. Although the Spirit Driving and the 2 talents produced an endowment reaction, both are SSS level talents, and the combined reaction directly elevated the level of Spirit Driving by 1 tier.
It directly reached the same level as True Immortal Phoenix Descendant.
Now, True Spirit Control can directly summon spirits by calling their names for tasks.
Even due to the indestructible reason, the summoned undead can last for more than 30 days. In other words, as long as Hu Chen is willing, he can completely have 30 designated undead at his disposal. With his current intelligence attribute, he can have 30 S-level undead at the same time. He can even upgrade by increasing the number of summoned undead.
This must be the experience points.
Hu Chen glanced at it and felt that he might not be able to gather this even after tens of thousands of years.
And there's Soul Forging.
Soul Forging plus Eye of True Sight equals True Soul Forging. True Soul Forging plus Trait Infinite equals True Soul Forging Infinite version. True Soul Forging plus Deprivation equals **** level talent. True Soul Deprivation.
Still 2 talents. The original SSS level Soul Forging has directly upgraded to level.
Not only has the passive effect increased from 99% to immunity, but in terms of active effects, Hu Chen can now manipulate the output of Soul Deprivation at will, freely choosing to convert the pure spirit body obtained from deprivation into experience, items, or attribute enhancements. Due to the effect of deprivation, its output is even 120% of the previous Soul Forging, directly increasing by 20%. But that experience value is still an astronomical number, completely out of reach, just like the previous Spirit Control. Just when Hu Chen thought it was over, another talent in the panel began to tremble.
Huang Quan.
True Soul Steel, True Spirit Control, and Huang Quan seem to have triggered some kind of chain reaction, responding to each other.
Hu Chen frowned. This was the first time he felt such a sensation.
However, he had previously tried to combine Huang Quan with these 2 talents, but no new talent came out.
What on earth is going on? Could it be because of the rank? After all, Huang Quan is just an SS level talent, and it didn't respond with the SSS level Soul Forging and Spirit Driving before, but now it has.
This indicates that after the qualitative change in Soul Forging and Spirit Driving, there is a possibility of interaction with Huang Quan. If he can advance Huang Quan to the next level, perhaps he can make the 3 interact again. Unfortunately, right now, it seems there's no such opportunity.
Forget it, let's not think about that for now. There's still an SS level item I haven't checked what it is.
Hu Chen took out a pipe from the warehouse, and a panel popped up immediately.
Name, Thinker's Pipe. Category, Item. Level, SS.
Effect, ignites tobacco, allowing for contemplation on life, plus 3 intelligence per hour, with no upper limit.
Note, TSK. This, TSK, you agree, right? TSK. It's a good item, after all, it's an attribute amplifier without limits, better than nothing. Plus 3 points per hour, smoking for 12 hours a day, that's an increase of 1,000 points in a month. It's just a bit too troublesome. For others, this is an extremely large number, but for Hu Chen, it does seem a bit useless. I'll keep it for now. Let's see if there's a chance to trade with a certain fairy. She is the one who needs the intelligence boost the most. Harvest and organization complete. Hu Chen looked at his brand new panel, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Survivor Hu Chen. Survival level 17. Time until next upgrade 8784-283/15-000000. Physique 2532 S. Strength 2372 S. Intelligence 2302 S. Agility 2374 S. Luck 9 SS. Class Sky Hunter SSS unlocked. Mastered talents True Soul Seizing *****, True Spirit Control *****, True Immortal Phoenix Bloodline *****, Bestow SSS Deprive SSS True Eye of Insight SSS Destiny SSS Immortality SSS Underworld Realm SS Commanding General SS Immortal Phoenix Fury SSS Dragon Phoenix Inheritance SS Sunchaser SS Underworld SS Sublimation SS Black Gold Ancient Blade S Immortal Dragon Phoenix Wings S. Skills Inheritance Phoenix Feather A. Inheritance Dragon Scale Armor A. Soul Slash S. Square Heaven A. Ground Strike A. Spirit Summoning B. Backpack Level Item Thunder Department Main God Divinity Level Item Nordic Pantheon 3rd Tier God Divinity Level Item Nordic Pantheon Elementary God Divinity SSS Level Item Ancestor Dragon Robe SSS Level Item Hishirbai SSS Level Item Imperial Jade Seal S Level Item Abyss S Level Item Emperor's Sword S Level Item Tiger Talisman S Level Item Thousand Faces S Level Item Taigong Fishing Rod S-Level Item Xian Bird Beast Pill S-Level Item Dragon Slayer Dagger S-Level Material 10,000 Poison Spider Leg SS Level Item Thinker's Pipe A-Level Item Breaking Army Spear A-Level Item Jiao Snake Beast Pill A-Level Item Frost Bear Beast Pill A-Level Item Mermaid Beast Pill B-Level Item Skywalker Boots B-Level Set War General C-Level Material Mermaid's Vocal Cord Remaining points 333,782,358 S-Level achieved. Only a step away from S-Level. The S-Level from the first catastrophe still holds A-Level combat power even in the second catastrophe. Once the Destiny series tasks are completed, there will definitely be a significant boost. By then, I can also venture into Kunlun. Hu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, just about to take a short nap to relieve his tense mind. In the next moment, a wave suddenly roared from the distance. The target is the No Ocean Country. Hu Chen couldn't help but raise his eyes to look out from the balcony, faintly hearing a call. Who? Mr. Hu, help! A somewhat unfamiliar voice rang out. Hu Chen looked into the distance and vaguely saw a yacht rushing toward them, seemingly followed by some great terror. That's right. His pupils instantly brightened. If he remembered correctly, the exotic beast in this area was a shark that could stir up turbulent waves. Looking at this situation, it was indeed possible that it was that regional exotic beast. Go! Hu Chen calmly uttered a single word. The 9 little ones lurking around the yacht immediately sprang into action, surrounding the waves. In an instant, the waves immediately dissipated. The yacht, still in a state of escape, had not yet reacted. Hu Chen calmly stood up and walked step by step toward the balcony, the immortal dragon phoenix wings behind him spreading out and flying toward the direction of the previous waves. A woman on the yacht went into a frenzy. Look! Everyone, look! Mr. Hu Chen has come to save me. I knew he had feelings for me. Mr. Hu Chen! Over here! This! The words were not yet finished. Hu Chen had already swooped past from the yacht, leaving someone on the boat feeling embarrassed. But in an instant, she immediately reacted. Mr. Hu Chen must be going to take revenge for me. Let's go. Let's check it out. This. The crew member on the boat became conflicted. Captain, there's that beast behind us. Are you sure? Bastard. The woman referred to as the captain raised her hand and struck the other on the head. With Mr. Hu Chen here, what beast can't be dealt with? That's true. As the yacht slowly changed direction, the scene before them instantly shocked everyone. A dragon. They saw a 9-headed dragon-like creature emerge from the water, circling around a small fish in the middle of the sea. And on one of the dragon-like creatures resembling the legendary Nidhogg stood a man with wings on his back. In the heavy rain, he looks down at the small fish in the water like a deity, casually waving his hand as if it were nothing significant. A black light flashed and instantly pierced through that small fish. The heavy rain suddenly stopped. A regional notification popped up. Ding! Regional announcement. Congratulations to survivor Hu Chen for killing the A-class regional beast Furious Tide Shark and receiving a kill reward of A-class random item *1. *3. Everyone in the area erupted in excitement. Killing the regional beast means that the water level in their living area will no longer rise.
With newfound power, they can rely on their abilities to survive and thrive in the current environment. No longer will they have to worry about encountering a powerful beast on the road that could kill them for no reason.
Hu Chen, Hu Chen, Hu Chen.
The woman on the boat snapped back to reality and began to cheer with raised arms. Everyone around also came to their senses and started cheering along with the woman.
Hu Chen, Hu Chen, Hu Chen.
The cheers grew louder. It was not just in the regional chat channel, even in reality, one could hear waves of cheers coming from afar. Faced with the revelry of the crowd, Hu Chen remained indifferent. He knew that this kind of celebration held no value for him. Any form of personal adoration can, at some point, turn into a tide that drowns the individual. There was a perfect example in his past life. A once revered top figure on the heavenly rankings, known for surviving 5 consecutive disasters, began to desire the crown that symbolized the power of life and death in the world as his following grew. Unfortunately, the vastness of the crowd also represented the complexity of human hearts. During a beast tide, he was backstabbed by one of his followers and ultimately fell. To wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. Clearly, he could not withstand such weight. This is also one of the reasons why Hu Chen did not form his own faction or sanctuary. Only by becoming strong within oneself can one be truly powerful. Hu Chen glanced at the cheering crowd on the nearby yacht, recognized their identities but ignored them. He merely waved his hand nonchalantly, took a part of the shark's dorsal fin, gave the remaining flesh to the 9 little ones to share, and turned to fly towards the yacht. "So cool!" Sophie exclaimed. She watched Hu Chen's departing figure but had no intention of chasing after him. "Captain, are we not going to chase after him? Idiot! Why chase after him? That's the behavior of a stalker, and we are just fervent fans of Mr. Hu Chen. Please be aware of that." "Yes, yes, yes." The crew nodded repeatedly, as if afraid of being scolded, retreating behind Sophie. By the way, Sophie looked at the city still cheering in the distance, and her eyes suddenly lit up. If so many people like Lord Hu Chen, wouldn't it be better to establish a support group? "Yes, let's do that." A message attempting to establish a support group for Hu Chen was simultaneously sent out on both regional and global channels. In an instant, numerous survivors flocked in. That means there are still no tools to establish a survivor association, otherwise, a massive global organization would spring up immediately. Of course, Hu Chen is unaware of all this. When he collected the shark fins, he also took the beast core of the frenzied tide shark, and looking at those beast cores in the warehouse, he remembered Xie Qingwan's class change quest. Including the 5 ancient beast crystals found in the treasury, he should have met the requirements for the S-level class change quest. Perfect. While there's still time, let's get this done first. No matter if Xie Qingwan can accompany him to complete the destiny task, it's good to give her an extra means of self-protection. Hu Chen arrived at Xie Qingwan's door and raised his hand to knock. Xiaowan, open the door. "Master." Xie Qingwan's voice suddenly rang out. But the moment she opened the door, Hu Chen couldn't help but tremble, frozen in place. He saw a completely pure white 9-tailed fox standing in the room, with pinkish tips on its ears, tail, and between its eyes, looking at Hu Chen like a giant samoyed. With 2 paws raised, it's about to pounce on Hu Chen. "Master, master. Look at my new talent. It's the 9-tailed fox. Is it pretty?" "Why yeah, it's pretty." Hu Chen let out and said. After completing the SSS level dungeon, the 9 realms, each of them received an SSS level talent as a reward. In order to prevent his right hand from getting restless, he didn't ask anyone at all. Unexpectedly, Xie Qingwan got another avatar-type talent. It's not that avatar-type talents aren't strong, the strength of the SSS level talent, Flame Phoenix, is self-evident. But the problem is, Xie Qingwan already has an S-level avatar talent, so getting another avatar-type talent would just be redundant, and the benefits aren't that high. Forget it, it's still an improvement. Let's see how her talent performs first. Hu Chen used his true sight eye to scan over, and as the panel of 9-tailed fox appeared before him, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Talent, 9-tailed fox. Level, SSS. Passive effect, permanent increase of 30% to agility attribute, permanent increase of 30% to intelligence attribute. Active effect, transform into the 9-tailed celestial fox, all attributes increase by 300%, automatically gain SSS level passive skill, Fox Charm, SSS level active skill, Chaos, SSS level active skill, Celestial Fox. SSS level passive skill, Fox Charm, forces all beings' affection towards you to be locked at above 30 points, and male beings' affection towards you to be locked at above 50 points, with a certain probability of triggering a buff for male beings. Obedience. SSS level active skill, Chaos, can be activated when there are 2 or more male beings nearby, causing conflict and struggle among them, and as the conflict and struggle scene and effects increase, intelligence attribute can be continuously gained. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 12 hours. SSS level active skill, Celestial Fox, transform into the Celestial Fox, enter a berserk state, and randomly summon different levels of fox kin around you, with the number increasing as intelligence level rises. Currently summonable number, 12. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours.
Eye of Truth hidden effect. Once activated, it allows entry into the SSS level hidden dungeons, Qingqiu, Qishan, and Tushan. Note, your servant asks, do you find me beautiful, my king? In terms of attributes, this is simply a normal SSS level avatar type talent, and the 3 accompanying skills make up for the gap with the Flame Phoenix, so in terms of combat power, it naturally surpasses the Flame Phoenix by a considerable margin.
However, what truly made Hu Chen's pupils tremble was obviously the hidden effect seen through the Eye of Truth.
Qingqiu, Qishan, Tushan. These 3 places have been sacred grounds for the Fox tribe since ancient times.
In his past life, Hu Chen had never heard of these 3 SSS-level hidden dungeons, but he had heard of a legend. The legend states that certain high-level talents also possess the ability to enter specific hidden dungeons. For example, the S-level talent Innate Sword Body can enter the SSS-level hidden dungeon Shushan. However, it is not just the innate sword body that can enter this hidden dungeon, other talents can also gain entry. These hidden dungeons, like the 9 realms, contain a large number of NPCs, and these NPCs will treat individuals differently based on their talents, thus affecting the benefits gained from the dungeons. Let's not talk about anything else. If the current Xie Qingwan were to enter these 3 hidden dungeons, she would reveal her true form and completely be like a clan leader. In other words, this one talent of the 9-tailed fox also comes with the rewards for clearing 3 SSS level dungeons. Just think, if one can gain such rewards from a single realm, you can imagine how terrifying the rewards from these 3 SSS level dungeons are.
Master? Xie Qingwan, in her 9-tailed fox form, tilted her head and looked at Hu Chen. What's wrong? Don't you like me this way? Just change back for now.
Hu Chen pondered for a moment, then immediately chose and between like and dislike.
Yes, master.
Xie Qingwan didn't show any other emotions, she just chuckled lightly and, after responding, transformed back into her human form. I don't know if it's just my illusion, but it seems this girl became even more beautiful after gaining the 9-tailed fox.
Master, is there something you need from me? It's a small matter.
Hu Chen entered the room and took out the Xian Niao Beast Crystal, Frost Giant Bear Beast Crystal, Raging Tide Shark Beast Crystal, and the earlier confiscated Mermaid Beast Crystal from his warehouse, placing them on the table.
What about the 5 exotic beast crystals you took from the treasury? Bring them out. Yes, master.
Xie Qingwan still did not ask the reason, simply obediently took out the crystals and placed them on the side of the table. Hu Chen scanned them with his true vision eye. Aside from the rank being level, the other aspects were not much different from the beast crystals, they also increased attributes when consumed.
1 exotic beast crystal could increase nearly 2,000 points of attributes.
Although it was distributed across 4-dimensional attributes, if he swallowed all the exotic beast crystals in front of him, it would be equivalent to all of Hu Chen's body attributes combined.
As for hidden effects,
there was no mention of such on the exotic beast crystals.
Hu Chen couldn't help but frown.
According to the description he had seen on the Jiao Snake Beast Crystal earlier, he needed to collect 9 A-level beast crystals to unlock the job change quest. But this level exotic beast crystal seems to not meet that requirement. Could it be that Loki is playing tricks on himself again? Forget it, let's just give it a try. If we can't trigger the job change quest, we might as well eat this beast crystal. At 2,000 points each, what's the difference from eating a golden pill that makes you immortal immediately? If it weren't for the future of those 9 little guys, he would want to take out the serpent beast pill and exchange it for a beast crystal. It's just that there's no time or conditions, otherwise he would really try to bestow his attributes onto the serpent beast pill to see if it could cause a qualitative change. If it works, that would be a Dragon Ball. Hu Chen shook his head, tossing aside the thoughts in his mind, and then pushed the crystals and beast pills in front of Xie Qingwan.
Shaowan, try holding these things and see if anything triggers.
Okay. Xie Qingwan immediately held the items in her arms, but as time passed, it seemed nothing happened.
Try transforming into the 9-tailed fox. All right, master. Xie Qingwan responded again.
With the appearance of the 9-tailed fox, the crystals and beast cores beneath her suddenly radiated a strange brilliance. 5 beast crystal fragments slowly rose into the air, casting a beam of light as if projecting something. Meanwhile, the other 4 beast cores also soared into the sky. What a pity! As these 4 beast cores ascended to mid-air, 3 of them couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered on the spot. Only one, the S-rank Shinbird beast core, barely survived. The beast crystal fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound, and the previously rising light instantly dissipated.
Hu Chen felt a pang of regret.
Those were all A-rank beast cores, which could enhance attributes by nearly 50 points, that's not insignificant. Fortunately, just when Hu Chen was feeling distressed, the 9-tailed fox lying on the ground absorbed the powder from those beast cores, and her attributes increased.
As long as it wasn't wasted, that's good. It's probably still due to the insufficient rank.
No matter if it's 9 A-grade beast cores or 9 level exotic beast crystals, it should trigger a job transfer quest, but now, the A-grade beast cores are destroyed, and S-grade ones are hard to find. S4, that's even more difficult to mention. Besides possibly existing in the treasure vaults of other divine systems, Hu Chen can't think of any other places where they might be found.
Shaowan, it's time to get up.
Hu Chen called out, but Xie Qingwan showed no response at all.
Shao. Just as Hu Chen was about to call out Xie Qingwan's name again, a figure appeared in the room. Ling Yi. She stood in front of Hu Chen, looking at Xie Qingwan with a furrowed brow, as if examining something. Don't call her, she might be receiving a legacy. Legacy? Hu Chen tilted his head, his eyes full of surprise. What legacy? You don't know? Ling Yi turned her head to glance at Hu Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Then how did you manage to take those 5 exotic beast crystals from the treasure vault of the Norse gods? Well, it's a long story. Hu Chen felt a sense of helplessness. He can't possibly start from his own true sight, can he? How fortunate indeed. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, then slowly uttered a sentence, looking back at the sleeping nine-tailed fox, as if he already understood the cause and effect. Do you know what the 3 most powerful extraordinary beasts in the world are since Pangu opened the heavens? Hu Chen shook his head. 3? He knew that the 4 holy beasts were 4 in total, so it was obviously impossible to exclude one. The ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the beginning Qilin. Ling Yi calmly stated the names of those 3 existences. These 3 were all innate beings born after the chaos. The ancestor dragon commands all extraordinary beasts with scales and armor. The primordial phoenix commands all extraordinary beasts that soar with feathers, and the beginning Qilin commands all beasts on land. All extraordinary beasts in the world, regardless of their kind, derive their power from these 3 existences. The ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix have long since fallen. Only the beginning Qilin survives, but it has always remained hidden. However, now, the world is awakening, and even this one is starting to stir, beginning to seek a proxy in the world. Proxy? Hu Chen exclaimed. Do you mean that the beginning Qilin has chosen Xiao Wan to be its agent? It's hard to say. Ling Yi shook his head. I only sensed a presence of the beginning Qilin. Perhaps this little fox is merely under its observation. Whether she can truly become its agent is still uncertain. That would already be quite extraordinary. If Xiao Wan can really become the agent of the beginning Qilin, wouldn't she become the empress of all extraordinary beasts in the world? Flame Phoenix? After that guy fell and became an extraordinary beast, he merely became one of the 9 sovereign lords. But if Xiao Wan gains the recognition of the beginning Qilin, even as a member of the human race, she would be a higher existence than the 9 sovereign lords. As long as she can maintain her human heart, the human race could even cooperate with the extraordinary beasts. At least while Xie Qingwan is alive, there won't be any major conflicts between the human race and the extraordinary beasts. Hu Chen stared at Xie Qingwan in front of him, his eyes filled with anticipation. During the late stage of the 3rd calamity in the previous life, the extraordinary beasts initiated a clan war, and the list on the human race's heavenly ranking was almost completely wiped out. The human race had no ability to resist at all. The dominant position on Blue Star has changed. More than 90% of the human shelters have been overturned, leaving only the last 10% remaining. Even so, humans can only flee on Blue Star, hunted by numerous alien beasts. Meanwhile, those alien beasts have begun to build civilizations like the new masters of Blue Star. As long as Xie Qingwan can gain the recognition of the primordial Qilin before the end of the 3rd cataclysm and become its agent, then this tribal war might be avoided. Ling Ye's voice suddenly interrupted Hu Chen's thoughts. He suddenly looked up, his pupils trembling. Damn! I almost forgot, this guy can sense people's thoughts. Does that mean she already knows about my rebirth? Hu Chen's face instantly turned pale. The greed of human hearts is unfathomable. If Ling Yi intends to do something to him, he has no room to resist. Ling Yi turned to look at Hu Chen, frowning. Why was your thought just now so chaotic? Chaotic? Hu Chen was instantly delighted. He believed that with Ling Yi's strength, he wouldn't deceive himself in this matter. So, she can't perceive her past life experiences and the events of her rebirth? That's great. As long as he captures this bug in the future, as long as he adds elements of rebirth or past life in his thoughts when near her, wouldn't she be unable to sense it? The joy in his eyes flashed and disappeared, and he immediately pretended to be innocent. Oh my goodness. Ling Yi didn't ask much, just glanced at Hu Chen, then turned back to look at Xie Qingwan, silently waiting for her to awaken. Hu Chen also couldn't leave, so he had to silently stand behind. This stand lasted the entire afternoon. As the sky darkened, the moon, which had not peeked out from behind the clouds for a long time, finally appeared. Xie Qingwan slowly awakened. The moment she raised her eyes, she immediately got up and stepped past Ling Yi, blocking the space between Ling Yi and Hu Chen, protecting Hu Chen behind her, and looking at Ling Yi with a wary gaze. Master, are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. Hu Chen replied and reached out to rub Xie Qingwan's head, resembling a 9-tailed fox. What happened just now? Tell me about it. Well, Xie Qingwan was not unwilling to speak, but she glanced at Ling Yi, and her meaning was clear. Is it really the beginning of the Qilin? Ling Yi had already spoken. Clearly, she had learned something from Xie Qingwan's thoughts. Hu Chen was instantly delighted. He looked at Xie Qingwan in front of him and confirmed, really. Xie Qingwan slowly nodded, her gaze falling on the 5 exotic beast crystals on the ground. The ancestor entered my dream and talked to me about some things that I triggered. A hidden job transfer mission that requires collecting 9 exotic beast crystals of the same level and going to a place called Qilin Cliff to unlock this profession. Qilin Cliff. Hu Chen's pupils contracted. In his previous life, he had been to this place. In that SSS level dungeon, Kunlun, there was a place called Qilin Cliff. Could it be the same place? What did you talk about with her? Ling Yi immediately asked. Xia Qingwan shook her head, a bitter smile on her lips. It's not that I don't want to say, but I forgot as soon as I woke up. I don't even know what the ancestor and I talked about. Hu Chen then activated his true sight to scan Xia Qingwan's panel. There were no changes in attributes or other aspects, the only change was in the profession column. Profession, SSS Royal Kirin, unlocked. After hearing this, Ling Yi could only remain silent. She turned to Hu Chen, come with me. Master. Xia Qingwan was still worried about Hu Chen's safety, her eyes full of concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just stay here and rest, we can have a meal soon. Okay. Xia Qingwan responded and took a step forward, transforming into her human form. She smiled at Hu Chen, then, Master, shall I go prepare the ingredients? Alright, go ahead. As Xia Qingwan left, Ling Yi also decided not to move, directly looking at Hu Chen. Given your previous preparations, it seems you don't intend to take the people on this ship with you? Hu Chen nodded, not hiding anything. Forget about the others, but that little fox must come along. Why? Ling Yi stepped forward, his figure already vanishing from sight, leaving only a sentence for Hu Chen. I know where Qilin Cliff is, whether to take her is up to you. Qilin Cliff. Hearing this name, Hu Chen couldn't help but frown. He didn't know if there were two Qilin Cliffs in this world. If there was only one, it should be the one on Kunlun Mountain. Could it be that the heavenly mandate task needs to be triggered on Kunlun Mountain? If it were somewhere else, Hu Chen might have brought Xia Qingwan along, but if it's Kunlun, better not. After all, he still needed 4 more beast crystals to complete the collection. Going to Qilin Cliff now would be pointless. It would be better to let Xia Qingwan finish another task first. Slay the regional beast. Including the recently slain Storm Rage Shark, Hu Chen has personally killed a total of 4 regional beasts, leaving only 5 regional beasts remaining. According to the standards of the Heaven Hunting Job Transfer task, his participation has exceeded 40%. Even if the remaining 5 regional beasts are killed by others, he can still complete the job transfer task. Now that Xia Qingwan has absorbed 3 A-level beast cores, combined with her dual avatar talent and the experience and points gained from the last dungeon, her combat power level has already reached above A level. In battles against regional beasts of the same level, she can completely hold her own. Hu Chen can definitely let her accompany Wei Xiaoqing to find Wei Shu. The 3 of them together, along with the SSS grade item Conceal and Wei Xiaoqing who also obtained an SSS grade talent, are enough to slay regional beasts of around A level. At worst, Hu Chen can lend out the 9 little ones again. Not to mention A level, even SS level is not impossible to challenge. At that time, they can split into 2 groups. Hu Chen will complete the destiny task, while they will go hunt regional beasts to help Hu Chen complete the job transfer task as quickly as possible. This will also give him an additional safety net. Hu Chen continuously pondered whether the plan was perfect and if there were any areas that needed supplementing. After several minutes, he finally left the room and made his way to the kitchen. Xia Qingwan, who was preparing ingredients in a maid outfit, saw Hu Chen and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Master, are you done talking? Hu Chen responded with a light laugh, raised his hand to ruffle Xia Qingwan's hair, and said, I have an extremely challenging task to assign to you. Do you have confidence? Xia Qingwan immediately set down the knife in her hand and stood at attention in front of Hu Chen. Please feel free to give orders, Master. Tomorrow I will leave with Ling Yi and you will follow Xiao Cheng. After finding Wei Shu, you two will go hunt the regional beasts together. I will provide you with the approximate coordinates of these regional beasts then. Master, are you abandoning me? Xia Qingwan's eyes instantly turned red. Hu Chen couldn't shake the feeling that ever since this guy gained the talent of the 9-tailed fox, he had completely changed. Though it's the same face and the same voice, for some reason, the words spoken by this Xia Qingwan feel like hooks that tug at the heart, giving an awe-inspiring sensation. That's good. Hu Chen's resolve is strong enough, otherwise, he might really be tempted by this enchantress to do something befitting the identity of Master. It's not that I don't want you anymore, but we need to split our forces. The task I need you to complete is crucial. Hu Chen reached out to wipe away the glistening tears on Xia Qingwan's cheek. Whenever you manage to slay all the remaining exotic beasts in those areas, we will meet again. Really? Xia Qingwan looked up at Hu Chen, her eyes filled with anticipation, yet her heart was also heavy with sadness at the impending separation. Have I ever lied to you? No. Then that's settled. As Hu Chen spoke, he turned and walked towards the stove. Alright, hurry and wipe your tears. If the dish turns out too salty, it'll be blamed on me, the chef. Humph. Xia Qingwan pouted playfully, quickly wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and turned back to continue preparing the ingredients. Got it, Master. Dinner will be ready soon. Hu Chen made some home-cooked dishes this time, like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, twice-cooked pork, braised pork, sweet and sour fish, and other home-style dishes. The only special thing is that the ingredients are slightly unique, mostly using exotic beast materials purchased from the market. When these dishes were served, Su Yao, as the old Luzhu, was instantly moved to tears. She almost cried before even taking a bite.
Even before the catastrophe, wanting to eat such a table of authentic home-cooked meals was considered a luxury, let alone during the disaster era.
Lu Xianer, Wei Xiaoqing, and Su Yao had already taken their seats. Hu Chen also untied his apron and sat at the main seat. There were still 2 empty seats at the table. Master. Xie Qingwan's voice came from the resting area as she walked over to sit at the table. Miss Ling said she doesn't like to eat. Hu Chen was at a loss for words, but he didn't say anything, he just raised his glass. Cheers. Everyone, our meeting is fate. In this time of great change, the fact that we can gather on the same ship to eat and drink is already a blessing. Let's raise this cup today to ease our parting sorrow, and when we meet again in the future, it will be another joy. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table understood Hu Chen's intention. In fact, they had sensed something was off earlier during the distribution of the spoils and suspected that Hu Chen might disband the team. However, when this news was announced, it was still hard to accept. Yo! Lu Xianer was the first to raise her glass, clinking it with Hu Chen's. You're just leaving like this? Aren't you afraid I'll steal your Nuasi away? If you can steal him away, that's your skill. Brother Hu Chen. Wei Xiaoqing also stood up. Just as she was about to grab the wine cup in front of Su Yao, she was shot a glare by Hu Chen and had to pick up the juice in front of her, raising it to clink with Hu Chen's. Don't worry, I will definitely behave when I go back and won't take risks. Until we meet next time. Hu Chen raised an eyebrow, then seemed to guess something, a helpless smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Be good, the next time we meet, Brother Hu Chen will bring you a gift. Wei Xiaoqing can read fortunes. When the two first met, Hu Chen paid extra attention to Wei Xiaoqing because he had never heard of Wei Shu having a younger sister in his past life, and when he left, he even took Wei Xiaoqing with him. It's likely she discovered something. Wei Xiaoqing nodded heavily and finished the juice in her cup in one go. Su Yao also stood up involuntarily. She clinked her wineglass with Hu Chen's. Captain, you saved my life, and I will remember it in my heart. One day, I will repay you. Hu Chen didn't think much about this statement, just responding softly as he clinked glasses with Su Yao. After a few rounds of drinks and various dishes, everyone had eaten and drunk to their fill and returned to their rooms to rest. By the next morning, when Hu Chen opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but stretch lazily. Now on the ship, it was just him and Ling Yi left. Last night while he was resting, everyone had already left on Su Yao's odyssey, clearly to avoid the sadness of parting the next day. But, can someone tell me why Ling Yi is sleeping next to me? Question: under what circumstances would a man remain highly focused and cautious? Answer: besides when defusing a bomb, only when a strange or unfamiliar woman is sleeping beside him. Especially when this woman's power is even more terrifying than a bomb, the man next to her would wish he could pause his heartbeat for a while. Hu Chen held his breath, not even daring to lift the blanket, fearing that any movement would wake someone up. He wished he could sink the No Shanghai nation right now, so he could transform into a water element and escape this troublesome place. Unfortunately, it was clear that he couldn't do that. Right now, he could only squirm like a maggot, slowly moving out of the bed without disturbing the blanket and mattress as much as possible. As long as he could get out, everything would be fine. At worst, just pretend I drank all night and just came back. Soon, Hu Chen successfully escaped from the covers. He felt a surge of joy. Just half left. Go for it, Hu Chen, you can do it. Your inner voice is bothering me. In an instant, a crisp sound rang out. Hu Chen instinctively looked up in the direction of the sound. He saw Ling Yi had already gotten up, her phoenix eyes glancing sideways at him. Hu Chen jumped up in surprise. He stood by the bed and immediately raised both hands. Don't get me wrong. I didn't do anything. And this is my room. I don't even know why you're here. Ling Yi remained silent the whole time, simply pulling back the covers and walking towards the door, completing the action in one go without even glancing at Hu Chen. It wasn't until she reached the door and placed her hand on the doorknob that she glanced back at Hu Chen. Remnants of feudalism. With that, she pushed the door open and walked out as if nothing had happened. Only Hu Chen remained standing in place, tilting his head. What does that mean? Is she fine now? Or could it be she intentionally appeared in my bed? No, that's impossible. How could a woman who doesn't like to eat like to sleep beside someone else? Forget it, I won't think about this. Being called a feudal remnant by a woman who has lived who knows how many years is truly ironic. If only I had known that Ling Yi was sleeping beside my bed at that time, otherwise, heh. Aren't you coming out? Ling Yi's voice rang out again. Hu Chen immediately dashed forward and pushed the door open. I'm coming. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he saw Ling Yi already standing at the bow of the ship, hands behind her back, gazing into the distance as if watching something. Hu Chen followed closely and walked up to her, asking, where are we going to complete that task? Mount Tai. Ling Yi's voice calmly replied. Back there again? If I had known this road, I would have brought Xiao Wan and the others alone. The destination is Mount Tai, but since we're here, let's take a detour to another place first. Where to? Greece. Ling Yi calmly uttered 2 words. If it were someone else suggesting a trip to Greece, Hu Chen might not have reacted much, thinking it was just a sightseeing trip, but if it was this person speaking,
It's likely that 2 gods would have to die for the trip to Greece to be justified. Hu Chen hesitated for a moment and tentatively said, "Actually, this ship is really slow. If we take a detour to Greece, who knows how long it will take to reach Mount Hai? If we want to complete the mission quickly, saving time is also very important. How about I go to Mount Hai first and wait for you?" "No," Ling Yi calmly replied. "Why do we have to go to Greece? Who's there in Greece?" Hu Chen couldn't help but ask. Ling Yi did not answer, only letting a stream of light bloom at his fingertips. Hu Chen immediately activated No Shanghai Kingdom, heading towards Greece at the fastest speed. "Perfect, there's also a regional beast near the Mediterranean. If we just pass through Greece, we might take the opportunity to deal with that regional beast as well." The regional beasts nowadays should have grown to S rank. Even without the first kill reward, taking down a regional beast can yield significant benefits and speed up the progress of unlocking hidden classes. If we encounter it, then it wouldn't hurt to take it down. "Oh right. And that Shenbird beast core." Hu Chen glanced at Ling Yi and tentatively spoke, "Do you have anything else? If not, I'll head back to rest." Ling Yi waved his hand lightly a couple of times, as if commanding a servant, "You may leave." Hu Chen rolled his eyes but didn't dare to complain in his heart. He could only turn around and head back to the resting area of the cabin. He took out the Shenbird beast core, and a flash of white light passed through his left hand. This was his first time bestowing a property on an item. As 1/10 of his attributes were stripped away, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the Shenbird beast core. The beast core, which originally could only increase 4-dimensional attributes by 30 to 35 points, has suddenly expanded to increase by 55 to 60 points. And its grade is still S. Seeing this, Hu Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. He had invested over 200 points into each attribute, with a total attribute exceeding 900 points, yet the increase he received was only about 1/10? If it were only 1/10, that would be one thing, but based on the increase from this beast core, it should have already reached the level of an SS grade beast core, yet its grade is only S. This was what disappointed Hu Chen the most. Hu Chen looked at his panel, his gaze locking onto the talent section. It can't be that the talent can be given to the beast core, right? Let's give it a try. Hu Chen's left hand shimmered with white light as he attempted to bestow the true immortal phoenix bloodline onto the Shenbird beast core. In an instant, the section for true immortal phoenix bloodline in the talent faded, and the boost it provided him instantly vanished. The beast core before him suddenly surged, shining with a red light like a meteor, slowly rotating above his palm. A sweep of the true vision eye reveals that the grade of the Shenbird beast Dan has changed. Name: Pseudo-Phoenix Dan. Category: Item. Grade: SSS. Effect: the most precious treasure of exotic beasts, containing most of the beast's power. Consuming it increases strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence by 150 to 180 points each. Note: this is a Phoenix Dan refined through a special process containing some of the Phoenix's power. It worked! Hu Chen's pupils brightened, but his gaze soon dimmed. Success is success, but unfortunately, it only reached SSS grade, still a long way from being able to use the grade. And the price paid was, all effects of True Immortal Phoenix Bloodline are disabled for 3 days. Fortunately, it can be considered a gain. At worst, I can try again when I collect an SS grade or even SSS grade beast Dan. Just as Hu Chen was thinking and preparing to store the pseudo-Phoenix Dan in the warehouse, a flash of crimson suddenly darted past him. When he came to his senses, the pseudo-Phoenix Dan in his hand had already vanished, and a cracking sound echoed in his ears. Hu Chen was momentarily stunned and instinctively turned his head towards the direction of the sound. He saw an oval egg chewing on his beast core. Crunch! It smells incredibly good. Spit that out, you bastard. Hu Chen directly grabbed the Destiny Fire Phoenix egg and started shaking it wildly. I didn't turn you into a fried egg, and now you dare to eat my SSS level beast core. Have you no shame? He didn't understand how an egg could make a chewing motion and produce that sound. All he knew was that his 3 days of SSS level talent usage rights were fed to an egg. It was simply too much of a loss. The Destiny Fire Phoenix egg trembled and suddenly emitted a crisp sound. Crack! Hu Chen's movements instantly stopped. He stared at the Fire Phoenix egg in front of him, holding his breath. This thing isn't about to hatch, is it? For nearly 5 minutes, man and egg stared at each other wide-eyed. Aside from the initial crisp sound, Hu Chen didn't hear any other noise. He even doubted whether he was hearing things. Forget it, I'll just write this down for now, and when the stuff in the egg hatches later, I'll have it work to pay off the debt. Hu Chen casually tossed the egg onto the bed, preparing to go out for some sea breeze and enjoy the scenery. Before he could even leave the room, the egg jumped up and landed on his shoulder. The egg was only about the size of a palm, and when it jumped onto Hu Chen's shoulder, it leaned against his face, gently rubbing against him, as if being affectionate. Hu Chen frowned, just about to toss this thing back, when Ling Yi's voice suddenly called out from outside. Hu Chen, come out. What does this lady want now? Coming. Hu Chen responded, tossed the Fire Phoenix egg off his shoulder, and rushed out immediately. But as soon as he stepped out the door and hadn't even closed it, the egg flew back onto his shoulder, standing obediently and refusing to come down. Hu Chen glanced at it and decided to ignore it, quickly making his way to the deck to join Ling Yi.
What's wrong?
Ling Yi glanced at the fire phoenix egg on Hu Chen's shoulder, tentatively reached out her hand to touch it, but immediately pulled it back. No wonder you are the one chosen by destiny, you are surrounded by cause and effect.
Ha!
Hu Chen heard her clearly but didn't understand what she meant.
It's nothing.
Ling Yi replied perfunctorily, giving no explanation, just raising her hand to point into the distance.
What is that? Hu Chen looked up and followed Ling Yi's finger, but saw nothing. Look more carefully.
As Ling Yi's voice sounded in his ears, Hu Chen had no choice but to activate his true vision and look ahead again.
He saw a line of black dots far away, slowly approaching. Is that a ship? No. It's not just an ordinary ship.
At this distance, the black dots could only be seen if they were at least super large vessels, not to mention the enormous number of accompanying ships.
Could it be an aircraft carrier group?
There are not many countries on Blue Star that can form an aircraft carrier battle group, but nearby, there is a Gallic rooster that has one.
Could it be theirs? Aircraft carrier battle group? Ling Yi voiced his confusion. What is that?
Well, to put it simply, it's a powerful collective combat force created by human civilization before the catastrophe.
Hu Chen explained calmly.
In the previous life, many countries attempted to attack the abnormal beasts using scientific means, but the results were far from satisfactory. Let alone an aircraft carrier battle group, even a nuclear weapon could at most kill an S-class regional abnormal beast, and that would have to be from the first catastrophe. By the time humanity realized the horror of regional abnormal beasts and decided to use nuclear weapons at any cost to eliminate them, the catastrophe had already entered its second phase. At that time, the regional abnormal beasts were entities that even a nuclear weapon could not deal with.
Oh, Ling Yi became interested upon hearing this. Her eyes lit up. How does it compare to you? I've never compared. Hu Chen couldn't help but let out a wry smile.
Reviving him who has been banned, he cannot dare to provoke a carrier battle group casually. If there's a nuclear submarine following that fleet, one nuclear strike could teach him a lesson, and he wouldn't have a chance to live again.
Then let's give it a try. Hu Chen was about to refuse.
Ling Yi's voice rang out again. With your strength, if you want to accomplish that task with me, even just following behind me could lead to your death.
If you don't find a way to improve your strength, then I'll have to be your sparring partner. You have the freedom to choose. Freedom? What kind of freedom is that? This is clearly a single-choice question.
Hu Chen looked at the distant aircraft carrier fleet, and a hint of anticipation rose in his heart. Each carrier group has at least 3,000 people. Just taking a round from them would give about 1,000 attributes, which is quite an improvement.
So, should I go over first? No rush.
Ling Yi replied softly. He will come looking for you.
Looking for me?
Hu Chen was taken aback. When he looked at Ling Yi again, she fell silent. However, from the perspective of the true side eye, that aircraft carrier fleet was indeed approaching them.
Then just wait.
Hu Chen flipped out a beach chair, lay back, put on sunglasses, crossed his legs, and just waited like that. Ling Yi stood at the bow of the ship. If anyone saw her, they might mistakenly think she was someone's bodyguard. About 3 hours passed.
Only then did the distant black dot gradually reveal its shape.
Hu Chen had already fallen asleep on the beach chair at this point.
Bang!
After an unknown amount of time, a sound of metal colliding echoed. Hu Chen opened his eyes and found a shadow covering the entire Wahangwo. He looked up and was shocked to see a metal wall towering several dozen meters in front of him.
Has it already collided? Strange.
Logically speaking, regardless of the type of vessel, they should be equipped with radar systems. It's impossible not to detect the presence of the Wahangwo. Even without radar systems, someone should be responsible for lookout duties.
Given the size of the Wahangwo, how could the other side be completely silent?
Even if we take a step back and assume that the other party intentionally stayed silent and simply looked down on the No Shanghai Kingdom, it's impossible that they would crash into it without making any noise.
Hu Chen couldn't help but stand up and look around, but he couldn't find any trace of Ling Yi.
Hu Chen naturally didn't need to worry about her safety. However, the sudden disappearance of such a strong ally still made him feel a bit uneasy.
Bang! Another muffled sound echoed.
The water flowed, pushing the No Shanghai Kingdom to collide with the ships. One after another, escort ships emerged from behind the massive vessel, gradually surrounding the No Shanghai Kingdom. From the looks of it, they were preparing to directly smash the No Shanghai Kingdom. Hu Chen frowned and stopped looking for Ling Yi, directly using the deprivation version, True Vision, to scan all the ships in front of him.
No matter what monsters or demons, I'll just grab a handful first. But in the next moment,
the originally calm Hu Chen suddenly froze in place. In front of him, no prompts appeared.
No information, no deprivation prompts, nothing at all.
A chill suddenly enveloped him.
Bang!
Another muffled sound came. This sound was like a malevolent spirit tearing at its throat, reaching out its claws to pull him into the abyss. Hu Chen couldn't help but clench his fist, quickly striding towards the bow of the ship, raising his hand to touch the hull, and a touch of crimson suddenly appeared in his palm.
Like to play with ghost ships, huh?
Alright. Then I'll refine your ship and see if you can still play ghost.
SS level talent, sublimation, activate.
The originally hard metal began to soften, like mercury, transforming into a liquid shimmering with metallic luster. Hu Chen's palm gradually pressed forward, sinking into the hull, and he squeezed hard. In an instant, the entire ship transformed into a metallic sphere radiating a light silver sheen. Indeed, not to mention survivors, there wasn't even a single one who could breathe on the ship. No wonder there were no prompts popping up when I glanced over earlier. Unfortunately, this ship is not a product of the system, so even if it is refined by Hu Chen's use of sublimation, it cannot be condensed into other items. But, is it really just that? It's just a few ghost ships. Even a ghost fleet shouldn't pose any threat. Even without my own sublimation, a simple fire phoenix can incinerate these ships without any difficulty. So what exactly does Ling Yi mean by enhancing strength? Just as Hu Chen looked up at the few remaining ships, he shook his head. Forget it, no matter what Ling Yi thinks, let's refine these ships first. At worst, we can break them into pieces and feed them to the 9 little ones below. Even if they can't increase attributes or strength, they can still fill their bellies, right? Just as Hu Chen was about to take action, the metal ball he had condensed began to slip from his control. It felt as if someone was fighting him for control over the metal. Hu Chen frowned and immediately tossed the metal ball into the water, furrowing his brow as he examined the remaining destroyers. The opponent is very likely hidden among the remaining ships. Someone who can control such a large fleet and even compete for metal control is probably not just a survivor at this stage, but like Ling Yi, should be an avatar of some deity. Only such an existence would be chosen by Ling Yi as a target to hone his strength. Exactly. Hu Chen also wants to see just how much of a gap there is between him and this so-called deity's avatar. Buzz. The metal sphere completely broke free from Hu Chen's control and instantly transformed into a metal dragon, flapping its wings and lunging towards Hu Chen. Without hesitation, Hu Chen leaped directly into the sea. Yomi, activate! He transformed into a stream of water, moving swiftly beneath the surface, rapidly making contact with each ship in the fleet, continuously using sublimation to melt them. In less than 10 seconds, the fleet, which had once been perfectly organized, was reduced to a mass of metal spheres. Now let's see where you hide. Hu Chen immediately surfaced, his true vision fully activated, scanning the suspicious areas before him. But when he looked up, he saw more than 10 metal dragons circling in the sky, charging towards him. As for people, he didn't see a single one. Hu Chen frowned and had no choice but to dive back into the water. Impossible. There's no one on any of the ships, either the ones controlling these metals are still over 100 kilometers away, or the enemy has hidden their presence somehow. If it's the former, Hu Chen naturally cannot reach them and can only search for traces of the enemy's hiding spot within 100 kilometers while being pursued and blocked by these metal dragons. The enemy can even change positions at any time. Finding the enemy's true body? That's simply impossible. As for the latter, metal, the enemy is very likely hiding among those metal dragons. Roar! A roar sounded. The metal dragons in the sky plunged into the water, instantly transforming into metal octopuses, with their tentacles immediately reaching out towards Hu Chen. As Hu Chen swiftly dodged, he immediately summoned the sun-chasing bow, shooting out more than 10 phoenix arrows, each aimed at the brain of a giant octopus. Clang! The phoenix's cry echoed across the sky. The phoenix arrows pierced through the water, instantly evaporating the surface seawater into steam that spread across the water's surface. Arrow after arrow penetrated the metallic octopus, incinerating it. But the incinerated metal remained metal. Especially since these metallic octopuses were below the surface, they could quickly cool and reshape using the temperature of the seawater. In the moment the phoenix arrows passed through, those metallic octopuses had already restored themselves, as if everything that just happened had never occurred. The metallic tentacles still swept towards Hu Chen. The sound of those tentacles breaking through the water seemed to mock him. Find someone. Only by locating the person controlling these metals from behind can there be a chance to break the deadlock. But in the current situation, even if the phoenix arrows incinerated all the metallic octopuses, the opponent would immediately reassemble them into new metallic octopuses once their metallic properties were restored. We must find a way to change the properties of these metals so that the person cannot control them. Just now, when the phoenix arrow passed through the metal, all the octopuses transformed into liquid metal in a very short time. If we can make these metal octopuses turn into liquid metal simultaneously, that guy should be unable to control them. As long as we bring them away from the surface of the water, we can do this. Hu Chen unfolded his indestructible dragon phoenix wings, immediately rising above the sea surface, looking down at the swirling shadows below. Use myself as bait to lure those metal octopuses up. It was as if the metal octopuses knew what Hu Chen was planning. They remained completely still, relying solely on their metal tentacles to capture Hu Chen. Hu Chen lowered his gaze slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Do you like to play turtle, huh? Alright, let's see how long you can keep it up. Go! With a press of his left hand, the water beneath him immediately surged outward, lowering the water surface and directly exposing the metal octopuses. Now's the time. Come! Hu Chen commanded. All the immortal fire phoenixes accumulated earlier instantly gathered, with over 50 immortal fire phoenixes surrounding Hu Chen.
Almost simultaneously, they dove straight towards the metal octopus underwater. The high temperature evaporated the surface of the water. As the mist rose, the metal octopus below melted in an instant. Hu Chen frowned and stared down, his mind never relaxing for a moment. Finally, at the moment the last metal octopus melted into liquid, a silhouette appeared. Found you. As the words fell, just as Hu Chen was about to act, that silhouette flashed away. When Hu Chen regained his senses, a chill hung between his brows, feeling exceptionally piercing amidst the surrounding heat. Little boy. A charming voice sounded. Hu Chen felt the chill between his brows gradually slide down from his brow to his nose, brushing past his lips and finally resting on his chin. His face was gently lifted by a finger, pulling him slightly forward. In the mist, a pair of white pupils quietly stared at him, like thousands of sharp blades piercing into his eyes. Not bad at all. It's just a pity you're still a bit too inexperienced. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's palm struck directly at Hu Chen's chest. It's over. Two words flashed through Hu Chen's mind, already envisioning himself being sent flying, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But before the opponent's palm could land, a cold voice suddenly rang out. That's enough. Ling Yi. As these two words were spoken, the hand also gently landed in front of Hu Chen's chest, lightly patting it twice. Not bad, young man. After saying that, the woman with white pupils looked behind Hu Chen, stood on her tiptoes, and waved. Ling Yi. Long time no see. Ha! Hu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. Before his rebirth, he never thought this world would be so dangerous. He thought that killing one or two regional beasts would put him at the top of the world, but unexpectedly, there are actually emissaries with power beyond his understanding appearing one after another. Hu Chen turned around and saw that the woman with white pupils was skipping towards Ling Yi as if she were an old friend he had known for a long time. One Ling Yi is already surprising enough, but now a woman has appeared out of nowhere, and her power is equally outrageous. The woman with white pupils directly pulled Ling Yi into her arms, holding him tightly. Sister, I knew you had me in your heart. Tell me, what are the conditions for being the first to wake me up? Whether it's offering myself or anything else, I'm okay with it. Oh, Ling Yi snorted lightly, raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head. Are you sure? The woman with white pupils immediately fell silent, pretending nothing had happened. With her hands behind her back, she started to whistle. Hey, by the way. The woman with white pupils suddenly looked at Hu Chen and raised her hand to point at him. What's this kid's background? He seems to have your aura on him. That's a long story. Ling Yi frowned slightly, about to speak, but then seemed to remember something, waved his hand, and the woman with white pupils disappeared from the spot. Hu Chen couldn't help but tilt his head. Anyone with eyes can see that this is clearly guarding against him. However, some issues can also be inferred from the conversation between the two just now. The woman with white pupils was clearly brought by Ling Yi, but she used a word at that time. Awaken. What kind of existence would need to be awakened? Hu Chen's pupils trembled, and a conjecture suddenly popped into his mind. A god? No, that's impossible. At this stage, there's no one who can awaken a deity. Moreover, Ling Yi is just a proxy. If a proxy awakened a deity, would the deity act so intimately with her? Clearly not. So, what she awakened can only be another proxy. When the deity is asleep, would the proxy also sleep alongside them? Then from a certain perspective, wouldn't this proxy achieve a different form of immortality? Immortality? Just as Hu Chen was pondering, Ling Yi's voice appeared again. Even gods cannot achieve immortality. Sister. Hu Chen sighed helplessly and looked at Ling Yi, complaining. Do you know that scaring someone can actually kill them? Could you make some noise when you come out? Ling Yi remained silent, casually waving his hand to disperse the mist below, and ascended to the Wu Shanghai kingdom alone. The wide-eyed woman shook her head and clicked her tongue. TSK TSK TSK. Impressive. It's the first time I've seen someone dare to speak to Xiao Yi like that. Well, now you have. Hu Chen didn't mind and shrugged, then extended his right hand to her. No fight, no friendship. I'm Hu Chen, what's your name? Name? The white-eyed girl chuckled lightly, not shaking Hu Chen's hand, but calmly walking towards the Wu Shanghai kingdom. You can call me Wei. Hey, I'm still Chu Yuxian. Hu Chen watched the two retreating figures, feeling increasingly curious about this so-called agent. Indeed, without a touch of madness, one cannot comprehend the thoughts of the divine. I just wonder if, after becoming a proxy, I will also end up like them, a bit mad. If you don't come down soon, I'm not planning to wait for you. Ling Yi's voice floated out casually. Coming. Hu Chen did not dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately flashed to the top of the No Shanghai kingdom. Set sail. Once the No Shanghai kingdom was restarted, Ling Yi stayed in the room and did not come out. As for that Wei, it seems he is also someone who doesn't like to eat much. Hu Chen simply prepared a table of lunch for himself and did not bother with the two of them. Until the afternoon, nothing much happened, except that the heavy rain fell down on them once again. This signifies that they have entered another area, and within this area there is still a regional beast alive. A new area chat channel has been connected. Hu Chen looked at the messages that popped up inside and could roughly estimate that they were not far from Greece. He sat alone at the bow of the boat holding a fishing rod, bored in fishing, occasionally glancing back at the cabin. Those two ladies seemed to have evaporated, not making a single sound. Not eating was one thing, but there wasn't even a hint of communication. When they met earlier, they hugged for a while, but now on the boat, it was like they were distant roommates, not exchanging a word. Hu Chen couldn't even catch any clues from their conversation. He didn't know what they had discussed during their earlier disappearance, but that way didn't seem so aloof. Perhaps with more interaction, he could get her to open up. Just as Hu Chen was thinking this, a fleet of boats suddenly appeared in the distance. Due to the heavy rain and nightfall, he couldn't see their exact numbers, but judging by the size of the vessels, they seemed to be something like yachts. Generally speaking, there were 9 small ones hidden underwater. With a slight intimidation from Hu Chen, they would retreat and not dare to approach recklessly. But now, it was just right. He needed an opportunity. A chance to call Wei and Lingyi out, allowing them to communicate while observing and analyzing their interaction. Based on his understanding of these survivors, they should not disappoint his expectations. Hu Chen used the clan interface to notify the 9 little ones, telling them to eat and drink as they please, and not to worry about the ships entering the restricted area. As the other party continued to approach, a warning sounded from afar. Vessels ahead, you have entered a navigation restricted area. Please dock immediately. Repeat. You have entered a navigation restricted area. Please dock immediately. Otherwise, we will take forcible action. Forcible action? Great. Hu Chen was delighted and immediately pushed the throttle, driving the No Shanghai Nation straight ahead. The one coming to notify was just a small yacht, which capsized immediately under the impact of the No Shanghai Nation, and the 3 adult men on board fell into the water. Hu Chen stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the few people in front of him and smiling. Do you know what heaven, earth, and humanity means? The 3 were taken aback by the question, filled with confusion. No strength, little brother. Thanks to the translation system, even with puns, the 3 of them can understand what Hu Chen means very well. One bald man among the 3 immediately became furious, staring intently at Hu Chen and spoke up. Provocation. This is just plain provocation. John, signal. Carls, let's catch this kid together. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man immediately transformed into a lion, leaping out of the water and landing on the deck of the No Shanghai Nation, making a dull thud. The man referred to as Carls followed closely behind. He grabbed the lion's hind leg and jumped onto the No Shanghai Nation, conjuring a hunting rifle in his hand, with the muzzle aimed directly at Hu Chen. Kid, you've messed with us, you've really kicked a hard board. Hu Chen instinctively looked behind him but did not see the person he wanted to see. Not even coming out with such a commotion? Then I just have to make an even bigger noise. A hard board, huh? Hu Chen chuckled lightly, looking at the 2 in front of him, and asked in confusion, I really want to see how hard your board is. As the words fell, the gun fired. The double-barreled shotgun shot out a flame towards Hu Chen. Hu Chen didn't even use any talents, he simply raised his hand slightly, and his palm was instantly covered with dragon scale armor. With a flick of his fingers, he extinguished the flame. The lion followed the trail of the flame and pounced directly at Hu Chen. When he saw Hu Chen extinguish the flame with just one hand, he instinctively wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, it was already too late. A warm fist landed directly on the lion's head. With only 20% of his strength, the punch sent the lion crashing to the ground. This is in Wu Shanghai country. If it were on flat ground or on another ship, this punch would be enough to hammer the lion into the ground, unable to pull it out. Right now, it merely cleared his illusion state, leaving him in a daze. Who are you? Karsa's voice trembled, and he could barely hold the double-barreled shotgun steady. I warn you, this sea area has already been occupied by us. You better leave quietly. Otherwise, our entire organization will be coming. TSK, what a stupid threat. Hu Chen showed no concealment of his disdain as he glanced at John, who had submerged into the sea, and chose to ignore him. He simply took out 2 ropes from the warehouse and tied up both Carls and the lion, hanging them over the side of the ship. The 2 men swung in the wind like pickled salted fish as the Wu Shanghai country continued to move forward. Soon, the previously calm surface of the sea began to resonate with the roar of engines. More and more speedboats surrounded the Wu Shanghai country, including a super luxury yacht that appeared to be even larger than the Wu Shanghai country itself. Over 30 speedboats formed a surrounding trend, beginning to encircle the Wu Shanghai country. Attention vessels ahead. Please dock immediately. Otherwise, we will take compulsory measures. Oh, they are quite polite. Just as Hu Chen was about to throw a gesture in international sign language, a crisp sound rang in his ear. He instinctively looked up and found that Wei was already standing beside him. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Why are you looking at me like that? Wei glanced at Hu Chen, his eyes full of surprise. With your current strength, do you really think you can sense my presence? Isn't that a bit excessive? You can read minds too? Hu Chen couldn't help but frown. Is this mind-reading skill some common ability? Why does everyone seem to have it? Don't get me wrong, I can't read minds.
As Wei spoke, he raised his hand and placed it on Hu Chen's forehead. It's just that your gaze is too offensive. Anyone can tell what you're thinking. I see. Hu Chen replied, but he still remained on guard in his heart. Anyway, there's already someone on the ship who can read minds. Having one more doesn't matter. I just need to be a bit more careful to survive. By the way, to avoid overthinking, Hu Chen immediately turned to Wei. You just mentioned they are polite. Aren't they polite? Wei intentionally retorted, if this were back in our time, anyone who entered our territory without greeting would have been met with immediate hostility. Back in your time? Hu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The Wei before him was not like Ling Yi, who was naturally taciturn. Communicating with her was no different from talking to a normal person, and he might be able to extract some information from her. Probably over 8,000 years ago. Wei casually mentioned this, but it stirred up a storm in Hu Chen's heart. Over 8,000 years ago. That means this woman before him has lived for at least over 8,000 years. And she communicates on par with Ling Yi, so Ling Yi's age must be. Hu Chen couldn't help but recall the scene from this morning, and he felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of circle has he gotten himself into? Third warning. The distant luxury yacht broadcast sounded again. If you do not stop docking, we will take coercive measures and you will bear the consequences. At this moment, the closest speedboat to No Shanghai Nation is less than 50 meters away. Hu Chen could clearly see that the people on those speedboats seemed to be holding something, as if they were about to throw it at him. Hu Chen immediately ordered No Shanghai Nation to stop. It wasn't out of fear or concern. Since Wei said they were polite, we naturally should reciprocate. Just the number of people on these speedboats and yachts has already exceeded 100. By sheer numbers alone, that's not enough to dominate a certain sea area. The other side must have backup. Even if there are only 200 people, that's 200 chances for deprivation. Now that I hold the fate, with a fixed luck value of 9, 200 chances for deprivation equate to at least 300 attribute points. That's definitely not just a mosquito's leg. Very well, it seems we have a solid foundation for cooperation. A voice echoed again from the luxury yacht. The luxury yacht that had been staying at a distance also sailed towards No Shanghai Nation. Soon after, the luxury yacht stopped on the left side of No Shanghai Nation. Because its hull was taller than No Shanghai Nation, a row of electric gangways was lowered. A blond man in a suit stood on the gangway, looking down at Hu Chen and Wei, frowning and waving. Come up, my master has allowed you to meet. Hey, no way. Since his rebirth, Hu Chen had never seen such a grand display. He immediately prepared to summon the 9 little ones from underwater, ready to teach the other party a lesson in manners. But in the next moment, Wei let out a cold laugh. Meet? Heh, such audacity. Angry? Hu Chen turned to look at Wei and found her white pupils slightly raised, like a giant dragon hunting. In this situation, it's easiest to get information. Hu Chen, who was originally prepared to overturn the boat, immediately stopped. He took a step back and stood behind Wei. Exactly. Hu Chen pointed at the suited man on the yacht. What a big brat you are. Do you know who this is beside me? How dare you let her meet? You should tell your so-called master to hurry up and come down. Wei tilted his head and turned to look at Hu Chen. At that moment, although Hu Chen did not have telepathy, he understood Wei's meaning. They don't know who I am, but do you? Forget it, it's more convenient to take action directly. Wei slightly raised his hand, as if he would act in the next moment. Seeing this, Hu Chen immediately advised from the side, don't be angry, these guys look down on others and don't know your true identity. Come on, let's reveal it and scare the guts out of them. If we fight, how will he get any information? At this stage, the vast majority of survivors are hiding. It's not easy to have so many treats delivered to us, and if we kill them, how will he get any information? I don't care who you are. The suited man remained arrogant. He looked down at the two beneath him. Even if Hu Chen comes, he must kneel before my master and submit. Hey! Hu Chen couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. He didn't hold back anymore, rolling up his sleeves and looking at the person on the boat. What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. I said, even if you are the strongest among the Chinese, Hu Chen would still have to kneel before my master. I have a bad temper. Hu Chen instinctively wanted to make a move. But in the next moment, Wei raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder, using the same tone as before to advise, don't get angry, these guys look down on others. How about, we go up and see if he can really make you kneel? I can do that. Hu Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He was indeed curious to see who in this world had the guts to say such a thing. Board the ship. Hu Chen took a step forward and climbed the gangway. Wei followed closely behind. The two climbed aboard the luxurious yacht, but as they entered the reception room, the scene before them left both of them speechless. The entire third level of the yacht has been transformed into a swimming pool, with the aroma of wine filling the entire yacht and men in suits serving drinks by the poolside. Red, yellow, white. Whenever the water level in the pool drops, the wine is immediately replenished. Colorful lights shine on the pool, and cheers can be heard from time to time. The large pool is filled with people, both men and women. But whether men or women, they are mostly covered by just a single piece of cloth. They look like they are living in ancient Greece, draping colorful fabrics over their bodies and tying knots on their shoulders, as if that's all it takes to be dressed. A variety of sights can be vaguely seen. The men are all over 6 feet tall, with high noses and deep-set eyes. Any one of them could easily be a model. The women are also over 5 feet 7, voluptuous and graceful, each different, but the one common point is beauty. Of course, compared to Wei beside Hu Chen, they are not even in the same league. Wei is like a fairy visiting the mortal world, just her demeanor alone can overshadow all the women present. Over 30 men and women of various kinds are now gathered around one man. They cheer, diving into the swimming pool, taking a sip of wine, and bringing it to the man. Some feed it into his mouth, while others let it flow from the corners of their mouths, cleansing his body. The man lies with his eyes closed, arms open, a man on his left and a woman on his right, completely relishing the moment. I have to say, even someone as experienced as Hu Chen has never seen a scene like this. Master. The suited man, who is responsible for leading the two, speaks calmly, as if he is already accustomed to such scenes. He bows towards the man in front of him. I've brought the people. A dismissive sound is heard. The man lying in the pool slowly opens his eyes, raises a slit to look at Hu Chen and Wei, then shakes his head. The man is somewhat good-looking, though a bit short. As for the woman, she has a nice demeanor, she can stay. The man finished speaking, waved his hand, and closed his eyes again. Yes. The suited man replied. He skillfully took a piece of cloth from the wooden cabinet beside him and handed it to Wei, saying, put this on and go serve the master. As for you. The suited man looked at Hu Chen, his brows slightly furrowed, death or submission. Ha! Hu Chen couldn't help but laugh, especially when he looked at the tattered cloth handed to Wei, momentarily unsure of what to say. He turned to Wei and asked, what should we do? Spare that man's life, and the rest is up to you. After saying that, Wei showed no intention of leaving, remaining in place and watching as an observer. Understood. Hu Chen calmly replied, activating the deprivation version of the true sight, directly scanning the crowd before him. A flurry of prompts popped up. But he also noticed a strange point. Regardless of whether they were men or women, everyone had a debuff displayed on their panels. Worship. For a certain individual, having an almost pathological worship will lead them to obey any command without hesitation. Among the 30 people present, except for a very small number who have a worship level of LV1, the vast majority have reached LV2, with the highest even attaining LV3. Besides the difference in duration, the effects of this worship also vary. For example, those at LV3 may even give up their own lives upon receiving a command. Fortunately, during the deprivation process, Hu Chen did not bring this ominous thing upon himself. However, several people's rags were accidentally torn off. Although he didn't know what Hu Chen had done, the man sensed that something was off. He opened his eyes for the second time, looked at Hu Chen in front of him, and softly uttered a phrase. Interesting. Sarma, take his head off. Yes, my most respected master. The man closed his eyes again. The woman beside him stood up and casually manipulated the liquid in the pool, transforming it into sharp blades aimed at Hu Chen. Is that all? Hu Chen let out a cold laugh, his eyes slightly lowered. Een of the underworld, activate. The liquid, just transformed into blades by Salma, instantly changed direction, piercing the hearts of the remaining people in the wine pool. The suited men outside the wine pool, upon seeing this, showed no intention of fleeing, but instead lunged one after another at Hu Chen. Master, run! As soon as the words were spoken, the blades formed from the liquid also fell from above, piercing through them. Blood soaked the wine pool. The man finally raised his gaze again amidst the corpses. This time, it was no longer just a slit for an eye, but a pair of dark purple pupils centered in the whites of his eyes, fixed on Hu Chen. A mere mortal dares to defy the divine. Divine? Hearing the barking from the other side, if it were before, Hu Chen would have thought he was just oppressed by the disaster and had developed some issues due to gaining a certain powerful ability, but now, Hu Chen has to be cautious. After all, this is near Greece. If a Greek deity truly awakens, they will surely look for a vessel nearby. This guy dares to say such arrogant words, perhaps it has something to do with a certain Greek deity. Being a bit more careful never hurts. Hu Chen casually launched a fire phoenix, throwing it out to test the opponent. But as the fire phoenix swept by, that person, along with the wine pool and the many corpses within it, were all completely obliterated. Just like that, they died? Hu Chen couldn't help but turn to Wei, wanting to explain a little. But before he could speak, Wei slightly raised her hand, interrupting his next words. She reached out and probed forward, a brilliant light purple halo condensed in the air. After a few moments, a dark purple grapevine appeared above the wine pool. It really is him. Who? Hu Chen couldn't help but express his confusion, instinctively casting his true vision eye towards the grapevine. A panel popped up in response. Name, wine-soaked vine. Category, prop. Level, SSS. Effect, when consumed, will automatically become a follower of the wine god, gaining some of the wine god's power based on one's constitution. Note, come, cheers. Wine god. Hu Chen couldn't help but recall a name. Dionysus. In terms of authority, he merely possesses the ability to intoxicate, and in combat power, he might not even compare to Beihai Ruo. But in terms of status, he can be considered one of the chief gods of Greece. As a son of Zeus, his standing among the Greek gods is not low. Could the one just killed be his avatar? So weak? Not an avatar. Ling Yi's voice suddenly rang out. Hu Chen turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw her walking up the gangway, speaking calmly. Got the ticket, shall we go in and take a look? This was clearly not directed at Hu Chen. Wei was playing with the grapevine in his hand, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What if he wakes up? If he wakes up, then he wakes up. Ling Yi said calmly, at least the two of us will be fine. Wait a minute. Even Hu Chen, no matter how foolish, could roughly guess the meaning of this sentence. These two probably want to use the grapevine to go somewhere, and that place is filled with danger to the point where Wei is a bit hesitant to go. As for the latter part, it completely disregards their own safety. He looked at Ling Yi and Wei but didn't dare to get angry, only cautiously asking, where are you two going? How about I wait for you outside? Neither of them paid any attention to Hu Chen. Ling Yi simply waited silently for Wei to speak. Wei hung his head in silence, and after a few moments, he slowly spoke. I want a grain of the life source of Artemis. If I can't find it, after the heavenly court reopens, I want a position as a main god, overseeing the earth. Change it to something else. Ling Yi frowned and said. No change. Wei resolutely rejected. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Those old geezers may not be awake yet, but our strength hasn't recovered either. If we wake them up, even if you can escape, the price I pay will be no less. Hu Chen stood quietly to the side, just listening. Artemis, the Greek goddess of the hunt, ruler of the forests, and one of the 12 Olympian gods. Wei demanded a fragment of her life source as a condition, which is worth at least half of a main god's divine essence. That's one thing, but whether it can be obtained is another matter. But the latter part of the sentence. The reopening of the heavenly court, along with a main god position. This also means that Ling Yi's choice could even influence the heavenly court after its reopening? And she didn't even directly refuse, but instead asked Wei to change it? Hu Chen couldn't help but glance sideways, his heart filled with tremors. This person is probably not just a simple agent. Perhaps like Loki, she is a deity who awakened early due to certain special conditions? I said, change it. Ling Yi stared at Wei, speaking again, his tone icy and impossible to refuse. Wei glanced at Hu Chen, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, as if he realized something, and he fell into hesitation. The divine position of the god of thunder is my bottom line. All right. Ling Yi said calmly, as a form of agreement, and Wei casually tossed the grapevine to her. Their transaction was considered complete. Ahem. Hu Chen lightly coughed twice and looked at the two who had just completed their transaction. So, can I ask where you are going? Young man, it's not you, it's us. Wei smiled lightly. Do you know Olympus? We're going to pluck Zeus's beard. Hu Chen. Faced with Hu Chen's puzzled expression, Wei didn't explain much and simply followed Ling Yi down the yacht. All the mess here was left for Hu Chen to clean up alone. Fortunately. Usually, in such situations, Hu Chen didn't have to worry too much. It was just a matter of killing a few more people to resolve it. What? Innocent? He cannot find these two words on the vested interests. Whether it's the handsome men and beautiful women indulging in the wine pool, or those tyrants in the speedboat below. Except for a few who were coerced into joining, the vast majority are immersed in the amusement park called power, acting recklessly. As for how to distinguish who was coerced, it's actually simple. Hu Chen stood at the bow of the boat, overlooking the many speedboats, pretending to be seriously injured, and shouted down. Hurry! That guy is seriously injured. I can't hold on alone, I need more people to help. With that shout, looking out at the many speedboats, over 99% began to head this way. Only a few speedboats remained motionless. After a brief consideration, they chose to flee immediately. Hu Chen watched the retreating speedboats. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is how you distinguish them. In their eyes, there is no Hu Chen, only the man with divine power. Since he possesses divine power, especially one that can be easily injured, so those who are truly threatened will try to stay away from here at times like this, while those who come over. Hu Chen looked down at the speedboats racing towards the yacht, watching as the group surged one by one onto the yacht, their eyes filled with murderous intent. 10, 20, a total of 164 people boarded in succession. But when they saw the empty wine pool and Hu Chen standing at the bow, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Where is their master? Why is he missing? Hey, where is my master? The one at the bow, I'm talking to you. Stop pretending. Answer quickly. Hearing the inquiry, Hu Chen turned his head and coldly scanned the faces of the crowd, not finding a trace of joy on their faces. In that case, the answer he was going to give would be simple. Hu Chen unleashed his true vision, the deprivation version, sweeping across, and casually left behind a fire phoenix to incinerate the entire yacht. Watching the multiple prompts that popped up before him, he couldn't help but calculate silently in his heart. Considering the additional attribute points gained earlier, this time he harvested over 400 attribute points, which is quite good. But when Hu Chen thought of what Wei had said earlier, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. Those two aren't really planning to venture into Olympus, are they? Back when they were in the North Sea, Hu Chen had seen the projection of Olympus with his own eyes.
Although that projection was directly torn apart by Nuwa, it also indirectly proved one thing. Nuwa's relationship with Olympus isn't exactly good, and in this situation, as Nuwa's quasi-acting representative, if I rashly climb the mountain, wouldn't it be considered a provocation? That's an entire pantheon.
Just thinking about it made Hu Chen's head hurt. But despite the headache, Hu Chen still gradually stepped off the yacht, returning to the No Shanghai nation. At this moment, Ling Yi had already returned to his room, leaving Wei alone sitting on the deck, idly fishing with the Tai Gong fishing rod that Hu Chen had placed by the boat.
Oh, done already? I suppose so. Hu Chen let out a remark and immediately stepped over to Wei's side. Sister, tell me honestly, are we really going to Olympus to pull Zeus's beard? What are you daydreaming about? Wei chuckled softly and placed her hand on Hu Chen's shoulder. Zeus is the lord of the gods. Do we just pull his beard when we say so? I knew it. Hu Chen immediately smiled. Sister, you just love to scare me. We are going to seize Zeus's power. What? Hu Chen exclaimed in surprise, his expression full of disbelief and shock. Pulling his beard and seizing divine power. Obviously, the latter is way more terrifying. Keep it down. Wei frowned slightly. You scared all my fish away. No. Hu Chen smiled wryly. Sister, you're joking, right? Seizing Zeus's divine power. How could we just take it if we wanted to? Not really? Wei raised an eyebrow, looking at Hu Chen with a strange expression. Then you from Haotian. Ahem. Before she could finish, a light cough sounded like thunder, echoing in the air. It was Ling Yi. Someone won't let me speak. Wei joked, turning to stare at the sea. If you want to know, why not ask her? She knows more than I do. Hu Chen felt a sense of helplessness. If he dared to ask Ling Yi, would he still be here? However, from what Wei hadn't finished saying earlier, it seemed that Wei should have realized that he had peeled off the eternal seal from Haotian. In other words, if they really wanted to seize Zeus' power, he was clearly the key among keys. Unless absolutely necessary, they probably wouldn't abandon him and run away. Moreover, the 3 items needed to activate the SSS level world quest, Destiny, were still on him, and Ling Yi couldn't just ignore that. Since I'm here, I might as well make myself comfortable. Eating and drinking well is the most important thing. Hu Chen returned to the cabin, quickly made himself some dinner, and went to bed after eating. No matter whether it's Olympus or the Mediterranean, there's still a distance to cover. It definitely wouldn't be possible to reach in one night, so it was better to get some sleep first. After finishing dinner, Hu Chen lay down on the bed, chatted a bit with Xie Qingwan to confirm their whereabouts and that nothing unexpected had happened, and then fell asleep. He slept soundly until the next day. March 8th. There are still 32 days until the second catastrophe strikes. When Hu Chen opened his eyes, he instinctively wanted to stretch and relax, but felt a pressure in his right arm. It seemed like someone was sleeping on his arm. No way. Hu Chen's heart trembled. He held his breath, trying to slow his heartbeat down, and turned his head to look beside him. A stunningly beautiful and cold profile was resting in the crook of his arm, breathing steadily, as if still in deep sleep. Again! Last time she just slept beside him, but this time she's directly lying on his arm. Is it really necessary to be this thrilling? No, calm down. You must stay calm. Last time, he overthought things and woke her up. But, now that she's sleeping right beside him, how can anyone stay calm? A light grunt sounded. Today, Ling Yi seems to be sleeping even more soundly than yesterday, still not fully awake. What needs to be faced must be faced. They say a woman 3 years older can embrace golden bricks and a woman 30 can sit on a throne. If a woman is 3,000 years older, shouldn't she at least be able to play around with immortals? At worst, I'll just grit my teeth and bear it. Get lost. Alright. Hu Chen seemed to have received a pardon from the heavens, and he dashed out immediately. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Wei, who was studying an electric toothbrush in his hand. Oh, you're awake? Wei seemed to know what had happened and glanced at the room behind Hu Chen. Out so soon? Not going to be affectionate for a bit longer? Please have some decency. If the one inside bursts out, I won't be able to stop her. Don't worry, you can stop her. Wei said as he handed the electric toothbrush to Hu Chen. How do you use this thing? It's simple. Hu Chen immediately took the toothbrush and taught her how to use it. Wei looked surprised, grabbed the toothbrush, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Meanwhile, Hu Chen had no choice but to walk alone to the deck, gazing at the stormy sky. He leaped off the deck and jumped into the water. The seawater enveloped his body, making his thoughts clearer. Once is an accident, but twice is definitely not a coincidence. There must be some reason he doesn't know that makes Ling Yi crawl into his bed every night. No way. Tonight, he absolutely cannot sleep. He wants to see what's really going on. Meanwhile, Ling Yi was also getting ready to go out from No Shanghai country. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Wei with a mouthful of foam. Originally, Ling Yi didn't plan to pay any attention to Wei and headed straight for his room. But Wei, looking excited, immediately spat out the foam, looked up at Ling Yi, and was full of curiosity. Did you wake me up because of him? Be more precise with your wording. Ling Yi raised his eyes, cold indifference in them. It's because of him that you were able to wake up. Why? He's just an ordinary person. Even if he is the representative of Nuwa, he hasn't been recognized yet. I want to know that too.
Ling Yi replied calmly, raising his right hand, a circle of flowing light suddenly swirling in his palm.
The flowing light circled between the two, making their pupils shine. This is just the accumulation from last night. If we could gather a bit more, it might even be enough to awaken a third-tier deity. Oh, by the way. Seeing this, Wei couldn't help but speak up. You didn't do anything last night, so why not tonight? Shut up. Ling Yi coldly spat out 2 words, gathering the flowing light into his palm and turning to walk into the room. Even if it's not for yourself, you should consider the Chinese pantheon. Wei looked at Ling Yi's back and chose to speak. At this stage, all the main gods of the pantheon are in a deep sleep. If you can awaken one of the main gods, you know how much advantage we would have. Ling Yi didn't say a word, just silently walked into his room, as if he hadn't heard anything. After waking up, Hu Chen got back on the boat, but he didn't dare return to his room. He could only stand at the bow, feeling the cool breeze and gazing at the distant, hazy mountain peaks. The Olympus Mountains. Although the peak of Mount Olympus is less than 3,000 meters high, it is the tallest mountain in all of Greece. From the sea, one can see a thick layer of clouds and mist accumulating on top, which does look quite majestic, but to associate it with divine miracles, that would be a bit too far-fetched. The Olympus Mountain, where the gods reside, should also exist in some replica. Hu Chen couldn't help but recall the information from his past life, but he had never heard of anyone entering Mount Olympus through a replica. Either everyone who entered Mount Olympus died in the replica, or no one has ever opened this replica from the start. No matter which possibility it is, neither is good news. Hey, what are you looking at? Wei's voice suddenly rang out. Hu Chen turned to look behind him, his tone filled with helplessness. Look at my future grave. Don't say such gloomy things. Wei patted Hu Chen's shoulder lightly twice. Who knows if you'll even leave this place in one piece? Where's the grave coming from? Talking to you is really enjoyable. Same here. Hu Chen felt a thick heaviness in his chest, almost suffocating, wishing he could jump back into the sea to calm down. At that moment, a sound of footsteps came from inside the cabin. Ling Yi walked out slowly, wearing a dark purple long dress that had been changed to a black robe, enveloping her completely. Seeing this, Hu Chen immediately furrowed his brow. Abyss? No, not the abyss. This black robe gave Hu Chen a feeling very similar to the abyss, having the same ability to obscure perception, but its level was far superior to the abyss. Put it on. Ling Yi's voice sounded, already handing over 2 sets of black robes. Wei took it casually, her eyes filled with disdain, but she still put it on. Hu Chen immediately put on the black robe and casually tossed a true side-eye over. Name, black robe. Category, item. Level. Effect, can be used to conceal one's aura, block external perception, investigation, and barriers. Creator, Ling Yi. Note, a cloak made from unknown materials, brand new from the factory, pre-order now. This was made by Ling Yi herself. She has such skills too? Oh right. Since this black robe can block investigations, can it also block Ling Yi's telepathy? It can't be blocked. Ling Yi's voice calmly rang out. She directly shattered Hu Chen's illusion. She walked forward slowly, brushing past Hu Chen. Have you ever seen a locksmith who can't open locks? The glimmer of hope that had just ignited in Hu Chen's heart instantly shattered. He could only turn his head. So where are we going next? Mount Olympus? Although he already knew the answer, Hu Chen still wanted to confirm. After all, what Wei said was to strip Zeus of his divine power. He wouldn't believe even half a punctuation mark, so he took this opportunity to ask Ling Yi about it. Ling Yi also gazed at the distant Olympus mountains, puzzled, and said, didn't Wei tell you? She said she wants to strip Zeus of his divine power. Right, what's the problem? Hu Chen was momentarily speechless. At that moment, too many sarcastic remarks got stuck in his throat, and he didn't know where to start. Even if you want to complain, let's wait until later. Ling Yi's voice quietly fell, his gaze slowly shifting from the mountain peak to below. We are going into the mountains. With that, the words fell. Ling Yi calmly crushed the grapevine in his hand. Accompanied by a flash of purple light, the 3 on the ship suddenly disappeared. Before Hu Chen could regain his senses, a prompt exploded in his ears. Ding! Detected survivors. Hu Chen and Ling Yi have entered the SSS level hidden dungeon Mount Olympus, forming a temporary survivor team. Wait a minute. Hu Chen stared at the prompt that popped up before him and fell into deep thought at the sight of Ling Yi beside him. 3 people, but only 2 names popped up? What does this mean? Is Wei not a survivor? Before Hu Chen could think much further, the scene before him interrupted his thoughts. Before him was a resplendent palace filled with intoxicating wine aromas, with grapevines as thick as an adult's arm hanging throughout the palace, bearing grapes the size of a baby's fist. Not far away was a wine pool identical to the one on the yacht yesterday. The only difference was that this wine pool contained only liquid, with no living beings. This place is Shu. Hu Chen had just uttered 3 words when Ling Yi raised a hand to cover his mouth, eyes filled with warning, while also pointing behind him. He slowly nodded and turned to look in the direction Ling Yi was pointing. Just one glance, Hu Chen couldn't help but freeze in place. A person. No, to be precise, it should be a titan.
A fully grown man over 40 meters tall sat upon the throne, wearing a crown woven from grapevines, holding a scepter in his right hand, dressed in simple dark purple satin. His eyes slightly lowered, as if he were in a deep sleep. A god. This is a true god in every sense. Not an incarnation of divine thought like Loki, nor a newly promoted third-tier deity like Beihai Ruo, but one of the 12 main gods of the Greek pantheon, the god of wine. Hu Chen turned to look at Ling Yi, not speaking, but silently inquiring with his thoughts. Should we leave? Ling Yi nodded slightly. The god of wine is not their target, they are only using his token for transportation, so there's no need to waste time here. Ling Yi led the way, walking slowly towards the outside of the god of wine's temple, with Hu Chen following closely, while Wei was responsible for bringing up the rear. As Wei passed by the wine pool, he casually tossed a stone from his sleeve into it. The stone was dissolved the moment it came into contact with the wine, completely merging into the liquid. The three of them walked out of the wine god temple. Looking around, everyone was surrounded by a vast sea of clouds, with a clear blue sky above. There was no heavy rain here, yet the sound of torrential rain was incessant. Hu Chen crouched down, casually sweeping away the clouds beneath his feet, revealing the beings below and the unending heavy rain. Catastrophe? Is this place different from the 9 realms, or is it in the same space as Blue Star? We only have 10 minutes. Ling Yi's voice rang out calmly. If you want to treat this as a grave, you can continue digging now. Hu Chen slowly stood up, not in a hurry, but looked at Ling Yi and spoke softly. 10 minutes? Seems quite urgent, but before that, I think we need to have a serious talk. Hu Chen had been waiting a long time for this opportunity. Since meeting Ling Yi, he had been in a passive state. No matter the strength or the strategy, he had been left far behind by her. In terms of strength, a casual move from Ling Yi could instantly defeat him. As for strategy, Ling Yi directly activated her cheat using mind reading, and Hu Chen hadn't even started planning before his thoughts were completely exposed. This was still under the condition that Ling Yi explicitly informed Hu Chen that she had mind reading abilities. If she had pretended from the beginning that she didn't have mind reading abilities, Hu Chen would likely still be in the dark. This behavior is nothing short of contempt. Pure contempt from start to finish. Ling Yi doesn't think Hu Chen poses any threat to her, which is why such behavior occurs. However, now it's different. Ling Yi's earlier actions are enough to prove that she is quite wary of this place. This is Hu Chen's only chance to take the initiative. By taking advantage of Ling Yi's wariness of this place, he can make her pay a certain price, for example, revealing some answers that Hu Chen wants to know. Ling Yi quickly understood what Hu Chen was thinking. Without Hu Chen having to speak again, she chuckled lightly and asked him, "Go ahead, what do you want to know? I can give you 3 opportunities to ask questions, but watch the time." Hu Chen is also aware of this. When facing such a presence, one must never push her to a dead end, or else it will backfire, and only he will suffer the consequences. 3 questions, that's enough. Your true identity. Hu Chen spat out, staring intently at Ling Yi. Don't talk about being a proxy. Even if you are the proxy of Dao ancestor Hongjun, it's impossible for you to recklessly invade Olympus. God. Ling Yi said calmly, pointing at Wei beside her, just like her. Wei was about to explain something, but was shot down by a glare from Ling Yi. God? Hu Chen frowned slightly. In his past life, he had studied other pantheons to a meticulous degree, not to mention our own Chinese pantheon. Ling Yi, this name, he had never heard before. Either Ling Yi is lying, but given her arrogance, it's highly unlikely she would lie in this situation. Or, in her previous life, when Hu Chen was studying the Chinese pantheon, she was already gone. The second question. Ling Yi urged, hurry up. Your true purpose for coming here. Hu Chen immediately looked up at Ling Yi. To seize the power of Zeus. Ling Yi repeated, you already know this. If you want to ask me what I plan to do with the power of Zeus, it concerns the secrets of the 5 major pantheons. I can tell you later, but not now. Alright. Hu Chen somewhat accepted this answer, but couldn't help feeling a surge of fear. Is she really here to seize the power of Zeus? Hey, 2 big sisters, do you really have to make it this thrilling? The third question. Hu Chen got straight to the point. Why do you appear by my side every night? What exactly is your purpose? Originally, Hu Chen wanted to consider Ling Yi's feelings and didn't plan to bring this up in front of everyone, especially in front of Wei. But there are only 3 chances, and the second chance has already touched upon a secret. If she didn't ask now, Hu Chen felt like she might suddenly die after leaving here. If not now, then when? The guard beside them looked as curious as a weasel that had fallen into a melon patch, eagerly waiting for a giant melon to drop, ready to feast. In response, Ling Yi simply stated calmly, you have something I want. What is it? That's the 4th question. Ling Yi replied softly, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Now, come with me. Hu Chen remained silent, merely nodding. Boring. Wei complained, quietly moving closer to Hu Chen. Little fox, you're so clever. Why did you waste the second question? If you had asked about that matter for the second question, you could have learned the truth with the third. Hu Chen rolled his eyes, saying nothing, just silently complaining about Wei in his heart. There aren't so many if only situations in the world. If he had known that the clothes he stripped from Ming Zhang would attract Ling Yi, he probably wouldn't have even gone to the underground palace. Mount Olympus isn't very big, but it's not small either. 10 minutes minus the 30 seconds just wasted leaves about 9 minutes. Ling Yi turned away. Artemis is in the 5th palace, you go by yourself. When there's 1 minute left, whether or not you obtain the source of life, come find me. Okay. Wei replied and instantly grew a pair of wings, rushing towards the location of the 5th palace. Hu Chen glanced at the wings behind her, momentarily taken aback. The surface of the feathers was a deep black, while the underside was pure white, looking extremely strange and not resembling any bird species in Hu Chen's memory. Don't be dazed, I'll be waiting for you at the mountain peak. As soon as the words fell, Ling Yi instantly transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Hu Chen did not dare to hesitate, immediately unfolding her immortal dragon phoenix wings and flying towards the mountain peak. 30 seconds. Hu Chen arrived outside the main hall of Olympus. 99 giant stone pillars supported the entire temple, with a thunder symbol hanging high above it, surrounded by dense thunder. Just by gazing, it seemed to provoke the realm of lightning serpents, countless fierce lightning serpents swirling as if to swallow Hu Chen and Ling Yi alive. Can we go in? Take out the divine essence of the lightning god you obtained. Ling Yi spoke calmly, as if discussing something very simple. Hu Chen knew he couldn't hide it from her, so he simply took the divine essence of the lightning god from the storage. Sure enough, as soon as the divine essence fell into his palm, the thunder near the temple instantly fell silent. The temple before them seemed like an ordinary temple. Remember, no matter what happens, do not let go of the divine essence. After Ling Yi said this, she stepped into the temple, with Hu Chen closely following. As the two entered the temple, a grand voice suddenly echoed within. Outsiders? As the voice fell, the scene before Hu Chen instantly changed. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, shattering Ling Yi beside him into ashes. Leaving him alone, standing in the vast temple. A titan over 100 meters tall sits on the divine throne, his eyes slightly lowered, gazing down at Hu Chen. Zeus? He has awakened. Hu Chen's pupils trembled, but he still steeled himself and threw a true side-eye forward. Not to mention, based on his understanding of Ling Yi, if she wasn't prepared at all, it would be impossible for her to infiltrate Zeus's temple. Since she is prepared, even if Zeus really has awakened, it shouldn't be possible for him to be defeated in one blow. This is simply too outrageous. Perhaps the Zeus in front of me is just a wisp of divine thought? The true side-eye scanned. A panel suddenly popped up in front. Name, Zeus. Level, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Mastered talents, unknown. Mastered skills, unknown. Hiss. Hu Chen immediately gasped in shock. Name correct, panel correct. This existence before me is indeed Zeus. Ling Yi, could it be that she really came unprepared and was instantly defeated by this king of the Greek gods? Zeus let out a soft grunt. He raised an eyebrow, looking down at Hu Chen. You have the aura of my brother on you. Brother? Wait. The sea god's divinity. Poseidon. Hu Chen immediately nodded. He looked at Zeus before him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Great king of the gods, I have indeed received the legacy of Lord Poseidon. No matter what, I must survive first. Ling Yi's status in the Chinese pantheon is definitely not simple. At the very least, I need to survive to inform the Chinese pantheon about what happened here and prepare for the upcoming divine war. But that doesn't give you a reason to trespass into the temple. Zeus's tone was indifferent as he slowly extended his right hand. Hand over the divinity you possess, and I can spare your life, turning you over to my brother for proper discipline. Hand over the divinity? Hu Chen lowered his head to look at the divine essence of the god of thunder in his hand, frowning slightly. If this is truly the Greek god king, known as the human-shaped seed planter, would he choose to demand the divine essence from me? It's likely that the moment I met him, that divine essence would have been taken away. So this guy in front of me has issues. Big issues. Hu Chen raised his head again, using the Eye of Truth once more, but this time it was accompanied by the Eye of Truth with deprivation. Beep. Zeus Divine Sense +1. In an instant, the titan in front of Hu Chen instantly disintegrated, taking the entire temple down with it. Fake? Before Hu Chen could regain his senses, the scene in front of him changed once again. The temple, still that temple, the titan, still that titan. The only difference is, the titan in front of him had its eyes tightly shut, not looking up. Ling Yi beside her still existed, but she seemed unaware of what had just happened, turning to look at Hu Chen with surprise in her eyes, as if asking, "What's wrong with you?" Hu Chen gently shook his head, not saying much, just recalling the scene that had just unfolded in his mind. After all, with Ling Yi's mind-reading ability, she should know what he was thinking. However, Ling Yi turned directly away, as if she hadn't seen anything, and walked towards Zeus on the throne. Hu Chen frowned slightly and followed closely behind. Time was pressing. Since he hadn't lost his divine status, it was better to resolve the matter at hand first and explain everything to Ling Yi later. The entire temple was enormous. Looking around, it was like 3 or 5 football fields stitched together. But if he just wanted to strip something from Zeus, there was no need to get close, a mere glance would suffice. Yet Ling Yi continued to walk forward, as if searching for something. Hu Chen had no choice but to follow. 3 minutes later,
The two arrived at Zeus's feet.
Lingyi raised her hand to her forehead, and upon seeing this, Hu Chen's pupils trembled.
Here again.
Back when we were in Asgard, she used this move to slay a third-tier deity and a low-tier deity.
She can't be planning to stab Zeus while she has the chance, right? To put it another way, even if she does stab him, can she really take down Zeus? This is the king of the Greek gods.
Even in a dormant state, he is among the top of the divine hierarchy.
Do you think she can just stab him like that?
Lingyi turned to Hu Chen. A crisp voice echoed quietly in his heart. Beneath the divine body lies the true self. I will break a corner of Zeus's divine body. As soon as you see divine blood flowing, use your deprivation ability immediately.
Deprive as many times as you can. Remember, you only have 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, regardless of whether you've successfully deprived him of his divine power, we must leave. Did you remember that?
It was the first time Hu Chen saw Lingyi so serious, delivering such a long speech. He nodded earnestly but immediately responded in his heart.
No rush. There's still time, just wait for me.
Lingyi tilted his head slightly, furrowed his brows, looking somewhat confused, but still came to a stop. Hu Chen immediately took out the dust that Loki had previously transformed from the warehouse, carefully poured out a little, and stepped on it.
Done.
He looked at Lingyi, gave a thumbs up, signaling her to start. Lingyi sensed the Loki aura filling the air and understood what this guy meant. The corner of her mouth, which had been frozen for thousands of years, actually lifted into a barely noticeable arc. This arc flashed and disappeared. Hu Chen also immediately summoned the sun-chasing bow and black gold ancient blade, holding the bow in his left hand and the knife in his right, almost making all the preparations. Before him stood an entire pantheon of gods. This time should be the greatest opportunity he has faced since his rebirth. No matter what he could take from this being, even if it was just a hair from his leg, it would still be god-level material. After lowering her gaze, Lingyi raised her eyes again, her mind settling. She looked at Zeus's ankle in front of her and traced her fingers across her brow. Brilliant, bloom once more. Hu Chen still couldn't see clearly what that brilliant flash was, only knowing that the moment after the brilliance passed, a faint golden light suddenly blossomed before his eyes. Divine blood. This really broke it. Hu Chen didn't have time to think. Eye of True Sight deprivation version. Yomi deprivation version. Immortal Fire Phoenix deprivation version. Sun Chasing Bow deprivation version. Black Gold Ancient Blade deprivation version. And the purest deprivation all at once summoned. One by one, notifications popped up before him. Hu Chen was entirely focused on unleashing skills, completely unaware that Zeus, seated steadily in the center of the temple, began to slowly raise his gaze. Go! 3 seconds, fleeting. Before Hu Chen could fully feel the surging power within him, Lingyi directly placed a hand on his shoulder and transformed into a brilliant light, disappearing into the temple. Ding! Detecting survivor Hu Chen passing through spatial turbulence, conducting judgment. Judgment failed. Gained debuff confusion, all attributes minus 50%. Ugh! By the time Hu Chen regained his senses, he had already vomited a puddle of rainbow on the ground. This feeling was unlike motion sickness. It felt like being stuffed into a washing machine, then having the washing machine attached to a bungee cord and being dropped from over 1,000 meters high. No wonder Lingyi had avoided using this method to take people before. If he, with his nearly S-level physique, could still fall into a state of confusion, then wouldn't others just die immediately after going in? Boom! Before Hu Chen could regain his senses, a deafening roar suddenly echoed. Just as he was beginning to clear his mind, he was instantly stunned by the shock, only able to hear the conversation between Wei and Lingyi not far away. Got it, what about you? Still a bit short. Hu Chen. Hey! Hu Chen instinctively replied, but still couldn't see the scene in front of him, only perceiving 2 vague shadows of light and another titan on the throne. Can it still be taken away? Taken away? Who? Artemis. Yes. Hu Chen suddenly looked up. Without time to think, a whole set of deprivation abilities was immediately thrown up. A series of deprivation prompts popped up in front of him. Before Hu Chen could carefully examine them, he heard Lingyi's voice again in his ear. There's no time. As soon as he finished speaking, brilliant flowing light once again filled Hu Chen's field of vision. Ding! Detected survivor Hu Chen passing through spatial turbulence, undergoing judgment. Judgment failed. Received debuff confusion upgraded to LV2, all attributes minus 99%. Everyone's figures flickered and returned to the No Shanghai Kingdom. Hu Chen felt as if all his strength had been drained, like a puddle of mud lying on the deck. I don't know if it's an illusion. He vaguely saw a shadow flash past him, a wetness at the corner of his mouth, and then he fainted. Meanwhile, Lingyi also slowly got up, her broken fingers instantly restored. She stood side by side with Wei, gazing at the distant Mount Olympus. No, to be precise, it was Mount Olympus gradually rising into the air. The entire Olympus mountain range rose from the ground, as if equipped with thrusters, soaring into the sky. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, until it reached 10,000 meters high above the clouds, standing like a heavenly palace. On that Mount Olympus, a figure slowly emerged. Pale, curly hair flashed like thunder, and a pair of dark purple eyes flickered with lightning, seemingly searching for something below. Humph! A light snort echoed. Suddenly, a thunder dragon descended from the sky, crashing into the Mediterranean Sea. With the sudden death of a monstrous beast, the dark clouds in the sky instantly dissipated. All surviving individuals immediately heard a notification. Area announcement: S-Class Area Beast, Shadow of the Deep Sea has died. All survivors in the area receive +10 to all attributes. *3. The sky over Greece instantly cleared up. The blazing sun hung in the sky. Above the azure, there stood a magnificent peak. Almost all survivors in this area saw the massive mountain above their heads and the figure holding thunder. Zeus. It's the God King Zeus. The God King's favor. It's the God King's favor. Our Greece is saved. It's unknown who started the kneeling and shouting first, but within just a few breaths, all survivors in the Greek region began to worship the giant mountain in the sky. Cheering and praying filled the air. Only a yacht on the surface of the sea remained silent. Is it worth it? Wei frowned and said, although Zeus hasn't fully awakened, a fragment of his divine consciousness has stirred, and he's already starting to gather the power of belief, getting quite a head start on us. Whether it's worth it or not, that's not for me to say. Ling Yi looked down at Hu Chun on the deck and said, that's something to ask him. That being said, Wei couldn't help but fix his gaze on Hu Chen. How did he manage to do that? I even felt a part of Artemis's authority being siphoned off earlier. This guy, he couldn't have inherited the powers of that mosquito master from the primordial era, could he? Who knows? Ling Yi sighed helplessly, raised his fingers, and lifted Hu Chen, who was sleeping on the deck, into the air. We have so many questions, and I'm sure he has just as many in his mind. We'll talk after he wakes up. That's the only way. Go. Ling Yi softly uttered, and Hu Chen floated back into his room. The Wu Shanghai nation immediately set sail at full speed away from the Mediterranean, heading towards Huaxia. It was unclear how much time had passed. Hu Chen gradually wakes up from his bed. After the previous two shocks, the first thing he does upon waking is turn to look beside him. Ha! Seeing the empty bed, Hu Chen lets out a sigh of relief. At least nothing happened this time. One time is a coincidence, two times is a pattern. It means the previous two times might have been due to some unexpected event he wasn't aware of, which caused Ling Yi to appear beside him. Yes, it must be like that. Without overthinking, Hu Chen immediately looks at the pop-ups he hadn't noticed before. Strength +100. Intelligence +100. Divinity +1. Debuff Eternal Seal +1. Debuff Death Seal +1. Chaos Divine Authority +1. A total of 13 deprivations. Excluding Chaos Divine Authority and the 2 debuffs, there are 5 instances of divinity and 5 attribute enhancements. Each attribute enhancement is 100. Hu Chen couldn't help but gasp. Although he didn't know the purpose of that divinity and divine power, he was certainly familiar with one of those 2 debuffs. Eternal Seal. Earlier he had stripped one from Haotian. And Zeus has one too? What kind of existence can place such a seal on the kings of 2 divine systems? Besides that, there's also a death seal. Hu Chen glanced at the seal in front of him and his brows furrowed immediately. Status: Death Seal. Type: Debuff. Level: Unknown. Effect: all resurrection-related talents, skills, and effects will be sealed, and health will permanently decrease by 1 point per second. Duration: Eternal. Note: Death will always accompany you. Damn! Even the usually composed Hu Chen couldn't help but curse out loud at this moment. Without hesitation, he immediately took out his black gold ancient knife and applied the death seal to it. This thing is simply too twisted. In order to avoid similar seals existing, Hu Chen immediately looked up at the remaining pop-ups. His time interacting with Artemis was short, and at that time he was in a chaotic state, so he didn't have time to use multiple deprivations. He only instinctively scanned with his true sight and slashed a couple of times with the black gold ancient blade. Fortunately, by sheer luck, he actually triggered 3 deprivation opportunities. Agility +100. Hunting Divine Authority +1. Forest Divine Authority +1. 2 Divine Authorities? Hu Chen suddenly felt his breath quicken. Given Ling Yi and Wei's attitudes, the value of Divine Authority is extremely high. If he suddenly gained 3 Divine Authorities, wouldn't that mean taking off? Don't rush to take off yet. Ling Yi's calm voice rang out. In the next moment, the door to Hu Chen's room was pushed open directly. Wei suddenly rushed in, pouncing in front of Hu Chen, his pure white pupils fixed on him. Quick, quick! What good things did you get? Seeing the eager expressions of the two in front of him, Hu Chen smiled slightly and spoke in Lu Xianer's tone, uttering 2 words. Exchange. For some reason, the moment those 2 words left his mouth, Hu Chen sensed a slight tremor beneath the deck. He couldn't tell if it was his own illusion or a negative effect of the chaotic state. Wei and Ling Yi exchanged a glance, seemingly not surprised by Hu Chen's action. Ling Yi stood at the edge of the bed and spoke calmly. Go ahead, how do you want to exchange? You should already know that I possess 3 divine powers. Hu Chen stared at Ling Yi. I want to exchange for 6 questions. Go ahead. Not even negotiating.
Hu Chen felt a wave of regret. It seemed he had undersold himself. Hurry and ask, hurry and ask. Wei was like a little dog that heard "let's go play," eager to pry open Hu Chen's head to see what divine powers he had obtained. Continuing from the earlier question, what do you want to take from me? I don't know either, Ling Yi replied calmly. Hu Chen immediately fell into silence. If someone else had said this, he would have thought they were just messing with him. But the one saying this is Ling Yi. That really can't be said for sure. Okay. Hu Chen had to change his approach. You might not know what you can take from me, but you can at least tell me what that thing you take will be useful for, right? No. Ling Yi coldly uttered 3 words. Hu Chen now understood why he had agreed without hesitation after he posed 6 questions. Now that he had used both questioning opportunities, he hadn't received any useful information at all. What was the point of asking for more? It would be better not to ask at all. At worst, everyone could just let it all go. I can tell you the answer to this question once you become a true representative of Manhwa, but not now. Ling Yi seemed to sense Hu Chen's thoughts and had to speak again. That's fine. It's better than knowing nothing at all. Hu Chen uttered 2 words and continued to ask, what are divinity and divine authority, and what are they used for? Hey! Before Ling Yi could speak, Wei exclaimed first, raising a hand to point at Hu Chen in front of him. That counts as 2 questions. It's fine. Just 2. Hu Chen immediately nodded, his eyes filled with delight as he looked at Wei. Women who are not good at math logic are really too cute. This clearly can be separated into 4 questions. Ling Yi helplessly glanced at Wei and calmly explained, divinity represents the power controlled by a deity. Generally speaking, the divinity of a primary deity is about 1 to 100, while a third-tier deity's divinity is between 100 and 10,000. Divinity is the renewable resource consumed to exercise divine authority. Hu Chen slowly nodded. In simple terms, divinity is like the blood within the body, supporting every action of the deity, and the consumed blood can gradually recover over time. As for divine authority, that's even easier to understand. Ling Yi raised his chin, looking at Olympus suspended in the sky. You should know what authority that one other holds, right? Hu Chen nodded, but Ling Yi continued to explain. Possessing the bloodline of the god of chaos, wielding the power of chaos, having the body of a titan, and mastering the power of thunder. The 3 divine powers have built the Greek king of gods. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Odin also wields the power of thunder and similarly possesses the divine authority of thunder. Don't you find that strange? Hu Chen frowned slightly but did not respond. One should listen attentively in class. There's no need to answer questions they don't understand, as the teacher will naturally continue explaining. If divine authority is a great road, this road is divided into 100 small paths, where Zeus and Odin each occupy 30 parts. Among the remaining 40 parts, the Chinese Thunder Department occupies 25 parts, the Indian deity Indra occupies 10 parts, and the remaining 5 parts are evenly divided among other thunder deities such as Thor and others. As for the divine rank of the Thunder Lord in your hand, it occupies 5 out of those 25 parts. Because of this, Zeus does not notice us while he is asleep. Instead, he subconsciously feels a sense of affinity. Ling Yi added, this question is a gift for you. As for the use of divine authority, each piece of divine authority symbolizes an influence over the world, with countless methods of application, whether by being absorbed by a deity, attached to an object to create a qualitative leap, or other uses. In short, there's nothing that divine authority cannot achieve if you can think of it. I understand. Hu Chen nodded slowly, still processing everything Ling Yi had just said. At this moment, he possessed 5 points of divinity, 3 pieces of divine authority, 1 divine essence from the Lord of Thunder, 1 divine essence from a third-tier deity, and 1 divine essence from a beginner deity. Does that mean he could directly become a god? What kind of a substitute can that be? Immortal and indestructible, here I come. Becoming a god is not as simple as you think. Ling Yi said calmly, if you want to know the specific method to become a god, I can tell you. Great. That counts as a question. Hu Chen felt he had never made such a worthwhile deal in his life. Divine essence must be refined through one's own strength, which, according to the calculations of you survivors, means 2 attribute points exceeding 100 million. Divine authority must seek recognition. It isn't something you simply possess in your hands. Even if you gain the recognition of divine authority, you still cannot fuse it into your divine status. Divinity itself doesn't matter. After fulfilling the first 2 conditions, divinity will accumulate naturally. If you can strip it from other gods, that is also your skill. Hu Chen was instantly speechless. Breaking 100 million? What does that even mean? During the first cataclysm, even SSS level attribute points barely exceeded 10,000. In Hu Chen's past life, it took a decade to reach the 12th cataclysm, and at that time, SSS level attributes just barely broke 100 million. And that requires 2 attributes to exceed 100 million at the same time. It would be a miracle to achieve that. Alright, there are 2 final questions. Ling Yi interrupted his thoughts. Hurry up, if you have any questions, just ask. What do you want the divine authority of Zeus for? To break the seal, Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. Seal? What seal? As soon as Hu Chen asked, he quickly regained his composure and added, this doesn't count as the last question. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to.
During the twilight of the gods, the kings of the 5 divine systems were sealed by the kings of the other 4 divine systems. Only when the seal on the king is lifted can the other deities within the divine system gradually awaken. Now, the king of the Huaxia divine system, Dujien, has lifted one layer of the seal. With a strand of Zeus's divine power, he can lift the second layer of the seal.
Wait a minute. Dujien seemed to have thought of something.
Tentatively, he reached out his hand and materialized the eternal seal in his palm. The seal you mentioned, could it be this thing? Full speed ahead. Hurry! Looking at the seal held in Djuen's palm, Lingyi seemed to realize something.
His usual calm demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a roar.
Dujien was taken aback, and before he could react, Wei dashed out onto the balcony. In the next moment, Dujien felt a force pushing him from behind. The speed of the entire Wu Shanghai nation increased several times, racing towards Huaxia. Dujien immediately retracted the eternal seal in his hand, looking at Lingyi with a face full of surprise. What's wrong? First tell me, how many of these seals have you collected in total?
2. What is the other one?
Death. That's good. A heavy stone in Lingyi's heart was finally set down. She frowned and looked towards Mount Olympus in the distance, seemingly waiting for something. Dujien couldn't help but turn his head to follow her gaze. He saw the peak of the mountain high above the clouds, faintly glowing with a soft light. The light, like that of fireflies, was expanding at a visible speed, expanding until a figure appeared before them. Hide well. Lingyi calmly uttered these 2 words. Upon hearing this, Dujien did not hesitate at all and immediately curled up in a corner of the room.
Are you kidding?
Under the influence of the chaotic state, his attributes combined didn't even exceed 100 points. Let alone a being coming down from Mount Olympus. Even a random sea-level beast pulled from the sea could swallow him whole. Lingyi grasped a 3-foot green blade and charged forward against the wind. Dujien furrowed his brow upon seeing this. In the past, Lingyi would directly summon the flowing light and resolve things with a single move. This time, why is she using a sword? Could it be that she was injured during the previous few times of traveling with others? Other than this explanation, Dujien could think of no other answer. With her injury, could Lingyi still be a match for that guy coming down from the sky? Clang! A loud explosion rang out. Lingyi had already engaged in battle with the fallen deity. With a single sword strike, both Lingyi and the deity were sent flying, while Wei was busy pushing the No Shanghai nation, completely unable to intervene. A burst of flowing light suddenly exploded in the air. But after that flowing light, the deity still hovered high in the air, a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, while Lingyi had a faint trace of crimson at the corner of her mouth. Red blood? Isn't she a deity? A flash of astonishment crossed Djuen's mind, but he quickly gathered his thoughts. At this stage, Lingyi is completely no match for that deity. Waiting idly is not his style. Djuen's thoughts stirred, and he immediately summoned the sun-chasing bow. With his current attributes, even if he fired the phoenix arrow, it wouldn't be able to harm that deity. However, who says one must cause harm to slay a god? Debuff, chaos applied. In an instant, the sun-chasing bow was instantly shrouded in an illusion, as if seen through a glass fogged with water, making it hard to see clearly. The deity in the sky was about to collide with Lingyi again. Dujien had no time to think and could only draw the bow and shoot. Clang! A sound of phoenix cries echoed. The fire phoenix, which should have been bright red, instantly transformed into a dark purple hue, rushing toward the deity in the sky. Before the phoenix arrow could make contact with the deity, the sun-chasing bow in Djuen's hands began to decay rapidly. Of course, Dujien didn't notice this, he just looked up at the sky, watching the fire phoenix envelop the deity. Meanwhile, Lingyi raised the 3-foot green blade in his hand and struck down with one sword, accompanied by a divine essence falling into her palm. Impudent! In an instant, an angry shout erupted from the sky. The distant Mount Olympus immediately rumbled with thunder. Lingyi remained suspended in midair, looking up toward Mount Olympus. So what if it's impudent? If you have the ability, come down in your true form and see if I can kill you, or do you want to be sealed again? There was a moment of silence on Mount Olympus. After a few breaths, Zeus's voice finally rang out again. For your father's sake, I spare your life, leave quickly. Humph. Lingyi snorted coldly, raising his sword with the blade pointed directly at the mountain peak. For your grandfather's sake, I'll let you off this time, so shut up. Otherwise, I'll come up the mountain for tea with you. Boom! Another thunderclap erupted. But Zeus still did not say another word. Lingyi also sheathed her sword and returned to the No Shanghai kingdom. Seeing this, Dujien wanted to help her, but she shot him a glare that made him back off. Don't move, just act like nothing happened. Let's talk about our things. As Lingyi said this, she had already seated herself cross-legged on Djuen's bed. She still held her gaze high, appearing calm and unscathed, but Dujien noticed her fingertips were trembling slightly. Are you sure you're okay? Should I share some divine essence with you? Dujien could still distinguish what was more important, keeping the divine essence that was not yet useful to him or preserving the life of his strong ally. If Lingyi were to fall, it would likely be followed by Wei as well. It might only be him, after all. Wei's speed seemed much faster than his own. You? Lingyi looked up, her eyes filled with astonishment. You can still strip away divine essence? Aha!
Hu Chen couldn't be bothered to hide it anymore. How much do you want? 50,000 points. Ling Yi's pupils instantly brightened. Give me 50,000 and I can seal Zeus back in no time. There are only 2 points. Then just give me 1. Ling Yi was not disappointed after hearing this, simply responding calmly. Hu Chen attempted to separate one strand from the 5 strands of divinity within himself and bestowed it upon Ling Yi. In an instant, her complexion instantly recovered, looking as if she had not been injured at all. It's just superficial. Ling Yi knew what Hu Chen was thinking and softly said, unless there are 4 more points, it's impossible to recover. Cough cough. Hu Chen lightly coughed twice and immediately changed the subject. Where were we? Right, the seal. I removed 2 layers of the seal from Zeus. Is that going to be a problem? What do you think? Ling Yi coldly looked at him, his expression full of indifference. Okay, there is indeed a problem. Hu Chen helplessly said, is there any way to fix it? You just saw it, the gods on Mount Olympus are starting to awaken. Ling Yi solemnly explained, the dual sealing of the Divine King is enough to awaken a wisp of divine consciousness from Zeus, and this wisp can awaken some low-level deities. Low-level deities are manageable, they don't affect the overall situation. But if we proceed to further unseal, then it becomes unclear. That's a relief. Hu Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this deprivation cannot be used carelessly on the Divine King. If one is not careful, it could directly strip away the seals on the opponent, and then wouldn't I be in trouble? Alright, you've finished asking your questions. Ling Yi raised his gaze, staring at Hu Chen. Now, it's my turn to ask you, right? What divine powers have you obtained? Hunting, forest, and chaos. The last 2 words fell. Ling Yi's previously relaxed brows suddenly furrowed. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and directly landed it on Hu Chen's neck. 3 hours later, the Wu Shanghai nation sailed out of Greek waters, arriving near Egypt. The Guardian, who had been lurking underwater to accelerate the rise of the No Shanghai nation, finally stood up, returning to the ship and landing directly on the balcony outside Hu Chen's room. When she saw Hu Chen, who had fainted on the bed, and Ling Yi sitting on the bed, she tilted her head in confusion. Are you planning to force yourself on him? Ling Yi glanced at her and calmly replied, he has taken the godly authority of chaos from Zeus. Wei tilted her head, not saying anything, just raising her hand to point at Hu Chen, as if confirming something. Ling Yi slowly nodded, as if to say, yes, it's him. Impossible. The godly authority of thunder or the Titan godly authority could be taken, but not this. Wei immediately exclaimed. But the godly authority of chaos flows within Zeus's bloodline. If he takes the godly authority of chaos, wouldn't that mean? The words that followed seemed to stick in her throat, and Wei couldn't bring herself to say a single word. Not just the godly authority of chaos. Do you know what he said when I killed that low-tier deity? What? 2 words. Godly son. Ling Yi's tone was extremely flat, as if he were recounting something very simple, yet it stirred up tremendous waves in Wei's heart. Let's. Having only uttered 1 word, Wei forcefully swallowed the rest back. She furrowed her brow and stared at Hu Chen. Let's say for the sake of argument. Even if this brat got lucky and truly possesses the power of chaos, he still can't become the son of God. I don't know either. Ling Yi frowned and said, she couldn't help but lower her head to look at Hu Chen, but ever since we came down from Mount Olympus, I haven't been able to read his thoughts anymore. Either he has mastered some method to block my thoughts, or there's some existence of a higher rank than me bestowing protection, isolating his thoughts from being transmitted. You know, Manhwa didn't impose any shackles at that time, and this phenomenon appeared after we left Mount Olympus. I have to connect this point with what that low-tier deity said. So what do you plan to do now? Wei also felt a sense of helplessness. Son of God. This is not just a simple existence of the child of a deity or a protected one, but the direct heir of an entire pantheon. Ling Yi is the chosen goddess of the Huaxia divine system. Before the gods awaken, she carries the responsibility of representing the entire Huaxia divine system in the world, while also bearing the task of awakening the gods. If Hu Chen really becomes the son of the Greek divine system, there is only one outcome for him: execution. Whether it's Wei or Ling Yi, they will not hesitate to execute him, it's just a matter of time. Now that we have left Greece, Zeus shouldn't send anyone after us, let's leave it at that for now. Ling Yi glanced at Hu Chen on the bed. When he wakes up, we'll interrogate him in detail tomorrow. If he truly is the son of the Greek gods, then we'll execute him on the spot. If he isn't, Ling Yi's eyes flashed with a glimmer, then let's make him one. Make him one? Wei was taken aback at first, then a spark of realization crossed his mind, and he suddenly understood. I understand. You want him to impersonate the son of the Greek divine system to seize their resources. That's just one part of it. Ling Yi spoke calmly and walked over to Hu Chen's side. It's getting late, you should go back and rest. Then you. Wei let out 2 words, a teasing smile appearing on his face. I understand. Just when he fainted, there's really no better opportunity. Go for it. For the Huaxia divine system. You can definitely do it. Get lost. With that 1 word. As the words fell, Ling Yi's hand began to shimmer brilliantly, and Wei immediately fled through the door, fearing he would be cut in half.
After Wei left, Ling Yi also lay down next to Hu Chen, pulling the blanket up over both of them while turning to look at Hu Chen's face.
The Son of God, huh? No matter whether you are the Greek Son of God or not, there is ultimately only one outcome. It's just a matter of time. Let you live a little longer. The day you break the seal will be the day you die. The next morning, Hu Chen listened to the sound of rain in his ears and gradually woke up. He no longer needed to turn his head to sense that someone was sleeping beside him. This time, he simply lifted the blanket right away to check his clothes. Fortunately, everything is in order. It seems nothing happened. Before his thoughts could surface, Ling Yi's voice sounded first. Awake? Yeah. Hu Chen replied, feeling a dull pain in his shoulder and neck. Instinctively, he raised his hand to his shoulder and gently rubbed it. Are we talking here? Or should we go outside to talk? Ling Yi did not answer Hu Chen's question. She calmly got up, stepped down from the bed, leaving Hu Chen with only her back. Don't let a fourth person know about your possession of the Chaos Divine Authority. Later, Wei will come to find you. You will give her the Forest Divine Authority, and in exchange, I will give you the compensation you deserve. Having said that, Ling Yi had already left the room, leaving Hu Chen sitting alone on the bed. These few sentences were strikingly similar to a wealthy woman tossing money at a pretty boy after a night together. Hu Chen looked helpless, so he simply left the room, walked directly to the balcony, lay down on a chair, and gazed at the distant downpour, feeling a turmoil of emotions inside. Although he didn't know what the chaotic divine authority was truly useful for, since even Ling Yi reacted that way upon learning about it, it must be something significant, so he decided to keep it for now. He could consider the Forest Divine Authority as a ticket for entering Olympus Mountain this time. If it was given, then so be it. Right now, he still possessed a hunting divine authority. Such a good thing should naturally be kept to enhance his strength. While it was impossible for him to match up to Ling Yi or Wei, he at least needed to be stronger than those regional, right? At this stage, regional have generally reached S level. Including the 5th regional that was just killed by Olympus Mountain, there are still 4 remaining in the world. If he were to kill one more, the remaining 3 beasts would likely reach SS level. Any existence that reaches such a level possesses unique characteristics, making it nearly impossible to easily kill them. So it's essential to be well prepared in advance. First, let's try to see if it can be bestowed, and if it can be bestowed multiple times, and whether the divine power can regenerate after being bestowed. If these 3 points can be achieved, then he will essentially have 3 inexhaustible sources of divine power. Hu Chen took out the sun-chasing bow he used last night. Due to the influence of debuff chaos, the sun-chasing bow at this moment appeared like a decayed wood sealed for 100 years, not to mention drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, it looked like it would shatter with even a gentle pull. Hu Chen's left hand shimmered with white light as he extracted the hunting divine power from within and attempted to bestow it upon the sun-chasing bow.